Year 10 of the ninja world, late June. Sunagakure in the land of wind. 6-year-old Qianshi awoke. Once again, it was that dream. The blazing white light tearing apart the sky blue star vanishing in an instant, its final image overlapping with the rough stone house before his eyes and sending a wave of vertigo through him. He pushed open the heavy stone door, and dry air laden with sand lashed against his face. He narrowed his eyes and gazed toward the distant clusters of buildings. On the streets, ninja silhouettes were already in motion. The strangely shaped puppets at their backs and the hourglass emblems visible everywhere silently proclaimed the identity of this place, Sunagakure of the land of wind. His understanding of this world was like countless shattered shards of glass in his mind from which he had only managed to piece together a vague outline a few months ago. The memories of more than 20 years from his previous life had collided violently with those of this one, and deep within his soul there still lingered an indescribable sluggishness and foreignness. Only in these past few days had the fusion of memories finally completed. From this moment on, Qianshi truly realized that he was a transmigrator. What puzzled him, however, was that in the face of such a world-shattering realization his heart remained eerily calm. No joy, no excitement, not even worry. He had first thought it was simply the estrangement of a 20-something soul trapped in a 6-year-old body until last month, when the protective charm left by his mother in this life was accidentally lost. Only then did Qianshi vaguely sense something amiss. Though it was clearly something important, it stirred not the slightest ripple in his heart. When he finally found it under the bed, he felt only an exceedingly faint joy, so pale it vanished in an instant. This emotional estrangement made him realize that he seemed to be missing something vital. Although he knew a fair amount about the world of Naruto, he had never expected to arrive in Sunagakure, the village derided as the shame of the 5 great ninja villages. Recalling the original story, the 3rd Kazekage turned into a puppet by Sasori, the 4th Kazekage schemed against and killed by Orochimaru, the 5th Kazekage kidnapped with ease by Deidara. This village's fate was far too tragic. Qianshi returned to the room in silence, ladled himself a bowl of watery rice porridge, and broke off a small piece of sandworm jerky, so hard it hurt his teeth. The meager pension from the village was barely enough to keep him from starving. The only way to improve his current situation was tomorrow, the day of admission to the Ninja Academy. He had heard from neighbors that once enrolled one could receive additional food rations. While tidying his bed, his movements suddenly halted. From the depths of his soul, that indescribable tremor came once more. Ever since his memories had gradually cleared, this strange sensation had been appearing from time to time. He took out the ninja tool pouch left by his parents in this life, and carefully inspected every buckle and compartment. The canvas had been bleached by years of wind and sand, yet every seam remained sturdy. The kunai pocket, shuriken compartment, and scroll case were all thoroughly examined by him. Tomorrow he would be going to the Ninja Academy, a system established in imitation of Konoha. Since Sunagakure had borrowed Konoha's model, it meant that at the very least this was already sometime after the era of the 2nd Hokage. Qianshi still could not determine whether it was before or after the First Great Ninja War. But at last he was about to come into contact with true extraordinary power. He knew well that this was only a beginning. In the deepest layers of his awakened memory, he still possessed knowledge of countless opportunities in this world. Beneath Lolan lay the dragon vein, which could traverse time and space. Within the ruins of the Stone of Jelal slumbered a power capable of shaking the continent. In the land of demons was sealed Morio, which could sweep across the world. And even upon the moon there existed a high-level puppet army with a certain self-awareness and a gigantic Tensigen. These existences, which transcended conventional understandings of ninjutsu, were the true goals he would pursue in the future. Faint sounds of children playing drifted in from outside the window. Several small children were clumsily forming hand seals. Watch me. Wind release, great breakthrough. A red-haired boy puffed out his cheeks and blew with all his might, only to be choked into a fit of coughing by the sand. He stirred up, sending his companions into peals of laughter. Qianshi stood by the window, calmly watching it all. The memories of his previous life were like a transparent barrier, utterly out of place with the simple childhood innocence of this world. Those hopes and worries about the Ninja Academy that occupied other children seemed rather naive to a soul that had already lived more than 20 years. Time slipped away quietly in his contemplation. When Qianshi finally raised his head again, the setting sun over Sunagakure had stretched people's shadows long across the ground. They ran toward the village square. It was said there would be a troupe of performers there tonight to liven things up for tomorrow's school opening. Qianshi did not follow, instead turning back to continue packing his belongings. He gently spread open the ninja tool bag left by his parents in this life. Qianshi took out several scrolls from within: chakra, thread manipulation, simple puppet crafting, and maintenance puppet handling technique, as well as 2 wind release ninjutsu. Wind release great breakthrough, and wind release wind cutter. These scrolls, like the stone house itself, were all that his parents had left behind. Unfortunately, he did not yet know many characters, he could barely make out the names of the jutsu, and the contents within were completely beyond his understanding. The scrolls rested in his hands, yet there was nothing he could do with them. For now, he could only wait until after he entered the ninja academy to study them again. He still did not know what his chakra nature was. Even if it turned out not to be wind, he could always trade these scrolls in the future for ninjutsu that suited him. He put the scrolls away once more. Night slowly descended. From afar came broken strains of flute music, a melody unique to Sunagakure. Qianshi performed one last check of the doors and windows, then blew out the oil lamp. He lay down in the darkness. Tomorrow he would enter the academy, and he needed to face it in his best condition. With that thought in mind, Qianshi slowly drifted into sleep. Under the blazing sun, heat shimmered above the training ground of the Sunagakure Ninja Academy, warping the air itself. More than 36-year-old freshmen who had just enrolled stood in a crooked line before Sanada Hayabusa. Wind and sand swept across the field, fine grains of grit pattering against the freshman's cheeks. Report your name and state your dream. Starting with you there. Begin. Sanada Hayabusa's voice was cold as he casually pointed at a freshman. The boy at the very front of the line puffed out his chest. Aramaki Ryo. I want to become a jonin like Lord Lifone. The skinny dark-complexioned boy beside him immediately shouted Yang Lan. I want to become the greatest trap ninja. Akase Yumi. The red-haired girl lowered her head, fiddling with the hem of her clothes. I want to make puppets that can dance. When it came to the boy in the middle of the line, Chisiki, he paused briefly, then answered in a tone similar to the other children. Chisiki. I want to become a ninja who can protect the village. His voice was childish, tinged with a faint trace of innocence. As a transmigrator, he actually felt no sense of belonging to the village at all, but he was desperate to find out just how strong he could become in this world of ninja. Sanada Hayabusa closed the roster and swept his gaze across the field. We will now begin the physical fitness test. The first event was push-ups. Aramaki Ryo was gasping for breath after 15 and finally stopped at 19. Yang Lan completed 25 standard push-ups, and only a faint sheen of sweat appeared on his forehead. Akase Yumi barely managed 12, her small face flushed scarlet. When it was Chisiki's turn, his first 10 were still fairly standard. From the 11th onward, his slender arms began to tremble. By the 15th, fine beads of sweat had formed on his brow. He all but used up every ounce of strength to complete the 20th, and in the end barely managed 22, placing 18th. When he pushed himself up, his arms were so weak he nearly collapsed back into the sand. Sanada Hayabusa did not give the freshman much time to rest and immediately started the next event. The pull-ups went even worse. By the third, Chisiki already felt himself straining. By the fifth, a sour ache spread through his forearms, and his final result froze at 14. When he released the horizontal bar, his fingers were trembling so badly that even clenching his fists felt laborious. After resting a few minutes and waiting for Sanada Hayabusa to finish recording the results, they began a 2-kilometer run. At the start, Chisiki could still keep pace with the leading group, but after one lap, his breathing turned labored. His legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead, and one classmate after another overtook him. In the final 100 meters, he was practically dragging his legs, and he nearly fell to his knees as he crossed the finish line. He coughed violently, yet still only ranked in the middle of the pack. When Sanada Hayabusa announced the overall standings, Chisiki was stunned. Among all the events, his best ranking was 15th, and his worst 19th, leaving him in the lower middle overall. The gap between him and Ninja Clan children like Yang Lan was starkly obvious. Even Aramaki Ryo, who came from an ordinary civilian family, like him, surpassed him in the strength events. Recalling the original story, the third Kazekage turned into a puppet by Sasori, the fourth Kazekage schemed against and killed by Orochimaru, the fifth Kazekage kidnapped with ease. Akase Yumi was surrounded by several girls praising her flexibility. Chisiki stood alone at the edge of the training ground, staring at his hands, which were still trembling slightly. With the test over, Chisiki gazed at the results, sheet a trace of unwillingness hidden within his silence. He understood that his talent was lacking and that he could only make up for it by other means. He resolved to train extra on his own. Yet with his strength nearly exhausted at the moment, he could not even manage a few pull-ups. He took a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and stepped onto the 5-meter throwing line. His first throw was wildly off target, the second grazed the edge of the bullseye, and the third barely pierced the outer ring. He practiced dozens of times in succession, and his best result was still only just managing to hit the target at all. His exhausted arms made each throw excruciatingly difficult, and in the final attempts the kunai almost slipped from his grip. As night fell, he gathered up his tools and returned to his shabby dwelling. His dinner was the rations provided by the academy. Though hard to swallow, they were at least rich in nutrients. He lit an oil lamp, spread out the literacy dictionary handed out at school that day, and comparing it with several scrolls left by his parents, began to decipher the characters written on them. Although he had not yet learned the technique for refining chakra, it was still good to first understand the theory. In the dim yellow light, the words about control techniques and tactical application gradually became clearer. Chisiki read haltingly, yet he gradually became engrossed. By the time he came back to his senses, time had slipped by without his noticing. Perhaps his talent in taijutsu was mediocre, but chakra was the true foundation of a ninja. This thought brought him a sliver of comfort. After blowing out the oil lamp, Chisiki lay down on the hard wooden bed. Every muscle in his body ached, the pain a sharp reminder of that day's test results. In this world, he truly was just an ordinary person with no astonishing talent for physical techniques. But when he thought of tomorrow's chakra class, he felt a flicker of hope again. He closed his eyes. Now that he had ample food, he decided that starting tomorrow he would train twice as hard. The following morning, the wind and sand remained relentless. In the training ground of the sandy hidden school, over 30 new students sat cross-legged. Shodan stood in the center of the field, his voice cold. Chakra is a fusion of spiritual energy and physical energy. Focus your mind and feel the flow of energy within your body. Qianshi closed his eyes, concentrating fully. Around them, faint sounds emerged. Yang Lan emitted a low grunt from overexertion, while several civilian children restlessly shifted their positions. Only Chisha Yumiko remained calm, already in the zone. Time slowly passed. Sweat beaded on Qianshi's forehead, yet his body felt empty. Occasionally he sensed a faint flow, but it slipped away like sand through his fingers. Not being able to feel it is normal, Shodan said, surveying the new students. Stay focused. During breaks, the students exchanged insights. A boy excitedly gestured. I felt a warm current. Immediately someone beside him called out, Liar, you were clearly snoring. Yang Lan leaned closer to Qianshi and asked, What about you? I think I sensed a bit, but I can't grasp it. Qianshi shook his head. I haven't found the feeling either. Chisha Yumiko sat alone in a corner, her fingers drawing patterns in the sand. A few clan children gathered around her discussing techniques. Yet she only nodded, occasionally saying little. The afternoon training was even more grueling. In his repeated attempts, Qianshi's head began to throb, but he still achieved nothing. As Shodan passed by, he didn't even stop. He merely glanced indifferently at the struggling students. By the end of class, only 5 succeeded in refining chakra, 3 of whom came from ninja clans. Chisha Yumiko's fingertips shimmered with a light blue glow, indicating her exceptional talent. Continue tomorrow, Shodan announced expressionlessly. Those who can't do it should practice on their own. Qianshi packed his ninja tools, preparing to head to the training ground, but was blocked at the door by 3 figures led by a boy named Sanlang. He came from a ninja clan flanked by 2 lackeys. Hey Qianshi, Sanlang said with a condescending smile, look at you, always alone. How pitiful. How about you hang out with me? From now on you just need to run errands for us, do some chores. What? Qianshi did not look at him, his mind solely focused on when he could refine chakra. He sidestepped, trying to leave. Not interested, I need to go train. Sanlang's smile froze instantly as he blocked Qianshi's path with his hand. You think you can refuse me? He leaned closer to Qianshi, lowering his voice. You're just a penniless civilian with poor chakra talent. What are you pretending to be? Qianshi stopped, slowly raised his head to look at Sanlang, his gaze calm. Find someone else, I have things to do. Sanlang's self-perceived contempt ignited his fury. Good. Very well. You've got guts, he spat through clenched teeth. He suddenly leaned into Qianshi's ear, speaking in a tone only they could hear. Just wait, and see, I'll make sure you safely get through this. After saying that, he shoved Qianshi's shoulder hard and swaggered away with his lackeys. Qianshi stood still, watching their retreating figures. He silently clenched his fists and turned towards the training ground. Qianshi went straight to the old sandbag, stood firm, took a deep breath, and then swung his fist fiercely. Bang! The dull sound of impact echoed in the empty field. One punch, then another. Qianshi seemed not to be venting, but executing some necessary task. He quickly analyzed in his mind, physical strength needs training, techniques need honing. This is the necessary path to survive. As for the excitement or fatigue that should accompany intense exercise, it always seemed to be separated from him by an invisible membrane. These sensations were incredibly faint. He vividly remembered that while his peers cried from setbacks and cheered with joy, his heart was enveloped in an almost dead calm. At this moment, even as his body bore the backlash of the impact, his chest heaved from rapid breathing. The emptiness and alienation that stemmed from the depths of his soul remained ever present. It was only when his arms grew sore and numb that he stopped to rest. Then he picked up his training tools and began throwing them at the wooden target. Shuriken and kunai mostly struck the edges of the target awkwardly or missed entirely, embedding themselves into the earthen wall. As the sun set, he was left alone in the training ground, accompanied only by the sounds of repeated impacts and slicing air. When dusk enveloped him, he began running laps around the field. He ran lap after lap until his legs felt heavy, then dragged his exhausted body back to his quarters. After eating a simple meal provided by the school, Qianshi sat cross-legged under the oil lamp, trying to capture the elusive flow of chakra. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating his focused expression. It wasn't until deep into the night that he finally lay down utterly exhausted. The second week of school passed in the blink of an eye. After 7 days of chakra refining lessons, Chincher still stood still. He closed his eyes and focused beads of sweat sliding down his forehead. For an entire week, he had failed to stabilize even a trace of chakra. Around him, over 10 classmates had succeeded. During breaks, the training ground was filled with the joy of success. Watch closely. A chubby boy proudly displayed the faint glimmer at his fingertips, though that glow faded within 3 seconds. Yang Lan leaned in to ask Chincher about his progress, but he merely shook his head, his gaze fixed intently on his palm. After school, Chincher stayed behind in the training ground to continue practicing. Before dawn, during physical training, Chincher arrived punctually at the training ground, greeted by Shoten Jun's indifferent gaze. Compared to the geniuses who could stabilize chakra refining in just a day or two, Qianqi's progress was average. However, compared to those truly struggling, he could still see a glimmer of hope. During the daytime lessons, Chincher could increasingly feel the flow of energy within his body. That feeling was no longer a fleeting illusion, but a warm sensation that could be captured. By the end of the second week, Chincher had touched the edge of successfully refining chakra multiple times. Energy gathered within him, surging like a delicate stream. Yet it always dissipated just at the moment of forming, as if swallowed by something. "You're almost there." Shoten Jun stopped briefly as he passed by. "You can feel it, but can't grasp it." This is a common bottleneck. In the third week, more than 2/3 of the class could stabilize chakra refining. Chincher and another 7 or 8 students were in the same tier. They could sense, guide, and make the nearly formed chakra obey their commands slightly, yet it always inexplicably dissipated at the crucial moment. During the additional practice after school, Chincher not only engaged in physical training, but also spent an extra hour sitting in meditation, attempting to break through that barrier. On Friday evening, Shoten Jun closed the roster. "Next week, we will conduct chakra attribute tests." His gaze swept over the students who had not yet fully mastered it. Some are progressing slowly, but all within the normal range. In the training ground, students left one after another. Chincher sat cross-legged in place, feeling the increasingly clear flow of energy within him. He closed his eyes and tried again. Chakra began to synthesize and refine within his body's spiritual energy and physical energy, swiftly coursing through his meridians. This time, before the chakra could dissipate, it seemed to do so at a slower pace. It felt as if he was on the verge of truly refining chakra. Yet it still vanished within his body at the last moment. Chincher opened his eyes, gazing at his palm. 3 weeks of practice had not been in vain. He clearly understood that with the dissipating speed slowing down, he was only one step away from success. Chincher stood up and walked towards the old sandbag. Each punch he threw carried the insights he had accumulated over the past 3 weeks. Though he had not succeeded in refining chakra, he could feel the changes. His physical fitness improved steadily with training. Compared to 3 weeks ago, he was now much stronger, supported by ample food for training. On the night of the 4th week, Chincher had just completed the last set of push-ups, his arms so sore that he could barely lift them, and his muscles quivered from the intense exercise. He sat cross-legged, beginning his daily chakra refinement. As the night deepened, the only sound outside was the whisper of the wind sweeping past the buildings. Just as his consciousness began to fade and his eyelids grew heavy, an unprecedented strange sensation suddenly surged from deep within his body. It felt as if a door that had been tightly shut for ages was finally pushed open a crack. A gentle energy began to emerge, flowing slowly along his meridians, bringing a refreshing warmth. Chincher raised his hand and looked down, seeing a faint blue halo swirling around his fingertips, flickering steadily. The light lasted a full 5 seconds before slowly dissipating into the air. He had succeeded. After nearly a month of arduous training, while maintaining his physical regimen, he had finally refined chakra through his own efforts. A weak current of warmth surged from deep within his body, flowing along a specific path. However, before Chincher could fully savor this power, an unprecedented violent tremor suddenly surged from deep within his soul. Immediately after, an extremely simple, even rudimentary panel unexpectedly materialized in his consciousness: strength 0, agility 0, intelligence 0, allocatable points 1. Qianqi's breath hitched slightly. In recent years, especially since the awakening of his memories, the sense of alienation from his surroundings and the cold, almost ruthless assessment of potential risks for the future had always lingered in his mind. Through daily interactions with his classmates, he had confirmed that the current Kazekage was the second Kazekage Sarutobi. This meant he was in the brief period of peace before the outbreak of the First Shinobi World War. He understood better than anyone that without sufficient strength to rely on, with the mediocre talent exhibited by this body, the chances of surviving in the brutal war that would engulf the entire ninja world were slim to none. And now, just as he truly touched the foundation of extraordinary power in this world, through his own efforts the foreign object hidden deep in his soul finally revealed itself. He quickly suppressed the slight disturbance caused by this unexpected change, took a deep breath, and focused entirely on the interface hovering in his consciousness. Cautiously, he attempted to establish a connection and calmly posed the question in his mind, "What are you? A system? A panel? What functions do you have?" After waiting for a while, he received no response. The interface simply hovered silently in the depths of his consciousness, lifeless. Qianshi then tried various commands in succession: show, help, view instructions, open menu, attribute details, yet still met with silence. It dawned on Qianshi that this suddenly appearing interface possessed no intelligence and would not provide any guidance. It was more like a tool, and how to use it and unravel its mysteries depended entirely on his own exploration. He hesitated for a moment. Strength, agility, intelligence. Each point seemed crucial. But recalling the bottleneck he encountered in understanding chakra refinement techniques and various basic ninjutsu knowledge over the past few weeks, coupled with the frustrating sense of inadequacy, Qianshi ultimately made a decision. He allocated the sole point of allocatable points to intelligence. The information on the interface updated accordingly: strength 0, agility 0, intelligence 1, allocatable points 0. Initially, Qianshi felt no change. He even doubted that this was merely an illusion born from excessive fatigue. However, when he picked up the scroll on chakra refinement again, a wondrous change occurred. The previously obscure paragraphs and meridian operation diagrams suddenly became clear. His thinking speed and comprehension ability seemed to have leaped to a new level. His learning ability improved as if the dust that had covered the mirror of his thoughts had been wiped away, making everything transparent. Qianshi tried to recall the basic hand seal gestures demonstrated by Sabaka Hade, and found each detail. The angle of his fingers, the pressure at his fingertips, was vividly clear in his mind. What once required dozens of repetitions to barely remember the sequence and essentials now only needed a few mental simulations to thoroughly understand the intrinsic connections between each hand seal. He attempted to refine chakra again. The process became exceptionally smooth with almost no sense of obstruction. More notably, the efficiency of refinement significantly improved, yielding results far beyond before in the same amount of time. As his training deepened, Qianshi increasingly realized the immense benefits brought by this single point of intelligence. The efficiency of chakra refinement and usage greatly improved, not merely due to deeper understanding, but also thanks to enhanced control precision. Inside the room, only the sound of steady breathing and the soft rustle of paper could be heard. In this tranquility, Qianshi finally experienced the true value brought by the increase in intelligence. It did not directly grant immense power, but fundamentally enhanced the efficiency of learning and training and tangibly expanded his chakra control, paving the way for future growth. However, another question arose: how could he obtain new points? What should he do next to acquire them? Was it through more intense training? Or did he need to learn and master new ninjutsu? Or perhaps he must meet certain specific conditions? Qianshi's thoughts began to drift further and further away, various speculations and possibilities flooding his mind. It wasn't until a wave of intense fatigue hit him that Qianshi abruptly pulled his thoughts back to reality. Refining chakra was already an extreme drain on both body and mind, and tonight's successful refinement had pushed him to his limits. There were new classes tomorrow. He needed to restore his energy. As for the question of how to acquire points, there would be plenty of time to explore that slowly in the future. The morning light streamed through the high window, casting its glow upon the rough stone desk. The students sat upright on stone benches, feeling the coolness of the morning emanating from the stone surface. On the podium, Sun Tianjun spread out a stack of chakra test papers. We will now begin the chakra attribute tests. Step forward in order of your seats. Nightingale Lawn was the first to step up. The test paper was neatly split down the middle, instantly shattering into fragments. Sun Tianjun made a mark on the roster. The students tested in turn, with the vast majority displaying wind attributes or related composite attributes. A small boy's test paper was completely soaked. Water attributes were indeed not well received in Sunin. When Shisha Yume came forward, the test paper split cleanly and ignited into flames, turning to ashes that fell upon the podium. Sun Tianjun's pen tip did not pause at all. When it was Qianshi's turn, the test paper was neatly cut in half from the center, floating down in 2 pieces. Sun Tianjun marked it and signaled for the next student. The testing concluded within 20 minutes. Sun Tianjun put away the roster. The next lesson will be physical training. Class dismissed. He turned and left the classroom. The students discussed the test results. Nightingale Lawn excitedly patted Qianshi on the shoulder. I have dual attributes of wind and earth. The paper split and then shattered. We all have wind attributes, so we can practice wind release together from now on. Let's first master the basics, Qianshi calmly responded. Wind attributes. This result was quite common in Sunin. Yet Qianshi could sense that his wind attribute chakra seemed to be more concentrated and sharper than others. This should be the improved chakra control brought about by the intelligence enhancements. Currently, the exploration of the panel is not deep enough. It is only known that enhancing intelligence can boost learning capacity and chakra control, but the effects of strength and agility enhancements remain unknown. The training ground was scorched by the blazing sun in the afternoon. The students came from the classroom to the training ground, many still discussing the ninja code learned that morning. The physical training instructor stood at the front of the line with several training wooden dummies at his feet. Qianshi joined the crowd as they arrived at the training ground. Now we will begin basic physical training. The instructor's voice pulled thoughts back to reality. The heat waves from the training ground hit hard. The instructor demonstrated 3 basic movements: straight, punch, block, and dodge. Each movement was stripped to its essence with no excess. Remember the key to generating force. The students took turns practicing. Qianshi found that he could grasp the essentials quickly. Although lacking in physical strength, he executed each movement with precision. After school in the afternoon, Nightingale Lawn approached, swinging his reddened wrist. A new barbecue restaurant has opened. Are you going? Qianshi continued adjusting his stance against the wooden dummy, sweat trickling down his forehead. You go ahead, I'll practice a bit more. Nightingale Lawn shrugged and left with the other students. Gradually, only Qianshi remained in the sandy area with the setting sun casting long shadows. As the last rays of light were about to fade, Qianshi halted his basic training. But he did not leave. Instead, he walked towards the sandstone wall in the corner of the training ground. This was an additional training project he set for himself. Relying on his understanding of chakra control principles, Qianshi attempted to gather chakra at the soles of his feet, trying to climb the vertical rock wall. On his first attempt, he fell heavily onto the sandy ground. On his 10th attempt, he finally stood stable on the wall for 3 seconds. On the 20th attempt, he managed to hold on for 5 seconds. On the 30th attempt, until his chakra was almost exhausted, his limbs felt as heavy as lead, and Qianshi could only lean against the rock wall, gasping for breath. Under the moonlight, his scraped palms were particularly conspicuous. Blood droplets mingled with sand clung to his skin. Qianshi hurriedly nibbled on some rations before sitting cross-legged to begin refining his chakra. After a slight recovery, Qianshi opened the chakra line manipulation book in the dim moonlight, attempting to perform more precise chakra control. He concentrated the little chakra he had just regained at his fingertips, striving to shape it into the most basic line form. Yet reality was harsh. The chakra lines always dissipated at the edge of formation. Each failure clarified the issues further. Poor output control, insufficient precision, and a moment's lapse in focus would lead to complete failure. Until his mind grew heavy, Qianshi dragged his aching body back. Back at his residence, he tended to the wounds on his hands briefly and grabbed a quick bite to eat. He then continued to study the chakra meridian chart. Enhanced intelligence allowed for rapid memorization of these complex concepts, but true application still required a great deal of time to comprehend. In his eyes, there is only right or wrong. Correct answers receive no praise, and incorrect ones no. The ground of the training field was scorched by the blazing sun. The cultural class in the sandstone classroom proceeded as usual. Tianjun, with his monotonous tone, explained the standard reporting process after a mission failure as outlined in the ninja code. Qianshi sat by the window, mostly focused on his notes. The afternoon physical training class continued as usual. Even during the hottest part of the day, the training did not stop. Tianjun stood at the edge of the marked sand area and briefly announced, "Pair up in twos for free combat practice. Use basic physical techniques only, no ninja tools or ninjutsu allowed. Begin." The students quickly sprang into action, each looking for familiar partners. Qianshi intended to find Yang Lan for practice, but was intercepted by another figure. Qianshi in a group. It was Araki Ryo, his brown hair spiked like a hedgehog, one of the top performers in physical skills in class. Qianshi nodded, "All right." The two stood in the sandy circle, slightly bowing and adopting the basic starting posture. Tianjun, like a statue, coldly observed all the pairs in the practice. "Huh." Araki Ryo shouted, initiating the attack first. His movements were filled with youthful vigor as he lunged forward, throwing a straight punch at Qianshi's face. Previously, Qianshi might have chosen to block or awkwardly retreat, but at this moment, he could clearly track the trajectory of the incoming punch. Instinctively, he sidestepped, his movements not fluid, but precisely avoiding the punch, while his right hand formed a fist, swiftly targeting the inside of Araki Ryo's wrist as he advanced. Araki Ryo felt a tingle in his wrist. His attack momentarily halted as he looked at Qianshi in surprise. "Your reaction speed has improved." He immediately changed tactics, sweeping a kick of fine sand towards Qianshi's lower body. Qianshi jumped back to evade his footsteps, leaving clear marks on the sand. He sensed that his physical condition had not improved much. Even after a month of training, his physical talent still resembled that of an ordinary person. However, his mental agility had increased with notable progress in judging distance and timing. In the ensuing practice, Qianshi remained on the defensive. Araki Ryo's strength and speed were indeed superior to his, and his attacks were ferocious. But Qianshi no longer endured passive beatings like in the first few days. He managed to block or dodge every time Araki Ryo attacked, occasionally seizing the openings caused by Araki Ryo's overexertion to counterattack. Until Shadian Jun called for a stop, the two separated, panting heavily and covered in dust. Araki Ryo wiped the sweat from his brow, his gaze losing some of its casualness. "You've been training pretty hard lately, huh?" Qianshi merely caught his breath and nodded. "Just been practicing a lot." The afternoon physical training class came. As Shatian Jun announced dismissal, most students rushed toward the school gate in a playful uproar. Qianshi, having exhausted considerable energy in his match with Araki Ryo, quietly packed his ninja tool bag, preparing to head to the secluded training ground for extra practice. Not far from the training ground, at the corner of a corridor, 3 figures blocked his path. It was Sanlang and his 2 lackeys. "Hey, isn't this our great genius Qianshi?" Sanlang spoke with a sarcastic tone. "You were really into it against that Araki Ryo guy, huh? So you found a backer." Qianshi paused expressionless as he looked at them. He anticipated trouble, but did not expect them to be so eager. His mind raced 1 against 3 in a narrow space, and he wasn't at his best physically. Another lackey chimed in. "What a pity Araki Ryo and Yang Lan aren't here right now. Be smart about this. Admit your mistake to Brother Sanlang, and if you run errands for us honestly in the future, you might suffer a bit less today." Qianshi did not answer, quickly scanning the positions and expressions of the 3. "Looks like you don't know when to back down." Sanlang, seeing Qianshi still silent, felt a surge of anger and suddenly waved his hand. "Hold him down." The 2 lackeys rushed forward, first attempting to grab Qianshi's arms. Qianshi retreated half a step as they reached for him, causing their attempts to miss. Simultaneously, he took advantage of Sanlang's slightly delayed position, lowered his body, and tried to slip through the only gap on the side. Trying to run. No chance. Sanlang was quick to react, kicking out at him. Qianshi seemed to have anticipated it, changing direction as he lowered his body, heading towards the pillar in the corridor. Bang! Sanlang's kick struck the pillar. He had seen through the crude intent of the opponent's attack in advance, using the environment and the obstruction from the opponent's body to make minimal movements to evade. Though it was somewhat perilous, he barely managed to dodge each time. However, this was extremely exhausting mentally. Quickly under the continuous attacks from the 3, Qianshi's back was struck by a punch, burning with pain, causing him to stagger. "Got him." One lackey seized the opportunity to grab hold of one of Qianshi's arms. Qianshi's other hand had already reached into his ninja tool bag for a real kunai, preparing to retaliate. "Stop!" A cold shout came from the other end of the corridor. A sharp-eyed Chunin teacher appeared there, though he had not been noticed until now. "Do you want to get punished?" The Chunin teacher's gaze swept over the 3, finally landing on the panting Qianshi. "Get lost." Sanlang and the others dared not disobey, glaring at Qianshi. "Do you want to get punished?" The Chunin teacher's gaze swept over the 3, finally landing on the panting Qianshi. "Get lost." Sanlang and the others dared not disobey, glaring at Qianshi with resentment before hastily leaving. The Chunin teacher glanced at Qianshi, but said nothing more and turned to leave. Leaning against the pillar, Qianshi breathed heavily. The brief struggle had drained his mental energy far more than his physical strength. He felt pain in several places on his body, especially from the punch on his back. After resting for a while, he slowly straightened up, moved his body, and confirmed that he had only sustained superficial injuries. Qianshi did not go home, but took a step forward toward the training field again. Today's encounter made him fully realize that in a place like Suna, only one's strength could speak for everything, and he was still far from enough. He went directly to the old sandbag and struck it fiercely, particularly targeting vital areas such as the neck and heart. After about half an hour, he finished his training. Qianshi approached the sandstone wall, calming his mind. His focus was entirely on his feet, as pale blue chakra flowed from the points on the soles of his feet. Compared to the initial scattered state after extensive training, it had become much more concentrated. He controlled the chakra, attempting to establish a connection with the rough surface of the sandstone. He lifted one foot and stepped vertically onto the rock wall. The adhesive force generated by the chakra firmly secured his body. Then he lifted the other foot. Qianshi began to slowly walk upwards. Compared to the clumsiness and frequent falls he experienced during his first attempt a week ago, he appeared much more stable today. Climbing high, falling, resting, and continuing, until his physical stamina was nearly exhausted and his leg muscles trembled violently. Qianshi finally stopped panting as he fell from a not particularly high point onto the soft sand below. Dragging his exhausted body back to his residence, he gulped down a few mouthfuls of water before sitting down. After resting for a while, he sensed a slight recovery in his stamina, but the emptiness of his chakra and the fatigue in his spirit remained evident. Qianshi forced himself to focus, sitting cross-legged, and entered the chakra refining state once again. Perhaps due to the enhancements from the training, or because his body had just undergone extreme exhaustion. Or perhaps both factors contributed. This time the process of refining chakra, though slow, was smoother than before, and the fatigue in his body eased considerably. Qianshi slowly opened his eyes, raised his right hand, and brought his index and middle fingers together in front of his eyes. A thin pale blue chakra thread, hardly thicker than a hair, extended from his fingertips. Controlling the chakra thread to form a stable shape was far more difficult than covering chakra on the soles of his feet, requiring a high degree of mental concentration to maintain that stability. This thread swayed and twisted weakly in the air, extremely unstable. Let alone using it to control a puppet, even keeping it straight for a second was challenging. Qianshi concentrated, fully beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as he carefully adjusted the chakra, pouring all his focus into that delicate chakra thread. Bang! Failed. The chakra thread immediately fell apart, dissolving into scattered points of light. He did not lose heart, taking a deep breath and trying again. Bang! It fell apart again. One more time. Until his mind could no longer bear it, Qianshi finally stopped and took out the scroll Simple Puppet Creation and Maintenance from his ninja tool bag, beginning to read it carefully. The next day, in the early morning, the intense training that had persisted for over a month had pushed Qianshi's 6-year-old body to its limits. He was acutely aware that continuing to force himself might yield counterproductive results. On Saturday morning, the wind outside seemed gentler than usual, prompting Qianshi to grant himself a day off. At the base of the central rock platform in Shine Village, a small market, known as Wind Market, formed every Saturday morning. After a quick tidy-up, Qianshi tucked a few hundred taels and some coins into his clothes and stepped out. He traversed the street made of heavy sandstone, where the noise of voices grew louder as he approached the central area. The air was a mix of the enticing aroma of roasted meat, the scent of spices, and the unique dryness of the desert. The stalls of the Wind Market were scattered in the shadows cast by the rock walls. Vendors and villagers mostly covered their heads and faces with windbreak cloths, their shouts and bargaining cries rising and falling like a symphony. Qianshi slowed his pace, blending into the commotion, eventually stopping at a stall selling baked pancakes. The stall owner was a boisterous woman with a loud voice, preparing pancakes fresh off the charcoal fire, their surfaces crispy and glistening with oil sprinkled with fine salt and local spices. With an affordable price, Qianshi bought two without hesitation. The warmth of the freshly made pancakes felt solid in his hands. He took a bite, the outer layer crispy, while the inside was soft, the savory flavor mingled with spices spreading in his mouth. This simple flavor stirred faint ripples in his long-dormant emotions, like a gentle breeze brushing against him, quickly dissipating before he could fully appreciate it. Yet Qianshi keenly sensed that since the awakening of his panels, such faint emotional feedback seemed to sporadically surface. Although it was still pitifully thin, it was no longer a complete void. Qianshi, Nightingale Lawn, stood in front of a stall selling trap components, holding a few metal springs, looking astonished. Today he wasn't wearing his training outfit, but instead donned an ordinary dark cloth robe, appearing less flamboyant than usual. I didn't expect to run into you here. Nightingale Lawn approached, curiously glancing at the pancake in Qianshi's hand. You came to the market too? Yes, just taking a break. Nightingale Lawn waved his hand enthusiastically, pointing to the stall. Look at these springs. The precision is average, but the material is quite good. I plan to buy some to modify training traps. He seemed quite familiar with this place. What about you? Just bought a pancake. Just browsing. Qianshi's gaze shifted to the other end of the market, where a stall filled with old books and scrolls was surrounded by adults. That old man's stall, Nightingale Lawn said as he looked over, is filled with unwanted junk. Want to check it out? They squeezed through the crowd to reach the stall. The stall owner was an elderly man wearing reading glasses, silent and dozing off on a small stool. The stall was cluttered with yellowed old books, ancient scrolls, and several oddly shaped broken devices. Qianshi carefully scanned the old scrolls, most of which were outdated geographical records, lost haiku collections, or inconsequential diaries. Just as he was about to leave, something in the corner caught his attention. A small palm-sized dark metal component covered in scratches, with a complex shape, seemingly part of a precision device, but severely damaged. It was discarded among a pile of scrap metal, utterly inconspicuous. Drawing on the knowledge he had gained from studying basic puppet making and maintenance, Qianshi vaguely recognized this as a very small compound puppet joint component, its design diverging significantly from the basic styles he had learned. How much for this? He asked, picking up the cold metal piece. The old man lifted his eyelids slightly and mumbled a price, 20 taels. A price akin to scrap metal. Qianshi did not haggle, counting out 2 coins and handing them over. The old man accepted the money and returned to his nap. What are you buying this broken thing for? Is it faulty? Nightingale Lawn leaned in, looking perplexed at the rusty little component. It looks somewhat interesting, Qianshi replied without elaborating, carefully putting it away. After wandering around the market for a while, soaking in the unique atmosphere of Cheyenne, he bid farewell to Nightingale Lawn, who was still selecting trap components. On his way back, Qianshi took a turn towards a high sandstone platform at the edge of the village. This place was secluded and offered a view of the vast, desolate sea of sand. Under the blazing sun, the endless golden sand dunes twisted and stretched in the heat, waves reaching up to the horizon. Qianshi sat in the shade, quietly gazing at this world. The sound of the wind was an eternal background, always roaring, wild and arid. He slowly finished the remaining pancake, sitting still in place. He did not ponder cultivation, did not think about system points, nor did he contemplate the harsh wars of the future. He simply emptied his mind, feeling this tranquility and solitude. The soul of the traveler and this small body appeared trivial before the vast sea of sand. After sitting in silence for a while until the sun set and the heat faded, Qianshi finally stood up, brushing the sand off his clothes. The fatigue of his spirit seemed to be slightly alleviated by this half-day of leisure. He returned to his dwelling, casually ate some food, and did not immediately dive back into the intense practice of chakra lines. Instead, he took out the damaged joint component, spread open basic puppet making and maintenance, and carefully compared and observed, attempting to understand the design logic within. At night, he conducted chakra line practice as usual. This time the faint blue line persisted in the air longer than before. Although it remained weak when it finally broke, there was an extremely slight improvement. Balancing work and rest may indeed have its merits. The morning's faint light filtered through the stone window, casting mottled shadows in the humble room. Qianshi woke up on time, not immediately rising, but instead closing his eyes to feel the lingering sensation of last night's training at his fingertips. The chakra thread seemed momentarily more stable than before. This couldn't be called a breakthrough, nor could it be deemed progress, yet it felt as if he had touched something tangible in the endless darkness. He sat up, extended his right hand, and focused his mind inward. A faint blue glow struggled to emerge from the tip of his index finger, attempting to stretch into shape. The process remained sluggish, akin to pushing rusty gears. His mind had to be intensely concentrated, for even a moment's distraction would cause it to disperse. This couldn't be called a breakthrough, nor could it be deemed progress, yet it felt as if he had touched something tangible in the endless darkness. He sat up, extended his right hand, and focused. 5 seconds. The thread finally collapsed. Qianshi's forehead beaded with fine sweat. Merely maintaining it for these few seconds was no small burden. But everything was different now. He distinctly sensed that in that fleeting moment before it shattered, the thread's form was slightly more stable than yesterday, and the sluggishness during control seemed to have diminished just a fraction. This improvement was so minuscule it was almost negligible, yet it was enough. Effective progress was far more uplifting than any hollow encouragement. Qianshi gathered this faint joy and rose swiftly. He walked to the food storage compartment in the corner, retrieving the basic provisions issued to the ninja school students: dried meat strips, hard wheat cakes, and a small piece of tuber cooked the night before. These foods had a rough texture and a bland taste, but provided ample energy and nutrition. He ate without expression, converting breakfast into his own energy. After the meal, his body became active, and Qianshi headed straight to the familiar training ground near the school. The massive wind-eroded rock cast shadows in the increasingly bright morning light, and the air began to take on the unique heat of the desert. The entire morning, Qianshi repeated the most basic and tedious exercises. Sweat soaked his clothes, and his muscles protested with soreness, yet his gaze remained focused, meticulously completing each movement, precisely pushing the limits of his 6-year-old body. The midday sun hung high, roasting the sandstone of the training ground to scorching heat. Qianshi returned to his dwelling and quickly prepared lunch with the remaining ingredients. Chopping the leftover tuber and meat strips, he ate swiftly to replenish his spent energy. During the brief rest, he felt his muscle fibers tremble slightly, a normal response to overexertion. In the afternoon training, Qianshi shifted to the more intricate, yet challenging control of chakra. He once again approached the relatively flat sandstone wall. Focusing his mind, he gathered chakra at the soles of his feet, attempting to walk upward. The process remained clumsy, with chakra output fluctuating, making it difficult to maintain the precise critical point. After taking 3 or 4 steps, the chakra adhering to his feet suddenly became chaotic. His body lost balance, and he fell onto the soft sand below. Fall, rise, fall again, rise again. A continuous cycle. After completing the wall climbing practice, Qianshi moved to a shaded area to eat some provisions and began refining his chakra. He then started today's practice of condensing the chakra thread. The afternoon's attempts seemed even more challenging than the morning's, as his physical fatigue began to affect his mental focus. The faint blue light flickered at his fingertips, condensing, stretching, and dissipating after about 5 seconds. Qianshi did not lose heart. He continued to try, repeatedly treating each condensation as a brand new practice, striving to extend that feeling of stability even for a mere 0.01 seconds longer. As the sunset began to tint the horizon a yellow hue and the heat of the training ground gradually dissipated, Qianshi finally ceased his afternoon practice. His chakra was nearly exhausted, his body had reached its limit, and his spirit felt weary, yet a sense of fulfilling satisfaction enveloped him. He clearly saw the marks of kunai on the target, which seemed a bit clearer than yesterday, feeling a slight enhancement in his control over chakra within him, silently embarking on his way home. Dinner was still a nutritious but plain ration. Qianshi finished quickly, cleaned his utensils, and then lit the dim oil lamp. The yellow glow became the center of the small room. Qianshi spread out basic puppet creation and maintenance on the table, while also taking out the dark cold damaged joint component. Through this period of study, he had recognized most of the standard universal components. But this component in his hand, with its intricate internal structure and those non-standard parts embodying a certain pursuit of extreme efficiency in design, clearly exceeded the scope of his current knowledge. Under the flickering light, his gaze carefully swept over every scratch on the metal piece, pondering each broken gear interface. The direction of this conduction circuit, he murmured softly, tracing his finger through the air, seems to deliberately pursue a certain momentary explosive power. Qianshi once again concentrated a thin thread of chakra, cautiously probing towards what appeared to be a key tiny node within the component. A strong sense of blockage came through. The chakra struggled within this metal piece. The component itself remained unresponsive, lifeless. Yet in this intensely focused exploration, Qianshi seemed to be able to more clearly touch the damaged contours and better understand the pursuit implied in its design concept. He fully understood that the greatest value of this damaged component lay not in itself at this moment, but as a special tool for practicing extreme control of chakra. Each attempt by Qianshi to probe the chakra into its complex and obstructed interior was a form of training in chakra cultivation. For the past few months, his daily routine has been unwavering, rising before dawn to rush to the remote training ground at school. First, he would jog around the field, followed by practicing body techniques on wooden stumps, and finally throwing shuriken. The same actions have been repeated countless times. Class time remains tedious. The instructor Shotenheya always wears a scarred face, teaching as if reading a task report, reciting the ninja code and tactical points verbatim. In his eyes, there is only right or wrong. Correct answers receive no praise, and incorrect ones no criticism, only a cold delivery of the standard answer. Each student is merely a tool to be corrected in his eyes. After school in the afternoon, Qianshi returned to the remote training ground only to find that Samlang and the others had not appeared during this time. Qianshi began his most routine wall climbing training, and after exhausting his physical strength, he started practicing chakra threads. The invisible thread at his fingertips, which initially could only be maintained for 5 seconds, now stabilizes for 10, marking a significant improvement. In the evening, he returned to the stone house, lit an oil lamp, had a simple meal, took a short rest, and spread out the scroll titled Basic Puppet, Making and Maintenance. The edges of the scroll were already worn, and the diagrams and text were deeply ingrained in his memory. He then took out the damaged part and began his training. Now Qianshi occasionally visits the Wind City to buy some basic tools or pauses at the second-hand stalls. Sometimes he encounters Yinglan, listening to him chatter about newly acquired parts. Time quietly passes. The shadow of the withered tree by the training ground grows longer, and the white breath exhaled in the morning becomes denser. Qianshi realizes that the year has come to an end. On the morning of the year's end, the training ground is particularly desolate. The students have long gone home for the holidays, and only the cold wind sweeps through the empty field with sand. Qianshi completed his morning training as usual. His fingers, stiff from the cold, still persevered to throw the last set of kunai. Looking at the kunai embedded in the target, his physical strength was nearing its limit. He tidied up his training equipment and turned towards the central street. It was livelier here than usual as villagers were preparing for the new year. Stalls displayed rare fresh vegetables. Although the prices were quite high, Qianshi gritted his teeth and bought some. He also picked out a piece of fresh beast meat, a small bag of rice, and finally used his remaining change to buy a jar of spicy sauce. Upon returning home, smoke from cooking rose from the stone house after a long time. Qianshi, recalling methods from his past life, prepared to make braised meat. He rinsed the rice, chopped the beast meat, and carefully washed the fresh vegetables. Though the seasonings were limited, it was a rare feast compared to the usual rations he consumed. The aroma of the food gradually wafted from the pot, and he momentarily recalled another world. Qianshi sat at the table beginning to enjoy this meticulously prepared dinner. As night fell, the sounds of merriment from the village center filled the air. Qianshi pushed open the window and could see the distant bonfires and scattered lights rising. After hesitating for a moment, he donned his outer garment and stepped out of the house. Many villagers gathered in the square, with children chasing and playing while adults sat around the bonfire chatting. The air was filled with the aroma of baked pastries and hot tea. Qianshi found an inconspicuous corner to sit down, quietly observing the lively scene. The nights in Shine Village are rarely so bright and warm. Even the howling winds seemed to soften. As the night deepened, the sounds of the square grew even louder. New firewood was added to the bonfire, crackling and sending sparks into the night sky. Suddenly, several exceptionally bright beams of light pierced the night sky, bursting into massive, colorful orbs at their peak. These were expensive fireworks imported from the land of fire, which ordinary people could hardly afford. Such special fireworks cost much more than regular ninja tools. Villagers looked up at this rare sight with gasps of wonder echoing through the crowd. Though the quantity of these imported fireworks was limited, each burst drew exclamations from the people. Qianshi gazed up at the fleeting foreign brilliance illuminating the night sky, the dazzling light reflecting in his eyes before quickly fading away. It wasn't until the last firework dissipated that the night grew deeper and the crowd began to disperse in small groups. Returning home, the oil lamp was lit again. Qianshi took out the damaged part and practiced chakra for a while. He then blew out the oil lamp and lay down on the cold bed. Outside the window, faint laughter could still be heard in the distance. Qianshi closed his eyes, and the room was filled only with the sound of steady breathing. The year quietly came to a close on such a peaceful night. On the first day of the 11th year of the ninja world, the morning chill seeped through the cracks in the window. Qianshi woke up on time, rubbing his stiff fingers and habitually sinking his consciousness into his mind. However, today that quiet space of consciousness was different from usual. Beneath the clearly marked intelligence 1, a brand new number flickered with a soft glow. Available points 1. Qianshi's breath suddenly caught. It was not an illusion. That number truly existed. His brain raced. Where did this point come from? Was it due to the special circumstances at the year's end? Had persistent training reached a critical point? Or was there another reason? There was too little information to make a judgment. His gaze drifted between the three attributes. The first thought was to further enhance intelligence. The last enhancement had yielded significant results, greatly improving both learning efficiency and chakra control precision. Qianshi focused his consciousness on the attribute representing intelligence, attempting to allocate the points. However, an invisible resistance blocked his intention. The points remained unmoved, and the attribute showed no changes. What was happening? Why couldn't he add to it? Qianshi furrowed his brow. Was there some other restriction for allocating points to each attribute? Was it a time interval? Or did it require meeting certain conditions? Or perhaps, it had to be done in a specific order. Surely he couldn't be a natural genius with an innate intelligence of only 1. He suddenly recalled certain special settings from games in his past life. Some attributes needed to reach a certain foundation to continue improving or required balanced development. Could it be that there were limitations on allocating points to each attribute? Did it require meeting certain conditions? Or perhaps it had to be done in a specific order? Qianshi's gaze shifted to strength and agility. Reflecting on the training over the past few months, the most frustrating aspect was the frailty of this body. Limited by his own talent, physical training progressed slowly, his throwing strength was insufficient, and he often fell short in physical combat due to lack of power. As for agility, it seemed less useful now, as strength was the better choice. With uncertainty, Qianshi ultimately made his decision. He'll choose strength. The moment his thoughts settled, that point of soft light merged into the attribute of strength. Strength 01. No earth-shattering phenomena occurred, but the change happened in an instant. A warm current erupted from his heart, surging to his limbs. The muscles that were originally stiff from the cold relaxed, and an unprecedented feeling of strength surged within him. His breathing became deeper and more powerful, and the speed of his blood circulation seemed to have increased slightly. This far exceeded expectations. Qianshi had only hoped for a bit more strength and a sturdier body, but he never expected the enhancement to elevate his overall physical qualities. He abruptly sat up from his bed, his movements quick and powerful. Clenching his fists, the knuckles made a crisp sound, and the originally slender muscles on his arms tightened slightly, revealing their contours. This was not an illusion. Qianshi even felt that his height seemed to have subtly increased, and the formerly loose clothing now fit snugly. A surge of intense joy dispelled the last remnants of sleepiness. Qianshi couldn't wait to test this newfound strength. He hurriedly put on his training clothes, grabbed some hard wheat cakes and jerky from the corner of the stone house, stuffed them into his mouth, gulped down some water, and rushed out the door towards the training ground. The streets in the early morning were deserted except for patrolling ninjas. The cold wind remained biting, but Qianshi felt none of the previous chill. His footsteps struck the hard ground, and he could clearly feel that the rebound force had lessened while the explosive force when pushing off was even stronger. His running speed was noticeably faster, yet his breathing remained steady. Qianshi first arrived at the ninja tool target. He took out a training kunai, assumed a standard throwing posture, pulled his arm back, and exerted force. The sound of the kunai slicing through the air was sharper and swifter than ever. Almost the instant he released it, it was already embedded in the target. The tip of the kunai sank deep into the bullseye, the tail slightly trembling. Qianshi quickly approached and pulled out the kunai. The hole left in the bullseye was deeper and clearer than before. He threw again, and it was no illusion. His strength had indeed increased, and the extent was considerable. He needed to readjust his control over that power. Next, Qianshi began testing his chakra. Hand seals refining. Almost the moment the thought arose, chakra surged from his entire body, flowing to his fingertips. The speed seemed slightly quicker, but more importantly, the total amount. Qianshi formed a blade with his fingers, the azure chakra condensing at his fingertips. In the past, sustaining this level of manifestation at full strength would last a maximum of around 10 minutes before running out. Time passed second by second. 10 minutes flew by, yet there was still a little over half of the chakra remaining in Qianshi's body. It wasn't until nearly 2 more minutes had passed that the chakra finally approached depletion. Qianshi dispersed the chakra in his hands, his face betraying an uncontrollable excitement. It had increased. Compared to before allocating points, the chakra had risen by nearly 1/5 of its total amount. This meant he could train for a longer duration. Qianshi stood in the center of the spacious training ground, looking down at his hands, feeling the surging new power and the fuller chakra within. Though he did not understand where the points had come from, this undeniable feeling of becoming stronger was unmistakable. On the first day of the new year, an unexpected gift. The bell for class rang, and the students gradually walked into the classroom. Qianshi sat down by the window in the back row, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on the desk, still savoring the changes in chakra during the morning test. Shatian entered the classroom, the scar on his face appearing particularly pronounced under the sunlight. He hung a diagram of the human meridian system on the blackboard, pointing at the soles of the feet. He began to explain the basics of body flicker technique. When chakra bursts from the soles of the feet, attention must be paid to the frequency of chakra. His voice was dry and steady. 3 short bursts are more efficient than 1 long burst in conserving chakra, and they generate greater propulsion. Qianshi listened intently. Every word from Shatian was quickly comprehended by him. The afternoon practical class took place at the training ground. As Qianshi watched demonstrate the techniques of basic physical combat, he paid particular attention to his footwork. With each step, the fluctuations of chakra beneath his feet precisely followed the frequency principles explained in the morning. Now we will begin paired practice. Araki Ryo walked up to Qianshi, his gaze scrutinizing. Come on. Continuing, he assumed the standard stance for physical techniques, his feet firmly planted in the sand, his movements more violent than usual. The first clash came swiftly. Araki threw a probing straight punch towards Qianshi's ribs, who sidestepped to block. The expected impact did not occur. His arm firmly withstood the assault, and there was barely any vibration. Araki frowned slightly, immediately changing his attack, sweeping his left leg towards Qianshi's lower body. Qianshi took half a step back, his right leg meeting the attack. The collision of their legs produced a dull thud, causing Araki to stagger back a step, surprise evident on his face. Your strength. He hesitated, readjusting his stance. Qianshi did not respond, focusing on sensing the changes in his body. The newly acquired power felt like a weapon that needed careful control, requiring readjustment with each exertion. Araki changed his strategy and began to circle. His steps became erratic, fists raining down from various angles. Too slow. Araki suddenly accelerated, delivering a knife-hand strike towards Qianshi's neck. Qianshi sidestepped to evade his body, reacting faster than expected. As he blocked the attack with his left hand, his right hand had already seized Araki's wrist. A smooth shoulder throw slammed Araki into the sand, the movement clean and decisive. Araki let out a muffled grunt, quickly flipping over and casting a slightly unfocused gaze elsewhere. He cleared his throat, deliberately raising his voice. I was careless just now. It seems I need to take this seriously. Before he finished speaking, chakra was already subtly flowing around him. The subsequent practice became more intense. Araki unleashed his full strength, the attack like a tempest. When Araki delivered a high kick, Qianshi noticed his center of gravity leaning slightly forward. This flaw could have been exploited in the past, but due to insufficient power, he could only choose defense or evasive maneuvers. But now it was different. Qianshi lunged in sideways, delivering a whip kick that precisely struck Araki's supporting knee. The moment Araki lost his balance, Qianshi had already circled behind him, holding a kunai against his neck. Stop. Shatian appeared at the edge of the training ground, expressionless, as he recorded something. Next group. Araki panted as he lowered his stance, staring at Qianshi for a moment. You're different today. Qianshi put away the kunai without responding. The increase in strength brought not only greater power, but also mastery over the overall rhythm of combat. When the bell for dismissal rang, Araki rubbed his numb arm and muttered, What's wrong with you today? He leaned closer, lowering his voice. Is there some special training method? Qianshi paused in his actions of packing away his ninja tools, looking seriously at Araki. This is all thanks to my supreme talent, and relentless training day after day. His tone was as calm as stating a fact. 500 push-ups, 500 squats, 500 kunai throws, and 500 chakra control exercises, that's the bare minimum. Araki's mouth twitched. 500 push-ups, squats, and kunai throws are one thing, but 500 chakra control exercises. Are you treating me like an idiot? Believe it or not, Qianshi slung his ninja tool bag over his shoulder and turned towards a corner of the training ground. I just spent the time you all used for chatting on training. Araki watched Qianshi's retreating figure, opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his words, shaking his head as he left the training ground. After everyone else had left, Qianshi stood alone in the training ground. The setting sun cast a long shadow, and the sand still retained the warmth of the day. He did not immediately attempt explosive movement, but instead began his daily chakra control training, a habit formed over the past few months. Qianshi spread his 5 fingers, a faint blue chakra thread extending from his fingertips, precisely connecting to a kunai several meters away. He flicked his wrist, and the kunai sliced through the air, flying back into his hand, the motion as smooth as breathing. After completing the kunai throwing and chakra threading exercises, Qianshi casually ate something to recover his state and began practicing wall climbing. Chakra evenly covered the soles of his feet as he walked vertically up a 5-meter-high rock wall, then walked on the wall upside down. As night fell, Qianshi finally began to focus on practicing the basic body flicker technique. He recalled the details of Shatian Hayat's demonstration. At the moment the soles touched the ground, chakra should not burst all at once, but rather be divided into 3 short pulses. On the first attempt, the chakra exploded too fiercely, creating a large pit in the sand, and Qianshi nearly flew off due to the recoil. On the second attempt, the intervals between the pulses were uneven, causing his body to stagger forward several steps before losing balance. On the third attempt, the chakra output was insufficient, only slightly faster than a normal step forward. Qianshi did not feel discouraged. He changed his strategy and practiced chakra control at the soles of his feet separately. His right foot stepped out, attempting to make the chakra burst twice upon touching the ground. This technique was somewhat similar to the chakra threading practice. Both required precise rhythm control and output accuracy. On the 10th attempt, a breakthrough finally occurred. At the moment the right foot touched the ground, chakra formed 2 clear pulses, propelling his body forward 1.5 meters, nearly half again the usual step distance. Not enough, Qianshi murmured. When Shatian Hei demonstrated, there were 3 pulses, and the distance moved was extremely far. On the 20th attempt, Qianshi adjusted the output method of his chakra. The first pulse was gentle, used for initiation. The second pulse was strong, providing the main thrust. The third pulse was brief, used for stabilizing his form. The sand exploded into a small pit as his body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, instantly covering 3 meters. Though he landed somewhat unsteadily, it was a significant improvement over before. Qianshi's eyes lit up. He continued practicing, adjusting the strength and rhythm of the pulses with each failure. At times the chakra output was too strong, causing his feet to tingle. At other times, improper intervals between pulses led to a loss of balance. On the 35th attempt, Qianshi was finally able to stabilize the 3-pulse burst. Each step allowed him to surge forward 3 to 4 meters, instantly the speed, leaving afterimages in the sand. However, problems soon emerged. This method of movement consumed an enormous amount of chakra and could only proceed in a straight line, making it easy to lose balance when turning. As the sun completely sank below the horizon, Qianshi's chakra ran low. His muscles ached, particularly his heavy legs. The sand bore the traces of his steps, recording the curve of his progress from crooked to straight. After packing away his ninja tools, Qianshi walked back through the deepening night. As he pushed open the door to his home, a familiar musty smell rushed over him. He lit the oil lamp and unfolded the scroll on chakra thread control, the light from the lamp dancing on the yellowing pages. Qianshi's gaze fell on the section about chakra pulse microcontrol, his fingers unconsciously sliding over the table, mimicking the rhythm of chakra output. The methods recorded in the scroll were more detailed than what Shatian Hei explained. Essentially, puppetry was developed based on human acupoints, so the principles were the same. Both achieved more precise operation through controlling the frequency of chakra pulses. After finishing the last round of basic chakra thread control, Qianshi blew out the oil lamp. Before closing his eyes, he recalled the sensations of exertion during today's practice, the successful pulse bursts, and the moments of imbalance replaying in his mind as he drifted into slumber. In the morning cultural class, Shatian Jun explained the basic applications of chakra control, focusing on how to concentrate chakra in specific parts of the body to enhance defense. With a solid understanding of the content, Qianshi listened quietly, pondering how to apply it in actual combat. In the afternoon practical class, the physical combat training proceeded as usual. Opposite Qianshi stood Araki Ryo, as if he had become entangled with him. Araki Ryo took a stance, his gaze more serious than usual. As soon as the command began, Araki Ryo charged forward, his fist aimed directly at Qianshi's face. His speed and power noticeably increased. Qianshi sidestepped to block, feeling a clear vibration in his arm. As he moved his feet, he attempted to integrate the recently explored power techniques. With a side slip, his speed suddenly increased perfectly, allowing him to evade Araki Ryo's follow-up kick. Araki Ryo let out a sound of surprise, his offensive momentarily slowing, before he lunged forward, more fiercely, alternating punches and kicks, mixed with a few shuriken thrown at tricky angles. Qianshi's gaze remained focused as he used a kunai to block the shuriken and dodged Araki Ryo's attacks. He noticed an opening, exerted force with his foot, and delivered a simple elbow strike to Araki Ryo's ribs. The physical combat practice had barely begun before it stopped. Araki Ryo was panting, his arms hanging down. Qianshi Win's Shatian recorded, his gaze sweeping over the two without further comment. On the other side, two other pairs of students were engaged in their practice. One pair was clumsily grappling with each other, wildly swinging kunai as they rolled in the sand. The other pair was slightly better, but their shuriken throwing skills were lacking, quickly devolving into a chaotic struggle. Qianshi glanced over before returning his attention to drinking water. The ineffective grappling appeared, filled with useless movements and significant openings in his eyes. After school, the training ground quickly emptied. Qianshi walked to a secluded corner. He stood still, focusing his mind. Chakra compressed and erupted beneath his feet. His body surged forward, stopping firmly 3 meters away. The sand left clear footprints. His straight sprint had become quite stable. Next came the challenge. Qianshi initiated again, this time attempting to concentrate power in his left foot during the sprint, stomping down hard in an effort to change direction. His body lost balance in an instant and crashed heavily into the sand. Expressionless, he climbed back up and brushed off the sand. He tried again. Fall, get up, and repeat. The training ground echoed with the dull sounds of footsteps and the friction of bodies hitting the ground. Each failure deepened Qianshi's understanding of the coordination between weight shift, timing of explosive power, and chakra output. Until the sun set, his body covered in sand and chakra nearly depleted, Qianshi finally managed, through a very forced single-foot explosion, to change direction at nearly a right angle, albeit at a slant. The movement lacked any fluidity, yet it did change direction. The training ground was even quieter after sunset. Qianshi stood in the center of the uneven sand, breathing slightly heavier. The recently forced successful change of direction was like a vague trajectory etched in his mind. It was not fluid enough, with too much speed lost, and the coordination of chakra explosion, timing, and body balance still felt awkward. There were many issues, but at least it proved that changing direction was possible. He needed more precise control. Qianshi did not immediately attempt high-speed movement, but instead started from the basics. Concentrating chakra in his left foot alone, he executed a short burst. His body swayed slightly. The same was true for his right foot. He felt the subtle impact of the push on balance while supporting himself on one foot. Then came a series of short hops on one foot, each jump attempting to attach a weak pulse to the base of his foot, familiarizing himself with the sensation of maintaining stability during a single-foot explosion. The movements were clumsy, like a sand sculpture bouncing on the ground. Sweat dripped down Qianshi's face. After nearly exhausting his stamina, he sat down to rest, then continued after a brief recovery. In the tedious repetition, he gradually gained a faint sense of control over the coordination between single-foot pulse power and body balance. Until the sky turned completely dark and the training ground's edge lights emitted a dim glow, Qianshi finally stopped, packed his things, and headed towards the stone house. In the following days, the training routine solidified. Morning cultural classes, afternoon practical combat training, and after-school extra practice on chakra lines and throwing techniques, with the remainder of the time devoted to refining pulse movement. In the practical class, Qianshi's sparring with Araki Ryo became more observational. He began deliberately treating Araki Ryo as a moving target, testing the clumsy change of direction technique he had just explored. During one sparring session, as Araki Ryo swung a heavy fist, Qianshi did not retreat as usual, but instead attempted a very short-distance pulse change of direction, aiming to circle to the side. However, at the moment of changing direction, his body control was insufficient, and the movement was obviously stilted. This opening was seized by Araki Ryo. He was surprised by Qianshi's odd movement, but instantly turned his punch into an elbow, crashing into the gap exposed by the stutter. The elbow solidly struck Qianshi's blocking arm, the force causing him to stagger back 2 steps before stabilizing. Araki Ryo revealed a proud smile. Your strange footwork isn't that impressive. It seemed he hadn't fully absorbed what Shatian Jun had discussed in class. Qianshi shook his numb arm, silently noting the details of his earlier mistake. Excessive chakra output during the change of direction had caused his body to stiffen. Shatian Jun's gaze swept across, marking something on the recording board. Other students continued with their sparring. Two students wrestling over practice equipment were penalized with laps. Another group practiced shuriken throwing, and a missed shuriken flew into the adjacent training area, causing complaints and laughter. The training ground was filled with an atmosphere of inefficiency and chaos. Chinshur paid this no mind, his attention completely focused on his own training. The extra practice after school became even more diligent. He no longer pursued long-distance sprints, but concentrated on rapid direction changes and stops within a short distance. He drew simple zigzag patterns in the sand, challenging himself to move along the lines as quickly as possible using pulse movement. Failure became the norm. Falling, crashing to the ground, movements deforming. The marks in the sand were chaotic. Yet with each failure, Qianqi's understanding of the coordination between instantaneous chakra output, timing of explosions, and weight shifts deepened a bit more. Chakra line control and kunai throwing practice never wavered. After completing dozens of throws and recoveries, he attempted to maintain stable chakra lines while in motion. He executed simple pulse movements while controlling the trajectory of the kunai, increasing the difficulty dramatically with an astonishing failure rate, yet he still executed everything meticulously. The chakra line control was studied repeatedly, especially the parts regarding fine control and instantaneous power. Combined with the experiences of failure and practice, those words gradually became vivid. Time rapidly passed in the tedious grind of hard training. The atmosphere at the Sand-Hidden Ninja School subtly changed in late January. In the cultural class, Shatian Jun explained the basics of chakra control in a flat, emotionless voice, occasionally inserting new content. Chakra is the foundation of a ninja. Willpower is the core that supports a ninja in harnessing this power. Shatian Jun stood at the podium, his gaze sweeping over the youthful faces below. A strong will stems from loyalty to the village. Serving Lord Kazekage and fighting for the Sand-Hidden Village is the highest honor for every Sand-Hidden ninja. The students sat up straight, their faces displaying a mix of confusion and excitement. Several children instinctively clenched their fists. Chinshur sat in a corner, his expression blank, his gaze calmly fixed on Shatian. He noted that Shaishin's tone was devoid of any fluctuation, his eyes lacking warmth, as if reciting from a textbook. I will definitely become Kazekage. After the class bell rang, a student excitedly shouted to his companion, "Let's clear all enemies for the village." Exactly. Let other villages know how powerful we Sand-Hidden are. A few children gathered together, animatedly discussing. One classmate passed by Chinshur and casually asked Chinshur, "What about you? What do you want to do in the future? You must want to contribute to the village as well, right?" Chinshur looked up and imitated the tone, saying, "Yes. I want to serve the village just like you." The classmate nodded in satisfaction and ran towards the children still engaged in excited discussions. Chinshur lowered his head to tidy up the scrolls, his eyes reflecting indifference. Those passionate slogans are far less real and reliable than the knowledge and control techniques in the scrolls. Surviving and becoming stronger is his only goal, not serving certain people. The afternoon training class continued with basic physical techniques and shuriken throwing. Qianqi's sparring with Araki Ryo had become a fixed item. Araki Ryo's attacks carried brute force while Qianqi's responses grew increasingly composed. He even began to feel a bit bored as his growing strength and skills made the fight against Araki Ryo seem even easier. The subtle changes in his footwork always allowed him to evade Araki Ryo's fierce strikes at crucial moments. In a moment of crossing paths, Araki Ryo threw a straight punch. Chinshur seized the opening, suddenly exerting force with his foot. Not a complete body flicker technique, just blending explosive power into a common advancing step. His speed surged instantly as he cut into Araki Ryo's center line, the training kunai accurately stopping just before his opponent's throat. Araki Ryo froze, sweat beading on his forehead, staring incredulously at the kunai, almost touching his throat. Chinshur wins. Shatian Jun's recording pin moved slightly. Chinshur retracted the kunai and walked to the sidelines. The previous advance was slightly smoother than before, but during the moment of explosion his ankle and knee still bore considerable pressure, aching faintly. A better balance is still needed between chakra bursts and physical endurance. After school, in a secluded training corner, Chinshur did not immediately start high-intensity training, but instead laid open the puppet manipulation technique scroll. His gaze focused on the section describing chakra lines connecting to the puppet core for precise control, especially the part about outputting chakra through different acupoints to fine-tune puppet movements. The joint movements of the puppet, the muscle movements of the human body, the instant bursts of chakra. A thought gradually became clearer. The difficulty of changing direction during pulse movement stems from the inability to finally control the direction of chakra bursts throughout the body. What if he viewed the soles of his feet not as a whole, but as a structure made up of multiple points similar to puppet joints? Chinshur concentrated on several specific acupoints on a single foot. He attempted to prevent chakra from bursting from the entire sole, instead controlling it to sequentially explode from the heel, the outer sole, and the ball of the foot. On the first attempt, the chakra darted chaotically across several acupoints, failing to form a cohesive force. His soul went numb, nearly cramping. On the second attempt, the sequence of bursts went awry, causing his body to twist into an awkward position, rolling out. On the third try, Qianshi became completely immersed in this new endeavor. He viewed his foot as a puppet needing precise control, using chakra pulses from different acupoints to finally adjust the direction and magnitude of the explosive force. This process was 10 times more difficult than simply bursting from the soles. It required an exquisitely delicate local control of chakra and a clear understanding of body structure. Failures occurred time and again. Sometimes incorrect acupoint stimulation caused slight muscle spasms. Other times chaotic pulse sequences led to conflicting forces, and sometimes improper force control resulted in either excessive or insufficient bursts. But gradually, amidst countless failures, Qianshi began to barely control the pulsing differences between his heel and ball of the foot, allowing his body to exhibit extremely slight directional tendencies during movement. This tendency was still small and unstable, far from sufficient to support agile maneuvers in actual combat. Though different from the basic body flicker technique taught at the ninja school, it represented a new approach based on finer control. The training ground lights stretched the shadows long as Qianshi repeatedly went through the cycle of failure, adjustment, and reattempt. The traces in the sand were no longer simple straight lines and fall pits. They began to show some twisted trajectories, attempts to change direction. Until the night deepened, Qianshi finally stopped when his chakra was once again exhausted. His body ached all over, especially his feet, with the acupoints sending waves of soreness from the repeated stimulation. Qianshi packed his belongings and silently walked home. On the way, a few sand-hidden ninjas finishing their night patrol hurried past, quietly discussing adjustments to their patrol areas, their tones carrying a barely perceptible tension. Qianshi kept his head down as he walked past them, their words drifting into his ears only to be filtered out quickly. All his thoughts were now focused on how to make the weak directional tendency of his feet more controllable. He pushed open the door to his home, lit an oil lamp, and ate some food. After eating, he did not rest immediately, but took up the puppet manipulation technique scroll again, carefully comparing the depicted human meridians and acupoints with the firelight, his fingers gently pressing against his sore ankles, and Saul silently memorizing. In the last few days of January at the Sand-Hidden Ninja Academy, an air of tension hung in the atmosphere due to routine matters. With the end of the month approaching, Sandfield Hayabusa announced an examination. The assessment would cover the foundational theories of chakra, key points of refinement methods, and the basics of ninja tool throwing. Hayabusa's voice was cold, and most students below displayed signs of anxiety. As the test papers were distributed, the classroom was filled only with the sound of pens scratching against paper. Qianshi quickly scanned the questions, refining chakra, basic body flicker technique, kanai, close combat shuriken, throwing technique. All fundamental content, merely testing whether the students had been attentive in class. He picked up his pen without pausing. The answers flowed smoothly onto the paper, concise, yet fully aligned with the textbook standards. Even when faced with a brief question regarding the ninja heart, Qianshi managed to expressionlessly write down, devoting everything to the wind, shadow, and sand hidden is the meaning of my existence, a standard answer. In less than half the time, he completed the paper. After checking it once, his gaze swept around. Most students were still furiously writing or biting their pens in deep thought. Araki Ryo was scratching his head over a calculation problem. Someone attempted to cheat off the neighbor only to be deterred by Hayabusa's cold glare. After the exam, Hayabusa collected the papers and quickly skimmed through them, pausing slightly on a few theoretical questions before noting the scores on the roster without any expression. Before school ended, the results were announced. Qianshi's name topped the list with a perfect score. Hayabusa read out the results monotonously, adding blandly, theoretical knowledge is the cornerstone of a ninja. Those with good scores instinctively straightened up. Qianshi merely packed his things silently, completely disregarding the statement. After school, Qianshi walked straight to the empty training ground. He unfurled the scrolls of chakra line control and puppet manipulation technique, his gaze flitting over the content before closing them. The content was already firmly etched in his mind. What he needed now was practice. He discarded the rough explosiveness of the basic body flicker technique, instead pursuing a more refined control. Viewing himself as a puppet using precise stimulation of specific acupoints to generate minute bursts of force to move his body. This required microscopic control over his chakra. His consciousness sank into his feet, attempting to activate only one acupoint at the heel. A faint pulse caused his body to sway slightly. Adjusting, he tried the outer side of his foot, the front. There were no longer deep treads in the sand, replaced instead by countless chaotic fine indentations. Amidst the monotonous repetitions, he caught a glimpse of progress. Subtle adjustments to the explosive force beneath his feet while moving began to create minute differences in his trajectory. He named this acupoint-based movement method puppet body flicker technique. However, during a more complex combination pulsed the force at the acupoint in his foot suddenly went awry, resulting in a violent outburst. A sharp pain shot through Qianqi's left ankle, causing him to kneel, suddenly cold sweat beading at his brow. Gritting his teeth, he slowly sat down, refining a thin stream of chakra and cautiously guiding it to the sprained area for soothing. Once the pain eased a bit, he stood up again. After carefully moving his left ankle, he found it still sore, realizing that he wouldn't be able to develop the puppet body flicker technique today. Qianshi sat down on the spot, focusing on the most basic chakra training. It wasn't until the training ground's lights cast a dim yellow glow that he finally stopped. Qianshi took one last look at the chaotic marks in the sand, silently packing up his ninja tools and scrolls. Then he turned and limped back home. However, just as he turned into a secluded alley not far from home, three familiar figures emerged from the shadows, completely blocking his path. It was Sanlang and his two lackeys. They wore expressions of unabashed malice and a hint of smugness. "Oh, isn't this Qianshi?" Sanlang crossed his arms mockingly, sizing up. "Qianshi, you took quite a fall at the training ground, huh? Can't even walk straight now?" Qianshi felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He hadn't expected them to lie in wait for so long, and it was clear that they had witnessed his failure in training and injury, assuming he was in a weakened state. This despicable act of taking advantage of the weak exceeded his expectations. He halted, silently watching them, subtly adjusting his breathing and quickly assessing his own condition. His body felt slightly fatigued, and his ankle throbbed painfully. "What's the matter? Are you scared now?" One of the lackeys, seeing Qianshi silent, assumed he was intimidated and spoke with greater arrogance. "You had a teacher helping you before. Let's see who can save you now." What a waste of breath. Sanlang's expression turned vicious. "Go. Let's see how long he can hold out in his current." The three clearly believed victory was assured, charging forward without hesitation, their fists aimed directly at Qianqi's weary body. A glint of cold light flashed in Qianqi's eyes. The calmness brought by rational thought allowed him to instantly analyze the attack routes of the three, rough, foolish, and direct. Given the enhancement of his physical attributes and the nearly insane physical training had undergone during this time, Qianshi had long since tempered his body beyond that of an ordinary peer. Even now, injured, dealing with these three would pose no significant challenge. Just as Sanlang's fist was about to reach Qianshi, he moved. He didn't choose to force a block. Qianshi merely leaned slightly to the side, evading Sanlang's fist, while his left hand shot out, like lightning, accurately gripping Sanlang's wrist. Sanlang immediately felt as if his wrist had been clamped in an iron grip, an unexpected force surging through, abruptly halting his momentum. Sanlang's smug expression transformed into one of shock. Yet Qianshi gave him no time to react, pulling Sanlang's wrist backward, his right leg delivering a swift knee strike hard into Sanlang's unprepared abdomen. "Ugh!" Sanlang let out a painful scream, his body folding like a shrimp, instantly losing all combat capability. The other two lackeys were stunned by this sudden reversal, their movements freezing. Qianshi did not pause. He released the limp Sanlang, and gritting his teeth against his injury, surged forward. His movements were simple, devoid of any unnecessary flair. When facing the fists coming at him, Qianshi forcefully deflected them with his forearm. Such weak force posed no threat to him now. Following this, Qianshi delivered a devastating punch to the side of the lackey's waist. The lackey let out no sound, directly knocked unconscious. The last lackey, terrified, turned to flee, but Qianshi quickly caught up and delivered a kick to his calf. The lackey cried out as he fell forward. Before he could get back up, Qianqi's right foot had already come down heavily on his back, pinning him to the ground. The entire process lasted only a few seconds. The three who had just been so aggressive now found one curled up on the ground, retching, another unconscious, and the last trembling underfoot. Qianshi panted lightly, his already fatigued body feeling even worse after this outburst. Especially, he looked down at the terrified lackey beneath him, kicking him aside, then casting a cold glance at the suffering. Qianshi bent down, whispering, "You'll say this one last time. I have no interest in your gang-related activities. Don't." Qianqi's gaze swept over the three on the ground. "If there's a next time." He seized Sanlang by the neck, staring at him. "I will break your legs. Understand?" He directly tossed him towards the unconscious lackey. Sanlang clutched his body, struggling to lift his head, meeting Qianqi's unyielding gaze, a genuine fear rising from the depths of his heart. He had no doubt that this usually taciturn guy would indeed follow through. He nodded weakly. Qianshi took one last glance at them, dragging his exhausted body step by step out of the alley, disappearing into the darkness. After a while, Sanlang finally stood up with the help of another lackey who was barely getting to his feet. He looked in the direction Qianshi had left, the pain radiating from his body, and the fear he had just felt transforming into intense humiliation and resentment. "Qianshi, just you wait," he muttered through gritted teeth. As he woke up in the morning, a sharper pain than he had anticipated shot through Qianqi's ankle. Attempting to get out of bed, the evident tugging sensation made his movements sluggish. The sprain caused by the uncontrolled training yesterday and the injury sustained during combat were clearly not something that could be healed overnight. Even though his recovery speed was slightly faster than that of an average person, facing such a degree of injury still required time. After checking his injuries, it was clear that high-intensity training was out of the question today. He did not show any signs of frustration or impatience, simply accepting this fact with calmness. After washing up, Qianshi quickly finished his meal. Not heading to the training ground. Given his current condition, it was unsuitable for any physical exercise, and pushing himself would only worsen his injuries. Instead, he took the damaged puppet joint and 2 scrolls of puppet techniques to a well-lit area in his room. Qianshi found a relatively flat spot to sit down, focusing his chakra at his fingertips, and began today's chakra thread precision practice. During the breaks in practice, he spread out the scrolls for puppet manipulation and chakra thread control. His gaze lingered on the parts depicting the human meridians, especially the detailed acupoint maps of the feet and legs. Qianshi's fingertips lightly pressed against his injured ankle, comparing it to the markers on the map, silently memorizing and feeling the exact location of each acupoint, pondering the possible directions of force and bodily responses from different pulse combinations. The whole day passed in this quiet study. Time silently slipped into February. Qianshi's ankle finally healed, and in the corner of the secluded training ground his figure began the monotonous movements of day-to-day training once again. At this moment his movements were completely different from a month ago. No longer characterized by reckless sprints or clumsy attempts, Qianshi's actions carried an indescribable sense of peculiarity. With each step he moved swiftly like lightning, occasionally halting and changing direction in an eerie manner. The traces left in the sandy ground were no longer a chaotic mess, but rather a series of dense, highly regular fine scratches resembling the tracks of a serpent. The development of puppet instantaneous technique had reached a critical point. Speed, agility, and precision far surpassed the basic instantaneous technique. Yet it still wasn't perfect. The continuous high-speed changes in direction consumed massive amounts of chakra and demanded extreme concentration. Qianshi was still unable to maintain this state for long. Certain extreme angles of turning still placed an incredible burden on his ankle and knee. He began analyzing every detail of his recent successful movements, seeking further optimization points. Currently sparring with Araki Ryo had completely lost its significance. Such sparring was akin to an adult toying with a child, unable to touch his current limits or provide any valuable outcomes. Qianshi stood still, his gaze sweeping across the empty training ground. So where should he go to find a stronger opponent? Where could he find a real combat environment that could exert pressure on him? This question weighed heavily on his mind. Without a proper sharpening stone, mastering the puppet instantaneous technique would ultimately be difficult. Just as he was lost in thought, several uninvited guests appeared at the entrance of the training ground, blocking the path he was about to take to leave. At the forefront was a boy clearly larger and sturdier than Sanlang, appearing to be around 12 or 13 years old. With a hint of arrogance and anger on his face, he was none other than Sanlang's soon-to-graduate older brother Erlang. Behind him, a somewhat timid Sanlang followed along with 2 other lackeys. "Finally caught up with you, kid." Erlang's voice boomed, pointing viciously at Qianshi. "You've been hiding for a month today, let's see where you can run." Qianshi's gaze swept over the 4 and finally landed on Sanlang, whose eyes flickered nervously. He directly ignored Erlang's roar, speaking in a calm tone. "Sanlang, you should remember very clearly what I said last time." Sanlang shivered under that icy gaze, but bolstered by his older brother's presence, he bravely piped up, "Urge. Look how arrogant he is. He still dares to threaten me. He said he would break our legs." Erlang was thoroughly enraged by Qianshi's indifference. He was already simple-minded and had been duped by Sanlang's embellishments for a month. His anger had long been building up. Unable to contain himself any longer, he let out a loud roar, exerting force with his feet and charging forward like a raging bull, his fist the size of a pot crashing toward Qianshi's face. Though he was somewhat foolish, he understood that this was a private brawl and did not use any ninja tools or techniques. However, the power behind this punch was far beyond what Sanlang was capable of. As Qianshi watched the swiftly approaching fist, there was not a hint of fear in his eyes, but instead a glint of light flashed. His sharpening stone had delivered itself to him. Just as Erlang charged and Qianshi moved, his actions extremely peculiar. Several subtle movements occurred almost simultaneously beneath his feet, and his entire body slid backward in an inhuman manner, entirely evading Erlang's attack. This posture was not that of a living person, but rather resembled a puppet. Moi. Erlang's punch missed his center of gravity, slightly leaning forward, surprise evident on his face. He had not anticipated that Qianshi's instantaneous technique would be so bizarre. Yet Qianshi would not give him time to think. As his footwork changed again, his body swiftly approached Erlang's side like a specter, a knife hand striking fiercely toward Erlang's ribs. Erlang reacted fairly quickly, hurriedly pulling back his arm to block. But midway through, the knife hand suddenly changed direction, transforming into a punch that slammed into Erlang's arm. Instantly, Erlang's arm went numb, and he was greatly alarmed, hastily retreating with the basic instantaneous technique, while his other fist swung toward Qianshi. Qianshi once again began moving with the puppet instantaneous technique, bending low, spinning, and stepping. The entire series of movements flowed like water, always evading Erlang's clumsy physical techniques and launching counterattacks from the most awkward angles. For a time, the training ground was filled with Erlang's furious roars and the whistling of punches, yet he couldn't land a single hit on Qianshi. Qianshi moved like a puppet, his trajectory erratic, toying with Erlang as if he were in control. His attacks were not particularly powerful, but each time he struck, it was at a moment when Erlang could not counter, leaving him feeling extremely frustrated. This battle continued for quite some time. Erlang relying on his greater stamina, and chakra barely held on, but signs of defeat were already apparent. Finally, Qianshi spotted a flaw. After a feigned attack, he used the puppet instantaneous technique to change direction twice, in quick succession, swiftly circling behind Erlang, delivering a powerful kick infused with all his strength into Erlang's back. Puff! Erlang staggered forward several steps, finally unable to support himself, collapsing to the ground, gasping heavily, unable to rise again. He could hardly believe it. He had lost, defeated by a student who had been in school for less than 2 years. Qianshi was also slightly out of breath, sweat forming on his forehead. The continuous high-intensity use of puppet instantaneous technique was quite a burden on both chakra and physical stamina, but this battle was worth it. The practical value of this instantaneous technique had been fully validated. He did not look at the defeated Erlang, but swiftly approached the trio of terrified Sanlang and his group. "You? Don't come over." Sanlang screamed, wanting to flee, but his legs felt weak. "WWE were wrong. Qianshi, spare us," another lackey begged with a tearful tone. Qianshi halted in front of Sanlang, looking down at him, his gaze devoid of warmth. "People like you I have seen many times before. You don't realize you were wrong, you only know you are finished." Before he finished speaking, he struck like lightning. Accompanied by 3 short cries of pain, Sanlang and his 2 lackeys collapsed to the ground, clutching their stomachs, momentarily incapacitated. Like dragging a dead dog, Qianshi used chakra threads to pull the 3 to where Erlang had just barely managed to stand up, saying, "Let your brother explain the whole incident thoroughly from start to finish." Right now. In Sanlang's halting, sobbing narration, the truth of the entire incident quickly surfaced. He had simply wanted to recruit younger brothers, but was rejected, feeling humiliated, and thus repeatedly sought trouble, even sneaking an attack, while Qianshi was injured. Though Erlang was foolish, hearing that his brother bullied someone for such a ridiculous reason, and even tricked him into being used as a pawn, leading to his inexplicable beating, his face instantly turned a deep shade of liver color. He looked at Qianshi and found that the latter was merely staring coldly at him, waiting for an explanation. A mix of emotions surged in Erlang, combining feelings of being deceived, shame, and the inexplicable pressure he felt in front of Qianshi. He abruptly turned to Sanlang, shouting, "You 3 bastards! You dared to deceive me. I will definitely break your legs today." Half of this was genuine anger and half was directed at Qianshi, wanting to see his reaction. However, Qianshi's expression showed no change, still fixating on him, as if to say, "Go ahead." Erlang felt a chill in his heart, steeling himself. To calm Qianshi's anger and salvage some of his own pitiful face, he truly raised his foot and stomped down hard on the small legs of the 3 on the ground. Crack! Oh! The sickening sound of cracking bone and the piercing screams rang out simultaneously. After doing all this, Erlang looked at Qianshi with some trepidation, hesitating for a moment before muttering, "I'm sorry, I misunderstood the situation." Qianshi glanced at him, then looked at the 3 on the ground, who were wailing, his tone calm and unruffled. "Next time I will welcome you at any time, as long as you can bear the consequences." After saying this, he ignored the 4 and turned to walk out of the training ground, his figure elongated in the Erlang watched Qianshi's departing figure, then looked at his moaning brother and lackeys, unable to suppress a At this moment, he truly realized that this second-year student possessed bizarre strength and a cold mindset far beyond what he could provoke. Hastily, he picked up Sanlang, and with the other 2 limping along, fled the training ground in a sorry state. As they walked home, Qianshi's mood was not significantly swayed by this victory. It was merely the conclusion of a tedious conflict. He touched his slightly aching ankle, his thoughts already drifting far away. A new object for honing skills must be sought. A student on the verge of graduation was too dangerous, whether in physical techniques or otherwise. He was above Qianshi. If this had not been a private brawl, but rather a deathmatch, then relying solely on his puppet instantaneous technique would be utterly insufficient against an opponent soon to become a genin. The sharpening stone needed reevaluation. The next morning, Qianshi completed his morning training effortlessly retracting the last kunai with his chakra thread. His physical fitness currently ranked among the top of his class, and his chakra control abilities far surpassed those of his peers, even reaching the level of an average lower ninja. The puppet instant body technique was now complete, allowing for high-speed directional changes, turns, and abrupt stops in a very short time, creating a movement trajectory that was bizarre and unpredictable, almost superhuman. However, this technique had a tremendous cost, placing a heavy burden on the meridians and could not be used frequently. The most critical point was that even after yesterday's sparring with Erlang, this technique still lacked true combat testing. Sparring with Araki Ryo had long lost its meaning. His straightforward physical techniques could not even force out the limits of the puppet instant body technique. Shadatatsu hate only recorded without providing guidance. Unable to find a suitable opponent, it felt like playing an invincible game from his past life, appearing strong in the current environment, yet offering no real help in enhancing his true abilities. Qianshi quickly tidied up the training equipment. Currently lacking a combat environment, he needed pressure. But where could he find it now? In the morning cultural class, Shadatatsu hate introduced new content. He stood at the podium, his voice flat. Starting today, I will teach one of the 3 body techniques, the shadow clone technique. He raised his hand and slowly and clearly formed 3 hand seals. Bang! A puff of smoke dissipated, and another Shadatatsu hate appeared beside him, his expression equally vacant. A murmur of curiosity arose among the students. The shadow clone technique in a rank ninjutsu. It creates illusory clones without substance, unable to attack, dispersing upon impact. Purpose to confuse and disrupt judgment. Shadatatsu hate briefly introduced it, then dismissed the clone. The sequence of hand seals is rat snake tiger. The key lies in guiding the hand seals to construct and maintain the illusion externally. If control is insufficient, the clone will distort or dissipate. He demonstrated the hand seals 2 more times, then allowed the students to practice on their own, walking to the sidelines to take notes. The children became excited, clumsily attempting the technique. Rat. Snake. Tiger. Wrong. It's rat, snake, tiger. How do I release chakra? The training field was in chaos. Araki Ryo quickly formed the hand seals and shouted shadow clone technique. Phew. After a weak fluctuation of chakra, a transparent, distorted image appeared beside him, swaying slightly before vanishing. Damn it. Araki Ryo pounded his fist in frustration, instinctively glancing at Qianshi. He wanted to see if this guy who had made great strides in physical techniques would also be hindered by the shadow clone technique. Qianshi did not immediately form the hand seals. With his eyes closed, he lightly touched his fingertips, recalling the sensations. The elevation of his thinking allowed him to instantly grasp Shadatatsu's explanations and demonstrations. Chakra flowing, guiding the hand seals, principles of constructing illusions. These concepts quickly clarified in his mind. Coupled with months of torturous chakra control training, his refined manipulation of chakra far exceeded the basic requirements for the shadow clone technique. This technique was almost without difficulty for him. He opened his eyes, swiftly raised his hands to form the hand seals. Rat, snake, tiger. Bang! A soft sound rang out as another Qianshi appeared beside him. With black hair and black eyes, his expression calm, even the wrinkles on his clothing were identical. The clone stood quietly, stable in form, almost indistinguishable from a real person, were it not for the fact that it was a mere illusion. The surroundings fell silent. Nearby students stared wide-eyed, frozen in place. You succeeded, and it looks so much like you. Araki Ryo's mouth hung open, his face more defiant, muttering under his breath. What is up with this guy? On the sidelines, Shadatatsu Hayat's gaze swept over, lingering for a moment on Qianshi and his clone. The scar on his face twitched slightly, but he showed no reaction, merely lowering his head to mark a note beside Qianshi's name on the record board, his pen not pausing. Qianshi ignored the reactions around him, his mind subtly shifting, controlling the clone to take a few steps forward, the movements natural, raising his hand to simulate forming the hand seals. Of course there was no reaction, and he attempted running and jumping, maintaining the clone for about half a minute before voluntarily dissipating the chakra. The clone puffed away into white smoke. Maintaining time is about half a minute with increased consumption for motion simulation. Simply standing still for confusion is expected to exceed a minute. Qianshi assessed his current limit in using the shadow clone technique. He then formed the hand seals again, rat, snake, tiger. Injecting more chakra. 2 clones appeared in their previous positions. Using the technique consecutively, twice the chakra consumption was minimal. This technique had low requirements for chakra volume, focusing instead on control precision, which was precisely his strong suit. After dismissing the clones, Qianshi did not continue practicing the techniques he had already mastered. His gaze swept over the struggling classmates, ultimately landing on Shadatatsu Hayate, who was recording data. What the school taught was merely foundational. The shadow clone technique. Perhaps it could have other applications. Although it was an illusion, if combined with other ninjutsu it might yield surprising results. The thought flashed quickly, then he suppressed it. It was too early to think about these things now. The foundation was important, but it could not solve the most pressing need, combat experience. In the remaining cultural class in the morning, they spoke entirely of loyalty to Sunagakure and serving the village, which held no interest for Qianshi. In the afternoon combat class, Araki Ryo indeed blocked his path again. Qianshi, let's go again. Araki Ryo's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, evidently spurred by his recent defeat and Qianshi's success during the day. Qianshi looked at Araki Ryo and nodded. The sparring began. Araki Ryo charged in with a shout, his fist aimed directly at Qianshi's face. Qianshi didn't even use the puppet instant body technique, relying solely on his physical fitness, easily sidestepping Araki Ryo's punch with a lateral slide while deftly tripping him with his foot. Araki Ryo cried out in surprise, losing his balance and falling forward. Qianshi casually pressed a finger on a spot on his lower back. Ugh! Araki Ryo felt a numbness in his waist half of his body, suddenly losing strength, crashing to the ground, mouth full of dirt. What did you do to me? He got up suspiciously, feeling his lower back, finding only a slight soreness. Just a regular technique, Qianshi replied flatly. The subsequent sparring was entirely one-sided. Araki Ryo exerted all his strength, but couldn't even touch the hem of Qianshi's clothing, repeatedly knocked down, ultimately collapsing on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes vacant. Qianshi stood quietly, breathing steadily. Defeating Araki Ryo was meaningless. Too weak. Such an opponent barely serves as a warm-up for me. He needed stronger opponents, genuine danger to push himself and refine his physical techniques. But where could he find that in this ninja school? Could he possibly seek out Shadatatsu hate? Qianshi shook his head, dismissing the absurd thought. He simply wanted a peer-level opponent to hone his skills, not to throw away his life. Students about to graduate were also excluded by him. He had to find a more suitable target. The school bell rang. Qianshi avoided the noisy crowd, turning towards that familiar training ground, beginning his daily routine of cultivation. Qianshi looked at Araki Ryo, who was gasping for breath, filled with reluctance, yet helplessness in his heart. Such an opponent could no longer provide him with the pressure he needed. After school, Qianshi did not head toward the training ground for lower grades, but instead turned his steps toward another area of the ninja school. This was the training ground used by higher grade students. Compared to the lower grade area, the training facilities here were more numerous and rugged. Several boys, clearly older, were practicing in the field, their movements imbued with the unique ferocity of Sunagakure. Qianshi's arrival quickly drew their attention. Wearing the standard training uniform for lower grades, he appeared out of place in this area. A boy with a buzz cut and a sturdy build paused his action of throwing shurikens, glancing sideways at Qianshi with undisguised disdain in his tone. Hey, where did this little brat come from? The lower grade training area is over there, get lost. A lanky companion with a hint of mischief on his face snickered. Are you lost? Go back and play in the sand. A third boy, appearing somewhat sullen, merely frowned at Qianshi without speaking. Qianshi's gaze calmly swept over the three, eventually landing on the buzz-cut boy at the forefront. The other's physique and the strength behind his earlier shuriken throw seemed somewhat stronger than Araki Ryo. I am not in the wrong place. Qianshi's voice was not loud, yet it carried an audacious tone as he attempted to provoke them, stating, I watched from a distance for a while, and found that your punches are neither fast nor fierce. At this level you are just right to be my opponent. Huh? What did you say? The buzz-cut boy was directly infuriated, sharing a glance with his companions, his face displaying a malicious expression. You little brat, dare to provoke us. You really don't know how to live. Tetsumaru, he said, pointing to himself with his thumb, then gesturing to the lanky boy and the sullen one. This is Matsutake, and that's Kakada. With our power you won't be able to take even one punch. Understand? Get lost now, or we won't be polite. Qianshi ignored their mockery and simply replied, who wants to go first? This arrogant attitude left Tetsumaru quite displeased. He stepped forward, saying, looking for a fight, are you? Final practice with you. Matsutake Kakuta, keep an eye on him. Matsutake giggled and stepped aside, with Kakuta clearing some space. Tetsumaru cracked his neck with a light sound, and then charged at Qianshi without any preparatory stance, throwing a punch directly at Qianshi's face. The speed and power indeed surpassed Araki Ryo, but in terms of force they were no match for Erlang. To Qianshi's eyes this punch had obvious flaws. He didn't even use the puppet instant movement technique, simply shifting his foot slightly to quickly evade the punch's wind. At the same time, Qianshi's right hand shot out like lightning, accurately grasping Tetsumaru's wrist as he pulled back and swept with his left foot. Ugh! Tetsumaru felt a force far beyond his expectations pulling at him, causing his lower body to lose balance in an instant. The momentum from charging combined with Qianshi's strength made it impossible for him to regain control, and he cried out as he fell forward, hitting the ground hard and kicking up a cloud of dust. The scene fell silent in an instant. Matsutake's smile froze and Kakuta's brow furrowed deeper. Tetsumaru clumsily got up, his face covered in sand, a mix of shock and anger washing over him, his entire face flushed. Come again. He roared and charged again, this time more cautiously, unleashing a series of basic taijutsu strikes, his fists and kicks appearing quite fierce. But Qianqi's movements were exceedingly concise. With just a slight shift of his body, he evaded Tetsumaru. Then Qianshi quickly countered with a punch to Tetsumaru's body. Although his current strength was insufficient to take Tetsumaru down, it left him awkward, full of power, yet with no outlet, staggering and revealing many openings. After just 5 or 6 exchanges, Qianshi spotted a clear opening and delivered a short, powerful side kick that struck Tetsumaru's exposed waist, which had been overextended. Bang! Tetsumaru grunted, directly kicked back 5 or 6 steps, plopping down on the ground, clutching his stomach, momentarily unable to catch his breath, disbelief written all over his face. Bang! Tetsumaru grunted, directly kicked back 5 or 6 steps, plopping down on the ground, clutching his stomach, momentarily unable to catch. Let's go together. Tetsumaru regained his breath, a mix of shame and anger flooding through him as he shouted. Matsutake and Kakuta exchanged glances, showing no hesitation as the three charged toward Qianshi from different directions. They cared little for any rules being provoked by a lower-grade brat on the turf of higher grades. They just wanted to reclaim their dignity immediately. Faced with the encirclement of 3, there was finally a subtle change in Qianqi's expression. He took a deep breath, quickly mobilizing his chakra in an unprecedented manner, spreading it throughout his body. Whoosh! His figure suddenly flickered, leaving a wisp of dust where he had been standing. He abruptly sidestepped to the left, dodging Tetsumaru's enraged punch and Matsutake's sidekick. The movement was completely unpredictable, bizarre to the extreme, as if something had abruptly tugged him away. What a... Matsutake's kick missed, almost causing him to lose his balance. Kakuta's straight punch from another side also missed instantly. Qianqi's figure flickered again, surging forward, but just as he was about to collide with Tetsumaru, he turned sharply at an almost right angle, circling around to Tetsumaru's side and back. Qianshi delivered a light chop to the back of Tetsumaru's neck, without using force, merely a gesture. Immediately after, his chakra erupted once more, and his figure slid bizarrely backward, completely evading Matsutake's tackle. In an instant, a strange scene unfolded in the training ground. The 3 higher-grade boys roared in anger, their attacks seeming fierce, yet they could hardly touch Qianqi's figure. Qianqi's figure darted between them, twisting in movements that were exceedingly bizarre, completely violating the common principles of taijutsu movement, avoiding all attacks, while occasionally delivering light counterattacks to remind them of his presence. The battle escalated. Tetsumaru and his companions grew increasingly alarmed and impatient, their coordination gradually breaking down. A fine sweat began to bead on Qianqi's forehead. This mode of movement consumed chakra and stamina far beyond his expectations, and he felt a slight burning pain in his legs. Just as Qianshi evaded Kakuta's punch with a minimal side slip, about to guide Matsutake's kick toward Tetsumaru. Everyone stop! A cold voice cut through the clamor in the field. A figure had appeared at the edge of the training ground. It was Sunada Hayabusa. The fighting in the field came to an immediate halt. Tetsumaru and his companions stood frozen, as if doused with cold water, straightening up, awe and tension flickering across their faces as they lowered their heads. Teacher Sunada. Qianshi also halted his movements, breathing slightly, hurriedly, calming the surging chakra within him and the slight tremor in his legs as he looked at Sunada. Sunada Hayabusa's gaze swept over the chaotic scene, and the 3 clearly at a disadvantage higher-grade students finally resting on Qianshi. His face bore no expression. Fighting privately. Reason. His question was exceedingly concise, without inquiring who was right or wrong. Tetsumaru opened his mouth, wanting to explain first, but under Sunada Hayabusa's indifferent gaze the words stuck in his throat, and he dared not speak. Qianshi raised his eyes, calmly responding, "Teacher, I need practical combat training. Lower-grade opponents can no longer meet my needs. I came here to find suitable opponents to hone my taijutsu." Qianshi did not embellish anything, nor did he accuse them of bullying the weak. He merely stated the direct purpose of his actions. Sunada Hayabusa's gaze lingered on Qianshi for several seconds, then glanced at the 3 higher-grade students beside him, who were in disarray and afraid to lift their heads. The field fell silent, the only sound being the faint rustling of sand in the wind. In the end, Sunada Hayabusa made no comment. No praise, no criticism, no punishment. He merely coldly averted his gaze, as if dealing with an inconsequential matter, turning to leave with the unemotional instruction, "Clean up." Tetsumaru and his companions felt like they had been granted a reprieve, quickly lowering their heads in response. Yes. Qianshi stood in place, watching Sunada disappear at the exit of the training ground, then glancing at the 3 higher-grade students who were secretly observing him with complex expressions. The meridians in his legs still ached faintly, and and nearly half of his chakra had been consumed. But his goal was finally achieved. He silently reflected on the subtle flaws and bottlenecks revealed in the puppet instant movement technique during the earlier combat. It wasn't until Sunada Hayabusa's figure completely vanished that the tense atmosphere in the training ground slightly eased. Tetsumaru rubbed his still stinging stomach staring at Chinshur and spoke first with a complex tone. "Hey kid, what's your name?" "Chinshur. Chinshur." Tetsumaru repeated, seemingly trying to remember the name. "When did a monster like you come out in the lower grades?" "What was that?" "Taijutsu." Matsutake chimed in, still incredulous. "I couldn't catch you at all. Your movements were too strange." "What is it?" "Taijutsu." Chinshur glanced at them and simply replied, "Just the taijutsu technique." This response made Tetsumaru feel a bit embarrassed, and he snorted, "Don't get too proud. Today we were careless. Next time it won't be so easy." Kakuta didn't speak, but nodded his eyes, also reflecting an unwillingness to admit defeat. Chinshur was indifferent to their attitudes and felt it was just right. "If you want to settle this next time," he calmly said, "same time tomorrow right here to continue." After saying this, he did not linger, turning to walk out of the training ground, leaving 3 higher-grade boys staring at each other. The setting sun elongated his shadow, as if the earlier Onion 3 battle was merely a mundane interlude. Tetsumaru watched Kianshi's retreating figure, finally smacking his lips and murmuring to his companions, "We'll come back tomorrow. We have to teach him a lesson." Time flowed quickly. In the 11th year of the ninja world, the winds of mid-April had already begun to carry a noticeable heat. That secluded training ground had now become an unspoken fixed venue for Chinshur and Taiwan. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sounds of strikes and rapid breaths occasionally echoed. In the arena, Chinshur was moving in an incredibly strange manner. His movements were no longer limited to short-distance turns as they had been 2 months ago. They had become increasing. Taiwan Song Tung and Zhao Tian formed a triangular formation to attack, and compared to 2 months ago, their coordination was evidently much more adept, with their strikes becoming sharper, clearly indicating they had put in considerable effort. Yet before Kianshi's fully matured puppet instant body technique, they still seemed outmatched. Their punches and kicks and the shuriken they threw always lagged a beat behind, or were easily dodged by Chinshur using the puppet instant body technique just as they were about to hit. Chinshur darted between them like a swimming fish, occasionally striking out, gently tapping at their joints when they exerted force, redirecting their attacks to empty spaces or even misleading them into nearly striking their own teammates. To the left, Taiwan shouted, throwing a punch that only hit the air left behind by Chinshur. The real Chinshur had already slipped past him, crouching low with a slight pulse of energy. His fingers lightly brushed under Taiwan's ribs before retracting. "Damn it, here it comes again." Song Tang's sweeping kick again missed as Chinshur effortlessly avoided it with a near-horizontal sliding step. Zhao Tian attempted to sneak attack from behind, yet saw Chinshur not even turn back, suddenly propelling himself forward as if pulled by a string, completely evading his attack. This Onion 3 sparring lasted nearly 15 minutes. In the end, Taiwan and the others stopped, panting heavily, covered in sweat and sand, their faces etched with exhaustion and resignation. "No more, no more." Taiwan waved his hand first, sitting down heavily on the ground. "This is impossible to hit. What the heck is this instant body technique?" Song Tung and Zhao Tian were equally exhausted, slumping down beside him, watching Chinshur, who was merely breathing a little faster with complex expressions. Over these 2 months, they had gone from initial disbelief and anger to shock and now to numbness. A tumultuous emotional journey. They had become the best sharpening stones for Kianshi's refinement of the puppet instant body technique, and Kianshi's presence had unintentionally forced them to continuously improve their cooperation and strength, establishing a unique relationship that could hardly be called friendship. Chinshur calmed the turbulent chakra within him, feeling the mild soreness in his leg meridians that had already adapted. The energy consumption from mastering the puppet instant body technique was still considerable, yet within tolerable limits. The next day, the morning cultural class resumed. The teacher was lecturing in a monotonous manner about the geography and resource distribution of the Land of Wind, laying a theoretical foundation for future possible field missions. Chinshur listened very attentively, as this knowledge concerned his future living environment. Before class ended, the figure of Shadatan Hayabusa appeared punctually at the classroom door, walking to the podium and sweeping his gaze over the students without any unnecessary words. "Today we will teach one of the 3 body techniques, the transformation technique." His voice was flat and devoid of waves. "The principle is to cover the body with chakra, finally control its form and light refraction, and simulate the appearance of the target, including size changes. The key to chakra flow lies in stable output and precise shape conception. Maintaining the transformation requires continuous chakra consumption." A slight pause allowed the students to digest this information before he continued. "Note that if subjected to sufficient physical impact, the technique will be dispelled. Advanced perception abilities or ocular techniques can also see through the disguise. This technique is mainly used for basic camouflage and infiltration. Now observe closely. Shaduten Hayabusa said originally. After speaking, his body moved slightly and instantly transformed into a gigantic wind shuriken, nearly the same height as him, with a metallic cold sheen and texture that was lifelike, only the faint chakra fluctuations indicating its true nature. Finally, Shaduten Hayabusa dispelled the technique and returned to his original form, saying, "Practice on your own." After that, he walked to the corner of the classroom, watching the students who had begun to stir. However, the fine chakra control requirements put most students in another predicament. Various bizarre results began to emerge in the classroom. Some tried to transform into their deskmate, only to end up with a face that was a blurry modeled mess. Others attempted to become their desks, but ended up as a twisted wooden block with 4 unsteady legs. There were even those who overexerted themselves, producing objects so bizarre that they elicited complaints and low laughter, filling the entire classroom with strange creations of mental pollution. Araki Ryo's face turned red as he struggled to transform into a kunai, only to produce a long, limp, indistinct object that puffed and deflated, reverting to its original form, causing a few nearby to chuckle. Yang Lan attempted to transform into a scorpion. While he succeeded, it was half a person in size, wielding a pair of exaggerated pincers, looking quite fearsome, but it collapsed within 2 seconds. Chinshur quietly observed the chaos around him. Shaduten Hayabusa's explanations and demonstrations had been clear enough. Qianqi's thoughts stirred slightly as he controlled the chakra to cover his body. There were almost no visible smoke or sound effects. It was as if the air around him rippled like water. Qianqi's thoughts stirred slightly as he controlled the chakra to cover his body. There were almost no visible smoke or sound effects. It was as if the air around him rippled like water. In the next moment, Chinshur, who had been standing still, vanished, replaced by a massive wind shuriken. Indistinguishable from the one Shaduten Hayabusa had just transformed into cold hard, and even replicating the subtle metallic reflections exquisitely. Huh, where's Chinshur? Nighthawk Lan, hearing the sound of transformation beside him, looked surprised at the additional wind shuriken. Chinshur dispelled the transformation, returning to his original form. Then he transformed again, this time into the likeness of Shaduten Hayabusa, the cold gaze and the oppressive feeling from the scars instantly silencing a small area around him. Attempting to mimic Shaduten Hayabusa's flat tone, he uttered 2 words, "Quiet." Although his voice sounded somewhat childish, it made a few students instinctively shrink their necks. He changed several times in succession from human to object, varying in size, each transformation rapid and exceptionally precise. The chakra consumption was almost negligible for Chinshur at this point. He changed several times in succession from human to object, varying in size, each transformation rapid and exceptionally precise. He was indifferent to such a learning speed, clearly having seen true geniuses before. The bell for the end of class rang. Shaduten Hayabusa turned and left the classroom. The afternoon class was originally supposed to be physical technique sparring, but due to Qianqi's performance being too, Shaduten Hayabusa had now prohibited him from participating in physical technique sparring with his peers to avoid causing psychological trauma to others. After the morning's theoretical class, the afternoon was entirely Qianqi's free time. Chinshur returned once more to the secluded corner of the training ground. Iron Pill and Matsufu were practicing kunai throws at wooden targets, while Kokoda engaged in physical conditioning nearby. Upon spotting Chinshur approaching, Iron Pill sheathed his kunai and massaged his still aching shoulders. A lingering aftereffect from yesterday's sparring, where Chinshur's uncanny movement had thrown off his balance and strained his muscles. "Hey, you're here. While we train today, just one thing. No more low-level assaults like yesterday." I nearly face-planted. Matsufu chimed in, curiosity flickering across his face. "You two mastered the transformation technique this morning, right? How'd it go?" Chinshur nodded silently, then subtly channeled chakra across his body. In an instant, he transformed into Sanda Hayato, his expression cold and distant, his gaze sweeping over Iron Pill and Matsufu with unnerving stillness. Both instinctively straightened their spines, faces tightening with unease, as though truly pinned beneath Sanda Hayato's icy stare once more. Though they knew full well it was only Chinshur in disguise, the chilling aura fused seamlessly with Sanda Hayato's visage, generating a palpable pressure that sent faint shivers down their spines. Whoa, change back quick." Iron Pill waved frantically. "This is seriously unsettling." Chinshur dispelled the transformation and reverted to his true form. "Tsh, absolute monster," Matsufu muttered under his breath, then lit up with excitement. "But this technique is brilliant. Perfect for pranks, or even battlefield deception." It felt as though a new world had just swung open. Same as always, sparring first. Iron Pill flexed his wrists, eyes locking onto Chinshur. Chinshur gave a quiet nod, uttering not a word. The moment the words left his lips, Chinshur blurred. vanishing before Iron Pill could even register motion. A split second later, a light but precise knife hand strike tapped against his carotid artery. Too fast. Matsufu cried out, but before his voice faded, Qianshi reappeared beside him like a wraith, delivering a flawless sweep kick that shattered his footing. Kokoda lunged from behind, only for Qianshi to pivot aside with uncanny awareness, as if eyes watched from his nape. Then with surgical precision, his elbow settled softly against Kokoda's ribs. Within mere breaths, all three lay flat on the ground. Matsufu rubbed his sore rear as he climbed to his feet, scowling. "We couldn't even touch you." Iron Pill panted, shaking his head in resigned disbelief. "The gap keeps widening." He suddenly remembered something. "Oh right. The afternoon weapons class starts early. We've got to collect our materials." The three quickly gathered their gear and departed the training ground. Once the field stood empty, Qianshi walked to its edge and withdrew a slightly worn scroll titled Wind Release Great Breakthrough from his ninja tools pouch. He unrolled it, scanning the intricate chakra pathway diagrams and annotations with practiced speed. Then stepping into the open space, he began to attempt the technique without delay. His first exhalation stirred only a scattered feeble breeze. The second coalesced the airflow slightly. Frowning faintly, he recalibrated the focus and expulsion of his chakra. On the third try, he drew in a deep breath and expelled it with explosive force. Whoosh! A torrential shockwave erupted, slamming into the sandy earth ahead and blasting away a thick veil of dust, scouring the ground clean. Qianshi exhaled sharply, assessing his chakra expenditure. "Control remains insufficient, and consumption is still excessive," he murmured, clearly unimpressed by this initial success. His gaze drifted back to the scroll, which detailed the technique's tactical applications: repelling adversaries, disrupting enemy jutsu, scattering formations, synergizing with fire release to intensify flames, enhanced efficacy in confined spaces, and notably low chakra cost, ideal for sustained combat. These insights flashed through his mind in an instant. He refined his breathing rhythm and chakra output, repeating the technique again and again, each roar of wind rising like a gale, each gust lifting fresh clouds of sand into the air. At first, the great breakthrough remained weak and diffuse, but gradually the wind pressure sharpened, compressing into a razor-edged torrent, its range and impact steadily expanding. After days of relentless practice, Qianshi could now execute Wind Release Great Breakthrough with unwavering stability and fluency. He discovered that initiating it without hand seals offered surprise, but at the cost of heightened chakra drain and capped destructive potential. Yet when guided by simple seals, most often the horse or dragon seal, chakra concentration and directional control improved dramatically, reducing wasteful dispersion and intensifying both focus and impact. Now facing a weathered boulder half his height, Qianshi swiftly formed a simplified dragon seal across his chest, then opened his mouth and unleashed the technique. Boom! A hyper-compressed gale struck the rock like a colossal hammer, detonating with a thunderous guttural crash. The stone trembled violently, fine fissures spiderwebbed across its surface, and grains of sand cascaded downward in silent rain. Qianshi gave a slight satisfied nod. With seals, the technique's efficiency and precision had been marked. He ceased chakra flow, and his gaze shifted to another scroll resting nearby. Wind Release Wind Cutter. Qianshi unfurled a new scroll. The content of Feng Qia was far more intricate than merely the paths depicting the circulation of chakra on the scroll were more subtle, requiring the wind attribute chakra to be compressed to an extreme, shaping it into an invisible, yet incredibly sharp cutting blade. Qianshi quickly noted the more complex sequence of hand seals along with the almost stringent precision of chakra control it demanded. This was not a simple eruption, it required an extreme concentration of power, precise shaping. He then began to attempt the hand seals, moving slower and more carefully than ever before, striving to guide the chakra to operate and compress as required by the scroll. Qianshi could feel the chakra condensing at his fingertips, yet struggled to restrain it into the ideal form, as thin as a cicada's wing, sharp beyond measure. After several attempts, the results were far from satisfactory. The best attempt yielded only a sound sharper than the usual airflow upon completing the hand seal and waving it, carving a shallow mark in the sand, which was far from the wind blade cutting described on the scroll. More attempts resulted in even less effect as the chakra dissipated at the critical point of shaping. Qianshi halted his actions, frowning slightly. He clearly sensed where the bottleneck lay. It was not a matter of insufficient chakra or improper hand seals, but rather a lack of deep understanding of the sharp essence of wind attribute chakra. More importantly, his current chakra control precision was inadequate to support such intricate manipulation. This required a higher level of mastery. Continuing to practice forcefully would only waste chakra and time, serving no purpose. Qianshi decisively rolled up the Feng Qia scroll and put it away. Since his current control was insufficient for learning Feng Jie, the immediate priority was to further enhance his fundamental control precision. Climbing trees had already been completed, but walking on water was impossible due to environmental constraints. Should he tread on quicksand? Qianshi immediately dismissed this reckless idea. He needed to find another method to refine chakra transformation and precision control to the extreme. He fell into contemplation, and a scene from a dusty corner of his memory suddenly flashed. Jiraiya teaching Naruto the spinning water sphere, the resilient rubber ball, and the blue energy sphere condensed in his palm, containing terrifying power. Spiraling sphere. No hand signs, a rank pure chakra transformation to the extreme. The training process itself was the most rigorous and effective tempering of chakra control. Moreover, the three-step training method was incredibly clear: water sphere, rubber ball, and final shaping. Each step directly targeting the core, perfectly fitting his current needs. Once perfected, this would become an extremely strong trump card. Qianshi thought for a moment, but despite Suna's poverty, balloons and rubber balls were still available for sale. His thoughts opened up instantly. Qianshi quickly stored away the 2 ninjutsu scrolls and turned to head out of the training ground. He needed to procure the necessary tools for training immediately. In the following days, he utilized every spare moment, weaving through the unassuming shops and small markets of Suna, quickly gathering what he needed: several thick rubber balls and a small bag containing about a dozen balloons. Qianshi chose not to go to the school training ground, but instead set his training location in the dilapidated stone house at home. It was absolutely quiet, undisturbed, more suited for the highly concentrated practice of precision control. Moreover, if this level of ninjutsu were to be exposed, he wouldn't even be able to explain himself and would probably be caught by the village's umbu as a spy. Qianshi filled a balloon with water, tied it tightly, and cradled it in his palm. He recalled the key points from his memory: injecting chakra into the water sphere should not be evenly distributed, but rather made to spin rapidly and chaotically, generating opposing forces to break it from within. It sounded simple, but was extremely difficult in practice. In his initial attempts, chakra either could not be effectively injected into the water sphere, or once injected it remained still like a dead pond, without any movement. Alternatively, with even a slight deviation in control, the force would leak out, causing the water sphere to fly from his palm, or it would pop, with a partial rupture, splashing water everywhere. Failure, failure, and more failure. Qianshi expressionlessly wiped the water from his face, switched to a new water balloon, and continued to try. He analyzed the reasons for each failure: the point of chakra output, the initial speed of rotation, the uniformity of force, the stability of maintaining rotation. He tirelessly repeated, and soon the room became damp, with a puddle of water forming beneath his feet. The popping sound of bursting water balloons was incessant. Until the next evening, when Qianshi had nearly exhausted all his balloon supplies, progress finally emerged. The water sphere he cradled in his palm began to violently churn, emitting a dull humming sound, and the walls of the sphere were pulled and deformed by an invisible force, multiple irregular bulges pulsating. Snap! With a crisp sound, the water sphere suddenly exploded, sending water splashing everywhere. Looking at his empty palm, Qianshi felt the moment he successfully guided the chakra to spin rapidly and maintained it until the explosion. A glint of light flashed in his eyes. The first step had succeeded. Without pausing, Qianshi immediately picked up another water balloon to continue his training. It wasn't until the balloon supplies were exhausted that he reached for a thick rubber ball beside him. The difficulty of the second step increased sharply. The resilience of the rubber ball was far beyond that of the water balloon, requiring a stronger, more concentrated, and stable chakra rotation. Qianshi cradled the rubber ball in his palm, and chakra surged in once more. This time the rubber ball merely trembled slightly, showing no further reaction. No matter how he urged the chakra, it was difficult to generate enough violent rotation within to destroy the ball. It was akin to trying to cut tough leather with a dull knife, lacking the necessary force. This required a stronger chakra output and more exquisite control, allowing the rotational force to concentrate at a single point, continuously impacting and rubbing. Qianshi closed his eyes, immersing his entire mind in the perception and control of chakra in his palm. He continuously adjusted the chakra's rotation speed, angle, and condensation level. Time flowed silently. He did not know how long had passed when the rubber ball suddenly vibrated slightly and at a high frequency, emitting an extremely subtle buzzing sound. Inside the sphere, it seemed that a powerful force was brewing, struggling, attempting to break free. Sweat beads formed on Qianshi's forehead. Maintaining this level of precise control was a tremendous burden on both spirit and chakra. Yet he firmly controlled the energy in his palm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound grew increasingly clear. Suddenly, a sharp, ear-piercing sound like fabric being forcefully torn echoed. He saw that the resilient rubber ball was suddenly torn open by an invisible force from within, creating a crack on its surface. Although it had not fully burst, it was already damaged. Qianshi slowly dissipated the chakra, exhaling a breath of turbid air. Looking at the finally damaged rubber ball in his palm, he realized he had already succeeded halfway in the second step of training. The remaining task was simply a matter of persistent practice until he could completely destroy it. As for the third step, it required no tools, relying solely on the chakra condensing, compressing, rotating, and maintaining stability in his palm. The level of control required was far beyond what he could currently achieve. Qianshi cleaned up the water stains and rubber ball fragments in the room, quickly ate something refined chakra for a while, and then took out a new rubber ball to continue training. A few days later, Qianshi sat cross-legged in his stone house. In front of him lay several completely broken and lifeless rubber ball remnants resembling some bizarre fruits that had been drained of life. These were the results of several days of intense training. Through near self-torturous efforts, he had surpassed the water ball stage at an extraordinary pace, bursting these more resilient rubber balls one by one. The last flicker of azure chakra at his fingertips gradually faded away. Qianshi opened his eyes and scanned the fragments of rubber balls, his brow slightly furrowing. Not enough. Far from enough. The sensation of enhanced chakra control from bursting the last rubber ball was already negligible. The resilience and strength of these rubber balls had reached their limit for his current stage. They could no longer provide any assistance. As for the damaged joint components purchased from the Wind City, they had long since become useless scraps, now even too rough to serve as toys. Training had hit a bottleneck. The enhancements from conventional tree climbing and water stepping training were negligible, and even the primitive vessels for the training methods conceived from his past life had lost their efficacy. What should be the next step? A higher-level ninjutsu training scroll. Now, with little money, the rations available to an orphan were barely enough to sustain a basic life. Should he apply to the village? He quickly dismissed this thought. Exposing some physical talent and the speed of his ninjutsu training would be one thing, but if he prematurely revealed his terrifying chakra control and the rank ninjutsu Rasengan, he would not just end up on the dissection table. His gaze wandered unconsciously within the room, ultimately settling on the damaged joint components. After observing the material for some time, he concluded it was just the most ordinary iron. A thought suddenly burst into his mind. If the resilience of the rubber balls had its limits, then what about if the resistance provided by the rubber balls could hone chakra control? Then what about a solid metal ball that offered even greater resistance and was harder to penetrate? The feeling of obstruction and the reactive force it would bring could be several times, even dozens of times greater than that of the rubber balls. Once this idea emerged, it could no longer be suppressed. What Sunagakure lacked the most was various metal ores and rough processed products. Although ninja tools were expensive, a simple unprocessed solid iron lump should be exceedingly cheap. Without a moment's hesitation, Qianshi quickly got up, cleaned up the broken rubber ball fragments on the ground, pocketed some spare change he had saved, pushed open the stone door, and left the stone house. The ninja tool shop in the village was not hard to find. It was a small shop made of sandstone with a shuriken canvas hanging at the entrance as a marker. The shop was dimly lit, and the air was filled with a mix of metallic and greasy odors. The shelves were stocked with various ninja tools from brand new kunai and shuriken to some damaged items waiting for repairs, creating a dazzling array. The shopkeeper was a taciturn middle-aged man. One of his eyes seemed injured and appeared somewhat cloudy. He glanced at Qianshi as he entered, but offered no further attention, lazily leaning against the counter. Qianshi walked straight to the counter and calmly asked, "Excuse me, do you have any solid iron balls?" No special treatment needed, the harder and heavier the better, about the size of a handball. The shopkeeper raised his eyelids, seemingly surprised that a customer would make such a request. He sized up Qianshi and without further questions turned to rummage through the pile of junk behind him, making clinking sounds. After a moment, he pulled out a black iron ball and placed it with a thud on the counter. The iron ball had a diameter of about 10 centimeters, its surface rough, covered with casting burrs, and an oxidized dark color, feeling extremely heavy, cold, and hard, exuding a sense of pure heft. It's made from leftover scrap of discarded molds used for weighing things. It's not good iron, but it's hard and solid enough, the shopkeeper said in a gruff voice. 100 ryo will do. The price was indeed as Qianshi expected, as he was in Sunagakure, a place rich in mineral resources where the price of raw materials could almost be neglected. Qianshi swiftly paid for it, tucking the heavy iron ball into his embrace, feeling its cold weight, and hurried back to the stone house. Once again, Qianshi sat cross-legged, placing the solid iron ball in his palm. The cold sensation seeped into his skin, starkly different from the slightly elastic feel of the previous rubber balls. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and focused intently. The chakra within him began to slowly mobilize, flowing along the meridians towards his palm. However, when the chakra attempted to surge into the iron ball, as it had with the rubber balls, an unprecedented sense of obstruction instantly feedback. It felt like a once smooth stream suddenly crashing against an incredibly thick steel dam. The flow of chakra became extremely arduous, requiring immense effort and chakra to push forward even a fraction. The densely packed metal structure of the iron ball generated an astonishing repulsion and resistance against the formless chakra, far surpassing the porous and elastic structure of the rubber balls. Dozens of times, even stronger. Sweat quickly beaded on Qianqi's forehead. Yes, this is the feeling. This is exactly what is needed, a whetstone capable of honing chakra control to a new height. No longer rushing for results, Qianshi completely immersed himself in the process, controlling the chakra to continuously flow into the iron ball. The process was exceedingly slow and consumed tremendous energy. The chakra sank like a stone into the sea, and the feedback from within the iron ball was barely noticeable. Time quietly flowed by in silence. Qianshi could clearly see, or rather feel, his chakra being forcefully compressed and organized in the environment inside the iron ball. Any control flaws and power dissipations that previous trainings could not touch were laid bare under this ironclad resistance and were being gradually corrected. This method of training exceeded all expectations. The hardness of this iron ball was sufficient to support extremely prolonged training, no longer needing to worry about the issue of vessel damage. Uncertain how much time had passed until his mental energy was nearly exhausted, Qianshi slowly ceased the output of chakra. He opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath of turbid air that carried a white mist, his gaze slightly weary. The iron ball in his palm remained cold and dark, its surface showing no change, as if the impact of chakra had never occurred. But the sensation of ultimate control over chakra was clearer than after any previous training. Qianshi gently rubbed the rough surface of the iron ball, as if caressing a priceless treasure. From today onward, the routine practice of tree climbing could be completely halted. With this, the honing of chakra control had entered a new phase. Qianshi casually placed the iron ball in a corner, then opened his right palm. A thought began to take root. The external refinement is sufficient. It is time to attempt to condense the spiraling sphere. However, not now. I must wait until my mental strength has fully recovered. After a simple meal, Qianshi fell into a deep sleep. The next day in the morning, Qianshi awoke from his slumber feeling that his condition had reached its peak. Without any hesitation, he began to gather chakra into the palm of his hand. Control, rotate, stabilize. Qianshi silently recited the key points in his mind, and the chakra in his palm suddenly glowed brightly. The azure energy flowed, and at the moment of its appearance began to rotate wildly around a core point. Buzz. A deep yet penetrating humming sound resonated within the silent stone room, unlike any known sound of ninjutsu. The air was stirred by the rapidly rotating spiraling sphere, forming tiny vortices that blew through Qianqi's hair. In his palm, a highly condensed and violently rotating chakra energy sphere took shape instantly. About the size of a fist, stable and form, countless chakra units were twisting and tearing within, emanating a dangerous and powerful energy fluctuation. The brilliance illuminated Qianqi's face with a deep blue hue. It was a success. A direct success. No surprises, no loss of control. After refining with water balls, rubber balls, and especially iron balls, Qianqi's precision and chakra control was sufficient to support this leap. Everything came naturally. He could clearly feel the chaotic and immense energy within the sphere struggling to break free from its confines. Maintaining the spiraling sphere consumed quite a bit of energy, but it was not unbearable given his current chakra capacity. Qianshi quickly estimated that he could only condense the spiraling sphere 3 times before exhausting his chakra. He carefully experienced the form, energy fluctuations, and consumption rate of the spiraling sphere in his palm, silently assessing until the chakra was nearly depleted. Only then did Qianshi focus his thoughts and dissipate the spiraling sphere. The humming sound ceased abruptly, and the room returned to silence. Mastery had been achieved. But how powerful is it? It needs to be tested. It must not be in the house, nor anywhere that might attract attention. Qianshi sat cross-legged, refining chakra, while contemplating a suitable testing location. Once the chakra refinement was complete, Qianshi quickly stood up and pushed open the stone door. He swiftly oriented himself and hurried towards a more remote cliff at the edge of the village. There were weathered cliffs all around, making it an ideal testing ground. Soon the massive cliff came into view. The towering sandstone cliff stood abruptly in the sandy ground, its surface marked with signs of erosion and cracks. Qianshi confirmed that the area was clear with no one nearby. He stood before the thickest and most solid-looking cliff. The cliff was several meters high and made of dense material, making it a perfect target. Calming his mind, he extended his right palm. Chakra surged forth, rotating, compressing, taking shape. The humming sound resumed, and the azure spiraling sphere suddenly appeared in Qianqi's palm, glowing fiercely against the dimming twilight. With a swift thrust of his arm, the spiraling sphere directly struck the hard cliff. At the moment of contact, boom, a deep, resounding explosion echoed. Upon contact with the cliff surface, the highly compressed and rapidly rotating destructive energy exhibited a terrifying tearing effect. The hard sandstone appeared as fragile as paper before the spiraling sphere. No debris flew about, instead countless particles were instantaneously ground into the finest powder, violently spraying backward in a radiant cloud of dust. A hemispherical cavity, nearly a meter in diameter, was forcefully excavated in the cliff, centered on the impact point. The interior of the cavity was eerily smooth, with all the rock structures completely shredded by that destructive rotational force. As the destruction concluded, the spiraling sphere in his hand also dissipated. Qianshi retracted his arms, standing quietly as he gazed at the astonishing scene of devastation. Dust slowly settled, gradually revealing the terrifying cavity. Its power far exceeded expectations, showcasing the ultimate characteristics of tearing and crushing. This was merely a pure transformation of form, without any attribute changes. If in the future any attribute changes are added, the power would likely be even more astonishing. The wind blew, dispersing the lingering dust slightly. Qianshi stepped forward and reached out to touch the smooth inner wall of the cavity. It felt icy to the touch, as delicate as if polished. He silently assessed the consequences if this strike were to land on a human body. With this technique, the odds of survival had increased. A trace of joy rose in his heart, only to quickly dissipate. The testing objective had been achieved, and it was not suitable to linger here. Qianshi took one last look at the massive wound in the cliff, condensing another spiraling sphere to erase all traces, and quickly turned to leave, disappearing into the twilight, as if he had never been there. In the blink of an eye, it was July of the 11th year in the ninja world. The midday sun beat down mercilessly, warping the air with heat. Yet inside the stone house, a completely different atmosphere prevailed, distinct from the oppressive heat outside. Before Qianshi lay the worn and tattered scroll of basic puppet creation and maintenance. For the past 3 months, aside from the unyielding physical and chakra training and the ongoing mastery of the Rasengan, Qianshi had devoted nearly all his remaining energy into the meticulous study of this scroll. Every diagram, every segment of text, and even each noted dimension had long been engraved in his mind. This knowledge pertains to the most traditional and mainstream form of humanoid puppetry. How to craft joints, how to lay conductive wires, how to install the most basic mechanical arms, how to maintain and care for them. The system is complete, and the logic is clear, traversing the path that countless puppeteers of Sunagakure have walked. Mastering this knowledge is not difficult, but that is all there is to it. Qianshi's gaze shifted from the scroll to the void, falling into deep contemplation. Is a humanoid puppet truly the ultimate solution? In the mainstream puppetry of Sunagakure, whether it is the tangible humanoid puppets controlled by Kankuro, or the swarms that pursue extreme numbers and poison like Sasori, the core medium almost invariably revolves around humanoid or biomimetic forms. It seems to be an unconscious belief that puppets should be that way. However, memories from his past life continually collided with this ingrained perception. Why must they be humanoid? To mimic the movements of ninjas themselves. Puppets do not need to breathe or exert muscle power. Their movements rely entirely on the manipulation of chakra threads and the design of internal mechanisms. Does mimicking the complex structure of the human body not introduce unnecessary vulnerabilities and manufacturing difficulties? Joints, lumbar vertebrae, neck. These are the keys to agility in the human body, but do they become easily targeted weaknesses in a puppet? Especially when facing opponents skilled in taijutsu and possessing incredible speed, can a large and relatively clumsy humanoid puppet truly keep pace? Perhaps the top puppeteers can, but the required precision and control and the strength of the puppet itself would undoubtedly escalate exponentially. For a 7-year-old orphan with limited resources and abilities still in their infancy, is it wise to pursue that seemingly orthodox, yet fiercely competitive and resource-draining path? The answer is negative. Survival is the primary concern. Every choice must serve this paramount principle. What is needed are methods that are efficient, discreet, and unexpected, capable of determining life and death at critical moments rather than deliberate mimicry. His thoughts began to sharpen, and a concept that diverged from tradition, appearing somewhat heretical in Sunagakure, slowly took shape in his mind. Size. Perhaps like a handball. This size would facilitate carrying, make it easy to hide, and even allow the simultaneous control of multiple units. The load on the chakra threads would be far less than that required for controlling a large puppet. Shape. There is no need to be confined to humanoid forms. Spherical, oval, even more irregular polyhedra. Design it in a way that aids concealment and movement. The core lies in functionality, not form. Methods of attack. The heavy blades and flame-throwing devices of large puppets are impractical for small, but there is a type of weapon that fits perfectly. Sanbon. Thin, discreet, and with minimal noise upon fire. If coated with poison, it does not require complex toxins. Even a common neurotoxin, as long as it hits, even if just a scratch, can instantly alter the course of battle, even determining life and death. The image of the puppet became increasingly clear, a ball the size of a fist covered with tiny holes. It does not need a robust armor nor complex functions. Its purpose lies in stealth and delivering a lethal strike. Controlling such a puppet would significantly enhance the accuracy requirements of chakra threads, thereby elevating his own chances of survival. If controlling a single puppet is certainly inferior to traditional ones, then controlling multiple spherical puppets would absolutely surpass a single traditional puppet. The more Qianshi thought, the more he felt this path aligned with the current situation. Resource consumption would be minimal, manufacturing difficulty relatively low, emphasizing stealth and the ability to strike swiftly, perfectly matching his current vision. His gaze swept once more over the complex diagrams of humanoid puppet structures on the scroll, his heart now calm. The current objective is not to produce a powerful finished product, but to validate the feasibility of this concept. The first step is the miniaturization of the core mechanism. Qianshi took some scraps, several thin iron sheets of decent hardness, and a few polished sunbon, prepared beside him. The tools he picked up were used for the initial processing and shaping of these materials. Forging is unnecessary as the strength of these materials is not high. Qianshi immersed himself completely in the process of creating the puppet. After 4 months, one morning, Qianshi's figure appeared in the training ground. He habitually scanned his surroundings, confirming that no one was around before retrieving a fist-sized iron ball from the pouch at his waist. The iron ball was entirely made of rough iron sheets stitched together, its shape rather irregular, exuding a sense of shabby simplicity. This was one of the 4 prototype machines he had spent months crafting, draining his savings. He called it the floating cannon. The name embodied hopes of floating, drifting, and delivering a lethal blow. Though the name was acceptable, the reality was stark. He placed the floating cannon on the sandy ground. Qianshi's hands moved slightly, with faint blue chakra threads extending from his fingertips to connect to the device. Rise. The iron ball wobbled and floated up, stabilizing at an altitude of 1.5 meters above the ground. Qianshi's gaze locked onto a section of a withered wooden stake half buried in the sand 20 meters away. Driven by the chakra threads, the floating cannon slowly turned, aligning the front opening with the target. His fingertips trembled suddenly. Crack! A soft sound echoed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The concentrated sound of air being pierced erupted. 20 thin shuriken shot out in a fan shape. The majority of the shuriken embedded deeply into the broken surface of the wooden stake, forming a cluster. After the strike, the floating iron ball fell completely silent. Qianshi dissipated the chakra threads, and the iron ball dropped to the ground. He first silently collected the scattered shuriken from the sandy area, then walked up to the wooden stake. The lethality was acceptable, but one-time use. Qianshi murmured to himself. This flaw pierced his heart like a thorn. In battle, enemies would not grant him time to retrieve and reload. His current load and finances also did not allow him to carry many. Improvements were necessary. Qianshi stood in place, staring at the empty shell in his hand, lost in thought. A very clever concept. A gentle voice suddenly sounded from behind, not loud, but startling the focused Qianshi. He quickly turned around to see a young man who had appeared out of nowhere. The newcomer looked to be around 20 years old, wearing the standard vest of a jonin, exuding a calm demeanor with a look of curiosity and appreciation on his face. His gaze did not meet Qianshi's, but was instead fixed on the crude iron ball in Qianshi's hand. Using chakra threads to achieve levitation and activation, quite a unique approach. However, once it has been fired, it becomes useless, right? He took a few steps closer, his tone calm, as if discussing an ordinary matter. Haven't you considered how to make it last a bit longer? Qianshi felt a jolt in his heart. This person had seen through his greatest dilemma at a glance. Noticing Qianshi's intense reaction, the young man's eyes flashed with surprise, which quickly turned into an apologetic smile. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. I was just passing by and was attracted by this intriguing little thing. His gaze returned to the floating cannon in Qianshi's hand, filled with pure curiosity. Who are you? Qianshi's voice was tinged with caution, his eyes rapidly scanning the stranger. A jonin's vest with a demeanor so at odds with the rest of Sunagakure. Menzo Yuman. The man replied candidly, his tone ordinary, yet brimming with confidence. His attention quickly returned to the iron ball. Did you make this? Qianshi's mind raced. Denying it was pointless, perhaps. This was also an opportunity. He nodded succinctly, stating, yes, I tried making it myself. Using chakra threads for levitation, pursuing extreme, single-use lethality. A very interesting. Menzo Yuman quickly discerned the core of the puppet, his tone devoid of judgment, merely offering a calm analysis. But the flaws are very apparent. This statement precisely hit upon the puppet's current dilemma. Though Qianshi remained silent, the changes in his gaze spoke volumes. Menzo Yuman continued, the path you wish to take is quite special. Miniaturization and specialization require extremely high precision in control or a great deal of time to compensate for functional shortcomings. It's not easy. He shifted his tone, presenting the most critical suggestion, his gaze returning to Qianshi. Perhaps you can consider a different approach. Stop trying to perfect the launching step. Why not first consider retrieval? Retrieval, Qianshi instinctively repeated. Minzo Yuman observed the astonishment flickering in his eyes, chuckling softly, and chose not to elaborate further. He said no more, merely nodded slightly at Qianshi before turning to leave. Qianshi stood still, his thoughts becoming clearer. This was not about continuous shooting, but about transforming a consumable into a reusable weapon. The shift in thinking brought everything into focus. But what about feasibility? The first dilemma: the wire. A special thread was needed, extremely fine and tough enough to withstand the impact of firing. Chakra wires are energy entities that cannot adhere for long. The village of sand is rich in resources, perhaps a special metal thread could be found. But could his finances support this? He had saved for a long time just to create this prototype, let alone those special wires. The second dilemma: connection. Even if he obtained cheap wire, how could it be reliably fixed to the tail of a qianbin that was only 3 centimeters long? Micro-piercing. The qianbin launched would have its tail wire act as a puppet's tentacle to pull itself. Tugging on the qianbin, which is pinned to the enemy's clothing, could be enough to disrupt their balance at a critical moment. He could also use the qianbin to pin into walls or tree trunks, instantly laying down a concealed tripwire. This little flying cannon instantly evolved from a mere ranged weapon into a sophisticated puppet that integrated crowd control, interference, and assassination. Of course, all of this hinged on finding that magical wire and solving the connection problem. Simultaneously, this posed an almost perverse requirement for manipulating the chakra lines, not only maintaining the floating cannon, but also multitasking to sense and control up to 20 nearly invisible wires. An impulsive excitement dispelled all of Qianshi's hesitations. He had to search for suitable wire quickly. 1 month later, Qianshi sat cross-legged in the center of a stone hut with sketches spread out before him, surrounded by qianbin and a small bundle of shimmering metallic wind shadow spider silk, an expensive material he had spent an entire month's allowance on. Over the past month, he had fully implemented the idea of line retrieval from the Min Zhuoweimin system. After repeated tests of the connection methods, he finally found the most reliable one. However, when put into practice, significant drawbacks emerged. Simultaneously controlling the floating cannon's levitation, triggering its launch, while also guiding 20 nearly invisible threads for retrieval. This burden on his mind was terrifying. After one exercise, he felt mentally exhausted. During combat, too many distractions were tantamount to suicide. Moreover, the retrieved qianbin were tangled together, and sorting them took no less time than reloading. The anticipated prolonged combat also became a mirage. Cost, risks, efficiency. His gaze swept over the recorded expenses on paper. The price of this bundle of spider silk far exceeded the total cost of the puppet body and a large number of non-corded qianbin. Was it really worth such a huge investment for a retrieval function that might not even be used in actual combat? Without a doubt, Min Zhuoweimin's intentions were good, but his ideas were built on his own financial capabilities and did not take into account that Qianshi, as an orphan, had no excess funds to support the puppet's development before officially graduating as a ninja. Qianshi began to shift his thinking. Since the puppet itself was so inexpensive, why not make it disposable? The shell would be made of iron, and the mechanism would consist of springs. The most expensive spider silk could be replaced with iron wire, and giving up on retrieval for qianbin could be completely substituted with cheaper triangular steel spikes. Calculating the costs, each unit might cost even less than a detonating talisman. Detonating talisman. Indeed, detonating talismans are disposable. For tactical purposes, ninjas never hesitate to expend resources. So why not for puppets? In an instant, he realized he had been stuck in a dilemma. The essence of tactics is to achieve goals, not to ensure the longevity of weapons. As long as the results far exceed the cost, disposability is the most efficient choice. Once he accepted this positioning, all the so-called technical difficulties vanished into thin air. No need for a retrieval mechanism. No need for a complex magazine. No need for exorbitantly priced materials. No need for perverse multiple controls. Just ensure control the puppet and detonate it at close range. The structure can be simplified to the extreme. The shell can be thinner, flatter, made into a double-layered shell filled with steel balls to increase lethality, and costs can be further reduced, even optimized. At that time, carrying 10 or 20 units encountering enemies, he could directly control the puppets and detonate them in their faces. A faint, self-deprecating and enlightened laugh spread through the cold air. He carefully put away the bundle of expensive wind shadow spider silk, perhaps for another purpose in the future. Qianshi picked up a new piece of sketch paper, his pen dancing at his fingertips as the new structure diagram of the flying cannon became simpler and more brutal. 2 weeks later, in front of Qianshi, what lay spread out was no longer a draft, but a clearly structured blueprint. The lines were precise, the annotations clear, and every detail had been meticulously revised. It received a new name: the Pursuer. The structure was simplified to the utmost, a double-layered spherical shell with a slot reserved for a detonating talisman at its center, surrounded by 5 triangular steel needles bound with steel wire. The inner wall of the shell was engraved with a mesh pattern designed to scatter more lethal shrapnel upon detonation. Its function was simple and direct approach, then self-destruct. The design on the blueprint was entirely feasible with Qianqi's current abilities. However, his gaze shifted from the blueprint to the shriveled pouch beside him. A few coins lay forlornly at the bottom of the pouch. Creating the design and being able to construct it were 2 entirely different matters. The most critical barrier was not the cheap tin and steel needles, nor even the bundle of expensive wind shadow spider silk. It was the detonating talisman. This strictly controlled military item was far beyond the means of a mere orphan attending a ninja academy. Even the channels for purchase were tightly shut to him. Without a detonating talisman, the pursuer was nothing more than a ridiculous shell, utterly meaningless. Was he to buy fireworks instead? Qianshi had already inquired at the Ninja Academy. The price of fireworks in the ninja world was exorbitantly high. Due to the existence of the detonating talisman, fireworks were typically for display purposes, and the price of even a single ordinary firework exceeded that of the bundle of wind shadow spider silk, which he could not afford. Self-developing gunpowder. The thought was quickly dismissed by Qianshi. In this world, the price of fireworks was outrageously high, and the raw materials for gunpowder were nearly monopolized, leaving him with no way to obtain them. A deep sense of powerlessness enveloped Qianshi. He had the blueprint, but was stuck at the most fundamental resource. Rely on Monzuk. The thought was swiftly quashed. That newly established fragile bond of guidance could not withstand a request for military supplies. Both paths were blocked. Was he to seal the blueprint away, waiting for an indefinite graduation? Or should he strip away the core and create a useless, simplified version? Unwilling to accept defeat, Qianshi stared at the box in the blueprint representing the detonating talisman, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through it. He had to find a way to make money. Unconventional methods flashed through his mind, but were forcibly suppressed by reason. The risks were too great. At this stage, he could not afford to take any chances. Qianshi carefully rolled up the scroll containing the blueprint for the pursuer and hid it safely within the stone house. He wrapped his clothes tightly around himself, pushed open the stone door, and merged into the sparse morning crowd of Suna, scanning his surroundings. His first target was the shops displaying purchase signs. In front of an apothecary, dried sea buckthorn and cactus flowers piled on the counter, exuding a bitter scent. "Do you buy scorpion venom?" Qianshi asked the shopkeeper behind the counter, trying to make his voice sound less youthful. The shopkeeper glanced at him with half-opened eyelids, and then lowered his head to fiddle with an abacus. "Live desert golden scorpions with intact venom sacs. Can you catch them?" There was skepticism in his tone. Qianshi fell silent. He had learned about the habits of desert golden scorpions at the Ninja Academy. They were fast and highly venomous, typically used for poisoning ninja tools or for concocting special antidotes, usually hidden beneath the sand, not something a mere Ninja Academy student could easily capture. Even if he could, he would need specialized tools and containers which he could not afford. He shook his head and left the apothecary. Next was a mining shop. Inside were displayed stones of various colors, some gleaming with a metallic luster. He wanted to inquire whether they purchased unprocessed or if there were any apprentice jobs available. The shop owner was a burly middle-aged man hammering away at a stubborn rock. "Kid, do you recognize what kind of, or this is a?" He held up a dark red rock. Qianshi stared at it for a moment. His limited knowledge of minerals came from the knowledge classes at the Ninja Academy, but he could not identify this specific type of ore. He silently shook his head again. "If you can't even recognize, or what are you doing here?" The shopkeeper waved his hand impatiently. "Go on, get out." The series of setbacks pressed Qianqi's lips into a straight line. He walked towards the central area of the village where there was a bulletin board posting non-ninja tasks open to all villagers. Most of the papers posted were for labor-intensive odd jobs, recruiting store, clerks, laborers. The pay was extremely meager, barely enough to make ends meet. Those tasks that offered slightly higher rewards either required specific skills or explicitly stated an age limit of XX years and above. After searching around, the cold reality felt more unbearable than the winter wind. All seemingly normal ways to make money were closed off to him. Knowledge, ability, identity, age. Each was a barrier he could not surpass. A deep sense of powerlessness weighed down on Qianshi. Even with insights beyond his years, he could not obtain the most basic materials. Qianshi sat dejectedly on a stone step, watching the bustling crowd in the marketplace. The ninjas hurried by, either exchanging missions or purchasing tools, their world efficient and direct, yet entirely unrelated to him. Qianqi's gaze drifted aimlessly until it was captured by some non-ninja matters. Not far away, an elderly stonecutter with graying hair sat on a small stool, chiseling stone amulets with a chisel and hammer, the sound ringing out rhythmically. The amulets were simple in design, mostly featuring common symbolic patterns of sand-hidden village, such as wind and sand motifs or camels. The cost of the materials was next to nothing made from readily available sandstone. However, under the old stonecutter's hands the rough stone became smooth, and the simple lines depicted a unique charm. A woman with a child approached inquiring about the price. 10 liang, the stonecutter replied without raising his head. The woman promptly paid, picked up an amulet inscribed with protective patterns, and hung it around her child's neck. Qianshi observed this scene, feeling a slight stir in his heart. 10 liang was a very low price, yet many people were buying. In just a short time the old stonecutter had sold quite a few. He looked closely and noticed that although the amulets on the stonecutter's stall shared a similar theme, each one bore slight differences in its patterns upon closer inspection. It seemed as if the shape of the stone itself dictated the design, making each piece a unique item. Qianshi's gaze shifted to another area. In front of a furniture stall several villagers gathered. The stall owner was showcasing a low cabinet. The cabinet was made of ordinary materials crafted from poplar wood common in the desert, yet the doors and drawer fronts were intricately carved with elaborate desert sunset patterns edged with small polished pieces of colored stone as embellishments. This cabinet costs 10 liang more than an ordinary one, the stall owner said. One villager touched the smooth carvings, nodded and remarked, "Not bad, it's worth the price. The craftsmanship is excellent." And he directly paid for it. Qianshi silently watched. Precious herbs, or missions. These belonged to the world of ninjas which he could not touch. But these stone amulets, intricately carved furniture. These things from the daily lives of ordinary villagers seemed to exist under an entirely different set of rules. Here one's ninja rank didn't matter, nor was there any inquiry into whether one could extract scorpion venom or identify ores. It only considered whether the items one created were exquisite enough to warrant extra payment. A vague thought emerged in his mind. Perhaps I shouldn't always think about making money as a ninja. He still needed money, needed explosive tags. But the path to obtaining them might not lie on that task board filled with restrictions. Since the ninja route was temporarily impassable, could this path belonging to ordinary people be traversed by him? Qianshi stood up, took one last look at the old stonecutter's skillful hands and the few remaining amulets on his stall, and turned to leave. Upon returning to the stone house, Qianshi stopped daydreaming and immediately rummaged through all the materials he could utilize. Leftover scraps from making puppet models, a few irregularly shaped wooden strips, some small metal pieces that had been cut off, and half a can of dwindling adhesive. He believed he had found his direction. If those flashy amulets could sell, then creating something more practical should naturally have a larger market. Qianshi's mind was completely immersed in his own world as he began to brainstorm. His first idea was a mouse trap, as these little nuisances were always present in the old buildings of Sand-Hidden Village. Current mouse traps were cumbersome and inefficient. He picked up the wooden pieces and metal strips, attempting to create a more sensitive and efficient version. First, Qianshi designed a relatively complex lever mechanism, attempting to trigger the device with the slightest touch, even considering a secondary locking function to prevent mice from escaping. After spending half a day, a cleverly structured, yet somewhat odd-looking mousetrap was born. It consisted of 7 or 8 components featuring bent metal wires and cleverly positioned wooden pieces resembling parts of a complex device rather than a simple mouse-catching tool. Then Qianshi shifted his gaze to the broken tool handles. He selected suitable wood, attempting to create handles that were more ergonomic and comfortable to grip. He meticulously carved and polished with a small knife, even referring to the grip patterns of ninja tools, etching anti-slip grooves on the surface. A few days later he returned to the market with a few pieces he considered masterpieces. Qianshi chose a corner with a slightly higher foot traffic, laying out the improved mouse traps and several tool handles on the ground, harboring a tinge of hope within. However, reality dealt him a heavy blow. Most passers-by cast only a curious glance before moving on. Occasionally someone would stop, pick up the intricately designed mousetrap, turn it over and over, their face filled with confusion. "How do you use this thing?" a middle-aged woman asked. Qianshi patiently explained the principles of the improved mousetrap. The woman frowned, ultimately shaking her head. "It's too complicated, my old trap works better." She put the mousetrap down and turned to leave. The tool handles fared slightly better, but still attracted no interest. Someone picked one up and weighed it in their hand, commenting, "It's got a nice pattern, but it's impractical and hard to clean," before putting it back. Qianshi's practical inventions seemed out of place in front of real users. He was overly focused on structural ingenuity and theoretical efficiency, completely neglecting the usage habits and aesthetics of ordinary people. In the eyes of the villagers, his designs were not only impractical, but also lacked credibility due to their bizarre shapes. Moreover, the seller was just a half-grown child. An entire day went by. Qianshi did not sell a single item. By evening, he trudged back to the stone house, looking at the pile of neglected goods. Not only did he fail to earn money today, but he also wasted what little material he had left. Hopes dashed the road ahead seemed completely blocked. He sat on the bed, gazing at the few remaining pieces of wood and metal scraps in the corner, silently pondering. Qianshi unconsciously grabbed a carving knife and picked up a piece of leftover stone the size of an egg from a previous attempt. He did not want to think or design, he simply relied on instinct, wanting to let his hands move. Through this repetitive, focused action, he sought to forcibly calm the turbulent emotions within. As his mind emptied, his fingers began to move naturally. The carving knife glided over the stone, producing a faint scratching sound. After an unknown amount of time, when Qianshi's pent-up frustration began to ease and rationality returned, he suddenly jolted awake, refocusing his attention on his hands. Then Qianshi froze. In the palm of his hand lay a stone sculpture. It was a meticulously crafted miniature model of a kunai with astonishingly perfect lines. This was not an artistic creation, it was an almost perfect replica and miniaturization. Qianshi looked at the stone sculpture, then glanced down at his hand holding the carving knife. These hands, trained through years of chakra line manipulation practice and constant attempts to create puppet parts, had already developed stability and control far beyond the ordinary. For him, achieving a level that would take ordinary craftsmen years of hard work was as simple as drinking water. He had always attempted to use his intellect to create new things, but he repeatedly hit walls. It was only at this moment, in this unconscious outpouring, that he truly recognized his unique core advantage. His products should not be inventions that are overly complicated yet fail to meet market needs, but rather exquisite crafts. So in the Sand-Hidden Village, what kind of crafts can best leverage this advantage while also having market potential? Qianshi's gaze swept across the simple stone walls of the hut, his mind racing. This is a ninja village, what would outsiders, or even the village's own ninjas, find interesting? The answer is almost self-evident. Things closely related to ninjas. Miniature ninja tools such as kunai and shuriken, the emblem of the Sand-Hidden Village, even the hat of the Wind Shadow. Or perhaps unique creatures from this desert, such as sand scorpions and sand lizards. These creatures not only fit the characteristics of the Sand-Hidden Village, but their relatively regular symmetrical or specifically shaped structures also perfectly align with his adeptness in precise replication. He no longer thought about unique artistic creations, as that was not his strong suit. His goal was to mass-produce uniformly high-quality crafts. No time to waste. Qianshi cleared a relatively flat stone slab to serve as his workbench. He selected 3 patterns as his first batch to try: the relatively simple, yet distinctly desert-themed sand scorpion, the most basic ninja tool kunai, and the neatly lined emblem of the Sand-Hidden Village. Qianshi did not rush to carve, but first carefully drew the standard outlines of these 3 patterns on the similarly sized stones he had chosen. This step was to ensure the consistency of each craft. Next came the moment to showcase his efficiency. Qianshi picked up the carving knife, and his expression became focused. His wrist was as steady as a rock, his fingertips subtly adjusting the angle and pressure of the carving knife. The blade descended, moving along the drawn lines without the slightest tremor or deviation. Stone chips fell away, and the outlines of the patterns became distinct and deep at a visibly accelerated pace. He was completely immersed in this efficient and repetitive labor. One after another, he first uniformly sketched the outlines of the 3 patterns on all stone pieces, then proceeded to deepen the carvings and refine the details. The precision and consistency that would require ordinary stonemasons to repeatedly compare and carefully correct came to him almost effortlessly. By the time the sky darkened again, several finished products were already neatly arranged on his workbench. Several sand scorpions with menacing appearances and sharp details on their stinger tails, a few finely edged miniature kunai with straight blade lines, and several neatly lined and sharp-edged emblems of the Sand-Hidden Village. They were made of ordinary material, just the cheapest sandstone, and in terms of size, shape, and detail, they all appeared to be carved from the same mold. The first thought that crossed his mind was to set up a stall. But this idea was quickly dismissed by Qianshi. First and foremost, there was no time. His daily training classes and self-improvement occupied most of Qianshi's time, and the remaining energy had to be devoted to chakra control and puppet research. It was impossible to stay at a stall for long. Moreover, previous experiences of setting up a stall had already made it clear to him. A stall run by a 7-year-old child had an attraction level that was almost non-existent. Carefully placing the sandstone scorpion in his palm, he stood up. Tomorrow he needed to find a store, one that might purchase such small crafts. A general store, a gift shop, or perhaps a souvenir shop specifically targeting tourists. His goal was clear. He simply tidied up the small hut, extinguished the oil lamp, and drifted into slumber. The next day, early morning, Qianshi tucked the small scorpion carving into his pocket and pushed open the heavy stone door, heading towards the area of the village where commerce was concentrated. His gaze swept across the shop signs lining the street, searching for potential targets. He quickly calculated in his mind how to initiate the conversation, how to present himself, and how to negotiate. Grocery stores, ninja, tool shops, herbal medicine shops, snack stalls. Most were not the targets he sought. He needed to find a place that might show interest in non-utilitarian trinkets. Qianqi's steps finally halted in front of a shop that appeared modest in size, but had a window display that showed the shop sign was painted with somewhat faded paint reading crafts of sand. Inside the window were displayed colorful sand paintings, rough clay pots, and several specimens of common desert plants, giving it the look of a souvenir shop aimed at ordinary residents and perhaps the occasional tourist. This was the place. He did not enter immediately, but instead quietly observed for a moment from an inconspicuous corner across the street. Inside the shop, there were very few customers. Only a middle-aged woman in a thick cotton robe was examining a clay pot, while the owner, a seemingly shrewd middle-aged man, leaned against the counter with his hands in his pockets, appearing somewhat listless. Qianshi patiently waited for the woman to leave, and once the shop returned to its quiet state, he took a deep breath of the chilly air and stepped inside. He pushed open the door, causing a crisp jingle of bells. The owner lifted his eyelids, glancing at the child in old training clothes who had entered, a flicker of disappointment passing through his gaze, yet he instinctively forced a smile, saying, "What would you like to buy?" "Buying a gift for your family. Or perhaps for a classmate." Qianshi did not respond to the small talk, but walked straight to the counter. "Excuse me, do you purchase handicrafts here?" "Purchase?" The owner's expression momentarily faltered, the smile on his face fading slightly, as he appraised Qianshi, once more seemingly thinking that the child was joking. "Our shop is small, and we only buy items from skilled artisans. Handicrafts made by children." "I'm afraid." The tone of his words was clearly dismissive. Qianshi had anticipated this. He said nothing more, but quietly took out the scorpion carved from sandstone scraps from his pocket and gently placed it on the glass counter. The scorpion was no larger than a fingernail, its entire body grayish yellow, indistinguishable from the color of the sandstone, yet its shape was remarkably lifelike. Its body segments were distinctly outlined, 8 legs naturally spread out, exuding a dynamic sense, as if it were about to crawl, with its sharp and dangerous tail curled up. Even the minute serrations on its pincers were clearly discernible. It lay there quietly, yet it seemed as if it would come to life at any moment. The owner's indifferent gaze swept over the scorpion, and the initial disinterest instantly froze, followed by a sudden widening of his eyes as he instinctively leaned down for a closer look. "This?" A look of disbelief spread across his face as he could not help but reach out his hand, carefully picking up the tiny scorpion and bringing it closer to his eyes, examining it from every angle. The more he scrutinized, the more astonished he became. Without any use of colored paint, purely relying on the texture of the stone itself and the utmost precision of the carving, the essence of a desert scorpion was depicted vividly. Every cut was clean and precise, with no signs of hesitation or error. What kind of stable technique and astonishing control was required for this? This was certainly not something a child could easily accomplish. "Is this made by you?" The owner's voice carried clear astonishment as his gaze fell on Qianshi once more, this time filled with unprecedented scrutiny. "Yes," Qianshi replied, simply providing no further explanation. The boss lowered his head once more to gaze at the scorpion in his hand, his fingers gliding over the smooth cold stone surface as a flicker of shrewdness flashed in his eyes. He was a businessman, and he immediately recognized the value of this item. Perhaps the material was not precious, but the craftsmanship and precision were undoubtedly rare. Placed in the shop, it would undoubtedly have more appeal than those shoddy ceramic sand paintings, attracting the attention of ninjas and merchants in search of novelty or with a bit of extra money. The boss deliberated his words, trying to suppress the surprise in his heart and regain his demeanor as a businessman, saying, "The item is indeed well made. However, this material is too ordinary, just common sandstone scrap, isn't it? Moreover, it's a bit too small." He began to nitpick. Qianshi chuckled coldly in his heart, but maintained a calm expression, merely watching him quietly, waiting for the other party to make an offer. Such typical tactics to drive down prices had been seen often in his past life. The boss felt a bit uneasy as Qianshi remained silent, merely staring at him with those eyes, sensing that his methods had been misapplied. Clearing his throat, he got straight to the point of him. "How about this? Seeing that your craftsmanship is indeed rare, I will also seek to establish a good relationship. For one of this size, I'll offer you 20 liang. How many do you have?" "I will take them all." He quoted a price he thought was quite low, assuming the other party might haggle. 20 liang. To reach his goal of 1,000 liang, he needed to sell 50 pieces. And he could only make a maximum of 50 in a day. Qianshi said nothing, simply extending his hand not to reclaim the scorpion, but to pull out another item from his pocket. This was carved from another piece of slightly reddish sandstone scrap he had picked up on the way. It was no longer an animal, but a miniature, exquisitely crafted forehead protector of the sand-hidden village. The texture of the fabric, the thickness and curvature of the metal pieces, and even the engraved emblem representing Sand Hidden were all meticulously rendered, as if a true forehead protector had been scaled down several times. This required even sharper observational skills and finer craftsmanship. Smack! The miniature forehead protector was gently placed beside the scorpion. The boss' eyes widened instantly, his mouth slightly agape as he stared at the two small objects on the counter, one gray-yellow and the other dark red, unable to speak for a long while. This time, he didn't even reach out, he simply stared at them. One was a natural organism, the other a man-made item, yet both exhibited the same terrifying precision of replication. This was no longer just good, it was simply monstrous. He immediately understood that this child before him could not be measured by common standards. His previous thoughts of driving down the price vanished without a trace. He even began to worry that if the price was not right, the other party might just turn around and seek another shop. Such items, as long as the right buyer was found, would undoubtedly sell. 40 liang. The boss exclaimed almost instinctively, his voice slightly pitchy. 40 liang for one. Let's settle at this price. Whatever you have I will take. But they must all be of this caliber. No shoddy work. He hastily added, his eyes now eagerly fixed on Qianshi. 40 liang. The price was reasonable. Producing 50 a day would yield 2,000 liang. In just one day, he could exchange that for 2 explosion talismans. He quickly calculated the results in his mind. This price was acceptable. His face remained expressionless as he slowly nodded. All right. I will handle the material, delivering daily. Good. It's settled. The boss' face lit up with joy as if he could already see these little trinkets turning into a steady flow of income. Whenever you deliver, I'll be in the shop. He carefully packed the 2 small crafts as if cradling some extraordinary treasure. The deal was struck. Qianshi turned around and pushed open the shop door. Quickening his pace, he headed towards the desolate area at the edge of the village littered with sandstone fragments. Now he needed to gather enough materials. For 3 consecutive days, Qianshi devoted all the time he could spare apart from the absolutely necessary training and classes to his sculpting work. In the corner of the stone house, the piled-up sandstone fragments were visibly decreasing, replaced by an astonishing quantity of neatly arranged crafts. Desert scorpions, wind-eroded rocks, sand-hidden forehead protectors, kunai shuriken. Each with distinct forms, yet all exuding a cold beauty. Qianshi's fingertips were slightly swollen and red from holding the carving knife for an extended period and exerting intense force, but his gaze remained focused. On the 3rd day at dusk, when the last miniature wind shadow hat was completed, it was confirmed that the quantity had far exceeded the daily quota previously agreed upon with the boss. Without the slightest delay, he carefully wrapped these small crafts in an old cloth bag along with all the earnings from the past 3 days. A hefty stack of banknotes and coins of varying denominations totaling nearly 6,000 taels. Qianshi pushed the door open and walked straight to the small shop. Upon seeing the unexpectedly large quantity, he brought the boss' eyes widened and his fingers trembled slightly while counting. Ultimately, according to the agreed price of 40 taels each, the payment was made promptly, with the boss' eager eyes suggesting he could take as many as Qianshi would bring in the future. With an amount equivalent to 6 regular detonating charms in his pocket, Qianshi's heart raced uncontrollably, but he quickly suppressed his excitement, clearly setting his sights on the next destination. A smaller shop on the edge of the village rumored to have connections for acquiring special supplies. Based on the information he gathered from conversations with Taiwan and others, there might be hope there. The shop looked rather grand, yet also felt quite desolate. Behind the counter stood a middle-aged man with sharp eyes and a shallow scar on his cheek, exuding a calm presence, clearly not an ordinary merchant, more like a retired ninja. Qianshi stepped into the shop, approached the counter directly, looked up at the man without any preamble, and lowered his voice, saying, "I want to buy a detonating charm." The middle-aged shopkeeper's gaze was sharp as it landed on Qianshi, sizing him up from head to toe. His brow furrowed immediately as he sternly scolded, "What kind of brat are you? You think you can touch something like this? Get out of here. Don't get yourself into trouble." Qianshi had long been prepared for such a reaction. There was no hint of fear on his face as he replied directly, "I am a student of the ninja school. I'll be graduating soon. I just want to buy it to test the power of a jutsu. I won't use it recklessly in the village." "Student?" The shopkeeper scoffed, his eyes filled with suspicion. "Testing power. Testing with what? Your body flicker technique. Enough nonsense. If you don't get out of here, I'll call the patrol." He made a move as if to shout for help. Qianshi knew he couldn't linger on justifications any longer, so he took a deep breath and directly pulled out the bulging pouch of money from his clothes, slamming it down on the counter. With a thud, the pouch slightly opened to reveal a thick stack of banknotes inside. "I have money." Qianshi's voice was firm, his gaze unwavering as he looked at the shopkeeper. "Just one. No, a few less powerful ones will do as long as they can explode. I just want to see the effect." The shopkeeper's scolding abruptly ceased. His gaze was involuntarily drawn to the pouch of money. The amount was clearly far beyond the price of a regular detonating charm. His expression became uncertain as he scrutinized Qianshi again, seemingly trying to find some clue in that youthful face. A child of 7 or 8 years old pulling out such a large sum of money just to buy a detonating charm for testing its power. This was simply unbelievable, yet the look in his eyes didn't seem to be lying. The shop fell into an eerie silence. The shopkeeper's eyes darted back and forth between the pouch of money and Qianqi's faced the scar on his face, twitching slightly, clearly engaged in a fierce internal struggle. The flow of regular detonating charms must be strictly recorded, and selling to students was absolutely prohibited due to the immense risks involved. However, the money was indeed substantial. Moreover, the other party didn't seem to necessarily require full power. After hesitating for a moment, the fierce look on the shopkeeper's face slightly softened, replaced by a merchant's shrewdness and caution. He leaned forward, lowering his voice to almost a whisper. "Kid, you can forget about a proper detonating charm. No amount of money will change that. However, if you just want to hear a bang, see a flash, and experience it, the shop does have some training supplies." Turning around, he rummaged in a locked drawer at the bottom of the counter for a moment and took out a small wooden box. Opening the box, it revealed several detonating charms that looked slightly worn and arranged neatly inside. These detonating charms had a lighter color than the usual ones, and the runes drawn on them seemed simpler, with significantly weaker energy fluctuations. Here the shopkeeper pointed at these charms. "Their power is only about a quarter of a regular one. They make much less noise, and their lethality is limited. They were originally intended for certain families' ninjas to practice throwing and evasion, or for newly graduated novices to get a feel for it. The price is 500 taels each, fixed. If you want them, fine. If not, then hurry and take your money and leave." 500 taels. Only a quarter of the pack. But for testing the structural integrity, shrapnel effects, and detonation reliability of the pursuer, it might just be perfect, perhaps even safer. The price was also only half of the regular one, although it was far above the expected unit price. Being able to buy it was already a success. Qianshi nodded decisively. "I'll take 4. The shopkeeper's eyes flickered with surprise, not expecting the child to be so straightforward, but he didn't ask further. He quickly counted out 4 training detonating charms, wrapped them in a small piece of oil paper, and handed them over. At the same time, he swiftly took the pouch of money from the counter, counted out 2,000 taels, and returned the remaining money to Qianshi. "Remember, kid," as the transaction was completed, the shopkeeper's expression turned serious again, carrying a warning tone. "These things are still detonating charms. Don't mess around in the village. If something goes wrong, neither of us can escape." "Understood." Qianshi took the oil paper package and the remaining money, feeling the slight chakra fluctuations from the 4 charms in his hand. He carefully tucked them away, saying nothing more, and quickly turned to leave the shop. Step 1 completed. Qianshi held 4 training explosive talismans and the remaining 2,000 liang, not immediately returning to the stone house. His heart raced violently in his chest, a thrill of excitement, anticipating the transformation of his ideas into reality. With the funds secured and the most crucial core components in hand, the next step was to realize the other parts. He did not linger here, but turned toward a more chaotic area at the other end of the village, filled with the sounds of metal. This place was home to several blacksmith shops and material workshops, catering mostly to ordinary villagers and low-ranking ninjas, selling various rough-cut iron sheets, copper materials, standard parts, and tools, all at relatively affordable prices. Qianshi entered a shop that seemed to be doing well, filled with various scraps. The owner was a burly man covered in oil and iron dust, wielding a hammer to strike a glowing red iron bar, sparks flying. Qianshi quietly stood aside, waiting until the other party completed a round of hammering, dipped the iron bar into water, producing a loud hissing sound and a cloud of white steam, before he stepped forward to speak. The items he needed were clear, cheap iron sheets of moderate thickness, some flexible fine metal wires, standard small rivets, and most importantly, the tools needed to process these materials, as his previous tools could no longer meet his current processing needs. The owner looked a bit surprised when he heard a child listing such a long string of technical terms, but did not ask any further. Last time, a similarly aged child had bought a lot of spring pieces for traps. Following Qianshi's requirements, the owner quickly gathered the materials. The iron sheets were cut to size, the metal wire was sold by the meter, and the tools were the most basic in the shop, but durable enough. He checked the items and calculated the price. The materials themselves were not expensive, the costly part was the set of tools. In the end, Qianshi spent over 1,000 liang in exchange for a heavy package filled with metal materials and tools. With not much money left, he had secured the most important items. By the time Qianshi returned to the stone house, the sky was nearly completely dark. Without a moment's pause, he laid out the newly purchased tools on the only crude workbench in the room. Qianshi first picked up the 4 training explosive talismans, carefully sensing their energy fluctuations in the dim light of the oil lamp to confirm their stability, then meticulously measured their dimensions and recorded the precise data. This was the core of the entire device, leaving no room for error. Next, he spread out the design plans, picked up the newly bought iron sheets and tools, and began the first physical production. The process was far more challenging than sculpting sandstone. The iron sheets needed to be marked first, then roughly cut to shape with a handsaw, and finally refined to the design dimensions with a file. Drilling, riveting, polishing. Every step required extremely precise control. The edges of the iron sheets were filed smooth and level, the rivets hammered firmly, without protruding, and the 5 reserved launch hole positions were accurately placed. After wasting some materials, Qianshi finally succeeded in creating the first qualified activation mechanism. Then came the reserved slots for the explosive talismans and that crucial tiny contact point for conducting chakra to activate the talismans. All this had to be completed within a very limited space. When the last rivet was hammered and placed, the prototype of the pursuer quietly lay on the workbench. It was entirely gray-black like the iron sheets with slightly rough edges, but the overall structure was compact, exuding a simple yet dangerous aura. 5 small launch holes were arranged in a circular pattern around the center of the front, and inside the activation mechanism slots and conduction points were all in place. Qianshi did not immediately install the explosive talismans and detonation wires. Instead, he prepared to go to the abandoned quarry outside the village for a detonation test. After arriving outside the village, he took out an empty pursuer, confirmed that no one was around, and carefully embedded a training explosive talisman into the slot. A faint blue chakra line extended from his fingertips, connecting to several force points inside the shell used for stabilization and movement, while gently placing the chakra line above the explosive talisman. Qianshi's mind was intensely focused, simulating the shortest possible process in actual combat: move, approach, detonate. He concentrated his thoughts. Buzz. The chakra line resting on the explosive talisman glowed faintly, and a weak surge of chakra instantly passed through. Hiss. A very brief sound emanated from inside the pursuer, immediately followed by bang. A muffled, an orange-red fire burst forth violently from the gaps and holes of the pursuer, instantly engulfing the iron shell. The entire prototype exploded in an instant, turning to fragments. After waiting for the explosive smoke to dissipate, Qianshi quickly approached to examine the remnants of the explosion. The shell was twisted and shattered, having indeed produced numerous small fragments along the pre-marked patterns, scattering everywhere. The power was, as the shopkeeper had said, far less than that of a standard explosive talisman, but enough to completely destroy this simple puppet and create some shrapnel damage. He cleared away the waste, suppressing his excitement, and began assembling the second complete pursuer. This time he inserted 5 steel needles tied with fine threads, and steadily embedded another explosive talisman into the slot. Qianshi gently placed the pursuer on the sandy ground. With intense concentration, he quickly connected the chakra line. Lift. The pursuer floated up, stabilizing at a height of 1 meter above the ground. Fire. Qianshi's fingertips trembled slightly, triggering the mechanism. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 steel needles tied with almost invisible threads shot out in a small fan shape, embedding into a rock wall about 15 meters away, producing a faint tapping sound. 3 hit the rock, while 2 veered slightly off, embedding into the sand. Qianshi moved his finger to directly activate the recovery device inside the pursuer, which charged forward rapidly along the direction provided by the threads, while the deadly detonation chakra line was already connected. Detonate. Bang. The orange-red fireball flashed again in the night, this time exploding against the rock wall. The sound echoed in the open quarry. The shockwave of the explosion and the pre-made shrapnel slammed against the rock wall, leaving a darkened area and numerous fine dents. Success. The pursuit detonation process was successfully validated. Qianshi stood in place, silently gazing at the fresh scorch marks on the rock wall and the scattered, slightly warm metal fragments. The smell of gunpowder and burnt rock filled his nostrils. The pursuer was complete. Although this was merely a training version, with reduced power and many areas needing optimization, it added one more item for survival on the battlefield. In the 12th month of the 11th year of the ninja world, on the last day. Inside the room, Qianshi slowly opened his eyes. Instead of getting up immediately, he first went through today's plans in his mind. On the last day of the year, school was naturally on break, and the training grounds would likely be much quieter than usual. However, this did not mean he could slack off. Today's focus, however, was not on the usual rigorous training, but rather on the panel hidden deep within his soul. Qianshi recalled the unexpected surge of points that had appeared out of nowhere at the beginning of the year, making this year's cultivation journey significantly smoother. Tonight marks the transition between the old and the new year. He did not waste the morning hours. After a brief warm-up, Qianshi directed his attention to the precise control practice of chakra. In the afternoon, he sat in front of his workbench, his fingers steadily gripping the carving knife as he sculpted pieces of sandstone. By the time he finished the last piece of stone, a series of vividly crafted artifacts lay before his eyes. He casually placed them into a small wooden box that already held many finished products, marking the end of today's work. Setting down the carving knife, Qianshi took a brief rest. Deciding to relax a bit at the training ground, he planned to do some basic physical training and shuriken throwing to maintain his hand-eye coordination. As expected, the training ground was empty, with only a few senior students practicing their taijutsu in the distance. He found a secluded and unoccupied training area and began throwing ninja tools, engaging in his daily basic taijutsu training. He continued until the sun began to set. Feeling fully warmed up, Qianshi was about to leave when he heard a familiar voice. "Yo, Qianshi." He turned to see Yang Lan and Araki Ryo accompanied by the somewhat shy Akasha Yumi. Araki Ryo still had that energetic look, striding over to Qianshi, scrutinizing him. "You're working so hard, even on break. How come you're still training alone? Your taijutsu has improved so quickly." There was an unmistakable combative tone in his voice, but after having been easily defeated before, this competitiveness was clearly mixed with a sense of unwillingness. Qianshi paused and replied calmly, "It's just basic practice." His tone was even revealing. Yang Lan chimed in with a grin, his cheerfulness standing out in the somber Suna village. "It's the last day of the year. You're working too hard, Qianshi. There's an event at the central square tonight. I heard that this year the village has invested in fireworks from the land of fire, even bigger than last year's. Want to join us?" Akasha Yumi, standing a little farther away, added softly, "Yeah, it's quite rare." Qianshi nodded. The central square. It didn't matter where he waited, he said, "I will go." Then it's settled. Yang Lan clapped his hands. "See you at the square then. Maybe we'll run into others too." The casual banter didn't last long. The two were not close friends, merely acquaintances from school. Araki Ryo seemed to want to say something about sparring, but was pulled away by Yang Lan. Akasha Yumi softly said, "See you tonight," and followed them. Qianshi watched their figures disappear at the edge of the training ground, the faint smile on his face quickly fading, returning to his usual calm demeanor. Fellowship. In this ruthless world, only the power held in one's hands is real. He turned and left the training ground, returning to that lonely stone house. Qianshi had a simple meal. The taste was as unpalatable as ever. Perhaps it was time to spend some money on something that tasted normal. Afterward, he flipped through the scroll titled Basic Puppet Making and Maintenance, attempting to optimize the structure of the chaser. As darkness fell outside and the lights in the village began to illuminate one by one, Qianshi could vaguely hear the distant sounds of festivities at the square growing clearer. It was about time. He donned a coat and stepped out of the door, blending into the flow of people heading towards the central square. The night in Suna village was rarely this lively, with both villagers and ninjas wearing expressions of rare relaxation. The air was filled with a unique, slightly noisy vitality of the holiday. Special wind-resistant lanterns lit up around the square, illuminating the area brightly. There were indeed many people, civilian ninjas, clan ninjas, ordinary villagers, and students from the ninja school bustling about. Qianshi found a relatively secluded corner. Although it was near the edge of the square, he could see the central sky of the square clearly leaning against the cold sandstone wall, waiting silently. After a while, Qianshi spotted Yang Lan and the others not far away in the crowd, excitedly pointing and discussing something about the fireworks in the central square, but he had no intention of joining them. The wait was not too long. Suddenly, whoosh, boom. A bright firelight sharply cut through the desert night sky, suddenly exploding at its peak, with brilliant golden light blooming like a gigantic flower, illuminating the faces gazing upwards below, eliciting waves of gasps and cheers. Following that, more firelights ascended, bursting one after another. The colorful hues spread, intertwined, and fell across the sky, splendid yet fleeting. Indeed, these were high-quality fireworks from the Fire Nation, completely different from the loud but unimpressive homemade explosives used during celebrations in Suna village. Each fireworks bloom was met with heartfelt admiration from the crowd below. Qianshi looked up, the colorful light flickering in his pupils. The clamor and cheers seemed to pass through an invisible barrier, becoming somewhat vague as they reached Qianshi's ears. That dazzling brilliance involuntarily brought back memories of the year's experiences. Every achievement was accompanied by sweat and countless failures. The fireworks continued to soar and burst, adorning the night sky like a dream. Yet this dreamlike scene could not dispel the increasingly clear sense of reality in Qianshi's heart. The curriculum at the ninja school, apart from the initial basics, had become a waste of time for him. Cultural classes, and those already well-practiced basic ninja techniques, brought no substantial improvement. The thought of graduating early resurfaced stronger than ever before. Only by graduating early and becoming a true genin could he take on missions and accumulate real combat experience rather than playing house in the training grounds. More importantly, he could earn mission rewards to alleviate the extreme financial strain, avoiding the daily waste of time crafting those artisan pieces. Having substantial funds meant support for subsequent training and puppet development. The time until the First Ninja World War, as remembered from his past life, seemed no longer distant. He must accumulate as much strength and experience as possible before the war arrives, increasing his capital for survival in the conflict. But risks were also present. Graduating early meant facing danger sooner, and the enemies and missions would not be as lenient as classmates or sparring partners. The enemies he would face in the future were unknown. Under the dazzling fireworks, Qianshi's mind raced, weighing the pros and cons of graduating early. The explosions in the night sky gradually became sparse, the final afterglow slowly fading, signaling the end of this extravagant display. The crowd emitted sounds of reluctance, then began to disperse in small groups. Qianshi straightened up from his corner, temporarily suppressing his chaotic thoughts. It was not yet time to make a decision. The truly important moment was approaching. His gaze swept over the flowing crowd, moving towards a more secluded and darker corner. Time was gradually stepping towards the 12th year of the ninja world. Qianshi shrank into a deeper shadow at the edge of the square, closing his eyes, immersing his entire mind within, focusing on the panel deep within his soul. Power 1, agility, I0, intelligence, 1 available points, 0. His mind was firmly locked on that last number, holding his breath and concentrating, waiting. The wait was not long. When an invisible boundary crossing years was quietly surpassed, a silent refresh occurred. Available points 0 momentarily blurred, and then that number naturally changed. Available points 1. It's here. The boulder that had weighed heavily on Qianshi's heart for a year quietly settled, and a faint glimmer of joy arose, only to vanish instantly. This panel indeed grew steadily with the passage of time, 1 point per year. Aside from that, was there any other way to obtain points? It remains unknown, but at least he could now see a stable path for improvement. Qianshi immediately allocated the points. The first thing he tried was still intelligence. The clarity of thought, leaps in learning ability, and qualitative changes in chakra control brought by that initial point of intelligence were exceedingly remarkable. Qianshi's mind stirred as he tried to guide that new point towards the symbol representing intelligence. However, unlike the seamless fusion he experienced at the beginning of the year, this time, when his will touched intelligence, he felt a stagnation, a saturated resistance. That invisible point lingered around intelligence for a moment, ultimately failing to integrate, slowly retreating. Failure. Just as Qianshi had expected. It seemed that every field had its limits at this stage, with at least 1 point being the upper limit of current intelligence enhancement. He then shifted his focus to power. Physical fitness, strength, total chakra, and body development speed were also fundamental to survival. His will again guided that point towards power. The same situation occurred again. The symbol for power flickered slightly, yet it too emanated a bloated rejection, refusing the integration of this new point. Qianshi, as expected. Not possible. Both power and intelligence had reached their limits at this stage. Thus the remaining choice was singular. His gaze fell upon agility. This time there were no obstacles encountered. Agility 0 lightly jumped to become agility 1. The change occurred in an instant. The first sensation was an unusual clarity of vision. The figures of the crowd, which had appeared somewhat blurry under the dim light and were dissipating suddenly, became incredibly clear in Qianshi's eyes, as if he could capture the entire world with utmost clarity. This should be an illusion caused by a significant enhancement in dynamic vision. The improvement in agility was immediate, as if the world had switched from a standard 30 frames per second to a high 120 frames per second mode. Immediately, a subtle sense of solidity emerged from the depths of his limbs and bones. It was not merely an increase in strength, but a transformation. In essence, the density of his bones had been enhanced. An indescribable sense of firmness supported his body, as if the foundation of his being had become more stable, better able to withstand impacts and burdens. Almost simultaneously, the chakra that had been flowing steadily within him suddenly quivered, as if infused with greater vitality and fluidity. The output rate of his chakra had also been improved. With a slight shift in his mind, the speed at which chakra surged from his meridians became faster and more forceful. Accompanying the increase in chakra flow speed was an enhancement in neural response. Instinctively, Qianshi's fingers twitched ever so slightly, completing a simple hand seal within an almost imperceptible moment before dissipating. His hand seal speed had significantly improved. Rough estimates suggested a considerable increase in overall efficiency. These changes were nothing short of revolutionary for Qianshi. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling the changes in his body, which were almost instantly apparent. The enhancement in hand seal speed and chakra output rate held great significance for practical combat. The crowd in the square had dispersed significantly, leaving only a few individuals tidying up the area. It was time to go. Qianshi stepped out from the shadowy corner, merging into the sparse flow of people as he headed toward home. He took out the food he had previously purchased from the central square area. With the money saved from selling sandstone crafts, although he still couldn't afford luxury items, it was enough to improve his daily diet. The rations distributed by the school were simply too unpalatable. Although they were rich in nutrients, after experiencing normal food, consuming such rations was truly difficult to swallow. After finishing his simple meal, Qianshi cleaned up the utensils. He sat quietly on the bed, carefully experiencing and adapting to the changes in his body following the enhancement in agility. The enhancement pertains to speed reaction and the efficiency of chakra flow, Qianshi murmured softly, analyzing the specific effects of this attribute. It's quite comprehensive, well-suited for combat and the execution of ninjutsu. Thus his goals for the coming year became clearer. The significance of the ninja school had diminished. Those repetitive basic trainings and courses indoctrinating loyalty were meaningless. It was time to graduate early, accumulate practical experience, earn funds, and continue to enhance his strength. The improved foundational qualities gained from the recent enhancements undoubtedly provided more confidence for early graduation. Menzo Yuman. The image of the white-haired elite Jonin flashed in his mind along with the address he had left behind. Perhaps this opportunity could be used to make contact, but the aim could not be to directly inquire about graduation matters, as that would be too conspicuous. Maybe he could ask about the fine control of chakra lines or the structure of non-human puppets, indirectly understanding the standards for early graduation through the conversation. The chaser needs optimization, explosive tags need replenishing, and the spiral sphere needs to be mastered further. Wind release wind cutter needs continued conquest. Qianshi extinguished the oil lamp and lay on the cold bed, gradually falling into sleep. The next day in the morning, the training ground of the ninja school was once again shrouded in dry winds and sands. Today's content is the final technique of the body replacement technique. The voice of Shaditsun Hayabusa was flat, yet resonant. Substitution technique. Qianshi in the line felt a slight jolt of spirit. He had already reached the realm of performing the body clone technique and transformation technique without hand seals through repeated practice. This final technique, regarded as a cornerstone for survival, was one he had long anticipated. Shatian wasted no time with unnecessary preamble, his hands swiftly weaving through the 4 fundamental hand seals. Wei Hai Wu In executed seamlessly in one fluid motion. Watch carefully. Before his words had even faded, the spot where he stood was abruptly replaced by a wooden substitute, while he himself instantly appeared several meters away. The entire process produced only a faint rustle of disturbed air. Shatian returned to his original position and casually kicked aside the wooden substitute, the dull thud echoing softly. Form the seals, activate chakra, and instantly swap positions with the object bound by the technique. His voice was as unyielding as weathered stone. Usually specially crafted substitute wood is used for easy sensing. The key lies in the precise manipulation of chakra and instantaneous perception. A single misstep and the consequence is death. Shatian crouched down, his rough fingers tracing the intricate runes on the wood's surface, then abruptly rose, raising a finger. Remember these rules, etch them into your lives. First, before each use, the technique must be rebound. Substitute wood is consumable, avoid excessive repeated use, for each use inflicts partial damage. Second, the chakra bound to the substitute wood dissipates over time. When depleted, what you have bound is a death warrant. Third, when using substitute wood, it must not stray too far from the user. For every unit of distance exceeded, the deviation grows, potentially rendering the substitution technique unusable. The optimal distance varies by individual. Some have far-reaching perception and can perform long-distance substitution, while others with weaker senses are limited to within 10 meters. Yet no matter how keen your perception, the substitution range cannot surpass 100 meters. Fourth, never use the substitution technique in front of sensory ninjas. They can detect the chakra fluctuations from the technique and predict your true position. Then what you have is not a substitute for evasion, but a direct path to death. Fifth, avoid rapidly using multiple substitutions in succession, as it causes irreversible damage to your meridians. When practice begins, everyone must rest for at least 1 minute after each use. Sixth, the most critical point. His voice suddenly dropped, icy and solemn. In emergencies, other objects may replace substitute wood, but without binding the technique, the substitution technique is strictly forbidden. This technique is essentially a reverse summoning art. Without precise technique-based coordinate localization, luck might keep you stationary unscathed. Any error will cause the chakra to drag you into spatial turbulence, leading to certain death. Now everyone check your techniques. Immediately, the students eagerly picked up their substitute wood to begin practice. Qianshi's fingers touched the wooden surface, distinctly sensing the faint chakra anchor within. The seal formations and technique resonance nodes, just taught by Shatian, were quickly grasped by Qianshi. After some contemplation, he moved to an open space, placed the substitute wood with the bound chakra coordinate, and formed the seals. At the moment the seals completed, his own chakra resonated intensely with the anchor within the wood. Boom. His vision blurred, and after a brief sensation of weightlessness, Qianshi stood where the substitute wood had been. A flawless substitution. He paused for a minute to recuperate, then resumed practice. The second substitution was smoother, allowing him to more clearly grasp the essence of spatial coordinate exchange rather than physical movement. Rank difficulty. Reverse summoning Ha. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Qianshi continued practicing. The seals formed almost instantly, and the substitutions were precise and fluid. Yet after each success the technique had to be rebound and followed by a minute of rest. After more than 10 minutes the substitute would already showed subtle cracks and most of his chakra was depleted. Qianshi turned toward discarded stones at the edge of the field, finding a sandstone block roughly his size. The rock's conductivity to chakra was far inferior to the specially made substitute, creating immense resistance. Focusing his mind, Qianshi forcefully injected condensed chakra into the stone's interior, barely leaving a trace of sensing. He placed it and formed the seals. Boom. Though the substitution succeeded, the landing point deviated by nearly 3 meters, causing him to stagger before regaining balance. Standing still, Qianshi pondered. Non-standard objects are not only difficult to bind and sense, but also yield unstable results. Such a deviation could prove fatal in actual combat. Furthermore, the substitution technique's limitations are numerous. Under normal circumstances, it is far less practical than his own instantaneous movement technique. Simultaneously, the volume issue of standard substitute became apparent. No matter how full the backpack, only a few could be carried. Excessive weight inevitably hampers mobility, and each use requires prior binding, preventing continuous application. Nearly all are drawbacks. Since the essence is coordinate exchange, must the substitute be a solid object equal in size to the body. His thoughts raced. Could it be something smaller? A thread? A grain of sand? But this idea was soon dismissed by Qianshi. Setting aside his current control level, it was impossible to bind a stable technique coordinate on such a tiny object. Even if the chakra coordinate were bound, how long could it last? Probably not even a few microseconds before chakra dissipated instantly. Such a level of substitution likely could only be achieved by a heavenly hand or flying thunder god. Qianshi shifted his thoughts elsewhere. Since miniature objects were currently unfeasible, could specially functional objects be prepared? For example, his developed pursuer. The concept gradually clarified placed the pursuer at a distance in advance and at the moment of the enemy's assault. He would substitute himself to a safe location, leaving behind a bomb about to detonate. This not only evades harm, but instantly turns defense into offense. Compared to the inefficient method he recalled of affixing detonation talismans to substitute, with this combination of substitution technique and puppet detonation was undoubtedly more covert. This idea, grounded in the substitution technique's principles and his own puppetry foundation, sparked a gleam in Qianshi's eyes. Yet forging iron requires strength. He resumed, picking up another substitute, immersing himself in the tedious practice. At the end of the lesson, no more than 5 students in the entire class had mastered the body replacement technique. After announcing the class dismissal, Shaditenhate coldly reminded everyone that all 3 body techniques had been taught and future practical classes would incorporate these fundamentals for combat practice. The students dispersed. Araki Ryo cast a complex glance, ultimately turning away. Knight Hawklon smiled, intending to strike up a conversation, but was brushed off by Chitose, who cited the need to continue training. He stood in the gradually emptying training ground. With all 3 body techniques learned, it meant that the fundamental ninjutsu course taught by the Ninja Academy had come to an end. It's time, Chitose thought as he gazed at the buildings of Sunagakure under the setting sun. The idea he had pondered for a long time becoming increasingly clear. It was time to graduate early. Staying at the school was merely a waste of life. He needed to engage with the mission system earlier, accumulate practical experience, and gather resources to prepare for the inevitable war to come. But what were the graduation standards of Sunagakure? From Chitose's memories of his past life, it seemed that Konoha only required mastery of any one of the basic body techniques to graduate as a genin. However, Sunagakure was situated in a barren desert, and the standards might be even stricter. Was merely learning the body techniques sufficient, or was greater strength needed to prove oneself? He recalled Monzaemon once again. He intended to consult rather than directly ask for help. After quickly resolving his determination, Chitose did not linger. He needed to return to the stone house to prepare. He picked up the scroll on chakra thread control as an ideal excuse for his consultation. His gaze swept over the sand-colored crafts on the table, finally resting on a delicately crafted scorpion. This was the most recently completed piece, with each joint polished to a smooth finish. It was worth only a few coins, but enough to convey thoughtfulness and craftsmanship, perhaps making the upcoming conversation more amiable. Following the address left by Monzaemon, Chitose quickly found that solitary stone house in a relatively secluded area at the edge of the village. Compared to other residences, this place seemed even more desolate, with more severe signs of wind erosion. He stood before the tightly closed door, hearing faint knocking sounds and the noise of something turning from within. Chitose raised his hand and knocked on the door, causing the sounds inside to pause momentarily. A moment later, the door opened a crack. Monzaemon's young yet composed face appeared, his white hair slightly disheveled with a bit of grease on his forehead. Upon seeing Chitose, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. "It's you," he said, pulling the door open wider and stepping aside. "Come in. It's a bit messy, so don't mind it." Chateau stepped inside and saw the scene before him where a bit messy was a gross understatement. This place resembled more of a chaotic puppet workshop than a home. The space was quite large, but nearly filled with various items. In the corner leaned several incomplete puppet frames only roughly human-shaped. On the tables and floors lay a plethora of draft papers covered in complex structures detailing various joint designs, transmission principles, and chakra circuit concepts. All kinds of puppet parts, wooden arms, metal gears, thin conductive threads, were piled everywhere with the air filled with a faint scent of sawdust mixed with metal and machine oil. The only relatively tidy corner housed a simple bed. Monzaman casually swept a pile of parts off the workbench to clear some space. "Have a seat. What brings you here?" His demeanor was quite natural. Chateau did not sit down immediately, but respectfully offered the scroll of chakra thread control along with the sand-colored scorpion craft, saying, "Lord Monzaman, I apologize for the intrusion. It's regarding some questions on chakra thread control that I wish to consult you about. This little thing is something I carved myself, a small token of respect." Monzaman took the scorpion, examining it closely, a hint of appreciation flickering in his eyes. "The craftsmanship is good, very detailed." He placed the scorpion on the table and picked up the scroll, flipping through it. "This scroll. It seems you've put quite a bit of thought into it. What specific questions do you have?" "It concerns the independent microcontrol during multi-thread manipulation." Chateau organized his thoughts, bringing up some subtle obstacles he faced while controlling Kanai and conceptualizing the chaser. The questions were very targeted, demonstrating an understanding and depth of thought far beyond that of an ordinary student. Monzaman listened intently, occasionally nodding. He picked up several scattered metal threads, and nearly invisible chakra threads popped out from his fingertips, attaching themselves as he demonstrated while explaining. His explanations were accessible, yet profound, often hitting the nail on the head, clarifying some of Chateau's previously vague ideas in an instant. During the demonstration, the metal threads moved with a lifelike agility under his control, performing various intricate and complex actions, showcasing a mastery that could be deemed artistic. In the moments between questions and answers, Qianshi glanced around at the half-finished puppets and drafts, his tone filled with curiosity. "Lord Min's Wei, what you have made here is truly impressive. I wonder when I will be able to create truly useful puppets like you and contribute to the village." Min's Wei smiled lightly, continuing to manipulate the thread in his hands. "There's no need to rush. The most important thing is to build a solid foundation. Master everything that needs to be learned in school, and opportunities will naturally arise in the future. I just completed all the lessons on the three-body technique in school." Qianshi continued, maintaining a calm tone, but slightly revealing a sense of idleness after finishing his lessons. "It seems the rest are just repetitive practices." "Oh, you have mastered everything." Min's Wei glanced at him, seemingly surprised at the quick progress, but not overly astonished. "Building a solid foundation is a good thing. Practice against others can also accumulate experience." "Yes," Qianshi nodded, pausing momentarily before hesitantly speaking up. "It's just, sometimes I feel the progress is a bit slow. I've heard that ninjas from some villages can graduate and start taking on missions quite early. I wonder what standard we in the Sand-Hidden Village need to meet to be considered truly qualified for graduation." As he asked this question, his gaze fell upon the scroll in his hand, as if it were merely a casual remark. Min's Wei did not stop his actions, casually glancing at Qianshi. That gaze seemed to penetrate the surface, seeing something deeper. He pondered for a few seconds. "Do you want to graduate early?" "Yes, I feel like there's nothing more to learn in school." Qianshi answered sincerely. "I want to graduate as soon as possible and become a true ninja, contributing my strength to the village." Min's Wei chuckled lightly. Qianshi could not tell if he genuinely believed what he said or not. Min's Wei did not answer directly, but instead said, "The Sand-Hidden Village is different from other villages. We are resource poor and the environment is harsh. Every ninja is a precious resource and we cannot afford to waste them. The graduation standards are not particularly difficult, but they are not simple either. First, mastering the three-body technique completely is fundamental. It's not just about being able to use it, you must reach a level of practical application, especially under harsh conditions." Qianshi listened intently, silently taking notes in his mind. Secondly, there is a physical skills test. In battles in the desert, many times chakra is exhausted and physical strength is all you have. Endurance, speed, and basic combat techniques must meet the standards of a genin. Finally, the cultural test cannot be overlooked. This includes knowledge of the ninja world, geography, basic tactics, intelligence analysis, and loyalty to the village. As he spoke of the last point, there seemed to be a barely perceptible change in his tone, but it vanished quickly. "If you meet these three criteria, you can graduate and become a genin." Min's Wei concluded, picking up his tools again, seemingly unwilling to delve deeper into this topic. "So there's no need to be anxious. Everything that needs to be learned will be taught in school. Building a solid foundation is more important than anything else." Having obtained the information he sought, Qianshi quickly analyzed in his mind the standards are indeed considerably higher than those of Konoha with added rigorous assessments, but they are not unattainable. As for the so-called loyalty, it's probably just a formality. The Sand-Hidden Village would not waste time investigating an orphan who has never left the village. With his goal achieved, Qianshi stopped asking further questions. He then inquired a few more times about the chakra line issue, received answers, and respectfully stood up to take his leave. Thank you, Lord Minzwei, for your guidance. Today has truly been enlightening. Minzwei simply waved his hand, his attention seemingly returning to the complex components and drafts. If you have any questions regarding training, you can come to ask in the future. However, it's still best to proceed step by step. Qianshi left the cluttered stone house, and the wind outside seemed to have grown a bit colder. He tightened his collar and walked briskly towards his own stone house. His footsteps crunched on the sand, and the information he had just received echoed in his mind. Upon returning to the stone house, Qianshi did not immediately begin his daily maintenance work. Instead, he walked to the table, and under the light picked up the standard replacement wooden figure he had brought back from school. The complete 3-body technique, physical skills test, cultural test. The standards revealed by Minzwei were clearly outlined in his mind. The first 2 items posed no difficulty. From the previous battle, where he had overwhelmingly defeated Erlang, his physical abilities had already surpassed the standard of ordinary graduates, and he had perfectly mastered the 3-body technique. As for loyalty, it was not a difficult task. As long as he presented himself as a passionate youth eager to contribute to the village, it was entirely feasible. The greatest risk lay in the excessive attention his talent might attract. However, in comparison to the impending war, Qianshi deemed the risk trivial, as he sought to quickly obtain the rank of Jin and engage with the mission system, accumulate resources, and enhance his strength. Yet the newly mastered replacement technique, its underlying potential caused Qianshi's previously urgent desire to graduate to momentarily pause. His gaze fell back onto the replacement wooden figure in his hand, about 40 centimeters long and thick. Replacement, completed in an instant. Qianshi recalled the earlier thought of combining the replacement technique with self-destructing puppets. What he needed was not a complex humanoid puppet, but a special disposable puppet one that closely resembled the standard replacement wooden figure in size, shape, and chakra sensing characteristics sufficient to be seamlessly bound and accurately positioned by the replacement technique. However, its interior is completely different as the core design of the puppet rapidly takes shape. A cylindrical puppet shell measuring about 45 to 50 centimeters constructed with a dual layer of iron and wood is treated on the outside to resemble the rough texture of a substitute wooden figure, even painted with a similar color. The internal core integrates 2 modules. The first module is the shooting mechanism inspired by the design of the chaser, but more compact. It contains springs or a small chakra-driven device that can instantly launch 3 to 5 3-edged steel spikes tied with iron wire. The launch port is located at the front end of the puppet. The second module is an explosive talisman slot reserved for placing 1 or more explosive talismans. This is the ultimate means of destruction. The most crucial aspect is the triggering mechanism. At the moment the substitution technique is completed, the user swaps positions with the explosive puppet. The user shifts to a relatively safe location while the explosive puppet directly appears before the target. If the steel spikes hit the target, the recovery device enables the self-destructor to pursue the enemy for detonation. If it misses, it will detonate directly. The entire process must be completed in an instant from the moment of substitution to the final explosion. The interval cannot be too long. Otherwise, the enemy will undoubtedly react. However, the difficulties are also evident. First, the manufacturing process. The external chakra sensing of the puppet needs to closely resemble that of the substitute, otherwise any deviation in the substitute's position could result in significant self-harm. The internal mechanisms must be precise and reliable to ensure immediate activation after the spatial transition of the substitution technique, without any delay. Moreover, the most critical aspect is the training cost. Even if it is created, extensive practice is required to become familiar with this special substitution operation, ensuring that a series of actions, including substitution, triggering, and disengagement, can be completed instantly under the pressure of real combat. Especially since the substitution technique itself must reach an extremely high standard, otherwise it is meaningless. Qianshi's gaze swept across the corners of the room at the 2 training explosive talismans, as well as the carving tools and cheap metal sheets. His initial thought of immediately applying for graduation was forcibly suppressed at this moment. Graduating early is for better survival. Mastering this puppet will undoubtedly elevate one's survival capabilities to a new level. Especially in the potential chaotic battles and ambushes to come, this may lead to critical reversals. Graduation can be delayed, but the development of this technology must begin immediately. Qianshi directly named it based on the puppet's characteristics, self-destructor. During the following time, he did not engage in chakra control training or refine the Rasengan as usual, but instead spread out rough paper and picked up a pen. First, a design diagram is needed. The pen glides across the paper, producing a rustling sound. Qianshi pauses to ponder at times, while at other moments he swiftly sketches. Occasionally, he picks up the substitute wood to repeatedly measure and perceive its internal chakra conduction. Considering the hit rate of the steel spikes, an additional function is added to the concept should the self-destructor possess micro-adjustment movement or turning capabilities shortly after landing or appearing. It does not need to be complex, perhaps just a simple spring at the bottom to bounce upon landing, allowing it to slightly adjust the launch angle within a fraction of a second. This can further enhance the threat of that shot. However, it undoubtedly increases the complexity of the design and manufacturing. First resolve the others, then optimize. Qianshi suppressed his pursuit of perfection, focusing on the fundamental functions as his current goal. On the desk, several sheets of rough paper filled with various structural diagrams and notes gradually piled up. A sketch of a cylindrical puppet, ugly on the outside, but with a clear internal structure, gradually took shape with annotations on materials and dimensions beside it. It was not until late at night that Qianshi put down his pen and rubbed his somewhat sore eyes. Looking at the preliminary design he had completed, he carefully put away the rough paper. Qianshi lay on the cold bed, closed his eyes, and continued to mentally rehearse the various details of the self-destructor, as well as the moment it integrated with the substitution technique. The scene inside the stone house was different from 3 months ago. Metal sheets, tiny springs, rough wood, and crumpled paper filled with disassembly diagrams were scattered across the table and floor, and the air was infused with a peculiar scent of stone dust mixed with ground metal. Qianshi squatted in the corner, facing a peculiar creation. The puppet was about half a meter long, entirely grayish-brown in color, resembling a standard substitution wood with the surface intentionally treated to display wooden textures. However, upon closer inspection, it could be seen that it was made of iron sheets and compressed sawdust, with the seams cleverly polished, making them almost indistinguishable. Both ends of the cylindrical body were sealed with metal caps, one of which had several extremely fine holes. This was the prototype of the self-destruct device that he had completed after more than 3 months of exhausting his carving funds and enduring countless failures and adjustments. To ensure that the shell's chakra sensing characteristics matched those of the substitution, would he had failed more than a dozen times. The spring mechanism used to launch the steel spikes was a nightmare in terms of force and reliability adjustments. He ultimately abandoned the idea of fine-tuning the direction and focused on ensuring that the direct shot could be triggered stably at the moment of substitution. Qianshi directly adopted his previous second plan, which involved detonating the device immediately upon substitution. His fingertips brushed over the cold outer shell. The 5 slots for detonation symbols inside were empty, and the core activation mechanism was also in an inactive state. It can't be used yet, Qianshi muttered softly to himself. Despite having absolute confidence in his chakra control, the combination of explosives with a substitution technique involving spatial transformation posed significant risks. One mistake in control or a slight interference caused by chakra fluctuations during the activation of the substitution technique could lead to unimaginable consequences. The current goal was to use this empty self-destruct device to refine his substitution technique to a new realm. He picked up the prototype. It felt slightly heavier than standard substitution wood, but the weight distribution had been adjusted, making it feel just as comfortable to hold. By carefully sensing, he could detect the faint waves emitted by the reserved chakra conduction structure inside. After binding it with the substitution technique, the anchor point felt strikingly similar to that of the substitution wood. Qianshi arrived at a secluded area outside the stone house. The night was falling and no one was around. He placed the self-destruct device at his feet and formed hand seals. Chakra surged rapidly as he split off a fine strand of chakra, connecting it to the internal structure of the self-destruct device beneath his feet. The seal was formed. The sensation of spatial ripples was clearer than when using ordinary substitution wood. Bang! A slightly muffled sound followed. Qianshi's body had appeared at the original position of the self-destruct device, which had replaced the spot where he had stood. Success. But it was not over. Just as the substitution was completed, the pre-connected chakra thread violently activated the core within the self-destruct device. Hiss! A series of rapid, slight clicking sounds emerged from within. From the small holes on the front cap, something extremely fine shot out at an almost imperceptible speed. Due to the absence of steel spikes, it merely produced a sound before falling silent. The entire process of substitution and simulated triggering was completed in less than half a second. Qianshi stood in place, savoring every detail. The chakra consumption was slightly higher than when using ordinary substitution wood, mainly for the instant precise connection and triggering instructions. But there were also shortcomings. The seal speed could still be faster, the pre-connected chakra thread could be more concealed, and the triggering timing could be more precise. He did not pause. He picked up the self-destruct device again, placed it down, and formed the seal. Bang! Hiss! The second time. The landing point was more precise, and the trigger was more decisive. The third time. The fourth time. In the following days, apart from maintaining basic physical training and chakra control practice, Qianshi devoted all his energy to this monotonous training. Failures were inevitable. In the first few days, he made 3 consecutive mistakes, once due to unstable chakra output during the seal, resulting in a half-meter deviation after substitution. Once the pre-connected chakra thread failed to sync perfectly, leading to a delay in triggering instructions. The last time after the substitution was completed, the activation mechanism inside the self-destruct device failed to start, rendering it a lifeless object. Each mistake was immediately reviewed by Qianshi to identify the root cause and avoid it in the next practice. Qianshi's adaptation and improvement speed were astonishing. The number of mistakes was strictly controlled to single digits. 10 days later, his seal speed had reached its limit, with the 4-hand seals almost becoming indistinguishable. Half a month later, the pre-connected chakra line had become almost imperceptible, extremely concealed, perfectly merging with the activation of the substitution technique, making it hard to detect. Qianshi stood in the center of the open space. At his feet lay the gray self-destruct device prototype. No seals were formed. With a slight thought, chakra flowed through his body at an unprecedented smooth speed, constructing the substitution technique on its own, instantly establishing that invisible connection. Bang! Hiss! His body and the self-destruct device silently exchanged positions. The empty activation sound followed closely. The instantaneous substitution technique was executed without seals, successfully triggering the simulated attack of the self-destruct device. It was done. Under the night sky, Qianshi stood quietly looking at the deadly substitute he had painstakingly created at his feet. Only at this moment did he finally feel a glimmer of certainty in placing a real detonating symbol inside the self-destruct device. But that was the next step. What was needed now was to continue solidifying his skills. He picked up the self-destruct device again, repeating the monotonous binding technique and substitution practice. Time quietly slipped into early May. In the stone house, 5 prototype machines of the self-destruction device were neatly arranged before Qianshi. After months of exploration and the funds accumulated from crafting artifacts, the manufacturing process had stabilized and the material reserves were slightly surplus. In a small wooden box nearby lay 7 training detonating talismans. These were purchased in batches from a tool shop. Even the most greedy merchant dared not sell too many of such dangerous items to a student of a ninja academy. Each talisman, worth 500 taels, represented a testing opportunity. Qianshi's gaze swept between the detonating talismans and the prototype machines. In the end, he picked up one of the detonating talismans along with a prototype machine. For the first time, just one. He made his decision swiftly. Despite the internal design having multiple slots, at this stage the power of one detonating talisman was sufficient for testing, and the risk was the most manageable. Qianshi carefully inserted the training detonating talisman into the designated slot inside the self-destruction device, checked the connection of the triggering mechanism, and then closed the sealed cover. After completing all this, he took the truly dangerous puppet and swiftly walked toward the edge of the village. It was quieter here than ever, with only the sound of the wind weaving through the jagged stones. Qianshi chose an open area sheltered by a massive rock at the back. He gently placed the self-destruction device loaded with the detonating talisman on the sandy ground. For safety, Qianshi had placed several substitute wooden dummies inscribed with binding techniques in various locations beforehand to ensure safety. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed all distractions and focused intently. There was no need for hand seals. The chakra within him instantly formed, and a thread of invisible and delicate chakra accurately connected to the interior of the self-destruction device. Bang! The substitution technique was completed, and his body instantly swapped places with the dangerous item. His new position was slightly off, too close to where he had been standing, while the self-destruction device remained where it had been. Almost at the same moment as the swap was completed, the spatial fluctuation caused the chakra thread to send a wrong detonation signal. Qianshi's heart suddenly contracted. Without a moment's hesitation, relying on the instincts honed over months of practice, another unmarked substitution technique was activated in an instant. Bang! His body swapped positions with a regular dummy placed several dozen meters away. At the spot where his body had just been, boom! A violent explosion erupted. Even though the training detonating talisman only had a quarter of its power, it still blasted a pit into the sandy ground, sending scorching shockwaves and steel balls flying everywhere. Several sharp fragments of the self-destruction device shot out from the explosion's center, whizzing past the spot where Qianshi had just vanished, embedding deeply into the rocks behind. Dozens of meters away at the location of the previously placed dummy Qianqi's figure suddenly flashed into view, his footsteps slightly faltering as he struggled to maintain his balance, quickly adjusting himself. Nevertheless, his left sleeve was torn by a flying shard, the impact causing a sharp sting on his skin, and his body felt a burning pain from the continuous use of the substitution technique. All of this happened in an instant, so fast that it was almost impossible to react. Qianshi inwardly sighed. That was close. If he had been off by just a little more, it wouldn't have just been his sleeve and meridians that were injured. He stood there, his heart racing in his chest. It wasn't just fear, but he had precisely captured the source of it. After calming his mind for a moment, Qianshi quickly analyzed the recent mistake. The stability of the chakra thread during the moment of spatial exchange was still affected. He raised his arm and glanced at the torn sleeve, then sensed the meridians within his body. After a while, Qianshi approached the explosion site to assess the damage. Scattered around the shallow pit were fragments of the self-destruction device, completely destroyed. Unit 1 is scrapped. He quickly confirmed the outcome. Qianshi turned around, took out a second empty prototype machine, and retrieved another detonating talisman. He prepared to load it. This time he adjusted the chakra thread used for connection, making it more refined to counteract the spatial disturbances caused by the substitution technique. Finally, after confirming the reliability of the dummy placed several dozen meters away, he formed the hand signs. Substitution. Bang. The swap was completed. With a mental command, the instruction was issued. This time the internal detonating talisman was triggered stably. Boom. The explosion sound almost coincided with the moment of the swap. Scorching shockwaves and flames engulfed the position of the self-destruction device. Meanwhile, his figure was already securely standing at the safe substitution point, observing the explosion's effects, range, and the direction of the debris. It was a success. After a minute of adjusting his breath, Qianshi continued to practice with the empty self-destruction device. This time he would not use the detonating talisman, but focus on the synchronization of the substitution technique and the triggering commands. In the following days, Qianshi conducted 3 more actual explosion tests, choosing different timings and numbers of detonating talismans, sometimes detonating immediately after the swap, and sometimes with a slight delay to simulate various tactical needs. When the 7 detonating talismans were all used up, the scene was left with several explosion marks and a pile of metal fragments. 3 prototype machines of the self-destruction device, along with the detonating talismans, were reduced to scattered wreckage. Standing amidst the ruins, Qianshi looked around at everything. Although the cost was high, the results were remarkable. The unmarked substitution technique, combined with the loading of the detonating talisman into the self-destruction device, had transformed from an initial concept into a thoroughly mastered combat skill. After clearing away all obvious traces, he collected the remains using wind-release great breakthrough to disperse the smoke and cover up the evidence before turning to leave the ruins. In the sweltering summer of the shinobi world, Sunagakure felt like a still furnace. Inside a stone house, Qianshi sat cross-legged in a corner with a rough piece of paper spread out before him covered in densely packed characters. His fingertips traced a line of numbers, eventually pausing at the total: 2 self-detonators and 10 pursuers. The cost of materials: inferior iron sheets, low-quality steel ingots, and basic transmission components, totaling approximately 4,200 ryo. This does not include the 10 training explosive tags, 500 ryo each, making a total of 5,000 ryo. A massive gap of 9,200 ryo. Qianqi's gaze shifted to the corner of the room. There lay an assortment of sandstone blocks of varying sizes salvaged from the abandoned quarry outside the village, as well as a set of carving tools that had become polished from long use. A miniature sandstone craft could sell for 40 ryo. He needed to carve 230 of them. He reached out to grab a dusty piece of sandstone. His right hand moved chakra, precisely enveloping the carving tool. Stone powder fell softly as the outline of a scorpion quickly emerged. The speed of his carving had noticeably improved compared to a few months ago. In no time, the first finished product was set aside. Qianshi immediately picked up the second stone. Days fell into an absolute monotony. Sunrise carving, noon carving, sunset still carving. Every day, Qianshi would head to the same shop on the street. The shopkeeper merely counted the money, numbly handing over the ryo, having transitioned from initial excitement to a state of apathy, no longer asking a single question. Qianshi carefully counted the money and tucked it into his ninja tool pouch. By mid-July, all metal materials were ready. All steps had already gone through countless iterations and practical applications. Qianshi began to make the self-detonators. Having gone through 5 complete productions previously, he was well acquainted with the properties of the materials, the required force, and the precise output of chakra. The steel ingots were quickly cut into standard components, matching the dimensions of the previous 5 with precision. Chakra threads replaced the most delicate tools, fine-tuning the internal structures. 5 explosive tag slots were accurately embedded. Moving swiftly, within moments, the first self-detonator was complete. Qianshi did not pause at all, beginning the production of the second. With the first round of repetition, the second round was even faster. The completion time for the second self-detonator was shortened by nearly a quarter compared to the first. Next came the 10 pursuers. The iron sheet shells the size of a handball had relatively simple internal structures, but were quite time-consuming. By the time the 2 self-detonators and 10 pursuers were all completed, it was already mid-August. Qianshi's gaze swept over the 12 puppets before him. The goal achieved, it was finally time to graduate early. He carefully concealed the puppets, pushed open the stone door, and headed straight for the school. In a secluded corner of the training ground at the Sunagakure Ninja School, Sabaka no Hei listened to Qianshi's words with a blank expression, staring intently into Qianshi's eyes. Early graduation. His voice was dry and cold. Reason. Qianshi stood straight, locking his gaze onto Sabaka no Hei's eyes, his voice laced with the eagerness of his age. I have mastered all the content taught by the school, and wish to become a genin as soon as possible to contribute my strength to the village. Sabaka no Hei showed no reaction to Qianshi's words. His gaze remained fixed on Qianshi's face. Contribute to the village. Sabaka no Hei repeated, his tone unchanged. Yes, Qianshi's response was brief and powerful. Tomorrow morning at the first training ground. Sabaka no Hei spoke directly, his tone unchanged. I will arrange a graduation assessment specifically for you. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, and basic knowledge. You must pass all to graduate. If you fail, even one, you will return to continue attending classes. Understood. Thank you, teacher. Qianshi bowed slightly. Sabaka no Hei said no more and turned to leave. The next morning at the first training ground, there stood not only Shaduten Hayabusa, but also 2 masked ninja in dark attire, their presence as still as stones. One of them held a recording board. Shaduten Hayabusa spoke, we will now begin testing the first item, physical combat. Opposite Qianshi stood a tall, lean genin with sharp eyes, clearly skilled in physical techniques. Shaduten Hayabusa continued, attack with all your might, let's test his limits. The genin nodded and lunged forward, moving like a storm, a punch whistling through the air towards Qianshi's face. Qianshi sidestepped and blocked. The force from the opponent's strike traveled through his arm, indeed stronger than the children at school, but it was still manageable. He lightly stepped, leveraging his smaller size to nimbly evade the genin's torrential attacks. Each block and dodge was executed perfectly. The battle lasted about 5 minutes. Qianshi felt sweat on his forehead, and his breathing became slightly rapid. Finally, after a cross block, he used the momentum to jump back and created distance. That's enough, Shaduten Hayabusa said. The genin immediately ceased his movements and stepped back, panting slightly, his eyes now showing a hint of surprise towards Qianshi. The dark ninja with the recording board quickly jotted down a few notes. Second item, shadow clone technique tap. Qianshi quickly formed hand seals, and 2 clones appeared beside him, their forms solid and nearly indistinguishable from reality, dissipating after more than 10 seconds. Transformation technique. Qianshi transformed directly into Shaduten Hayabusa's likeness, replicating even the details of the facial scar, accurately maintaining the form long enough for the dark ninja to record before dispelling the technique. Substitution technique. Shaduten Hayabusa raised his hand and threw a shuriken towards Qianshi. Qianshi quickly formed hand seals, a small puff of white smoke erupted, and he appeared on the substitution log, placed 5 meters away, while the shuriken was embedded in the log he had just vacated. Third item, basic ninja knowledge. Shaduten Hayabusa took out a scroll from his pocket, unfurled it, and began to ask questions. The questions covered the ninja code, tactical fundamentals, the geography of the Land of Wind, the history of Sunagakure, and basic knowledge of the Land of Wind and its neighboring countries. All of Qianshi's answers were standard and precise, as if he were directly reciting knowledge from textbooks. Who do you believe is Sunagakure's greatest enemy? The questions grew sharper. Qianshi replied, any entity that threatens the village's safety and interests is an enemy. Your parents died in battle for the village, do you harbor resentment towards it? They are heroes who sacrificed themselves to protect the village. They are my role models, and I wish to inherit their will and continue contributing to the village. His voice was very firm, yet there was no fluctuation in his eyes. The questioning lasted nearly half an hour, covering various aspects, even including seemingly unrelated personal preferences and daily habits, aimed at indirectly assessing his psychological state and loyalty. All of Qianshi's responses aligned with the image of an excellent, mature war orphan eager to contribute his strength to the village. The questioning ended. Shaduten Hayabusa rolled up the scroll. Wait here for the final review results. After saying this, he walked away with the 2 dark ninja to a shaded area to converse in low tones. Qianshi could vaguely hear fragmented words like clean background, parents confirmed dead in battle, emotion stable. About a quarter of an hour later, the 2 dark ninja left with the recorded information, and Shaduten Hayabusa returned alone. Qianshi, he said coldly, you have passed your assessment. From today onward, you are a genin of Sunagakure. He handed over a brand new ninja registration form already stamped with the Sunagakure ninja seal, signaling Qianshi to sign his name. Qianshi took the form, his gaze lingering for a moment on the word genin before picking up the accompanying pen and signing his name. Shadatan Hayabusa stated matter-of-factly, now go to the supply department to collect your forehead protector and standard genin ninja tools. His tone showed no change due to Qianshi's early graduation, as if he were merely completing a routine registration task. According to regulations, early graduates have no mandatory team formation period and are not subject to restrictions on basic task training. You may choose to act alone or temporarily team up with other genin as you see fit. For task assignments, head to the task center on the bottom floor of the Kazakage building. Remember, during peacetime, genin must independently or collaboratively complete at least 3 crank or above long-term tasks each year to maintain their ninja status. Now you may leave. Understood. Thank you, Shadatan Hayabusa-sensei. He turned and walked towards the supply department with the form in hand. The supply department was located in a stone chamber on the side of the Kazakage building with a narrow window where a weary Chunin sat. He handed over the registration form. Oh, a new genin. Isn't it too early for graduation? Early graduation. The Chunin lazily looked up, seemingly surprised by the young face, momentarily puzzled, but didn't ask further. He skillfully rummaged for a moment and pushed over a package. Forehead Protector Basic Ninja Tool Pack, which includes kunai shuriken, soldier pills, healing powder, and bandages. Sign here. The package was not light. Qianshi opened it to quickly check. Although the quality of the ninja tools was average, they were complete in quantity. The Sunagakure Forehead Protector felt cold to the touch, its metallic surface engraved with the familiar hourglass symbol. Qianshi carefully tied it around his forehead, adjusting it for comfort. He signed, picked up the package, and turned to leave. He did not head home immediately, but walked straight towards the task center hall on the bottom floor of the Kazakage building. The task center was more spacious than Qianshi had imagined. The air inside was slightly cool, contrasting sharply with the scorching sunlight outside. The number of task scrolls hanging on the walls was not many, arranged by rank and appearing somewhat sparse. The Chunin station there was slumped over the only wooden table, seemingly dozing off in the coolness. Qianshi's gaze first swept over the grade area. There the scrolls were the most numerous, with rewards ranging from 5,000 to 50,000 ryo. Grade: help Grandma Kubo find her lost sand lizard pet, characteristic brown spots on the tail. Time limit 3 days. Reward 8,000 ryo. Grade: assist in clearing the clogged sand channel on the eastern side of the 3rd training ground. Time limit 2 days. Reward 6,500 ryo. Must bring your own tools. Grade: harvest drought-resistant crops in the southern village's dry field. Time limit 5 days. Reward calculated per acre, 1,000 ryo per acre. Grade: long-term commission, take care of the retired ninja dog Gray Fong, old and weak, requires daily feeding and cleaning. Daily reward 300 ryo. His gaze lingered on these tasks for a moment. Safe, trivial, time-consuming, but with meager rewards. The advantage of graduating early was that he could skip the mandatory year of grinding, saving time from these mundane chores. Shadatan's words were clear. 3 grade tasks were required each year, but this year, as a newly graduated student, he was not bound by this stringent requirement. His gaze shifted to the crate area. The scrolls were few, with rewards between 30,000 to 100,000 ryo. Crate: escort a merchant convoy to the small town of Camel Peak on the border of the river country. Duration approximately 15 to 20 days. Reward 80,000 ryo. Note the convoy has 2 escorts and must deal with possible small groups of sand bandits or beast attacks. Crate: eliminate a small group of sand bandits lurking 60 miles northwest. Estimated number of 5 to 7 people armed with simple weapons. Time limit 7 days. Base reward 60,000 ryo with additional bounties for confirmed kills, 5,000 ryo per person. Crate: transport a batch of medical supplies to Kikyo Mountain. Time limit 8 to 10 days. Reward 55,000 ryo. Note the route is relatively safe, but the supplies must be guaranteed intact. Grade: investigate the reason for the abnormal depletion of water sources in the southern Sweetwater Oasis, currently suspected to be caused by a small summoning beast or defected ninja. Time limit 5 days. Reward 95,000 ryo. Additional note: 3 days ago a genin took this task and went missing. The risk has increased. Originally a grade task, it is advisable for Chunin or higher to take it. The last scroll was darker in color than the others, with slightly worn edges. Qianshi quickly began to evaluate these tasks. Escorting the merchant convoy, the longest duration far from the village with a lot of variables. There are risks in cooperating with unfamiliar escorts. The fixed reward of 80,000 ryo for a nearly 20-day task cycle was average in value. Transporting supplies seemingly the simplest with a fixed route. But the requirement for absolute integrity meant a very low margin for error. Once faced with an unexpected event handling, it would be quite passive. The reward of 55,000 ryo was also relatively low among grade tasks. Investigating the oasis, the highest reward, but the risks were clearly marked. There was a missing genin. Unknown enemies, possibly summoning beasts or defected ninjas. With his current energy levels, he was not enough to face such opponents. Furthermore, he could not take it. Eliminating sand bandits, a short time limit, only 7 days. The operational range was relatively controllable, just 60 miles northwest of the village. The target was clear. A base reward of 60,000 Rio with an additional 5,000 Rio for each confirmed kill. The sand bandits themselves might also carry some money or goods which could be considered additional gains. More importantly, this was real combat, the most direct way to test his training results and hone his life and death fighting skills. The sand bandits themselves might also carry some money or goods which could be considered additional gains. More importantly, this was real combat, the most direct way to test his training results, and his actions startled the dozing Chunin. The Chunin raised his head, glanced at the scroll, and then looked at the fresh forehead protector on Qianshi's brow and his overly youthful face. Eliminating sand bandits. The Chunin's voice was hoarse from just waking up, carrying a hint of caution. Kid, you just graduated, right? This group, while not formidable, consisted of desperate criminals who were on the edge of life and death. It's not the same as playing house with your classmates in school. 60,000 Rio is not that easy to obtain. If you're not careful, you might lose your life. Yes, I want this one. Qianshi's voice was devoid of fluctuations, simply stating calmly. The Chunin scrutinized him for a moment as if trying to find any signs of forced calm on his face, but failed. So he shrugged, no longer bothering to speak further, and took out the task registration book and stamp. The task time limit is 7 days starting from tomorrow. If you fail to report back past the deadline, it will be considered a failure. If successful, bring evidence, preferably something that can confirm identity, back to settle the reward. It's up to you to manage. Qianshi completed his registration, took the scroll, and turned to leave the task center. He did not head straight for the village entrance, but instead turned towards home. Executing a crade task, especially an elimination task, cannot rely solely on a standard set of ninja tools and the abilities he had just mastered. Preparation was necessary. Back at the stone house, he locked the door tightly. First, he opened the newly received ninja tool pouch and checked each item one by one. He honed the edges of the kunai and shuriken a second time, ensuring they were absolutely sharp. He took out the soldier pills, hemostatic powder, and bandages, separately wrapped them in oilcloth, and kept them close to his body. Then he moved the stone bed aside and retrieved the hidden puppets below. 2 self-destructors and 10 pursuers. Qianshi carefully checked the mechanisms and slots of each one to confirm their condition was intact. Especially those 10 training explosive tags, he inspected each one to ensure they were complete. Qianshi categorized these ninja tools one by one and packed them into specially made backpacks and tool bags, ensuring smooth access without interfering with the upcoming actions. Finally, he unfolded a rough map. Qianshi's finger pointed towards the northwest, estimating the 60-mile distance, marking several possible water source points and areas where sand bandits typically operated on the map. He planned out several routes, repeatedly simulating possible encounters and strategies in his mind. After completing all these preparations, the sky was nearing dusk. Qianshi directly left Cheyenne Village through the main gate, and after submitting his exit permit, he hurried towards his target destination. A few days later, upon arriving at the location, this area is filled with oddly shaped giant sandstones resembling a natural maze, making it an ideal hideout for sand bandits. He lay low behind a sand dune ridge, pressing his body as close to the ground as possible, using his clothing and the slowly accumulating fine sand for camouflage. His gaze pierced through the sand and dust stirred by the strong winds, locking onto an inconspicuous hollow area within the distant sandstone group. There were traces of human activity. Several stones formed a makeshift stove, remnants of black ash left behind, while the nearby sandy ground bore chaotic footprints, and even some casually discarded bones and empty water pouches. More importantly, Qianshi spotted silhouettes. 4 sentinels were positioned in a cunning layout, able to communicate with each other from afar, covering most of the view towards that hollow area. They were all adults with dark, rough skin wrapped in headscarves for sun protection, each carrying curved blades or short axes, their vigilant eyes scanning the desert. The movements of these sand bandits were lazy, yet carried a unique ferocity characteristic of desperate outlaws. There were about 14 of them, and Qianshi did not spot any ninja headbands. These sand bandits were all ordinary people. He observed for nearly an hour. As dusk fell and the temperature began to plummet, the sentinels of the sand bandits visibly started to relax. Some began to rub their hands and stamp their feet, while others retreated to the leeward side of the rocks, their frequency of observation significantly decreasing. Qianshi sensed that the moment had come, and he silently slid down the sand dune. He approached the first sand bandit from behind, crouching behind a rock that was taller than him. With a kunai in hand, Qianshi swiftly slashed across his throat from behind, severing every sound. The second sand bandit stood on a slightly elevated rock, squinting into the distance. Qianshi drew a shuriken and threw it with all his strength. It sliced through the air with a barely audible sound, embedding itself into the sand bandit's skull. The bandit's figure swayed before collapsing forward. Before the sand bandit's body hit the ground, Qianshi quietly approached and dragged him into the shadow of the rocks. The third and fourth sentinels were relatively close, whispering something while complaining about the dreadful weather. Qianshi took a deep breath, the cold air filling his lungs. He held a shuriken in each hand, calculating the angles and timing. He threw them simultaneously. Two extremely soft thuds sounded. The conversation abruptly ceased. The figures of the sand bandits fell in response. Qianshi quickly moved closer to confirm that they were all dead. He did not rush towards the main cave immediately. Instead, he lay in place, observing the dark mouth of the cave. There were still 10 people left inside. Qianshi's mind raced as he contemplated the next plan. Should he continue to infiltrate for an assassination or launch a strong attack as a pursuer? The thought passed in an instant. The risk of infiltration and assassination lay in the unknown. Firstly, he could not determine the internal structure of the cave, nor could he ascertain the precise positions and states of the remaining 10 individuals. Any unexpected event, such as a light sleeper or a cleverly set warning device, could expose the assassination plan and put him at a disadvantage. On the other hand, using a strong attack as a pursuer, although it would create more noise, would allow him to hold the initiative. Chaos would serve as the best cover. He could rely on the speed and agility of the puppet body flicker technique to reap the lives of the sand bandits amidst the chaos. As for the issue of exposing the puppets, it was not something Qianshi considered at this moment. Eliminating all witnesses was his only objective. Qianshi decided to prioritize assassination, ready to switch to a strong attack as a pursuer at the first sign of unexpected circumstances. He pressed himself against the shadow of the rock wall, quickly approaching the cave entrance. Inside the cave, a mix of smells, sweat, cheap wine, and greasy meat hit him. The noise became clearer. Some were boasting while others were snoring. Qianshi tightened his grip on the kunai, the blade slightly raised. Just as he was about to step into the dim light of the cave, a side entrance, seemingly filled with clutter, suddenly had a tattered mat lifted. A sand bandit, adjusting his pants and rubbing his eyes, yawned as he stepped out, clearly intending to relieve himself. He sleepily looked up, coincidentally locking eyes with Qianshi, who was pressed against the rock wall, tense and holding his blade. Their eyes met. The sand bandit's pupils instantly dilated in horror. All traces of sleep vanished. His mouth instinctively opened, and a sharp warning cry broke through his throat. Qianshi's reaction was faster than instinct. Almost at the same instant, the bandit's pupils contracted. The kunai in Qianshi's right hand transformed into a blurred black line that shot out. Thud! The kunai accurately pierced the sand bandit's throat, completely silencing the warning. However, it was still a moment as the sand bandit fell after being struck. A short but odd wheezing sound escaped his throat, enough to carry far into the silent, cold night. His body hit the ground heavily, producing a dull thud. The noise inside the cave came to an abrupt halt. A deathly silence enveloped the area for less than half a second. Immediately, the largest chamber erupted with furious shouts, the clashing of weapons, and the chaotic footsteps of the sand bandits. Enemy attack. There's movement outside. Grab your weapons. Qianshi furrowed his brows, and the plan changed instantly. He swiftly retreated while drawing 2 pursuers from his backpack. The chakra lines quickly connected. Go! 2 fist-sized iron spheres, emitting a low hum, shot into the largest cave entrance like lightning, one to the left and the other to the right. Almost the moment the pursuers plunged into the darkness, they first released internal steel needles. Qianshi vaguely heard the cries of the sand bandits within the cave as the chakra lines activated the internal recovery and detonation devices. Boom! Boom! The dull sounds of explosions reverberated from within the cave. The firelight instantly illuminated the entrance, mingled with the piercing screams and the sound of falling rubble. The strong smell of gunpowder and blood immediately replaced the previous stench of alcohol. The chaotic howls transformed into terrified shouts. What is that? My eyes! Taking advantage of the brief chaos caused by the pursuer's explosion, Qianshi moved like a ghost, avoiding the main exit and silently blending into the shadows of the cave side wall. He lowered his breathing to barely audible levels, enhancing his senses to their peak, capturing every sound and movement within the cave. The footsteps became staggered and panicked, with someone coughing and cursing as they rushed out. The first sand bandit, clutching his bleeding cheek from a shard, stumbled out of the smoke, his eyes filled with terror. He was met with the cold glint of a kunai. A chill ran down his throat, and all sound ceased as his body collapsed to the ground. The second sand bandit, more alert, wielded his curved knife, defensively stepping backward cautiously. His attention was completely captivated by the explosions and smoke within the cave, completely unaware of the shadow descending from the side above. Qianshi silently dropped from above the rock wall, covering the bandit's mouth and nose with his left hand, while his right hand drove the kunai up into the brainstem with precision. The sand bandit's body twitched slightly before slumping to the ground. The third and fourth bandits rushed out almost simultaneously, backing against each other, their expressions tense. They saw the bodies of their two fallen comrades at the entrance and were filled with horror. Outside. Be careful. Before the words finished, two more pursuers shot out from Qianshi's hands. They didn't just release internal steel spikes, they detonated right in front of the bandits under Qianshi's chakra control. Boom, boom. The explosions kicked up a cloud of dust and debris. The screams of the sand bandits were drowned out by the sound of the blasts. Utilizing the cover of the explosions, Qianshi swiftly entered the rising dust. Shadow clone technique. In the swirling dust, only the brief sound of metal cutting through flesh could be heard, followed by a sudden halt of a whimper. As the dust slightly settled, four incomplete bodies remained on the ground. The roars of the sand bandits within the cave turned frantic. They seemed to realize escape was hopeless, igniting their ferocity. Fight him! Throw your weapons! The remaining 5 sand bandits no longer blindly charged out, but instead hid in the cave's blind spots, throwing their curved knives, short axes, and even stones frantically towards the entrance. In an instant, the sound of weapons cutting through the air filled the space, clanging against the rock walls of the entrance, sparking as they blocked the exit. Qianshi crouched behind a boulder, listening to the sound of weapons crashing down, his gaze icy. With a thought, a pursuer slid into his hand. But he didn't fire immediately. Instead, he calculated the angle and abruptly threw it towards a ledge above the cave entrance. The pursuer struck the ledge, but didn't explode immediately. Instead, it bounced and changed direction, falling deeper into the cave. The sand bandits inside only saw a dark object fall from above the entrance, unable to react in time. Boom. The explosion in the relatively enclosed space of the cave was particularly violent. The cries and gasps were drowned out by the sound of the blast, with debris and dust falling incessantly. The sounds of thrown weapons abruptly ceased, replaced by painful groans and coughs. Now's the time. Qianshi's figure flashed out again, charging unhesitatingly into the cave, filled with smoke and dust. The cave was dim, with only the dying campfire in the corner providing a faint light source. But it had little effect on Qianshi. 5 sand bandits were sprawled on the ground, 2 near the explosion covered in blood, unmoving. 1 had a leg blown off, clutching the remnants in agony. The other 2 further away were dazed from the shockwave, struggling to rise. Without any hesitation, Qianshi's kunai sliced through the dark air. In a flash, the wailing ceased. Another sand bandit, struggling to rise, barely lifted his head before a shuriken pierced his eye. The last sand bandit finally wobbled to his feet, roaring as he raised his curved knife to charge. In Qianshi's eyes, his movements were slow and full of openings. He sidestepped easily to avoid the slash, driving the kunai into the bandit's heart in one smooth motion. The curved knife clattered to the ground. The last sound in the cave faded away. Only the crackling of the campfire remained, mixed with the nauseating smell of blood and gunpowder. Qianshi stood in place, breathing slightly heavier. Not from exhaustion, but from a physiological response to the heightened tension. The chakra consumption was minimal, yet his mind had been in a state of high alert. Qianshi's gaze swept quickly across the entire cave. 10 bodies lay scattered on the ground, each in various states of death. He did not immediately lower his guard. Instead, he held his kunai tightly and began to check every corner, every possible hiding shadow, including those smaller openings. Confirming that no one else had survived, the battle was over. 14 sand bandits, all extinguished. The entire process, from the unexpected discovery to complete extermination, took no more than 5 minutes. Qianshi stood in the center of the cave, surveying his surroundings. The smell of blood was pungent, and the sandy ground was soaked with thick, dark red liquid. The cave was silent and still, with only the dying campfire occasionally crackling, casting shadows over the corpses of the sand bandits and the splattered blood on the walls. Qianshi dragged the dead sand bandits from outside into the cave, standing in the center as his gaze slowly swept around. 14 corpses, each with a different deathly expression. Qianshi did not feel nauseated or tremble, nor did he experience the physiological discomfort that typically followed one's first kill. Aside from a faint emotional stir when he first took a life, his heart now stirred not the slightest emotion. This is the rule of this world. Either you die or I perish. Under the cold training of the sand hawk, combined with a sense of lacking something, he looked at the 14 sand bandits he had personally killed, feeling no emotional turmoil within. In fact, the only sensation he could perceive was a slight sense of satisfaction. It confirmed the value of his 2 years of hard training. Qianshi did not delay any longer. The task was not yet completely finished. He crouched down and began to quickly process the scene. Qianshi used his kunai to slice off the left ear of each corpse, collecting them as proof of his task and stowing them in the compartment of his ninja tool bag. Then he quickly searched the entire cave and all the corpses. There was little to be found. These sand bandits were indeed impoverished. Qianshi found only some scattered silver and copper coins totaling about 2,000 taels, along with some inferior weapons and personal items. The only valuable item was a well-maintained short sword made of fine steel, perhaps suitable for reforge. He collected all the money and potentially useful small items. Finally, Qianshi scanned the surroundings once more to ensure nothing was overlooked before turning to leave the cave. Outside, the night sky over the desert was filled with stars. He took a deep breath of the crisp air, completely isolating himself from the stench of blood and death behind him. After determining the direction, he quickly headed towards Shine Village. On the 5th evening after accepting the task, the familiar outline of Shine Village finally appeared in his sight. The middle-ranked ninja at the gate conducted his routine checks on Qianshi's forehead protector and mission scroll, asked no further questions, and waved him through. Qianshi walked straight to the mission center. It was still the same slightly weary middle-ranked ninja on duty. He placed the oilcloth bag containing his task proof and the mission scroll on the wooden table. Task completed. Cleared 14 sand bandits. Qianshi's voice carried a hint of fatigue, but overall his breath was relatively steady. The middle-ranked ninja was momentarily stunned, opened the oilcloth bag, and upon seeing the pile of ears inside raised an eyebrow. He then picked up a ledger to carefully verify the details. Those sand bandits 60 miles to the northwest. All 14 eliminated. You did this alone. He confirmed again. Qianshi replied yes. The location of the lair matches the scroll's description and the number is accurate. The middle-ranked ninja carefully counted the ears again, observing Qianshi's condition, finally nodding with a tone of official approval. Well done. The base reward is 60,000 taels, confirming the elimination of 14, plus an additional bounty of 70,000 taels. A total of 130,000 taels. He pulled out a thick stack of cash from beneath the counter and pushed it over. Qianshi verified the amount, stowed the large sum, and turned to leave without delay. He did not head home immediately, but first went to the blacksmith shop to sell the fine steel short sword and the miscellaneous metal scraps, returning with about 1,500 taels. Subsequently, Qianshi arrived at his usual ninja tool shop. 100 regular explosive tags. He casually placed 100,000 taels on the counter. Regular explosive tags were far more powerful than those meant for training, priced at 1,000 taels each. The shopkeeper was completely taken aback this time, scrutinizing Qianshi, closely glancing at the forehead protector on his head, asking no further questions, quickly counting the cash, and retrieving 10 boxes of explosive tags from the back safe. 100 tags counted. Be careful, these are not toys. Qianshi collected these powerful consumables, and then headed to the material shop he often frequented, purchasing enough sheet metal steel ingots and iron wire, as well as steel spikes costing about 20,000 taels. The rewards he had just received were instantly consumed by more than half. He returned to his stone house with the materials. It was only then that a strong sense of fatigue surged over him like a tide. After several consecutive days of tracking lurking tense battles and long journeys, even with Qianshi's current physique, he felt a profound weariness. He did not immediately process the materials, instead placing the box containing the explosive tags and the materials bag safely in a corner. After a simple meal, he went straight to rest. He would wait until his energy was fully restored before making the new puppets. A dreamless night passed. The next morning, Qianshi's spirit and strength had fully recovered to their peak state. His gaze swept over the box of regular explosive tags in the corner. It was time to test the full power of the explosive tags in combination with the pursuer. Their power was directly related to the formulation of subsequent strategies. The previous tests with the explosive tags were simply too weak, as those tags failed to reach even a quarter of their potential. The pursuer could only kill sand bandits at close range, or whether it could harm ninjas at a distance was another matter altogether. Now there was no need to sneak out to the abandoned quarry outside the village. As a formally registered lower ninja, it was only natural for him to use the public training ground established by the village. Qianshi picked up the device, specially made for testing, loaded with regular explosive tags. Tying his forehead protector, he pushed open the stone door. He walked straight to the public training area at the edge of the village designated for ninja use. Though the facilities here were rudimentary, the area was spacious enough, equipped with some targets and simple obstacles sufficient for safe power testing. Along the way, several other lower ninjas he encountered briefly paused to glance at his forehead protector and unfamiliar face before losing interest. A new lower ninja was nothing out of the ordinary in this area. He found a remote corner away from others. Carefully checking the surroundings, he confirmed it was sufficiently open to avoid the risk of stray shots. Qianshi came to a stop, taking out the pursuer worth 1,000 taels. Qianshi stood 30 meters away, scrutinizing the group of aged targets. The newly manufactured pursuer lay still on the sandy ground ahead, its metallic shell reflecting blinding white light under the scorching sun. This time it was equipped with a legitimate detonation talisman worth 1,000 taels. The chakra line connected to the core of the puppet linking to the internal control array of the pursuer. With a flicker of thought, the pursuer suddenly erupted with a sharp sound of slicing through the air, darting towards the target like a black comet. At the moment of its impending violent impact with the central target, boom! The deafening roar of a terrifying explosion erupted suddenly. The intense shockwave caused the ground beneath Qianshi's feet to tremble noticeably. A violent wave of air mixed with searing metal fragments and shattered sandstone blocks surged outward in a perfect circular frenzy. Even with his body hunched low in preparation, Qianshi still felt the hot wind slam against his back. A sharp ringing in his ears replaced all other sounds. After several breaths, the buzzing in his ears gradually subsided. Qianshi looked up, noticing the smoke and dust slowly dispersing. In the area where 5 or 6 sturdy humanoid targets once stood, only a shocking blackened pit remained. The nearest 3 targets had been completely obliterated, while the 2 farther ones were reduced to twisted wreckage. The sandstone ground melted into a glass-like hard shell due to the high temperature, with fragments scattered across a radius of several meters. Its power far exceeded that of the training detonation talismans used previously. He quickly assessed the data of the pursuer. The effective kill radius was conservatively estimated to exceed 5 meters. Within this range, ordinary protection would be ineffective. The deadly reach of metal fragments and steel balls extended even further, at least reaching 10 meters. This was the performance that a detonation talisman should possess. Had the previous pursuers carried such power, it was likely that 2 of them would have been sufficient to send those sand bandits to their end. After clearing the area, he took out a specially designed self-destruct mechanism. Its cylindrical body was evidently reinforced, filled internally with 5 detonation talismans, 5,000 taels, equivalent to more than half of a crank mission reward, all set to be consumed in a single explosion. After placing the self-destruct mechanism securely, he steadily retreated. Based on the prior use of training talismans, this time the safety distance had to be significantly increased. Retreating behind a massive rock 35 meters away, he curled up to conceal himself. He extended the chakra line again, connecting to the self-destruct mechanism in the distance. Without a moment's hesitation, Qianshi triggered the detonation. Boom! The roar exceeded all previous explosions, violently tearing through the air of the training ground. The sound was so tremendous that even several distant shinobi engaged in scattered training involuntarily paused their actions, looking over in confusion. Even at a distance of 35 meters with solid rock cover, the violent shockwave still howled overhead, raising a sandstorm-like cloud of dust. As the dust began to settle, the explosion's epicenter revealed a charred pit 3 meters in diameter with cracks extending outward for 7 to 8 meters. Everything within 5 meters was melted into a glass-like state, and all structures within 5 to 10 meters were shredded into fragments. Qianshi silently surveyed the devastated area. Expensive, difficult to control, and highly risky. Yet the power to change the tide of battle in an instant was irreplaceable. This was a last-ditch effort in desperate straits. In the future, he would carry 2 self-destruct mechanisms on his missions. One would be a standard explosive type loaded with only 2 detonation talismans, designed for regular substitution in most tactical scenarios requiring strong demolition with relatively controllable power and low risk to himself. The other would be a full power type filled with 5 detonation talismans to be used as a pinpoint demolition method. Moreover, when detonating the full power type, one must ensure they are at an absolute safe distance before using such a device. The 10 newly manufactured pursuers would all be equipped with a single detonation talisman, serving as precision strikes and harassment methods at mid-range. Having achieved the testing objective, he turned and left directly. 7 days have passed since the enormous explosion test. In my heart, I am clear: explosive talismans as consumables cannot serve as regular testing methods. Their true value lies in their combination with puppets in real combat. The urgent task is to obtain more stable and higher task income. The entrance to the Fengying building is heavily guarded. After registering his intent to consult at the resource exchange, he was allowed to enter. The interior of the building is slightly cooler than the outside. Following the signs, he quickly found the resource office. A fatigued chunin was sorting documents at a desk, and upon hearing footsteps lazily asked without looking up, "What is it?" "I would like to inquire about the conditions for exchanging ninjutsu scrolls and advanced knowledge," Qianshi replied. The chunin glanced at the genin forehead protector on his head, showing a hint of surprise, but quickly returned to a businesslike demeanor, pointing to a heavily worn wooden board beside the counter. "The rules are all written there. Take a look yourself." Sunagakure Ninja Resource Exchange Regulations current. As his gaze swept over the cold, engraved terms, the information was quickly processed. Ninjutsu puppet techniques, corresponding task counts are required as a threshold. Level requires 3 level tasks. Level requires 3 level tasks, while a level and above have even higher requirements needing a jonin recommendation or phonging approval. After each exchange, the task count for that level resets to 0. Advanced Knowledge Chakra Nature Transformation single attribute costs 100,000 Ryo. The bundled price for basics of the 5 elemental properties and their transformations is also 100,000 Ryo. There are no task level requirements, only money is recognized. 100,000 Ryo. Qianshi calculated silently in his heart. This price is equivalent to 100 explosive talismans, which is quite inexpensive for the knowledge itself. Especially the bundled sale of basic 5 elemental knowledge, which saves the trouble of individual exchanges. Got it. The Chunin yawned. You can only exchange for one type of nature transformation at a time. The bundled knowledge scroll covers the basic forms of wind, fire, earth, water, and lightning manipulation, but whether one can learn it depends on their own talent. There are no Yin release, Yang release, or bloodline limits here, so don't ask. Understood. Thank you. Qianshi nodded. His goal is clear. Level and above ninjutsu are currently out of reach, and level tasks carry too high a risk. The most practical thing right now is to accumulate level task counts and startup funds. Although the knowledge costing 100,000 Ryo is good, it needs to be postponed for now. He turned and walked towards the task release hall. The hall is noticeably livelier. A massive sandstone wall is plastered with task scrolls. The level and level tasks occupy most of the space, with level tasks being few, and the level area is completely empty. Tasks of that level are usually directly assigned by phonging. Avoiding the Chunin who were chatting in small groups, Qianshi stood in a corner, his gaze scanning the task wall. Level escort, a merchant convoy to the border of the land of rivers. Estimated round trip of 5 days. Reward 40,000 Ryo. Level eliminate the abnormal scorpion swarm appearing around the southern oasis, suspected to have a summoned beast mixed in. Reward 105,000 Ryo. Level capture a defected genin last seen in the ruins of the northwestern desert. Reward 150,000 Ryo. Level assist the surveying team to the northeastern mining area, defending against possible beast attacks. Estimated 4 days. Reward 30,000 Ryo. Rewards time costs potential risks. Information raced through his mind. The reward for capturing the defected ninja is the highest, but the opponent is a fellow who is familiar with ninjutsu, so the variables are too great, and thus it is not considered. Ultimately, his gaze locked onto a newly posted scroll. Level escort, important equipment, to the Kikyu Mountain outpost. Estimated round trip of 4 to 5 days, passing through some canyon areas. Reward 55,000 Ryo. The reward is generous among level tasks. The client is from within the village, and the items to be escorted should be equipment sealed in scrolls with a clear objective and relatively low pressure. Though caution is needed for ambushes in the canyon, the overall risk is manageable. The direction of Jiga Mountain. Qianshi silently pondered. That area was currently relatively calm, with manageable risks. Interested in this mission, kid? A rough voice sounded from the side. Turning his head, he saw a tall Chunin with scars on his face who was also examining the same mission scroll. The uniform vest indicated his identity. Qianshi did not respond immediately, instead calmly meeting his gaze. The scarred Chunin grinned, seemingly amused by Qianshi's pretended maturity. Don't be nervous. The reward for this task was decent, but it required a team of more than 2. I have my eye on it, so how about forming a temporary team? He'll lead and you can learn some experience. Looking at your forehead protector, you must have just graduated, right? Teaming up meant restrictions on actions, tactical coordination, and distribution of loot. More importantly, the secret of the puppet, especially the self-detonators, must not be exposed in front of temporary teammates. However, the other party was a Chunin experienced, which could increase the chances of mission success and help accumulate the required times and money faster. Moreover, the rules required that it could not be taken alone. Can you provide more specific details about the mission? Qianshi avoided the team proposal and pointed to the scroll. Just that, the scarred Chunin shrugged. Escort a few scrolls to the Jiga Mountain outpost, probably some precision instruments. On the way we might encounter sand bandits or wild beasts, but it shouldn't be a problem. So what do you say, join me, and I guarantee you'll complete it easily. Easy. Qianshi never believed such promises. He caught a glimpse of shrewdness flashing in the other person's eyes. Perhaps this person just needed a number to fill the team. I need to think about it. Qianshi maintained his tone. Suit yourself, kid. Come find me when you've made up your mind. My name is Haiwen. The Chunin did not insist and patted him on the shoulder before turning to walk away. Qianshi withdrew his gaze and reviewed the mission again. 55,000 Ryo, nearly half the price of advanced knowledge. Teaming up with the Chunin would mean a very small share, but it would allow for a quick completion of a crank record. Weighing the pros and cons rapidly in his mind, he eventually lifted his head, his gaze restored to determination. He walked toward the registration desk and said to the responsible Chunin, I accept the crank mission to escort research equipment to the Jiga City outpost. The Chunin raised an eyebrow. It requires a two-person team. I know. Qianshi sidestepped his gaze, turning to Haiwen, who was still in front of the mission wall. He's my teammate. The Chunin glanced over and did not ask further. Go confirm it. Qianshi walked towards Haiwen. The latter turned around at just the right moment, seemingly having made a decision as well. Haiwan-senpai, Qianshi spoke in a flat tone. I want to join. Haiwan's face revealed a smile of expectation with a hint of condescension, a wise choice. Let's establish the rules first. The reward will be 40,000 for me and 15,000 for you. I will be the main force, and you will handle the lookout and minor tasks. The ratio was within expectations. Qianshi nodded expressionlessly. Okay. That's the spirit. Let's take the mission. The paperwork was quickly completed. The next morning, with strong winds swirling sand particles, Qianshi arrived at the village entrance 10 minutes early, and Haiwen arrived almost simultaneously. The technician from the technical department was waiting nearby, impatiently pointing to two gray-brown sealed scrolls at his feet. The instruments are inside. Escort them to the 7th outpost 30 miles west of Jiga Mountain and hand them over to the station master Sanmoku. The scroll seals must remain intact. He handed over the transfer certificate. Have the station master sign and stamp it upon delivery in return for a report. After signing for the scrolls, Haiwen picked one up and handed it to Qianshi. Hold it steady, kid. Qianshi accepted it. The scroll felt cold and slightly heavy to the touch, the sealing technique emanating faint chakra fluctuations. He securely fixed it into his modified ninja tool pouch. The team set off. Haiwen took the lead, moving at a steady pace. Qianshi maintained a fixed distance behind, his gaze habitually scanning the rolling sand dunes and wind-eroded rock pillars. For most of the journey, it was silent. The daytime heat distorted the view while the night brought a biting cold. They encountered only a few disturbances from desert wolves, all keeping their distance. Decent technique, Haiwen said, slightly surprised by Qianshi's precise throw. He offered the casual compliment and let it pass. Qianshi silently retrieved his shuriken and wiped the blood clean. On the afternoon of the 4th day, the team reached their destination. The so-called research outpost proved to be a solitary sandstone fortress looming beneath a desolate rocky mountain. The handover went smoothly. Station Chief Senmu inspected the sealed scroll, signed, and stamped it. The mission was complete, mundane like any routine escort. On the return trip, Haiwen was in high spirits and even hummed a little tune. By the 5th evening, the silhouette of Shine Village appeared on the horizon. After presenting the credentials, Haiwen briskly handed Qianshi 15,000 taels. Pleasure doing business, kid. I'll call you if there's work next time. Qianshi took the money, nodded, and turned away. Haiwen watched his retreating figure, shrugged, and blended into the crowd. This mission was like a pebble tossed into still water. The ripples died away without a trace. Haiwen was merely a temporary instrument to achieve an objective. There was no need to be concerned. Back in the stone house, he closed the door and first counted his reward, adding it to his savings. He moved one step closer to the threshold required to alter his exchange status, and another crank mission was logged. He then walked to the corner, inspecting and maintaining 10 pursuer puppets and 2 self-destruct puppets one by one. Chakra flowed through him as he precisely sensed their internal mechanisms. Maintenance complete, all puppets were in optimal condition. Next came his daily chakra control training. He cupped a solid iron ball in his palm and guided it with the faintest of manipulations. When the stars filled the sky, he spread the map around Shine Village and committed every detail to memory. The next morning, the mission hall remained cold and empty. Qianshi walked straight to the crank job board and scanned the scroll's crank. Escort a caravan to the eastern border town of Fengji country. Our estimated round trip 6 days. Reward 48,000 taels. Crank. Search for and retrieve the survey team missing in the southern desert, lost contact 5 days. Reward 60,000 taels. Crank. Clear the tunnels of the northern mining area of the giant venomous centipedes, confirmed non-ninja beasts, enormous in size and highly toxic. Bring your own antidote. Reward 55,000 taels. The third listing caught his eye. The reward was considerable, and the enclosed mine environment might afford tactical advantages. He approached the registration desk. I want detailed intelligence on clearing the venomous centipedes in the mine. The Chunin produced a scroll, confirmed mutants gigantic in size possess neurotoxins. Their nest lies deep within the third mine tunnel, estimated 3 to 5 specimens. Here is the map. Qianshi quickly noted the details and the layout, understood. He then went to the apothecary and spent 4,000 taels on 2 doses of potent antidote and bandages. Back at the stone house, he made his final preparations, assessing the target as venomous insects rather than ninja beasts. Standard ninja tools and antidote should suffice. He resolved to avoid using explosive talismans and explosive puppets as much as possible. At dawn the next day, Qianshi arrived at the northern mine entrance. The mine mouth gaped like a black maw, exhaling a damp, moldy reek that stood in stark contrast to the desert's blistering heat. Following the map, he slipped into the third mine tunnel. The passage plunged deep and twisted the floor strewn with jagged rubble. The stench of blood and decay pressed and growing thicker with every step. After 100 meters, scattered animal bones appeared along both sides of the tunnel. Qianshi raised his alertness to the highest degree. His chakra sense fanned out like gossamer, detecting the faintest stirrings in the dark. Rustle, whisper. A peculiar scraping came from a fork ahead. He halted and pressed himself into the shadow against the rock. A dark brown centipede nearly 3 meters long crawled across the junction, its segmented body undulating and mandibles clacking. 2 roughly 1 meter long companions trailed behind. The target had revealed itself. Qianshi waited patiently until it passed, then ghosted after it into a spacious stone cavern littered with bones and filth. Undeniably the nest. He had already set a wooden decoy some distance away. In the next instant his figure sprang forth, swift as lightning, straight at the largest 3-meter centipede. The gust of his movement alerted the creature. The giant centipede reared up and snapped its mandibles viciously. Qianshi slid aside with agility far beyond ordinary, easily evading the strike. His right hand's kunai plunged with precise force into its cephalic compound eyes. Splat! Dark green ichor sprayed. The centipede emitted a shrill hiss and writhed wildly. 2 other centipedes lunged in from the flanks and rear. Without turning, Qianshi drew 3 shuriken from his thigh with his left hand and hurled them backward without looking. The throws struck with unerring accuracy. One hit a centipede's head, another struck a joint. Insufficient to kill, yet enough to arrest their momentum and blunt the assault. With palms facing upwards, a deep blue chakra rapidly converged and spiraled. The deafening buzz of the Rasengan erupted within the stone cavern as Qianshi lunged forward forcefully, driving the raging Rasengan into the shattered compound eye of the giant centipede. The piercing sound of shattered carapace and the dull thud of flesh being ground together filled the air. The centipede's shriek abruptly ceased, its head smashed to pieces, and its massive body convulsed before collapsing. Having dealt with the primary threat, Qianshi did not hesitate and turned to face the other 2 centipedes charging at him. With an uncanny footwork, he evaded the spray of venom, and his kunai flashed with cold light, precisely piercing the gaps in their carapaces, ending their lives in an instant. The battle concluded in just a few seconds. He took a moment to steady his breath, intending to collect evidence. Boom! The rock wall above suddenly exploded. Amidst the flying debris, a giant centipede over 10 meters long, its carapace dark and metallic, pounced down with a thunderous force. Its jaws were menacing, capable of swallowing a man whole. The ambush came too swiftly. Qianshi formed hand seals, almost instinctively shouting substitution technique. Boom! The substitution wood was shattered the next moment. His true self appeared at the preset location, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The giant centipede, missing its strike, let out a low hiss, its massive body nearly filling half the stone cavern. A kunai flew towards its compound eye, only to be deflected by the carapace, sparks flying. Such hard defenses. The centipede's colossal tail swept across like a steel whip of vicious wind rushing towards him. Qianshi quickly retreated, his hands fluttering as he exclaimed, "Wind release, great breakthrough." A powerful gust of air swept up dust and debris charging towards the centipede's head. Although it didn't inflict harm, it successfully obscured its line of sight. Now is the time. A weapon pouch slid out sideways, launching a shuriken like a venomous snake, darting across the ground, targeting the relatively vulnerable segment of the abdomen while its vision was obstructed. Explode. Boom. The explosion was deafening in the confined space. Flames engulfed half of the centipede's body, and the shockwave rattled the cavern, causing dust to rain down. Amidst the piercing wails, the carapace of the giant centipede shattered, its innards and fluids splattering everywhere, and its ferocity was ignited, dragging its mangled body in a frenzied charge. But its speed had slowed due to its severe injuries. Qianshi's gaze turned icy, and instead of retreating, he advanced towards the menacing jaws. With palms aglow in deep blue light, once more the Rasengan's hum overpowered the centipede's roar. In the split second before being bitten, he dove downward, the Rasengan striking upward, forcefully slamming into the gaping wound in its abdomen that had already been blasted open. Hum, puff. The spiraling force erupted within its body. The giant centipede froze, convulsing violently before crashing to the ground, thick fluids oozing from the cracks in its carapace. Silence returned to the cavern, filled only with the heavy scent of gunpowder, blood, and char. Qianshi breathed slightly heavier, having consumed nearly half of his chakra. He struggled to cut off the toughest parts of the head carapace and the massive fangs as evidence. Upon returning to the mission hall, the Chunin assessed the super specimen, and after hearing the process, his expression turned solemn, a mutated body over 10 meters. The risk far exceeds crate standards. The hardness of the carapace can withstand ordinary kunai. After verification, the mission grade remained crate, but the reward increased to the maximum of 100,000 Rio. The funds were in place, and the number of trade missions was also fulfilled. Qianshi headed straight to the supplies area, his target clear. Exchange for the detailed explanation of chakra nature transformation wind attribute. The Chunin at the counter appeared slightly surprised, but did not ask further, retrieving a dark-colored scroll with a character for wind written at its center. 100,000 Rio. Strictly confidential, practice at your own risk. After paying the Rio, Qianshi took the scroll. It felt slightly heavy and cool in his hands, with faint chakra fluctuations detectable within. He did not linger and returned directly to the stone hut. The stone house's doors and windows were tightly closed as Qianshi carefully unsealed the scroll. The scroll gradually unfurled, revealing not complex diagrams, but a dense collection of annotations and insights into cultivation. It systematically elaborated on the method of transforming chakra into the nature of wind, with the essence lying in the pursuit of sharpness and cutting. The recorded foundational cultivation method, leaf cutting, appeared simple, yet it severely tested the precision and endurance of chakra control, requiring chakra to be concentrated at the fingertips, transforming into invisible blades to cut through leaves. Qianshi understood that this was precisely what he lacked. The Rasengan was the pinnacle of form transformation, yet it lacked the intricate refinement of energy attributes. This wind attribute cultivation was exactly what he needed to fill that crucial gap. He immediately began his training. Picking resilient sand jujube leaves, he concentrated chakra at his fingertips. During his first attempt, the energy fluctuated unpredictably, causing the leaves to merely curl slightly, without leaving any trace. He dispersed the energy and tried again, focusing on perceiving the output's strength and form. Once, twice, 10 times, 50 times. Time passed in monotonous repetition. Sweat trickled down, chakra continued to deplete, and his mind had to remain highly focused, sensing the subtle changes of energy at his fingertips. Until chakra was nearly exhausted, a barely visible scratch finally appeared on the leaf in his palm. Progress was minimal, but undeniably real. He sat cross-legged to recover, replaying the sensations of cultivation in his mind, comparing them with the scroll's descriptions, adjusting his imaginative output for the next attempt. As the sun rose and set, the wind and sand persisted. The monotonous repetition did not bring about irritation, instead it deepened his inner tranquility. Each minute adjustment, each deepening mark, transformed the obscure words of the scroll into tangible insights. Sharpness and cutting were no longer mere concepts, but tangible powers that could be felt at his fingertips. When the first sand jujube leaf was smoothly split into the cut as smooth as a mirror, he knew he had truly touched the threshold of the transformation of wind attributes. It was time to attempt the wind cutter once again. He went to a secluded area outside the village training ground and unfurled the scroll. The once incomprehensible sequence of seals and energy transformation techniques now became clear after personally experiencing the feeling of cutting. He calmed his heart, formed hand seals guiding chakra to embody the cutting nature, and built momentum before him. The moment the seals were completed, his arm swung like a blade. Swish! A sharp vacuum slash shot forth, striking a rock 5 to 6 meters away, leaving a deep crack and scattering stone debris. It was a success. Although the power, range, and stability were far from mature, the essence of the wind-cutting technique had begun to take shape. He did not continue practicing, as a preliminary grasp was sufficient. Deeper mastery would require accumulation over time. Returning to the stone house, he once again focused on the Rasengan, attempting to incorporate the wind attribute. However, the moment the energy made contact, the stable structure immediately fluctuated violently, nearing collapse. He hurriedly dispersed the chakra, feeling a burning pain in his palm. Indeed, it was not feasible. The structure of the Rasengan was intricate, and forcibly injecting attribute changes was like damaging a precision instrument. This required a perfect fusion of both transformations. Strength difficulty as expected. Qianshi knew that with his current foundation, it was still too early to develop the advanced form he remembered. He needed a deeper understanding and control, requiring an opportunity. His gaze landed on the marks on the wall that recorded the passage of time. The 12 years in the ninja world were nearing their end, and the wind carried the chill of the year-end. He rarely felt a flicker of anticipation, not for the holiday, but for the impending new year and the attribute points that would soon arrive. He halted all outside missions and immersed himself completely in training, mastering wind attribute transformation in the morning, practicing wind cutter applications in the afternoon, and contemplating the structure of the Rasengan at night, laying the groundwork for future integration. He awaited the passing of 12 years in the ninja world, awaited the new year, and awaited the arrival of the points. Inside the stone house, the oil lamp cast shadows on the wall. Qianshi sat cross-legged on the ground, quietly waiting. This year he did not join the crowd to seek excitement. At this moment, there were more important matters at hand. Time slowly passed, ushering in the new year, and new points arrived as expected. Strength, 1 agility, 1 intelligence, 1 available points, 1 inch. Qianshi's mind, 2 choices were under contemplation. Intelligence. The benefits were clear. The speed of thought and learning ability would be enhanced once again, meaning a quicker understanding of the complex and obscure principles of wind attribute changes. Although he had successfully entered the realm of cultivation over the past few months and mastered the crank ninjutsu wind release wine cutter, he still felt a high wall separating him from true mastery. If the precision of chakra control could be enhanced once more, it would not only pertain to ninjutsu and taijutsu, but also directly affect the manipulation of puppets, possibly allowing the several pursuers and 2 self-destructors to operate at higher efficiency. The enhancement of chakra quality directly affected the power of every ninjutsu. Strength was even more tempting. The increase in total chakra was fundamental for ninjas. His taijutsu talent would also be elevated again, allowing him to expand his close combat advantages. But the core aspect remained the additional boost to the speed of physical growth. Due to the previous allocation of points to strength, his body had already developed ahead of schedule, possessing the physique of a child close to 11 years old at the age of 8. If he invested a bit more, this additional growth acceleration might stack, potentially allowing his body to gain significant improvements in a short time, bringing him closer to that of a young adult. In this world, greater recovery ability and a stronger physique meant he could escape the natural disadvantages brought by age sooner. As for agility, although it could enhance bone density, dynamic vision, seal formation, speed, neural response, and chakra output compared to strength and intelligence, agility was not as crucial for him at the moment, and he cast it aside. Until the time entered the 14th year of the ninja world. It was now the 13th year since the establishment of Konoha. The time point of the First Ninja World War in his memory was approaching, like the sword of Damocles hanging above, pointing to a year later. A year was truly too short. Qianshi forcibly suppressed his chaotic thoughts. He no longer hesitated and directly allocated points to intelligence. Strength, 1 agility, 1 intelligence, 2 available points, 0. Almost the moment his intention was set, an indescribable feeling surged from the depths of his body and consciousness. In an instant, a thin veil in his mind was lifted and the world became clear and transparent. The speed of his thoughts surged, making many obscure and difficult to grasp insights from his past training suddenly clear. Unresolved questions about the changes in wind attributes connected themselves, giving rise to several new and potentially viable methods. At the same time, Qianshi clearly felt the chakra within him becoming more refined, easier to manipulate, and with a slight movement of his mind, the chakra at his fingertips could present an almost perfect stable form. Instinctively, he raised his palm, allowing chakra to coalesce into a spiral vortex in his palm. This time, he sensed the subtle resonance of the airflow as it rotated. There were no anomalies, only a moment of transcendence. Qianshi immediately seized this unprecedented clarity of thought to begin contemplating this year's course of action. Deepening the training of wind attribute changes ranked first. He must again attempt to integrate that sharp cutting characteristic into the Rasengan, overcoming previous failures. The improvement of the puppets also needed to proceed in parallel. The lack of knowledge was a clear obstacle, especially regarding materials and structures. A thought arose: the foundational knowledge of medical ninjutsu must include detailed discussions on human anatomy, meridian systems, and even toxins. Could this knowledge be reverse engineered and applied to puppet design? Even if it couldn't, mastering the most basic medical ninjutsu would be an indispensable safeguard for the development of taijutsu and for executing long-term tasks outside the village without rear support. With this line of thought, Qianshi decided to go to the village's resource exchange center tomorrow morning to inquire about the exchange conditions for medical ninjutsu and related foundational knowledge scrolls. He moved his somewhat stiff joints and slowly drifted into slumber. The next morning, Qianshi walked towards the supply office against the wind. The inside of the supply office was hardly warmer than outside. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged ninja who lazily lifted his eyelids upon seeing someone enter. "What do you want?" His voice was hoarse as if he had just woken up. "I want to inquire about the exchange conditions for medical ninjutsu," Qianshi said quickly. The middle-aged ninja paused for a moment as if he hadn't heard clearly. "What? The exchange conditions for medical ninjutsu," Qianshi repeated. The person in charge frowned, sizing him up. "Medical ninjutsu. Kid, these are things only those with no prospects in the hospital would dabble in." He dragged a dusty wooden box out from behind the counter, raising a cloud of fine dust as he opened it. Inside the box were several scrolls piled in disarray, looking as if they hadn't been touched for a long time. "Here, just these 3 types." He took out 3 scrolls and casually spread them on the counter. "Healing technique, chakra scalpel, and this, palm sage technique." He pointed at each scroll, his tone dripping with undisguised disdain. "Healing technique, a rank only capable of slightly accelerating the healing of minor wounds and barely helping you recover a little faster from fatigue. Chakra scalpel rank sounds impressive, but it merely forms a thin chakra blade at the fingertips, sufficient for making incisions or cutting away necrotic tissue, yet in combat it is far inferior to a kunai." Finally, he pointed at the thickest scroll palm sage technique rank. It can achieve astonishing recovery speeds for both internal and external injuries by releasing chakra. However, he emphasized these things rather than being ninjutsu are merely refined chakra control technique. They require extremely high control, a vast amount of medical knowledge, and would take considerable time to practice. And what do you get in the end? Even if mastered, they are of little use in enhancing one's strength. The person in charge lowered his voice. True ninjas seek faster, stronger, and more lethal ninjutsu. And these things, he tapped the counter emphatically, purely a waste of talent, time, and money. Aside from the rank palm sage technique, these two are 50,000 ryo each. Don't you think that seems quite cheap? That's because no one wants these things. He looked at Qianshi's unperturbed face, his tone becoming more serious. If you have this money and energy, you'd be better off exchanging for some practical crank or brank ninjutsu, or even buying some ninja tools, explosive tags, smoke bombs, and the like. Medical ninjutsu. Such things are utterly meaningless. Qianshi's gaze swept over the 3 scrolls, finally settling on the first 2, disregarding his words. I want the healing technique and the chakra scalpel. The person in charge widened his eyes as if hearing something unbelievable. Did you not hear a word of what I just said? Qianshi merely stared silently at him, took out a money pouch from his pocket, precisely counted out 100,000 ryo, and pushed it onto the counter. The person in charge looked at the stack of money, then at Qianshi's expressionless face, ultimately snorting and shaking his head. Do as you wish. Don't come crying to me later if you regret it. He collected the money, picked up the 2 specified scrolls, and stuffed them into Qianshi's hands. Take them carefully, this is not an ordinary shop, and even if you regret it, you can't return them. Qianshi received the scrolls, feeling the aged leather texture and slight wear. He ignored the expression on the person in charge's face and turned to leave. He carefully stored the scrolls in his ninja tool pouch and headed towards the stone house. On the street, early risers had already begun to bustle about. Upon returning to the stone house, Qianshi took out the 2 scrolls from his pocket and placed them in front of him. Qianshi opened the healing technique scroll, first the leather scroll, gently unfurling. The writing on it was somewhat faded but still very clear. He began to read, quickly scanning each word and every chakra operating diagram. The core of the healing technique lies in the precise control of chakra output frequency and intensity, enabling it to stimulate the target's cells and awaken the target's self-healing abilities to heal wounds. The scroll also noted overuse will severely deplete the user's stamina, and extreme use will drain the target's vitality, thus it must be used with caution. In just a quarter of an hour, Qianshi had memorized the entire content of the scroll. After securing the scroll, he picked up the scroll detailing the chakra scalpel. The requirements for this technique were even more stringent. It required highly compressed chakra to form a chakra energy blade at the fingertips, maintaining extreme sharpness, while also precisely controlling the depth of the cut. It could perform organ transplants internally without any external wounds. Qianshi's fingertips trembled slightly as a strand of chakra naturally flowed towards him. He attempted to restrain and shape it. A faint blue light flickered at his fingertips and dispersed before stabilizing. The failure was expected. Inside the stone room, silence reigned, yet Qianshi's gaze was exceptionally bright. The recent failure did not bring him any discouragement. Instead, it allowed him to capture the core of the problem more clearly. It was not an issue of chakra quantity, but rather the stability of shape control at the microscopic level. He lifted his hand again, his mind highly concentrated. This time he sought not for rapid success, but to immerse all his spirit in perceiving every flow of chakra at his fingertips. Like manipulating the most delicate chakra threads, he meticulously guided and constrained the energy's transformation. Gradually, the air at his fingertips began to slightly distort. A faint blue glow steadily extended about an inch long, thin as a cicada's wing, its edges shimmering with highly concentrated energy. He had succeeded. Maintaining this slender yet dangerous energy blade, Qianshi could clearly feel the cutting force contained within, as well as the precise control required to sustain it. It floated silently at his fingertips, silent yet deadly. Dispelling the energy blade, his gaze returned to the 2 scrolls, and true contemplation began at that moment. Their value was far beyond superficial descriptions. Could the principle of healing techniques, which stimulates cellular activity, be applied in reverse to extract the Buddha's potential in a short time? A similar concept had left an impression in his past life memories. 8 gates of Duanjia. 7 days of summoning. Such techniques could not be unlocked through brute force alone. They inevitably involved meticulous control of the meridian system and cellular level. Healing techniques might be an excellent entry point. However, this direction required profound medical knowledge as its foundation, and the current conditions were not yet mature. This thought had to be temporarily suppressed. As for the chakra surgical knife, if used solely for close combat, its formlessness and precision could indeed easily sever tendons and ligaments, causing internal injuries that were difficult to heal. Yet, as the logistics officer mentioned, maintaining such precision to cut internal tissues on a rapidly changing battlefield was far less efficient than simply piercing vital points with kunai or severing limbs with wind techniques. But what if he thought differently? The essence of the chakra surgical knife lay in the extremely precise transformation of chakra forming a sharp structure. Chakra threads, too, were the ultimate manifestation of meticulous chakra transformation condensing into resilient threads. The two shared a commonality in high-precision shape transformation. A thought flashed like lightning. What if he endowed the chakra threads with the sharp characteristics of the chakra surgeon? Imagine no longer a resilient yet relatively harmless pulling thread, but countless extremely fine razor-sharp chakra filaments nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. By manipulating them like puppets, entwining, binding, and cutting. Once the enemy was ensnared, they would be instantly shredded into pieces. This would be a composite ninjutsu combining long-range control with terrifying cutting capabilities. If he could take it further in the future by integrating the cutting nature of wind attributes, the sharpness of each filament would be unimaginable. However, the cultivation of wind attribute transformation had yet to be perfected. This matter needed to be postponed. At this moment, simply achieving the first step, applying the principle of the chakra surgical knife's transformation to the condensation process of chakra threads. Its potential power was already astonishing. With this thought, the focus of his cultivation instantly became clear. Qianshi lifted his hand once more. This time the goal was not to condense the surgical knife at his fingertips, but to attempt to infuse the highly compressed sharp transformation intent into the initial condensation of the chakra threads. He carefully guided the chakra, not shaping it into a resilient thread, but trying to imbue the characteristics of a blade from the very foundation of constructing the thread. This was far more challenging than merely performing the chakra surgical knife or manipulating ordinary chakra threads. It required a stronger mastery over shape transformation while maintaining both extensibility and stability. On the first attempt, the chakra dispersed in his palm. On the second, he barely formed a segment, but it was extremely fragile and snapped at the slightest pull. On the third, the thread had a sense of sharpness, but the control was sluggish. In the stone room, only the faint sound of chakra condensing and dispersing could be heard. Qianshi's face showed no impatience. His gaze remained focused and calm. Each failure provided data, refining the next attempt. Finally, after an unknown number of attempts, a strand finer than a hair, nearly transparent, slowly extended from his fingertips. It no longer displayed a gentle flow of energy, but emanated an extreme sharpness, trembling slightly, as it silently sliced through the air it touched. It successfully maintained its form for 3 breaths before abruptly dissipating. Yet this was enough to prove the feasibility of the direction. Without the slightest pause, Qianshi plunged back into his cultivation. The goal was clear: prolong existence time, enhance stability, and ultimately achieve control as effortless as moving one's fingers. Outside the stone window, the sky shifted, sunlight filtering through the gaps, casting changing light spots. Inside the room, his figure sat cross-legged, motionless, with only the faint light at his fingertips occasionally flickering on and off, along with the occasionally successfully condensed, deadly sharp, transparent threads. The training ground of Sanhedrin was howling with fierce winds. Qianshi walked towards a secluded corner where a few training wooden stakes stood, battered by sandstorms, yet still structurally intact. He deftly took out 10 unactivated pursuers and placed them one by one on the sandy ground. These rudimentary puppets, the size of handballs, had iron shells that reflected a cold, hard sheen under the desert sun, appearing unremarkable. He stood firm, taking a deep breath. The icy air sharpened his thoughts. Qianshi raised his hands, fingers slightly splayed, his mind sinking into his meridians. In an instant, 10 nearly transparent chakra threads extended precisely from his fingertips, swiftly connecting to the pursuers. The true test was about to begin. Qianshi concentrated his spirit to the utmost. Alongside each main control line, another finer chakra, requiring high compression, was carefully separated and clung to it like a shadow. This was the cutting line he envisioned. When inactive, they were indistinguishable from ordinary chakra lines and would not interfere with puppet control. Start. The thought was urged. The 10 pursuers suddenly activated, nimbly scattering and moving at high speed along a seemingly chaotic yet patterned trajectory. The friction of the iron produced a piercing sound as they madly spun around the training wooden stakes, kicking up clouds of sand and forming a dazzling metal storm. This noisy spectacle itself was the strongest form of disruption. Qianshi's gaze pierced through the sand and chaos, locking onto the central wooden stakes, simulating the moment of delay in enemy judgment. Now is the time. Line binding, kill. His 10 fingers suddenly tightened back. A powerful command was instantly transmitted through the chakra lines. Buzz. A faint yet spine-tingling buzzing sound emerged. The 10 nearly invisible subsidiary threads suddenly erupted with sharp brilliance, their energy properties drastically changing like tautly drawn poisoned steel wires. They had already invisibly wrapped around the wooden stake with the puppet's movements, and at this moment they launched a sudden attack. Tighten, cut, sizzle. A wave of extremely uncomfortable tearing sounds erupted. The solid wooden stake instantly cracked open, countless sharp cuts reaching several inches deep, where the cutting lines were entangled. Wood chips exploded outward like fireworks. The stake's surface shattered, as if hacked by countless invisible blades at once. At the same time, the 10 pursuers also experienced a violent tremor in the main control lines due to the powerful counterforce, causing a momentary chaos and stiffness in their control. It succeeded. Qianshi slowly dispersed the chakra lines. The pursuers fell to the sandy ground with a clatter. He approached to closely examine the wooden stake. Each cut was smooth, and even showing astonishing precision and explosive force. This power far exceeded expectations. It was enough to deliver a lethal blow or heavy damage, while the enemy was confused by the puppets. But he immediately began to calmly analyze the drawbacks. Huge consumption, maintaining both the chakra lines and cutting lines simultaneously placed a heavy burden on his chakra and mental energy. The fatigue from this brief exercise surpassed that of executing the wind cut 10 times in succession. Control stagnation. The moment the cutting lines were activated, the feedback generated would severely interfere with the chakra lines, causing all puppet movements to experience a brief pause. This could be a fatal flaw in high-speed confrontations. Limited targets, while powerful against fixed or slow targets, the difficulty of effectively entangling and cutting against high-speed or dispersed multiple targets would increase dramatically. He picked up the scattered pursuers one by one for inspection and returned them to his pack. This technique was more suitable as a preset trap or to be used when a guaranteed lethal moment was confirmed rather than for conventional consumption. After completing all this, he straightened up and brushed off the sand from his hands. The cold wind still blew across the training ground as the dust settled. The first phase of the test was complete. The new technique's concept had been validated and the issues were clear. Qianshi picked up his equipment bag and turned to leave. He needed to return and digest his gains, contemplating the next step of his cultivation plan. The 7 days of sandstorm traversing passed in the blink of an eye. The task was simple to the point of being tedious. Escort a batch of geological survey scrolls to the sand-hidden outpost 100 miles away. The anticipated enemies were only the endless sandstorm and the occasional emergence of desert scorpions. The two accompanying Chunin were responsible for leading, while Qianshi felt more like an observer on this journey of experience. The entire process was marked by silence. The total reward was 70,000 Rio, of which Qianshi received 10,000 Rio. This money was now more about maintaining the necessary turnover for cultivation resources rather than the value of the task itself. Returning the credentials and collecting the reward was efficient. He walked through the dim streets of sand, hidden back to the familiar stone house. Inside, a layer of fine sand had settled, and the air felt stuffy. Qianshi did not immediately clean up. He merely brushed off the sand from the stone bed and sat in silence to meditate. An hour later, he opened his eyes. The fatigue vanished, and his gaze became clear and calm once more. The task time was over, and now it was entirely devoted to cultivation. He extended his hands, and the chakra threads silently extended. This time he did not connect to a puppet, but focused on the threads themselves, especially the cutting thread running parallel to the main control thread. The deductions made during the night watch of the task now required practical validation. The core issue was that the intense energy feedback momentarily activated the cutting thread, which would impact the stability of the main control thread. The previous brute force approach was not the optimal solution. Qianshi's will subtly shifted, maintaining the stability of the main control thread. The cutting thread attached beside it began to receive chakra at an extremely slow pace, attempting to establish a buffer phase between dormancy and full activation. This required an extraordinary precision of chakra output. Too much would prematurely trigger interference with the main control, while too little would fail to form an effective buffer. Failure, collapse, and restart. On the 13th attempt, after injecting specific chakra, the cutting thread exhibited a unique state of resilience, like a taut bowstring poised to strike, yet in harmony with the main control thread. Now is the time. With a sudden push of will, activate. Buzz. The cutting thread instantly sharpened. The main control thread only quivered slightly, showing no violent fluctuations. It worked. The buffer phase effectively absorbed the shock from the transformation. After regaining composure, Qianshi took out a pursuer for testing. Activating the cutting thread while controlling the puppet's movement with a soft chime, the discarded kunai handle was silently severed, while the pursuer's actions only experienced a slight stutter before quickly regaining stability. A significant breakthrough. For the next 2 days, he immersed himself in extreme control, gradually increasing from a single pursuer to controlling 5, simultaneously activating the cutting thread in different movement states. His mastery over the buffer phase grew increasingly refined, minimizing the impact on the main control thread during activation. On the morning of the third day, 10 pursuers returned to the training ground. With dust swirling, a metallic storm arose. Qianshi seized the moment, his 10 fingers pulling back. A buzzing sound filled the air. 10 cutting threads activated simultaneously, sharp and lethal. Sizzle. The wooden stakes splintered into broken pieces, the cuts smooth and terrifying. The 10 pursuers collectively stiffened for half a second after the attack completed, then swiftly retreated, scattering without losing control. Reeling in the threads, the puppet fell to the ground. Qianshi looked at the pile of debris, his expression unreadable. It was a success. This technique, based on the extreme application of chakra thread transformation merging puppet control with lethal cutting, had finally achieved a qualitative change, reaching the standards for actual combat. He named it Puppet Dance Threadbind Kill. After tidying up the scene, he returned to the stone house. Continuous high-intensity training had brought his chakra and mental state to the brink. Now he needed to rest and prepare for the next goal. Leaning against the cold stone wall, Qianshi closed his eyes. The success of Puppet Dance Threadbind Kill validated a path, applying high-precision chakra thread transformations for long-range attacks. The next objective was logical. No longer relying on puppet carriers, but directly combining the threads. The concept was clear, attaching the cutting thread in a buffer state to shuriken or kunai using wind-release ninjutsu for secondary acceleration and trajectory correction. When flying towards the target, not only relying on the ninja tools for damage, but also activating the cutting threads for medium to long-range entangling cuts. It could be named Wind-Release Dance Threadbind Kill. This required a more intricate control of wind-release great breakthrough, needing not only to propel the ninja tools, but also to coordinate with them, even initially integrating wind nature changes to enhance the cutting thread's power. The difficulty far exceeded the previous challenge, but the enhancement of medium to long-range lethality and control would be revolutionary. Qianshi walked to the center of the room and sat cross-legged, re-evaluating the concept of wind escape chaotic dance binding kill in his mind. He took out 8 ordinary shurikens from his ninja tool pouch and placed them before him. With closed eyes and focused mind, chakra flowed as if directed by his fingers. The chakra at his fingertips swirled, and 8 invisible threads precisely wrapped around the hilts of the shurikens. Almost simultaneously, another more refined chakra stream precisely bifurcated, attaching itself to the main control line, rapidly entering a ready state. The entire process was smooth and swift, showcasing his exquisite mastery over the transformation of forms. Suddenly, he flicked his wrist. The 8 shurikens flew from his hands, accompanied by 8 perfectly poised cutting lines shooting out in a broad, loose fan shape. Thud, thud, thud. The shurikens accurately pierced the 8 predetermined target points on the opposite wall. Their flight trajectory was stable, initial speed normal, and the chakra lines attached maintained an excellent state of stability, glimmering with a soft light, showing almost no fluctuation. Just the step of quickly attaching the standby cutting lines to multiple shurikens and accurately throwing them had been thoroughly conquered in theoretical tests. This was entirely thanks to Qianshi's thousand-fold honing of simultaneous control over multiple chakra lines while developing Puppet's chaotic dance. Next was the crucial link in the concept that connected the previous and the next phases, and it had to be completed within the stone house, simulating the maintenance and activation of cutting lines under the interference of wind escape. Qianshi maintained the connection of the 8 chakra lines, not dispersing them. Then he stabilized his hands and began to form seals. This was merely a simulation, not actually mobilizing a large amount of chakra to release a ninjutsu. It was only a small-scale use of wind escape, great breakthrough. Almost at the moment the seals were completed, the 8 cutting lines connected to the shurikens in a standby state suddenly generated a violent surge of energy. They trembled and distorted fiercely, like strings of a violin being violently pulled by an invisible hand. The precise chakra output needed to maintain their stable structure was instantly shattered by the simulated external strong interference, putting the energy structure on the verge of collapse. Qianshi furrowed his brows, outputting chakra with all his might and concentrating his mind, trying to stabilize the 8 lines. He could do it, but the mental and chakra expenditure required far exceeded normal levels, and it was extremely strained, making it impossible to talk about subsequent precise control and activation. He instantly ceased the output of chakra. The conclusion was clear, even somewhat cruel. The violent environmental disturbances generated by wind escape, great breakthrough, fundamentally conflicted with the extremely precise and stable maintenance required for remote chakra line control. Qianshi attempted to simultaneously maintain and finally control the cutting lines during the effect of wind escape, which proved to be highly unreliable and inefficient. However, this did not negate the new concept. Rather, it confirmed the correctness of the new approach. He must completely abandon the fantasy of maintaining precise control in a wind escape environment. The new tactical core was finally confirmed to utilize the moment of chaos created by the outbreak of wind escape as absolute cover. The arrangement of the cutting lines must be completed before the wind escape explosion. The activation and tightening of the cutting lines must occur at the moment when the wind escape effect peaks and the enemy is completely disrupted, carried out with the simplest and most forceful command. Wind escape serves as the curtain, while the cutting lines are the traps already laid. The two are closely linked in time, but entirely separated in control. The thought process was thoroughly clarified. In the next 2 days, Qianshi's training focus became completely concentrated. He repeatedly conducted extreme practice within the stone house, striving to complete more cutting line attachments to the shurikens at the moment of throwing, aiming for greater speed and stability. Refining the seamless connection between the throwing motion and the wind escape seal release, he pursued the moment when the group of shurikens had just been released, still not reaching their maximum dispersion range, when the chaotic effect of wind escape would violently erupt, swallowing all traces. The sound of shurikens slicing through the air and striking the wall echoed continuously within the room. On the evening of the 7th day, Qianshi gazed at the dense and scattered puncture marks on the wall, as well as the practice shurikens scattered across the floor. His current limit was to stably attach cutting lines to and throw 8 shurikens simultaneously. All theoretical validations and preliminary practices had been completed within the stone house. He cast his gaze out the window. Qianshi decided to go to the training ground tomorrow. Only there would he have enough space to unleash the true wind escape chaotic dance binding kill. In a secluded corner of the public training ground in Cheyenne Village, the sharp sounds of cutting and the howling wind that had persisted for several days finally ceased. Qianshi stood in place, breathing slightly heavily, his chakra consumption bringing a touch of fatigue, yet his gaze remained sharp. Before him a target had become unrecognizable, as if it had been attacked by a legion of invisible blades. Its surface was covered with crisscrossing, varying depths of cut marks, with the deepest slashes nearly penetrating the thick body of the target. On the sandy ground, numerous twisted and deformed remnants of shurikens lay scattered, all of which were inevitable losses during the testing process. Wind release chaotic dance line binding kill had finally been completed. Qianshi recalled the arduous development process. The key lay in the precision of timing. First 8 shurikens with attached standby cutting lines were scattered over the maximum range, laying down a net of death in the target area. At the very moment they reached their limit, wind release, great breakthrough, erupted with full force. Boom. A violent wind engulfed dust, consuming everything, obscuring all sight and sound. In the instant when the storm was at its fiercest and perception was completely disturbed, line binding kill. The command transmitted through the chakra lines was simple and brutal: tighten. Activate. Buzz. The 8 cutting lines suddenly snapped, taut, sharp energy interweaving silently through the wind and sand, completing a deadly strangulation. This required him to maintain a powerful wind release, while simultaneously activating all the threads, a tremendous test for both his mind and chakra. But now he had succeeded. Although this technique could not be used frequently, its overwhelming lethality was enough to serve as a trump card to turn the tide of battle. The technique had taken shape, yet the restlessness within Qianshi's heart had not subsided. He returned to the stone house, not continuing his training, but instead walking to the corner, solemnly retrieving the scroll of healing technique. Now that he had mastered the chakra scalpel, looking back at this basic medical ninjutsu felt entirely different. He could clearly sense the knowledge contained within. Simultaneously, a bolder idea surged uncontrollably, developing a ninjutsu technique to awaken the Buddha's hidden potential. Whether it was the 8 gates of Duanjia or the 7 heavenly calls from his past life memories, their core was not brute force, but the ultimate mastery over meridians, acupoints, and even cellular energy. It was a forbidden path leading to the peak of power, yet also bordering on the abyss. Previously he lacked the key and dared not act recklessly, but now the healing technique had provided him with an opportunity to enter. His gaze swept across the pursuers and self-detonators within the room. Relying on external means would always have its limits. True strength must come from within. It was time to make some changes. In the 13th year of the ninja world, on the first day of April, Qianshi once again stepped into the mission release office, but instead of gravitating toward the lucrative bounties, he walked straight to the quiet counter for long-term village missions. "I would like to take on a long-term support mission at the hospital," he stated calmly. The person in charge looked up, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. "The hospital? Kid, that requires patience, and the rewards are much lower." "I understand," Qianshi replied without a hint of hesitation. The person in charge shook his head, processing the paperwork while reminding him, "For the next year your main responsibility will be there. Unless the person in charge agrees, you cannot take on any other missions. Have you thought it through?" "I am fully aware." After receiving the credentials, Qianshi turned and walked towards the hospital located in the center of the village. It was a sandstone building slightly larger than the Wind Shadow building, and those entering and exiting wore expressions of worry and fatigue. He took a deep breath and stepped inside. Qianshi sought out Director Xie, a stern, spectacled middle-aged shinobi. Xie accepted the mission token and scrutinized Qianshi closely, his gaze lingering momentarily on those unervingly composed eyes. "You're so young, and already helping at the hospital." "Never mind. Since the mission department assigned you, your duties will primarily be assisting with the organization of medical instruments, transporting supplies, disinfecting and cleaning, and for now shadow the nurses to learn the most basic wound care and bandaging." Xie paused, his tone growing sterner. "Remember, this is no place for fooling about. All actions must follow orders. You are absolutely forbidden to use any form of ninjutsu on patients without authorization, understand?" "Understood." Qianshi nodded. From that day forth, his figure began to appear frequently at the Shrine Village. He silently carried out every menial task assigned to him: washing bandages, sterilizing instruments, transporting medicines, assisting in securing wounded patients. His movements were efficient and devoid of complaint, yet he never initiated conversation. Qianshi never ceased to observe and learn. He watched how the nurses debrided wounds, dressed injuries, and assessed severity. He observed how the hospital physicians employed chakra for preliminary diagnoses and to treat more complex internal traumas. He listened to their discussions about cases, medications, and human anatomy, seizing every opportunity to commit unfamiliar terms and knowledge to memory. Director Xie pushed up his glasses as if trying to discern something more from Qianshi's face, but ultimately gave up. "Come with me." He turned and walked ahead, his voice even, "First to the sterilization room. Remember the rules here: watch more, listen more, do more, and ask fewer irrelevant questions. Above all, you must never under any circumstances use ninjutsu on patients without authorization. Not even the most basic healing techniques. If something goes wrong, no one can protect you." The sterilization room was filled with a sharp yet clean odor. Qianshi was handed over to a weary middle-aged nurse. "New helper. Teach him the rules. Start with washing and sorting," Director Xie said before hurrying away. The nurse examined Qianshi and sighed. "So young." "Never mind. My name is Liangzi. Listen, all used instruments, scalpels, forceps, tweezers, must first be soaked in this basin of special solution for half an hour to remove bloodstains and any possible toxins." Then she said, pointing to another sink, "Rinse repeatedly with clean water so that no trace of the solution remain. Finally, dry them with a clean soft cloth and place them in that high-temperature sterilizer sorted by instrument type and clearly labeled. Can you manage that?" "Yes." Qianshi's gaze had already swept the items needed for the entire process. The work was unbearably monotonous. The chilly disinfectant and the repetitive scrubbing demanded immense patience to purge the crusted blood and grime from the joints and crevices of the instruments. Qianshi worked with meticulous exactitude and remarkable efficiency, reproducing each step of the nurse's demonstration with precision, often more swiftly. Liangzi, who had been supervising, soon realized that the taciturn boy required no reminders. Thanks to his efficiency, the backlog of instruments was quickly cleared. In the afternoon, the task became transporting and organizing. He pushed the heavy cart, delivering bundles of sterilized bandages, clean patient gowns, and jars and bottles of medicine to various wards and storage rooms as directed. Qianshi silently memorized the placement of supplies, the names and general uses of common medicines, and the functional distinctions between areas such as the minor injuries ward, the serious injury observation room, and the surgical preparation room. When he passed the consultation room, he deliberately slowed, listening to the doctor's brief exchanges about injuries. The chakra scalpel incision is neat, but the tendon was damaged and must be sutured first. A fracture to the left third and fourth ribs with internal bleeding. Prepare the Zhangxian technique. Each term was quietly noted. After several days, Qianshi was allowed, under a nurse's guidance, to assist with tasks closer to the patients, changing sheets, helping with feeding, or restraining a patient so the nurse could apply dressings. He saw all manner of wounds, knife cuts down to the bone, skin charred black by explosive tags, twisted and mangled fractures, and wounds blackened and oozing from exotic toxins. Qianshi executed orders without expression, however ghastly the injuries, his eyes never flinched, and gradually the nurses who had worried about his age were reassured. That afternoon, while pushing a cart piled with blood-stained and medicated sheets toward the laundry, a familiar pained inhalation in the corridor outside the minor injuries ward drew his attention. On the bench against the wall sat a bandaged youth, Yinglan. One of his arms hung awkwardly, and not deep, but rather long, wound on his forearm, was still seeping blood. His clothes were streaked with dust, and his face showed a grimace of pain and evident annoyance. A nurse was preparing him for debridement. Qianshi did not halt his cart, his gaze merely passed over them with calm indifference. Yinglan, however, immediately recognized this classmate who had graduated early and with whom he had little interaction. Surprise flashed across his face. "Qianshi," he blurted, not expecting to meet him here, especially pushing a hospital cart and dressed in simple attendant garb. Qianshi stopped and looked at him without speaking. "What are you?" Yinglan glanced at the cart and then at Qianshi's attire, his perplexity deepening. You're working here. Didn't you graduate early and become a lower-ranked ninja? Why are you doing this at the hospital? His tone was more curious and puzzled than hostile. A long-term assignment, Qianshi answered succinctly, his gaze falling on the injured arm. Oh. Yinglan found the explanation odd, but did not press. The sting of disinfectant on his wound snapped his attention back, and he gasped, hiss. Easy, nurse. Endure it. Improper cleaning leads to suppuration, the nurse said with practiced hands. Qianshi's voice remained flat. How did this happen? The wound edges are rather peculiar. Don't mention it, Yinglan grumbled sulky. I was tinkering with a new trap mechanism at home. The trigger wasn't secured, and a blade sprang out and caught me. Rotten luck, he complained without a shred of embarrassment. Qianshi listened, his gaze lingering briefly on the wound. The cut did not resemble that of a common blade. It was thinner and sharper, characteristic of an injury caused by a spring-launched mechanism. He said no more, merely nodded slightly to the nurse, and pushed the cart onward. Hey, just leaving like that? Yinglan watched Qianshi's unhesitating retreat, somewhat stunned, muttering, still so taciturn. His murmur faded as the distance grew. As Qianshi pushed the cart, his thoughts turned to the particulars of Yinglan's wound. Failed trigger, a spring-launched blade, a slicing wound. These details, compared with the other weapon and ninjutsu injuries he had seen in recent days, supplied him with yet another case to catalog. After handing the fouled sheets to the laundry, he did not leave immediately. He lingered a short distance away, watching the staff process a newly arrived batch of garments stained with heavier blood and unknown toxins, quietly noting the steps and sequence by which they mixed various disinfectants. Every detail was captured with precision. First, the black rubber gloves that extended to his forearms, followed by the medicinal powders and solvents taken from a specific cabinet, quickly blended in strict order and proportion. The specialized long-handled pliers avoided direct contact, soaking, stirring, and resting. The entire process was calm and orderly, radiating the caution inherent in handling hazardous materials. He noted another piece of knowledge: there were specific protective procedures for dealing with toxic contamination. Day by day, his figure resembled a shadow within the hospital. All trivial tasks were completed flawlessly as he continuously observed, capturing every valuable fragment of information. Sulfanilamide is effective for hemostasis, but be cautious with contaminated wounds. Before applying a splint, one must check the distal circulation. For fire release burns, residual chakra must be neutralized first. Fragmented knowledge was quietly archived. During moments of rest, he would quickly flip through the foundational manuals he was permitted to access. This unusual focus and mechanical reliability finally drew the attention of Director Nishino. One afternoon, after working for over a month, Qianshi was called into the office. Amidst the strong scent of herbs, Director Nishino looked at the boy with a sparse expression before him. Qianshi, you have done well this month. Diligent, never making mistakes, and learning quickly. Qianshi stood silently, waiting for more. Director Nishino took out 3 slightly worn leather scrolls from the drawer and pushed them across the table. Simply running errands and observing won't teach you the real thing. This is the most basic human anatomy atlas, guidelines for treating external injuries and pharmacology. Take a look, and if you have questions, you can come ask. His tone remained stern. Remember, it's strictly theoretical. You are absolutely forbidden from practicing on any injured individuals. This gift itself was already a form of recognition. Yes, thank you, Director. Qianshi stepped forward and steadily accepted the 3 hefty scrolls, as if receiving a key to a new world. From then on, the rhythm of his life was compressed to the extreme. During breaks at the hospital and the moments of tranquility after lunch, he would unfold one corner of the scrolls. In the stone house at night, the oil lamp burned brightly until late, leaving only the sound of the pen scratching against the parchment. The high-intensity physical training took a pause, as all his mind and spirit were consumed by this medical knowledge. Detailed anatomy of the human body made the distribution of muscles, bones, and chakra meridians vividly clear. Common external injury treatments corroborated the instances he had seen during the day. A basic pharmacology, though complex and obscure, was forcibly etched into his mind. He was no longer a mere observer. Upon seeing a fracture, he recalled the fixation diagram. When witnessing a dressing change, he compared it against the choice of bandages. This practical application of theory yielded astonishing results. 2 months later, his theoretical knowledge far surpassed that of ordinary doctors, even nearing that of some seasoned practitioners. During this time, he encountered Yinglan a few times, who had sustained new injuries from testing mechanisms. Hey, Qianshi, still at the hospital? This place is so dull. Oh, I can't believe you can stand it. Yinglan complained while rubbing his swollen fingers. Qianshi usually just nodded, his gaze briefly lingering on the injury as he completed a quick assessment, then continued working. He felt no turmoil within, viewing each encounter merely as an added learning sample. That day, Director Nishino found him in the storage room and handed him a new task scroll. The village needs to inventory the medical supplies, report to the warehouse this afternoon. This task requires extreme patience and meticulousness, which will allow you to gain a comprehensive understanding of the village's medical reserves. No problem, Qianshi replied as he took the scroll. This perfectly complemented his learning. The materials warehouse was unimaginably vast with a mix of herbal scents. The elder pharmacist in charge briefly outlined the rules before letting him proceed freely. The work was extremely tedious, verifying, counting, recording, and classifying. However, for Qianshi it was undoubtedly a treasure trove. His gaze swept over the labels of soldiers' pills, hemostatic powder, and antidote, correlating the physical items with the text from pharmacology. The workload was immense, yet his efficiency was astonishingly high. The elder pharmacist occasionally cast a glance at him. Seeing his focused precision, he no longer intervened. Days passed amidst the alternating scents of disinfectant and herbs. Daytime practice, nighttime theory. The stack of handwritten notes recording difficult problems grew taller on the corner of the stonehouse table. 3 months slipped by quietly amidst the scent of disinfectant and herbs. The inventory task has been completed. As Qianshi placed the last ledger back in its place, all items on the shelves were meticulously arranged according to the new regulations. The silent old pharmacist nodded slightly at the final inspection, glancing at the mountain of accurate accounts. This was his highest form of recognition. At this moment, Qianshi stood outside Director Xie's office, holding the 3 scrolls of basic medical knowledge, their edges already frayed from repeated reading. Every word and every illustration within had been deeply mastered through his experiences in the hospital and warehouse, becoming part of the knowledge he acquired. Knock and enter. Director Xie was bent over his desk, writing, his gaze scanning the scrolls in Qianshi's hands, his brows slightly raised. Is the inventory finished? Is there something you need? Qianshi gently placed the scroll on the table. I have mastered the content of the scrolls. Director Xie leaned back in his chair, scrutinizing the youth before him. The 3 months of intense work had not made him appear weary. Instead, his eyes seemed even calmer. Go on, explain. For a penetrating wound combined with suspected toxin infection, what are the steps for debridement? Which herbs should not be used together? Qianshi answered fluently. From the sequence of debridement, toxin identification, selection of neutralizers, to the choice of dressings and subsequent observations, he even added several herbs that must not be mixed due to their conflicting properties. His responses were clear and precise, far exceeding mere rote memorization, clearly infused with extensive practical observations. Director Zai's stern expression softened slightly, and a true surprise flickered in his eyes. He had not expected this silent lower ninja to have absorbed the tedious knowledge to such an extent. Why are you learning this? Director Xie tapped the desk with his finger, his gaze intense. What for? It is rare for a lower ninja to be so engrossed in medical knowledge. Qianshi remained silent for a moment before replying. To better learn medical knowledge, so as to avoid unnecessary injuries. That's the truth. Much more practical than those who merely talk about saving lives. Director Xie suddenly chuckled, a complex meaning in his laughter. It seems you are genuinely interested and somewhat talented. He paused, making a decision. It appears I should share with you some valuable resources. He stood up and retrieved a thick stack of 7 or 8 older, more complex scrolls from a locked old cabinet in the corner, placing them on the table with a dull thud. These are my personal records from years past. They include not only the basics, but also complex chakra injury treatments, detailed explanations of common toxins, and an in-depth analysis of the human meridian and acupuncture points. There are also some preliminary hypotheses about chakra stimulation for healing and even unlocking potential. They may not be orthodox, but they are all practical applications. Qianshi's gaze was fixed intently on the stack of scrolls. Director Zai's tone turned serious. It is rare to find someone willing to dedicate themselves to learning this. I can teach you, but there are conditions. First, it must not be shared outside. Much of this is my personal insight, some of which is unconventional. Second, you must learn here. After your basic work is done, every afternoon come to me for an hour. I will explain, and you will practice, using models and training equipment. You are absolutely forbidden from touching the injured. Third, if you learn, you must have a bottom line. You must never use this knowledge to inflict unnecessary pain or to kill. Otherwise, I will personally retract everything you have learned. I accept. Qianshi did not hesitate. From then on, his schedule included a new non-negotiable commitment. Every afternoon after the hospital's busyness, he would promptly appear in Director Zai's office or the small treatment room next door. Their detailed models of meridians, herbs, preparation tools, and practice equipment awaited. Director Zai's teaching was strict and practical. He always related his explanations to real cases he had handled during the day. Look at this ninja blade injury. Why does it heal so slowly? It is because the fine nodes of the meridians were severed. Ordinary healing techniques are ineffective. Chakra threads need to be used to connect them, as if suturing. This toxin comes from desert black scorpions. After poisoning, the wound does not show obvious signs, but slowly paralyzes the nerves. The key to the antidote is, if you make a mistake in the preparation sequence, the antidote becomes a deadly poison. Want to unlock potential? First, understand the consequences of stimulating these acupuncture points. If chakra flows through here, and there is the slightest error, the meridians will collapse. The explanations were accompanied by extensive practice simulating connections on complex models using chakra threads, strictly preparing medicines according to formulas and sequences, with even a milligram of error facing severe correction, repeatedly practicing the depth and frequency of chakra injection into acupuncture points on models. The process was far more arduous than Qianshi had imagined. That meticulous control of chakra was even more demanding than manipulating puppets. The preparation of herbs tested extreme patience and memory. However, Director Zai's generous instruction undoubtedly opened a new door for him. The bottleneck he had faced during self-study was suddenly cleared as his understanding of human anatomy shifted from macro to micro, and his utilization of chakra began to touch upon the realm of life energy. The office lights often remained on until very late. One old, one young, one sternly explaining, the other silently practicing, with only the subtle sounds of models, the grinding of herbs, and the occasional reprimand or brief affirmation echoing in the room. Knowledge was solidifying into Qianshi's own foundation at an unprecedented speed. 2 months swiftly passed in the small treatment room of Director Xia, filled with the scent of herbs, and Qianshi stood silently in front of the meridian model, chakra threads extending from his fingertips, precisely entering an extremely minute damaged node, performing an almost imperceptible suturing. The circulation of chakra was controlled within the finest margin. A little too much would exceed, and a little too little would weaken. On the nearby table, a complex antidote had just been prepared. The dosage, order, and grinding degree of each herb perfectly met the requirements, and due to his exquisite chakra control, the efficacy of the medicine was further enhanced. Director Xie stood with his arms crossed, his serious gaze sweeping over every detail, before he slowly nodded. For the past 2 months, similar evaluations took place daily, and this student had never disappointed him. It's done, Director Xie spoke, his tone carrying a hint of emotion. Qianshi dispersed the chakra threads, and turned slightly, bowing. Yes, Teacher Xie. Director Xie walked to the table, glancing over the perfect antidote, then looked at the meridian model. You have almost learned everything from my notes and the medical knowledge I possess. He looked at Qianshi, his gaze complex. In terms of theoretical knowledge, control, precision, and understanding of medicinal properties and meridian acupoints, you have far surpassed ordinary physicians, better than many old-timers with over a decade of experience. What you currently lack is not knowledge, but clinical experience. His tone became extremely serious. Starting tomorrow, you won't need to do menial tasks anymore. When encountering injured patients needing surgery, you will serve as my assistant. In some simple operations, you will perform the surgery while I supervise. This signified true recognition as well as a significant responsibility. Performing surgery, even the simplest ones, directly determines a person's life or death. Qianshi's gaze remained calm. Yes, teacher. Director Xie nodded, seemingly having anticipated this response. Go ahead. Report directly to operating room No. 1 tomorrow. A new phase had begun. In the following 2 months, Qianshi's figure frequently appeared in the operating room of the Suna Hidden Village Hospital. From observing and passing instruments to assisting in complex trauma suturing and visceral repair, and eventually to independently performing incision, suturing, bone fixation, and toxin clearance. The first time he performed surgery independently, the patient on the operating table was a lower ninja whose shoulder had been pierced by a kunai. Director Xie stood silently nearby. The chakra scalpel was as steady as a rock at Qianshi's fingertips. Incising, cleaning, suturing. Each step replicated precisely what he had learned, excelling in hemostasis and reducing tissue damage. The entire process was calm, unlike a first-time surgeon, with only fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead, revealing his heightened focus. When the last suture was cut, Director Xie checked and said flatly, the depth of the suture is slightly insufficient. Pay attention next time. Elsewhere you are qualified. This was the highest praise he could give. After that, the difficulty of surgeries gradually increased, dealing with necrotic tissue from explosive tags, extracting shuriken fragments from deep within bones, and even assisting in exploratory laparotomy. Faced with various bloody injuries, Qianshi's gaze remained calm, wielding the chakra scalpel with precision. 2 months of intensive practice allowed him to thoroughly integrate the theoretical knowledge he had learned. His understanding of human anatomy transformed from flat diagrams to a three-dimensional dynamic perception. His application of medical chakra also entered a new realm. One day, after completing an intestinal resection, Director Xie stopped him in the corridor. Qianshi, the director's gaze no longer held the initial scrutiny, but had added something else. In the hospital, I have nothing more to teach you. What remains, you need to experience yourself in more surgeries. He paused and continued, that vacant storage room will be yours to use from now on. The instruments inside are yours to take at will. Thank you, teacher, Qianshi bowed. He understood that this meant he finally had space for independent research. The storage room located in the corner of the hospital was transformed into a dedicated laboratory. Standing inside, Qianshi closed his eyes, and everything he had learned over the past 6 months, from basic cleansing to complex meridians pharmacology and surgical techniques, flooded his mind like a tide crystal clear. With hardware knowledge and control precision already, he opened his eyes, his gaze landing on the central human model marked with numerous acupoints and meridians. It was time to begin the development of ninjutsu. The independent laboratory seemed forgotten by the world, with only the small window high above occasionally rattled by the wind and sand. The air was stagnant, mingled with the dust of scrolls and the scent of disinfectant. A few solitary lamps elongated the shadows of the scrolls piled high, resembling slumbering beasts. Qianshi sat cross-legged on the cold floor, his figure appearing particularly small against the vast diagram of meridians spread across the ground. This diagram was a masterpiece he had painstakingly crafted over several weeks, its details precise enough to astound any physician. His gaze was fixed on several special areas circled in light red on the paper. These nodes were neither traditional chakra points nor the 8 gates symbolizing destruction. They were deeper, more concealed, scattered within the neural networks and the depths of the organs. Over the past 6 months, through dissection chakra perception and witnessing the true internal scenes during surgery, these points had gradually linked together in his mind. They exhibited a peculiar physiological inertia, like dormant hubs, unactivated backup valves on the finely tuned instrument of the body. However, during life-threatening injuries or the introspection of certain body technique practitioners, they had shown faint signs of activity. He had witnessed too many tragic outcomes caused by uncontrolled power: the elite ninja, who forcibly unleashed chakra with meridians shattered like scorched earth, and the chunin, who overpracticed breathing with a metallic taste, his organs failing. More deaths stemmed from the slight miscalculations during moments of insufficient power or poor control. Surviving in this world, especially in the Sunagakure on the brink of war, required strength, real controllable and reliable power. What Qianshi sought was not the kind of power that led to mutual destruction or the overexertion of one's future for a fleeting brilliance. He pursued strength that was controllable, with costs that could be precisely calculated and accepted, capable of continuously converting into survival capital. Recalling those vague memories from his past life, the 8 gates were a dead end leading to death. The 7 days invocation had a nascent concept, but was too crude and direct, lacking refined control, all of which did not align with his goals. In the depths of his mind, scattered concepts about activating potential through precise chakra manipulation began to clash and merge violently with the mainstream brutal techniques of forcibly breaking through bodily barriers for fleeting destructive power. The 8 gates are the weakest sluice on the dam and the most visible point of destruction. He scanned the diagram for the black dots representing the 8 gates. His gaze refocused on those few light red inert nodes. They were hidden, yet seemed to have a subtle connection with neural signals, cellular metabolism, and muscle contraction efficiency. A bold idea gradually took shape, not to blast open the sluice, but to use exquisitely precise chakra as a tool to penetrate and stimulate these deeply hidden active nodes, gradually awakening and guiding the body's potential, gradually enhancing output power rather than smashing the container all at once. The increase in strength should be based on the gradual liberation of bodily strength, excavating one's own treasures rather than forcibly overexerting. Each level of liberation should bring a comprehensive, phased enhancement to the body, with its load limited to a bearable and recoverable range. The risks were undoubtedly high. Any slight error could lead to neural disruption, cellular necrosis, or bodily collapse. Yet compared to the certain death path opened by the 8 gates, this risk seemed calculable and controllable. He took a resilient blank scroll, spread it out, and wrote down the title of his envisioned chunin body technique, Draft of the 9 Meridians, Extreme Method Theory Construction. With his pen moving, he inscribed in both simplified and traditional Chinese characters, English and pinyin, the core principles that only he could understand. Using the subtlety of one's own chakra to penetrate and stimulate the 9 hidden secret points of the internal neural network and cellular level, temporarily named active nodes, progressively liberating the potential of the body. Chakra as the key, nodes as the hub. The fundamental principle is to seek a dynamic balance between the liberation of power and the limits of bodily bearing, minimizing irreversible losses and achieving controllable bursts. Then, based on anatomical memory and medical knowledge, he began to define in detail the 9 core active nodes. According to their precise locations, relationships with surrounding tissues, and inferred core functions, he assigned names one by one. The first, activation cell, awakening, it gently permeates the entire nervous system and cells with chakra through extremely fine control. This process is not a forceful stimulation, but rather guides the cells into a highly active preparatory state, thereby enhancing the user's dynamic vision, hearing, touch, and other sensory abilities, as well as the speed of information processing to the limit. Named Qingxi. The second activation, Burning Meridian, it actively accelerates the flow of chakra within the meridian system, creating high temperatures from intense friction within the body. This heat energy greatly activates bodily functions, speeds up the decomposition of metabolic waste, and the regeneration of energy, thus achieving a recovery speed far beyond that of ordinary people, while also slightly enhancing muscle explosive power and nerve reflex speed during this process. Named Honglian. The third activation, Rigid Meridian, it instantaneously infuses high-intensity chakra into the muscle and bone cells of the arms and legs like a heavy hammer, strengthening their cell density and fiber strength to the extreme, in an instant unleashing pure physical destructive power. Named Haoan. The fourth activation, Swift Meridian, it transforms chakra into high-frequency pulse signals, accurately injecting them into the neurons and muscle cells that control lower limb movement, greatly enhancing the efficiency of nerve signal transmission and the contraction speed of muscle fibers, thus achieving extremely powerful explosive movement. Named Liuxing. The fifth activation, Full Meridian Opening, it thoroughly opens all chakra points and finds cellular channels in the body, allowing every part of the body to participate in the circulation and energy exchange of chakra, resulting in an all-around leap in the user's fundamental physical qualities. Named Longya. The sixth activation, Burning Meridian, it induces cellular fission reactions, generating high-temperature plasma, and guides it to the surface of the body through the meridian system, forming an energy garment made of boiling blue-white plasma chakra capable of both burning enemies and deflecting attacks. Named Huangyan. The seventh activation, Collapse Meridian, it further compresses and purifies the power in the state of Huangyan, pushing the practitioner's absolute strength and speed into a new realm, resulting in a terrifying enhancement of the power contained in every movement. Named Yunqing. The eighth activation, Annihilation Meridian, it forcibly injects chakra into meridians and cells beyond all safety limits, forcibly releasing the last hidden potential of the body in exchange for a brief explosion. It is presumed that after this release, death will not occur, but rather a sublimation of destruction and rebirth, named Death Omen. The ninth activation is the ultimate fusion and sublimation of the first 8 activations, comprehensively enhancing all characteristics. Named Zhongyan. He recorded the position, depth required, chakra attributes, yang escape ratio requirements, output precision requirements, and corresponding unique breathing rhythms of each active node in a script that only he could understand. This is not a fantasy, but a deduction based on extensive anatomy, pharmacology, and chakra meridian theory. The scroll gradually became filled with bizarre characters, complex and precise sketches of internal human structures, arrows indicating energy flow, and a plethora of percentage data and risk probability notes. If the human anatomy diagrams were set aside, this would resemble not a secret technique transmission, but rather a piece of child's scribbles. Qianshi finally set down his pen and quickly reviewed all the content on the scroll from beginning to end. The theoretical framework has been established, but this is ultimately just a concept. Perhaps the activation will not yield the effects he envisioned. Every inference needs to be verified. This will be a long process, but the direction is already clear. That is enough. He carefully rolled up the scroll, which had dried ink, tied it with a thin string, and placed it in his ninja tool pouch. The laboratory was quickly tidied up to be neat and orderly, with all traces of personal thoughts erased, returning to its original, slightly desolate appearance. Qianshi stood up slightly, moving his stiff limbs, feeling the stable flow of chakra within him, as if it were an extension of himself. The urgent task is to immediately begin the most basic training while attempting to look inward to sense and locate the general area of the first Qingxi node. He took a deep breath, slowly expanding his chest, then exhaled gently, initially attempting to adjust the speed of his breathing, carefully experiencing the subtle changes within his body. After completing all this, he turned off the lights, pushed open the laboratory door, and his figure blended into the dimness of the corridor outside, preparing to return to his dwelling for the first attempt. Qianshi returned to the dilapidated stone house, closing the door to block out the noise. The interior was sparsely furnished, and the air was permeated with the dryness of dust. This was by no means a suitable place for meticulous cultivation. He sat cross-legged on the cold stone bed, beginning his first attempt according to his deductions. Inhaling, he deliberately slowed down, trying to delve deep into his lungs. However, the coarse, dusty air surged into his nostrils, immediately disrupting his rhythm. His exhalation was short and weak due to the failed inhalation. After several attempts, not only was there no clarity, but the forced control also led to a feeling of tightness in his chest. The first attempt failed because his breathing could not resonate with the energy. Qianshi fell silent for a moment, adjusting his mindset. For the second attempt, he focused on the amount of air he inhaled, intending to forcibly initiate the state with a large volume of oxygen. Taking a deep breath, his chest expanded. Cough. Cough. The grit invaded his throat, prompting a violent cough. He bent over, coughing until tears brimmed in the corners of his eyes. His focus shattered. The second attempt failed due to the harsh environment. He wiped away the moisture from the corner of his eyes and surveyed the crude stone house. The walls were rough and fine sand kept falling. Here, even the air could not be guaranteed to be clean. Cultivating secret techniques here was simply suicidal. He immediately abandoned this thought, resolved to return to the laboratory. At least there it was clean, quiet, and free from disturbances. The next day, after completing his work at the hospital, he returned to the independent laboratory and locked the door tightly. He did not begin immediately, but instead sat in silence for nearly an hour, adjusting his state to its peak. The third attempt began. The rhythm of his breathing was slightly smoother after the previous deductions. The airflow slowly inhaled relatively clean air, filling his lungs. Holding his breath, he concentrated intensely, guiding the chakra cautiously toward the deep-seated node area in the center of his forehead. However, just as he was about to touch the node, the chakra output abruptly fluctuated, exceeding the expected amount. It felt like an invisible needle had plunged in. Buzz, a slight dizziness washed over his brain, and his vision momentarily went dark. The rhythm of his breathing collapsed, and he immediately dispersed the chakra covering his forehead and gasping for breath to suppress the discomfort. The third attempt failed due to inaccurate control of the chakra, narrowly escaping backlash. He was not discouraged. The failure provided data. He carefully reflected on that fluctuation and pain, adjusting his expectations for the output's precision and volume, requiring the most delicate touch rather than brute force. The fourth attempt. The breathing rhythm was steady and deep. His mind was highly focused. The finely flowing chakra was once again guided, gently brushing over the deeply hidden area. Suddenly, a strange coolness spread from the center of his forehead, sweeping across his entire brain. All surrounding sounds became suddenly clear and discernible. His thought speed broke free from shackles, unusually swift, with medical data that previously required moments of contemplation now arranged and combined instantly. Vision, hearing, and touch also became more acute. The first activation, clear breathing, was initiated. However, the fluctuations in spirit caused by success led to undetectable interruptions in his breathing rhythm. The cool feeling quickly receded like a tide, and the world returned to its original state. The fourth attempt successfully activated clear breathing, but due to the inability to maintain a perfect breathing rhythm, it was interrupted instantly, lasting less than a second. Yet that precious second validated the feasibility of the cell awakening theory. Qianshi immediately began his fifth attempt, his movements becoming more stable. The breathing rhythm entered a stable and prolonged state from the very beginning, with precise intervals between inhalation and exhalation. His mental will acted like a precise probe, guiding the thread-like chakra to once again gently pass over the activation node. The cool sensation returned, more stable than before. His thoughts accelerated and his perception intensified. He maintained this state, dedicating all his mental energy to synchronizing the breathing and chakra stimulation. 3 minutes later, a strong feeling of exhaustion suddenly struck him. The chakra was on the verge of depletion, unable to maintain the node stimulation and energy circulation. He immediately cut off the output and relaxed his breathing control. The coolness faded and the transcendent perception vanished. Intense fatigue and a slight headache surged, as if he had undergone an extremely mentally taxing labor. Qianshi breathed slightly heavily, beads of sweat forming at his temples. The fifth attempt successfully activated and maintained clear breathing for 3 minutes before he actively closed it due to near depletion of chakra. Currently, the total amount of chakra could only sustain this state for about 4 minutes. The silence in the laboratory was broken by his heavy breathing. He did not rush to the next step, but instead sat cross-legged, once more closing his eyes and concentrating, beginning the most basic chakra refinement. The success of the first activation of the breathing technique was akin to illuminating the first lamp in the darkness. After the recovery of Qianshi was complete, he immediately turned his gaze to the next node being deduced on the scroll, the red lotus. It is located in the lower right side of the heart, primarily governing the burning meridians and associated with stamina recovery and explosive bursts. If it can be activated stably, its value is immense. It is worth attempting. He adjusted his breathing, making it deeper and more powerful than before, intending to send a massive amount of oxygen into his blood. With his mind highly focused, he guided the chakra deep into the area of the burning meridians in his chest. With the experience of the breathing technique, his control over the chakra became more refined. Upon sensing the characteristics of that area, he controlled the chakra to begin a slight stimulation. A completely different sensation erupted explosively. It was not clarity of mind, but the burning of the body. The heart thumped wildly. A torrent of heat exploded from the node, sweeping through his limbs and body. Blood surged, skin flushed red, and body temperature rose sharply. The last remnants of fatigue were completely washed away by this violent heat flow, replaced by an almost boiling surge of energy, muscle fibers trembling, and nerves exceptionally sensitive. Second activation, Red Lotus activate. However, the explosive force of the burning meridian was far more intense than the breathing technique, and the consumption of chakra surged at a geometric rate. If maintaining the chakra for the breathing technique was like a trickle, maintaining the Red Lotus was akin to a vast ocean. Almost the moment it successfully activated, he clearly felt the chakra within him rapidly depleting. The overwhelming sense of power sharply confronted the rapidly dissipating chakra within. In less than a minute, just over 40 seconds, the chakra that had just been restored was completely exhausted. The heart's beating calmed, the red flush of his skin faded, and a strong sense of exhaustion surged back with ferocity far more intense than before. His vision darkened, and he had to terminate the 9 meridians extreme technique, staggering and bracing himself against the ground to steady his form. Sweat soaked his forehead as Qianshi panted heavily, feeling the emptiness in his meridians and the soreness from the overexertion of chakra. He succeeded, but also failed. The successful activation of the second ability proved the theory correct. However, it failed due to his shallow foundation. The total amount of chakra in his 9-year-old body was simply insufficient to support the consumption of the Red Lotus. This explosive surge, lasting less than a minute, if not concluded in an instant, would leave him at the mercy of others. It was far too dangerous, completely against his principles. My body is too weak, Qianshi muttered softly as his breathing began to stabilize. The theory of the 9 meridians extreme technique had been validated, but the problem lay in the foundational capacity to carry the theory. His bodily strength and chakra levels were far from reaching the threshold for safely harnessing subsequent activations. No matter how perfect the deductions on paper, the limitations of his physical quality became a constraint. He immediately decided to suspend further activation tests. The most urgent task now was to return to the most primitive and fundamental, to strengthen his body. After resting for a while, Qianshi stood up and walked toward the public training ground of Sunagakure. At dusk, the shadows were sparse. He headed straight to the secluded area for physical training. There stood old wooden posts and rock targets. He began running around the field until his legs felt heavy as lead. After resting for a while, he immediately started doing fingertip push-ups, followed by various training exercises. This level of training was almost self-torture at this point. Until nightfall, when the training ground was completely deserted, Qianshi finally collapsed to the ground, lying on the cold sand, his chest heaving violently, unable to even move his fingertips. After resting for a sufficiently long time, he managed to get up, dragging a body that felt as if it did not belong to him, step by step, making his way back to the stone hut. But the training was not yet finished. After hastily treating his wounds with medical ninjutsu and finishing his meal, Qianshi sat cross-legged again. He concentrated his chakra, activated the breathing technique, and raised his hand. With his palm facing up, chakra gathered. A chakra sphere the size of an apple and highly condensed rapidly appeared, emitting a buzzing sound and radiating a dangerous wave. Spiral sphere. Following this, he began the more challenging step, attempting to incorporate the wind attribute transformation he had long mastered into this rapidly spinning chakra sphere. This was not a simple combination. Instead, it involved infusing sharp, tearing wind attribute chakra into an extremely unstable rotating form, a difficulty far exceeding expectations. For over half a year, countless attempts had ended in failure, with the best result being a momentary maintenance before collapsing and exploding, leaving numerous cuts on his palm. If it weren't for his expertise in medical principles, he would have likely been incapacitated if unable to find Nishia for treatment, unlike before when he was helpless. But tonight, under the enhancement of the breathing technique, he felt a hint of difference. The highly condensed chakra sphere spun violently, emitting a piercing shriek. He cautiously guided a strand of extremely sharp light blue wind attribute chakra, attempting to inject it. Buzz, hiss. The sphere became extremely unstable in an instant, with sharp edges protruding from its surface as if it would explode at any moment. The energy fluctuations became even more dangerous, beginning to backlash and cut into his palm, leaving traces of blood on his skin. Failure replayed once more. Seconds later, having reached his limit, Qianshi suddenly pressed the unstable, terrifyingly shrieking light blue sphere against the thick rock he had prepared in the corner of the room. The light sphere silently sunk into the rock. The next moment, boom. Countless razor-sharp light blue wind blades erupted from within, cutting and shredding wildly. The entire block of rock was instantly reduced to fine powder, falling like dust as if it had never existed. Only a smooth depression remained at the spot. Qianshi looked down at his palm, once again lacerated, and then at the pile of stone dust. The power was terrifying. However, it was still far from the true form of the wind-release spiral shuriken. At present, it could only be considered an extremely unstable defective product. The training ground of Shine Village was scorched by the midday sun, the ground burning hot. Qianshi's bare torso glistened with beads of sweat as his feet moved swiftly on the sandy ground, kicking up waves of scorching dust. His breath maintained a unique rhythm accompanied by the precise flow of chakra through his Bodhis meridians. This was the first activation of the 9 channels mystic technique known as Qingshi. His consciousness was as clear as a mirror. The state of Qingshi, which could typically last up to 4 minutes, had now persisted for over 6 minutes. Chakra was running low. Qianshi did not force himself to extend the duration, but gradually relaxed, allowing his breath to return to normal. 3 minutes and 27 seconds. This was nearly 20 seconds longer than a week ago. The progress was nothing short of terrifying. Qianshi picked up the weighted bags at his feet and reattached them to his calves. Each bag filled with iron blocks weighed 50 kilograms and had been specially crafted by the village blacksmith half a month ago. He started running around the village again, his steps feeling slightly heavier due to the extra weight. His training schedule was extremely regular: chakra control training in the morning, still using that solid iron ball, completing his duties at the hospital, and studying medical scrolls in the morning, dedicating his lunchtime entirely to physical training, continuing hospital work in the afternoon, conducting ninjutsu research in the evening, and returning to physical training late at night. This almost self-torturous schedule had been ongoing for 2 months. After running, he moved to push-ups. Not ordinary ones, but ones supported only by the index and middle fingers of one hand, ensuring chakra was precisely infused into his fingertips. This was a dual test of control and physical strength. 300, 400, 500. Sweat blurred his vision, and his arms began to tremble uncontrollably. The cries of his muscles reached his brain, but Qianshi's expression remained unchanged. This level of pain was trivial compared to the exhaustion he felt after attempting the second activation. Honglian. Thinking of Honglian, Qianshi's brow furrowed imperceptibly. The memory of that failure was still fresh. Forcing the second activation to start for less than a minute had nearly drained his chakra, leaving him feeling completely hollow for 2 whole days. The issues stemming from a lack of foundation were evident. Not enough, he muttered to himself, adding several more. At the other end of the training ground, Taimaru and 2 other upperclassmen, now they should be called newly minted genin, watched the training with complex expressions. Is that kid a monster? Matsutake clicked his tongue. With this training volume, even a chunin might not hold up. Taimaru silently observed Qianshi's training figure. A month ago, the 3 of them had finally graduated from the ninja school, filled with passion, and became official. However, after executing a few weeks of drank missions, picking up trash, babysitting, finding cats, and doing odd jobs, they realized the gap between themselves and true ninjas. What are chunin like? We've never seen one. Taimaru stated pragmatically. Our teacher said a chunin can easily handle a dozen genin like us. Kakata nodded silently, twirling the kunai in his hand. They still came to spar with Qianshi a few times each week, ostensibly for mutual training, but in reality it had turned into a one-sided guidance battle. Qianshi finished his physical training and walked over to the 3. Today we will only use taijutsu and basic weapons, he said briefly, pulling out a training kunai that had been deliberately dulled. Taimaru grinned. You won't be using that weird body flicker technique. The 4 quickly became entangled in battle. Qianshi deliberately suppressed his strength, keeping his speed and power just above that of the 3. Taimaru launched the first attack, a straight punch aimed at Qianshi's face. Qianshi slightly turned aside, deflecting the punch with his left hand, while his right kunai swiftly targeted Taimaru's elbow joint. Taimaru hastily withdrew his hand, but Matsutake's kick was already coming from the side. Instead of retreating, Qianshi advanced, ducking under the kick, while his shoulder collided with Matsutake. At the moment, he was most off balance. Matsutake stumbled backward, and Kakata's kunai had already pierced Qianshi's back. Without using the puppet body flicker technique, Qianshi simply stepped half a step to the left, causing Kakata's kunai to miss and graze his clothing. Qianshi's elbow strike followed, lightly tapping Kakata on the back of the neck. Come on. Taimaru and Matsutake exchanged glances, simultaneously attacking from both sides. Qianshi moved towards Taimaru, suddenly changing direction just before contact, deflecting Matsutake's attack with his kunai, while his left foot hooked Matsutake's ankle. Matsutake lost his balance and fell forward, colliding with the charging Taimaru. The 2 tumbled together, and Qianshi's kunai was already pointed at their throats. Complete defeat, Taimaru chuckled wryly. Your taijutsu is getting stronger. Qianshi retracted his kunai. It's your lack of teamwork. He pointed out several flaws in the trio's coordination with a tone as flat as if discussing the weather. This sparring session lasted half an hour until all 3 of them lay on the ground panting heavily. No more training, no more training. Matsutake waved his hand. Executing drank missions is already demoralizing enough. Sparring with you is just asking for trouble. Speaking of which, your work at the hospital counts as a long-term mission, right? Don't you need to execute regular missions? Taimaru asked as he sat up, wiping sweat. Long-term missions are exempt from the annual quota, but if there's a suitable task, I can apply to the task initiator for temporary leave to execute it, Chinsher replied, without looking up as he organized his training gear. Director Nishino is quite accommodating in this regard. Matsutake's eyes lit up. Then you can take on missions with us. It's better than staying in the hospital all day, right? It depends on the situation. Kianchi's answer was ambiguous. If it's a crank or higher mission, I might consider it. The three of them immediately deflated. As freshly graduated genin, they could at most take on drank missions. Crank missions required at least one chunin to lead the team, and the strength of the genin in the team must be recognized. Chunin, Taimaru murmured, when will we reach that level? Chinsher did not respond. He clearly knew that if he unleashed his full strength using all his ninjutsu and puppets, he had already touched the threshold of chunin. But revealing this would be meaningless. He still needed a lot of time. Revealing all his strength too early would only invite unnecessary trouble. After the sparring session, Chinsher did not return to his residence, but went to the hospital's independent laboratory. He spread out the scroll of the 9 channels Mystic Technique Theory Draft and began adding new notes. The stability and duration of the second activation, Homian, are directly affected by foundational physical strength. The current intensity of physical training needs to be increased by 10%. At this point, Chinsher paused. Perhaps he should indeed consider taking on a real combat mission to test his strength. Although his work at the hospital was important, it lacked the tempering of life and death. And that kind of tempering was essential for the perfection of the 9 channels Mystic Technique. Suddenly footsteps were heard outside. Chinsher quickly rolled up the scroll and hid it in his bosom, while picking up a medical scroll to pretend to read. Director Nishino entered, glancing at the new scrapes on Kianchi's arm, his brow furrowing. Have you been training again? Just routine sparring, it's already been taken care of. Nishino walked to the desk and picked up the scroll Chinsher had just been reading. Detailed diagram of chakra meridians. Are you very interested in human meridians? Understanding the meridians helps in better comprehending the flow of chakra, which is beneficial for medical ninjutsu. Nishino stared at Chinsher for a moment, then suddenly said, as it happens, there's a task that might require your expertise. A geological exploration team outside the village has encountered trouble. 3 members are seriously injured. The hospital is short-staffed and needs someone to go on-site to handle it. Nishino paused. The task is rated rank, and there is expected to be combat involved. You will need to cross the desert. If you're interested, I can approve your temporary leave. Chinsher hardly hesitated. I'm in. Great, Nishino nodded. Task details are at the task reception. Go report in now. Remember, prioritize the safety of the injured. After Nishino left, Chinsher quickly packed the necessary medical supplies and ninja tools. He did not head directly to the mission center, but instead returned to the dilapidated stone house first. Chinsher took out his equipment, several kunai, dozens of shuriken, 10 explosive tags, a few pursuers, 2 self-destructors, 1 standard type, and 1 fully equipped, as well as essential soldiers' pills and a substitute wooden figure. After carefully categorizing and packing these items into his ninja tool pouch, he cautiously hid the draft of 9 connections, extreme law theory, in the crevice of the stone bricks under the stove before turning to leave. The air in the task center of Sandy Hidden Village was still filled with the dusty atmosphere and the distinct old scent of scrolls. Chinsher walked straight to the reception window, presenting his identification to the task processor, who had already been informed by Director Shia. Chinsher, the lower ninja Director Shia, has already notified us. The middle-aged processor handed him a scroll. Without looking up, level support mission destination is at exploration point 50 kilometers northwest. Leading the team is Zhongren Shaoyang, who is already in preparation room number 2. Chinsher unfolded the scroll and quickly skimmed the mission details. A 6-member geological exploration team encountered an unidentified attack. During their Operation 2 were severely injured, 1 lightly injured, and the remaining 3 were holding their position awaiting rescue. The identity of the attackers is unknown, but according to the survivors' descriptions, it is very likely that ninjas are involved. What is the estimated number of hostile ninjas? Chinsher inquired, his gaze still fixed on the scroll. The processor finally looked up, assessing this overly young lower ninja. Insufficient intelligence, but at least more than 2. Otherwise, the exploration team's guard wouldn't have sent out a distress signal so urgently. Chinsher nodded, stowing the scroll as he walked toward preparation room number 2. Pushing open the heavy sandstone door, he found a person already checking equipment inside. Zhongren Shaoyang, appearing to be in his early 20s, had short black hair tied into a small braid at the back and a prominent scar on his left cheek. He was counting the items in his ninja tool pouch. Zhongren Shaoyang, Chinsher said calmly. I am Chinsher, here on mission orders to join the support task. Shaoyang did not look up. Is the equipment ready? There are no resupply opportunities in the desert. I have checked. Shaoyang finally looked up, his gaze scanning Chinsher. You were sent by Xie. I hope your medical skills live up to your confidence. The condition of the injured could be dire. Your primary task is to save their lives. Understood? Understood. Assemble at the village entrance in 1 hour. Don't be late. After Xiaoyang finished, he continued checking the equipment, clearly ending the conversation. Qianshi left the preparation room and first went to replenish water and food. At the supply station, he encountered the Iron Maru trio, who were there to hand over a level mission. The three of them were taken aback when they saw the level mission permit scroll in Qianshi's hand. Level. Songting couldn't help but exclaim, "How long has it been since you graduated?" Iron Maru was relatively calm, but his eyes also brimmed with surprise. "I heard level missions really can be deadly. Are you sure you want to go?" Qianshi packed the supplies into his ninja tool pouch. "The mission requires medical support." Kaku handed over a small cloth bag. "Antidote for the desert, we made it ourselves. It may come in handy." Qianshi accepted the bag with a slight nod, offering no further words. The three watched him leave, their expressions complex. An hour later, Qianshi arrived punctually at the village entrance. Xiaoyang was already waiting there, making final adjustments to his forehead protector. "Keep pace with me," Xiaoyang stated succinctly. "The most important thing in desert marching is to maintain stamina. If we encounter combat, prioritize self-preservation. Don't expect me to be distracted to protect you." Understood. The two of them burst out of the gates of Sandy Hidden Village, plunging into the vast sea. Xiaoyang moved at a considerable speed, but Qianshi easily kept up, his breathing steady and orderly. He quietly prepared to enter a state of qi cultivation. Albeit incomplete, it was sufficient to enhance his endurance and perception. After running for about half an hour, Xiaoyang suddenly raised his hand, signaling to stop. He crouched down to closely examine the traces on the sandy ground. There are bloodstains and signs of dragging. "This is not the exploration team's route," Xiaoyang murmured. Qianshi crouched on the other side, his finger lightly touching the sand. "It was left 2 hours ago. At least 3 people, one of whom is severely injured." Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow at Qianshi. "Have you learned tracking?" "Working in the hospital requires identifying the causes and times of injuries," Qianshi answered calmly. Xiaoyang nodded, a hint of approval in his gaze. It seems Xie did not recommend the wrong person. "Stay vigilant. This may not be a simple attack." The two continued forward, but their speed noticeably slowed, their alertness heightened to the highest level. Qianshi's fingers continuously brushed against his ninja tool pouch, ready to draw out a puppet at any moment. In the distance, several vultures were circling over the sand dunes. Xiaoyang's expression darkened. "It seems we are not far from our destination." Qianshi silently calculated the distance and direction. According to the mission scroll, the exploration point should be in the sandstone canyon 3 kilometers ahead. The location of the circling vultures precisely matched the direction of the canyon. The hot winds of the desert suddenly brought a faint hint of blood. Xiaoyang made a gesture indicating to spread out and advance. Qianshi nodded, quietly moving to the right flank, while a pursuing puppet silently slid out of his ninja tool pouch, lurking beneath the sand. The entrance of the canyon slowly came into view, eerily silent. Xiaoyang's gesture was concise: discover the target, ambush from the rear. He would handle the middle ninja, while Qianshi would restrain the lower ninja. Qianshi slightly nodded, his gaze fixed on the battle situation in the canyon below. 3 exploration team members huddled behind a giant rock, their faces filled with terror. Beside them, a sandy hidden Zhongren was bloodied, kneeling on one knee, barely holding himself up, with a kunai crossed over his chest, guarding the 2 unconscious lower ninja companions behind him. He was clearly at the end of his strength. They were being besieged by a group of disorderly ninjas, the scratches on their forehead protectors indicating their identities as rogue ninjas. 2 middle ninjas stood slightly behind, commanding the attack, sporting minor injuries, yet appearing quite relaxed. 5 lower ninjas continuously probed with attacks, draining the remaining stamina and chakra of the sandy hidden Zhongren. They also bore injuries, but it did not hinder their movements. "The advantage is mine." Xiaoyang's gaze conveyed this message. Silently, he drew a kunai, lowering his body slightly, chakra gathering beneath his feet, ready to unleash a thunderous strike. Qianshi's calculations were completed in an instant. The 5 genin took their positions scattered about. Simply restraining them would not quickly dismantle their combat power. If the enemy chunin reacted, the situation would fall into a stalemate, putting them at a disadvantage. A more efficient elimination was necessary. His right hand quietly reached into his ninja tool pouch, fingertips grazing the pursuer behind him. His hands began to form seals, chakra quietly circulating through his meridians, the nature transformation subtly activating, granting the invisible wind a sharp edge. Xiaoyang moved. His figure blended like a ghost into the heat waves, suddenly appearing behind a wandering chunin kunai, stabbing directly at the vital point of the heart. The chunin reacted extremely quickly, suddenly sidestepping at the life and death moment. The kunai could not pierce the heart, but sank deep into his lung. A painful grunt escaped, and blood spattered. Almost in the same instant, Wind release, great breakthrough. A violent gust erupted from his mouth, stirring up a whirlwind of sand crashing down like a yellow curtain upon the 5 bewildered genin. This was not an ordinary great breakthrough. The wind pressure was stronger, and the range more precise, perfectly covering the area where the 5 genin stood, cleverly avoiding the injured and the sand-hidden chunin. The sand and dust blinded them while the fierce wind bore down. The 5 genin instinctively raised their hands to block, causing their formation to scatter in an instant. Now was the moment. Hidden within the howling wind was a far deadlier killing intent. 5 shuriken silently shot out amidst the sandstorm, each tied to a nearly transparent chakra thread. The other end of the thread precisely connected to Qianshi's fingertips, already infused with chakra. Wind released dance of chaos. The chakra threads tightened and vibrated violently. The nature transformation attached to the threads, cutting effect, was fully activated. The transparent threads instantly transformed into an almost imperceptible death net, rapidly intertwining and contracting at a strange angle under the cover of the gale. Poochie. The dull sound of blades cutting through flesh was even drowned out by the howling wind. The 2 closest genin suddenly froze in their movements, fine lines of blood appearing at their necks, followed by a violent spray of blood. Their astonishment had yet to fade from their eyes when their bodies slumped to the ground. The remaining 3 genin had narrowly avoided fatal injuries, but were still wounded by the sharp wind threads, blood streaming from their arms and cheeks. They retreated in terror, trying to see where the attack was coming from. Xiaoyang had already engaged the injured chunin, and another responding chunin, the sound of kunai, clashing, growing frantic. He caught a glimpse of Qianshi swiftly eliminating 2 opponents, a flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes, but he immediately refocused on his own battle. Qianshi did not pause for even a moment. After killing 2, the wind release's chaotic threads snapped due to the excessive force. Without hesitation, he abandoned the shuriken that could not be immediately recovered and quickly formed new seals with his hands. Wind release, wind cutter. A sharp high-pressure wind blade sliced silently through the air, heading straight for the 3rd genin. The genin had just avoided the deadly wind thread, still shaken, when he felt a chill at his waist. His upper body and lower body were already separated, blood and fragments of internal organs gushing forth, staining a large area of sand red. He did not even have time to scream. The remaining 2 genin were utterly horrified, witnessing their comrades' instant demise, their fighting spirit crushed. They screamed and turned to flee. Qianshi's gaze was cold. Not a single one could escape. His figure flickered, not utilizing a chakra-consuming shadow clone technique, but relying on his far superior physical abilities and speed. He closed in on one of them in an instant. Bang! A heavy side kick accurately struck the fleeing genin's knee pit. The sickening sound of bone cracking echoed, and the genin screamed as he fell to the ground, clutching his twisted leg, completely losing his ability to move. The last genin was terrified, scrambling backward with hands and feet. Qianshi did not even spare him a glance. With a flick of his right hand, an ordinary shuriken shot out, piercing the genin's spine, nailing him firmly to the ground, his painful screams echoing through the canyon. From Xiaoyang's ambush to Qianshi's overwhelming defeat of the 5 genin, the entire process took no more than a few breaths. Xiaoyang was currently locked in combat with 2 chunin. Though the injured chunin was slow and coughing up blood due to his lung injury, his struggle was even fiercer, while the other chunin remained in perfect condition. Together, they prevented Xiaoyang from achieving a quick victory. Trash. The healthy chunin saw his subordinates wiped out in an instant, both shocked and furious. He suddenly feigned a move to push Xiaoyang back a step, and then shouting at his injured companion, hold him down. The injured chunin roared as he lunged at Xiaoyang, attacking recklessly, solely seeking to buy time. Meanwhile, the healthy chunin turned, without hesitation, his gaze filled with killing intent, fixing on Qianshi. Brat, you're looking for death. His voice was hoarse with anger. He had thought him just an ordinary genin, but now he was left as a lone commander. Such losses were unacceptable to him. A powerful sense of oppression descended in an instant. The chakra of a chunin level erupted unabashedly, mixed with the stench of blood and palpable killing intent surging toward Qianshi like a cold tide. The temperature of the air seemed to drop a few degrees. Qianshi's body tensed up instantly. This was not the absolute suppression faced against genin, nor the ease experienced in practice against Taimu and the others. This was a chunin who had truly experienced life and death battles. His momentum, amount of chakra, and unabashed intent to destroy all brought an entirely different pressure. Tiny bumps appeared on his skin, his breathing slightly stalling. Yet under the pressure his mind grew colder and clearer. 9 connections, ultimate method, first activation, tranquil breathing. There were no obvious signs of activation, but a unique breathing rhythm was already circulating within him. The activation node at the center of Qianshi's brow warmed slightly, chakra flow accelerating. Everything around him became clearer in an instant. The sound of the wind, the intense clash between Xiaoyang and the injured chunin, the subtle rolling of the gravel beneath his feet, and the slight tension in the muscle fibers of the chunin opposite him. All information surged into his mind like a tide processed at high speed. Thoughts accelerated, senses heightened. The opponent's speed appeared to slow down slightly in his eyes. But that was still not enough. He slowly adjusted his breathing rhythm, and the chakra within him began to flow toward the second node near his heart, the node of the red lotus. But Qianshi did not activate it immediately. Instead, he prepared to trigger it at any moment. At the same time, his right hand reached into the ninja tool pouch, fingertips brushing against a spherical puppet. Qianshi's gaze met the chunin's murderous glare, his entire being taut, like a drawn bowstring, quietly awaiting the impending attack. Xiaoyang was thoroughly entangled by the injured chunin, unable to break free for the time being. He could see the situation Qianshi faced, feeling anxious, yet helpless. He could only quicken his attacks, attempting to resolve his opponent swiftly. In the canyon, the scorching wind whipped up the sand, sweeping across the bloodstained ground and corpses. The battle was about to ignite. The killing intent of the rogue chunin was like a tangible ice pick piercing through Qianshi's skin painfully. The pressure of chunin-level chakra enveloped him from all directions. If it were an ordinary genin, they would have long been paralyzed, unable to resist. However, the calming state within Qianshi continued to operate steadily. Without any hesitation, the rogue chunin moved. It was not a body flicker technique, but a pure burst of physical power that propelled him forward at high speed. The sand beneath his feet exploded into a small pit as his figure shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, almost instantly crossing the distance of over 10 meters between them. His right hand thrust the kunai straight toward the throat, while his left hand concealed a follow-up move, blocking any possible escape routes. Fast. The speed and strength far exceeded that of a genin. However, under the influence of his calming state, Qianshi captured the trajectory of his opponent's movements. The path of the kunai, the slight tremor of the muscles, even the sound of the wind they stirred, all transformed into analyzable information. Cannot take it, Hiden. Just as the kunai was about to touch his throat, puppet body flicker technique. Qianshi's body shifted half a meter to the left in a way that was beyond the capabilities of a normal human. The movement was rigid and strange, as if pulled by an invisible thread, yet it also bore a bizarre sense of the angle of his joints exceeded common sense, with no preparatory actions for exerting force or shifting his center of gravity during the entire movement. The kunai grazed Qianshi's neck, merely cutting through a few strands of hair. A flash of astonishment crossed the rogue chunin's eyes. This method of movement was unheard of and unseen, completely defying normal movement trajectories. His left-hand follow-up attack missed entirely. With a missed strike, the chunin immediately changed his approach, twisting his wrist to slash with the kunai, while his left leg swept toward Qianshi's lower body like a steel whip. The moves were sharp and ruthless. Qianshi once again utilized the puppet body flicker technique, his body moving as if it were a weightless puppet, twisting in a precarious backward posture to narrowly evade the attacks from above and below. The sand beneath his feet was stirred up by the bizarre movements. A strange dodging method. The chunin snorted coldly, intensifying his assault. The kunai transformed into streaks of cold light, stabbing, slashing, and slicing, combined with punches and kicks, forming an impenetrable web of attacks. The figures on the sand danced with the clanging sounds of metal echoing endlessly. Qianshi pushed the puppet body flicker technique to its limits, maneuvering within a confined space. Each movement was incredibly efficient and effortless, precisely avoiding deadly attacks. Occasionally using the kunai to block, he skillfully redirected the force, never meeting it Hiden. Although his actions always appeared a half-beat slow, he consistently dodged by mere millimeters. The anticipation and precision made the chunin increasingly alarmed. This was not like fighting a genin at all. It felt more like a duel against a ghost that could predict his next move. Frustrated after failing to land a hit, the chunin felt a hint of barely noticeable impatience emerging in his assault. He decided to no longer waste time. Damn, Bracken, you do nothing but dodge. He suddenly jumped back, his hands quickly weaving seals. Now's the time. Qianshi, who had been passively evading, felt a flash of cold light in his eyes. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for, the moment when his opponent was relatively still while forming seals. Puppet chaos dance. From the ninja tool pouch, several pursuers had already been prepared. With the infusion of chakra, several iron balls the size of a fist shot out from different directions, whistling toward the chunin, who was in the middle of forming seals. The chunin's seal-making motion paused as he saw the incoming rough iron balls, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Such crude trash couldn't even breach his defenses. He didn't even interrupt his seal-making. He simply swayed slightly and easily avoided all direct impacts from the pursuers. The pursuers grazed past his body, futilely shooting out their built-in steel spikes, not even brushing against the hem of his clothes. Trivial techniques. The chunin sneered, the last seal about to be completed. However, Qianshi's intention was never to attack directly. Those 5 pursuers which seemed to have missed their target traced arcs in the air and silently embedded themselves into the sand or rock crevices surrounding the Chunin. The nearly transparent chakra threads extending from their tails had already been intricately woven under Qianshi's exquisite control, filling the space around the Chunin like a spider's web. The cutting threads were already in place. The Chunin was completely oblivious. His seals were completed, his chest swelling as powerful earth attribute chakra gathered in his throat. Qianshi's fingers suddenly curled. Thread binding kill. All the fine threads embedded around the target were instantly infused with razor-sharp chakra, violently pulling upward and strangling. The transparent net of death suddenly took shape, slicing through the air with a sharp screech. A deadly sense of crisis descended in an instant. The Chunin's pupils constricted sharply. He never expected that those seemingly useless iron balls and transparent threads could form such a sinister trap. Substitution technique. At the critical moment, the Chunin showcased his extensive battle experience. Almost at the instant the cutting threads were about to strike, he forcefully interrupted the ninjutsu about to erupt, causing his chakra to fluctuate violently at some cost. Bang! A small section of the substitution wood was shredded into countless splinters by the suddenly tightened cutting threads. Meanwhile, the Chunin's true body, having used the substitution technique, directly unleashed the body flicker technique and appeared less than 3 meters behind Qianshi. His face slightly pale from forcibly interrupting his ninjutsu and using the substitution technique, but the killing intent in his eyes boiled to the extreme. Die! He didn't even use a kunai, but instead with a fist infused with rage he struck directly at Qianshi's back. If that punch connected, it would be enough to shatter the heart and spine. So fast. The Chunin's body flicker speed and decisiveness far exceeded expectations. The perception under the calming state had reached its limit. There was no need for visual confirmation. The terrifying pressure of the wind and the killing intent that felt as solid as reality had already made Qianshi's hair stand on end. His spiritual sense went into a frenzy, warning him. His brain didn't even have time to think as his body reacted instinctively based on countless training experiences. Substitution technique. But it was not an ordinary substitution technique. The Chunin's punch, which he deemed certain to hit, pierced through Qianshi's back without obstruction. Not at all, it struck a suddenly appeared cylindrical object with a bizarre pattern on its surface, which was the substitution wood. It was precisely the self-destructing model. As for Qianshi's true body, it had already appeared where the self-destructing model had been placed earlier, landing slightly unsteady due to the massive consumption of chakra and the spatial transition burden of the substitution technique, breathing somewhat hurriedly. The Chunin was taken aback, looking at the strange substitution wood that had suddenly appeared before him, subconsciously believing it was some sort of special substitution wood or defensive puppet, not sensing any threat from it. His fist had even made contact with that cold metallic shell. In that moment of shock and disdain, 1,000 stones fell to the ground, stabilizing as the chakra line from his right hand connected to the self-destructing individual, silently uttering a single word. Explode. Boom. The deafening sound of the explosion suddenly swallowed all noises within the canyon. The simultaneous detonation of 2 standard explosive tags in the enclosed space was astonishing. A scorching fireball surged upwards, and the violent shockwave mixed with metal fragments rampaged around in a circular pattern. The closest middle ninja was the first to bear the brunt. The shock on his face was instantly replaced by sheer terror. At such a close distance, there was simply no time to mount any effective defense or evade. Ugh! He barely managed to hastily cover his body with chakra, and then he was violently hurled away by the explosion's flames and shockwave. His body tumbled through the air like a rag doll, rolling several times before crashing heavily onto the sandy ground a dozen meters away, rolling a few more meters before coming to a stop. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder and the stench of charred flesh. The middle ninja struggled to rise. His clothes were charred and torn in many places, his exposed skin severely burned, blood pouring from his mouth, and wounds clearly suffering from grave internal and external injuries. Yet he had not immediately succumbed. The resilience of the middle ninja's life force was evident. His gaze was vacant, filled with disbelief and agony. Qianshi showed no hesitation. To show mercy to an enemy is to be cruel to oneself, especially when facing an enemy of middle ninja rank. Suppressing the pain, he squeezed out the chakra that had been significantly depleted from using high-level techniques and the substitution technique, forming hand seals once more. Wind release, wind blade. The sharp wind blade shot through the air, directly aiming for the neck of the downed middle ninja. Sensing the imminent danger, the middle ninja desperately rolled away, driven by his instinct to survive. Swish! The wind blade failed to decapitate him, but sheared off his left arm that had been raised in a feeble defense. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the surrounding sand. The middle ninja let out a heart-wrenching scream. But it wasn't over yet. Qianshi's gaze was icy as he waved his left hand, sending several nearby pursuers roaring towards the screaming middle ninja. Their goal was not to collide, but at the moment of approach. Explode! 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 Qianshi issued the final command without hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive deadly explosions erupted beside the middle ninja. Shrapnel and shockwaves once again completely overwhelmed him. The screams abruptly ceased. After the explosion, only a charred, smoking corpse remained on the sandy ground, along with dark stains mixed with sand and blood spreading out. The air was filled with a deathly silence, with only the smoke slowly drifting away and the distant sounds of San Liang battling the severely injured middle ninja. Qianshi breathed heavily, feeling the significant depletion of chakra within him, especially the consumption required to maintain calm breathing and instantly activate the self-destructing substitution technique. After scanning the corpse of the middle ninja to confirm his death, he quickly turned his attention to the battle situation over by San Liang. A series of combination punches, precise, ruthless, and without delay, taking down a seasoned middle ninja with the body of a low-level ninja. The battle on San Liang's side was also nearing its end. The wandering middle ninja, already gravely injured in the lungs, finally succumbed under San Liang's relentless assault. San Liang did not deliver the killing blow, but rather, using his taijutsu skills, he struck at the critical joints repeatedly. Crack! Ugh! The crisp sound of bones breaking and the cries of pain echoed in succession. When Qianshi's gaze shifted over, he saw San Liang deliver a final heavy kick, brutally striking the intact left knee of his opponent. Accompanied by another clear sound of shattering, the middle ninja collapsed completely to the ground, his limbs twisted at unnatural angles, losing all ability to resist, gasping and coughing up blood like a fish out of water. San Liang breathed slightly harder, a bead of sweat appearing on his forehead, clearly indicating that taking down a desperate middle ninja had consumed a fair amount of his energy. He glanced over at Qianshi's side, and as his gaze swept over the charred, dismembered corpse of the middle ninja and the bodies of 3 other low-level ninjas, 2 killed by the chaotic wind blades and 1 bisected by the wind blade, his pupils suddenly constricted, and his gaze towards Qianshi was now laced with unmistakable shock. A low-level ninja, single-handedly facing and killing a fully functional middle ninja. Even with the help of explosive tags and that strange puppet, this was too shocking. When did Sunagakure produce such a genius? San Liang quickly suppressed his emotions. This was not the time for inquiries. He quickly checked the middle ninja whose limbs he had broken to ensure he couldn't form seals or escape, then immediately moved towards the nearly unconscious San ninja. Qianshi had already arrived at the injured person's side. He quickly swallowed a soldier's ration pill to ease his chakra depletion, then crouched down, his hands glowing with a soft green light. Not a high-level medical ninjutsu, but rather in a rank healing technique. He had previously mastered a basic medical technique based on exquisite chakra control, primarily used to stabilize injuries. Multiple penetrating wounds, left lung lobe ruptured, severe internal bleeding for broken ribs, chakra nearly exhausted. Qianshi's voice was calm and steady as he quickly explained the situation to the approaching San Liang. My healing technique can only temporarily seal the main bleeding points, stabilize vital signs, and repair some internal organ damage. Comprehensive treatment must be performed in a hospital operating room. He then quickly checked the 2 unconscious low-level ninjas and 3 others who were only slightly injured but had been overly frightened. The 2 low-level ninjas are more severely injured, having lost too much blood. They need immediate blood transfusions and surgery. The exploration team members are not in any life-threatening danger. San Liang watched Qianshi's medical skills, which were shockingly mature for his age, deepening his astonishment. Nodding slightly, he said in a serious tone, "You do your best to stabilize them. I will handle the captives and prepare for evacuation." San Liang quickly sprang into action. He tightly bound the wandering middle ninja whose limbs he had broken with specially designed chakra chains, even stuffing his mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue or using certain secret techniques. Then he went to check the 2 low-level ninjas that Qianshi had defeated, the one with the shattered knee and the one whose spine had been pierced. After confirming they had lost their ability to move, he similarly bound them using simple but effective methods. Qianshi was wholly focused on healing. Chakra flowed like the finest threads, penetrating the injured person's body, stitching up ruptured blood vessels, gently stimulating the heartbeat, and temporarily stabilizing life-threatening internal injuries. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. This was more mentally and chakra-consuming than combat. Yet his technique was extremely steady with no errors. After about half an hour, the middle ninja and 2 low-level ninjas' injuries were finally temporarily stabilized. Although still unconscious, their breathing became relatively steady, and their faces were no longer the terrifying pale of death. Qianshi let out a sigh of relief, stopping the healing technique, his face slightly pale. The continuous high-intensity combat and precise medical treatment had taken a significant toll on him. It's enough now, Qianshi said to San Liang. We must return quickly, they cannot last much longer. San Liang looked at the noticeably improved condition of the injured, gaining a new understanding of Qianshi's medical abilities. Go. Without hesitation, he tossed the captured middle ninja over his shoulder like a sandbag, then lifted one captured low-level ninja with one hand. Qianshi carefully carried the severely injured sand ninja on his back, and quickly fashioned two makeshift stretchers using wire he carried, placing the two unconscious low-level ninjas on top. The three members of the exploration team, though still shaken, realized they were now safe, and helped each other to follow. The journey back became arduous and slow due to the injured. Trekking through the scorching desert was a tremendous test of both physical strength and willpower. Sha Liang and Qianshi conserved every ounce of their energy. The only sounds that broke the silence were the crunch of gravel underfoot and the occasional pained groans of the injured. Unable to hold back any longer, he asked, your method of movement. And those explosive puppets? Just some little techniques I developed myself. Qianshi did not turn around, his voice flat and devoid of any emotion. Like medical ninjutsu, it requires an extremely high level of chakra control and a bit of innate talent. Sha Liang gave him a deep look and did not press further. Everyone has their own secrets, especially in the world. When the familiar silhouette of the massive rock formation of Sunagakure finally appeared on the horizon, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The guards at the village entrance saw this peculiar team, carrying captives, supporting heavily injured comrades, and dragging a stretcher. After verifying their identities and mission scrolls, they quickly let them through and sent someone to notify the hospital. They rushed to the Sunagakure hospital, where Director Nishia had already gathered a medical team waiting at the entrance. Quick, get them into the operating room immediately. Prioritize the heavily injured. Director Nishia commanded, his gaze sweeping over Qianshi and Sha Liang as well as the captives they brought. A flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he did not ask further and immediately threw himself into the rescue work. Qianshi carefully handed the injured Chunin off to the medical team, watching as they were swiftly taken away, finally feeling the tension in his nerves slightly ease. He and Sha Liang headed to the mission center to report. The task acceptance clerk looked at the three captives they had brought back, one Chunin and two Genin, and listened to Sha Liang's concise mission report, which truthfully stated Qianshi's key role in single-handedly defeating one Chunin and severely injuring and capturing two Genin. The surprise on his face was unmistakable. After carefully verifying the mission scroll and report, he nodded. Level support, mission completion confirmed. Total mission reward is 18000 Rio. According to the rules, the leading Chunin receives half, and the contributing team members receive the other half, the clerk said, looking at Sha Liang and Qianshi. Sha Liang, the Chunin, received 9000 Rio, and Qianshi, the Genin, also received 9000 Rio. Any objections? Sha Liang shook his head. None. He knew that without Qianshi this mission would not have gone so smoothly, and could have even failed. Qianshi receiving half of the reward was only right. He calmly took the heavy cloth bag, filled with money, feeling its weight in his hands. 90,000 Rio was no small fortune, enough to replenish the consumed explosive tags and materials with a considerable surplus. The captives will be handled by the interrogation department. Mission contributions will be recorded in your files. The clerk handed over the mission completion certificate. Thank you for your hard work. Leaving the mission center, Sha Liang stopped and looked at Qianshi, his tone much softer than before their departure. Qianshi, your abilities and temperament far exceed those of an ordinary Genin. Thank you for this mission. It's part of my duty. Qianshi nodded slightly, his tone still flat. Sha Liang seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he just nodded. I hope we have the chance to cooperate again in the future. With that, he turned and left. Qianshi stood in place, glancing at the money bag in his hand before looking up towards the hospital. Whether the rescued comrade would survive was still uncertain. And this world was cruel, not changing because of the completion of a single mission. He stored the money bag into his ninja tool pouch, expressionless as he walked towards his independent laboratory. Now he needed to quickly recover chakra, summarize the experiences from this battle, and replenish the consumed puppets and explosive tags. The iron door of the laboratory closed silently behind him, completely isolating him from the chaos and dust of the outside world. The cold air mixed with a faint scent of disinfectant and metallic grease, a familiar and comforting environment for Qianshi. He casually placed the heavy bag of 9000 Rio into a corner iron cabinet alongside the remaining savings from before. The dull sound of metal clashing did not faze him. Wealth was merely a tool to achieve goals, not the goal itself. Instead of immediately resting or recovering, he walked straight to the experimental table, spread out a new blank scroll, picked up a pen, and began to review the recently concluded life and death battle from an almost harshly objective perspective. The pen tip scratched across the paper, producing a soft rustling sound. Objective: wandering Chunin. Strength assessment above average Chunin level strong, in taijutsu chakra attribute likely earth notable defense and power. Battle process analysis 1. Early response relied on the puppet body flicker technique to evade taijutsu. Conclusion effective but highly reliant on perception and thought acceleration while in a meditative state, requiring extremely high precision in chakra control and cannot be maintained for long. 2. Counterattack attempts used puppet frenzy to cut the line. Conclusion failed. The speed of the puppet pursuer was too slow to pose a direct threat to targets at the Chunin level or above. The ambush tactic of the cutting line has its suddenness, but once evaded by substitution techniques or other common methods, it becomes ineffective, and its setup requires prediction and timing, making it hard to replicate. 3. Decisive means relied on the exploder substitution technique combined with explosive tags. Conclusion excessively dangerous success depends on the opponent's underestimation and misjudgment. If the opponent senses the threat of the explosive tags early or possesses a faster body flicker technique, the outcome will reverse. The cost is high, consuming one exploder, making it unsuitable as a regular tactic. As he wrote here, Qianshi paused his pen. The cold conclusions pointed to a cruel fact: this victory was largely based on luck. The opponent's underestimation and his own lack of transparency and intelligence, the strange body flicker technique, and unknown explosive puppets were the keys to winning. If there were a second encounter, the opponent would be prepared and the chances of victory would plummet. He continued to write, his strokes becoming more severe. Current defects 1. Insufficient speed. The puppet body flicker technique's strangeness exceeds its straight-line speed, and when faced with high-speed taijutsu ninjas or those skilled in body flicker techniques, he would fall into a passive evasion, unable to counterattack. 2. Insufficient attack intensity. The existing wind release ninjutsu Great Breakthrough Wind Cutter has decent power but either disperses in range or is singular in trajectory, making it difficult to pose a decisive threat to Chunin level or above opponents. The actual lethality of the puppet frenzy system relies on explosive tags, while the primary attack power is negligible. 3. Lack of a one-hit kill means. The Rasengan has immense power but requires close proximity, posing extreme risks. Currently, there is no reliable long-range one-hit kill capability. 4. Endurance and defense issues. High-intensity battles consume a vast amount of chakra, and the duration of the meditative state is limited. There is a lack of effective defensive ninjutsu, or means relying entirely on evasion with a very low margin for error. The writing on the scroll was clear and organized, dissecting the weaknesses thoroughly. His gaze fell upon the final line, lacking a decisive strike. In an instant, a vision of the unfinished product appeared in his mind. A spiraling sphere that spun wildly in his palm, tearing through the air and emitting a sense of destruction infused with the utmost power of wind attribute transformation. Wind-style spiral shuriken. Its power is beyond doubt. Even in its incomplete state, its destructive capability far exceeds that of ordinary rank ninjutsu. However, the backlash is equally terrifying, causing devastating damage to the caster's arm. Previously, due to risks and control difficulties as well as the need to divide attention towards other training, the priority of this project was slightly postponed. But now the priority must be advanced. Merely possessing the ordinary spiral sphere is insufficient. It is just a powerful close-range attack ninjutsu. In contrast, wind-style spiral shuriken is the ultimate ninjutsu that can truly determine the outcome of a battle, transcending the conventional. The second activation, Crimson Lotus, cannot be initiated due to the fundamental inability of his body to withstand that level of potential eruption. The insufficient total chakra also restricts the performance of all techniques. The development of puppets. Qianshi's gaze swept across the materials and semi-finished products piled in a corner of the laboratory. There are many ideas, whether improving the mobility of the pursuers or developing new models of defensive or control puppets, all require a substantial investment of time and effort. But human energy is ultimately limited. After a moment of contemplation, Qianshi made a decision. The pen moved once more, drafting a new plan. Recent training core priorities: physical limit training and chakra expansion. Continue and gradually increase training intensity with the goal of extending the duration of the calming state to over 10 minutes, laying the foundation for attempting to stabilize the activation of Crimson Lotus. Deepening the practice of 9 channels extreme method. Master the first activation and attempt to extend the duration of the second activation. Deepening medical knowledge and hospital work. Maintain current levels not as a breakthrough focus, but need to keep proficiency. Puppet development paused. The plan is set. The thought process is clear. Qianshi carefully rolled up the scroll containing battle analyses and the new plan, taking out the hidden draft of the 9 channels extreme method theory and stuffing it into the ninja tool pouch. Only at this moment did he truly relax, sitting cross-legged on the mat in the center of the floor. He closed his eyes, formed hand seals, and sank his mind into his body. The flow of chakra felt somewhat sluggish due to previous consumption. He was not in a hurry for results, but instead guided the faint chi flow according to the most basic refining method, slowly operating it. The medicinal power of the food pills continued to radiate, providing additional energy. The laboratory was silent, leaving only Qianqi's steady and prolonged breathing. External light streamed in through the high ventilation holes, casting mottled shadows on the ground cluttered with tools and scrolls. The consumed chakra gradually recovered like a dry riverbed, reuniting with trickling streams. The mental exhaustion also slowly faded during this focused recovery process. When the last trace of chakra was replenished and his mental state adjusted back to its peak, Qianshi opened his eyes. His gaze was clear without any ripples. He stood up without a moment's delay and walked straight to the public training ground at the edge of the village. The training ground was empty under the blazing sun, with only the scorching sandy ground and standing wooden stakes and stone targets. Qianshi tightened the weighted bag on his legs, and his figure shot out like an arrow, beginning to run wildly around the village. With heavy footsteps, each step kicked up scalding dust. His breathing gradually adjusted to the preparatory rhythm of the calming state, maximizing oxygen intake to nourish his intensely exerted body. Sweat flowed like streams from his forehead and back, instantly evaporating as it dripped onto the sandy ground. His lungs burned painfully, and his muscles protested with soreness. Yet his gaze remained indifferent, and his steps showed no signs of disorder. After finishing the run, he immediately transitioned to fingertip push-ups. Supporting his entire body weight solely with his index and middle fingers, he precisely infused chakra into his fingertips, maintaining absolute balance. The muscles in his arms trembled violently, and his elbow joints emitted faint sounds of being overburdened. Only when his stamina was exhausted did he suddenly stop, his arm muscles spasming uncontrollably. Qianshi took out clean water to wash away the blood and sand from his fingertips, applied medicine, and wrapped the wound. Throughout the afternoon, Qianshi was completely immersed in the extreme training of self-exploitation, like an unyielding machine, repeatedly pushing towards and attempting to surpass his current physical limits. At the end of the training, he entered the calming state, once again sensing the increasingly active chakra within his body due to the extreme training. A month later, the training ground of Shine Village shimmered under the scorching midday sun, the air distorted by waves of heat. A figure was relentlessly engaged in high-intensity physical training with almost self-destructive frequency. Sweat poured down Qianqi's upper body, only to be rapidly evaporated by the high temperature. His muscle definition was sharper than a month ago, although still youthful. Each flex revealed a resilience and strength far beyond his age. Weighted squats, frog jumps, weighted village runs. Compared to his previous training, the intensity had increased by 30%, a level of madness for a 9-year-old body. Supporting this madness was the more surging power within. A month of hellish training had yielded significant. Cells greedily absorbed nutrients and energy under extreme strain, causing the total amount of chakra to rise sharply, and his physique had become substantially sturdier. After completing the last set of weighted sit-ups, Qianshi calmed his heaving chest, feeling the soreness in his muscles and the fullness of power within. Without a moment's pause, he focused his mind. Calm breath. A silent whisper settled in his heart. The unique rhythm of breathing quietly shifted, and the delicate chakra flowed like a stream into 9 core nodes within his body, permeating the neural network and gently awakening every cell. The world suddenly became clear. The distant trajectory of swirling sand, the ripples of heat wavering in the air, the faint sounds of his heartbeat and blood flow. Every sensation was amplified. His thought speed surged, and his control over his body reached a new precision. He began forming seals, his movements so quick they left only afterimages. Wind release, great breakthrough, wind release, wind cutter, shadow clone technique, transformation technique. Various mastered ninjutsu were executed in rapid succession, the manipulation of chakra fluid and precise, with no waste. Simultaneously, his 10 fingers moved, sending out 10 chakra threads that accurately wrapped around 10 distant targets, controlling them to perform various erratic movements, simulating puppet disturbances. Multitasking fluid like flowing clouds. 8 minutes. As the last second passed, the calm breath state quietly faded. A slight dizziness washed over him. Duration stabilized at 8 minutes. Load adaptation is good, Qianshi noted silently. After a brief adjustment, he sat cross-legged to refine his chakra, and once refined, it was time for further testing. Red Lotus. The rhythm of his breathing suddenly turned hot and rapid, causing the chakra within to circulate, instantly generating intense heat that surged into the 9 nodes. Buzz. A layer of abnormal light red appeared on Qianqi's skin, as if flames were flowing beneath. His body temperature rose sharply, and the surrounding heat waves seemed to be repelled from a small area. Power, speed, and neural responses surged to a new level. In an instant, a strong sense of explosion filled his entire being. He pushed off the ground, and his figure vanished from the spot, appearing 20 meters away in the next moment, leaving only a cloud of disturbed dust behind. Speed far surpassing normal. Immediately he threw a punch at a sturdy training post. Bang! A dull thud echoed, and the surface of the post cracked with fine fissures. His fist felt a recoil pain, yet it was well within tolerable limits. Speed increased by about 1.5 times. Strength increased by about 1 time. Reaction speed significantly enhanced. Physical load. Intense, but controllable. Qianshi calmly analyzed his condition, while continuously moving and attacking at high speed, testing his combat ability under the active state of Red Lotus. 3 minutes. This is the current limit. When the timer hit 3 minutes and 7 seconds, a wave of intense fatigue surged over him, and the red hue on his skin quickly faded as his body temperature dropped. He immediately stopped moving, panting, slightly, sweat pouring down. His muscles felt distinctly sore and soft, with chakra consumption nearing 1/3. Over 3 minutes. Sufficient for a high-intensity quick battle or as a means of explosion at a critical moment. Side effects. Significant fatigue. Must avoid exhausting this state in combat. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and took out his water bottle, slowly sipping to replenish fluids while quickly recovering his stamina. After a brief rest, Qianshi walked to an isolation area at the edge of the training ground. The ground here was covered in deep cuts. He spread his palm, and a brilliant blue chakra sphere instantly condensed, spinning at high speed, emitting a piercing hum. Next, he began to attempt to inject the power of wind attribute transformation into it. The humming sound instantly became furious as countless small wind blades began to form and dissipate on the surface of the spiraling sphere, extremely unstable. He attempted to constrain and shape them into the form of shurikens, but failed. Boom! A loud explosion erupted, and the chaotic wind blasted open, creating a shallow pit in the ground. Qianshi's sleeve was shredded, and several new small wounds appeared on his arm. Still not working, he muttered, glancing at his smoking arm and damaged sleeve. The ultimate fusion of chakras, form transformation and nature transformation, is too difficult to balance. The forcibly maintained form is extremely unstable, the lethal range is uncontrollable, and the risk of backlash to oneself is too high. And strength technique is indeed not easily completed. A month of attempts yielded almost no progress. The development of wind release spiral shuriken has completely hit a bottleneck, but Qianshi did not waste this time of exploration. He applied his understanding of wind attribute chakra attachment to existing wind release techniques. One of these was to further refine wind release wind shuriken. This was a ninjutsu used by the true Kazekage in his past life. Although he did not exchange for this ninjutsu at the materials station, he had developed it relying on his proficiency in wind attribute transformation and exceptional chakra control. Qianshi picked up an ordinary shuriken, and wind release chakra instantly condensed and covered it, the violently rotating high-density wind blades emitting sharp whistling sounds. With a flick of his wrist, the shuriken shot out as a pale blue afterimage, its speed and power far exceeding a normal throw, accurately striking the target 100 meters away and tearing it apart completely. Both in power and speed, it is extremely terrifying. Qianshi assessed the results. Thanks to his perception in the calm breath state, the wind shuriken he executed had greater power, more stable flight, and more intuitive control under the same chakra consumption. However, Qianshi understood that relying solely on the wind shuriken was still insufficient when faced with multiple enemies or when large-scale suppression was required. A more efficient and intimidating area effect killing method was necessary. His thoughts returned to the existing combination ninjutsu, wind release chaotic dance. The current wind release chaotic dance relies on the self-detonation of pursuers and the cutting line for kills, concentrating its power on the explosive talismans and physical cutting, while the control of the chakra line is more significant than the lethality. Pondering if I increase the number of thrown ninja tools and enhance the lethality of the line itself. Qianshi took out 30 ordinary shurikens from his ninja tool pouch. With his fingers flying, the chakra lines moved as if they had life, precisely wrapping around the ring of each shuriken. With a wave of his hand, the 30 shurikens bound with chakra lines shot out like a swarm of bees covering a vast area ahead. Line binding kill. Qianshi concentrated his mind, causing the infused chakra lines to tighten, suddenly pulling back rapidly and cutting across. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sound of cutting echoed densely. The 30 shurikens collided and tugged against each other wildly in the air as the chakra lines, sharp as the finest wind, instantly sliced all training dummies, wooden stakes, and stones into countless irregular fragments. Dust filled the air, fragments flying. The attack ceased. Most of the 30 shurikens were deformed and damaged from the violent collisions and the cutting of the lines scattered across the ground. The chakra lines also broke due to overload. The coverage area and lethality are acceptable, Qianshi quickly assessed, but the consumption of ninja tools is immense, Using them once results in their total ruin, and the chakra lines cannot be recovered. Moreover, the cutting power relies on physical pulling, which significantly reduces effectiveness against enemies with defensive ninjutsu. Looking at the mess around, his gaze fell on the broken chakra lines. The key lies in the line. Qianshi concluded it is essential to enhance the cutting ability of the line itself. The limits of simple pulling are too low. A thought naturally emerged, transforming the nature of wind. If he could imbue these chakra lines with the nature change of wind release chakra, making them no longer just simple lines, but instead attached with extremely sharp blades of wind, then there would be no need for violent pulling. A gentle brush would create terrifying cutting damage. The number of lines required might decrease, but the threat of each line would increase geometrically. One could even use the wind blade lines to cut everything along the path, while manipulating the ninja tools in flight. Wind release chaotic dance, line binding kill. No, perhaps it should be named wind release thousand line strangle. A glint flashed in his eyes. This should be a feasible direction for enhancement, perfectly combining precise chakra control mastery of wind nature change and the foundation of a puppeteer manipulating lines. Qianshi immediately focused his mind, no longer continuing to train in taijutsu or attempting the spy. The current priority changed. He planned to devote all his efforts to developing chakra lines imbued with wind nature change. This was the key to enhancing the lethality of wind release chaotic dance and even the power of all future line-based ninjutsu. He gathered the damaged ninja tools from the training ground, put on a spare outfit to cover the slight wounds on his arms, turned and walked straight toward the sand-hidden village hospital. In the independent laboratory, there was a quiet environment and conditions to experiment freely without worrying about damaging public property. The fusion of wind attribute chakra and chakra lines required extensive precise experiments and practice. His mind began to conceive how to stably impart the sharp characteristics of wind release chakra onto the formless chakra lines. Qianshi did not waste time resting and directly walked to the open space in the center of the laboratory. He replayed the entire process of the line-binding kill in the training ground in his mind. The coverage range of the 30 shurikens, the trajectory of the chakra lines cutting across, and the eventual destruction of the ninja tools and breaking of the lines. He sat cross-legged and took out a blank scroll. With his mind highly concentrated, he dispelled all distractions. His understanding of the sharp properties of wind release chakra and countless experiences in fine control of the chakra lines began to be recorded rapidly on the scroll. The theoretical framework quickly improved. The difficulty lay in how to stabilize the highly active diffusion-prone and tearing wind attribute chakra within the formless chakra lines, maintaining its sharp characteristics without allowing it to dissipate easily or damage the chakra lines themselves. After a moment, his right hand index and middle fingers came together, and a thin, yet solid chakra line slowly extended from his fingertip, trembling slightly in the air like a living thing. The first attempt began. He cautiously guided a strand of wind attribute chakra, trying to wrap it around the outer layer of the chakra line. Sizzle. A slight sound like fabric tearing. That strand of chakra line violently shook. The pale blue wind release chakra covering its surface suddenly became unstable, exploding into a chaotic flow of air that ripped the line itself apart, dissipating into the atmosphere. A faint tingling sensation spread from his fingertip. Failure. The wind attribute chakra is too violent. Direct covering leads to energy conflict, and the structure of the line body cannot withstand it. Qianshi shook his fingers expressionlessly. I need to change my approach. Not covering, but penetrating and merging. Let the nature of the wind become part of the line itself. Qianshi did not feel discouraged, even finding it quite natural. The second attempt began immediately. He condensed another chakra line. This time, instead of wrapping the wind attribute chakra from the outside, he attempted to slowly and evenly weave its nature into the internal structure of the chakra line. This process required unimaginable micromanipulative precision, achieving a dangerous balance between two different characteristic chakras at a microscopic level. The chakra line at his fingertip gradually took on a faint azure sheen, much more stable than the first attempt, and an extremely faint high-frequency humming sound began to resonate in the air, the sound of wind blades vibrating rapidly. Succeeded. Almost. That pale blue wind blade line had just formed, maintaining for less than half a second when the humming sound suddenly became sharp and piercing. The line body itself could not withstand the internal high-frequency oscillation, and cutting for long, suddenly breaking apart and dissipating into a chaotic flow of chakra. This was the third attempt. With the experience gained from the previous two, especially the near success of the second attempt, this time the movements were more steady. The chakra line slowly extended, and the power of wind was no longer forcefully injected, but rather integrated into its essence in a softer, more precise manner. A faint and chilling buzzing sound echoed once more, yet this time the sound was stable. A chakra line approximately half a meter long, pale blue, and almost transparent, hovered at his fingertips, the space around it slightly distorted, emanating a sharp and unmatched aura. It was a success. Qianshi controlled the wind blade line, gently slicing through a spare training wooden stake beside him, as if a hot knife cutting through butter. A corner of the wooden stake silently slid off the cut, smooth as a mirror. Joy finally appeared in his eyes, but the test was not yet over. He began to extend the line 1 meter, 5 meters, 10 meters, 50 meters. It continued to stretch to the limit of the laboratory, crashing into the wall and leaving a deep cut, yet the line remained stable, the buzzing sound undiminished. The maximum length exceeds 50 meters. The laboratory space is insufficient. Theoretically, it should reach 100 meters. Qianshi retracted the chakra line. The amount of chakra required to maintain it is about 3 times that of a normal chakra line, but the lethality has increased by more than 10 times. He then began to attempt increasing the quantity. 2 lines, 5 lines, 10 lines, 20 lines. A full 20 pale blue wind strands spread out from his fingertips like deadly strings of a living instrument, swaying silently in the air, emitting a low, ominous hum. The temperature in the entire laboratory seemed to drop slightly, sliced by countless tiny wind blades. The maximum control quantity, 20 lines, is the upper limit for fine manipulation. If one only pursues coverage rather than precise control, the quantity can be further increased, but it must be coordinated with the appropriate tactics. He dispersed all chakra lines. The development of the new technique was unexpectedly smooth. However, just as he was preparing to further familiarize himself with this new type of chakra line, a thought crossed his mind. Why insist on binding shuriken to the line to increase stability and projection distance? Why must physical ninja tools be used? Isn't the wind line itself the most lethal and covert weapon? The previous wind-style chaotic dance required shuriken because the ordinary cutting line lacked sufficient lethality, needing physical ninja tools to bear and pull it. But now the line itself was already a sharp and unmatched wind blade. A more insidious tactical concept instantly took shape. He could completely condense dozens, even hundreds of wind lines extended to their limit over 100 meters, and then there would be no need for any throwing motion, just hand seals to use wind-style great breakthrough. Using the violent wind generated by wind-style great breakthrough not to directly attack the enemy, but to stir and disrupt the already arranged formless yet razor-sharp wind strands. The enemy might only perceive this as an auxiliary wind-style ninjutsu attempting to block or dodge They would never realize that hidden within the howling wind were hundreds of fine wind strands sharp enough to cut through anything. By the time they sensed something amiss, their bodies would have already been sliced and torn apart by these death lines swirling madly with the storm. This was no longer line-binding kill, this was the true thousand-strand strangulation. Invisible, lethal, and impossible to defend against. Wind-style great breakthrough as cover the wind blade line as the main attack. No need for shuriken, reducing preparation steps, lowering chakra, and tool consumption, enhancing surprise and lethality range. Qianshi quickly analyzed the feasibility of the tactic, his eyes growing brighter. The key lies in the concealment of the lines and the perfect timing of releasing the wind-style ninjutsu and arranging the line network. He already had a concrete prototype. However, the laboratory space was too small to test the true range and power of this technique. A more open area was needed. Qianshi suppressed the impulse to immediately head to the training ground. Night had fallen and frequent comings and goings could easily attract unnecessary attention. Moreover, having just grasped the wind strands, he needed some time to thoroughly familiarize himself, ensuring that he wouldn't make mistakes in actual combat. He tidied up the laboratory, committing the details and key data of the new technique to memory. He turned off the lights and locked the door. Qianshi's figure blended into the dim streets of Sunagakure at night, walking towards his residence, his mind continuously simulating and optimizing every detail of wind-style thousand-strand strangulation. The next day at the training ground of Sunagakure, the hellish high-intensity taijutsu training had already become a daily routine for Qianshi. After finishing the training, he took a short rest and headed straight to the most remote corner of the training ground. This place was rarely visited, with outdated facilities, and the ground and surrounding stone walls bore various new and old marks, making it an ideal location to test the new technique. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and adjusted his state. Qianshi began to review the details of wind-style thousand-strand strangulation one last time in his mind. The flow of chakra, the fusion precision of wind nature, changes the extension limit of the line, and the timing and range of coordinating with wind-style great breakthrough. Moments later, he stood up, his gaze sweeping over the empty training area ahead. Without warning, his hands began to form seals at an incredible speed. Wind-style great breakthrough. Boom! A violent gale erupted from his mouth, roaring forward in a fan-shaped area, stirring up a cloud of dust that obscured visibility the momentum astonishing. But this was merely a cover. At the moment the gale erupted, his 10 fingers flicked. The chakra within him poured out at an unprecedented speed. SSSS. Nearly 100 pale blue, almost transparent wind lines explosively spread out from his fingertips. They did not shoot out in a straight line. Rather, like wild serpents with life, they expanded instantly to the maximum limit distance of 100 meters, propelled by the fierce wind created by the great breakthrough. Nearly 100 death lines danced wildly with the storm, intertwining and slicing. They were silent, perfectly concealed beneath the roar of the wind style. Difficult to perceive with the naked eye, even ninjas with slightly weaker senses could not detect the lethal threat hidden within the wind. The sounds of intensive cutting could still be heard clearly amidst the howling wind. Within 100 meters ahead, everything, the old wooden targets, the hard rock training dummies, even the ground, was instantly cut through by the countless wind strands dancing madly in the storm. As the dust slowly settled, the scene was chilling. Within the area, all the wooden stakes and stone statues had been shattered into fragments strewn across the ground, their broken edges smooth as mirrors. The ground was marked by deep intersecting cuts, the deepest nearly half a foot deep. It was as if an invisible, extremely sharp, giant net had just rampaged through this place. The destructive power was simply terrifying. However, after one strike, Qianshi's face instantly paled a few shades. His chakra was nearly drained by this blow. Overwhelming fatigue surged through him, and his temples throbbed slightly. In this extreme state, with nearly 100 threads at 100 meters distance, one strike consumed nearly 80% of his chakra. The power was sufficient, but the consumption was unbearable, lacking follow-up combat capability. He quickly recorded the information from the first use of thousand-thread strangulation, as this jutsu could currently only be used as a last-ditch effort. Qianshi sat cross-legged, swallowing a soldier's pill to restore his chakra. After about an hour, his condition had recovered significantly. The second test began. He formed the hand seals, and wind release great breakthrough roared forth once more. But this time the number of wind blades extending from his fingertips sharply decreased to 50. They too shot forth with the wind, covering a 100-meter radius. The sound of cutting echoed again. The training facilities within the area suffered another devastating blow. Although the density of the cuts was not as high as when there were 100, the lethal range still covered the entire fan-shaped area, and the destructive power remained astonishing. More importantly, after this casting, the chakra consumption was significantly reduced, still retaining a considerable degree of residual energy. 50 threads, 100 meters distance. The consumption was about 30% of his chakra. Acceptable. Qianshi's eyes brightened slightly. He attempted to maintain wind release great breakthrough, while controlling a small portion of the wind threads, slightly altering their wild trajectories to sweep over a specific area more concentratedly. It succeeded. Although the manipulation became challenging and imprecise, only allowing for rough guidance, it was enough to concentrate the lethality or avoid certain areas he did not wish to destroy. After conducting 2 more tests, he confirmed that with the current amount of chakra and control, he could stably perform wind release thousand-thread strangulation 3 times, while ensuring a certain degree of power and range, and could provide rough trajectory guidance. This resolves the limitation of area damage. However, the preparation time is slightly longer. It requires tactical coordination to create opportunities and is suitable only for surprise attacks. Qianshi silently noted all the test data, gaining a clear understanding of the new technique's strengths and weaknesses. At last, he had a truly significant trump card. He tidied up, but there was really nothing to tidy. This area had been completely destroyed. As he stood up preparing to leave, Qianshi turned around and found a figure blocking his path. The newcomer appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, with a rugged and somewhat lewd face, his skin roughened by wind and sand. Dressed in the standard sand-hidden village chunin vest, his eyes revealed unmasked astonishment and curiosity as he stared intently at the utterly destroyed training ground before finally looking at Qianshi. "Hey kid." The chunin spoke, his voice hoarse and tinged with uncertainty. "Did you do this?" Qianshi silently looked at him, his face betraying no expression, merely nodding slightly. Thoughts raced through his mind. Was he the training grounds administrator, here to investigate the damage to public? Recalling the past month, the number of training equipment and facilities consumed and damaged in order to develop various techniques was indeed countless. The specific figures had long since become a blur. Seeing Qianshi's acknowledgement, the astonishment in the chunin's eyes quickly transformed into a mix of disbelief and intense interest. He scrutinized the young boy before him again. Still quite young, somewhat immature, but that cold demeanor and the remarkable residue of wind-released chakra in the surrounding air that had yet to dissipate pointed to one fact: the recently demonstrated devastating area jutsu was by no means an illusion. He instinctively classified Qianshi as a talented chunin proficient in wind release, or perhaps a scion of a great ninja clan. He was far from an ordinary ninja. Ahem, the Chunin cleared his throat, striving to make his tone sound normal, though his urgency was still hard to conceal. Don't get me wrong, I'm not here to ask you for compensation. My name is Shawa. He introduced himself with a common name, then got to the point. I've taken on a brank mission to escort a wealthy merchant from the Land of Wind and his caravan for a trade at the border of the Land of Fire. The reward is quite generous, but my original partner was injured and can't go. His gaze, once again uncontrollably darting toward the wreckage, became eager. The mission requires at least 2 Chunin-level combatants. I see your wind release. The area damage potential is terrifying. It's exactly the capability needed for long-distance escort. So what do you say? Are you interested in taking on this mission together? The reward will be split evenly. Brank escort mission. Heading to the Land of Fire. Qianshi's heart, leaving the Land of Wind, crossing the Land of Rivers, and reaching the border of the Land of Fire. This meant he could closely observe the environment and ninja activity patterns of another country, and the reward for a brank mission would be enough to support the expenses for detonating tags and materials for a long time. However, teaming up with a completely unfamiliar Chunin to execute a brank mission that might involve ninja confrontations carried too high a level of uncertainty. What are the specific details of the mission? Qianshi's voice was steady, revealing little emotion. Seeing that he hadn't immediately rejected the offer, Shawa sped up his speech. The target is a wealthy merchant doing mineral trade with a caravan of 5 camels carrying mainly special sand, ores, and metal raw stones. The route starts from this village, passing through the northern part of the Land of Rivers, and reaching the riverside town at the border of the Land of Fire. Intelligence indicates that this route has not been safe recently, with several bands of bandits and wandering ninjas frequently active in the Land of Rivers, and there may be ninjas involved, which is why it has been assessed as a brank mission. The whole journey is expected to take more than half a month, but less than a month. Qianshi remained silent for a moment before saying, I need to ask my teacher. He'll give you a response tomorrow. A hint of disappointment flashed across Shawa's face, but he quickly nodded. All right. He'll come back around this time tomorrow. I hope you can join. He took one last deep look at the training ground before turning and quickly leaving. Qianshi stood in place, watching Shawa's departing figure until it disappeared at the edge of the training ground. Brank mission anticipated ninja confrontations, an unfamiliar teammate, and a departure time from the village of over half a month. He headed directly towards the sand-hidden village hospital. He must consult Director Nishino. As the long-term bearer of the hospital's tasks, he needed to obtain his approval for a lengthy absence from the village. His figure moved through the increasingly bustling streets, arriving at the hospital. In the office of the hospital in Shine Village, filled with the scent of disinfectant and old scrolls, Qianshi stood silently waiting after his report. Director Xie lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his sharp gaze focusing on the exceedingly young, yet exceptionally composed Jinin before him. A brank escort mission. The route to the country of rivers. Shawa's Chunin. Director Xie pondered, quickly filtering through relevant information in his mind. I have a bit of an impression of Shawa. His strength is solid among Chunin, with some proficiency in both wind and earth release. His mission record is unblemished, but there are no particularly outstanding performances. I suppose. He is reliable. He paused, looking at Qianshi. As for the mission itself, there are indeed risks. The northern part of the country of rivers has always been unstable, with wandering ninjas and bandits emerging one after another. But precisely because of this, there is a greater need for people to clean up and provide protection. I am well aware of your strength. In certain aspects, your abilities have long surpassed those of an ordinary Chunin. Director Xie leaned slightly forward, his tone becoming more serious. Staying in the village to diligently cultivate certainly enhances one's strength, but a true ninja must hone their judgment and adaptability in real combat. This mission has a moderate distance, manageable risks, and is led by a relatively experienced Chunin, making it a good opportunity for you. I approve it. Thank you, Sensei. Qianshi gave a slight bow, his voice still steady. The concerns regarding the mission's risks had considerably eased due to Zai's assessment. Go ahead. During the mission, I will keep track of your long-term assignments at the hospital. Be careful and return alive. Xie waved his hand, picking up the medical report on the table again, resuming his serious and busy demeanor. After bowing in thanks once more, Qianshi turned and left the office. He did not immediately seek out Shawa, but first returned to the dilapidated stone house. Shutting the door, he began to systematically check his equipment and supplies. The results were not optimistic. The standard self-destructors consumed during previous training and missions had yet to be replenished, leaving him with none. The fully equipped self-destructors, however, were safely stored in his sturdy backpack, but those were his last resort and could not be used lightly. Due to recent high-intensity physical training and chakra cultivation, his supply of soldier pills had dwindled to just a few. His stock of shuriken, kunai, and other standard ninja tools was also running low, although he still had plenty of explosive tags in stock. However, considering the enormous chakra consumption of the new technique Wind Release 1000 Thread Strangulation, he needed to replenish the explosive tags as a low-consumption area damage supplement. His funds were still sufficient. Taking enough money, he turned and walked directly to the village's blacksmith shop and ninja tool store. The blacksmith shop was bustling with fire and the sounds of clanging metal. Qianshi purchased an ample supply of inexpensive iron sheets, standard steel spike components, and some basic spring mechanisms to replenish and manufacture the pursuer and standard self-destructors. At the ninja tool store, he stocked up on a large quantity of shuriken kunai and steel wire, additionally buying plenty of explosive tags for emergencies along with several bottles of high-quality soldier pills and a new medical kit. Just as he emerged from the store with a bag full of materials and a bulging ninja tool pouch, he ran into two familiar figures. "Hey, isn't this Qianshi?" A cheerful voice rang out. Nighthawk Lawn waved, accompanied by the somewhat awkward-looking Araki Ryo. Qianshi stopped, his gaze calmly sweeping over the two, offering a slight nod. He maintained a sense of distance from these so-called classmates. The world is cruel and bonds are often weaknesses, especially in this ninja village. Buying so many, Nighthawk Lawn curiously glanced at the noticeably heavy ninja tool pouch and the bulging bag. "Are you going to execute a mission again? I haven't seen you much at the training field lately." Qianshi simply responded, not intending to elaborate. Araki Ryo snorted from the side, his expression complex. He still remembered the scene of being easily defeated by Qianshi, the disparity making him feel powerless, but more so it instilled an instinctive wariness. He could not grasp the extent of Qianshi's strength at all. "Have you been over at the hospital lately?" Nighthawk Lawn, lacking any reservations, continued the conversation. "How is it? Is Director Xie very strict?" "He's very good." Qianshi's response remained brief, but the slight change in address caused Nighthawk Lawn to momentarily pause. The atmosphere grew a bit awkward. Nighthawk Lawn scratched his head, sensing Qianshi's aloofness, and smiled. "All right then, I won't hold you up any longer. Be careful on your mission." Araki Ryo also muttered something similar. Qianshi nodded again as a form of farewell, then turned and walked towards his residence, showing no intention of lingering or exchanging pleasantries. Watching his departing figure, Araki Ryo couldn't help but whisper to Nighthawk Lawn, "This guy is becoming harder and harder to read. He feels completely different from us." Nighthawk Lawn shrugged. "Hasn't he always been like this? Forget it, let's go. Our training isn't finished yet." Back in the stone house, he shut the door tightly. Qianshi spread out his bag, took out the newly purchased materials and tools, lit an oil lamp, and began to focus on making the standard self-destructors. Quickly processing the iron sheets, assembling mechanisms, and inserting the explosive tag slots. It wasn't until the sky was completely dark that Qianshi finished assembling the last batch of components. 5 new standard self-destructors were neatly placed in the corner, ready for immediate use. He organized all ninja tools, explosive tags, and soldier pills into different bags and tool pouches, ensuring he could access them promptly when needed. After completing all this, he finally felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. His stomach also rumbled with hunger. After quickly eating some food, he did not rest immediately. His daily training was still incomplete. The iron ball used for chakra control training had been utterly destroyed in an attempt to merge the Rasengan with extreme wind release transformation. Moreover, ordinary iron ball training had become ineffective for Qianshi's current chakra control. Now he needed a new, more efficient training method. Sitting cross-legged on the floor of the room, he gently focused his mind. Calm breath. A unique breathing rhythm quietly began to operate, awakening the cells, enhancing perception, accelerating thought speed, and achieving peak precision in chakra control. Immediately after, his 10 fingers trembled slightly. In the next moment, the entire stone house seemed to be occupied by an invisible specter. Nearly 100 extremely thin, almost completely transparent, ordinary chakra threads spread out from his fingertips, resembling living transparent tentacles covering every corner of the room. These threads were not meant for cutting, they carried different missions. In the corner of the room, 7 or 8 chakra threads entwined around a carving knife and a small piece of sandstone, performing microcarving at an astonishing speed. Each stroke was incredibly precise, with fragments falling softly as a complex and exquisite bird pattern gradually took shape. This was not for sale, but an exercise in ultimate control. By the stove, 3 or 4 threads suspended a small frying pan, simulating the action of stir-frying, with a faint chakra heating the pan's bottom, yet the pan was empty. On the floor, a dozen threads moved like agile brooms, controlling a few fallen leaves and dust, shifting and gathering in a strange trajectory. In the center of the room, over 20 of the thickest chakra threads were wrapped around weights used for daily physical training, lifting and lowering them slowly, or moving them in complex trajectories, simulating body technique exercises. With one mind and 100 uses. Within the entire room, almost all items moved under the control of invisible threads, yet hardly any sound of collision could be heard, only an extremely faint low hum from the rapid vibrations of the chakra threads. The scene was bizarre, yet filled with an extreme sense of order under such control. This method of training pushed the fine manipulation of chakra and mental consumption to a terrifying degree far beyond the control of spinning iron balls in the past. However, the consumption was also enormous. In less than 5 minutes before reaching the theoretical 10-minute limit of the calm breath state, the chakra within was already on the verge of depletion. Buzz! Nearly 100 chakra threads shattered and disappeared simultaneously like broken strings of a musical instrument. The carving knife fell with a clatter onto the table, and the weights thudded heavily to the ground. Qianshi's complexion paled slightly, beads of sweat forming at his temples, a faint throbbing sensation in his temples. The total amount of chakra is still insufficient. The consumption from extreme fine control far exceeds expectations. He calmly assessed and began to breathe steadily to recover, but the results are far superior to spinning iron balls. This training not only hones the absolute control of chakra, but also sharpens mental focus, multi-threaded processing ability, and adaptability to the calm breath state. After a brief rest, he rose to wash up simply. Lying on the hardboard bed, the room returned to silence. Moonlight seeped through the cracks in the window, casting a cold light spot on the floor. Closing his eyes, he mentally reviewed the arrangements for the next day to find Shawa, confirm task details, and depart. His breathing gradually became steady and prolonged, and in the complete darkness he slowly sank into sleep. The sky had not yet fully brightened, and the village of Sunagakure was still shrouded in a deep blue silence. Qianshi had already awakened and carefully checked his belongings. Several pursuers, one full armored self-destruct, one standard self-destruct, ample explosive tags, shurikens, kunai, military food, pills, a medical kit, a substitution, wood, as well as enough clean water and dry food. All items were neatly categorized and arranged. Without disturbing anyone, he silently blended into the faint light before dawn and returned to the secluded training ground from the previous day. The air still carried a faint trace of wind-released chakra and the metallic smell of freshly cut earth. Ignoring the mess, he began his daily, unyielding basic training. Physical exercises, hand seal practice, chakra control, micro-operations. Each task was completed meticulously, as if the upcoming Brank mission was no different from his usual routine. Sweat gradually soaked his forehead, yet his breathing remained steady. As the sun fully rose above the horizon, bathing the training ground in golden light, the final set of training was just completed. Almost at the moment he finished, Shawa's figure appeared at the edge of the training ground. He walked briskly, his face showing a hint of expectation and urgency. "Hey!" Shawa called out, his gaze quickly sweeping over the terrifying traces around the corner of his eye, twitching involuntarily. "So have you made up your mind?" Qianshi paused his breathing exercises and turned to face Shawa, replying succinctly, "Yes." Shawa's face immediately broke into a smile, but then he seemed to think of something and hesitantly asked, "If I may ask, what's your ninja rank and age?" Although he suspected the other party's strength was considerable, he was unclear about the specific rank. 9 years old, Jinin. Qianshi replied calmly, as if stating an inconsequential matter. 9 years old. Jinin. Shawa's smile instantly froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Pointing at the surrounding area, which seemed to have been ravaged by a beast, he asked, "Did you do this?" Jinin. Qianshi did not respond, simply gazing at him quietly. Shawa took a deep breath, rubbed his face vigorously, as if trying to wake himself up. After sizing up Qianshi again, with his remarkably composed demeanor for his age and the ironclad evidence surrounding them, he forcibly suppressed the absurdity he felt inside. "All right, Jinin, it is then," he muttered, seemingly convincing himself. "As long as your strength is sufficient. The rules remain the same. Compensation is split evenly. Gather at the task hall on time in the afternoon. Confirm the task details before departing." "No problem, right? MHM. Good. Then it's settled. See you in the afternoon." Shawa said no more, taking his leave in a hurry filled with incredulous murmurs, needing time to digest the fact that a Jinin could cause such destruction. After Shawa left, Qianshi also packed his things and returned to the stone house. He simply ate something to replenish his energy and did not engage in intense training, instead sitting quietly to recover, keeping both body and mind in optimal condition. The afternoon's task held unknown risks, and any unnecessary consumption needed to be avoided. As time passed, Qianshi arrived at the task hall punctually in the afternoon. Shawa was already waiting at the door. Upon seeing Qianshi arrive, he visibly breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over. "Let's go. The employer and the convoy are already prepared outside." The handover process in the hall was simple. Shawa, as the task taker, confirmed the team information, Qianshi's Jinin identity, made the tune-in, handling the paperwork, glanced twice, received the task scroll, and a simple route map. The employer was a richly dressed, slightly chubby merchant from the Land of Wind. Seeing the combination of Shawa and Qianshi, a tune-in and a Jinin, he appeared slightly dubious, but said nothing further after Shawa's assurance. The convoy was not large, consisting of 5 cargo carriages pulled by desert camels covered with waterproof oilcloth securely tied up. In addition to the merchant himself, there were 4 capable-looking guards and 2 servants responsible for taking care of the camels. Without any unnecessary pleasantries, the team quickly set off, leaving Shine Village and stepping into the endless rolling yellow sands. The first few days of travel from the village were calm and uneventful. The scorching sun, monotonous sand dunes, and unceasing winds. Qianshi mostly followed silently alongside the convoy, his vigilant gaze scanning the surrounding environment, fully attuned to his senses. The only interruption occurred on the afternoon of the second day, when a pack of about a dozen starving sand wolves, eyes glinting with hunger, attempted to approach the convoy. Before Shawa and the guards could react, Qianshi's fingers twitched slightly, and several shurikens were accurately launched, piercing the eyes and throats of the leading sand wolves with a sharp whoosh. A chilling howl erupted, causing a stir within the wolf pack. Immediately, the shurikens embedded deep within the wolf corpses seemed to be drawn back by an invisible force, vibrating slightly before swiftly returning to Qianshi's pouch, leaving only a few bodies half buried by the shifting sands. The entire process was quick and clean, not even slowing down the convoy's pace. Shawa and the guards were left astonished, especially by the precise throwing and mysterious retrieval techniques, which made them regard the silent shinobi with newfound respect. After several days of arduous travel, a different hue finally appeared on the monotonous yellow horizon. A sparse green vegetation, and the faint outline of earthen walls in the distance. They had finally left the borders of the Land of Wind and entered the northern part of the Land of Rivers, arriving at the first medium-sized town of their journey, a town named Shurko. Unlike the desolation found in most areas of the Land of Wind, Shurko was built around a small oasis and a trade route leading to the Land of Fire, exuding a certain vibrancy. The stone structures were dense and chaotic, with people bustling about on the streets. Merchants, travelers, and locals of various dialects mingling together, the air filled with the sense of livestock, spices, and dust. The convoy stopped in front of a reasonably clean inn. The wealthy merchant decided to rest for the night, replenishing fresh water and fodder, allowing the weary camels and crew to regain their strength. Qianshi and Shawa also had a moment to relax their tense nerves. Shawa busied himself negotiating with the innkeeper, arranging rooms, and overseeing the cargo. Qianshi chose to stay near the inn's entrance, leaning against the wall, appearing to meditate, while actually keeping his senses attuned to the convoy and the surrounding environment. However, the town's bustle also indicated a mix of people. A few local thugs dressed sloppily with shifty eyes and bulging waists that suggested concealed weapons noticed the relatively small but seemingly well-off foreign convoy. They exchanged glances and swaggered over, deliberately bumping into a guard who was unloading cargo. "Hey, can't you see?" The thug who was bumped instead took the offensive, grabbing the guard by the collar. The other thugs quickly surrounded him, their tone menacing. "You from out of town? Do you understand the rules here? You think you can just walk away after bumping into someone? Pay up." The guard tried to reason, but it was clear the thugs were looking for trouble, pushing and shoving, and the atmosphere grew tense. The wealthy merchant watched anxiously from the side, but dared not intervene. Qianshi, leaning against the wall, opened his eyes and coldly scanned the thugs. Trouble, but it wasn't serious enough to resort to ninjutsu or lethal force. Just as one thug tried to reach for a bundle on the back of a camel, Qianshi's fingers moved slightly within his sleeve. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several extremely fine chakra threads, nearly invisible to the naked eye, shot out, instantly wrapping around the wrists, ankles, and necks of the thugs. In the next moment, the thugs who had been shouting arrogantly were suddenly seized by an unseen force, their feet lifting off the ground, and amidst the astonished gasps and screams of onlookers, they were violently hurled into the air. Like a thrown ball, they flailed helplessly as they sailed over the heads of the crowd, tracing awkward arcs before crashing hard onto the street several meters away, producing dull thuds and pained wails. The sounds of bones cracking were clearly audible as they lay on the ground, some clutching their arms, others covering their legs, unable to rise for a long time. The entire process was silent save for the thugs flying and landing and those few cries of agony. The scene fell into an instant silence. All the onlookers, including the wealthy merchant and his guards, stared dumbfounded at the bizarre spectacle, then looked questioningly at Qianshi, who still leaned against the wall as if he had done nothing. Shawa also rushed out from the inn, briefly stunned by the scene before quickly understanding what had happened, casting a complex glance at Qianshi. The thugs, now reeling from their fall, struggled to look up and finally saw the cold shine forehead protector on Qianshi's brow, along with his emotionless gaze. A ninja, and a ninja with such unfathomable methods. Fear instantly eclipsed their pain and thoughts of extortion. They scrambled to their feet, not even caring about their broken bones, helping each other along, as if they had seen a ghost fleeing the street in terror, without daring to utter a single threat. After learning that there was a ninja escorting the convoy, the local gang also dared not come looking for trouble again. After a brief commotion, the street returned to its previous clamor, but many people now looked towards the convoy, especially at Chinchur, with deep respect. A day after leaving Shirko, the surrounding scenery had transformed from the scattered greenery at the town's edge back to the barren hills and dry riverbeds typical of northern Chuan. The road was rugged, the wind howled, and there was a barely perceptible tension in the air. Shawa walked at the front of the convoy, his brow slightly furrowed, his instincts honed from years of missions, making him feel uneasy. Calmly slowing his pace, when Chinchur caught up, he whispered urgently, "Something's off. It's too quiet. There are tails following us, quite a few, possibly ninjas. Be prepared." Qianshi's gaze sharpened, not turning his head or making any obvious movements, merely giving a slight nod to indicate he understood. His perception surged to its peak, and sure enough, he caught several deliberately suppressed chakra fluctuations in the distance, along with more chaotic presences hidden behind the side hills. "Calm your breath." The silent command settled in his mind. The rhythm of breathing subtly shifted, chakra flowing like a gentle stream into specific nodes within his body, making the world suddenly clearer. The faint noises carried by the wind, the distant rolling of gravel, even the subtle disturbances of the hidden chakra, all vividly imprinted themselves in his mind. Almost the moment the calm state was initiated, several figures suddenly erupted from behind the hillside to the side front. The leading figure moved fastest, having already completed the hand seals. "Wind release, great breakthrough." The middle ninja, suspected to be the leader, shouted sharply, attempting to disrupt the formation of the convoy with a violent gale. However, at the very instant they launched their attack, even before their assault, Chinchur moved. His hands had long been hidden in his sleeves, completing the hand seals. "Wind release, great breakthrough." A stronger gale suddenly surged from the flanks of the convoy, not aimed at the attackers, but instead stirring up a storm of sand and dust, instantly obscuring both sides' vision. But this was merely the prelude to the cover. Taking advantage of the dust's concealment, he flicked his arms, launching 20 shuriken tied, with invisible chakra threads like lethal bees with a will of their own, silently embedding themselves in the yellowish sand curtain, shooting at a tricky angle towards those who had just charged out. Watch out. The attackers did not anticipate such a swift response from their opponents, who even struck before them. With vision severely impaired by the dust, they could only rely on instinct to wield their weapons to block or evade. Most shuriken were deflected or shot down, yet their attention was completely drawn. At that moment, line-binding kill. A chilling intent flashed. The 20 chakra threads connecting the shuriken suddenly tightened, crossing, retracting, and cutting through the air with terrifying speed and force. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The piercing sound of rapid cutting erupted instantly, even overpowering the howling wind. "Oh!" The screams abruptly ceased. The 4 desperate attackers at the forefront, armed with weapons along with 2 slower-moving lower ninjas, had no time to mount an effective response, their bodies instantly sliced by countless invisible blades. Blood exploded like bursting berries, splattering large patches of dark red in the dust, and several fell to the ground, without a sound, their life force rapidly dissipating. The wandering middle ninja felt a deadly crisis the moment Chinchur completed the hand seals, and his battle experience prompted him to immediately activate the substitution technique. Bang! A segment of the substitution wood was instantly shredded by the invisible cutting threads. Meanwhile, his true self staggered into view over 10 meters away, with 2 terrifying gashes deep enough to see bone appearing on his waist and outer thigh, blood gushing forth. His face turned pale, eyes filled with horror and disbelief. In just a brief encounter, most of his subordinates were dead or injured, and he himself had narrowly escaped annihilation. The remaining 2 wandering lower ninjas, though fortunate not to be directly cut, were still struck by the edges of the intersecting chakra lines, bursting open with wounds and collapsing to the ground, losing their combat ability. Meanwhile, several other desperate attackers who had been lucky enough not to be caught in the first wave of attacks were already terrified out of their wits by this bizarre and horrifying invisible killing technique. With a shout, they turned to flee. Qianshi's gaze was indifferent. Though these attackers were ordinary people, since they chose to assault the convoy escorted by ninjas, they were enemies. No mercy existed for enemies. With a flick of his finger, 4 shuriken shot out with a piercing sound, accurately embedding themselves into their backs. The fleeing figures suddenly stiffened and then collapsed to the ground, silent. The entire attack and counterattack unfolded in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Shawa had just engaged with the severely injured wandering middle ninja. He too was shocked by Qianshi's thunderous and inexplicably terrifying methods, yet his movements did not slow. He specialized in earth release, causing the ground to suddenly rise and stab, while a kunai thrust straight for the opponent's vital points. The injured wandering middle ninja moved sluggishly, barely dodging the earth spike, but unable to evade Shawa's fierce follow-up attack. Puchi! The kunai accurately pierced his heart. The wandering middle ninja's body stiffened, his eyes quickly dimming, filled with endless unwillingness and fear before he softly collapsed to the ground. Shawa withdrew the kunai, warily scanning the area. The scene was left with scattered corpses and two severely injured lower ninjas moaning. From the convoy came the suppressed gasps and sobs of the wealthy merchants and their assistants, clearly startled by the sudden bloody scene. Shawa hesitated not at all. The escort mission's guidelines dictated that for enemies who clearly attacked the convoy, especially ninjas, no survivors were to be left to prevent further complications. Approaching the two severely injured lower ninjas, he swiftly ended their suffering under their desperate gaze. The battle was thoroughly concluded. From the start of the ambush to the complete elimination of all enemies, it took less than a minute. The air was thick with the smell of blood and dust. Qianshi stood quietly in place. The calm state had already been lifted, breathing steadily, as if he had merely done something trivial. His gaze swept over the battlefield, confirming there were no further threats. Shawa returned, looking at Qianshi with an extremely complex expression of shock, relief, and a hint of unexplainable dread. He opened his mouth, but ultimately just dryly stated, "All cleaned up." Qianshi nodded, turning his gaze to the frightened convoy, his voice still flat. "Let's go." Shawa took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, then turned to loudly direct the still frightened employers and assistants. "Quick! Check the goods and clear the path. We need to leave immediately." The convoy sprang back into action, moving much faster, quickly, leaving the area thick with the stench. Only the ground was left scarred and silently narrating the brief, yet deadly confrontation. The convoy slowly entered the town of River on the border of the Land of Fire. Unlike the desolation of the Land of Wind and the chaos of the Land of Rivers, this medium-sized town, developed through commerce, appeared extremely prosperous. The streets paved with bluestone were wide and clean, lined with shops, and the pedestrians were noticeably more stylish, with the air filled with various aromas of food and goods, exuding a sense of stability, far from the turmoil of war and sandstorms. The destination was a sizable warehouse of a merchant association. The wealthy merchant wore a relieved smile as he directed his subordinates to begin unloading and settling accounts. The mission scroll was completed with the final confirmation by Shawa with the Merchant Association's representative. This journey was truly thanks to both ninja lords. The wealthy merchant rubbed his hands together, enthusiastically approaching. "The goods have been safely delivered. Here's the receipt." He handed over a transfer document stamped with the association's seal. Shawa accepted the document, carefully checking it for accuracy before storing it away, nodding. Mission objective achieved. "Farewell." Qianshi stood silently beside him, his gaze sweeping over the document, confirming the proof of mission completion. The wealthy merchant repeatedly expressed his gratitude, watching the two leave before finally exhaling in relief. It was a close call, but this business deal was a success. Stepping out of the Merchant Association's warehouse and onto the bustling streets of Haji Town, Shawa stretched his body and said, "The mission is accomplished. We just need to return to the village to report back. Should we head back directly or rest here for a night before departing? The journey home is familiar. We could arrive in 3 to 4 days if we hurry." Qianshi paused slightly. Since his arrival in this world, it was his first time leaving the Wind Country and entering a completely different realm. The vibrant street scene of this foreign land stirred a faint and nearly forgotten curiosity within him. He needed to replenish some water and dry rations, and perhaps he could take a moment to explore this different world. "Let's leave in the afternoon. I need to gather some supplies." Qianshi said, his tone still flat. "We'll meet at the town's inn in the evening." Shawa seemed to have other matters to attend to, perhaps to purchase some local specialties from the Fire Country, and he readily agreed, saying, "Sure. See you tonight. Be careful. Although this place seems relatively peaceful, it's still not the village," he reminded, then turned and blended into the crowd. After Shawa left, Qianshi did not immediately go shopping. Instead, he strolled along the street, appearing to wander aimlessly. His gaze swept over the myriad shops on either side, listening to the various accents haggling around him, feeling the atmosphere of life that was starkly different from that of the sand-hidden village. He found himself in a rare state of relative relaxation. Although his innate vigilance was never truly put aside, he had momentarily distanced himself from the tension of calculating chakra, devising ninjutsu, and assessing risks. As noon approached, the sun became somewhat scorching. Qianshi turned into a relatively secluded alley, intending to find a small shop for lunch. As he passed by a public restroom in the middle of the alley, he paused for a moment. The restroom was quite clean, not a pit latrine, and had basic flushing facilities. But what made Qianshi stop was not a physiological need, but a sudden flash of memory from his past life, about a currency exchange, about those hidden in inconspicuous corners, especially the dark trading points beneath the restrooms in the Fire Country. It was purely out of a mindset of testing and verification. After all, it was still early, and there was no loss in doing so. He quickly scanned the surroundings, confirming that no one was paying attention. With a flicker of his form, he stealthily slipped into the restroom. It was empty inside. He held his breath, his senses heightened to the utmost. Sure enough, In the innermost corner of the restroom, he sensed an extremely faint, but deliberately suppressed chakra. It was very concealed. Without a deliberate search and keen perception, it would have been impossible to notice. His eyes narrowed slightly. It was indeed real. Without any hesitation, he swiftly took out a dark cloak from his bag, draped it over himself, lowered the hood, and carefully concealed the forehead protector from sand-hidden. Instantly, he blended into the shadows, his presence becoming indistinct. Finding the wall, he traced the subtle chakra traces with his fingers and quickly touched a hidden compartment that was almost merged with the wall. He gently pushed. Click. With a soft sound, the wall silently slid open, a gap just wide enough for one person to pass through, revealing a narrow staircase leading down with dim yellow light filtering from below mingled with a damp, chilly atmosphere. He slipped inside, and the secret door closed quietly behind him. The staircase wasn't long, and at the end was a small underground chamber. The light came from several oil lamps on the walls, and the air was thick with dust. A middle-aged man dressed in ordinary civilian clothes and looking rather thin was dozing at a wooden table. Hearing the noise, he suddenly woke up. Seeing Qianshi, who was entirely shrouded in a cloak, astonishment and vigilance flashed in the man's eyes, and he instinctively lowered his voice, demanding, "Who are you? How did you find this place? Get out." Qianshi did not respond. He merely raised his head, and from the shadows beneath his hood a pair of cold, emotionless eyes looked at him. The man felt a chill run through him upon meeting that gaze. It was definitely the look of a ninja. Cold, sharp, carrying an unmistakable air of danger. He immediately retracted his harsh demeanor, his tone becoming cautious though still tinged with warning. No matter where you came from. If you don't understand the rules here, don't just barge in. In some places, knowing too much isn't necessarily a good thing. Qianshi remained silent, his gaze sweeping. The room was sparsely furnished. Aside from the table, there were only some indistinct scrolls hanging on the walls and a few locked iron boxes in the corner. From his perception, the man's chakra was weak, more like a liaison. Seeing that Qianshi remained unmoved, the man smirked, seemingly accustomed to such abrupt visitors, and his tone turned official. "Well, since you managed to find this place, that counts as your ability. What do you want to see? Bounties? Or do you want to post a commission?" He pointed to the scrolls on the wall. Qianshi finally spoke, his voice muffled through the cloth, sounding somewhat low and hoarse. "Bounty." The man stood up, took a thick scroll from the wall, and spread it out on the table. It was densely packed with names, images, brief information, and astonishing bounty amounts. Most were for assassination of specific targets or capturing certain individuals, with a few tasks involving theft of confidential documents or items. The bounty amounts were generally extremely high, far surpassing the payments for legitimate tasks from the 5 major ninja villages by several times or even dozens of times, but without exception they were all stained with blood and darkness. Qianshi glanced over, his gaze lingering briefly on several names related to nobles or merchants from the Wind Country. "Are there similar places within the borders of the Wind Country?" Qianshi suddenly asked. The man was taken aback for a moment, seemingly not expecting the question, but then shrugged indifferently. "Of course there are. Why do you want to continue doing business?" he said with a hint of sarcasm, rummaging through a drawer and pulling out an old leather map, tossing it in front of Qianshi. The map was quite detailed, marking several concealed locations within the Fire Country. Similarly, 3 points were marked in the Wind Country region with small annotations explaining their approximate positions and identification methods. "Take it. It's not classified, so anyone with a bit of connections could find out." The man spoke lazily, "But let me remind you, some money is earned with your life, and you need to spend it with your life too." He glanced meaningfully at the high bounties listed on the scroll. Qianshi picked up the map and glanced at it, committing the information to memory before tossing it back onto the table. He turned silently and ascended the stairs he had come down. The person in charge watched his figure disappear behind the dark door, sneering, then sat back down in his chair, muttering, "Another one who doesn't know the meaning of danger." He then ignored it. Exiting through the toilet's dark door, Qianshi returned to the sunlight-filled alley. He did not leave immediately, but swiftly dove into a more complicated alley, changing directions continuously like a droplet merging into a river. In a deserted corner, he quickly formed seals. Bang! A puff of white smoke flashed by, and his cloak vanished, transforming his appearance into that of an unremarkable, ordinary wandering merchant blending into the crowd on the street. After deliberately circling around a few times to confirm there were no signs of being followed, he headed towards the inn where he had arranged to meet Shawa. Back in the inn room, Qianshi sat quietly at the edge of the bed. The information from the leather map at the exchange had clearly reappeared in his mind, including the 3 hidden markers within the Wind Country and their identification methods. Relying on memory, he began to quickly sketch the map. The temptation brought by the high bounty surged like an undercurrent, but it was soon suppressed by a stronger rationality. Currently, his strength had not yet reached a level where he could recklessly venture into such dark territories without regard for risks. Xiaoyin's identity as a lower ninja was the best safeguard and resource acquisition channel at this stage. The exchange was more like a shortcut that needed to be cautiously guarded, perhaps one that could only be taken in the future rather than in the present. He temporarily sealed this memory deep within his mind, no longer expending mental energy on it. In the evening, Xiaohua returned to the inn on time, looking somewhat relaxed, indicating that the shopping in town had gone smoothly. The two exchanged few words, tidied up briefly, and then left the river town, embarking on their journey back to Xiaoyin village. Indeed, the return journey was much smoother than Xiaohua had said. No longer needing to worry about the speed of the cart and the safety of the goods, the two ninjas hurried along, their figures dashing through the wilderness and hills. In just over 3 days, the familiar vast village, shrouded in wind and sand, came into view once more. Upon returning to Xiaoyin village, the two headed straight to the mission hall to submit their task. Xiaohua handed over the transfer document stamped with the seal of the River Town Chamber of Commerce from the Fire Country to the duty chunin. The chunin carefully checked it and registered it without error. Level escort mission confirmed completed. The reward is 150 Rio. The duty chunin announced formulaically, then retrieved a sealed money pouch from behind the counter and pushed it over. Xiaohua took the money pouch skillfully, opened it halfway in front of Qianshi, and handed him one portion. With 750 Rio in hand, the heavyweight suggested that for a while he would no longer be short of explosive tags and various cultivation resources. Pleasant collaboration, Xiaohua said with a hint of a smile. This time Qianshi's displayed strength left a deep impression on him, even inciting a slight sense of caution. If suitable tasks arise in the future, we might collaborate again. Qianshi accepted the money without any additional expression, merely nodding slightly, securing the money pouch carefully before turning to leave the mission hall, without any intention of lingering or small talk. Xiaohua watched as his lean figure decisively vanished at the door, shaking his head and muttering to himself, "What a weirdo. But his strength is indeed solid." He also tucked away his reward and turned to walk in another direction. Qianshi did not return home immediately, but first visited a ninja tools shop to replenish a large quantity of consumables, especially shuriken and soldier pills, converting most of his recently acquired reward into tangible combat power reserves. After finishing all this, he returned to the secluded and dilapidated stone house with the newly purchased supplies. Closing the door, all the outside noise was cut off. First, he sorted the supplies into categories, then began to handle some follow-ups from this trip. He took out the map, recording the information from the exchange, and once again scanned the 3 marked points in the wind country, committing their details thoroughly to memory. Then he walked to the small furnace in the corner of the room. This had been hastily set up earlier for making puppet parts, and lit a fire unhesitatingly, throwing the leather map into it. The flames quickly devoured the leather, turning it into a small pile of ashes. All traces of it existed only in his mind. After completing this task, Qianshi finally relaxed. Sitting cross-legged, he began his daily routine of chakra refining and training, replenishing the energy expended during his travels and further solidifying his foundation. The next morning, Qianshi appeared punctually at the Xiaoyin village hospital. Director Shi glanced at him, merely lifting an eyelid, his tone as serious as ever. Back. Was the mission successful? Successful, teacher, Qianshi answered calmly. As long as you're not injured, that's good. Director Shi nodded, not asking for further details about the mission, and instead picked up a medical record scroll from the desk and handed it over. Perfect timing. In Ward 3 of the East District, there's an injured person with a complex fracture in the left arm accompanied by severe tendon tearing. It's a bit troublesome to deal with, so go take a look. Set your own plan and report back to me once you're done. Yes. Qianshi took the scroll without any hesitation and turned to head towards the patient area. As if the earlier village departure mission had never happened, life instantly returned to its familiar track: hospital, laboratory, training ground, stone house. The 4 points formed a routine as regular as a machine. The turmoil of the external world seemed to momentarily recede, but Qianshi was well aware that this calm was merely a facade. His current focus remained steadfastly on strengthening his own abilities. Everything else was secondary. Time flowed swiftly through the sandstorm. The heavy burden dragged across the sandy ground, leaving deep marks that were scattered by the subsequent footsteps. With every breath, his chest burned with pain, yet the air was guided by a unique rhythmic breath permeating his limbs and forcibly supporting his body that was on the verge of collapse. The intensity of this training, far exceeding that of his peers, and even many chunin, had persisted for a full month. The self-inflicted torment only ceased as the sun approached noon. He unfastened the weight blocks and let them crash into the sand. Walking to the shadow at the edge of the field, he took a deep swig from his water pouch, his gaze falling upon a rough hourglass nearby. It recorded the time from the start of his breathing exercises to the point of exhaustion, now exceeding 15 minutes. After adjusting his breathing slightly, he closed his eyes again, a faint abnormal redness blooming on the surface of his skin, while the surrounding air shimmered slightly due to the heat. After more than 7 minutes, the faint redness suddenly faded, his complexion slightly pale, and his breathing became heavier. The durability of his first active ability and the practical application time of the second active ability had both reached new heights. His physique and chakra capacity had visibly improved during this month of training. Qianshi sat cross-legged, refining his chakra to restore what he had expended while his thoughts raced, analyzing himself. His offensive techniques, whether it was the single-target wind cutter, the unfinished spiral shuriken, the area-clearing thousand-thread strangulation, or the deceptive puppet body flicker, paired with explosive substitutes, had all formed a coherent system. It seemed there were no shortcomings. However, a fundamental and practical bottleneck was increasingly evident: carrying capacity. He focused his thoughts, chakra threads spraying from his fingertips, connecting to the 10 pursuers scattered not far away. As his thoughts flowed, 10 iron puppets, each the size of a handball, buzzed into the air, swirling and interweaving around him at high speed, forming an impenetrable defensive formation, or darting forward in an instant, the three-edged steel spikes poised to strike. Qianshi manipulated them with great precision. He could even envision the terrifying scene that would ensue if he could control dozens or even hundreds of pursuers simultaneously, unleashing a chaotic dance of puppets. But his thoughts halted there. The largest ninja tool pouch at his waist could only hold 10 pursuers, which was already the limit. Additionally, he needed to carry kunai, a large number of shuriken, several explosive substitutes, and various crucial supplies. The burden and space limitations severely restricted the sustainability and diversity of his combat power. With every mission, he had to meticulously calculate the consumption of ninja tools, unable to unleash his full capabilities. The capacity of his backpack and ninja tool pouch had invisibly shackled his strength. He needed to resolve this as soon as possible. In his memory, there existed a perfect solution in the ninja world: the sealing scroll. Having recovered most of his chakra, he stood up, brushed off the dust, put on his uniform, carefully secured his ninja tool pouch, and made his way to the resource exchange center in the village. The resource center was dimly lit, permeated with the scent of old scrolls and special ink. Behind the counter, a stern-looking middle-aged ninja was focused on checking a list. "Excuse me, I would like to inquire about the exchange matters," Qianshi spoke calmly. The person in charge looked up, glancing over his brown vest, and responded in a business-like tone, "Jinin. What would you like to exchange for? Ninjutsu or puppet techniques require a task record to be reviewed. I'm not exchanging for ninjutsu. I want to know the conditions for exchanging the sealing technique, specifically the production and usage methods of sealing scrolls." Qianshi's voice remained steady, revealing no urgency. A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of the person in charge. It was rare for a genin to show interest in this. He pulled out another thick book, his finger tracing the entries: sealing technique, basic sealing, and unsealing scroll production and application. Exchange condition: 200,000 Rio. No task level requirements. 200,000 Rio was not a small sum, equivalent to the net income of a top-tier rank mission. Yet Qianshi hesitated not at all, directly retrieving the cash he had prepared in advance, neatly stacking it on the counter. Thick bundles of banknotes exuded the scent of ink. "This will do." The person in charge once again scrutinized the boy before him, confirming the money was in order, and said nothing further. He turned and retrieved an old but well-preserved scroll from a secure cabinet behind him, handing it over. "The scroll must not be copied or disseminated. The record has been registered." Qianshi took the scroll, feeling the special treated leather texture, the surface inscribed with a complex technique name. He nodded slightly, carefully placing it into his ninja tool pouch, and turned to leave quickly, heading towards the hospital laboratory. Qianshi moved swiftly, heading straight into the independent laboratory deep within the Cheyenne Village Hospital. He turned back and locked the door, completely isolating himself from the surrounding noise. Inside the laboratory, only the mixed scents of various instruments, medicinal herbs, and scrolls lingered, coupled with an absolute silence characteristic of a researcher. He did not rush to begin his research immediately. Instead, he first calmed his mind and briefly addressed his slightly fatigued body due to intense training and activating the Red Lotus, ensuring he was in the best state for learning. Only then did Qianshi sit down before the experiment table, carefully unfurling the sealing technique scroll he had exchanged for. The content of the scroll was not as vast and obscure as he had imagined, but rather exuded a simple and practical style. Its core revolves around two basic techniques: the sealing technique, used to encapsulate items, and the unsealing technique, used to retrieve them. To create a sealing scroll essentially involves pre-drawing these two techniques on a specially crafted blank scroll with a certain level of chakra conductivity, forming a stable interface and spatial anchor point. The true consumption occurs during the usage process, at the moment the item is sealed inside. According to the scroll, the amount of chakra required during sealing is directly related to two factors: the volume of the item being sealed, including its physical size, and the energy it contains, and the size and material of the sealing scroll itself, which provides spatial stability. The larger the scroll and the better the material, the more stable the space it can carry seems to be. However, correspondingly more chakra must be injected during sealing to open and stabilize this temporary space. As for unsealing and retrieving the item, the chakra consumption is minimal, almost negligible. Theoretically, as long as the sealer's chakra is sufficiently massive and the materials used for making the scroll are of high quality, a single scroll seems capable of sealing an almost infinite number of items. However, this is merely theoretical. In actual practice, the material of the scroll and the precision of the drawn techniques determine its carrying capacity, and forcibly exceeding the limit will result in the scroll exploding. Calm the breath. Under a highly concentrated mindset, the complex patterns and principles on the scroll were rapidly analyzed, understood, and memorized. In just a short afternoon, the structures of the two basic techniques, the key nodes of chakra flow, and all the subtle details to pay attention to during drawing were fully comprehended. Practice is the only standard to test truth. He took out a standard blank scroll from the drawer of the experiment table, slightly longer than a conventional task scroll, a common size for creating sealing scrolls, and picked up a chakra-guided ink pen specifically designed for drawing techniques. Qianshi took a deep breath, the pen tip gathering a thread of chakra mixed with special ink, and steadily touched it to the scroll. The process of drawing the sealing and unsealing techniques felt more like an ultimate test of chakra manipulation. Each stroke and turn of the pen required stable and precise chakra injection with no room for error. For Qianshi, who could manipulate chakra threads with finesse, even controlling nearly 100 threads simultaneously for different operations, this was not a difficult task. The entire process flowed smoothly without any hiccups. A brand new sealing scroll shimmering with a faint chakra glow was completed. Next came the testing. He took out an ordinary shuriken and placed it in the center of the newly crafted scroll. With both hands on the technique initiation points at either end of the scroll, he injected chakra into the sealing technique according to the scroll's instructions. Buzz! The technique on the scroll emitted a faint light, and the shuriken in his hand seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, instantly transforming into a subtle stream of light, which was sucked into the scroll. On the surface of the scroll, a small black mark representing the shuriken appeared. The consumption is almost imperceptible. Qianshi carefully sensed the chakra consumption, just now finding it negligible. Success! But this was just the beginning. He injected a small amount of chakra again to activate the unsealing technique, and the shuriken reappeared in its original position. Then he began attempting to increase the quantity. He injected chakra into the scroll once more, this time aiming to seal not 1, but 10 shuriken. This time he could clearly feel the loss of chakra, but it was still easy, roughly equivalent to releasing a wind release wind cutter technique once. 10 parallel small marks appeared on the scroll. 100 shuriken. The consumption increased to about the amount used for a single wind cutter technique. The marks on the scroll deepened. 300 shuriken. This time he could clearly feel the continuous output of chakra, with the final consumption approaching the total amount of 3 wind cutter techniques. The shuriken mark at the center of the scroll appeared almost tangible, yet the scroll itself remained stable. Indeed, as the quantity increases, the consumption also increases, but it remains within an acceptable. The key is the carrying capacity of the scroll itself. Qianshi looked at the scroll that had contained 300 shuriken and was only slightly warm, feeling confident. Now let's test something larger. Qianshi took out a new blank scroll again and drew the techniques. This time the target for sealing is a pursuer. He placed a fist-sized iron puppet in the center of the scroll and injected chakra. Buzz! A flash of light, and the pursuer was successfully sealed. The amount of chakra consumed was clearly more than when sealing the shuriken. A mark resembling a fist-sized ball appeared on the scroll. The sealing consumption for a single pursuer is slightly higher than that for a shuriken. Is it due to its more complex structure, the initial chakra contained used to activate and launch the steel spikes, and the metallic material leading to a greater sense of volume? He continued testing. Objective: to continuously seal pursuers. The chakra consumed for 10 pursuers was still not high. 30, and the consumption continued to increase. 50. When the 50th pursuer was successfully sealed into the same scroll, Qianshi felt that nearly 1/3 of his chakra had been expended. The mark of the puppet at the center of the standard size scroll became increasingly clear and profound, and even the scroll itself slightly bulged, emitting chakra fluctuations that became somewhat unstable. It seems this is the approximate limit of this standard scroll for sealing items of this size. 50 pursuers, a considerable consumption, but worth it. Qianshi envisioned the scene of instantly throwing this scroll in battle, unsealing, and releasing a storm of 50 pursuers. Next, the self-destructors will be tested. Due to the embedded detonation talisman slots within the self-destructor, its mass perception is greater than that of the pursuers, and the chakra consumed to seal a single unit is also higher. Qianshi estimated that a standard scroll could stabilize the sealing of 6 to 8 self-destructors. He ultimately decided to create a scroll sealing 6 self-destructors for emergencies. The cost includes several failed or overused scrolls that were scrapped on the experimental table, and his inventory of ninja tools was almost depleted. The problem was clear, and the solution was at hand. What was now needed was a large quantity of raw materials. Qianshi wasted no time and immediately left the laboratory. First, he went to the ninja tool shop in the village, nearly emptying all the standard blank scrolls and chakra ink pens in stock, and ordered a large quantity of iron sheets, springs, mechanisms, triangular steel spikes, and detonation talismans needed for crafting pursuers and self-destructors. This expenditure was substantial, but compared to the impending enhancement in combat power, it was entirely worth it. Qianshi left the ninja tool shop carrying a large box filled with purchase supplies. He did not return to the hospital laboratory as the space and confidentiality there were insufficient for the upcoming large-scale production. The destination was the dilapidated stone house. It was quieter, more private, and more suitable for the production of the pursuers and the work of sealing a large number of pursuers. He would first utilize the night to fully produce new puppets, and then in the stone house he would engage in daily extreme control training while gradually sealing the completed puppets in his specially made scrolls. Over the course of 5 days in that inconspicuous stone house, Qianshi worked almost non-stop at high. Finally, when the last piece of iron sheet was successfully shaped and the last pursuer was sealed into a scroll, the work was declared finished. In the center of the stone house lay neatly arranged all the results of these days. The most eye-catching were 2 specially made scrolls, each 1 meter long. The material was thick and the surface showed obvious chakra fluctuations, each sealing exactly 100 pursuers. These 2 scrolls would be the main force in future battles. Next to them was a standard-sized sealing scroll securely containing 6 self-destructors, 3 standard types, and 3 fully equipped types capable of holding 5 detonation talismans. 4 standard sealing scrolls, each containing 300 shuriken. Another slightly smaller scroll held 1 scroll required additional stabilization techniques, specially used for storing detonation talismans, containing a total of 100 talismans, ensuring their energies would not interfere with each other or accidentally activate. 5 remarkably spacious miscellaneous scrolls served as a guarantee for survival. Inside they were categorized and sealed military food pills enough for 3 months of high-intensity consumption, dried rations, and jerky, clean water sealed, in specially made water pouches, a medical kit containing a large supply of bandages, disinfectants, and antidotes, spare clothing, a tent, lighting equipment, flint ropes, and everything else Qianshi could think of for outdoor survival and long-term combat. Each scroll was packed to the brim. Lastly, there were several special scrolls. What was sealed inside were no longer ninja tools or supplies, but rather the crystallization of effort, detailed theories of self-created ninjutsu, training insights, complete concepts of the 9 channels, extreme method research notes on the spiral ball, and the essence of wind nature transformations. These scrolls, originally scattered throughout the stone house and laboratory, were now centralized, organized, and stored properly. With all the scrolls completed, the next step was to optimize the carrying method. Qianshi bought a leather scroll bag, tied it around his waist snug against his ribs, making it extremely convenient to access. Inside he layered the 4 shuriken scrolls, kunai scroll, detonation talisman scroll, self-destructor scroll, and the most important, knowledge scroll. The scroll bag itself was designed not to impede arm movement or body agility. The 2 long scrolls, each sealing 200 pursuers, were secured side by side at the back of his waist with sturdy leather straps. Although it looked somewhat awkward in practical tests, its weight was nearly negligible, and positioned at the lower back, it did not affect any body technique movements. The once bulging backpack was now much lighter. It contained only a wooden stake for the substitution technique and a standard self-destructor for emergencies, ready for immediate use without the need for unsealing. The freed space could flexibly accommodate 1 or 2 miscellaneous scrolls, depending on the task situation. The ninja tool pouch at his waist was still retained, but had been streamlined. Inside were 4 kunai, 20 shuriken, a dozen detonation talismans, a small box with 10 military food pills, and a basic emergency medical kit containing hemostatic bandages, alcohol, and antidotes. These were the most commonly used consumables that needed to be accessed instantly. Qianshi stood in the center of the stone house, reorganizing his equipment. An unprecedented sense of fulfillment and control surged within him. The fear of insufficient firepower had been temporarily alleviated. From now on, there was no need to meticulously count every shuriken or every detonation talisman used. The hall of the task center is always filled with an odd scent, a blend of aged scrolls and sweat. Qianshi stands in front of the mission bulletin board, quickly scanning through a row of scroll labels. Level missions. His gaze skips over the time-consuming bodyguard tasks, escorting merchant caravans and important figures which could take weeks or even a month. The time cost is too high, yet the return rate is fixed. What is needed now are relatively quick missions with decent rewards capable of maximizing the advantages of new reserves, eliminating bandit hideouts, and clearing specific areas of dangerous creatures. These seem more appropriate. His fingertips lingered on a mission scroll label indicating the extermination of a sand fox den in the west, which had been frequently attacking miners, offering a reward of 40,000 Rio and an estimated duration of 3 days. Just as he was about to take down this mission scroll, a somewhat familiar voice came from behind. Qianshi. Turning around, he saw Xiaoyang with short black hair tied into a small braid at the back, the scar on his left cheek, making his face appear older than his actual age. This Chunin had previously executed a level rescue mission together, having witnessed how seemingly inconspicuous gadgets could obliterate a Chunin. Senior Xiaoyang. Qianshi nodded slightly, his tone emotionless. His gaze quickly swept over Xiaoyang's attire, standard ninja gear in good condition, as if he were ready for a mission. Here to check out missions. Xiaoyang took a few steps closer and glanced at the bulletin board. Level. Seems a bit beneath you. His words were devoid of mockery, more akin to stating a fact. After the last mission, his evaluation of this young genin was remarkably high. I need funds. Qianshi replied succinctly, providing no further explanation. Xiaoyang seemed to think of something and stroked his chin. Just so happens our team has taken on a level mission and needs one more person. Reconnaissance and escort to a rendezvous point at the border of the Land of Fire to retrieve something. He paused, observing Qianshi's expression. His face revealed little, only silently listening. The team leader is jeffing along with me and 2 other Chunin. We were originally short 1 person and were troubled about where to find a reliable candidate. What do you think? Interested. The reward is based on level, and the expected mission duration will not exceed 10 days. The Land of Fire. The rendezvous point. Several words flashed through Qianshi's mind: espionage, intelligence, risk. A level mission with the potential for ninja confrontations. The reward would be at least 80,000 Rio, far exceeding that of a level mission. And considering the timing. The Land of Fire. Risk level. Intelligence indicates that there may be small hostile forces active in the area, but the rendezvous point itself is concealed. The main risks lie in the journey and the moment of handover. Xiaoyang answered succinctly. Jeffing is quite powerful and the team composition is strong. I believe your abilities, especially that. Area control and handling unexpected situations, would be a good fit. I need to know the team's specific composition and the mission briefing details. Of course, Jeffing is in the inner chamber reviewing the mission details. Xiaoyang stepped aside, pointing to a row of stone rooms on the inner side of the hall. If he finds no issues, you can join. I mentioned your performance in the last mission to him, and he showed some interest. Qianshi silently nodded, keeping pace with Xiaoyang. He quickly contemplated a jonin, leading the team manageable risks. Level rewards could solve immediate financial needs and support his cultivation expenses for a while. The destination is the Land of Fire, providing opportunities. But all of this hinges on the approval of the leading jonin. Inside the stone room, a man appearing to be around 30 is focused on a scroll. He wears the standard sand-hidden jonin vest, his light brown hair cut very short, with strong facial features and sharp eyes emanating an aura of experience and finely tuned chakra. Lord Jeffeng, Xiaoyang respectfully spoke. I brought the person. This is Qianshi, the genin I mentioned some time ago. Jeffeng looked up, his gaze like a tangible force swiftly sweeping over Qianshi from head to toe. His eyes lingered briefly on the slightly oversized but meticulously arranged clothing, the 2 long scrolls secured at the lower back, the specialized scroll pouch at his side, and the standard ninja tool pouch. This manner of carrying is quite rare. Qianshi. Jifeng's voice was deep and powerful as he picked up another scroll nearby. Xiaoyang recommended you. He also checked your mission records. 9 years old genin, long-term medical assistance tasks executed. Completed 1 level escort, 1 level rescue, and 1 level escort, all rated very highly. He read through the records, independently killed 1 Chunin, assisted in the capture of 2 Chunin and several genin, and independently annihilated a group of rogue ninjas, including 1 Chunin. Jutsu records: wind release, great breakthrough, wind release, wind cutter, tool, manipulation, ninjutsu, explosive tag usage, and unregistered area, wind release, ninjutsu. Jifeng's gaze lifted again, scrutinizing. What is this unregistered ninjutsu? Self-developed wind release, integrating chakra line technique with wind attribute nature transformation. Still pending naming and reporting processes, Qianshi replied quickly. Jeffeng stared at him for a few seconds, his gaze enough to make an ordinary genin sweat with anxiety. Yet Qianshi merely stared back silently, his breathing rate unaffected. Chakra control ability and medical knowledge, according to Nishiya's report, have also reached a considerable level. Jeffeng set down the scroll, tapping the table with his finger. Xiaoyang says your combat ability far exceeds that of a Jinin, even surpassing some Chunin. What do you think? I only strive to complete missions to the best of my ability. Qianshi avoided a direct evaluation of his strength, providing a more cautious response. Jiefeng seemed to hum softly, almost imperceptibly, leaving it uncertain whether it was in satisfaction or dissatisfaction. He picked up the level mission scroll on the table and tossed it over. Mission objective: proceed to the border of the Land of Fire at the rendezvous point codenamed Dead, would receive a confidential letter sent from Konoha and escort it back. The code phrase for the meeting is included within the scroll. The expected round-trip time is 8 days. Intelligence indicates there may be small groups of Amigakure or Kusagakure operatives prowling the border area. However, the safety assessment of the rendezvous point is high. Team composition: I Xiaoyang, the Chunin Rongi, the Chunin Makino, the Chunin, and you. Lai Feng leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. What we need are individuals who can absolutely follow orders, won't lag behind, and can protect themselves, or even assist their teammates in critical moments. Xiaoyang said you can do it. I usually don't believe extraordinary evaluations, but your mission record is solid. Tell me, Qianshi, why do you think you are capable of handling this rank mission alongside Jonin and Chunin? Qianshi did not respond immediately. He quickly read the brief content on the scroll, then raised his head, gazing directly at Lai Feng. I possess ample medical knowledge to handle potential injuries among team members along the way. I have mastered various wind release techniques, encompassing long-range strikes, area control, and precise assassinations. The ninja tools and puppets I carry are sufficient to deal with multiple enemies or create opportunities for escape. My physical fitness and endurance have undergone rigorous training, ensuring I won't slow down the team's pace. Lastly, he paused, I will absolutely follow orders. There was no exaggeration, everything except the last point was based on fact. The stone chamber fell silent with only the faint sounds of commotion from the outer hall. Xiaoyang stood to the side, looking at Lai Feng with a hint of nervousness. Lai Feng's gaze swept over the two prominent scrolls at his lower back. Inside them were definitely not ordinary ninja tools. Regarding those puppets of yours, Lai Feng finally spoke again, his voice still low. Will their use affect teammates? They are controllable. When needed, they can independently conduct flanking strikes or rear operations, Qianshi replied. Another brief silence followed. Good. Lai Feng leaned back. The mission reward will be according to rank standards and distributed based on final assessment. Preparation time is 1 hour. 1 hour later, gather at the village entrance. Being late will be considered a forfeiture. Understood, Qianshi replied briskly without any hesitation or unnecessary words. Go prepare. Lai Feng waved his hand, his attention already returning to other documents on the table. Xiaoyang sighed in relief, exchanging a glance that indicated it was time to leave. Qianshi slightly bowed, turning to exit the stone chamber, his steps steady. In his mind, he began listing the preparation tasks for the next hour. Checking the sealing status of all scrolls, replenishing consumables in the ninja tool pack, extracting high-energy food and clean water from the comprehensive supply scroll to carry with him, confirming the stability of the 9 locks extreme method. Xiaoyang followed him out, patting his shoulder. Great. I knew Lord Lai Feng would agree. Hurry up and prepare. See you at the village entrance in an hour. With Lord Lai Feng on this mission, the safety is quite high and it might be easy to handle. Qianshi merely nodded, not responding to this optimism. Any mission that requires leaving the village and stepping into potentially hostile territory is never absolutely safe. Rank missions are expected to involve ninja confrontations. He did not return to the stone chamber, but headed straight to the village supply store, spending his last bit of money to replenish some basic supplies, stuffing his ninja tool pack full. After completing all this, he reorganized his gear and walked towards the village entrance. When Qianshi arrived, the gathering point was still empty. He found a wind-sheltered rock wall to sit against, closing his eyes to focus. Before long, a rapid sound of footsteps pierced through the sound of the wind and sand. Xiaoyang arrived first, followed by 2 unfamiliar ninjas. One of them was tall and thin with an ordinary face, but his sharp eyes were constantly scanning the surroundings, clearly a sensing type, Chunin, named Makino. The other was robust, carrying a broad-bladed short knife on his back, his expression calm, and was a Chunin named Ryuichi. You arrived really early, Xiaoyang greeted. Qianshi slightly nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze lingering briefly on the 2 Chunin as a form of greeting. Ryuichi and Makino also looked at Qianshi, their eyes carrying a hint of scrutiny, but they quickly looked away, adjusting their own states quietly. Almost in the next moment, a strong chakra aura abruptly approached. The figure of Jonin Lai Feng appeared before them like a ghost without any warning. Everyone is here. Lai Feng's gaze swept over the 4. We'll discuss the mission briefing on the way. Maintain formation and move forward at full speed. Makino, conduct a fan-shaped reconnaissance 1 kilometer ahead. Ryuichi, take the rear. Xiaoyang, left flank. Qianshi, right flank. Keep up. The command was concise. As soon as the words left his mouth, the group shot out like arrows released from their bows, heading straight for the northeastern border. The four figures maintained the formation specified by Lai Feng, closely following the rapidly advancing figure. The wind howled past their ears, and the sandy ground quickly slipped away beneath them. They moved at an exceptionally fast speed, far exceeding the usual pace of ordinary genin or even chunin. Lai Feng clearly did not slow down because there was a genin among them. Qianshi steadily followed behind Shaoyang, his breathing rhythm unperturbed. After nearly half a day's travel, they crossed the desolate border of the Land of Wind, and had yet to encounter any sand bandits or large dangerous creatures. Even the most common sand wolf pack had avoided them. As they entered the borders of the Fire Nation, the terrain gradually transformed, with gravel giving way to soil and trees and sparse vegetation beginning to emerge. The air was no longer as arid, carrying a hint of moisture and the scent of grass and wood. In a concealed valley approximately 3 kilometers from the target location, Lai Feng raised his right hand and clenched his fist. The team immediately halted, each member taking up advantageous positions, silently alert to their surroundings. Mu Yi, Lai Feng whispered. In his perception ninja Mu, he instantly knelt on one knee, pressing his hands to the ground and closing his eyes. An invisible wave of chakra emanated from him, meticulously probing the area ahead. As time ticked by, only the subtle sound of wind brushing against the rocks remained in the valley. The others maintained absolute silence. After a few minutes, Mu Yi opened his eyes and shook his head. No abnormal chakra responses detected within 3 kilometers ahead. The life signs near the target point are weak. Only a few small animals are present. Lai Feng frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. Long Yi Qianshi, proceed to the target point to retrieve the item. Mu Yi, Shaoyang, stay here on standby, maintain vigilance, and be ready to assist at any moment. Understood, the group responded in low voices. 3 figures darted out once more, moving slightly slower than before, placing greater emphasis on stealth. Lai Feng led the way, Long Yi followed, and Qianshi positioned himself in the center, gliding between the trees and rocks like 3 phantoms. As they approached the designated location marked on the map, a sense of incongruity grew increasingly vivid. Qianshi instinctively adjusted his breathing rhythm. First activation, tranquil breath, activate. The world within Qianshi's perception suddenly became much clearer. The wind carried distant information, the rustling of foliage, the movement of insects beneath the soil, the faint babbling of streams in the distance, and a trace of chakra residue infused with a sharp malice, extremely faint and nearly dissipated in the environment. It was so faint that had it not been for his heightened perception in the tranquil state, Qianshi would have absolutely never sensed it. His footsteps did not falter, but his muscles tensed silently as he pulled out a substitute wooden figure and casually tossed it nearby. Quietly, he shifted his position to shield the 2 behind him. Lai Feng glanced at Qianshi, but said nothing further. Ahead lay a clearing in the woods, at the center of which stood a massive tree stump, long since dead, with a concealed crevice at its center, just as they had planned for the storage point. Lai Feng signaled, and the 3 approached in a triangular formation. Lai Feng himself moved towards the stump, Long Yi keeping watch on the left, and Qianshi at the rear, with his peripheral vision and heightened perception firmly locking onto the stump and every inch of the surrounding space. Just as Lai Feng's hand was about to touch the crevice of the stump, a chilling sense of danger pierced Qianshi's mind like a steel needle. His spiritual senses went into overdrive. There's a problem. His voice was kept low but clear enough for the other 2 to hear. Almost simultaneously with his warning, he activated the pre-prepared substitution technique. Bang! A soft sound echoed as an ordinary substitute wooden figure was left behind. His real body instantly reappeared at the spot where he had just thrown the substitute. Boom! A violent explosion erupted from the tree stump. Scorching flames and shockwaves swept outward, carrying debris and soil in a frenzied torrent. Lai Feng and Long Yi reacted swiftly, retreating sharply the moment they heard the warning and the soft sound of the substitution technique, narrowly avoiding the core of the explosion, although they were left quite disheveled by the force of the shockwave. However, the assault was not over. Whoosh! Almost at the same moment, Qianshi utilized the substitution technique to change positions. A flurry of shuriken and kunai shot in from 2 different directions, sealing off all avenues for evasion. Clearly, they had seen Qianshi's earlier action of throwing the substitute. His pupils contracted, leaving no time to think. His body instinctively reacted. Chakra threads shot out instantly, coiling around a thick branch overhead, and he yanked hard. Puppet instantaneous technique. Qianshi's body moved in an uncanny manner, slipping through the gaps of the incoming ninja tools, as if controlled by invisible strings, landing smoothly on the other side. Before he could steady his footing, 2 figures immediately closed in like a shadow. One struck with a powerful punch, heavy footsteps aimed directly at his face, another executed swift kicks aimed at his legs. Their coordination was impeccable. The assault came like a torrential storm, leaving no room for seals or the use of ninja tools. Such speed, such powerful taijutsu. They were definitely experienced chunin. Despite the brilliance of the puppet instantaneous technique under the reckless and frenzied attacks from the two chunin, Qianshi was instantly thrown into a state of extreme passivity. He could only rely on the bizarre changes brought by continuously using the instantaneous technique to evade and block, feeling a persistent soreness and numbness in his arms and calves with each collision. The opponent's attacks were deadly with every strike. Qianshi had no chance to form seals, not even a fleeting moment to summon pursuers or self-detonators from his scrolls. The rhythm of their attacks was simply too fast and too dense, as if everything had already been calculated. This won't do. Any slip in evasion could lead to severe injury or even death. A glimmer of resolution flashed in his eyes. Just as he forcefully blocked a heavy straight punch with his arm, using the momentum to slide back, and while his calf deflected a fierce horizontal kick, taking advantage of that brief, less than half a second of leverage, his breathing rhythm suddenly changed. Among the 9 core nodes within him, the second node suddenly lit up. Second activation, Crimson Lotus, activate. A surge of scorching power exploded from the depths of his body, coursing through his limbs. A layer of abnormal pale red emerged on the surface of his skin, body temperature rapidly rising, and white vapor gently wafted from his pores. His arms and calves, previously feeling sore and numb, were now filled with explosive power, and his reaction speed had elevated to another level. The next wave of combined attacks from the two chunin was already upon him, fists and feet carrying terrifying force, a formidable onslaught. But this time Qianshi did not evade. His right leg forcefully pushed off the ground, causing a slight tremor beneath his feet, and instead of retreating, he surged forward, cutting through the tiny gap between the two attackers with nearly double the speed of before. His hands were enveloped in highly concentrated chakra, forming surgical blades, which he swung like lightning to deflect the incoming heavy punches, his right hand accompanied by a sharp slicing sound aimed directly at the knee of the other person's sweeping leg. Bang! Crack! 2 muffled sounds almost simultaneously echoed. The tide of battle instantly reversed. The Konoha chunin struck in the knee, let out a muffled groan, his face instantly paling as his right leg buckled, nearly causing him to collapse onto the ground. The chakra scalpel precisely severed the crucial meridians in his leg, the intense pain causing him to lose a significant portion of his mobility instantly. Another chunin witnessing this narrowed his pupils, unhesitatingly grasping the collar of his injured comrade, exerting force to swiftly retreat backward, attempting to create distance and form hand seals. However, at the very moment their bodies began to move, Qianshi, in a state of calm, had already predicted their intentions. Almost simultaneously with the opponent's retreat, his hands had completed several simple hand seals. Wind release, dance of chaos. A violent whirlwind suddenly erupted from his mouth, not aimed directly at the enemy's body, but precisely striking the ground along the retreat path of the two chunin. Boom! Dust, debris, and broken grass were violently swept up, forming a barrier that obstructed their line of sight, further disrupting the retreat rhythm and balance of the two. The injured chunin, already staggering, was nearly knocked to the ground by the sudden wind release. The other chunin was also forced to slow his pace, stabilizing himself. That brief disruption was already enough. With the momentum of the wind release, nearly 20 shurikens shot out in peculiar arcing trajectories, not aimed directly at vital points, but sealing off any potential escape routes and hand seal space for the two. The expressions of the two chunin changed drastically, having no choice but to swing their kunai to block the flying shurikens. The clanking sound echoed incessantly. Their attention was entirely drawn to the obvious shurikens, yet they remained oblivious to the nearly transparent wind-cutting lines trailing from each shuriken. As the shurikens danced through the air, these strands of wind had already silently woven into a death net around the two. At the very moment the last shuriken was deflected, Qianshi suddenly yanked back. Line-binding kill. The sharp cutting sounds of countless fine lines erupted suddenly. Those invisible wind blades tensed up and swiftly constricted inward, strangling the target. The faces of the two chunin turned pale instantly. The deadly sense of crisis made their scalps tingle. Relying on their combat instincts, they barely managed to execute the body replacement technique almost simultaneously. Bang! Bang! The two replacement logs were suddenly tightened by the sharp lines, instantly sliced into several segments, scattering across the ground. The real bodies of the two chunin appeared a few meters away, one to the left and one to the right. Although they avoided the deadly strangulation using the body replacement technique in the hurried moment, they still failed to dodge all the lines completely. The unharmed chunin had a long cut along his cheek, with several shallow gashes on his arm. The chunin with the injured leg fared worse, as several more wounds appeared on his back, and his other uninjured leg, blood quickly soaking his clothing. Now is the time. With his perception heightened in the calm state the moment the two executed their body replacement technique and chakra fluctuations appeared, Qianshi had already locked onto their landing points. The ground beneath him exploded into a small crater. The explosive force in the Red Lotus state propelled his body like a cannonball, targeting the heavily injured Chunin, who was the most incapacitated. His right hand had been raised without him noticing, and the Rasengan formed instantly in his palm. The heavily injured Chunin had just appeared, and before he could even comprehend the situation before him, he only saw a pale blue, rapidly spinning sphere of light quickly enlarging in front of him. His eyes were instantly filled with boundless fear, and he could only let out a brief scream. Boom! The Rasengan smashed solidly into his chest. The terrifying rotational tearing force erupted instantly. The Chunin's chest visibly caved, and the sound of shattering bones was chilling. The man was sent flying backward as if struck by tremendous force, crashing into a tree before finally collapsing to the ground, his chest a bloody mess, clearly unable to survive. One strike to take down the enemy. Qianshi showed no signs of stopping, not even glancing at the fate of the Chunin. As the Rasengan struck its target, the chakra line shot out again, wrapping around a nearby branch. Puppet instant technique. His body moved in a strange zigzag trajectory, almost skimming the ground, instantly closing in on the other Chunin, who had just steadied himself and bore an expression of shock and anger. Seeing his companion die instantly, and witnessing the opponent approach in this unbelievable manner, the Chunin was horrified, but survival instincts compelled him to swing his kunai to counter. Clang! Clang! Kunai clashed rapidly, sending forth a cascade of sparks. This Chunin's taijutsu was indeed solid, despite his fear, he still struck fiercely. However, Qianshi in the Red Lotus state completely overwhelmed him in speed, strength, and reaction. After just 3 moves, he seized upon a slight opening, the gap exposed in the opponent's right arm due to blocking. Qianshi's left hand shot up like lightning, deflecting the kunai aimed at him, while his right kunai struck like a venomous snake, directly targeting the opponent's throat. The Chunin's pupils contracted sharply, desperately trying to lean back to evade, but the speed was too fast. The cold tip of the kunai rapidly enlarged in his sight. The sharp kunai pierced directly through his throat. With a twist of the wrist, he swiftly withdrew the kunai. Warm blood gushed forth. The Chunin's body stiffened, the light in his eyes rapidly dimmed. Clutching his throat, he staggered 2 steps before collapsing heavily to the ground, twitching a few times before becoming motionless. In just a matter of seconds, the 2 experienced Chunin were completely slain. Qianshi stood in place, breathing slightly heavier. The faint red hue on his skin gradually faded, and the white vapor surrounding him slowly dissipated. As the state of second activation Red Lotus was lifted, a strong sense of exhaustion surged, but he forcibly suppressed it. Glancing over the 2 corpses, he felt little emotional fluctuation. He quickly crouched down, rifling through the 2 bodies, finding some change, a few spare shurikens, 2 explosive tags, and a small scroll marked with the Konoha signal. After swiftly collecting these spoils, he tossed a soldier pill into his mouth. As the pill dissolved, a warm energy slowly replenished his depleted stamina and chakra, somewhat alleviating the feeling of exhaustion brought on by the Red Lotus state. Having completed all this, Qianshi raised his head, directing his gaze towards the direction of Raging Wind and Longi. The battle over there also seemed to be nearing its conclusion, with the air thick with the strong scent of blood and lingering chakra fluctuations. The situation is more complex than expected. While Lai Feng and Long Yi have the upper hand, they are not completely suppressing their opponents. 3 Konoha ninjas remain in combat, one of whom appears to be a leading jonin with considerable strength, engaging in fierce combat. With Lai Feng, the other 2 Chunin are working together seamlessly in an attempt to restrain Long Yi. Sha Yang and Mu Yi have joined the fray, with Mu Yi constantly moving around using shurikens and kunai for ranged harassment, while occasionally alerting teammates to the opponent's chakra flow and intentions. Sha Yang is cooperating with Long Yi to counter those 2 Konoha Chunin, resulting in an exceptionally intense battle. Lai Feng's left leg shows signs of stiffness, having been cut open, blood soaking a portion of his clothing, yet his offense remains fierce, effortlessly utilizing wind release ninjutsu, forcing the Konoha jonin to struggle to break through. Long Yi and Sha Yang have also sustained a few new injuries, but they are not severe. The 2 have firmly suppressed the 2 opposing Chunin. Qianshi did not hesitate, his figure flickering like a ghost, as he entered the battlefield, targeting the 2 restrained Chunin. In a burst of speed, he had already drawn several shurikens from his ninja tool pouch. Noticing his arrival, Long Yi and Sha Yang felt a surge of energy intensifying their assault. The 2 Konoha Chunin suddenly felt an increase in pressure. Seizing the moment when one of them blocked Sha Yang's fierce slash with a short blade, Qianshi subtly moved his fingers, silently launching 2 shurikens, their trajectories cunningly aimed at the opponent's rib and behind the knee. The Chunin sensed danger, but could not fully evade in time. With a soft thud, one shuriken embedded deeply into his thigh's rear, eliciting a scream as his body swayed. Long E seized the opportunity, shouting fiercely, the broad blade of his short sword slashing horizontally with the sound of wind cutting through the air. Crack! The sound of shattered bones echoed as the Chunin was bisected, blood splattering everywhere. The other Chunin witnessing this was mentally shaken, causing his movements to slow. Sha Liang would not let such an opportunity slip by. He thrust the kunai forward, precisely piercing the opponent's throat. Almost simultaneously, the outcome of the battle on Lai Feng's side was also determined. He took a hit from a side kick by the Konoha Jonin, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. But using that momentum, he closed in suddenly, his hands lightning fast, seizing the opponent's wrist, holding the sword, while he slammed his head fiercely into the opponent's face. Bang! The Konoha Jonin was knocked dizzy, blood pouring from his nose. Lai Feng showed no mercy, driving his knee with terrifying force into the opponent's abdomen. Ugh! The Konoha Jonin bent over in pain. Lai Feng released his grip, stepping back half a step, his hand seals completed. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Several invisible, yet sharp wind blades instantly generated, slicing through the Konoha Jonin's body. Blood splattered. The Jonin was left with several deep wounds, exposing bones, staggering a few steps, looking down at his injuries in disbelief, before collapsing heavily to the ground, his breath quickly fading. The battle concluded. Only 5 Sunagakure ninjas remained in the area, each catching their breath. Lai Feng pressed his injured left leg against a tree trunk, his face somewhat pale. Long E and Sha Liang were also tending to their wounds. Meanwhile, Mu Yi remained vigilant, continuing to sense the surroundings. Clear the scene quickly, Lai Feng ordered through gritted teeth. Mu Yi, along with Long E and Sha Liang, immediately sprang into action, dragging the Konoha ninjas' bodies to a concealed area, hastily covering up the blood and signs of battle. Mu Yi found a scroll box on the body of the Konoha Jonin. Lord Lai Feng, I found this, but I'm not sure if it's... Mu Yi handed the scroll box to Lai Feng. He took it, quickly examining the seal, his brow furrowing. The sealing technique is incorrect. This is not what we are looking for. It's a trap, or rather we've been misled. His expression turned exceptionally grim. That tree stump just exploded along with these ambushers. Konoha must have been prepared in advance. Their goal may not just be interception, but a counterattack against our small team. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yi's expression suddenly changed. He pressed his hands to the ground once more and looked up in alarm. Not good. In the northwest and southeast directions, at least 3 powerful chakras are rapidly approaching. Their speed is incredible, all at the Jonin level. They are less than 2 kilometers away. Everyone's hearts sank in an instant. 3 Jonin, and they had just gone through a fierce battle, all injured with their chakra severely depleted. Lai Feng's expression darkened to the point of dripping water. He glanced at his injured left leg, quickly surveying the 4 others present. Long E and Sha Liang were lightly injured, but exhausted. Mu Yi was a sensory type, with limited direct combat ability, and Qianshi, though impressive moments ago, was still young, with his condition unknown after continuous fighting. There was hardly any time to hesitate. Listen, Lai Feng's voice was resolute. The mission has changed. Highest priority, send any potential intelligence back to the village. We need to scatter and retreat now. His gaze first landed on Long E, Sha Liang, and Mu Yi. You 3 break through to the northeast. Create a commotion to draw the attention of the pursuers. This is an order, Lord Lai Feng. Long E said anxiously. Execute the order. Lai Feng growled low, then abruptly turned to Qianshi, pulling out a remarkably small object wrapped in special oil paper, swiftly stuffing it into Qianshi's hand. This was the real item obtained from the first exploded tree stump. Qianshi, you are the youngest and the smallest target. You will act alone and return to the village at the fastest speed. Deliver this to Lord Kazekage. Remember, unless absolutely safe, you must not look at the contents. Your task is to bring it back. Do you understand? Lai Feng's gaze was sharp, fixated on Qianshi. Qianshi tightened his grip on the oil paper package without any hesitation, nodding heavily. Understood. Go. Immediately. Now. Lai Feng roared, pushing Qianshi aside, while turning to face the direction of the pursuing enemy, drawing another kunai chakra, surging recklessly despite his injuries, clearly preparing to fight to the death. Long E, Sha Liang, and Mu Yi gritted their teeth, knowing this was the only way to potentially preserve the intelligence. They took a deep look at Lai Feng and turned to dash northeast, deliberately, creating a significant commotion. Qianshi took one last look at Lai Feng's resolute back, his body plunging into the dense underbrush, his breath instantly suppressed to the extreme, like a drop of water merging into the sea, rapidly heading towards Sunagakure. In the distance behind him, the sound of a violent explosion, the booming clash of ninjutsu, and angry shouts soon erupted. Clearly the fierce wind had engaged in battle with the pursuers. The sounds grew increasingly intense, but soon it seemed that Rongi and the others heading in another direction also encountered an ambush with battle sounds emanating from both directions. Qianshi ran at full speed, maintaining a moderate level of calmness, while slightly enhancing his perception, avoiding all possible threats, and sprinting madly towards the land of Kawa. After an unknown amount of time, the once intense sounds of battle behind him, especially from the direction of the fierce wind, suddenly erupted with an extremely intense explosion, far exceeding the previous sounds. After the explosion, all sounds from that direction abruptly ceased, plunging into silence. Qianshi hesitated for a moment, but did not turn back. Instead, he quickened his pace and disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. Just moments ago on that battlefield that had experienced a brief silence, the elite ninja of the fierce wind knelt on one knee, breathing heavily with several new gruesome wounds on his body, blood nearly completely staining his ninja vest. Surrounding him stood 3 elite ninjas from Konoha in a triangular formation, their expressions grim, exuding killing intent. Further away, the sounds created by Rongi, Seryu, and Makuya had faded, seemingly diverting some of the pursuers temporarily, yet it was evident that the primary pressure still rested solely on him. The 3 Konoha elite ninjas did not attack immediately. One of them coldly spoke, "Hand over the item, and he'll make it quick for you." The fierce wind spat out a mouthful of blood, laboriously lifting his head, revealing a hint of a mocking smile on his face. "You want the item? Come and take it." As he spoke, one hand seemed to weakly drop to his side, subtly reaching towards an inconspicuous ninja tool pouch at his waist, which bulged as if filled with something. The 3 Konoha elite ninjas exchanged glances, silently communicating, and slowly closed in. They were certain that the fierce wind was already at the end of his strength. Just as they stepped into a certain range, a desperate light suddenly erupted from the fierce wind's eyes. "Let's die together." He suddenly tore open the ninja tool pouch. Inside were densely packed, layered, exploding tags. And in his other hand, he had already activated those tags without anyone noticing. The faces of the 3 Konoha elite ninjas changed drastically instantly, using the body flicker technique. Boom! The deafening sound of the explosion resonated through the sky, and a massive fireball and shockwave consumed everything. The figure of the fierce wind was instantly engulfed by the flames, while the 3 Konoha elite ninjas who had attempted to rush forward to seize the intelligence or kill him were completely caught in this suicidal, frenzied explosion. Smoke and dust filled the air, debris flying everywhere. As everything gradually calmed down, only a charred pit remained, along with a partially mangled, unrecognizable blackened body. At the edge of the charred pit, the smoke had yet to completely disperse. The 3 Konoha elite ninjas appeared not far away, their breaths somewhat disordered. One of them knelt on the ground, coughing violently, his body a bloody mess, and his chakra fluctuations extremely weak, clearly injured severely from the violent blast. The other 2 were in slightly better condition, yet their clothes were tattered, bearing burns and scratches, their expressions terrifyingly grim. "A madman. A damn madman." The lesser injured elite ninja glared at the charred remains in the pit, gritting his teeth. He had not expected the opponent to be so resolute, choosing to perish in this manner. "Cough. The item must not be on him," the severely injured elite ninja said with difficulty, each word pulling at his wounds, causing painful spasms. "He was just stalling for time. Covering." The others ran away. The other lightly injured elite ninja interjected, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic battlefield in the direction where Rongi and the others had left. "This guy fought to the death to block us, surely to allow others to escape with the intelligence." The 3 fell silent for a moment. The severely injured elite ninja was clearly unable to continue the pursuit. "Yamajima, you stay behind to take care of Aoki and immediately return to Konoha to report the situation and request reinforcements." The lightly injured ninja, who seemed to be the leader, quickly made a decision, his gaze directed towards the direction Qianshi had left. Though he had not seen Qianshi leave with his own eyes, his senses told him that there had been a faint chakra fluctuation in that direction. Unlike the others who had created disturbances to escape, "I will pursue in the other direction. That chakra is weak, but its speed is not slow. It could be a small fish, but I cannot miss any clues. Be careful, N." The injured Aoki elite ninja reminded breathlessly. Uchiha N nodded, saying nothing more, his figure flashing as he shot towards the direction Qianshi had slipped away. His speed was extremely fast, far surpassing what he had shown during the previous battle, clearly indicating that he had not exerted his full strength before. In the dense forest, Qianshi had maintained his calmness and high intensity, running for an extended period, placing a tremendous burden on his mind and chakra. The feeling of exhaustion from the Crimson Lotus state had not fully dissipated, merely being forcibly suppressed. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful oppressive chakra rising like a signal fire in the distance behind him, rapidly approaching his location at an astonishing speed. "They're coming, and they're too fast." Qianshi's heart sank heavily. At the speed of a higher ninja, it wouldn't be long before they caught up. Given his current state, he could not escape by merely competing in speed. Once caught up, facing a fully functional Konoha elite ninja in an open area would mean certain death. I can't run. I must use the environment to create an opportunity. His thoughts raced rapidly while in a calm state, and he quickly made a decision. Rather than passively fleeing and eventually being caught and exhausted to death, he would take the initiative to set a trap and fight for a sliver of hope. His gaze quickly swept around, selecting an area of dense shrubbery with slightly uneven terrain. He stopped, his hands rapidly forming seals. Sealing technique release. The specially made scroll behind him unfolded with a sound, emitting a faint light, and 100 hand-sized, cheaply made puppets called chasers instantly appeared in the surrounding open space. Chakra surged rapidly, and controlling such a number of puppets even for a simple ambush setup instantly caused Qianshi's already dwindling chakra reserves to plummet to the bottom. His complexion turned slightly pale, but his movements showed no signs of hesitation. With fingers dancing gracefully, 100 delicate chakra threads precisely connected to each pursuer, controlling them to silently burrow into the surrounding bushes beneath fallen leaves on trees, and in the crevices of rocks, they cleverly concealed themselves, forming a death trap that spanned several dozen meters. The remaining 50 units lay in ambush around his main body, while Qianshi placed the self-destructing unit nearly 100 meters behind a rock, which was the farthest position he could sense with his chakra, and used the substitution technique. Then he formed seals once more. Shadow clone technique. A clone identical to his main body but slightly ethereal appeared beside him. This clone had no physical body and could not attack. It was merely a deceptive illusion. Qianshi controlled the clone to mimic his previous hiding posture, cautiously concealing himself behind a relatively hidden bush. The real killing move was the 100 pursuers, most of which were ambushed around the clone. Finally, he took a deep breath and formed seals once again. Transformation technique. With a flash of white smoke, an iron sphere appeared that looked similar to the other pursuers. It quickly rolled into a dense patch of grass not far from the clone's hiding spot, blending into the environment, its presence hidden as if it were merely a pre-placed puppet. The entire setup was completed in just over 10 seconds. Just as Qianshi disguised himself, the powerful chakra fluctuations had already approached within hundreds of meters. It's coming. Uchiha was swiftly moving between the trees, his Sharingan slowly rotating, keenly capturing the residual chakra traces and all unnatural signs in the air. The opponent's speed was slightly slower than he had anticipated, but the concealment technique was quite impressive, leaving very faint traces. Suddenly his gaze sharpened, locking onto a seemingly ordinary bush ahead. The inside of his Sharingan easily revealed the deliberate, yet not particularly clever flaw, a faint ripple of chakra. Found you. Die. Uchiha smirked coldly, yet his vigilance did not fully relax. The opponent's easy exposure could be a trap, but he had absolute confidence in his strength. Before absolute power, small tricks were merely futile. He didn't even need to get closer. From over 20 meters away from that bush, his hands had already completed the hand seals. Fire-style Great Dragon Fire technique. A gigantic roaring fire dragon was instantly generated, bringing with it searing heat as it charged directly towards the bush where the clone was hiding. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, flames soared skyward, and that patch of bushes along with the surrounding trees was instantly obliterated, turning into a large pit of charred remains. The high-temperature air currents swept through, igniting the surrounding flora. Uchiha stood at a distance, his Sharingan carefully scanning the center of the explosion and its surroundings. There were no screams, no corpses, only thoroughly destroyed vegetation. Clone. He frowned, immediately realizing he had fallen into a trap. Indeed, the opponent had set up a trap, but he was not flustered. Instead, he became more meticulous in sensing his surroundings, his Sharingan operating at full capacity to search for any clues. What about those prearranged puppets? Why hadn't they triggered? Just as his attention was drawn to the explosion and the search for traps, not far beneath his feet, among the flattened grass blown down by the shockwave, that seemingly inconspicuous pursuer, transformed by Qianshi, moved. Disguise lifted. Hands rapidly formed seals. Not to attack Uchiha's main body, but to fully activate the already ambushed puppet for a feint. Puppet dance, thread binding kill. SCC. Centered around Uchiha within a radius of several dozen meters, countless, almost transparent sharp threads, imbued with wind chakra, suddenly shot up from the ground, bushes beneath fallen leaves and rock crevices. Like a death web that opened in an instant, they surged towards Uchiha from all directions, madly attempting to ensnare him. The area was so vast that it covered all possible escape routes. This sudden, encompassing, invisible cutting attack made even Uchiha possessing the Sharingan feel a fatal threat at that moment. His pupils suddenly contracted. Trivial tricks. In a moment of crisis, Uchiha still showcased the reaction speed of a Jonin. Almost the instant the threads shot up, he unhesitatingly performed the body flicker technique. Bang! The trees beneath him were instantly sliced into countless wooden shards by the myriad sharp threads. Uchiha In's true body appeared on a branch of a large tree at the edge of the threads. Reach his expression grim, his Sharingan fixed intently on the slowly writhing and contracting deadly web below. Although he had managed to dodge, the corner of his clothing had still been sliced away, demonstrating how perilous the situation was. Indeed, there's some trickery, but is this the extent of the trap? Uchiha In spoke coldly, his gaze starting to search for the position of the controller. At that moment, those pursuers that had completed the first round of strangulation and scattered all around seemed to receive some kind of command, suddenly turning in unison, their surface openings revealing themselves, aiming at Uchiha In the tree. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless triple-edged steel spikes shot towards Uchiha In like a torrential storm. They filled the space he occupied. Facing this overwhelming steel spike attack, a trace of disdainful cold laughter appeared on Uchiha In's face. With just this scrap metal, he didn't even bother to form hand seals, his body swaying on the branch as if weightless, with his Sharingan precisely tracking each steel spike's trajectory, easily dodging by mere millimeters. Occasionally, a few spikes that he couldn't completely avoid were deftly deflected by him, using shuriken, creating a constant clatter. As he effortlessly dodged and blocked, he slowly descended from the tree, his gaze locking onto Chinchur, who had already reverted from the pursuer form and was standing on the ground not far away. Kid, if these worthless puppets and silly ninja tools are your trump cards. Uchiha In stepped forward, his tone filled with mockery. Then today you are destined to die? In the face of the great Uchiha clan's Sharingan, such crude tricks are simply laughably foolish. Faced with his advance and mockery, Chinchur showed no visible expression, merely continuing to control the chakra threads. Those pursuers that had just fired spikes moved again, one after another, charging towards Uchiha In as if they were committing suicide. Uchiha In couldn't even be bothered to use ninjutsu. With casual hand gestures, sidesteps, and kicks, he effortlessly sent the oncoming iron puppets flying and shattered them. Parts and fragments of iron flew in all directions. Struggling in vain, Uchiha In sneered, getting closer, now less than 10 meters away. With a glimmer of mockery in his eyes, he had already decided to first break this little brat's limbs before slowly interrogating him for information. Just as Uchiha In raised his hand, preparing to cast a simple binding technique, he moved, not to attack, but to use the substitution technique. Bang! A faint sound left behind a puppet that looked slightly different from the others, with markings on its surface resembling a substitute wooden figure. It was the self-exploding puppet standard type, which had been prepared and placed behind a rock 100 meters away. Meanwhile, Qianshi's main body appeared instantly behind the rock wall, behind a relatively safe cover that had been intentionally left during the trap setup. At the very moment the substitution technique was completed, he suddenly activated from behind the cover. Explode. A cold low shout. In the next moment, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Centered on the position where Uchiha In had been, within a radius of nearly 100 meters, 100 hidden and disguised iron puppets buried underground and covered by fallen leaves were simultaneously detonated. The explosive tags inside them were instantly activated. The deafening sound of a chain explosion was like 1,000 thunders erupting simultaneously. The earth trembled violently, and terrifying flames and shockwaves rampaged, overlapping and sweeping everything away. The explosive flames shot into the sky, instantly engulfing that area and completely swallowing Uchiha In, who had just moments ago been wearing a disdainful sneer. He had no time to react. Although the Sharingan saw the nearby hidden puppets and sensed some chakra flow, he could never have imagined, nor would he dare to believe, that a mere genin could be insane enough to detonate 100 puppets loaded with explosive tags all at once. What a lavish attack this was. The terrifying shockwave from the explosion even violently slammed Chinchur, who was hiding 100 meters away behind a rock against the cliff, making him cough up blood. He didn't check the explosion's aftermath. In the instant after triggering the explosion, he had already thrown the last military food pill into his mouth, too rushed to even sense the injuries he had just sustained from the aftershocks. Chinchur immediately turned and sprinted with all his might towards the land of rivers. His figure transformed into a blurred black line in the forest, fleeing this death zone at an extraordinary speed. The booming sounds of the explosion still echoed in Qianshi's ears, and every step he took tugged at his chest with a dull pain. But Chinchur dared not pause for a moment, pushing his state of calm to the limit, not to enhance his perception, but to minimize his chakra fluctuations, like a silent shadow in the forest, desperately fleeing towards the border between the land of fire and the land of rivers. The military food pill in his mouth continuously dissolved, providing a meager amount of energy, barely supporting his exhausted body. The wounds on his back throbbed with burning pain caused by the shockwave from his own frenzied explosion, and his internal organs had also been shaken. His chakra was nearly depleted and his spirit was utterly exhausted from prolonged tension and continuous use of ninjutsu. After several hours of desperate running, he finally saw a distinctive geographical change, having entered the territory of the Land of Rivers. Qianqi's physical strength and mental state were nearing their true limits, and his vision began to darken. He urgently needed to find a safe place to rest and recover. But where could a safe place be? An inn? Impossible. Any place requiring identity registration would be a trap. The pursuing forces from Konoha could be right behind him, or even setting up roadblocks ahead. Grinding his teeth, Qianshi mustered his last bit of spirit and slipped into a seemingly prosperous border town. By now it was evening, and the streets were becoming increasingly sparse with pedestrians. Finding a secluded corner, he struggled to form hand seals. Transformation technique. After a puff of weak white smoke, a seemingly ordinary merchant appeared, looking weary, with his Sunagakure ninja attire concealed by the illusion into an inconspicuous coarse cloth outfit. Carefully sensing his surroundings, confirming there were no obvious chakra fluctuations monitoring him, he staggered towards a bustling inn at the town's entrance. But he did not approach the front door. Instead, he circled around to the backyard. The stable of the inn was filled with the smell of fodder and livestock. Several horses were nervously snorting. Qianqi's gaze quickly swept across, selecting the sturdiest-looking cargo cart, with the most securely covered tarpaulin. The owner seemed to be dining or resting inside the inn. Silently sliding beneath the cart, he perfectly concealed himself in the shadows of the wheels and axle. As soon as he relaxed his body, he was almost immediately overwhelmed by a tidal wave of fatigue and pain. He forced himself to maintain a semblance of clarity, closing his calm state, striving to suppress all traces of his presence. At the same time, he slowly tried to guide the faint chakra within him to repair his internal injuries and restore his strength. Time passed little by little. The night deepened, and the lights in the stable were extinguished, leaving only the cold moonlight. Qianqi's physical strength and chakra had recovered somewhat, but still far from the safety line. Most critically, his extreme mental fatigue had not recovered at all, constantly taut, like a bowstring pulled to its limit, ready to snap at any moment. He couldn't even think of sleeping. Any slight rustling could cause his heart to race. He couldn't stay here overnight. It was too passive. Qianshi once again forcefully gathered his spirit, cautiously activating his calm state, extending his perception outward. The town remained tranquil. Inside the inn were the sounds of ordinary people sleeping and the movements of livestock in the stable. Further away, he sensed no abnormal chakra fluctuations. Was it because of the explosion that Konoha believed he had perished alongside that Uchiha ninja? Or had their search direction gone awry? Or had they never even considered that a genin could escape this far? In any case, he couldn't linger here. Qianshi dispelled the transformation technique and formed hand seals again. This time he transformed into a pale-faced, somewhat sickly-looking laborer, and his clothing changed accordingly. Carefully erasing any traces he might have left under the cart, he quickly slid out from beneath it, silently merging into the darkness before dawn. After lurking and observing near the town's exit for a moment, a sizable merchant convoy soon began to organize their goods and prepare to set off. Their flag indicated that their destination was the Land of Wind. An opportunity. Taking advantage of the pre-dawn darkness and the chaos of busy hands, Qianshi quietly mingled with the servants and laborers of the merchant caravan. Casually picking up a random object left by someone nearby, he slung it over his shoulder, slightly hunched his back, and mimicked the demeanor and actions of the laborers around him, who were weary from early rising and toil. When the caravan manager counted the number of people, his gaze swept over Qianqi's waxy, sickly face, frowning slightly, as if he found it somewhat unfamiliar, but in the midst of his busyness he thought nothing more of it, treating him as just a temporary worker hired by some merchant, and waved his hand to let him pass. The caravan slowly set off, the wheels clattering as it departed the small town, heading toward the Land of Wind. Qianshi blended into the middle of the group, lowering his head to minimize his presence. His mind remained tense, not daring to fully relax his senses, always vigilant of his surroundings. Fortunately, along the way, aside from the occasional routine inspections by patrols from various countries, which the caravan managers skillfully dispensed with using silver, they encountered no checks or interceptions by ninjas. Perhaps he had truly escaped disaster. For several consecutive days, Qianshi traversed the borders of the land of Chuan, with the caravan entering the territory of the Land of Wind. The dry, scorching wind and sand became the main theme once again. When the familiar horizon dotted with sand dunes appeared, the taut string of Qianqi's heart finally relaxed a little. As the caravan arrived at a large oasis supply point, and everyone was busy trading and resting, he once again slipped away from the group. Finding a secluded spot behind a sand dune, he dispelled his transformation technique that made him look like a laborer. He formed seals again. Transformation technique. This time he transformed into a middle-aged man, weary and haggard, dressed in a tattered, yet common wind and sand cloak. Qianshi checked his direction and began to sprint toward the general location of Sunagakure. The last of his chakra and stamina were drained to support this body that had long exceeded its limits. Only one thought occupied his mind: return. Return alive. The blazing sun, wind, and sand, fatigue, and pain. Everything was left behind. His vision began to blur, relying solely on willpower and memory of the route to keep running. He did not know how long he had been running, but when the outline of the familiar massive sandstone structures appeared on the horizon, Qianshi could hardly believe his eyes. Sunagakure. Has he arrived? Really? Back. The breath that had been supporting him suddenly relaxed, and a strong sense of dizziness and weakness swept over him like a landslide, instantly crushing his last consciousness. Stumbling, he staggered toward the increasingly close gate marked with the Sunagakure emblem. His vision was already blurry, and all he could hear was his own heavy breathing like a bellows and the sound of blood rushing through his veins. The Sunagakure guard noticed this strange, staggering civilian and called out warily, "Stop! Who goes there?" But he could no longer hear clearly. Using the last bit of his strength, he raised his hand, seemingly trying to grasp something. His lips moved, but no sound came out. His body suddenly went limp, and everything went black before his eyes. The transformation technique was dispelled due to the nearly exhausted chakra, and Qianshi fell heavily onto the scorching sand, losing all sense. Qianshi's consciousness sank like a stone into the deep sea, slowly rising in the endless dark. The first sense to return was hearing, faintly catching the rhythmic ticking and indistinct conversations in the distance. Then came the sense of smell as the scent of disinfectant and clean cotton wafted into his nostrils. Finally, his heavy eyelids struggled to open a crack, and his blurry vision gradually focused. A white ceiling, simple light fixtures, and sunlight streaming in from a window on one side, casting bright patches of light at the foot of the bed. This is the hospital of Sunagakure. A familiar room layout. Almost as soon as his consciousness fully awakened, Qianshi suddenly sat up from the bed. This movement pulled at the injuries on his back and exhausted muscles, causing a sharp pain and soreness, but he could not care less. His hands immediately reached for his waist and back. His scroll pouch was still there, and the two long scrolls at his lower back were securely placed at the foot of the table, while his ninja tool pouch was on the bedside cabinet. Qianshi quickly unfastened the scroll pouch and looked inside. Knowledge scrolls, shuriken scrolls, kunai scrolls, explosive tag scrolls, self-detonation scrolls. All seals intact. Most importantly, that small object wrapped in special oil paper was also quietly lying in the pouch's compartment. He let out a sigh of relief. The taut nerves finally relaxed a little. "You're awake." Ryoko stepped in surprise to see Qianshi sitting up. "You were unconscious for 2 days with multiple bruises and symptoms of chakra exhaustion. You need to rest more." 2 days. Qianshi frowned slightly, interrupting her. "What is the date today?" Ryoko reported a date. Sure enough, several days had already passed since the day of the mission's departure. No longer saying anything, Qianshi lifted the quilt and got out of bed. He was still weak, but his basic mobility had returned. He quickly put on the clean ninja outfit that was placed by the bed, rearranging all the scrolls and ninja tools neatly. "You need to rest." Ryoko tried to dissuade him. "There's a mission that needs reporting." Qianshi's voice was calm as he bypassed Ryoko and walked directly out of the ward. The sunlight outside was somewhat glaring. He adjusted for a moment before stepping forward, quickly heading in the direction of the Kazekage building. The streets were bustling with people, and the familiar scene of Sunagakure seemed unchanged, but his current state of mind was already different. Qianshi entered the mission center hall, heading straight for the task submission window. The chunin in charge of registration raised his head, paused upon seeing Qianshi, seemingly recognizing him. "Submit items for Brank Reconnaissance Escort Mission." Qianshi placed the small oil paper package on the counter. The chunin picked up the package, inspected the special sealing marks on it, and his expression suddenly changed. "Wait a moment." He grabbed the oil paper package and turned to run toward the Kazekage's office on the top floor. Shortly after, the chunin rushed back, a hint of nervousness and respect on his face. "Qianshi, the Kazekage wants to see you personally. Please proceed to the top floor Kazekage office immediately." Qianshi nodded and followed the guiding chunin, passing through the stern guards, and arrived outside the Kazekage. The guiding chunin knocked on the door, and a deep voice came from inside. "Come in." Upon entering, the office was spacious and simple, with a huge floor-to-ceiling window offering a panoramic view of Sunagakure. The second Kazekage, Sabaku no Shaman, sat behind a large desk, holding the oil paper package that had just been submitted. The package had been opened, revealing an extremely thin note filled with cryptic writings. Sabaku no Shaman's gaze was fixed intently on the contents of the note. "Senju Hashirama confirmed. Deceased. Remains have been buried." His brow furrowed tightly, his expression exceptionally grave. Hearing the footsteps, the monk lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over Qianshi with a hint of scrutiny. "Qianshi." The monk's voice revealed no trace of emotion. "Yes. Have you seen the contents of this?" The monk shook the piece of paper in his hand. No, Chinch. The monk stared at him for a few seconds, seemingly judging the authenticity of his words, then slowly nodded and placed the paper on the table. Describe the mission process. Be detailed starting from when you left the village. Qianshi organized his thoughts, recounting the assembly at the village entrance, the journey, reaching the rendezvous point, the explosion, and the ambush. Fighting against two Konoha Chunin, the decision to retreat separately, by reefing his own return alone, the puppets killing Uchiha. He succinctly recounted the entire process up to his fainting at the village entrance. The narration was entirely based on facts, without any exaggeration or concealment, delivered in a calm tone, merely omitting the specific details of the 9-lattice extreme technique and the spiral sphere, briefly mentioning his self-developed ninjutsu and taijutsu. The monk listened quietly, and when he heard Rifeng's decision to hold the rear and instruct Longi and others to create a commotion to divert some of the pursuers, his gaze flickered slightly. Upon hearing the description of the hundreds of puppets set to explode in a trap against the Uchiha Jonin, the monk's pupils constricted sharply. Do you still have those puppets you used? The monk suddenly asked. Yes, Qianshi replied, untying a scroll from his lower back and performing a seal. With a flash of light, 5 intact pursuers and a fully equipped self-exploder appeared on the ground. The monk stepped forward, picking one up and examining the crude iron shell and the rough, yet practical spring mechanism inside, particularly the slot designed to hold the explosive tags. His expression became somewhat peculiar, a mix of surprise and a touch of admiration. You made all of these? Yes. Based on the knowledge from the basic puppet creation and maintenance scroll. The monk set down the pursuer, his gaze returning to Qianshi, this time scrutinizing him more closely, as if seeking to re-understand this 9-year-old genin. After a moment of silence, Qianshi suddenly asked, have Shinryo Chunin, Longi Chunin, and Mecha Chunin returned? The monk shook his head, his voice low. No. According to subsequent intelligence, Longi and Shinryo perished in battle during the breakout. Mecha Chunin is missing with a very low chance of survival. Rifeng Jonin has fallen. Even though I had anticipated this, hearing the news felt like an invisible hand had tightly gripped Qianshi's heart, leaving a dull, oppressive, and indescribable emotion lodged in his chest. It was not due to sadness or nostalgia. He was not familiar with those people, not even Shinryo, with whom he had only cooperated twice. It was a deeper sense of suffocation. When they left the village, they were all living individuals, each with their own personalities and plans, yet they were lost due to a so-called mission. A secret letter of unknown content had led to their easy demise, with not even their bodies retrievable. Their deaths would likely only add a few cold lines to the mission report. Ninjas, ultimately, are merely tools in hand, used and discarded. This time it was his good fortune, a combination of strength and a bit of luck, that allowed him to survive. But what about next time? And the time after that? What about during the impending First Ninja World War? Can he truly continue to be lucky? Without real power to control his own fate, all efforts, struggles, and calculations could vanish in an instant during some meaningless mission. He must grow stronger. He must possess the power to break free from all of this. He must escape this mire that will eventually consume him completely. Qianshi's thoughts had never been so clear. Just as the turmoil within him surged, the monk's voice rang out again, interrupting his thoughts. Qianshi. The monk's tone seemed to soften somewhat as he returned to his desk, picking up another document, which happened to be Qianshi's ninja profile. I have reviewed your information. 9 years old genin, excellent chakra control, proficient in medical knowledge, self-developed ninjutsu, independently improved and widely applied this. Pursuer puppet, defeating multiple Chunin with fewer numbers, and even seemingly severely injuring or killing a Uchiha Jonin. The monk raised his eyes, gazing intently at Qianshi. Your talents far exceed those of an ordinary genin, even surpassing the vast majority of Chunin. Staying in the hospital or performing routine tasks is wasting your talent. Qianshi raised his head to. The monk leaned forward, his hands crossed on the table, his voice carrying an undeniable weight. I rarely take on disciples directly. But now I formally ask you, Qianshi, do you wish to become my disciple? He was taken aback for a moment. This development was somewhat unexpected for Qianshi. He quickly composed himself and replied, Lord Kazekage, I am already studying medical knowledge under Director Nishino. That does not conflict. The monk waved his hand. A ninja can have multiple teachers throughout their life, each guiding different fields. Nishino is indeed an expert in the medical field, but what I can teach you is a more powerful strength, a deeper puppet technique, and how to better survive in this cruel world, and even how to protect what you wish to protect or achieve the goals you aspire to. His words seemed to carry an implication. Qianshi fell silent for a moment. Becoming Kazekage's disciple would undoubtedly provide more resources, higher-level training methods, and ninjutsu, even a certain degree of protection. For someone in urgent need of strengthening himself, this was an opportunity hard to refuse. Though this meant deeper involvement in the village's system, it could also lead to more exposure to core techniques. The contemplation lasted only a fleeting moment. Qianshi raised his head, meeting the monk's gaze, bowing slightly. "It is my honor to receive guidance from Lord Kazakage." The monk smiled slightly, clearly pleased with Qianshi's response. "Very well. From today on, you are my disciple shaman. You should go back, rest well, and recover your state. Come back here in a week." "Yes." Qianshi bowed again and turned to leave the Kazakage's office. Qianshi leaned against the cold stone door, sitting on the ground, his fatigue crashing over him like waves ebbing away, only to surge back with heavier force, washing away the last remnants of his clarity. His muscles ached and felt heavy, a profound weariness seeped through his bones, and each breath carried a dull pain within his chest. Several wounds, carefully bandaged by the nurse, throbbed faintly in the silence, persistently reminding him of the brutal battle not long ago. Yet these sharp physical discomforts were nothing compared to the piercing thoughts swirling in his mind. In his mind, images of the recent past replayed uncontrollably, the blinding explosion of fire tearing through the night, and the crimson, ominous Sharingan of Uchiha, in its tomo slowly rotating against the fiery backdrop. The deafening roar of the exploding pursuers nearly shattered his eardrums, each scene like a poisoned file grinding mercilessly at his nerves. Strength. Still insufficient strength. The manipulation of the puppets had reached the limits of his current abilities during this mission. Those cheaply made pursuers and self-destructors, along with the expensive explosive talismans, indeed played a crucial role at a key moment, possibly even taking down a Jonin from Konoha. In terms of ninjutsu, he had touched upon the current bottleneck in the combination of wind releases, form and nature transformation, the power of the Rasengan, the control of Wind Cutter and Great Breakthrough, and even his self-created thousand-thread strangulation, all of which were techniques beyond the reach of a mere genin. As for the timing of ninjutsu application and his ability to adapt in battle, he believed he had reached his current limits. He was already aware of the shortcomings in his taijutsu and had committed to hellish training. However, facing an opponent of Jonin level truly exposed his most fatal flaw: the amount of chakra. Even with the enhancement of his stats, regardless of the physical development, speed, recovery, ability, constitution, taijutsu talent, or the increase in total chakra, he still faced limitations. The enhancement of thought speed and the precision and quality of chakra control brought by his intelligence attribute meant that the total amount and quality of chakra possessed by this 9-year-old body far exceeded that of ordinary people, even rivaling that of typical chunin, yet before true powerhouses. Especially in the face of Uchiha N's vast, coldly murderous chakra, merely sensing it left him feeling as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, utterly feeble. The qualitative gap might be bridgeable with superb control techniques and attribute transformations, yet the quantitative chasm was fatal in life and death battles. His chakra was still too little. Like a small puddle, no matter how meticulously he used it, it could not support a war against the flood. Every time he activated second activation Crimson Lotus, the staggering consumption nearly drained his To perform a full-scale wind release thousand-thread strangulation required over 80% of his reserves. Even maintaining first activation quiet rest for high-precision combat or developing ninjutsu had its time limits. He needed an external container. The concept of Ein sealing emerged in his memories from his past life. An ideal chakra battery. There was no need for additional terrifying recovery abilities. He only required the most essential storage function. Developing a similar chakra storage technique suited to himself was the highest priority project at present. Once this thought took root, it grew wildly. Chakra was the foundation of ninjas, the source of all technique. Without sufficient chakra to support it, no matter how exquisite the puppet, how bizarre the tactics, or how strong the talent, they were like a tree without roots, water without a source. His thoughts raced, attempting to capture a possible direction from the vast medical knowledge, the human meridian and acupoint diagrams he had once studied, and the understanding of the 9-lock extreme method regarding the 9 core nodes within his body. What is the principle of Ein sealing? How to transform chakra from an active energy state into a storable form. Where to store it. How to ensure safe extraction. One question after another was quickly thrown out, each based on the existing knowledge system, leading to negation. Intense thinking devoured the scant remaining mental energy, and the fatigue and hidden pain from his injuries within his body became increasingly apparent, like countless tiny needles continuously piercing his focus. His thoughts were interrupted. Qianshi suddenly realized that the need for his body to recover at this moment outweighed all other thoughts. Continuing to daydream was futile and would hinder recovery efficiency. His injuries had already been treated by the hospital staff, so there was no need to waste his chakra and energy on redundant work. The most urgent matter now was sleep, to allow his body and mind to enter a deep rest state and accelerate recovery. Tomorrow he needed to go to the mission center to settle the rewards for this mission. Rank highest difficulty, even touching on the edge of a rank. The reward should be 200,000 Ryo. With this sum along with previous savings, he should be able to exchange for what he desired. He quickly calculated in his mind. The number of completed rank missions counting this one was exactly 3. He had met the requirements to exchange for the rank ninjutsu mastery of sage arts. This medical ninjutsu must be obtained. It was not only crucial for enhancing his medical knowledge again, but also one of the necessary conditions for developing in sealing. The quota from the previous crank mission was still available, which could be exchanged for a practical crank ninjutsu. It needed careful selection. Moreover, that book priced at 100,000 Ryo fundamentals and applications of chakra transformation, all 5 basic attributes, had not been exchanged due to funding and priority issues. Now it was time. This was vital for further perfecting the Rasengan, and even for developing new techniques in the future. All thoughts were clearly laid out, forming a list of tasks for tomorrow. His contemplation came to a pause. Qianshi slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, using the wall for support to stand up. The movement tugged at his injuries, causing his lips to twitch slightly. He groped for the cold bed, lay down, and closed his eyes, shutting out all external sounds, the wind, the rolling of sand, and the indistinct voices from afar. Now he needed sleep. His breathing quickly became even and prolonged, and his bodice muscles fully. The morning light of Cheyenne Village filtered through the gaps in the window, illuminating Qianshi's face. He opened his eyes, his bodice senses awakening before his consciousness. A dull pain still radiated from within, as if something were embedded in his flesh, every breath pulling at his discomfort. A deep sense of fatigue enveloped him, heavier than when he awoke yesterday, yet it was indeed better than the almost crumbling exhaustion he had felt the day before. The act of getting up tugged at his injuries, sending a sharp sting through him. Qianshi expressionlessly completed his hygiene routine, hastily ate some food, and meticulously checked his ninja tool pouch and scroll bag. The 2 specially made scrolls at his lower back reminded him of his consumption. Everything ready, he pushed the door open and stepped outside. The streets were deserted in the early morning, with the wind and dust still lingering. Qianshi pulled up his collar to cover the lower half of his face, hiding any signs of fatigue that might show. He walked towards the task center on the ground floor of the Kazakage building. Turning a corner, 3 familiar figures appeared ahead. Timon's buzz cut was particularly noticeable alongside the lanky Songting and the brooding Zhao Tian. They seemed to have just finished their morning exercise, engaged in a quiet conversation. Qianshi's gaze swept over them, not lingering as he continued onward. However, the 3 clearly sensed something was amiss. At this time of day, they usually moved with swift steps and eyes filled with an almost icy focus. Even a mere brush by could feel that overwhelming sharpness. But today Qianshi's steps seemed a bit heavy, his straight back subtly revealing stiffness. More importantly, beneath his lowered eyelids, his gaze lacked focus, veiled by an unmistakable layer of fatigue. Moreover, beneath the slightly oversized coat, the outline of bandages was faintly visible. "Hey Qianshi," Timon spoke first. Qianshi did not stop his steps, merely glanced sideways. Songting scratched his head, his mischievous grin somewhat subdued. You don't look quite right, do you? Are you injured?" Zhao Tian also looked on silently. Qianshi finally halted his steps, turning to. The sunlight just so happened to illuminate half of his face, allowing a clearer view of the persistent weariness etched upon it, and the deep silence that lurked in his eyes. After a brief silence, he uttered, "Brank mission. Everyone but me is dead." Having said this, he did not look back at the trio, who were frozen in shock and disbelief. Instead, Qianshi turned and continued toward the task center, leaving behind a weary silhouette. Timon opened his mouth, but ultimately did not ask anything, exchanging glances with Songting and Zhao Tian, both seeing incredulity and a hint of chill reflected in each other's eyes. A Brank mission. Only one member of the team returned. What kind of brutal situation must that have been? Claiming mission rewards, Qianshi approached the counter and stated his information. The middle-aged Chunin complied, pulling up the records, his gaze repeatedly scanning the task summary and the glaring line that read, "Survivor Qianshi. Verification complete." He cleared his throat. Original Brank intelligence transport mission encountered more than 4 enemy Jonin-level ninja. Risk assessment far exceeded expectations. According to the directive personally signed by Lord Kazakage, the mission rank has been elevated to Shrank, with the base reward adjusted to 500,000 Ryo. He paused, his speech quickening slightly. Aside from you, all other participating ninjas have been confirmed as casualties of the mission. According to regulations, 30,000 Ryo must be deducted from the total reward as compensation to be directly distributed to their families. Qianshi merely nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. The Chunin said no more, swiftly counting out a thick stack of banknotes from the safe behind him, checking it, then placing it into a dark, heavy cloth pouch and pushing it across the counter. The pouch felt heavy in his hands. Qianshi accepted it, casually stashing it in his ninja tool pouch. He turned and merged into the sparse flow of people in the task center, heading towards the supply area. The individual sitting behind the counter was the one he had dealt with before. Upon noticing Qianshi enter, especially seeing his noticeably poor complexion and the faint traces of bandages, the person's expression shifted. Qianshi placed the list along with the corresponding Rio and mission quota proof on the counter. The list clearly stated a rank medical ninjutsu healing technique and basic and application of chakra nature transformation, all 5 basic attributes, valued at 100,000 Rio. The official picked up the list, pausing briefly at the 3 characters for healing technique, his brows instinctively furrowing as he prepared to reject it according to regulations. However, when he picked up the task record book that had just been updated alongside seeing the striking rank original rank promotion task assessment, along with the annotations of survivor Qianshi Kazukage, disciple, the words he was about to speak caught in his throat. He looked up again, carefully scrutinizing the pale-faced injured youth before him, whose eyes were as silent as a deep pool. A successful record of a rank mission, especially one completed after nearly all had perished, represents contributions and potential value that far exceed the accumulation of multiple rank missions. This alone qualifies as a break from convention. The official remained silent for a moment, his formulaic expression softening slightly. He did not ask further, merely nodded and said solemnly, "The contribution from the rank mission qualifies for special exchange regulations." He then turned, reaching into the depths of the huge grid-filled scroll cabinet behind him, retrieving 2 thick scrolls from a compartment with extra seals. Especially the scroll containing the healing technique, its material was clearly of a higher quality, with edges shimmering with subtle, yet stable chakra sealing marks. A rank ninjutsu healing technique. Knowledge scroll, basic and application of chakra nature transformation. The official carefully placed the 2 scrolls on the counter, confirmed without error. Additionally, he added in a neutral tone, practicing healing technique is not easy, requiring extremely high control and total chakra capacity. The risks of self-study are significant. Qianshi picked up the 2 scrolls, feeling their heaviness, and carefully stored them. "Please provide me with a list of crank ninjutsu that I can exchange for." The official seemed to have anticipated this, directly pulling out a slightly worn scroll list from beneath the counter and handing it over. Qianshi took the list, quickly scanning through the various crank ninjutsu listed. Most of them were common applications of the 5 elemental natures, or some auxiliary, and taijutsu ninja. Having already mastered wind release, great breakthrough, other wind release techniques like vacuum sphere and gale palm seemed limited in practicality, providing little improvement to his current combat strength. His gaze continued downward, suddenly landing on a technique name, summoning technique. "It's actually crank." Qianshi's eyes paused at those 3 characters. Space-time ninjutsu. Even just the most basic summoning technique holds potential value far beyond that of ordinary crank ninjutsu. Rapidly contemplating a crank wind release technique might provide an additional option for attack, but its significance is limited, while the summoning technique involving spatial principles could potentially open a new door for the future, even with just the most superficial contact. Moreover, in his memories, those powerful summoned beasts possessed extraordinary combat abilities. "I want the summoning technique." He made a decision, his voice clear. The official behind the counter visibly changed expression once again, speaking in a notably cautionary tone, "Summoning technique. Are you sure? I must remind you that what can be exchanged here is an outdated version of the summoning technique scroll. Inside there are only the most basic summoning formulas, binding technique seals and explanations, and some outdated principles." The official stated flatly, "This kind of thing is already outdated. Nowadays, even a somewhat decent summoning beast comes with its family heritage summoning contracts. Do you intend to forcibly bind a summoning beast using the old binding techniques listed here? That is utterly impossible. Without a summoning contract, the outdated summoning technique is nothing but waste, incapable of summoning anything." Faced with the advice that carried a clear warning, Qianshi's face showed no reaction, only repeating, "Exchange for the summoning technique." The person in charge sighed, "As you wish." He turned and took out an ancient-looking, somewhat worn scroll from the cabinet, tossing it onto the counter. "Clevel ninjutsu summoning technique. Quota reset." Qianshi picked up the much lighter ancient scroll, feeling the aged material with his fingertips. He tucked the scroll away and turned to leave the supply section. Though he had spent most of his silver, he had exchanged it for 3 crucial scrolls. The morning sunlight had become somewhat glaring, and the streets were gradually filling with people. The fatigue and pain in his body became clear once again after a brief pause. He headed straight to the hospital. He needed to quickly review these scrolls, especially the mastery of the celestial arts, and he must grasp as much new power as possible before beginning to receive guidance from Fengying. In addition, he needed to inform Director Xie about becoming a disciple of Fengying. The unique smell of disinfectant mixed with herbs still lingered in the hospital. Qianshi skillfully navigated through several corridors and arrived outside Director Zai's office. The door was ajar, and he knocked lightly. "Come in." Director Zai's serious voice came from within. Qianshi pushed the door open and entered. Director Xie was leaning over a patient record scroll. Upon seeing Qianshi, he raised his head, his gaze sweeping over him, lingering for a moment on his tired face and the bandages hidden beneath his coat. Qianshi, why are you here instead of resting in the ward? Your injuries and exhaustion cannot be recovered in just a few days. I thought you would at least lie down for a few more days. I've rested enough. I need to inform you about something. Qianshi stood calmly before the desk. Lord Fengying has decided to take me as a disciple. A moment of silence fell over the office. Director Xie did not show much surprise on his face, more a knowing look and a complex examination. He leaned back slightly, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk. Lord Shaman, I expected this. Given the talent you have shown, it was only a matter of time before he took notice. His voice was steady, revealing no emotion. This is your opportunity. Don't mind my situation. A ninja's life is destined to encounter many teachers imparting different knowledge to you. What I can teach you about medical knowledge you have almost mastered. The rest requires practice and the accumulation. He paused for a moment, his gaze turning sharp again, his tone more serious. Yet even so, what you need most right now is rest, not running around. I can see that your complexion is not much better than when you returned a few days ago, but the mental exhaustion is particularly severe. Listen well, any high-intensity physical training or complex ninjutsu practice is absolutely prohibited for now. The recovery of your body, especially the meridians and spirit, requires time. Forcing it will only leave irreparable hidden injuries, ruining your future. Remember, as your teacher, this is my order: respect the limits of your body. Qianshi listened silently, offering no rebuttal. He was most aware of his own physical condition, and Director Zai's judgment was very accurate. Director Xie seemed to have thought of something and added, additionally, Lord Fengying has already notified me that your long-term task in the hospital is officially cancelled from this day forward. In the future, you will no longer need to come to the hospital for duty. This news caused Qianshi's gaze to shift. It meant that a large amount of free time would be released, but it also meant losing a relatively stable source of silver and a pathway to engage in medical practice. Director Xie seemed to see through his thoughts and continued, that laboratory I have kept for you. You need a quiet place to conduct your research. It will not be reclaimed, and you can use it whenever you wish. This is my personal support for you. Thank you, teacher. Qianshi bowed slightly, his tone carrying a rare and genuine gratitude. Not just retaining the laboratory, but also for the unreserved guidance and this current advice. Go now, return to your ward or your laboratory and rest. At least don't exert yourself today. Director Xie waved his hand, picking up the scroll on the desk again, resuming his serious demeanor. Remember my words, respect your body. After expressing his thanks once more, Qianshi turned and left the office. The light in the corridor was somewhat dim, and the scroll in his arms felt heavy. The impact of losing the long-term task needed to be restructured, but right now what mattered more was to digest the new knowledge he had acquired. He walked straight towards the familiar laboratory at the end of the corridor. Pushing the door open, the familiar mixed smell rushed to greet him. He closed the door behind him, bolting it shut, completely isolating himself from the outside disturbances. The interior of the laboratory was still cluttered. Qianshi did not rush to begin, first carefully checking the hidden places of the door and windows to confirm that no one had tampered with them before walking to the central workbench. He took out the 3 new scrolls one by one and placed them on the table. His gaze first landed on the best quality scroll, a level medical ninjutsu, the Celestial Mastery. He took a deep breath and slowly unfolded the scroll. The complex chakra meridian operation diagrams, dense annotations, precise chakra output scales corresponding to different injuries, and numerous profound explanations of cellular regeneration principles flooded his vision with vast amounts of information. As he activated the calming technique, his thoughts accelerated, quickly processing these extremely complex and intricate pieces of knowledge. His eyes scanned the lines of principal explanations. Chakra output from the palm is not simply a matter of covering, but requires precise perception of the deep cellular state of the wound. Controlling the chakra flow at a microscopic level stimulates specific cell groups to accelerate division and tissue regeneration. The output must be dynamically adjusted in real time based on the severity of the injury, the target's physique, and even their age. Excessive output will greatly exhaust the recipient's life potential, akin to poison. However, for Qianshi, who had undergone long-term extreme training honing his control over chakra to a near instinctive level, the various challenges described in the scroll seemed to come naturally. After closing the scroll, he closed his eyes to digest the information for a moment. When he opened his eyes again, his right hand had slowly risen. With his palm facing up, a faint green, gentle, and pure chakra slowly surged out, shimmering like a warm, flowing light, gently swaying above his palm. The light was stable without any disorder. With a slight mental movement, the output of chakra began to undergo extremely subtle changes, sometimes increasing and sometimes decreasing, fluctuating freely, precisely maintaining a set threshold without any overflow or deficiency. It perfectly met the requirements of the palm technique. Qianshi dispersed the chakra from his palm. He did not rush to attempt self-healing. Performing such precise operations posed risks before his energy was fully restored. Instead, he opened the scroll of the palm technique again, skipping the hand seals and basic application sections. The hand seals were not necessary, merely a method to aid concentration, and directly studied the accompanying deeper medical principles and discussions on the subtle energies of the human body. This knowledge was far more valuable than the palm technique itself. It touched upon deeper aspects of life energy transformation, subtly resonating with certain theories of the 9 channels extreme method, and even provided new fragmented ideas regarding the vague concept of yin sealing. Qianshi was immersed in this profound knowledge as time quietly passed. After roughly noting down and understanding the advanced medical knowledge attached to the palm technique scroll, he slowly rolled it up and carefully set it aside. His gaze shifted to the other 2 scrolls on the table. He skipped the ancient summoning technique and first picked up the thick scroll titled Fundamentals and Applications of Chakra Property Changes, all 5 basic attributes. This scroll was related to the advancement of the Rasengan and the development of many more techniques in the future. He was about to begin exploring this other mountain of knowledge. As he unfolded the scroll, the content was more profound than he had anticipated. The sharpness and cutting edge of wind, the scorching heat and burning of fire, the flowing and ever-changing nature of water, the fierce rage and piercing strike of thunder, the weightiness and solidity of earth. Each element possesses its unique sensation and mode of energy flow. The scroll clearly states that the vast majority of ninjas are innately endowed with a dominant chakra nature, which grants them exceptional efficiency when mastering ninjutsu corresponding to that attribute. However, in theory, through arduous focused training requiring extraordinary talent, a ninja is not incapable of manipulating other chakra natures. The core lies in mastering the transformation of that element's inherent properties. A common method is mentioned: condensing chakra intensely within the palm, eliminating all distractions, and using supreme mental focus to visualize and drive the chakra in the palm, compelling its form and nature to undergo. A common method is mentioned: condensing chakra intensely within the palm, eliminating all distractions, and using supreme mental focus to visualize and drive the chakra in the palm, compelling its form and nature to undergo a fundamental transformation toward the target element. This is a monotonous process woven with countless failures and attempts, perceiving the subtle shifts in energy texture like a blind man touching an elephant, requiring unimaginable patience and sensory acuity. Moreover, even if successful, the potency and fluidity of control of the postnatally acquired elemental transformation often cannot rival that of a ninja born with the attribute. However, these descriptions of hardship, time consumption, and suboptimal results did not constitute a significant psychological barrier in Qianshi's eyes. The challenges described in the scroll posed no problem for Qianshi. Closing the scroll, the principles were already committed to memory. His right hand slowly rose again, palm facing upward. He first attempted the most familiar element, wind. With a subtle shift of thought, an invisible, yet faintly humming and sharp-edged chakra condensed instantly in his palm. It was instinctual. He dissipated the wind-natured chakra. Next came the unknown realm, fire. His eyes gently closed, his breathing steady to maintain absolute mental clarity. All his spirit concentrated on the attributeless chakra in his palm. In his mind, he continuously visualized and simulated the sensations of burning, scorching heat and explosion, attempting to forcibly imprint this concept onto the chakra's energy structure. Once, twice. At first, the chakra merely grew slightly warm, its form fluctuating unstably, seeming on the verge of dissipating at any moment. Yet with each failure, his understanding of the fiery deviations became more precise, and his control subtly adjusted accordingly. Time slipped away silently amid intense concentration. After countless attempts, suddenly the originally colorless chakra core in his palm erupted with a faint flickering orange-red flame. The flame was small and somewhat ethereal, yet it genuinely radiated heat. Success. His first attempt at other elemental transformations took far less time than the scroll had estimated. Qianshi maintained this faint flame, carefully sensing the unique energy structure within, markedly different from the sharpness of wind nature. After a moment, he dispersed the flame. Next came thunder. He envisioned numbness, swiftness, and piercing power. The process seemed more arduous. The chakra in his palm surged restlessly, difficult to restrain. Failures mounted. Yet when the first faint blue electric arc crackled softly across his fingertips, it signified the path was likewise open. Then came water. He imagined flow, gentleness, and transformation. The chakra in his palm grew moist, condensing into an irregularly trembling droplet that seemed ready to fall at any moment. Finally, earth. He visualized heaviness, solidity, and stability. The chakra in his palm solidified, its color tinged slightly yellow, evoking the sensation of holding a small clod of damp earth. All 4 fundamental elemental transformations were preliminarily successful. His palm sequentially displayed faint yet distinct manifestations of flame, electric arc, water droplet, and clod of earth. Each transformed chakra's intensity, stability, and feedback to the user seemed no weaker than the wind nature he originally possessed as an innate attribute. Was this due to the enhancements of his interface, or some other cause? For now it remained uncertain. Interrupt these meaningless speculations. The reason is unimportant. What matters is that the outcome is currently I can only transform chakra into these attributes. Without corresponding ninjutsu hand seals and form-changing techniques, this transformed chakra holds little practical value, at most laying a foundation for learning other attribute ninjutsu in the future. Qianshi dispersed the last trace of earth attribute chakra from his palm. He carefully rolled up the scroll of basic and application of chakra nature change and placed it back. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the last scroll, a rather worn and seemingly ancient crank ninjutsu scroll titled Summoning Technique. Despite the disdain from the head of the supply department towards this outdated scroll, he held a different kind of expectation in his heart. Space-time ninjutsu, even in its most elementary form, represents possibilities and values far beyond those of an ordinary crank ninjutsu, much like the shadow clone technique, which has saved him multiple times from peril. He slowly unfolded this ancient scroll filled with unknowns. The air in the laboratory, Qianshi's gaze fixated on the obscure characters and patterns on the ancient scroll, digesting the explanations of the principles behind this old version of the summoning technique word by word. The more he read, the clearer the cold shock in his heart became. This technique, its core principle, is simply domineering and unreasonable. Essentially, it is an extremely special space-time ninjutsu platform, a pure tool. Its power limit relies entirely on the strength of the user and the target being summoned. It's like a universal sealing scroll with infinite capacity, but requires an astonishing postage fee. As long as one's strength is sufficient and the chakra is vast enough, theoretically one can set a unique binding technique on any object regardless of whether it is living or non-living, and then ignore distance and obstacles to forcibly summon it to their side. There is no need for any contract with summoning beasts, nor for the consent of the other party. The only rigid threshold is that the caster must possess an overwhelming amount of chakra capable of covering all losses and resistance during the summoning process. The farther the distance, the greater the resistance, and the consumption increases geometrically. If the target is a living being with self-awareness and chakra, its instinctive resistance will create enormous additional resistance. If the target is under the protection of a sealing technique, the chakra must be used to forcibly crush the interference of the seal. Summoned freely across the entire ninja world, an enticing thought uncontrollably surfaced. If I mark the binding technique secretly on all important items or even key individuals, wouldn't that mean I would never have to worry about losing them and could pull enemies into a dire situation at any time? But the subsequent clarifications in the scroll poured cold water on Qianshi's overly idealistic assumptions. Things were far from that simple. If there are other ninjas nearby, the summoning target, their chakra, will naturally form an interference field. Unless the caster's strength far exceeds the total of the others, the summoning is likely to fail. Powerful sealing techniques can greatly amplify this resistance. To forcibly break through, the amount of chakra required would be astronomical. Having that amount of chakra would be better spent directly using ninjutsu to crush the opponent. It's simply not worth the cost. It is precisely because of these almost harsh practical conditions that this version of the summoning technique, which relies too heavily on absolute strength and is inefficient to the point of being unbearable for ordinary ninjas, has been replaced by a new version that relies on contracts and has relatively stable and controllable consumption. The scroll left in the supply department is more valuable for allowing ninjas to research the fundamental principles of space-time ninjutsu rather than for practical learning. Silence spread in the laboratory. His fingertips unconsciously tapped on the edge of the scroll. The theory sounds incredibly powerful, even absurd. But how effective is it in practice? It needs to be tested. He scanned the experiment table and picked up the most ordinary shuriken. He would use it along with the simplest sealing technique he currently mastered, the basic sealing style used when creating sealing scrolls, to verify the power and cost of this old version of the summoning technique. First, the binding technique. Following the scroll's instructions, he slowly and steadily formed several complex hand seals with both hands. Chakra gathered at his fingertips, emitting a faint, peculiar spatial fluctuation. He pointed his fingertips at the cold shuriken, inscribing the unique technique like a brand bit by bit into its finest structure. This process consumes little chakra, but is extremely mentally taxing, requiring high precision. Once the binding was completed, Qianshi picked up a blank, standardized sealing scroll. He unfolded it and formed hand seals again, this time the familiar basic sealing style used for sealing objects. Chakra flowed, creating a simple sealing force field that slowly drew the bound shuriken into the scroll. Now the shuriken is sealed. Theoretically, this constitutes the most basic resistance. Chinshur stepped back a few paces, standing at the other end of the laboratory. With both hands he began to form the summoning hand seals of the old version of the technique. The seals are more complex than the binding technique. Chakra began to surge wildly, gathering towards his sealing hands. He could clearly feel the chakra in his meridians pouring out like a flood, consuming energy at a rate far exceeding any ninjutsu he had mastered, even more intense than maintaining the second active state, Crimson Lotus. This is merely summoning a shuriken that is merely a few meters away and protected by the most basic sealing technique. Summon. With a low shout, the final seal was completed. The chakra in front of him twisted violently, forming a brief, small temporal vortex. Poof! With a soft sound, the shuriken fell out of the vortex, landing on the ground with a crisp clink. It succeeded, but Chinshur stood in place, his face showing no joy, instead becoming even more silent. The immediate emptiness of chakra within him clearly indicated how enormous the consumption of that moment was. Roughly estimated, it was at least nearly 100 times the chakra consumed to seal that shuriken previously. And this was only summoning a non-resistant, minimally sealed object just a few meters away. What if it were a living being? A lower ninja who would instinctively resist. A target protected by a powerful barrier or seal. What if the distance increased to 100 meters, 1 kilometer, or even across nations? The amount of chakra required. Just a slight calculation leads to a despairing number. With his current chakra total far surpassing that of an ordinary lower ninja, and even not weaker than a typical middle ninja, he would probably be unable to summon even a recently graduated lower ninja who knows some chakra resistance. At a slightly greater distance, he might be completely drained. No wonder this technique will be eliminated. For the vast majority of ninjas, it is nothing more than a flashy and impractical endeavor, a chicken rib, with a complete imbalance between consumption and reward. With so much chakra, it would be more effective to cast several large-scale ninjutsu, or cultivate a more powerful ninjutsu. The laboratory was left with only the sound of Qianshi's breathing. Rather than succumbing to despair, his mind seized a faint yet crucial glimmer of hope amidst absolute rationality. All the flaws of this technique stem from the terrifying chakra consumption. But what if? What if the issue of total chakra could be resolved? If a technique could be developed like the Yin seal to store chakra on a daily basis and unleash it in an instant when needed, then all the limitations of this outdated summoning technique would cease to be limitations. It would transform from an overlooked, useless technique into an extremely terrifying trump card. Ignoring distance, bypassing consent, forcibly seizing key items, and even directly inscribing the technique on the target to drag them into a preset trap. Moreover, those scrolls sealing a large number of puppets, ninja tools, and explosive tags could theoretically also be summoned. Although the consumption would undoubtedly be several times that of sealing them once successful, it would mean having a mobile arsenal available at any time. The thoughts suddenly became clear. The priority of developing the Yin seal must be elevated to the utmost. This is not merely a means to enhance endurance and explosiveness, but the only key to unlocking the true power of this ancient summoning technique. As for now, the residual chakra within his body couldn't even attempt to summon the smallest shuriken sealed in a scroll. All ideas must be based on having the Yin seal. Chinshur rolled up the ancient summoning technique scroll, carefully stored it along with 2 other scrolls. The heavy scroll recording the mastery of the celestial arts and the basics and applications of chakra nature transformation, and placed them into the scroll pouch on his body. After finishing all this, the tension that had been held for so long slightly relaxed, and the fatigue and injuries accumulated in his body became more apparent. A faint throbbing pain emanated from his temples, a side effect of overexertion. The dull ache from several deeper strains reemerged as his muscles relaxed. A vague sense of weakness coursed through his meridians, indicating that the chakra's massive consumption had not fully recovered. Forcing himself to think or study would be inefficient and could worsen his internal injuries. In the corner of the laboratory was a simple bed prepared for long experiments or cultivation sessions. Chinshur walked to the bedside and lay down. The bed was hard, but it was sufficient to support his weary body. He closed his eyes, forcibly emptying his mind of all the chaotic thoughts regarding summoning techniques, Yin seals, and nature transformations, completely immersing his consciousness in the perception of his body. His breathing gradually became long and steady, deliberately slowing the rhythm and guiding his body into a deep state of rest. He no longer actively refined chakra, but let his body instinctively draw energy from deep within his cells, slowly recovering. The laboratory was left with only the faint sound of Qianshi's breathing. Time quietly passed in rest. After about 3 hours, his eyelids fluttered and slowly opened. The fatigue in his gaze had diminished considerably. Although he was still far from peak condition, the empty feeling in his meridians had vanished, and his chakra had recovered to about 30%. The mental fatigue also eased somewhat. At least it was no longer the kind of state where even thinking caused sharp pain. It was time to begin. The mental fatigue also eased somewhat. At least it was no longer the kind of state where even thinking, with a slight movement of his mind without the need for any hand seals, a soft green, gentle, and pure chakra surged from his palm like a warm current, precisely covering the wound. Celestial arts. The chakra did not merely cover the surface, it permeated like it had life, penetrating through skin and muscle, precisely affecting the damaged tissues and cellular levels. His thoughts were highly concentrated, sensing the subtle changes in the injury in real time as the chakra flowed. The output was controlled within an extremely delicate range, maximizing stimulation for cellular division and tissue regeneration while avoiding the risk of overexerting his life potential. Qianshi could clearly feel the tissues at the wound site tingling slightly under the nourishment of chakra, a sign that the cells were regenerating rapidly. The accumulated internal injuries and inflammation were gently dissolved, and the feeling of fatigue rapidly diminished. He sequentially addressed several primary strains on his body. The entire process consumed little chakra, but required a high level of mental focus. When the last wound was treated and the green light from his palm dissipated, Qianshi could distinctly feel a significant relief in his body. Although he was not completely healed, he could move without obstruction, free from persistent pain. At this rate, performing such precise treatment once a day would likely allow these injuries to fully recover in about 3 days. He withdrew the celestial arts, assessing the current situation. Medical knowledge deeply reminded him that complete recovery of the body was an absolute prerequisite for any complex cultivation or research work. Especially for developing the Yin Seal, a dangerous project involving the essence of energy and intricate manipulations of meridians and acupoints, it must only be attempted when both body and mind are in perfect condition. Thus, in the coming days, with clear objectives, he would rest and recuperate, pausing all cultivation to restore his body and mind to their optimal states. He glanced at the cold environment of the laboratory. It was suitable for research, but not for complete relaxation and recovery. In contrast, although the hospital's wards were similarly simple, there were nurses for regular checks, convenient food supply, and no need to prepare things himself. Once the decision was made, he did not delay. He stood up, slightly moved his body, which felt much more comfortable after treatment, and confirmed that he could move without issue. Finally, he glanced around the laboratory to ensure nothing needed to be dealt with, then pushed open the door and walked out. The hallway's light was dimmer than when he arrived, or it was already evening. Occasionally, medical staff hurried past, but upon seeing Qianshi coming from the laboratory and heading towards the ward area, they did not find it strange, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Qianshi walked straight to the ward. He had woken up and earlier pushed open the door and found it empty. The bed had already been tidied up. He lay back down, pulled the thin blanket over himself, and closed his eyes. In the medical ward of Shine Village, the dry air was permeated with a unique scent of herbs mixed with disinfectant. Qianshi slowly opened his eyes. After 3 days of rest and continuous use of the Palm Immortal technique on himself, the last trace of hidden pain and weakness in his body completely dissipated. He felt the chakra within him. The battle before his unconsciousness, the fate of his teammates, the olive branch thrown by Fengying. These images flashed through his mind, without stirring too many waves, only settling into a deeper resolution in his heart. To grow stronger and take control of his own destiny. This goal had never been so clear. The immediate priority was to resolve the chakra demands of his old summoning technique, which had nearly drained him, along with numerous high-consumption ninjutsu. The Yin Sealing, this concept existed in the memories of his past life, only known to be related to storing chakra, with the node position seemingly at the center of his forehead. With this thought, Qianshi's movements slightly paused. The center of his forehead. That was precisely the core node stimulated by his self-defined 9 channels, supreme method, first activation, breathing regulation. Was it coincidence or some kind of inevitability? Qianshi immediately sat cross-legged, his consciousness sinking into his body. He guided a flow of chakra, once again converging towards the center of his forehead. Unlike the stimulation and activation of the nerves and cells in that area, when initiating breathing regulation this time, he attempted to forcibly compress and fix this chakra there. The process was surprisingly smooth, with a vast amount of chakra continuously delivered to the center of his forehead, successfully restrained at that point, forming a highly condensed chakra mass. A subtle feeling came from the center of his forehead, not uncomfortable, but rather imparting a strange sense of reserve. The first step was successful, but soon Qianshi discovered a problem. Without a suitable sealing technique to bind and solidify it, the chakra that had been forcibly stuffed into the center of his forehead was continuously dissipating at a constant speed, returning to the boat's normal circulation. At this rate, it would likely not last a day, and all his efforts would be in vain. Advanced sealing techniques. The village's control over such knowledge was extremely strict, far beyond what basic application scrolls could reach. Perhaps after becoming a disciple of Fengying, he would have the opportunity to access it. This thought temporarily suppressed his impulse to continue researching, redirecting his attention to another newly acquired knowledge. The deeper medical knowledge recorded in the Palm Immortal Technique Scroll. The scroll's discussions on the precise control of chakra, along with the ultimate analysis of the human bodhi's meridians, acupoints, and muscle fiber structures captivated him. Suddenly, a notion about concentrating chakra at a single point for explosive release sparked his thoughts. This principle, if applied to attack. Tremendous power. This term naturally surfaced. Concentrating a large amount of chakra at the moment of impact extremely precisely at a specific part of the body, then unleashing it, creating destructive power. This description coincided almost perfectly with the theoretical core of his self-derived 9 channels supreme method third activation Mighty Arm. Mighty Arm infuses high-density chakra into the muscle and bone cells of the limbs to achieve ultimate physical strength. If he could combine the two. With this thought, a glimmer flashed in Qianqi's eyes. He raised his right hand, focusing his gaze on his palm. He directed chakra to flow through his arm's meridians. In the first attempt, the gathering of chakra was slightly sluggish, failing to achieve the instantaneous explosive requirement. In the second attempt, with a slight thought, the chakra completed an ultra-high speed, gathering compression and weighting from his entire body to his fist in an instant. The surface of his fist even glimmered with a faint, nearly imperceptible glow of chakra. He had succeeded. The principle of tremendous power felt like a paper-thin barrier easily broken. Then what about Mighty Arm? The theory of the third activation had long been derived and perfected. All that was lacking was enough chakra and physical strength to support it. Now that his body had fully recovered, even surpassing his previous condition due to days of treatment and rest, Qianshi directly began to attempt to activate the third activation, Mighty Arm. The chakra, according to the theory of the 9 channels supreme method, built its path, no longer exploding instantly, but continuously and densely pouring into the nodes of the third activation. An unprecedented feeling of swelling and power instantly filled his limbs. It felt as if his muscles had slightly expanded, with veins subtly visible beneath his skin containing explosive energy. The process was smoother than expected, a success on the first try. Qianshi gently clenched his fist, the joints making a slight cracking sound, feeling the terrifying power surging through his limbs and bones. Even in a normal state, the sense of power had increased several times. If he could stack the newly mastered technique of tremendous power, completely detonating part of the strength in the Mighty Arm state, in an instant, that destructive power could be predicted to exceed 10 times. Calm as he was, a trace of eagerness inevitably arose in his heart at this moment. He needed to test it. Immediate data was required to verify this power. Qianshi quickly got up, removed his patient gown, and changed into a simple gray training outfit. Without carrying any ninja tools or scrolls, and without even having time to carefully feel the more subtle changes in his body, he pushed open the ward door and dashed off at high speed towards the public training ground in the village. The scorching afternoon sun baked the buildings of Cheyenne Village, and the training ground was deserted, with only the sound of hot winds stirring the sand and gravel against the rocks. The vast area was scattered with numerous rock targets and wooden targets used to test the power of ninjutsu. Qianshi stood in front of a massive granite target nearly as tall as a person. This was one of the standard targets commonly used in the village to test the destructive power of ninjutsu, extremely hard in texture. Taking a slight breath, he casually pulled back his right fist. Mighty Arm state activated. His limbs greedily absorbed the densely infused chakra power surging and flowing. Then tremendous power erupted. At the moment his right fist struck, the chakra was precisely compressed at a single point on the surface of his fist, then poured out without reservation. Boom. A dull thud extreme enough to shake the earth exploded in the training ground. The hard granite target did not shatter, but instead centered on the point of impact. It instantaneously collapsed. A large amount of fine stone powder sprayed out radially, as if being forcefully crushed and blown away by an invisible giant force. Only a blurred shallow pit remained at the spot, along with swirling clouds of white dust. Qianshi retracted his fist, his arm feeling no discomfort, only a sense of smoothness after the release of power. He gazed at the scene before him, his expression impassive as his mind rapidly calculated the consumption and power ratio of this strike. The chakra consumption was significant, yet entirely within an acceptable range, far lower than the scale of the wind-released 1,000 threads of death technique. The power, however, exceeded expectations, completely shattering rather than merely cracking, indicating a more concentrated and thorough destructive force. His figure flickered once more, appearing before a row of sturdy wooden stakes used to test the accuracy of shuriken throws. This time he executed a horizontal sweep with his left leg again, relying solely on the enhancement from his strength, without adding any monstrous might. Crack, crack, crack. 3 consecutive explosive sounds erupted as 3 thick stakes requiring a hug to embrace were kicked in half, their wooden fibers twisted and torn at the fracture, with the upper halves flying off into the distance, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Qianshi rapidly familiarized himself with the newfound power coursing through his body. Speed, explosive force, absolute strength. Each metric was soaring exponentially. Constantly switching targets, he tested his body's various parts under the strength state, using fists, feet, and even elbows and knees, occasionally layering in monstrous strength. The training ground echoed with thunderous sounds as rocks shattered and wood splintered. The youth moved at high speed, within each pause accompanied by a miniature explosion of destruction. As sweat began to seep from his skin, it was quickly evaporated by the dry wind. By the time the sun started its descent, casting a long shadow, one corner of the training ground was in disarray, scattered with pits and broken stones and wood. Qianshi finally came to a slow halt before a relatively intact stone target. Breathing slightly heavier, it was not due to fatigue. The stamina consumption under the strength state was far lower than anticipated. The heavy breathing stemmed more from intense mental concentration and the inertia of processing vast amounts of data. The new power had been validated. The next step was to seamlessly integrate it into his existing combat mode. Qianshi sat down cross-legged on the spot, ignoring the chaos around him, closed his eyes, and plunged his consciousness deep within, beginning to refine chakra until fully restored. Next came the true pressure test. He needed to know how long he could maintain the synchronization of breathing techniques, Crimson Lotus, and strength, while intermittently layering in monstrous strength during simulated high-intensity combat. With a thought, the 3 active states were sequentially activated. Qianshi then began to move at high speed within the area, dodging, blocking, and most crucially continuously brewing, compressing, and releasing monstrous strikes. Time passed quietly in the simulation. 5 minutes had elapsed. The chakra within him was depleting rapidly, like a dam bursting, yet it continued to steadfastly maintain the synchronous operation of the 3 active states. Muscle soreness began to intensify, and his meridians felt subtly heated from the high-load energy flow, yet he was far from the brink of collapse. With the support of breathing techniques, his mind remained calm, precisely controlling every ounce of power output. He estimated the result: extreme high-intensity combat for over 5 minutes was entirely feasible. For the rapidly changing battlefield, this was more than enough. Not to mention the terrifying lethality of layering monstrous strength on top of strength. A single strike could determine life and death. Qianshi slowly released all states, a strong sense of exhaustion washing over him, accompanied by the hollow feeling of near exhaustion of chakra. Sitting down to rest, he waited until his chakra was mostly restored before rising and walking towards the training facilities that had not been completely destroyed. For the next 3 days, Qianshi's life became extremely regular and monotonous. The theoretical research in the hospital laboratory was temporarily set aside, with almost all his waking hours devoted to the public training ground. His goal was crystal clear: to strengthen his physique, adapt to the explosive power, and refine the control of his body under the strength state to the level of effortless mastery. Aside from necessary trips back to the stone house for rest and food replenishment, he spent almost all his time entrenched within the training ground. On the evening of the 3rd day, Qianshi stood at the center of the training ground, surrounded by faint wisps of heat. With a casual punch devoid of any chakra, the air emitted a soft sound purely from the physical strength honed over the past few days. His mastery of this power had evolved from an initial violent outburst to a preliminary control. Tomorrow would be the day, he reported to the Fengying building. The next morning, the sun had just risen above the horizon, tinting Sunagakure with a golden-red hue. Qianshi donned a clean, dark training outfit, neatly securing his ninja tools and scrolls, with 2 long scrolls fastened at his lower back. He was tidily put together, showing no signs of fatigue. Passing through the gradually bustling streets, he arrived at the Fengying office building. After stating his identity and purpose to the guarding ninja, he was led to the office on the highest floor. He knocked on the door and entered. The second Fengying shaman sat behind a large desk reviewing documents. Upon hearing the noise, he lifted his gaze, scanning Qianshi from head to toe. "It seems you have recovered well." Shaman set down his pen, skipping any unnecessary pleasantries. "For now, you need not take on any missions." Qianshi nodded slightly, remaining silent. Shaman stood up, walked around the desk, and approached a relatively spacious corner of the office. "Let me see just how much you can display." Without warning, a powerful sense of oppression instantly enveloped the entire space. This was not a targeted killing intent, but rather the natural release of chakra from an elite ninja. Qianshi's pupils instantly constricted and his muscles tensed up. His breathing instinctively calmed as his mind analyzed the surrounding environment and distances within a fraction of a second. He did not adopt any defensive or offensive posture. He merely stood quietly like a rock thrown into a raging current. Shaman's figure seemed to blur momentarily, not due to a body flicker technique, but the visual residue left by extreme speed. In the next moment he appeared at Qianqi's side, casually tapping his shoulder. The speed was not fast, yet it carried an undeniable feeling of inevitability. Qianqi's feet remained stationary, yet his body shifted slightly to the side, with impressive efficiency, allowing that hand to just graze past his training outfit. Shaman's hand paused in midair, then naturally withdrew, a flicker of faint surprise crossing his eyes. Although he had not used his true strength just now, the speed and timing were beyond the reaction capability of an ordinary chunin, let alone evasion. Your reaction and control truly surpassed the norm. Shaman returned to his original position. The records indicate you excel at Fengding. Yes, Qianshi replied briefly. A few days ago you exchanged for fundamentals and applications of chakra nature transformation. Shaman changed the topic with a hint of testing. That scroll covers a wide range, but it is merely theoretical. Is there anything you do not understand? Qianshi paused for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts, then raised his right hand. With his palm facing up he made no hand seals. First came the familiar light blue chakra, embodying the sharp, cutting intent of the wind attribute. Next the color abruptly changed to a fiery red, representing the fire attribute. Then a deep blue moisture-laden water attribute chakra replaced the flames. Following that a heavy earthy yellow chakra coalesced steadily. Finally a flickering violent silver lightning appeared in his palm, emitting faint crackling sounds. The transformation of the 5 basic chakra attributes flowed smoothly in his palm, each distinctly characterized, demonstrating the user's understanding and control over their essence. A noticeable fluctuation finally appeared on Shaman's calm face. He had reviewed Qianqi's detailed records, which indicated a singular focus on the wind attribute. How many days has it been? Even during his recovery, he silently mastered the transformation of the other 4 chakra attributes. Although this was merely the most basic nature transformation with a distance still to go before practicing the corresponding ninjutsu, this speed of learning and precision of control was indeed astonishing. The office descended into a brief silence. Shaman scrutinized his newly accepted disciple, seemingly reassessing his value. After a long while he slowly spoke, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. Very well. It seems that ordinary teachings can no longer benefit you. He paced back to the desk, but did not sit down. Instead, he looked at Qianshi. Then tell me your choice. As my disciple I can guide you in several core techniques of Sunagakure. Puppet technique, magnetic release, or the 5 elements ninjutsu. What do you wish to learn, eh? Qianshi hardly hesitated. Magnetic release, the signature bloodline of Sunagakure, integrated offense and defense, possessing endless potential and ensuring future security. Advanced puppet technique would maximize his advantage in chakra control. It perfectly aligned with his existing system and was the core capital for seizing control of his own destiny. Qianshi lifted his head, looking at Shaman, and stated his choice: magnetic release and a stronger puppet technique. Shaman regarded the determined youth before him. His unwavering choice seemed to be anticipated. Rather than showing impatience, Shaman's expression revealed appreciation. Magnetic release and a stronger puppet technique, huh? His voice resonated deeply within the spacious office. Excellent, I admire your confidence. If it were anyone else I might rebuke them for being overambitious, but you. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Qianshi once more. I believe in your talent. The monk wasted no time and directly began to elucidate the core. Magnetic escape is not an ordinary escape technique. It is a new property change generated by fusing the chakra natures of wind and earth in a specific ratio and manner, producing chakra imbued with unique magnetic properties. This magnetic force is not as simple as a magnet. It is more subtle and controllable. Its power lies in the ability to manipulate numerous fine particles in the world using this magnetic chakra. The most common example is sand, but it is by no means limited to that. Iron sand, golden sand, and even more special mineral particles can all be controlled. The scale, precision, and variation of control depend on the caster's chakra amount, controllability, and understanding of the essence of magnetism. This is not a specific cultivation method, but rather the most fundamental cognitive framework. After speaking, the monk turned and retrieved several scrolls from a sealed scroll cabinet behind him. 2 of the scrolls were noticeably older with worn edges, while the other was relatively new. These 2, he pushed the 2 old scrolls towards Qianshi, contained deeper knowledge and techniques regarding puppet arts, enhancing chakra transmission efficiency, the key points of multi-threaded precise control, as well as some innovative ideas. They are enough for you to study for a while. Next, he picked up the newer scroll. This one provides a more detailed explanation of magnetic escape, including the specific chakra ratios for the fusion of wind and earth chakra, foundational practices for generating and controlling magnetic escape, and the simplest applications of sand manipulation. Take it with you. Qianshi stepped forward and received the heavy stack of scrolls. Go back and practice. The monk waved his hand again, his tone returning to its previous calmness. If you encounter anything truly puzzling, come ask me. He paused slightly and added, I will give you a month. After a month I will assess you. If you can initially grasp magnetic escape, it need not be mastered, just successfully generating and stabilizing the control of magnetic escape chakra, completing the most basic manipulation. Alternatively, if you make a breakthrough in advanced puppet techniques and create something beyond those previous trinkets, as long as you achieve any one of these, I will elevate your ninja rank from Genin to Chunin. If you do not succeed, it is no matter. You can maintain your Genin status, now go. There was no pressure in his words. Yes, Qianshi slightly bowed. He carefully stored the scrolls and turned to leave the wind shadow office. Stepping out of the building, sunlight greeted him. Qianshi headed straight towards the laboratory. The laboratory was his true home. As for that dilapidated stone house, with the increase in strength and demand for resources, it had become half abandoned, serving no purpose other than occasional stays. All important supplies, research notes, finished puppets, and materials were neatly sealed in portable scrolls or stored in the laboratory storage cabinets. The door to the laboratory closed behind him, isolating him from the noise of the outside world. The familiar scents of various herbs, metals, and woods mingled in the air. Qianshi placed the newly obtained scrolls on the central workbench. He did not rush to begin his cultivation. Instead, he first picked up the 2 scrolls about advanced puppet techniques and slowly unfolded them. His gaze scanned the dense diagrams, formulas, and annotations within. Many bottlenecks and perplexing points he encountered during his previous explorations suddenly unlocked like rusty locks opened by a key. The structural optimization principles outlined in the scrolls immediately prompted him to simplify and enhance several designs for the pursuers and self-exploders in his mind. The advanced techniques for multi-threaded precise control of chakra lines revealed the potential to manipulate dozens, even hundreds of mini puppets for genuine group combat. Countless inspirations collided, combined, and evolved in Qianshi's mind. He forcefully suppressed the urge to immediately attempt something and temporarily stored these erupting ideas in the corners of his mind. There were more important matters at hand. Qianshi rolled up the puppet art scrolls and set them aside. He picked up the scroll detailing the methods for cultivating magnetic escape. The scroll was made of special material, feeling slightly cool to the touch. As he slowly unfolded it, the opening chapter delved deeper into the properties of wind and earth chakras, emphasizing their subtle balance of fusion rather than conflict. Next were dozens of complex chakra operation diagrams and energy ratio models, meticulously marking the key meridian nodes and mental guidance necessary to synthesize magnetic escape chakra within the body. At the back, several foundational practice methods were included, ranging from generating a stable thread of magnetic escape chakra in the palm and sensing its presence, to manipulating this thread of magnetism to attract or repel specific small metallic fragments, and finally, to initially guiding sand particles to perform the simplest floating and moving according to intention. Each step was annotated with precautions and possible errors, clearly indicating that this scroll was a systematically organized teaching material rather than merely a record of personal insights. Qianshi's gaze became extremely focused as he studied word by word, constructing a 3-dimensional energy operation model in his mind for each diagram. When encountering particularly exquisite or obscure parts, his reading speed would noticeably slow, repeatedly contemplating the meanings within. The silence of the laboratory was broken by a faint metallic humming sound. Qianshi sat cross-legged on the cold floor, eyes tightly closed, hands coming together in front of him. For 10 days he had devoted all his energy to the study and practice of that magnetic escape scroll. Countless failures. A slight deviation in the chakra fusion ratio leads to chaotic dispersion due to conflicting attributes. Even a minor error in the operational path causes a subtle pain in the meridians, and if the will is guided too hastily, the power born from desire flows like quicksand through the fingertips, elusive and difficult to grasp. Yet at this moment what he lacks the least is patience and precision. At this instant, an extremely faint yet tangibly existing invisible force field is slowly forming between his open palms. Though its form cannot be seen, it can be clearly sensed. An energy fluctuation that possesses unique properties of both attraction and repulsion is being stably maintained. It worked. Qianshi slowly opened his eyes and gazed down at his empty palms. He could feel the newly born magnetic chakra trembling slightly in response to his will. The most challenging first step has been taken. The magnetic chakra has been generated and stabilized. Without dwelling too much on the initial joy of success, the faint magnetic force quickly dissipated due to the interruption of chakra supply. Qianshi stood up and left the laboratory, heading towards the public training ground outside the village. There the practice materials are abundant. In Suna village, sand is in no short supply. At the edge of the training ground, a relatively flat sandy area awaited. Qianqi's mind was calm. This time the process was much smoother. With a slight move of his mind, the wind and earth attribute chakras fused and transformed within specific meridians of his body in a predetermined ratio, swiftly circulating a brand new chakra, imbued with magnetic properties. He directed the invisible magnetic chakra to gently touch a small handful of sand on the ground. The tiny grains of sand seemed to be drawn by an unseen thread, instantly defying gravity and floating slightly. One success. The precise control of chakra showcased its advantages at this moment. What would require repeated practice for an ordinary person to achieve, stable levitation, felt as natural as breathing to Qianshi. The subsequent tests progressed naturally. He controlled more grains of sand to levitate, transforming a small handful into a vast array like a golden miniature sandstorm swirling around him. He condensed them into a hard sand shield, then instantly dispersed them into entangling sand ropes, compressed them into dense sand bullets shot forth, striking the distant rocks with a muffled thud, even made the sand flow rapidly across the ground, creating an area of quicksand to obscure the enemy's line of sight. Each form change of the sand occurs with a mere thought. The flexibility of this magnetic ability in combat, along with its comprehensive offense and defense capabilities, is undeniably formidable. However, Qianqi's thoughts did not linger on the combat aspect. He immediately thought of another application: if he could accurately sense and manipulate specific mineral particles beneath the sand, whether common iron or copper or even more precious metals. What terrifying efficiency could be achieved? This is practically a tailor-made development tool for the resource-poor area of Suna village. This thought flashed through his mind, but was quickly suppressed. Now is not the time to consider this. What excited him more was the potential combination of magnetic escape and his existing abilities. He instantly raised his left hand. Without needing to form seals, several almost transparent cutting threads imbued with sharp wind attribute transformations instantly coalesced at his fingertips. These are the threads of wind that compose wind-style thousand-thread strangulation. In the past, controlling such a large number of threads with complex trajectories required immense mental effort for precise manipulation, often relying on the chaotic winds generated by wind-style great breakthrough to cover and assist in driving them, which severely restricted their range, accuracy, and persistence. But now, Qianshi attempted to intricately attach the newly formed magnetic chakra to each of the wind threads. A marvelous transformation occurred. Those wind threads that originally required full effort to maintain their form and trajectory seemed to be endowed with life the instant the magnetic force adhered to them. They retained the extreme sharpness of the wind, yet were no longer difficult to restrain. His will connected through the magnetic chakra, making control unprecedentedly effortless. With a slight movement of thought, a wind thread silently shot forth, leaving a bottomless fine cut on a rock 100 meters away. Then, guided by his will, it returned with the agility of a living snake. Speed, direction, and accuracy far exceeded before. There was no longer any need to rely on wind escape ninjutsu to create chaos and drive. With just magnetic manipulation, he could weave hundreds of such wind threads into a silent, yet lethal net of death from a great distance. The range is broader, the changes more unpredictable, the control less laborious, and the lethality escalates exponentially. New ideas began to emerge. In close combat, one could completely cover a small number, or even a single magnetic wind thread over fists and feet, or let them swirl around him at high speed. Every block, every dodge, every strike is accompanied by the cutting of these invisible blades. Qianshi slowly exhaled. The emergence of magnetic escape has nearly reshaped the existing combat power system, elevating it to a level that even he finds somewhat astonishing. If the current self were to face the self from 10 days ago who still relied on puppet body flicker and explosive tags for fierce battles, he would likely need no flashy techniques. Just this invisible wind thread under magnetic control could deliver a lethal strike before he even had a chance to react. Qianshi did not linger any longer in the training ground. The testing objectives had been achieved. He dispersed all chakra, and the sand fell like dust, vanishing the wind threads into nothingness. Turning around, he returned to the laboratory. He had already mastered magnetic escape. All that was left was extensive training, and the developmental direction was clear. Now it is time to shift attention back to those scrolls containing immense value related to advanced puppet technique. The laboratory door closed behind him. Approaching the workbench, his gaze fell upon the scrolls containing advanced puppet techniques, and he began to unfurl them. Unlike the previous cursory glance, this time, he studied them word by word, sentence by sentence. The scrolls detailed various complex diagrams of humanoid puppets, illustrating joint movements, hidden mechanisms, poison mist spraying, chakra shield generation. Each design was exquisitely crafted, pushing the traditional concepts of personification and deception to their limits. If an ordinary puppet master were to acquire these, they would likely treasure them, becoming intoxicated with the creation of more powerful and realistic humanoid killing machines. However, Qianshi frowned at the intricately detailed designs. Though these designs were indeed marvelous, they contradicted the path he sought. He did not need a puppet that required distracted control. Even if its movements were agile, it would ultimately remain a delayed marionette. What he currently needed was something that could maximize his own advantages, compensate for his shortcomings, and even provide a revolutionary increase in combat power. A thought emerged, breaking ground after engaging with this advanced knowledge. What if the concept of puppets could be transformed from controllable weapons to wearable armor? A vision flashed in his mind, a suit of metallic armor covering his entire body, driven precisely at the joints by magnetic manipulation, forming a seamless whole. No longer a cumbersome puppet controlled from afar, but rather a puppet integrated into himself, elevating defense, strength, and even offense to a whole new level. Similar to the Crimson Sand Scorpion's creation of the Crimson Flow armor from his memories, but more restrained, refined, and closely fitting to himself. Even further, the assembly and integration of those components could completely rely on the newly learned magnetic manipulation. As his thoughts directed, the armor components flew to him, fitting, separating, and reorganizing on their own. This directly resolved the issue of wearing efficiency. As for material limitations, the scarcity of chakra metal, he still had sufficient funds at present, so it should not pose a significant problem. Without hesitation, he dove into this new concept of puppet armor. In the following days, the laboratory was filled with the sounds of drawing, calculations, metal cutting, and polishing. He nearly exhausted all his metal reserves, and even utilized a substantial amount of funds to purchase a small quantity of expensive chakra metal through the supply office. The design drawings were modified countless times, striving to maximize defense within the constraints of available materials and puppet techniques. Eventually, a set of armor appearing somewhat rough and blocky, composed entirely of dark metal, stood silently in the center of the laboratory. It had no aesthetic appeal whatsoever, only a strong air of practicality. This was the original battle armor, one Malawian kwacha. To maximize defense, Qianshi had nearly abandoned all designs for flexibility, opting for the heaviest, yet sturdiest structure and connection methods. The only highlight was the attempt to use his newly mastered magnetic manipulation to decompose that small piece of precious chakra metal into extremely fine particles, then evenly kneading these particles into the metal material of the armor, akin to dough. This process was extremely taxing on both spirit and chakra, but the results were significant. The chakra conductivity of the entire suit was qualitatively enhanced, far surpassing that of ordinary metals. Late at night, Qianshi took a deep breath and began to don the heavy armor. The components connected through built-in buckles and simple hinges. The process was quite time-consuming. When the final faceplate closed, his vision was restricted to two narrow observation slits, and the sounds of the world around him became muffled. Trying to move a bit, there was a creaking sound of metal friction at the joints. His movements were sluggish, as if he bore several times his weight. The chakra flowed relatively smoothly within the armor, but operating this iron mass itself was continuously draining his stamina. Donning a loose black cloak to shroud his whole body, he departed the hospital, silently heading to a remote training ground outside the village. Under the moonlight, the black cloak was shed, revealing the dark armor exposed to the air, reflecting a cold and hard sheen. The testing began. The simplest movements, running and jumping, compared to his normal state, his speed had decreased by at least 30%. His stamina drained rapidly like a river breached by a dam. Qianshi attempted to throw punches and kick. The weight and structure of the puppet enhanced his strength, but the slow attack speed rendered this enhancement utterly meaningless. With no ranged attack capabilities, it was purely a turtle shell. Qianshi expressionlessly retrieved an explosive tag from his ninja tool pouch, activated it, and tossed it at his feet. Boom. The explosive fire and shockwave violently stirred up the surrounding dust. As the smoke cleared, only a charred mark remained on the chest of the armor, with even the faintest indentation nearly invisible. Indeed, its defensive capability justified its terrifying weight and material consumption. His face remained unscathed by the explosive tag, but beyond that it was utterly useless. Cumbersome, slow, high consumption, zero mobility, zero ranged. It perfectly encapsulated what it meant to be a moving target. Qianshi stood silently for nearly a minute. Beneath the faceplate, his expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot. This result was worlds apart from the powerful armor he had envisioned that could both attack and defend, functioning seamlessly. After expending tremendous effort and resources, he had created such a purely defensive turtle shell. He began to awkwardly disassemble the heavy armor. One by one, the components were removed, ultimately sealed within a specially made heavy scroll. Turtle shell, Qianshi muttered softly, forcefully tossing the scroll into the corner of the laboratory. With only an idea surpassing the current capabilities, lacking the adequate materials to support that idea, and without the technology to turn it into reality. Such a material that combined extreme lightness, sturdiness, and perfect chakra conductivity was certainly not something he could acquire at this moment. Regarding how to solve the ranged attack issue and the concept of floating artillery, he already had a blueprint in his mind. But all of this pointed to the relic he knew existed, yet he did not know its specific location, nor could he venture there on his own. Without leaving the village, everything was mere talk. Qianshi forcibly suppressed the swirling thoughts in his mind caused by frustration, compelling himself to forget the ghastly creation he had wrought in such a short time, his gaze returning to calm. For now he could only put this aside. He redirected his attention back to the advanced puppet technique scrolls on the workbench that had yet to be thoroughly studied. Perhaps there were still practical skills to be unearthed from them that could be applied to upgrading the pursuers and self. The air in the laboratory seemed to have solidified, leaving only the faint sound of scrolls rustling and the occasional clattering of metal components being processed. Qianshi was completely immersed in the several high-level puppetry scrolls, no longer skimming through them, but analyzing, understanding, and absorbing them word by word. Many intricate discussions on efficiency optimization and micromechanism design became clear, illuminating areas that had previously been explored through instinct. However, those overly complex anthropomorphic designs aimed at simulating human actions were quickly overlooked or outright discarded. With resources dwindling, they had to be used wisely. His goal was clear: to optimize the existing chasers and self-destructors, enhancing their effectiveness under limited resources. The chaser was the first to be addressed. The original single-shot pentagonal steel needle launch had decent power, but lacked sustainability. Using newly understood microspring mechanisms and chakra propulsion technology, its internal structure was redesigned. The core modification lay in the ammunition system, a rotatable magazine preloaded with 5 launch units, each capable of firing 10 poisoned 3-centimeter kunai at once. While sacrificing the piercing power of the steel needles, it gained the opportunity for 5 consecutive shots and a more insidious ongoing threat. The pursuit was no longer for recovery, but for maximum lethality in the shortest time. Simultaneously, the blasting talisman slots at the center were expanded from 1 to 5, increasing the self-destruct power. Next came the self-destructors. The previous standard and full configuration classifications were completely abolished. A new design philosophy was divided into 2 forms. The first form was disguise. Its appearance, weight, and even the wood grain were indistinguishable from an ordinary substitute wooden stake. Even when held and examined closely, it was hard to discern its authenticity. The internal structure was extremely simplified, with all space used to stack blasting talismans, an entire 20 of them. It would serve as the most insidious trap set in the corners of the battlefield, or at critical moments replacing the real substitute would to surprise the enemy. The second form was feigned attack to confuse the enemy. It was designed to resemble a rough and crude humanoid puppet with only a rough outline and intentionally clumsy joints. Internally, simple blades were installed capable of performing basic slashing, chopping, and crashing motions with negligible power, the sole purpose being to attract attention, feign an attack, and force repositioning. Its core was also stuffed with 20 blasting talismans. Its purpose was to detonate explosively when the enemy focused their attention on this obvious threat. As for materials, there was no longer any need to skimp on the cheap iron sheets. All new puppets' main structures utilized the conventional materials used by the Sand-Hidden Village's puppet troops. Although the strength did not significantly increase, the appearance improved qualitatively, as the main means of inflicting damage lay in the blasting talismans within. Qianshi completed the puppet blueprints and began execution. He unsealed the 2 specially made 1-meter-long scrolls at his lower back. The nearly 100 old-style chasers and a few self-destructors were all taken out and carefully disassembled to remove the internal blasting talismans. Qianshi extended his hands. Magnetic chakra slowly surged forth, enveloping the pile of discarded metal parts. Silently, the parts began to twist and decompose, transforming into the most primitive metal particles, which were then sorted. New materials were also retrieved. The sounds of busy processing resonated once again in the laboratory. Days later, the 2 1-meter-long scrolls were filled anew. One contained 100 brand new chasers, MK2, gleaming with a cold metallic light. The other scroll housed 20 self-destructors resembling wooden substitute stakes of the trap type, and 20 rough, humanoid self-destructors of the feigned attack type. Qianshi secured them back to his lower back, momentarily alleviating his anxiety over insufficient firepower. The remaining time became exceedingly regular. Most of his energy was devoted to in-depth practice of magnetic manipulation, from simple control of sand to the complex decomposition of various materials. All remaining time was dedicated to the extreme honing of his physique. In the training grounds, the heavy sounds of impact and the howling wind rarely ceased. The combination of his powerful physique and the explosive techniques of monstrous strength became increasingly refined, and his control over his own power grew ever more adept. Every ounce of potential in his body was continually extracted, stimulated, and solidified through this near self-abusive cultivation. The total amount of chakra steadily increased alongside his enhanced physique and relentless daily refinement. Time flew by in concentration, until the promised month with the master quietly arrived. In the morning, Qianshi opened his eyes. He carefully checked all the scrolls and ninja tools he carried, confirming everything was in order before pushing open the laboratory door and heading towards the Wind Shadow building. The door to the Wind Shadow office closed behind him, cutting off the light and noise from the outside world. Qianshi stood firmly in the center of the office. The master lifted his gaze from the documents, scanning him. A month has passed. Let me see your results. His tone was flat, revealing no hint of expectation. Qianshi offered no superfluous words. He simply raised his hand. With his palm facing up, a slight thought moved. Wind and earth chakra precisely mixed and transformed within him, coalescing a unique chakra with subtle magnetic waves in his palm. No physical manifestation appeared, but a metal pen holder on the desk trembled slightly, and several iron cuneiform-shaped pins inside seemed to be drawn by an invisible hand, swaying and slowly floating around his palm, beginning to rotate. Magnetic manipulation, the most basic demonstration, but stable, smooth, and precisely controlled. The master's originally indifferent gaze suddenly sharpened, his body leaning slightly forward as he carefully sensed the invisible magnetic field. Just 1 month. And this was while simultaneously studying high-level puppetry. Before the master could speak, Qianshi flipped his left hand, and 2 scrolls unfurled and dropped to the ground. Boom, boom. White smoke flashed, and 2 puppets appeared in the office's empty space. One was the inconspicuous self-destructor of the trap type, indistinguishable from an ordinary substitute wooden stake. The other was the roughly shaped self-destructor of the feigned attack type, with only a vague humanoid outline. The master's gaze was instantly drawn to them. As the creator of puppetry, he could almost instantly recognize the unusual nature of these 2 puppets that disguised the deliberately exposed clumsiness and the subtle chakra fluctuations emanating from within. This was no traditional puppetry approach. It had entirely transformed puppets into consumables. There was a hint of genuine surprise in the voice of the monk. This is a slight improvement based on the scroll you provided. Qianshi answered calmly while his right hand spread open slightly. The floating kunai pen tinkled as it fell. He then turned and grasped the humanoid decoy with sudden force. Magnetic release chakra surged silently. The humanoid puppet seemed to be controlled by an invisible giant hand, suddenly staggering forward, awkwardly swinging its arms in a slashing motion. Though clumsy and slow, it completely broke free from the constraints of the chakra strings. Magnetic release. Controlling puppets. The surprise in the monk's eyes deepened. This application was something even he had not considered. Qianshi dissipated the magnetic release, and the puppet came to a halt with a clank. He then looked towards Feng, speaking with a tone of confusion. There are indeed some aspects I don't quite understand. The monk suppressed the turbulence in his heart, raising his hand to signal speak. The magnetic force generated by magnetic release seems to be akin to an invisible expansive chakra. Qianshi organized his thoughts, attempting to describe his insights. It cannot perform extremely precise micromanipulations like a true chakra string, such as instantly parrying an enemy's weapon or conducting complex surgical operations. However, in terms of traction and driving on a macro level, its efficiency is extraordinarily high, especially for a large number of homogeneous targets. For example, he paused, providing an example. In my battle against the Uchiha, I detonated 100 pursuers simultaneously, which required prearranging chakra strings for connection and triggering, consuming an enormous amount of chakra and control. But if it were now? Qianshi's gaze swept over the 2 puppets. Using magnetic release to simultaneously control and detonate hundreds of similar puppets seems to be no difficult task. Though I can only use the puppets in a rough manner, unable to finally control the specific actions of each individual on the battlefield, forming an unavoidably massive metal tide should be sufficient. The office fell into a brief silence. The monk looked at the 9-year-old child before him, who calmly described a tactical concept capable of changing small-scale warfare, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words. After several seconds, he slowly exhaled, his voice carrying a complex meaning. Your idea is very dangerous, but it indeed captures an essence of magnetic release. However, Qianshi, his tone became particularly serious, you have made a mistake. You used your own standards to measure others. Not everyone possesses your level of chakra control. The monk's words were very straightforward. For ordinary ninjas, controlling a puppet army, being able to stably control 2 puppets simultaneously is already considered elite. To control 10, that is a 9 million genius, requiring all of one's focus, leaving no room for any. As for magnetic release, this bloodline limit currently in the Sand Hidden Village, the only known masters, including you and me, are my disciple, your senior brother Qisha. None of them have not devoted their entire lives to it. Mastering magnetic release or puppet techniques requires extreme dedication. No one would have the energy to also master the equally demanding puppet techniques. Not even I, as the creator of both magnetic release and puppet techniques, can achieve proficiency in both simultaneously. Simply put, those who can use magnetic release cannot master advanced puppet techniques. Those who master advanced puppet techniques find it extremely difficult to learn magnetic release. Like you. The monk's gaze fell on Qianshi once again, as if to reassess him, having both skills and quickly mastering them, and being able to think of combining them. Perhaps it will be decades before another like you emerges. Qianshi listened in silence. Fengying's words were like a chisel carving out a clear understanding of his long-blurred self-perception. Though he always knew that he benefited from the panel, and his later efforts, his chakra control was somewhat stronger. But it was not until this moment, through the confirmation of Fengying a top-tier powerhouse, that he truly realized how far he had come in terms of chakra control. Most ninjas only need to master chakra, and as long as they can channel it along the meridians in their bodies to perform ninjutsu, they spend most of their time practicing ninjutsu or honing their physical techniques rather than continuously refining their chakra control, like himself. Seeing Qianshi lost and thought the monk knew his words had taken effect. Without further ado, he directly opened a drawer and took out a brand new ninja registration form. The monk pushed the document to the edge of the table, saying, "From today onward you are a chunin of the Sand-Hidden Village. Congratulations." Qianshi stepped forward, took the document, and with a hint of joy slightly bowed, saying, "Thank you, teacher." Gaining strength requires honing in real combat. The monk continued, "You've been grounded long enough. Go out and carry out missions. Remember, do not aim too high to take on rank missions. With your current overall capabilities, rank missions are most suitable for you to accumulate experience." Yes. Qianshi bowed again to express his gratitude. Without any unnecessary words, he turned and pushed open the door to Fengying's office. He walked through the somewhat noisy corridor, descended the stairs, and headed straight to the mission release center. In the hall, shadows flickered as many ninjas gathered in front of the bulletin board selecting missions. He walked directly to the area marked for rank missions, quickly scanning the task lists posted above. Eliminating rogue ninjas, escorting important supplies, infiltrating for reconnaissance. One by one the tasks were rapidly filtered out. His current needs were very clear: support for single-person acceptance, a task duration as long as possible, in the activity area preferably close to the Wind Country border. The amount of reward and task difficulty were not a priority consideration. Soon an old-looking task sheet caught his attention. Rank mission: eliminate the rogue ninjas. Stronghold content: eliminate the rogue ninja group entrenched in the abandoned temple on the eastern border of the Wind Country. This group has confirmed attacks on at least 3 border villages, plundering supplies with brutal methods. They are currently hiding inside the temple. Threat assessment: expected encounter with 3 to 5 rogue middle ninjas. Reward 16000 Rio. Deadline 1 month. Special requirements: none. Qianshi's gaze briefly lingered on the words Wind Country, Eastern Border, Abandoned Temple, and 1 month deadline. The reward for eliminating this level of rogue ninja was considered generous, but it held little allure for him. What truly made him decide was the mission's location and duration. The Eastern Border is an area filled with many desolate canyons and ancient geological formations. It is the area that possibly contains the remnants of the special or vein, Grell Stone. And the 1 month task deadline provided ample reason to stay out for an extended period without raising suspicion. Accepting this task was merely secondary to the eradication of the rogue ninjas. The true goal of Qianshi was to seek out the valley that might harbor ancient relics. Whether for the future development of puppets or other reasons, the Grell Stone mine was an indispensable resource for him. The unique abilities of Grell Stones played a crucial role in his next puppet plan, making it something he must acquire at all costs. "I will take this mission." Qianshi pointed to the mission slip and said to the chunin in charge of registration. The chunin processed the paperwork skillfully. After receiving the voucher, he turned and left. Back in the laboratory, Qianshi began his final preparations before departure, confirming that the seals on the 2 long scrolls hidden at his lower back, containing 100 pursuers and 40 self-destructors, were intact. He simply took some supplies and comprehensive supply scrolls, cloaked himself in a black robe to conceal his presence. Nothing was overlooked. With everything ready after leaving Sunagakure, his figure swiftly blended into the vast desert. The primary target was the abandoned temple marked on the map. At his current speed, he could reach it within 2 days at most. The 3 wandering chunins posed no threat, though dealing with them would not take much time. It was the perfect opportunity to experiment with his composite ninjutsu. The real focus was on the subsequent. After the eradication was complete, he would use the excuse of hunting down the remnants to survey various valleys along the eastern border, searching for geological structures that matched the characteristics of ancient relics. Time was limited. He had to make efficient use of this month. On the third day after leaving Sunagakure at dusk, Qianqi's figure appeared in a weathered hilly area. According to the map and mission intel, the abandoned temple occupied by the rogue ninjas was just 1 kilometer ahead. He did not rush to approach, but instead sought shelter in the shadow of a large rock sitting cross-legged. With a calm mind, he felt a slight pressure in his brow and quietly activated his breathing technique. He precisely captured the chakra fluctuations within the range of that dilapidated temple 1 kilometer away. 3. The chakra fluctuations were at the level of chunins with mixed chakra attributes. 7. Were even weaker, likely jinins. There were also a dozen nearly negligible energy responses, probably just ordinary bandits. There were no threats beyond expectations. He released his breathing technique. Qianshi stood up, the black robe fluttering in the wind. The distance closed to 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. The crumbling stone walls of the temple were now faintly visible, with 2 guards napping at the entrance, clutching their weapons. Qianshi raised both hands, fingers slightly spread, and chakra surged from within. The transformation of wind attributes was completed in an instant, and hundreds of razor-sharp, nearly invisible strands of wind were generated from his hands. Immediately afterward, magnetic chakra swiftly covered and adhered to each strand. Go! With a thought, the wind strands exploded forth. Those hundreds of wind strands, now infused with magnetic properties, surged forward like a deadly vortex propelled by an invisible force, ruthlessly shredding everything in their path towards the temple and its surrounding area. There was no significant commotion. Only a chilling sound of cutting filled the air. In the next instant, the temple's mottled stone walls, decayed wooden beams, the napping guards, the rogue ninjas polishing their kunai in the courtyard, and even the clutter piled in the corners, everything seemed to be simultaneously sliced through by countless invisible strands of wind. The stone walls silently bore countless intersecting smooth cuts before collapsing into powder. The wooden beams shattered, scattering into splinters. The rogue ninjas and miscellaneous soldiers had no time to react. Their expressions were frozen in the moment before their bodies, along with their weapons and clothing, were reduced to countless minute fragments, mingling with the similarly shredded debris of the building as they fell. There were no screams, no resistance, no battle, for everything was disassembled in an instant. It was merely a matter of 1 or 2 breaths. What was once a temple that could barely be recognized had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a completely leveled ruin covered in countless minute cut marks, along with a layer of debris made from a mixture of rock powder, wood chips, metal fragments, and organic materials that were difficult to identify. Qianshi expressionlessly lowered his hands, gazing at the absolute silence before him. That strike had consumed about 50% of his chakra. He briefly compared the two. If he had used the old technique, wind release, thousand silk strangulation, to achieve a similar area of destruction, it would have made a lot of noise and inevitably led to a hard-fought battle. It would require full control over about 100 wind strands, supplemented by wind release, great breakthrough for propulsion, and cover, consuming over 80% of chakra and placing a tremendous burden on his mind, making it impossible to execute so effortlessly. But now, relying on magnetic release to crudely control a large number of wind strands without needing to consider the precise trajectories of each one, all he needed was a single thought: strangulation. Efficiency, range, and lethality had increased by several times, yet the consumption had significantly decreased. If he were to reduce the number of wind strands manipulated simultaneously to just a few dozen, the consumption would likely be even lower, making it a technique that could be frequently used for routine extermination. The effectiveness in real combat exceeded expectations. Qianshi found a shadow to sit in, took out a soldier food pill, and closed his eyes to restore his chakra. In just a moment, his depleted chakra was fully restored. Night gradually fell. He stood up, took one last glance at the ruins, and turned to leave. For the next 10 days, Qianshi began his search along the long eastern border of the Land of Wind. Maps, geological features, ancient legends, and even possible weak energy anomalies all became the basis for his judgment. Gobi Desert ravines, lone mountains, his figure swept across one desolate area after another. The process was tedious and lengthy. Until one afternoon, Qianshi stopped in a deeply concealed canyon, nearly completely hidden by wind-eroded stone pillars. Ahead, no longer was there a naturally formed rock wall. Instead, there stood a massive structure, clearly bearing signs of artificial construction, half buried in yellow sand and gravel, with only the top portion exposed. The stone was ancient and etched with strange patterns that had long since faded, starkly contrasting with the architectural style commonly found in the Land of Wind, emanating an air of profound desolation and antiquity. After days of searching, the target finally appeared before him. Qianshi stood still, carefully scanning the outline of the exposed stone door and the surrounding environment to confirm there were no traces of recent human activity nearby. He did not enter immediately, but found a shaded spot to sit down, allowing his weary body and spirit from the continuous search to recover to their optimal state. When he had adjusted his condition to its peak, Qianshi slowly stood up and directed his gaze toward the entrance of the ruins. As he stepped through the entrance, a cool breath filled with a mix of ancient desolation and a strange residual energy met him. Qianshi paused slightly at the entrance, a barely perceptible tension forming in his brow as he silently activated his breathing technique. Before him was a broad passage sloping downwards. The stone walls on either side were rough and ancient, covered in thick dust, yet remnants of some long-lost script or totem could still be discerned among the faded carvings. The passage was dimly lit, with only a faint glimmer of light filtering in from the entrance. Qianshi walked slowly deeper into the passage, expanding his perception to meticulously scan every stone slab beneath his feet, every inch of the walls on either side, and the rock ceiling above, ensuring there were no hidden traps or mechanisms. The passage was not long, leading to a relatively spacious stone hall. The hall appeared cavernous, with 3 massive round stone pillars set in the center bearing the marks of time. Qianshi approached the central pillar at a leisurely pace, recalling from his past life memories that he had found a triggering mechanism on the front side of a round platform. The mechanism was circular and required rotation to activate. Qianshi did not hesitate, placing his palm against it and exerting force to move. Click, creak, creak. The entire platform jolted violently. Immediately the platform began to plummet rapidly. The surrounding stone walls blurred into a dark rush upwards as the light source above shrank quickly into a tiny point, ultimately engulfed by darkness. The descent brought a whistling wind to his ears, lasting for more than 10 seconds before it gradually stabilized with a dull thud from the cushioning mechanism. As the view cleared, he found himself in a completely enclosed stone chamber deep underground. The air here was icy and held a peculiar scent. The ceiling chamber was perfectly circular, and the most astonishing feature was the walls surrounding it, adorned with colorful yet discernible massive murals. These murals were relatively well preserved, depicting scenes remarkably similar to those in his past life memories, from the sprawling and magnificent veins of azurite or to the grand scenes of ancient ancestors mining and worshipping this strange mineral, each vividly brought to life. At the core of the ceiling chamber, a large spiritual summoning array, approximately 5 meters in diameter, was etched into the ground. The complexity and intricacy of this array far exceeded anything he had learned before. Its lines composed of some unknown material that even covered in dust faintly pulsed with a heartbeat of unsettling energy. Just by gazing at this array, Qianshi could feel the terrifying power contained within. It was precisely the spiritual summoning array that could summon the temporal rift he remembered. To create such a delicate and powerful array, the capability of its caster was entirely beyond Qianshi's current understanding. At that moment, as the activation of the upper mechanism was completed, a mural depicting the core of the ore vein emitted a faint glow. Following that, the stone slab in front of the mural slid open, silently revealing an ancient stone pedestal slowly rising from the ground. This was the key to the grail, or vein. According to the information from his past life, this pedestal seemed inconspicuous, but was crucial. If its structure were compromised, the energy balance above would be disrupted, triggering a chain reaction throughout the grail vein, resulting in an explosion said to be capable of shattering half a continent. However, the actual power remained unknown. Qianshi's gaze lingered on the key for a moment before he moved away from its vicinity, redirecting his focus to the ceiling of the chamber. Even without activating his breathing technique, Qianshi could sense the vast and boundless waves of energy surging above the ceiling stone chamber. There lay the main body of the grail, or vein. He raised his right hand, fingers slightly splayed. Several strands of wind coalesced at his fingertips, cutting through the ceiling. The moment the roof was breached, dazzling azure light surged in through the gap. Instantly, the entire underground stone chamber was engulfed in a brilliant azure light, with dazzling azure halos filling his vision. A tremendous, pure, and life-filled wave of energy flooded the entire ceiling chamber. Qianshi immediately controlled his magnetic displacement chakra, carefully extending from the gap to accurately envelop a dozen independent crystal fragments, each about the size of an adult's fist, at the edge of the ore vein. He extracted them from the main, or vein. A dozen azure glowing stones slowly floated down, and he quickly retrieved a specially prepared sealing scroll designed to isolate energy fluctuations from his scroll pouch, carefully sealing each of these stones one by one. Having completed all this, Qianshi took one last look at the dazzling, or vein, and the perilous spiritual summoning array before turning and rapidly ascending along the passage. As he left the ruins, the outside world was filled with stars, and the cool moonlight cast a chill over the desolate Gobi. To prevent others from stumbling upon this ruin, Qianshi raised his hands, and the chakra within him began to surge. Boom! A massive amount of sand surged around him as if it had been given life, violently rolling and surging like a towering yellow wave rushing uncontrollably towards the entrance of the ruins. In just a moment, the entrance was completely engulfed, erasing all traces and completely covering it beneath thick layers of sand, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Qianshi carefully sensed the buried depth, firmly imprinting the location and prominent geographical features of this place in his mind. Then he turned and raced towards the direction of Sunagakure. As the outline of Shine Village emerged amidst the swirling sand, dusk had already fallen. 4 days of travel left Qianshi looking travel-worn. The number of guards at the village entrance had doubled, and the usual lackadaisical look in their eyes was replaced by a tense scrutiny. Qianshi presented his task proof, and the guards checked it with exceptional care before nodding to allow him entry. Throughout the process, no one spoke, only an inexplicable sense of oppression lingered. Upon entering the village, an unusual atmosphere enveloped him. There were many pedestrians on the streets, yet an eerie silence prevailed. The once bustling vendors had diminished significantly, and the few shops still open exuded a sense of ninjas moved briskly, their expressions serious, whispering in small groups, their voices kept exceedingly low, fragmented phrases floating by. Supplies, defenses, Konoha. The task center hall was more crowded than usual, yet strangely devoid of noise. The bulletin board had undergone a drastic change. The area once filled with notices for lost pets or requests for assistance in gathering was now stark and bare, the wooden board exposed and glaring. The sea area had also become sparse, with the usual escort and investigation missions few and far between. In the B-level and above zones, papers were stacked upon one another, the ink heavy, the text exuding the scent of gunpowder. Mandatory recruitment, team formation to reclaim occupied points within the land of rivers. Mandatory recruitment, infiltrate the land of rain, scout the movements of Awagakure forces. Mandatory recruitment, remove the Konoha outpost at the border of the land of fire. Mandatory recruitment, coastal early warning deployment, prevent infiltration by the mist ninjas. A uniformity of mandates. Although Qianshi did not understand what a mandatory mission meant, yet seeing the uniformity of infiltration, assassination, and reconnaissance, he had a rough idea in his heart, as if the walls were stained with a layer of blood from these missions. Qianshi approached the handover window, presenting the task proof and brief report for clearing the rogue ninja stronghold. The ninja behind the window quickly verified it, then indicated 16,000 ryo, pushing it over the counter. He glanced over the mandatory tasks without pausing his gaze. He turned to leave. The wheels of war had begun to roll, but he was no longer the vulnerable self who had just crossed over. Outside, the sky had turned nearly pitch black. Qianshi took a detour, bought some food, and passed through several alleys. The frequency of patrols had noticeably increased, with Chuninal Genin patrol teams almost everywhere. The glow of the barriers around the supply warehouse and puppet workshop flickered, and the guards were exceptionally strict. The entire village resembled a taut beast. All of this was temporarily unrelated to him. The corridors of the hospital were busier than the task hall, the mixed scents of blood and disinfectant forming an even more bizarre aroma. Qianshi did not pause, heading straight for the independent laboratory. He first removed the supplies he was carrying. Only then did he retrieve the spoils from the specially crafted sealing scroll. More than 10 fist-sized grill stones were carefully placed on the operating table. Under the light, the crystals emitted a bluish glow, as if liquid energy flowed slowly within, giving off faint energy fluctuations. Qianshi did not rush to act, but spent half an hour adjusting his condition to its best. Then he activated the process of calming his mind. In this state, he could better analyze the intrinsic characteristics of the ore. Qianshi's fingertips lightly touched a grill stone, cautiously probing with chakra, sensing not merely a chakra affinity, but a more primal and violent surge of power. Memories from his past life flashed through his mind. Those beastly ninja under Hade manipulating thunder and sound waves. This crystal was not merely an amplifier, but a special energy core. An idea quickly formed: there was no need for the complex mechanisms of traditional puppets. What Qianshi intended to create was a true floating artillery, not those reliant solely on explosion tags. Using magnet release chakra for remote control of the puppet, with the grill stone as the internal energy core to provide energy and directly launch it. He took a Pursuer MKII, completely disassembled it, retaining only the basic spherical structure. The internal space was entirely emptied. Picking up a smaller grill stone, he concentrated wind attribute, cutting lines at his fingertips, beginning to adjust and shape it. The process was extremely taxing on the mind, requiring constant maintenance of calmness and cutting lines with a terrifying consumption of chakra, shaping the crystal into a suitable form for embedding in the core. After nearly an hour, he had initially polished the first crystal into shape. Qianshi carefully embedded it into the central cavity of the sphere. His hands covered the sides of the sphere, mobilizing magnet release chakra to slowly envelop the grill stone. The magnet release chakra was not meant to activate the ore, but to establish a control circuit based on the advanced puppet technique knowledge given by shaman. Qianshi sensed every subtle collision between the magnet release chakra and the grill stone. He attempted to guide the bluish energy along the simple output circuit he had just inscribed on the inner wall of the sphere. Buzz! The grill stone suddenly lit up, its glow intensifying the interior of the sphere, emitting a low hum slightly levitating off the table. He had successfully established an initial link. Qianshi could clearly feel that through the magnet release chakra, he could roughly guide this energy outward. Next was to grant it offensive capabilities. He recalled the ability forms of the grill stone from his memories, choosing the first direction to simulate lightning. Qianshi's fingertips once again gathered cutting lines, beginning to construct a rudimentary energy conversion structure at the front of the energy outlet within the sphere. All this knowledge came from the advanced puppet techniques bestowed by shaman intended to allow puppets to release ninjutsu like ninjas. After spending a considerable amount of time, Qianshi finally completed the carving. In that moment of completion, with a flick of his thought, he sent instructions through magnetic escape chakra. Crack! A faint blue lightning bolt suddenly shot out from the front of the sphere, striking a distant iron target used for testing, leaving a small scorched mark. Although the power was still weak, it was completely feasible. This was not lightning released through chakra transformation, but the direct activation of the energy within the Grail Stone, resulting in genuine lightning. Qianshi suppressed his slightly fluctuating emotions and immediately began attempting a second form. He adjusted the internal energy output, trying to mimic another ability, Shockwave. This construction was more challenging. The energy frequency needed to be adjusted to a specific vibration pattern. After a moment, he sent instructions again through magnetic escape. A deep humming sound emanated from within the sphere, and the surrounding air showed visible ripples. An invisible shockwave suddenly spread out, causing several blank scrolls on the workbench to fly up, and Qianshi's ears buzzed. It was neither a success nor a failure. It was just that using the puppets to trigger shockwaves could never be done nearby, as it was completely indistinguishable between friend and foe. Qianshi then looked intently at the more than 10 pieces of green mineral on the operating table, and then at the scroll beside him that sealed over 100 puppets. If all the pursuers could be transformed into this kind of floating cannon controlled in groups via magnetic escape, chakra simultaneously unleashing lightning and sound waves, their power would be enough to instantly tear apart a small team. It could change the course of a small skirmish, requiring only a bit of his chakra to control the puppets, while the energy they unleashed wouldn't consume his own chakra at all. Qianshi picked up another piece of grail crystal with cutting lines swirling around his fingertips and continued the tedious yet precise work of cutting and shaping. The laboratory was filled only with the faint grinding noise of polishing the minerals and the occasional sound of testing. Time lost its meaning, marked only by the bluish glow of the grail stone and the delicate sounds of the carving lines. The transformation project was far more complicated than Qianshi had anticipated. Each pursuer mechs needed to be completely disassembled, removing the redundant 1,000 launch mechanisms, retaining only the basic spherical shell and the detonation talisman slot at the core. Then the cut and shaped core of the Grail Stone needed to be embedded in the basic human meridian circuit, carefully constructed using magnetic escape chakra, finally engraving a simple technique to guide energy transformation into lightning or sound waves. This work heavily relied on calming the mind. Once skilled, using ordinary tools resulted in minimal chakra consumption, but the toll on the spirit was astonishing. After completing every 10 units, Qianshi had to deactivate them, rest, and replenish his energy. When the 100th floating cannon was fully transformed and successfully injected with the magnetic escape link, just over half of the remaining Grail Stone on the operating table was consumed. Over 100 spheres flickering with green light quietly hovered behind Qianshi, emitting faint energy fluctuations. He sealed all the floating cannons back into a specially made scroll and headed straight to the most secluded training ground in the village. It was deep into the night. The training ground was deserted and no patrol teams passed by. He then unsealed all the floating cannons from the scroll. With a flick of his thought, the magnetic escape chakra quickly covered each sphere. The blue cores lit up simultaneously, and a hum merged into a chorus. Qianshi locked onto the abandoned rock wall in the distance. Orders were issued. A series of spine-tingling crackling sounds erupted. Blue lightning ripples intertwined to form a net of destruction, instantly covering the rock wall. It left behind scorched pits. The attacks did not arrive simultaneously, but were staggered, one wave following another, continuously bombarding the same area. Rocks shattered and debris flew. In just over 10 seconds, the thick rock wall was forcibly reduced by more than half its surface in disarray, as if swiped by multiple ninjas using large-scale lightning techniques. Qianshi ceased the attack. The cores of the floating cannons dimmed, trembling slightly, as if undergoing a brief cooling period. He silently counted, and after about 5 seconds, all the cores stabilized again, their ghostly glow flowing, returning to their previous state. The attack of a single floating cannon might only trouble a freshly graduated genin, but 100 of them continuously alternating their strikes had a density and endurance far surpassing any conventional ninjutsu he had ever seen. Most crucially, aside from the consumption of maintaining magnetic escape control, these lightning attacks were entirely powered by the Grail Stone. Qianshi then proceeded to test the safety measures. With a slight thought, a test floating cannon floated to a distant empty area. He injected a specific frequency of chakra pulse in reverse through the magnetic escape link. This was the self-destruct command he had set. Boom. A violent explosion far exceeding that of a conventional detonation talisman erupted, flames soaring into the sky and shockwaves stirred up clouds of dust. The explosion's power far exceeded Qianshi's expectations. When the dust settled, a scorched pit was left behind. The 5 detonation talismans inside the puppet successfully detonated the internal Grail Stone, resulting in an astonishing compound explosion. After quickly clearing the traces and recovering the remains, Qianshi returned to the laboratory before the patrol team arrived, feeling completely awake. He took out the remaining half of the Grail Stone and began repeating the previous transformation process. Time passed without him noticing. Another 100 floating cannons were transformed. All the Grail Stones acquired this time were exhausted, replaced by 200 newly upgraded floating cannons. The name Pursuer was already outdated. In Qianshi's mind, they had a new code name, the Thunderclap Stalker. For the next 2 days, Qianshi engaged in no training or research. Most of his time was spent meditating and resting, recovering from the excessive drain on his spirit, bringing his physical condition back to its peak. The rest of the time was spent meticulously inspecting and maintaining each ninja tool, properly storing the newly created Thunderclap Stalker scrolls with spare ninja tools and supply scrolls. During this time, he went out once to the village's supply center, using his task rewards to purchase a large quantity of the highest quality chakra metals and special lubricants for the daily maintenance of these puppets. By the 3rd morning, his condition had been adjusted to its best. Qianshi conducted a final check of his equipment: 2 long scrolls secured at his lower back, a bulging scroll bag under his ribs, a full ninja tool bag, and a lightweight backpack. He pushed open the door to the laboratory. Under the looming shadows of war, Sunagakure was more silent and oppressive than usual. Qianshi stepped towards the direction of the mission center. It was time to see what those so-called forced missions were all about. The task center remained as oppressive as it had been since his return a few days ago, filled with a peculiar tension. The bulletin board had completely lost the gentle words of escort and investigation, and even the tasks below grade B had been withdrawn, replaced entirely by mandatory missions. Qianshi's gaze swept over the descriptions of various missions: infiltration, reconnaissance, sabotage, ambush. Finally, his gaze settled on one mandatory mission, difficulty grade B or above, ambush the Konoha communication team. Location: east entrance of No. 7 Gorge within the Land of Rain. Objective: intercept and completely eliminate the Konoha communication team and their escort. Expected target: a squad of Konoha ninjas. Requirement: it is advisable to be led by a jonin. If there is a record of independently killing Konoha jonin, it can be executed alone after verification. Note: a token proving the target's identity and mission completion must be brought back. Qianshi thought to himself, a record of independently killing a Konoha jonin, he just so happened to have one. That report regarding Uchiha Yen, though not fully confirmed the village had accepted it, had now become the best pass. He walked to the window and pointed at that mission. The ninja behind the window looked up and frowned slightly at the mission Qianshi pointed to. Execute alone. His voice carried a hint of certainty. Qianshi nodded and passed over his mission. The chunin behind the window reached out to take it, quickly flipping through it. When he saw a certain line of record, his actions paused for a moment, and he looked up to scrutinize the excessively young face before him, then returned to his usual impassive demeanor. Verification passed. Mission credential. He handed over a scroll marked with detailed maps and rendezvous time information. Deadline is 5 days. Qianshi put away the credential and turned to leave the crowded hall. He did not return to the laboratory for any unnecessary preparations. All the essentials had already been carried with him. He headed straight for the village entrance, displaying the mission credential. The guards took a glance and quickly cleared the passage. His target was directed towards the northeastern border of the Land of Rain. The dry wind and sand were gradually replaced by moist vapor, and the gray sky began to drizzle lightly. The border of the Land of Rain was already in sight. According to the map, Qianshi stopped 10 kilometers away from the preset ambush point, the east entrance of No. 7 Gorge. It was a hidden rocky crevice surrounded by dense humid shrubs. Qianshi quickly formed seals to unseal the puppets, and 2 special long scrolls unfolded. As the white smoke dissipated, 200 thunderous stealthers silently floated in midair, their azure cores emanating a hazy glow amidst the rain mist. With a slight movement of his mind, the cluster of floating cannons rapidly gathered beneath him, lifting his body as he quietly ascended. Raindrops pattered against the puppet's shell, producing a fine sound. Hundreds of meters above the ground, Qianshi glanced at the puppets beneath him. The external structures of these puppets were made of metal, and he wondered if flying too high would attract lightning. He cautiously maneuvered through the low-hanging rain clouds, swiftly heading towards his target direction. As he approached the target area, Qianshi lowered his altitude, peering down through the rain curtain. Below, a small squad was struggling to traverse the slick stone path. For individuals forming a standard ninja squad formation, with one in the center, carrying a large scroll box characteristic of the Konoha communication team. The three escorting members remained vigilant, watching their surroundings, while the leading ninja exhibited a chakra response that was evidently more refined, undoubtedly a jonin. As he quietly descended to around 100 meters, Qianshi stood atop the floating puppet, perfectly concealed by the gray mist and the cluster of floating cannons. He raised both hands, needing no seals, as he fully activated the magnetic chakra. The air around him emitted a faint hiss as countless threads of wind chakra extended from his fingertips, silently weaving an invisible net of death that covered nearly 100 meters beneath. Below, the Konoha jonin seemed to sense a faint trace of killing intent and chakra fluctuations, abruptly looking up and shouting, "Be careful!" Above. Before he could finish his sentence, Magnet released 1,000 threads of death. In an instant, the net of death abruptly constricted. It was not the dull sound of flesh being sliced by blades, but more akin to butter being cut by a hot knife, like dense fabric being rapidly sliced, torn, and disintegrated by countless razor-sharp threads, creating a dense sound. Everything below, the three chunin, the communication officer, the surrounding rocks, shrubs, and even the falling raindrops, were simultaneously sliced into countless minuscule fragments by that invisible net. There were no screams, no struggles, only a brief, suffocating sound of cutting, followed by the eerie sound of organic mixtures mixed with muddy stones crashing to the ground. A rich crimson, mixed with the powder of rocks and trees, swiftly spread across the muddy ground, quickly washed away by the falling rain. Only that Konoha jonin, at the last moment relying on his extraordinary perception and speed, suddenly retreated, explosively unleashing a strong lightning chakra around him in an attempt to block. The harsh sound of friction erupted as lightning clashed violently with the threads of wind, barely deflecting the slicing aimed at his vital points. However, a thread of wind still grazed his abdomen, slicing through instantly, leaving a horrifically smooth wound, blood gushing out like a spray. He heavily fell into the mud, his face as pale as paper, his right hand desperately covering the large wound on his abdomen, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief. Qianshi gave him no chance to catch his breath or assess his situation. In the air, the energy cores of the 200 floating thunderous stealthers suddenly flared brightly. The order was singular: unleash a full-force attack. In the next moment, the sky was completely engulfed by blue and white electric snakes. Crackle, boom, virum. The howling of thunder perfectly intertwined with the rain curtain, completely covering the area where the jonin was located. Lightning blasted the muddy ground, creating charred pits, instantly vaporizing the rainwater. There were no techniques, only the purest and most savage energy pouring forth, lasting a full 10 seconds. When the cluster of floating cannons ceased their assault, their core lights dimmed and entered, cooled down, the smoke and steam below slowly dispersed. What remained was a large pit filled with charred holes and radiating cracks, the bottom a mess of crystallized mud and broken rocks. The Konoha jonin had long since vanished, leaving behind only a half-charred head with fragments of the Konoha forehead protector and some residual burnt tissue at the edge of the pit, proving he had once existed. Qianshi descended to hover above the pit. The rain washed over the battlefield, carrying the blood and debris deep into the soil. His gaze swept over the area, frowning slightly. The other targets and the tokens had turned to dust, impossible to collect. Subsequently, he manipulated a few floating cannons to search through the wreckage for a moment, ultimately finding only the nearly completely destroyed, charred remains of a body. He could barely discern its identity from the twisted, charred vest fragments and the lingering chakra aura. Qianshi wondered if this would still be recognized by the task center. He took out a blank sealing scroll and sealed the ruined body inside. Stowing away the scroll, he again manipulated the puppet to ascend, merging into the gray sky of the land of rain, heading back towards Sunagakure. Behind him, only a massive charred pit remained, as if a natural disaster had just struck. As the towering cliffs of Shine Village appeared on the horizon, it was afternoon, the scorching sun roasting the sandy sea into a shimmering distortion. Qianshi slowly descended behind a massive wind-eroded rock pillar 10 kilometers away from the village. The magnetic escape technique sealed the 200 thunderstorm stealth devices back into their respective scrolls. Qianshi felt the solid ground beneath his feet as he stepped onto the soft sand. Flying with the swarm of floaters consumed far less energy than he had anticipated. Yet this ability could not be revealed to others for the time being. Shine Village neither needed nor should have an individual capable of ignoring terrain and moving at high speed. Premature exposure would only lead to being deliberately targeted, becoming a focal point, and firmly locked into the war machine of the ninja village. This mission took far too little time from initiation to target completion. Less than 15 minutes of actual combat, plus the round-trip flight time amounted to no more than 2 days. Returning now, within the 5-day mission limit, would be too conspicuous. Qianshi pondered briefly and decided not to proceed further. He found a shaded sand depression, dug out a simple resting place, and used the makeshift tent cloth from his ninja tools for some cover. The next 2 days would be spent here. During the day, he practiced chakra control, and at night, he engaged in physical training. The temperature difference between day and night in the desert was extreme, but to Qianshi, who was already accustomed to hardship, it felt like a gentle breeze. On the morning of the 4th day, estimating that the time was nearly right, he packed his belongings and walked towards Shine Village like a ninja who had completed his mission. The guards at the village entrance remained strict, verifying the mission credentials before allowing him to pass. The atmosphere inside the village was tenser than when he left. The patrol teams had a more bloodthirsty glint in their eyes, and the air seemed to carry a faint hint of blood. Qianshi headed straight to the mission center. The hall felt oppressive as usual. He approached the handover window and handed over the scroll containing the sealed remains of a Konoha Jonin along with the mission report. Ambush mission completed. The Chunin behind the window took the scroll, released the seal, and glanced at the charred, incomplete corpse, especially the half-broken forehead protector. His expression changed slightly as he quickly checked the mission list. Due to the corpse's severe disfigurement, verifying the target's specific strength was impossible, and the task could only be settled as a level mission. Verification complete. Mission reward 16000 Rio. The money pouch was quickly pushed out. The other party's actions were quicker than usual, seemingly wanting to avoid any further contact with anything related to that scroll. Qianshi tucked the money pouch away and turned to leave, nearly colliding with 2 people. It was Matsutake and Kakuta. Both bore the signs of travel fatigue and dust. Their eyes lacked vitality, and their lips were pressed tightly. Matsutake's characteristic bravado had vanished, leaving only a heavy numbness. Kakuta appeared even more subdued, like a moving rock. They still carried a faint scent of blood and medicinal ointment. Their team was down 1 member. The buzzcut Tetsumaru, who always charged ahead, had the loudest voice, but after being beaten down, he was the most obedient practice partner, and he was nowhere to be seen. Qianshi's gaze swept over their empty sides and the palpable gloom, and he instantly understood. Tetsumaru was dead. He had died during a recent forced mission. Perhaps it was reconnaissance or an encounter, and it was no different from the fallen Seiriuichi and Makino. Matsutake raised his head, seemingly trying to force a habitual expression, but failed, his lips merely twitching as he said hoarsely, "Qianshi. Long time no see." Kakuta silently nodded, his gaze sweeping over Qianshi's overly clean attire and unmarred body, a flicker of complex emotion appearing in his eyes before returning to dead silence. Qianshi did not inquire about Tetsumaru, nor did he offer comfort. He simply patted Matsutake and Kakuta on the shoulder as a response and walked past them towards the exit. Behind him, Matsutake let out a very low sigh, almost drowned out by the noise of the hall, followed by Kakuta's heavier footsteps. They were merely cogs in this war machine, likely to be worn down and replaced at any moment. After leaving the mission center, Qianshi headed directly back to the hospital laboratory. The heavy door temporarily isolated him from the outside oppression. Qianshi first took out all the thunderstorm stealth devices and carefully inspected each one. Having endured intense energy emissions and the erosion of the humid environment of the land of rain, some of the outer shells and internal energy output circuits showed slight wear. He casually picked up the chakra metal and special lubricant he had previously purchased from the workbench and began maintenance on each device. After completing the maintenance, he resealed all the floaters properly. Qianshi's gaze fell upon the iron balls in the corner used for practicing Rasengan. Though he no longer needed them for training, he still kept them. Raising his right hand, chakra began to rapidly gather. Without hand signs, a highly compressed, violently rotating chakra sphere instantly formed in the palm of his hand. After infusing it with wind nature, the chakra sphere rapidly expanded and deformed, emitting a piercing noise akin to thousands of birds chirping, transforming into a massive shuriken shape, with 4 sharp, protruding edges spinning wildly in Qianshi's palm and exuding a destructive aura. Wind release Rasengan Shuriken. Qianshi maintained this dangerous, unfinished product, clearly feeling the terrifying power contained within, capable of tearing apart everything it touched at the cellular level. However, he could also sense the immense centrifugal force and instability, as if he were holding a detonator that could explode at any moment. He attempted to throw it out, but as he exerted a slight mental pull, the entire technique structure began to violently tremble, teetering on the brink of collapse. Forcing it out would only result in it losing control and exploding at the moment of release, engulfing him as well. After several more attempts, the results were no different. Maintaining it was already the limit, long-range attacks were out of reach. Qianshi dissipated the raging chakra in his palm, and the piercing noise in the laboratory abruptly ceased. He was not particularly surprised by this outcome, nor did he feel much frustration. The difficulty of strength ninjutsu was already beyond imagination, let alone this forbidden technique involving extreme changes in form and nature. Compared to spending a great deal of time and chakra trying to master a single high-risk technique, the thunderstorm stealth devices and magnetic escape, thousand-thread strangulation he currently possessed were clearly of greater practical value and more in line with his combat style. He temporarily set this dilemma aside and began contemplating the current situation. The wheels of war had already crushed a small number of people and would soon roll over many more. While personal strength enhancement was certainly important, sustainable combat capability was even more crucial. Shadow sealing. The overlap of the breathing point and storage location had long been discovered and chakra could be infused, but due to a lack of knowledge in advanced sealing techniques, he was unable to lock down the hard-earned chakra, helplessly watching it continue to dissipate. Without sufficient chakra, many high-consumption tactics could not be sustained. The key to solving the problem lay in more advanced sealing techniques. In the entire Shine village, there was only one person who possessed the knowledge of the most profound sealing techniques. The second Kazakage Sabaku was also currently his teacher. It was time to pay this teacher a visit. With war looming perhaps already underway, the development of shadow sealing needed to be prioritized. Qianshi's gaze swept over the scroll in the corner of the laboratory that recorded the theory of the 9 threads extreme law, and he had made his decision. However, Qianshi did not set out immediately. He needed a little more time to make it seem like he had just completed a mission and did not appear too eager, allowing his thoughts to be more meticulous and clearer on how to seek his teacher's guidance. Qianshi pushed open the door to Feng Ying's office. Shaman was not seated at the main position, but stood in front of a large map of Suna village and its surrounding forces, his fingertip pressing on a certain boundary line, his brow furrowed. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he did not turn around immediately, but spoke in a deep voice. "What is it?" "Teacher." Qianshi stood at the door, his voice steady. Only then did Shaman turn around, seeing his recently accepted disciple. The furrow between his brows slightly eased, but the fatigue and seriousness in his eyes did not diminish. "Atsu, have you completed the task?" "I heard it went smoothly." Shaman walked behind the large desk and sat down, gesturing for Qianshi to come forward. "Yes." Qianshi approached the desk, skipping the pleasantries and going straight to the point. "This time, I have some new ideas regarding the combination of magnetic escape and sealing techniques." "Oh." Shaman leaned slightly forward, showing interest. Magnetic escape was a bloodline limit he had developed based on the One Tail and was proud of. This disciple before him had mastered its basics in a remarkably short time and applied it in actual combat with astonishing efficiency. Qianshi quickly stated magnetic escape can control sand trap enemies, defend, and even kill. If it can assist in using sealing techniques, he continued, I believe we should be able to apply the sealing technique at the moment of trapping the enemy, completely depriving them of the ability to resist. The theory sounded entirely focused on enhancing the power of magnetic escape, aligning well with Shaman's original intent for its development. After listening, a glint of approval flashed in Shaman's eyes, combining it with sealing techniques. Excellent. The binding characteristics of magnetic escape indeed fit perfectly with sealing techniques. Your line of thought is very correct and practical. He clearly recalled a report regarding an ambush mission, single-handedly annihilating a standard Konoha squad led by a Jonin with almost no losses. This achievement was enough to make many seasoned Jonin blush. Your performance deserves greater rewards. Shaman retrieved 3 old but well-preserved scrolls from beneath the desk, pushing them in front of Qianshi. These are my insights from years of studying sealing techniques, especially some principles based on the one-tail sealing method. Take them. I hope they will assist your ideas. After Qianshi thanked him and took the scroll, Shaman looked at him and continued, with your strength and achievements by convention, you are already qualified for an exception to be promoted to special Jonin. In wartime, you will need to take on more responsibilities. Are you willing to lead a squad responsible for border patrols or assault missions? This was customary, a test of experience and a way to maximize the utility of powerful ninjas. A brief silence fell in the office. Leading a squad. It meant responsibility, command, and exposing oneself to so-called teammates. Qianshi clearly remembered how Yetsong was killed in his past life. He did not believe that after experiencing this war in the ninja world, he could outshine the future third wind Shadow Shasa in strength and reputation. For now, hiding his talents seemed the best choice. As long as his military achievements remained at the level of an average Chunin, he should not face the same reckoning as Yetsong after the war. Qianshi had long realized how foolish it was to pin survival hopes on others. Moreover, even if he reached a certain level of strength, he had no supporting forces, and his young age was an obstacle that could not be ignored. Forcing himself to lead a squad would only invite unnecessary suspicion, completely contrary to both the enhancement of his abilities and his original intentions. Teacher Qianshi said after a moment of silence, "I believe that now is not the appropriate time to take on the role of a leading jonin." Shaman's brow furrowed again. "Why? Your strength should be sufficient to command respect." "My strength is enough, but my age is not." Qianshi calmly analyzed. Commanding those chunin who have served for over 10 years is indeed difficult to gain true respect, which may adversely affect the execution of missions. I believe I should independently execute high-difficulty missions rather than lead a team to execute missions. Shaman gazed into Qianshi's calm eyes, and he had to admit that there was some truth in these words. In times of war, the stability of the team and adherence to orders are crucial. A commander who is too young and lacks prestige could indeed become an unstable factor. Moreover, Qianshi had not demonstrated any talents related to leading a team. You have a point. Shaman finally nodded, slowly abandoning his immediate promotion plans. "In that case, you should return and study these sealing techniques. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. You may go now. Oh, I have too many matters to attend to." Shaman waved his hand, his tone carrying a hint of fatigue, and his gaze returned to the enormous military map. "Yes," Qianshi replied succinctly, putting away the 3 scrolls, bowing, and turning to leave. Back in the laboratory, the shadow of war from the outside world was once again isolated. Qianshi did not rush to review all the scrolls, but first adjusted his breathing and entered a state of calm. Only then did he unfold the scrolls given by Shaman. The first 2 scrolls were indeed, as Shaman had said, filled with a rich style of research on the one-tail sealing. They contained a wealth of information on using vast and complex chakra to construct multiple overlapping crude yet solid sealing barriers, with principles leaning towards overwhelming and imprisoning the target with absolute force, as if burying everything in endless quicksand. It was not complicated, extremely powerful, yet lacking in variety, with an alarming demand for chakra. Qianshi did not spend much time understanding these principles. When he unfolded the 3rd scroll, which appeared to be the oldest, the content was entirely different. The material of the scroll was unusually special, faintly exuding a unique aura. Qianshi's gaze swiftly swept over the opening summary. His mind stirred slightly. "This is the 4-symbol seal, a secret sealing technique of the Vortex clan." A line of small, almost faded annotations on the inner side of the scroll seemed to be written by a monk by the 1st generation of Wind Shadow in the Warring States. Years. Obtained from the sea. In battle, it was identified as the sealing technique of the Vortex clan, whose structural design was exquisite and completely different from the principles of the Guardian Crane sealing technique. Unfortunately, it was incomplete, only recording the core techniques and some principles. Qianshi was astonished the monk actually gave this to him. Was it because he believed it had great potential when combined with magnetic escape, or merely as a form of knowledge expansion? His thoughts raced, but were quickly suppressed. The reason was unimportant. What mattered was the content. He rapidly immersed himself in the material, completely different from the Guardian Crane's sealing technique, which relied on an overwhelming amount of chakra. The 4-symbol seal showcased a precision that was almost artistic. It emphasized the precise guidance of chakra, the subtle balance of yin and yang properties, as well as the resonance and circulation between the technique's nodes, striving for the most stable sealing effect with minimal consumption. In comparison, the one-tailed style of sealing resembled a cage built from massive stones, while the 4-symbol seal was akin to chains woven from the most resilient materials. The latter was undoubtedly more suitable for personal use, especially for one who required high chakra control and had to consider endurance. Qianshi's mind raced as he read every complex rune and energy circuit on the scroll. The sealing technique of the Vortex clan was indeed well-deserved of its reputation. Its profound intricacy far exceeded any sealing knowledge he had encountered before. Even the incomplete foundational parts contained critically important knowledge. Qianshi was fully absorbed in the 4-symbol sealing technique, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the complex structures of the technique in the air, attempting to understand its internal balance and power. The dilemma of the yin sealing seemed to see a glimmer of resolution at this moment. 7 days passed in the alternating tasks and studies of the sealing technique. Qianshi returned alone after completing another level assassination mission, the door of the laboratory closing behind him. He briefly brushed off the fine dust from his journey and immersed himself back into his research. The theoretical structure of the shadow seal had gradually transformed from concept to reality after 7 days of deliberation. Compared to the rudimentary form from 7 days ago, the current plan was now complete, only awaiting final implementation. Qianshi sat cross-legged, adjusting his breath. His fingertips gathered highly refined chakra and slowly pointed towards his third eye. The chakra was not injected violently. Instead, it followed the balanced principles learned from the 4-symbol seal, and the core principles of the one-tail sealing technique, delicately sketching and constructing a small micro-seal. The process was slow and accompanied by waves of pain, with a sharp prickling and swelling sensation at his third eye. His mental focus was highly concentrated in maintaining the structural stability of the technique. Without knowing how much time had passed when the last stroke of the technique was completed, the entire micro-seal suddenly glowed brightly, and then retracted, embedding itself deeply beneath the skin of his third eye, forming a faint mark that was almost imperceptible. During daily activities, it was concealed by his forehead protector, so there was no need to worry. The technique had succeeded. Next was the infusion of chakra to test whether this self-developed seal could prevent the flow of chakra. Qianshi injected a small amount of chakra into the shadow seal, and after testing he discovered that the chakra stored in the shadow seal still flowed back into his body continuously due to the roughness of the seal. However, the rate of flow had decreased significantly compared to before, making it acceptable. It simply required time to refill the chakra that flowed back into his body into the shadow seal. Qianshi then began a repetitive process of thoroughly refining chakra, guiding it to his third eye seal and cautiously infusing it. After each infusion, he entered meditation to restore the exhausted chakra. This cycle continued. The amount of chakra refined each day had its limits and could not be infinitely extracted, which was linked to his physical condition. This was an extremely tedious and monotonous task that tested not only the amount of chakra, but also his temperament, ensuring that each infusion of chakra was even and stable without impacting the fragile newly formed seal. 6 days later, after completing the 20th recovery and infusing the last refined chakra, a faint sensation of saturation emanated from the seal at his third eye, as if it could no longer contain more. Qianshi understood that this was the limit of his current sealing technique. Without hesitation, he stood up and headed towards the training ground in the village. He stood still. With a slight thought, he released the binding at his third eye. Boom! A massive torrent of chakra surged forth from his third eye, instantly filling every meridian and even every cell in his body. This sensation of power was unprecedented, as if he could stir the winds and clouds with a mere wave of. Yet Qianshi knew that this was merely an illusion following the sudden acquisition of great power. Although this feeling was incredibly delightful, he could scarcely imagine what the original shadow seal's effects would be. He raised both hands. Wind release, 1,000 threads dance. In an instant, hundreds of cutting threads erupted from his fingertips like frenzied serpents, with life swiftly spreading, intertwining, and dancing in the air. Previously attempting to control hundreds of cutting threads simultaneously for precise operations would drain his chakra completely in less than a second. But at this moment, supported by the abundant chakra provided by the unsealed shadow seal, controlling these hundreds of deadly threads felt effortless. Wherever his mind directed the wind, threads moved accordingly, slicing, cutting, twisting, and entangling, as if they were extensions of his own body. Zzz. In the distance, the hard rock pillar serving as a target was under the frenzied movements of the hundreds of invisible threads, as if thrown into an invisible meat grinder, instantly cut and disintegrated into countless tiny fragments, raising clouds of dust. The power range and control far exceeded his previous capabilities. After maintaining control for a while, until he had thoroughly plowed the training ground, he reluctantly dispersed the ninjutsu. Qianshi felt that the immense chakra within him showed no signs of depletion, but the burden on his mind started to manifest. He reformed the hand seals to close the mark at his third eye. The feeling of fullness receded like a tide. After a series of tests, Qianshi confirmed that this self-developed shadow seal could only store chakra, lacking any additional ability to accelerate recovery. What went wrong? Was it a structural issue? Or was the construction of the seal too rough? Perhaps both. The second activation of the 9-locked extreme method Red Lotus is primarily to stimulate the body, greatly enhancing recovery and explosive power. What if the sealing technique were applied here? Qianshi immediately returned to the laboratory. Following the same method, he constructed a micro-seal at the node symbolizing the Red Lotus within his body and infused the chakra from the breathing node into the Red Lotus. After completion, he conducted a test. Chakra surged forth, but the recovery speed did not receive any additional enhancement. This released chakra was still mere chakra, lacking the properties to accelerate recovery. Qianshi, unwilling to accept this, performed the same operation on the third activation heavy arm. After unsealing, there was no increase in power. Repeated attempts yielded no results that met his expectations. The issue was becoming clear. It seemed to be due to the roughness of the sealing technique. However, Qianshi had already reached the current limits of his abilities. Unless he had access to the original shadow seal, he would be unable to clearly identify where the problem lay. The primary goal had already been achieved. Qianshi calculated the total chakra storage capacity of the seals at his third eye, Red Lotus, and heavy arm. An incredible number emerged in his mind. Nearly 60 times the total chakra of an ordinary chunin under normal conditions. 60 times. Qianshi mused that he could recover at most 2 to 3 times his own chakra in a day, any more would harm his body and spirit. This 60-fold increase would take at least 21 days to fill, not accounting for regular use, and the chakra that would flow out of the shadow seal. Theoretically, if all 9 nodes were opened and sealed, the total would reach a terrifying 180 times, which would require 63 days of full extraction. Just thinking about this number made Qianshi's scalp tingle. Yet currently he could not unlock the 4th activation meteor and its subsequent nodes, as they required a very high level of physical constitution. His current body strength was far from sufficient to withstand the backlash of their activation. Even so, a chakra reserve of 60 times was already sufficient to handle the vast majority of battles, enough to support the Thunderclap stealthers in prolonged combat, and even attempt the very chakra-consuming old-style summoning technique. However, this 60-fold chakra was painstakingly accumulated through repeated depletion, recovery, and infusion. Every increase in the sealed amount required a significant amount of time to restore the body. Did it mean that after depleting the reserves he would need to sit in meditation for half a month to recharge? This was simply unrealistic. Whether for his research, training, or missions, a large amount of chakra was always consumed. It would take too long to fully charge the current 3 Shadow Seal nodes. Tailed beasts. The thought flashed through Qianshi's mind, but was quickly dismissed. Sealing such a massive chakra entity filled with negative emotions and independent consciousness into his body would be akin to seeking his own demise. He had no confidence in establishing any so-called trust with such a being. Perhaps the 10 tails could be considered, but that was still a dream. Then the only remaining way to quickly acquire and replenish vast amounts of chakra seemed to be through the dragon veins. Originating from the Lost Tower movie located in Lulan, seemingly deep in the desert, yet Qianshi had not gathered any information about Lulan in the village, unsure if it was due to an early timeline or other circumstances. Moreover, the dragon veins were not something he could covet at the moment. Even if Qianshi could directly gain control over the dragon veins with the current technology, he could not extract chakra from them for his own use. Qianshi deeply suppressed the thought of the dragon veins. For now, it was better to slowly store the shadow seal. After all, it was only 60 times, saving a bit daily would eventually fill it. As for finding a more convenient way to replenish, that was a question for the future. The door of the laboratory was suddenly pushed open just as Qianshi placed the last newly added explosive tag into the sealing scroll. The visitor did not knock, their figure almost merging into the shadow cast by the doorframe, dressed in standard dark attire. The gaze behind the mask was calm and devoid of any emotion. Qianshi Zhongren, his voice flat, pierced through the somewhat dull air of the laboratory. Lord Fengying summons you. An urgent mission. Qianshi did not pause in his actions, his fingertips brushing the edge of the scroll to ensure the seal was completely closed, then placing it alongside several other newly created supply scrolls on the laboratory shelf. Understood. Qianshi's voice revealed no ripple of emotion. He did not inquire about the details of the mission. This method of summoning, which prioritized efficiency, already indicated the rank and nature of the task. Inside Lord Fengying's office, the internal lighting was dim, with only a wind lantern on the desk flickering, casting fleeting shadows over the bald head of the second-generation Fengying. He was bent over examining a large, unfolded map, his fingertip resting on the area of the Land of Rain. Qianshi Shaman did not exchange pleasantries, nor did he look up calm. Qianshi stepped forward, his gaze falling on the location indicated by Shaman's fingertip. It was the intricate terrain of the Land of Rain, with some speculative outpost symbols marked, most of which were unclear. This is Sunagakure and Sunagakure. Shaman's voice was low. Their frontline forces are stationed within the Land of Rain, and we know very little about their troop strength, deployment, and defensive structures. Your mission: infiltrate the Land of Rain, scout the frontline movements of both sides, and create a detailed map. Focus particularly on the command system, supply depots, defensive works, and patrol patterns. Shaman finally raised his eyes, his gaze sharp. This is a solo mission. The deadline is 20 days. Within 20 days I must see as detailed a reconnaissance report as possible. After completing the map, submit the intelligence to the outpost leader in the Land of Rain, codename Shao. The task level was undoubtedly a rank difficulty, and it might even be rank. To conduct reconnaissance deep within the core area of 2 major nations in confrontation, the survival rate would not be optimistic. Yes, Master. Qianshi's response was very straightforward. A command is a command, leaving no room for hesitation. Moreover, summoning him to complete such a task clearly indicated that the intelligence regarding his use of magnetic escape to control puppets for flight had already been exposed, and there was no need to hide it anymore. Qianshi thought to himself that he had underestimated the intelligence-gathering capabilities of these major ninja villages, and he wondered whether the Thunderclap stealth and the Grellstone ruins had been exposed. Shaman seemed to slightly nod, his gaze returning to the map, as if he had just assigned an insignificant task. Go. Qianshi turned and left the office directly, his steps unceasing as he passed through the bustling streets of Sunagakure. Stepping out of the village entrance, he paused, unfastening one of the two long scrolls secured at his lower back and laid it flat on the scorching sand. With swift hand seals, he infused chakra. Release. Dense white smoke exploded, and in an instant 50 fist-sized spherical puppets, thunderclap stealth, were rapidly covered by magnetic chakra. With a slight mental command, the cluster swiftly changed formation, casting a moving shadow on the sand. In the stunned gaze of several sentries, he leaped into the air, landing on a few floating cannons that lowered their altitude to support him, while the others closely surrounded him for protection. In the next moment, the entire puppet cluster suddenly accelerated, tearing through the raging wind, racing towards the land of rain. The sand dunes rapidly retreated beneath his feet, transforming into indistinct streaks. The clouds over the land of rain hung like water-soaked gray cotton, oppressive and dark, with an endless rain pouring down from above, absorbing and dulling all sound. High in the sky, the air was damp and cold. Qianshi had just completed surveying the frontline base of Sunagakure without much trouble. Perhaps they were very well hidden on the ground. However, from the aerial perspective, those green tents and neatly arranged works looked incongruous with the surrounding environment, and the patrol routes were accurately recorded on the waterproof scroll. The sound of rain and the altitude provided the best cover. As Qianshi turned directly toward the Iwagakure position, the atmosphere was noticeably different. Their encampment relied more on the terrain. From above, numerous pits could be seen, as if a large number of tunnels and underground bunkers had been excavated. He sketched rapidly, his fingertips gliding over the map, leaving marks that represented IWA, shinobi outposts, watchtowers, and suspected supply depots. Just as the last area on the map was about to be marked, a sudden prickling sensation of being watched surged from below. Almost simultaneously, a short and sharp alarm rang out from deep within the Iwagakure camp. A few probing Earth-style ninjutsu attempts rose uselessly into the air, but fell back to the ground, unable to reach a significant height. Qianshi's figure in the sky showed no sign of pausing as he quickly completed the final stroke and rolled up the map. Being discovered was of no consequence, the mission was already accomplished, and he could simply disengage. He controlled the floating cannon beneath him, suddenly accelerating, preparing to withdraw under the cover of the rain clouds. However, a figure shot out from behind a rock face below at a speed far exceeding ordinary Earth techniques, startlingly fast, rushing towards him. The person was short and sturdy, surrounded by a peculiar chakra fluctuation. "Leave that to me." A furious shout pierced through the rain curtain. In response to the shouted question, Qianshi showed no reaction, only accelerating the speed of the floating cannon, attempting to shake him off with agility. While the magnetic puppet's aerial maneuverability was excellent, the Earth style was equally flexible and changeable, closely trailing behind Qianshi like a shadow. Even when Qianshi executed two sharp turns with the floating cannon and even plunged into dense clouds, he still could not completely shake it off. The ordinary rock ninja below had long been left far behind, losing all threat. Only this flying little one remained a nuisance. The continuous chase traced a long trajectory in the sky, consuming time and precious chakra. Qianshi realized that merely escaping was impossible. If entangled and drawn closer to the rock-hidden ninjas, the situation would only worsen. The high-speed floating cannon cluster suddenly paused, then turned in midair, instantly facing Hedon. 50 thunderclap stealthers surrounding him simultaneously adjusted their positions, their spherical bodies aligning the deep holes with the approaching Anoki as the embedded Greer stones began to fill with energy. Emitting a faint blue light, they resembled countless ghostly eyes suddenly opened in the dim rain curtain, with a deep, nauseating buzzing sound merging into a chorus faintly overpowering the sound of wind and rain. No words, no proclamations. The cold intent to kill was as tangible as reality, piercing through the damp, chilly air, firmly locking onto Anoki. Anoki felt a chill in his heart, his momentum suddenly slowing. The opponent's sudden turn, along with the eerie blue light that suddenly brightened and the gathered energy buzzing, made him sense an undeniable threat. What is this thing? He thought to himself, his hands instinctively beginning to form seals. However, Qianshi's attack came even faster. Without any visible seals, the glowing spherical puppets trembled slightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The piercing shrill sound tore through the rain curtain, and dozens of blazing lightning pulses erupted from the group of spherical puppets. It was not a scattered barrage, but rather formed a crossfire net that instantly blocked all possible escape routes for Anoki. The speed of the lightning far surpassed that of ordinary ninjutsu, almost reaching him the moment it appeared. Earth-style Earth Golem technique. Anoki's battle experience was exceptionally rich, and he completed the hand seals in an instant. A surge of Earth-style chakra was expelled from his mouth, forming a massive earthen golem. Boom, 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 boom. The lightning pulses violently struck the earthen golem, exploding into a series of dazzling electric sparks and roars. Debris flew everywhere as the earthen golem trembled violently, its surface quickly turning charred cracks, spreading, and in just 2 or 3 breaths, it was torn apart and disintegrated by the furious lightning strikes. But that brief moment was already enough. With the earth golem technique acting as a shield, Anoki had already moved sideways at high speed while taking a deep breath. Dust-style original world separation technique. A small white cube exuding a destructive aura appeared and expanded between his hands in an instant. It was a terrifying power that fused with bloodline elimination, capable of decomposing everything within range into atomic states. Yet just as the dust style was about to be unleashed, the attack patterns of the spherical puppets suddenly changed. Not all the puppets fired lightning. Some adjusted their angles slightly, quietly approaching Anoki, launching another type of attack, shockwaves. Buzz! An invisible air cannon surged towards Anoki, charging straight at him. Although he sidestepped, it instantly disrupted his sense of balance and concentration. The half-formed white light of dust style in his hand fluctuated violently, nearly backfiring on him. Damn it! Anoki grunted, forcing himself to steady his mind and dispersing the dangerous dust style. He had not anticipated that the attack methods of these spherical puppets would be so diverse. Meanwhile, Qianshi's attacks showed no signs of stopping. As the first wave of lightning strikes subsided, the second wave of attacks followed closely. The puppets continued their relentless firing, wearing down Anoki. Dozens of lightning pulses, as if alive, deftly targeted the openings exposed by Anoki's interference from the shockwaves and predicted his movement trajectories. Simultaneously, more shockwaves continued to assault him like invisible shackles, constantly disrupting his perception and the hand seals he was attempting to form. Anoki struggled awkwardly in the air, relying on the agility brought by the super lightweight rock to evade the main attacks, but the speed of the lightning was too fast, and several strikes brushed past his body. The scorching lightning singed the clothing on his arm, causing the fabric to blacken and curl with a stinging sensation on his skin. Anoki attempted to counterattack with other Earth-style ninjutsu, but the continuous shockwave interference significantly slowed his hand seals, making it exceptionally difficult to execute ninjutsu. This was not like a ninja battle at all. It resembled facing a high-speed, moving, ferociously armed, and perfectly coordinated war machine. The puppet's attacks were cold, efficient, and seamless, each method of attack precisely targeting his landing point. Qianshi calmly controlled everything, the magnetic chakra acting like invisible threads, accurately guiding each thunderclap stealth. His mind raced, calculating Anoki's movement trajectories, chakra fluctuations, and possible counterattack. Under his control, the floating cannon cluster divided into distinct attack formations, some responsible for the main lightning assault, others for shockwave interference, while a portion remained on standby, guarding him against potential unexpected threats. We cannot delay, Qianshi judged. Although he had temporarily suppressed the opponent, this was near the front line of the rock hideout, and reinforcements could arrive at any moment, or other airborne ninjas might appear. A swift resolution was necessary. With a thought from the fiercely firing floating cannon cluster, 20 of them suddenly broke formation, their surface blue light becoming extremely unstable, with urgent energy overload buzzing from within. They ceased firing and instead, at an incredible speed, charged directly towards Anoki from different angles. Just as Anoki dodged a wave of cross lightning strikes, the shockwave interference left him dizzy, and he suddenly sensed the unusual energy of the charging puppets, his expression changing drastically. Not good. He immediately understood what these things intended to do. It was a suicidal attack. Earth-style Earth Golem technique. In a hurry, he could only expel a large amount of Earth-style chakra from his mouth, again forming a hard earthen golem, while urging the Earth-style to its limits, attempting to retreat rapidly. But the 20 charging floating cannons sealed off most of his escape routes. Boom! The first thunderclap stealth crashed into his hastily condensed earthen golem, and a violent explosion occurred in an instant. The blazing flames expanded, mixed with the chaos of explosive tags, and the shattered greer stones releasing chaotic energy impacts. Following closely were the second and third. One after another, the suicidal collisions and explosions completely engulfed him. The continuous sounds of explosions echoed in the sky, the flames flashing repeatedly, tearing through the dark rain clouds, and the shockwaves instantly vaporized and dispersed the surrounding rainwater. Even from a distance, it was breathtaking. The remaining floating cannons ceased their attacks, quietly hovering around Qianshi, their blue light, faint like a silent guard. The flames and smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated. The rain reclaimed the space, washing away the lingering anxious aura and debris. The figure of Oyaki reappeared at a distance, his face darkened and his breathing slightly hurried. His right sleeve was torn apart by the explosion, revealing some scorched skin beneath, while his left shoulder bore charred marks from his ninja vest. In the final moments, drawing upon his extensive combat experience, he used a rock puppet to withstand most of the explosion and managed to escape the core blast zone. However, the shockwave from the explosion and the scattered metallic debris still caused his blood to surge, and his chakra flow became slightly sluggish, affecting his mobility. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, his gaze locked onto the distant dark blue light, raising his hands once more, attempting to form seals to pursue. Qianshi's expression turned cold. Even the self-destruction of 20 Thunder Phantom units could not resolve the situation. It seemed he had to get serious, slowly gathering wind release, spiraling shuriken in his hands. He planned to use the puppet to continue harassing the enemy, then deliver a deadly strike with the wind release, spiraling shuriken up close. However, just as the Rasengan began to form in his hand, he had yet to infuse it with the nature transformation of wind release. At this moment, Qianshi suddenly turned his head, gazing towards the depths of the Iwagakure camp, sensing something even from such a distance. A vast and refined chakra was rushing through the air at an astonishing speed. The quality and intensity of this chakra far exceeded that of the dwarf before him, exuding a pure kind of power. Was it a Jinchuriki or the second Tsuchikage? Qianshi hesitated not at all and instantly dissipated the Rasengan in his hand. Continuing the fight would undoubtedly lead to his demise once the shadow-level ninja arrived. The remaining 30 Thunder Phantom units simultaneously surged with azure light, abruptly changing direction and no longer paying any heed to the injured Oyaki. He pushed his speed to the limit, resembling a blue meteor tearing through the rain curtain, racing towards the land of wind. Oyaki had just completed half of the hand signs when he was taken aback, and then he sensed the rapidly approaching chakra aura belonging to his master. He gritted his teeth, watching the rapidly retreating puppet swarm, assessing his own condition, and ultimately chose to let it go. Watching the direction in which Qianshi had last retreated, he noted the incredible speed. Had he been in his prime, he might have been able to intercept him, but in his current injured state, it was simply impossible. Qianshi controlled the floating artillery swarm to fly at full speed until he sensed that the two powerful chakras behind him had completely receded and that there were no further threats within his sensing range. After flying for a distance to ensure absolute safety, he gradually reduced his speed. Maintaining a high-altitude flight, he retracted the puppets to the minimum, trying his best not to draw attention. With a slight adjustment in direction, he flew towards the secret gathering point of the frontline reconnaissance unit that Sunagakure had positioned within the Land of Rain. Approximately 1 kilometer from the target location, he descended to the ground, stowing away the 30 floating artillery units, and walked towards the gathering point. The frontline reconnaissance base of Sunagakure was hidden deep within an abandoned cave, which seemed to have once served as a refuge for some large creature, with the entrance camouflaged simply. After exchanging signals, Qianshi passed through 2 concealed checkpoints before finally entering the interior. The space was small, dimly lit, and filled with the dampness, sweat, and tension of the atmosphere. Several sand ninjas were either seated or lying down, all bearing deep fatigue and vigilance on their faces. In charge of this location was a stern-faced Umbu Jonin, codenamed Sand Fox. Upon seeing Qianshi enter, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, clearly recognizing the disciple who had recently been accepted by the Kazekage. "Qianshi, aren't you supposed to execute the mission alone?" Sand Fox's words trailed off, but the meaning was clear. Qianshi wasted no time, directly pulling out the drawn and waterproof scroll from his pocket and handing it over. "The mission is complete. This contains the deployment, construction, and patrol patterns of the Iwagakure and Konoha frontline bases. I encountered Iwagakure ninjas during the mission, and the patterns may have changed due to their deployments." Sandfox took the map, quickly unfolded it, and glanced at it. The annotations were detailed and professional, and his expression immediately turned grave. "This is excellent. This intelligence is crucial." He lifted his head, looking at Qianshi with a hint of recognition in his gaze. "Thank you for your hard work. I will immediately arrange for a summoning beast to relay the information back to the village." Qianshi responded lightly, turning to walk outside. "My mission is complete. I will return to the village to report." Sand Fox watched Qianshi's unhesitating retreating figure, opening his mouth to say polite words that never escaped, as Qianshi had already left the base. After leaving the base, he did not immediately hurry back to Sunagakure. Calculating the time spent on the mission, he liberated dozens of Thunder Phantom units to lift him leisurely, heading towards a border town at the junction of the Land of Wind, Land of River, and Land of Rain. By the time he arrived at the town, the sky had completely darkened. The town should have been a small hub for trade among the 3 nations, and even at night there should have been some vitality. However, at this moment the town was shrouded in a repressive silence. The streets had few pedestrians, each hurrying along with heavy expressions and furrowed brows. Occasional conversations were conducted in hushed tones and ended quickly. Most shops had closed early, and the few taverns that still had lights were not filled with the usual clamor, but rather a muffled, anxious whisper. The air was thick with uncertainty and fear for the future as the shadow of war weighed heavily on everyone's heart. The situation was tightening and small-scale skirmishes had likely occurred countless times. The atmosphere of war pervaded every corner of the ninja world. Chincher, dressed in a black robe to conceal his identity, found a relatively clean inn to stay in. The owner was a silent, middle-aged man whose eyes were filled with weariness as he handed over the key. In the simple room, Chincher sat quietly on the bed listening to the patter of rain outside and the occasional whispers that drifted in. He took food and water from the supply scroll to replenish his strength while patiently waiting. Time passed little by little. The night grew deeper and the town fell into complete silence. As time quietly crossed an invisible threshold, a new year, the 14th year of the ninja world, began. Chincher sank his consciousness deep into his soul. Strength 1, 2 agility 1 intelligence 2 carefully experiencing the enhancements brought about by this annual allocation. In the instant the allocation was completed, he could distinctly feel that his bonus limits had increased once more. After completing all this, he slowly opened his eyes. Outside the window, the rain had stopped unbeknownst to him, but the sky remained pitch black. At dawn was still far off. After resting briefly, the sky gradually brightened. Chincher lingered no longer. He got up, settled the bill, and left the inn, controlling the puppets as he flew towards Sunagakure. Returning to the village, the atmosphere had dramatically changed. The news of Senju Hashirama's death had spread throughout the village, dispelling the last remnants of a false peace, completely tearing apart the fragile trust within the ninja world. The fangs of greed were now fully bared. The four great nations of wind, earth, lightning, and water simultaneously revealed their blades towards Konoha, which had lost its greatest pillar, their covetous gazes fixated on the fertile lands of the Fire Nation. Sunagakure fully entered a wartime system. The central gate where ninjas once freely accepted missions was now tightly closed, replaced by gigantic bulletin boards scattered throughout the village center, plastered with mandatory conscription orders and troop organization lists. The air was permeated with a chilling aura, along with a sense of deathly silence and oppressive tension. The number of patrolling ninja squads began to multiply, with their figures appearing in nearly every corner of the village. On the first day back in the village, Chisiki received the reward for his previous mission. However, before he could rest or study, a new mandatory deployment order arrived. Due to his Chunin status, he was assigned to a temporarily formed mixed squad and appointed as the captain. The squad members were four completely unfamiliar faces, 2 males and 2 females, all appearing to have graduated from the Ninja Academy not long ago, their faces still retaining the innocence and confusion regarding war. Their headbands were brand new, and their eyes were interwoven with anxiety, excitement, and a hint of anticipation for battle. Chisiki paid no attention to their names, quickly identifying them by their characteristics and noting the provided code names: a relatively stocky genin codename Kanshi, a petite, agile-eyed genin codename Yezhao, a serious-looking genin attempting to mimic seasoned ninjas codename Cheyenne. Another was clearly more timid, always instinctively shrinking back, codename Liusha. To them, this 9-year-old Chunin, with a gaze so cold it revealed no emotion, seemed exceedingly mysterious and unsettling. The war machine began to roar. All ninjas in the village were forcibly gathered in the central square in front of the Kazakage's office. The figure of the second Kazakage, Sabaku, appeared on the high platform overlooking the sea of dark figures below. His powerful voice clearly cut through the wind and sand, reaching every ninja's ears. Senju Hashirama is dead. Sabaku began his first words, tearing apart all disguises. The false peace he maintained will be buried with him. Konoha has occupied the most fertile lands and enjoyed the most resources for too long. So long that they have forgotten that in this world power should determine ownership. Now the opportunity is before us. This is for the future of Sunagakure, for our living space, so that our descendants do not have to struggle forever in this barren desert. War has come. The blades of Sunagakure will surely pierce the depths of the Fire Nation. With the blood of Konoha, we will nurture our own oasis. For Sunagakure, victory. The fervent cries erupted from the crowd like a tsunami. The eyes of most ninjas reddened, ignited by the Kazakage's words, fueling their fighting spirit and desire for resources. Sabaku successfully intertwined his intention to wage war with the survival interests of the entire village. Chisiki stood among the ranks, his face under the black cloak showing no fluctuation, his calm gaze sweeping over Sabaku on the platform and then over the surrounding fervent faces. To him, this speech was nothing more than naked aggression and plunder. Once the mobilization concluded, each squad was immediately led away by their respective commanders. Chisiki's squad was assigned to the frontline reconnaissance unit of the Land of Rain, where a stern-looking jonin directly issued commands. 7th Reconnaissance Squad Captain Chisiki Chunin. Proceed immediately to the front line of the Land of Rain under the command of the Frontline Reconnaissance Brigade. Mission Border Patrol Intelligence Reconnaissance and engage or drive away enemy squads as the situation dictates, prioritizing intelligence acquisition. Prepare to depart. Chisiki took the order scroll, turned, and led his squad away. At the entrance of Sunagakure, a massive force began to march. Main forces, reconnaissance units, logistics teams, puppet troops, and the covert division of Sunagakure surged into the vast sea of sand like a black tide, heading towards the land of rain. The atmosphere was filled with an overwhelming sense of killing intent. Chisiki led his squad, silently following behind the main reconnaissance unit. The four subordinates struggled to keep pace, running through the desert with great effort, their stamina rapidly depleting. Captain, the subordinate coded Lucia gasped, unable to hold back. Can we slow down a bit? We're having a hard time keeping up. She referred to the other few companions who were clearly also starting to pant. Chisiki did not turn his head, his voice cutting through the wind and sand, cold and devoid of any emotional fluctuation. This is the marching speed. Falling behind and dying in the desert is better than dying at the hands of the enemy. His words turned the faces of the four subordinates even paler, and no one dared to complain further, only clenching their teeth to keep up. They now clearly realized that this captain had no sympathy to speak of. They took several brief rests along the way. Chisiki used this time to establish the most basic coordination commands. The orders were concise, entirely formulated for the survival of the squad. The subordinates' tasks merely involved diverting enemy attention, providing insignificant support, and keeping out of trouble. The four genin exchanged glances, seeing unease and discomfort in each other's eyes, but under Chisiki's cold stare, they could only stiffly nod to signify their understanding. After several days of trekking, the Sunagakure ninja army finally crossed the border and entered the land of rain. The environment suddenly became damp and muddy, the sky overcast with rain falling incessantly. The reconnaissance unit of Sunagakure established a temporary camp in a concealed valley. Tents erected, the atmosphere even tenser and more oppressive than in the village. The 7th Reconnaissance Squad was assigned specific patrol areas and duty times. Before leading the first patrol reconnaissance mission, Chisiki called the four genin before him. Raindrops dripped from the edge of his hood, the sound clear and cold amidst the rain. Remember the commands you. Remember, this is a battlefield. Your mistakes will not get a second chance. There was no pre-battle encouragement, only a warning. After finishing, Chisiki turned and entered the mist-shrouded, perilous jungle enveloped in rain. In the jungle of the land of rain, silence reigned, save for the sound of rain. Every step could trigger a trap, and every shadow could conceal an enemy. The true war had begun. The jungle at the border of the rain country seems to be eternally shrouded in a damp haze, with raindrops pattering against various plant leaves and the muddy ground, creating a monotonous and oppressive sound. Visibility is extremely low as moisture blurs most of the distant scenery. Qianshi leads his small team silently through the terrain. The black robe is already soaked, and his gaze scans the surroundings from beneath the hood. His breathing is kept at a minimum, with his cells in a low state of awakening, slightly enhancing his perception. Even the faintest fluctuations of chakra and anomalies in the environment cannot escape his awareness. Suddenly, Qianshi, who is in motion, comes to an abrupt halt without warning. Almost simultaneously, he exclaims, "Scatter!" The four subordinates, Qianshi, Yezhao, Shayun, and Lucia. Though his heart skips a beat, the days of training and Qianshi's ruthless style evoke an almost instinctive response from them. The four hesitate not for a moment, quickly retreating to the trees and rocks on either side of the team. Just as they scatter, in the next instant, swish, 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 a dozen shuriken accompanied by a sharp whistle accurately pierce into the spots where Qianshi's team originally stood and nearby potential escape zones. Immediately after, a wave of scorching flames rushes in. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. A violent explosion erupts in the muddy ground, splattering hot mud and steam, completely engulfing the area. The attack comes from 3 directions, coordinated seamlessly, clearly indicating experienced ambushers. Leaf Ninja Qianshi's figure reappears on a branch of a nearby tree, rainwater dripping from the hem of his black robe. His gaze sweeps across, instantly assessing the enemy's composition: 2 Chunin and 3 genin. A standard reconnaissance team setup. Below, the 4 genin are shaken, hiding tightly behind cover, their hands gripping kunai, trembling slightly. If they had hesitated for even half a second, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "Take out those sand ninja. Leave the leader to us." A Leaf Chunin shouts loudly, his voice laced with obvious disdain, clearly misjudging Qianshi's small stature as an indication of being an easy target. He and another companion charge out simultaneously, directly lunging at Qianshi in the tree. The other 3 Leaf genin immediately dash towards the hiding place of the 4 sand genin, and the battle erupts instantaneously. Qianshi watches the 2 Leaf Chunin charging at him, his eyes cold. Perfect, he can use them to further test his 4 subordinates, and also stretch his limbs. The flow of chakra within him suddenly changes drastically. On the foundation of the first activation, breath control, red lotus, and mighty arm are activated. The technique of tremendous strength naturally integrates a vast power surging within him. Facing the first Leaf Chunin, who charges in his face, revealing contempt, Qianshi throws a punch in response. The Leaf Chunin, upon seeing this, reveals a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth, thinking a mere child dares to clash with him. Hiden. At the moment their fists collide. Crack! A dull shattering sound erupts. The mockery on the Leaf Chunin's face instantly freezes, replaced by extreme horror and disbelief, soon overwhelmed by indescribable pain. His fist, wrist, and even entire forearm shatter like fragile glass at the moment of contact with Qianshi's. The terrifying force does not cease. Immediately Qianshi's second punch arrives, smashing brutally into his chest. Pooh! A mouthful of blood mixed with internal organ fragments sprays out violently. The Leaf Chunin's chest collapses at an odd angle, and a burst of blood mist erupts from the corresponding position on his back. His body is struck as if by an invisible giant hammer, flying backward and crashing heavily into a large tree, sliding down limply, his vitality instantly dissipating, leaving only a blank stare. 2 punches. Merely in the purest exchange of physical techniques, an experienced Leaf Chunin meets his demise in an instant. The other Leaf Chunin, who was about to launch a flank attack, suddenly halts, his expression shifting from fierce aggression to pale horror, his pupils constricting sharply as he gasps in cold air, a chill surging from his feet to his crown. Monster! He exclaims in disbelief, losing all will to fight, rapidly retreating while frantically forming hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. A thick earthen wall rises from the ground, blocking him from Qianshi. However, in the next moment Qianshi's figure vanishes like a phantom. Puppet body flicker technique. Almost at the same time as the earth wall rises, his figure appears, as if teleporting behind the wall right beside that Leaf Chunin. With a whip-like leg imbued with terrifying force accompanied by a piercing whistle, through the air it sweeps towards him. The last Leaf Chunin is so frightened that his soul nearly departs. Having no time to think, he can only instinctively use the body flicker technique again. Bang! The earth flow wall is struck by the whip kick, and the dirt mixed with rainwater is instantly sent flying in all directions by Qianshi's ferocious force. Qianshi's figure disappears again, like a shadow, pursuing the Leaf Chunin, who has just used the body flicker technique, appearing not far away, still in a state of panic. His speed completely overwhelms with the rapid movement in Red Lotus state, combined with the eerie agility of the puppet body flicker technique, forcing the opponent into a desperate situation. He is not in a hurry to deliver a fatal blow. Instead, he continuously closes in, launching heavy, yet deliberately controlled attacks with his fists, feet, elbows, and knees, forcing the opponent to dodge, block, and use various defensive ninjutsu. Even though Qianshi deliberately controlled his strength, each collision leaves the Leaf Chunin's arm numb, his blood surging, and the chakra within him depleting rapidly, his fear magnified infinitely. He is entirely being toyed with, treated as a living target for testing speed and power control. Meanwhile, the battle between the 4 Sand Genin and 3 Leaf Genin has also reached a boiling point. Despite having the advantage in numbers, their experience, coordination, and mindset are at a disadvantage. The Leaf Genin are obviously well-trained with their attacks and defenses, exhibiting considerable strategy. On the sand side, Qianshi roars as he blocks the front with kunai, already sporting several wounds. Yezhao attempts to use his agile form to flank, but is forced back by the opponent's coordinated response. Shayan's shuriken throws are fairly accurate, but lack threat. Alusha appears somewhat flustered, holding a kunai in confusion. In a moment, it is unclear whether the sand has the numerical advantage or the leaf. The battle was brutal yet awkward. Kunai clashed as shouts and cries of pain intertwined. A my lower ninja found an opening and slashed Qianshi's thigh. Blood gushed forth. Another my lower ninja lunged at Liuxia, grinning cruelly as he brought his blade down. Liuxia shut his eyes in terror. A faint slicing sound cut the air. It was the sound of steel meeting flesh. Yet the one who fell was the my lower ninja. Shayan's face went pale. The kunai he held was lodged in the man's back. It was her first kill. Her arm trembled violently. Their comrade's death galvanized the 2 remaining my lower ninjas into a more frenzied assault. Among the Shayan, the sight of blood drew out a savage edge. Ignoring his wounded leg, Qianshi clung to an enemy while Yezhao seized the chance to drive a kunai into the man's throat. The last my lower ninja was forced into a corner by shuriken thrown in unison by Shayan and Liuxia, and then struck in the chest by a kunai hurled by Qianshi. He convulsed and collapsed. The fighting ended. For lower ninjas panted, pressed back to back as they stood, each bore injuries. Qianshi suffered the worst wound, a deep gash in his leg, while Liuxia trembled as he tried to staunch the bleeding. They stared at the 3 my lower ninja corpses on the ground, faces drained of color, nausea rising in waves. For the first time, they felt the true cruelty of war. Elsewhere, the skirmish neared its end. The my middle ninja's chakra was nearly exhausted, Bruises marred his body, his movements were distorted, and his eyes were filled with despair and collapse. Qianshi judged it enough. His subordinates had mostly synchronized, and he had grown accustomed to unarmed combat under the strange technique that layered 3 active states of force. With a slight motion of will, an almost transparent cutting filament slid from his fingertip. As it separated, a whisper of magnet nature chakra was woven into it. The my middle ninja, awkwardly evading, failed to perceive the lethal thread. Qianshi's fingertip trembled. The filament charged with magnet nature chakra moved like a living serpent, tracing a line too fine for the eye to catch as it flashed across the my middle ninja's neck. His movements froze, terror petrified his features. A hairline trail of blood slowly surfaced. The next instant his head tilted and rolled to the ground. The headless body shuddered once, and then collapsed heavily into the muddy water. Qianshi withdrew the filament as if nothing had occurred. The flushed skin and swollen muscles eased as the 3 active states unbound one by one. He exhaled a thick breath that dissolved into the rain. He walked up to his 4 subordinates, eyes scanning their wounds. If you're not dead, stand. Clear the field, take all ninja tools, scrolls, and any valuable intelligence files. Remove everything. Gather the bodies. Qianshi's voice was icy, devoid of praise or comfort. The 4 lower ninjas clenched against sickness and pain as they began to obey. They watched their captain's placid face, and the faint, hard-won pride that had just been born in them was instantly swallowed by a deeper chill. They quickly tidied the battlefield, erasing obvious traces. The squad carrying their spoils and reeking of blood vanished into the curtain of rain and headed back toward the Shrine reconnaissance camp. Rain hammered the tent canvas with a dull sound. Inside the Shrine forward reconnaissance post, the atmosphere remained taut, yet compared with the deadly ambushes of the rainforest beyond, it offered a faint sense of safety. Qianshi led his squad past the sentry and straight to the spoils handover. The 4 lower ninjas supported one another, injured and pale, their bodies smeared with mud and dark brown bloodstains. They placed the sealing scrolls intended to bind the 5 my ninja corpses along with the few scavenged ninja tools and the damaged scrolls in the designated area. A chunin responsible for registration counted and recorded with an impassive face, though his gaze lingered for a moment when he saw the my middle ninja, whose chest had been completely caved in his death-wrenching. 7th Reconnaissance Squad, 2 my middle ninjas killed, 3 lower ninjas killed. Combat credits recorded. The registrar's voice was dry. Qianshi offered no reply, merely nodded and turned away. The 4 lower ninjas, as if granted clemency, stumbled toward the tents to tend their wounds. Qianshi returned to the tent assigned to him. The interior was spare. A crude camp cot, a small table, a dim oil lamp, and a corner piled with personal scroll pouches and a pack. He removed his soaked black robe and hung it to dry. Sitting on the cot, Qianshi drew water and rations from the general supply scroll and ate in silence. The fare was hardly delicious, but restored strength quickly. When he finished, he did not rest. He sat cross-legged on the cot and closed his eyes. His awareness sank inward as he perceived 3 sealing nodes, Qingshi, Hongli, and Haowan. Although the fight had not drained him, he adhered to a principle of non-waste and sealed the day's surplus chakra into them. The process was tedious. Chakra was swiftly refined from Qianshi's body and gradually filled the seals. Time passed in silent, imperceptible beats. The clamor outside the tent subsided as the night shift patrol departed, bringing a brief murmur of footsteps and low voices before everything returned to stillness. When chakra extraction reached its limit, Qianshi rested briefly and regained his focus. Next came weapons preparation. He produced the special long scroll used to store the laming qiangsings and unfurled it upon the ground. Release. A flash of white smoke and 20 palm-sized laming qiangsings appeared before him. Qianshi did not retrieve them all. 20 units were sufficient to augment firepower and mobility. If true danger appeared, he could ride the laming qiangsings aloft. Qianshi meticulously inspected each floating cannon. The wear on the gray stone from the previous battle at Daimyu was minimal. After confirming there was no significant damage, he began the routine maintenance. 1-2. The process continued. After completing the maintenance on 20 floating cannons, he sealed them back into the scroll. The night was deep, yet there was no hint of sleep. During wartime, physical strength and chakra were invaluable and should not be wasted on unnecessary training. Every ounce of chakra and physical strength was extremely precious during this period. He took out the incomplete 4-symbol seal. Under the dim light, he unfolded the scroll, his gaze once again immersed in the complex and obscure structure and principles of the runes. The 4-symbol seal, even in its incomplete state, contained depths far surpassing any basic sealing techniques he currently mastered. Qianshi continuously attempted to understand these fragmented pieces of knowledge, sometimes frowning in contemplation, sometimes showing signs of realization. His experience in developing the seal endowed Qianshi with an understanding of sealing techniques, particularly in the realm of chakra storage and release, that was far beyond that of ordinary individuals. At this moment, corroborating this profound theory, many vague areas gradually became clear. Unfortunately, the four-symbol seal was incomplete and lacked core content. He could only attempt to analyze it based on his own understanding. He temporarily set aside the scroll and closed his eyes. Qianshi attempted to construct a simplified model of the four symbols seal using a bit of chakra guided by his understanding of sealing techniques. However, it often collapsed or disintegrated at the core due to energy imbalance or structural issues. Qianshi quietly sensed the patterns and nodes of energy disintegration reflecting on the problem at hand, and decided to conserve his time and chakra, opting instead to rest and recover his strength. Outside the tent, the rain gradually eased, leaving only the sound of dripping. The camp remained eerily silent, with only the faint flicker of a torch at the distant watchtower illuminating this land shrouded in the clouds of war. Days later, new orders were issued to the 7th Reconnaissance Team. No longer would they engage in tedious patrols, but rather undertake a more direct task: assassination. The target, a wealthy merchant active in a border town of the Land of Rain. Intelligence indicated that this individual appeared to be in the herbal medicine business, but frequently contacted both Konoha ninja and Rain ninja, suspected of relaying information about the movements of sand-hidden frontline troops. In wartime, suspicion alone was often enough. Qianshi accepted the order scroll, his gaze sweeping over the name and address without any expression. Set off. The order was brief. The four genin silently followed, their youthful innocence having been worn down a bit more after the bloodshed of their previous battle, replaced by a deeper tension and fear of the task ahead. The journey was silent. The team moved stealthily through the mud and rain, avoiding the main roads, swiftly approaching the town where the target resided like ghosts. The town was small, built along a murky river, with most buildings being low and dilapidated. The merchant's residence was one of the few brick structures in town, featuring a reasonably sized courtyard standing out in this area. Qianshi did not rush to infiltrate. Instead, he led the team to conduct a simple reconnaissance around the perimeter. From an elevated position, he surveyed every corner of the courtyard and every possible entry and exit route. Soon he detected anomalies. Inside and outside the courtyard, the guard positions were both relaxed yet tense. The seemingly casual guards gave off an aura distinct from ordinary bodyguards, indicated by their stances, gazes, and unnatural bulges at their waists. More importantly, with the aid of his enhanced perception, he detected chakra fluctuations emanating from within the courtyard, more than one source. "There are chakra fluctuations," he said in a voice barely above a whisper, audible only to the four genin behind him. One suspected special jounin, 3 genin. Protecting the target. The hearts of the four genin instantly raced. The target had ninja protection. This meant the difficulty of the mission had increased dramatically. Qianshi's eyes were cold. A mere squad of 4 ninjas, the situation was already clear. There was no need to wait any longer. He aimed to sharpen his subordinates. Qianshi stated directly, "I will distract that special jounin. You 4 coordinate to take out those 3 genin, then deal with the target. Be quick." He did not give them time to ask questions or hesitate. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure leapt out of hiding like a hunting cheetah, silently appearing near the main entrance of the courtyard in just a few agile movements. He intentionally leaked a hint of chakra fluctuation. Inside the courtyard, the special jounin almost instantly raised his head, his sharp gaze shooting toward Qianshi's direction. "Do it." In response, a sharp sound of slicing air reached him. A shuriken was accurately shot toward his body, full of provocation. Seeking death. The special jounin was indeed enraged, barking at his 3 subordinates, "Guard this place." In the next moment, his figure flickered as he dashed out of the estate, following the trail of Qianshi. After leading Qianshi towards the predetermined direction outside the town, the 4 chunin immediately acted on command, silently infiltrating the estate from the other side, pouncing on the 3 vigilant genin. In the area of abandoned houses outside the town, Qianshi halted, turning to look. He recognized the symbol on the ninja's forehead protector as that of the Rain village, belonging to a middle-aged man with a grim expression. "A brat from the Sand Village. You dare come here to die alone." He snorted coldly, swiftly forming hand seals. "Water release, water chaos wave." Water erupted from his mouth, forming a torrent that menacingly surged towards Qianshi. Qianshi's expression remained unchanged as he formed his seals even faster. Wind release, great breakthrough. A violent gust. The howling hurricane instantly tore through the water curtain, arriving ahead and ruthlessly smashing the water flow. Sizzle. During the execution of the great breakthrough, he casually unleashed several wind blades, the razor-sharp wind blades cutting through the rain curtain with ease. The sky was filled with splashing water surging towards the Rain Jonin. The Rain Jonin's expression changed as he hurriedly dodged to the side, yet he was still splashed with a large amount of water. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. The power of the opponent's wind release far exceeded his expectations, both in scale and sharpness, which was quite unusual. Water release water barrier. He formed seals once more, and a thick wall of water rose to protect him. However, Qianshi's figure had already vanished from the spot. With the puppet body flicker technique. In the next moment, he appeared above the side of the water barrier, his skin flushed red lotus, his arm muscles bulging with power, mighty arm, and a surge of monstrous strength gathered as he punched fiercely towards the Jonin behind the water wall. The terrifying force of that punch even overpowered the sound of the rain. The rain Jonin's pupils constricted, a strong sense of danger, sending chills down his spine. This was not the might of an ordinary body technique. In an instant, he executed the body flicker technique, bursting away from the spot. Bang! Qianshi's fist easily broke through the water barrier, shattering it into countless droplets, the punch's force not diminishing as it smashed the trees behind into splinters. The true form of the rain Jonin appeared several meters away, cold sweat beading on his forehead, still reeling from the aftermath. If he had taken that hit directly, his fate would not have been any better than that tree. Damn brat, he cursed, no longer willing to engage Hedon, instead turning to retreat deeper into the area. Qianshi's gaze turned cold as he instantly pursued. The two of them chased and fled quickly, delving into the intricate area. Just as they turned a corner, his heart jolted. Within his perception range, 6 powerful chakra signatures suddenly appeared. Is this a trap? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. From all directions, kunai shuriken and explosive tags poured down like a rainstorm. Simultaneously, 6 figures flashed from the side walls and above the overhead tunnels. 1 Jonin, wearing a Konoha forehead protector, 2 Chunin from Konoha, and 3 Jinin from Konoha. A perfect encirclement. Got you. The fleeing rain Jonin also stopped, turning around to reveal a smug, mocking smile. A disciple of the Sand Village. We've had your intel for quite some time. Fond of using explosive puppets and linear ninjutsu, huh? Too bad your tricks in here. Qianshi instantly understood. The fragments left behind after the first encounter with the Konoha ninjas, when the pursuer self-destructed, had indeed been recovered and analyzed by Konoha, discovering the explosive tags within, but how was the cutting line exposed? Qianshi did not recall leaving any survivors when using the cutting line. These ambushers had clearly come prepared, facing a deadly assault from all directions. His hands quickly formed seals as he summoned a self-destructing puppet disguised as an ordinary puppet from the scroll behind him. Seeing the imminent attack, he immediately executed the puppet body flicker technique. At the moment of leaving the original spot, he directly threw out the self-destructing puppet using chakra threads, triggering the internal explosive tags. Bang! Qianshi's previous location was instantly engulfed by the dense attacks. Scatter! It's a self-destruct, a Konoha Chunin shouted urgently. The attacking ninjas reacted swiftly, evidently having a plan in place, immediately retreating, while simultaneously casting various defensive jutsu. Earth-style wall water barrier. Boom. A violent explosion erupted in the mine, flames, expanding shockwaves mixed with debris flying everywhere. Smoke filled the air. However, as the smoke began to clear, the Konoha and rain ninjas, while appearing somewhat disheveled, were uninjured. Their defensive jutsu successfully withstood the force of the explosion. Of course, you can only resort to such tricks. The rain Jonin dusted off the ash on his body, mocking. Kid, if that's all you've got, be prepared to die. But just then Qianshi's cold voice echoed as if from the depths of the abyss. Then how about this? Qianshi's true body was unknown when he had already positioned himself on a slightly elevated platform in the mine, his black robe billowing as if stirred by a violent chakra. He raised both hands, fingers splayed, and an overwhelming amount of chakra, originating from the Ein Seal's reserves, surged forth without reservation. Magnet release, 1,000 threads, strangulation. Buzz. Thousands upon thousands of cutting threads burst forth in an instant. Each thread carried an extremely sharp wind nature transformation, empowered and driven by pure magnetic chakra. They did not scatter chaotically, but instead acted like a living death net, centering around Qianshi, encircling and strangling the 7 ninjas below. The speed was unprecedented, the range far exceeding any previous 1,000-thread strangulation. The smug and mocking expressions on the faces of the 7 ninjas instantly froze, turning into sheer horror. What is that? Quick, defend. The sounds of screams, shattering ninjutsu, and the horrifying sound of flesh being sliced filled the entire mine. Several Konoha Chunin didn't even manage to mount a proper defense. Their bodies were instantly pierced and sliced by countless sharp threads, turning into a mist of blood. The rain Jonin desperately tried to use a water barrier to defend, but the water barrier was easily torn apart like thin paper before the wind threads, imbued with magnetic power, and in the next moment, he was also overwhelmed by more threads, meeting the same fate as the Chunin. One Konoha Chunin shouted angrily as he swung his ninja blade to block the blade, covered in intense lightning release, chakra, successfully severing a few threads, but the number of threads was just too many. The speed was too fast. In an instant, his arm holding the blade was cut off at the shoulder, followed by his legs being shredded and finally his entire body was strangled into a mist of blood by the raging wind threads. The last remaining Konoha Jonin narrowly avoided the most lethal core of the strangulation net with some rapid body flicker technique, but he still bore dozens of deep, bloody wounds visible to the bone. His whole body was sent flying like a broken blood bag, crashing heavily against the mine wall, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. He stared intently at the figure in the black robe on the high platform, as if witnessing the most terrifying scene. Impossible. This amount of chakra at this level. You are a Jinchuriki. He struggled regardless of the blood gushing from his body, desperately pulling out a smoke bomb and smashing it on the ground. The dense smoke exploded instantly, and he used his last ounce of strength to flee into the depths. In an instant, only the ground was left strewn with fragments and an overwhelming stench of blood. Qianshi slowly lowered his hands, the terrifying chakra surrounding him gradually calming. His cold gaze swept across the slaughterhouse, finally resting in the direction where the Konoha Jonin had fled. The Konoha Jonin staggered deeper into the woods, his speed severely diminished as he was nearing the end of his strength. Qianshi wasted no time, swiftly drawing a sealing scroll from his lower back with one hand and unfolding it. Release. A flash of white smoke appeared as a thunderous stealth apparatus suddenly emerged. Magnetic escape chakra surged forth, controlling it to levitate. Under Qianshi's command, the floating cannon shot forth like an arrow, instantly tearing through the humid air, speeding toward the Konoha Jonin. The fleeing Konoha Jonin heard the sound of something slicing through the air from behind, and in terror, he turned to see a glimmer of blue light rapidly enlarging in his vision. He attempted to form hand seals for defense, but his injured body and the dwindling chakra slowed his movements. Whoosh! A brilliant bolt of lightning erupted from the front of the floating cannon, accurately striking his head. Oh! The Konoha Jonin let out a short, piercing scream, his body convulsing violently before he fell forward and became silent. After controlling the floating cannon to flip the corpse and ensuring there were no explosive tags hidden beneath, Qianshi stepped forward. He scanned the surroundings, confirming that there were no other ambushes. He took out the sealing scroll and sealed the corpse of the Konoha Jonin within it. Returning to the center of the recently fought battle, the scene was a complete mess, with dismembered bodies, bloodstains, and traces of jutsu everywhere. Qianshi remained expressionless as he tidied up the battlefield. The remains of all the range shinobi and Konoha ninjas, along with broken ninja tools, were sealed into different scrolls one by one. After finishing this, he put away the floating cannon and swiftly departed, returning to the wealthy merchant's residence in the small town. The battle had ended. In the courtyard lay 3 corpses of rain hidden lower ninjas, and the fat corpse of the merchant, his throat slit open by a sharp blade. 4 lower ninjas leaned against each other in the corridor, all injured, panting heavily with fresh wounds added to their bodies, yet none appeared to be critically wounded. Seeing Qianshi return, they struggled to stand. Qianshi's gaze swept across the battlefield and the condition of his subordinates, giving a slight nod. The mission was nearly complete. Bandage your wounds, clean up the traces, and retreat in 5 minutes. His voice betrayed no emotion, as if he were merely completing a trivial task. The 4 subordinates dared not speak further, hastily bandaging their wounds, and quickly began to clear the traces of battle. The team swiftly retreated from the town, heading back toward the sand-hidden frontline base. On the way, Qianshi furrowed his brow beneath his black cloak. The rain pattered on his hood, creating a monotonous sound. Intelligence had been leaked. Moreover, it was leaked so accurately and timely. Qianshi believed he had been sufficiently low-key, acting cautiously, without ever deliberately drawing attention. To date, every time he had acted, he had avoided leaving any survivors. The only possible problem was during his first encounter with the Konoha team, where the remnants of the self-destructing pursuers might have been recovered and analyzed by the enemy. But could they deduce his involvement in this assassination mission based solely on a few puppet fragments? Could they set up a targeted ambush in the abandoned housing area so accurately after he drew away the rain-hidden Jonin? Had they even been prepared for his frequently used self-destructors? How could this be possible? This could not merely be explained by strong intelligence analysis capabilities. Within the reconnaissance unit on the front line, there was a mole. At least one, and this person must be a high-ranking individual, otherwise they would not have known about the cutting lines and the newly developed self-destructors. Who could it be? The Jonin responsible for assigning tasks? Members of other teams in the base? Or someone even higher up? Qianshi had no clue. The sensation of being secretly watched and possibly betrayed at any moment felt as cold and lethal as a venomous snake, far more unsettling than facing an assault from multiple Jonin. It seemed he could only be doubly cautious in the future. Currently, Shaman was not on the frontline battlefield. Even if he wanted to report, it felt futile, not to mention he had no evidence. Could he rely on mere words? Although this counterkill was extremely risky, the rewards were astonishing. He had single-handedly killed 1 rain-hidden Jonin, 1 Konoha Jonin, 2 Chunin, and 3 genin, and completed the assassination target assigned to his team. This merit was sufficient to exchange for many things that would normally take a long time to accumulate. First among them was the brank jutsu, shadow clone technique. Unlike the ordinary clone technique that only creates illusory shadows, the shadow clone is a tangible entity capable of independent action and combat, even able to share experiences and memories with the original body, making it extremely valuable for reconnaissance combat and training. Unfortunately, the Sand Hidden Village did not have the multi-shadow clone technique, but the basic shadow clone technique was already a highly useful advanced ninjutsu. Next were the detailed explanations of the remaining 4 chakra nature transformations: fire, lightning, water. Though he had previously exchanged for wind nature, the knowledge of the other attributes was equally crucial. Not for the immediate learning of corresponding attribute ninjutsu, but to deeply understand the essence of chakra, and more importantly, to integrate this knowledge into his current techniques. For example, to allow the currently wind attribute-based cutting lines to incorporate characteristics of other nature transformations. In peacetime, any detailed scroll on nature transformations is worth 100,000 ryo. But now during wartime, the merit from a single enemy chunin was enough to exchange for one. Moreover, considering the 2 jonin he had killed, it was certainly enough. Upon returning to the reconnaissance base, he directly headed to the task handover area. Qianshi handed over the scroll containing proof of the assassination target and the remains of the 7 ninjas. As the ninja responsible for registration counted the records, his expression changed instantly, especially upon sensing the residual chakra strength sealed within those scrolls. His gaze toward Qianshi filled with astonishment. 7th Reconnaissance Team mission accomplished: 1 assassination target eliminated. Additionally, 1 rain hidden jonin, 1 Konoha jonin, 2 chunin, and 3 genin were killed. He swallowed hard, verifying the merit records. Total merits. What would you like to exchange for? The scroll for the training of the shadow clone technique, and the detailed scrolls on the chakra nature transformations: fire, lightning, water, and earth. Qianshi's voice was flat. The registrar was momentarily taken aback, seemingly not expecting him to exchange for these theoretical and auxiliary scrolls, especially the nature transformation details, which were typically only studied in depth by jonin specializing in those attributes. However, he did not ask further, and quickly processed the paperwork, handing 5 thick scrolls to Qianshi. Taking the scrolls, he turned and left the handover area, ignoring the gazes of some ninjas around. He headed straight back to his tent. The sound of rain from outside continued. Qianshi opened the recently exchanged scroll containing the shadow clone technique. Currently, there was no clue on how to root out the traitor lurking within the reconnaissance unit. Every ninja who appeared to be a companion seemed suspicious. A sense of distrust enveloped his heart, making everyone seem like a potential informant who could endanger his life. This baseless suspicion was irritating. Forget it. Qianshi suppressed his turbulent thoughts and refocused his gaze on the scroll. Enhancing my strength is the primary concern right now. Only absolute power can crush all conspiracies. Qianshi redirected his attention to the shadow clone technique. In his past life, this technique was dubbed a bug, and its effectiveness was rumored to be miraculous. However, after carefully reading each rune and annotation on the scroll, Qianshi discovered that his previous understanding was flawed. The scroll clearly stated everything replicated by the shadow clone, including ninja tools and scrolls, is a temporary imitation made of chakra, merely resembling the original. They possess physical collision characteristics similar to the original and can be used for feints or blocking, but cannot carry any intricate special energy or effects. For example, the replicated explosive tag will not explode, and the replicated ninja blade lacks the special chakra conductive properties. Similarly, the replicated Thunderwalker is just a pile of scrap metal with the internal Grellstone energy circuit, explosive tag seal, and sonic and lightning emission units all being false, a mere empty shell ready to collapse. The replicated sealing scroll is merely a model that resembles the scroll's appearance and cannot perform any sealing or unsealing operations. Indeed, there's no good fortune in creating something out of nothing. Qianshi felt little disappointment. Even with so many limitations, the value of this technique remained immensely significant. Utilizing the mental acceleration brought by the calming technique and his exquisite control over chakra, Qianshi understood and grasped the core essence of this brank ninjutsu without spending too much time. The sequence of hand seals, chakra allocation, ratios, consciousness diversion techniques. Numerous difficulties were swiftly conquered. He began to attempt the technique, rapidly forming hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Bang! A surge of chakra separated from his body, transforming into a cloud of white smoke beside him. As the smoke dissipated, a figure identical to Qianshi appeared across from him. Dressed in a black robe with black hair and eyes complemented by a stern expression along with an icy gaze that penetrated to the bone. Qianshi and the shadow clone locked eyes with no exchange of words, yet fully comprehending each other's intentions. The shadow clone perfectly inherited all memories, thought patterns, combat experiences, and the deep-seated coldness of the original. Qianshi carefully sensed the changes within his body. The total amount of regular chakra was indeed evenly divided in half, yet the chakra stored in the 3 nodes of the Yin seal remained entirely untouched. This meant that as long as the Yin seal was sufficiently stocked, the consumption of the shadow clone could be almost negligible. Testing, Qianshi's original body spoke. The shadow clone nodded without any superfluous words. Its skin immediately flushed, slightly muscles bulging in its arms, and it swung a punch at the idle wooden stake in the tent. Bang! The wooden stake shattered with a loud sound, splintering debris. The force was identical to when the original activated his abilities. However, the next moment when the shadow clone attempted to channel the chakra of the Yin seal, it failed. Then the shadow clone pulled out a kunai from the ninja tool pouch. The kunai looked no different from the real one, capable of slicing through the tent. That's enough. The original body spoke. The shadow clone immediately dispelled the technique. Bang! The shadow clone transformed into white smoke and vanished. At the same time, a brief memory flow occurred. It included the physical sensations of activating the shadow clone, the tactile feeling of smashing the wooden stake, the awkwardness of the failed attempt to call upon the Yin seal, and the details of pulling out the kunai, all flooding into the original's mind, as if experienced firsthand. Qianshi savored this memory carefully. Every detail was crystal clear. An increase in efficiency, he realized within. This meant he could engage in additional training or study. Although real-time sharing was not possible, the eventual return of memories and experiences was tangible. The most pressing task at hand was to master the knowledge of the other 4 chakra nature transformations in hopes of integrating them into his combat system. He formed the hand seals again. Shadow clone technique. Bang! A new shadow clone appeared. Qianshi's original body handed over 2 scrolls detailing fire and lightning nature transformations. He picked up the scrolls for water and earth nature. The shadow clone silently took the scrolls, moved to the other corner of the tent, and began reading. Qianshi's original body also lowered his head, focusing on the scroll in his hands. A dead silence fell upon the tent, with only the faint rustling sound of the 2 Qianshis flipping through scrolls. There was no communication between them, each independently engaged in their studies. Time slipped away quietly. After an unknown duration, the shadow clone studying the fire and lightning scrolls completed the task first. It closed the scroll and quietly stood up. Qianshi's original body raised his head, exchanged a glance with it, and nodded slightly. Bang! The shadow clone dispelled. In an instant, a vast amount of information regarding the fierce burning characteristics of fire chakra, key points of shaping control, and the rapid penetration principles of lightning chakra, as well as the theories of stimulating cells, a torrent of complex information surged into the original's mind. With closed eyes, he concentrated, carefully sorting through and absorbing these suddenly influxed pieces of knowledge. The process was not easy, requiring focused mental effort to digest and comprehend. Once completed, he formed the hand seals again. Shadow clone technique. A new shadow clone appeared. Practice the fundamentals of fire and lightning nature transformations, simulating them using chakra threads. Qianshi's original body issued new instructions, having defaulted to sharing the current memories while creating. The shadow clone accepted the command, moved to an empty spot in the tent, extended its fingertips, and attempted to gather chakra threads, beginning to simulate infusing fire and lightning properties into them. Fingers occasionally flickered with tiny flames, occasionally jumping with weak arcs of electricity. The process was slow, filled with repeated failures and attempts. Meanwhile, Qianshi continued to study the water and earth nature scrolls in his hands. After quite some time, the practicing shadow clone, due to significant chakra consumption, dispelled itself. This time, the returning memories contained a wealth of first-hand practical experiences about attempting to integrate fire and lightning properties into chakra threads, which method conserved chakra better, which structure was more stable, and under what circumstances it was prone to losing control. These invaluable memories were instantly absorbed and integrated by Qianshi. Qianshi opened his eyes, a glimmer of understanding flashing within. This method saved a vast amount of learning time. By summoning shadow clones to engage in specialized study or experiments, the learning efficiency was multiplied. However, the amount of chakra consumed was extraordinarily staggering, coupled with the fatigue that came back through memory. During wartime, it was better to conserve chakra and stamina for survival. Qianshi decided to pause this training method for now. It would be better for him to conduct subsequent research. Qianshi's gaze swept over the densely packed diagrams and text on the scroll, his mind working rapidly. The knowledge on the scroll was quickly absorbed, confirmed, and compared with his existing understanding of the changes in wind attribute properties. In just a little over half a day, the core principles and key points of the 4 scrolls had been thoroughly comprehended at a theoretical level. Next came the practice. Extending his fingertips, a delicate line of chakra silently unfurled. The wind attribute had long since merged into his instincts. With a slight movement of his thought, a colorless and shapeless line instantly became entwined with an extremely faint sharp aura, causing the air to emit a subtle whine. It was the highly condensed wind slicing through the air. Next was thunder, which theoretically resembled wind, the most excelling in speed and penetration. His consciousness sank within summoning the thunder attribute property changes that were still quite unfamiliar. Chakra flowed through his meridians, its nature quietly shifting, imbued with a sense of vitality and ferocity. Carefully controlling this brand new power, he cautiously channeled it into the chakra line extending from his fingertips. The process was surprisingly smooth. The chakra control he had spent a considerable amount of time honing now displayed its true value, forcefully restraining the restless thunder attribute chakra, allowing it to perfectly envelop and integrate into the foundational cutting line. Sizzle! A faint explosive sound erupted. The originally formless chakra line instantly transformed, dazzling blue lightning entwining around it, crackling and illuminating the dim tint in flickers. The line itself seemed to become increasingly unstable, trembling slightly and emitting a wild aura. Qianshi stared at this line flickering with lightning, his brow furrowing. It was too conspicuous. In the darkness, it was akin to a glaring target. It could easily penetrate defenses, and its accompanying paralysis effect was quite considerable, but it had lost the stealthiness of the wind attribute cutting line. For someone like Qianshi, who was accustomed to stealth and a one-hit kill style, this change was more of a detriment than a benefit. It was not the desired effect. He dissipated the lightning. The chakra line at his fingertips reverted to formlessness. After a brief pause, he began to attempt the second attribute, fire. The chakra nature once again transformed, replaced by a feeling of intense heat and combustion differing from the previous ferocity. Infusing fire attribute chakra into the line. Whoosh! The air around the line slightly distorted, revealing a brilliant fired line seemingly ablaze. The high temperature rushed towards him. Even from a distance, he could feel the burning sensation on his skin. This line possessed the characteristics of sustained burning and scorching. Its destructive power might be stronger, but it was equally dazzling, and maintaining it required significantly more chakra. Moreover, it could not be concealed either. It was still not as good as wind. Qianshi confirmed once again. The flames extinguished, plunging the tent back into darkness, with only the oil lamp's light barely dispelling a corner of the shadow. Next was water. The chakra nature became gentle and flowing, imbued with a sense of moisture and impact. The guiding process was also smooth and unobstructed. A blue flowing line with a marvelous liquid sheen swayed gently in the air, resembling a flowing It gave a feeling of being ever-changing and unpredictable. When it struck a target, it might bring about a stronger impact and sustained damage. The effect was average. Perhaps in the rain country where it rained all year round it would appear more concealed, but it still could not compare to the wind's ultimate sharpness, and its consumption was greater than the wind attribute. He dissipated the water attribute cutting line. Finally, it was earth. The chakra nature became heavy and stable, imbued with the solidity of the earth. He guided this force to merge into the chakra line. The originally formless line took on a layer of dense, earthy yellow sheen. The line itself did not seem to thicken, but gave an odd sense of weight, as if it were not a construct of energy, but a finely wrought metallic thread. Qianshi carefully sensed the state of the line and found that its toughness had significantly increased, with load-bearing capacity and tensile strength far surpassing any other attribute form. This was an enhancement in defense and functionality rather than a direct increase in offensive power. The resilient earth attribute line might be better suited for binding defense or constructing structures requiring strong support. The tent fell completely silent, with only the sound of raindrops pattering against it. The 4 new nature changes had all successfully merged into the chakra line, with each attempt being a success. If this were to spread, it would surely astonish many. However, the evaluation results were not exciting. Thunder was too wild and conspicuous. Fire burned continuously but consumed immense chakra and was too glaring. Water had impact changes but lacked damage. Earth enhanced toughness but leaned towards support. None could surpass the already mastered and perfected wind attribute nature changes. The combination of wind attribute and chakra line providing unparalleled cutting power remained the most suitable choice for the current combat system. The new nature changes were not useless. They simply needed to find more suitable application scenarios rather than being simply added to the cutting line. Perhaps he could attempt fusion or develop entirely new techniques. Qianshi's gaze fell upon the chakra line at his fingertips, which had returned to its formless state but now shimmered with earthy hues. With a slight movement of his finger, the line traced a steady arc in the air. Why must there be only one? A thought crossed Qianshi's mind. Since chakra can manifest different properties, why couldn't they be layered and fused? Using the ultimate toughness brought by the earth attribute as a foundation, adding the sharpness and cutting of wind, the penetration of thunder, the impact of water, and the explosion of fire. If successful, to what terrifying extent would the power of this thin line increase? Qianshi immediately began to assess the risks and feasibility involved. The transformation of chakra properties was already extremely difficult to control. Merging two different properties, especially those that conflict and restrain each other, was no simple addition. The risk of backlash, unpredictable consumption, and the stringent demands for control. But it was worth a try. His mind focused, and the earthy yellow line became taut at his fingertips. Naturally, the first attempt would be the most familiar wind attribute. His consciousness sank within the sharp essence of wind, quietly manifesting, attempting to contact and merge with the chakra, maintaining the earth attribute changes. The process is several times more challenging than merely adding a single attribute. The heavy nature of earth contrasts sharply with the ethereal quality of wind. Forcing them to merge reveals a clear repulsion between the two forces at a subtle level, causing the thread to tremble unsteadily, emitting a low hum as if it were on the brink of collapse. Qianshi immediately halted his reckless attempts, frowning in deep thought. It is not a simple matter of layering. A balance must be found, a node that allows them to coexist and even complement each other. His understanding of wind has long penetrated to the bone, every nuance is clear to him. The problem lies with earth. His comprehension of its properties remains at a usable level, not yet mastered. Qianshi no longer tried to forcibly merge them, instead leading with the wind attribute, carefully sculpting a hint of sharpness into the resilient foundation formed by the earth attribute. This is a painstaking process, demanding an extraordinary precision in chakra control. Any minor mistake could lead to total failure, even causing slight chaos in the chakra. Time flew swiftly during the development. It is unknown how long passed before a certain barrier seemed to be quietly breached. A faint hum, a tremor that was extremely subtle, yet markedly different from before, came from the thread. One could see the earthy yellow light subtly emerging within, with an almost invisible sharpness distorting the air on the surface, hinting at a cutting intent. Success. A dual attribute cutting thread. Qianshi's fingertips moved slightly, and the thread sliced through the air. A faint sound different from the pure slicing of wind blades emerged. A deeper tone, yet carrying a more chilling sense of danger. It was clear that the thread's resilience had significantly increased due to the earth attribute capable of withstanding far greater tension without breaking, while the layer of wind attribute sharpness around its edge endowed it with power rivaling that of a pure wind attribute cutting thread. The consumption was slightly higher than maintaining a single attribute thread, but in terms of the total chakra reserves for the Yin seal, it was negligible. Qianshi suppressed the urge to immediately test its power and turned his gaze toward the remaining attributes. Since wind and earth can merge, then he attempted to channel the power of lightning, trying to inject it into this newly stabilized dual attribute thread. Z. As soon as it touched the blue-white lightning, the entire thread shook violently. The earthy yellow and the ethereal sharpness of wind became chaotically intertwined, with the lightning wildly surging, creating a fierce conflict among the three, on the verge of complete loss of control. He immediately cut off the supply of lightning attribute chakra, forcibly stabilizing the impending collapse of the dual wind and earth thread. This won't do. Qianshi's brow furrowed tightly. The problem is evident. His understanding of the properties of lightning, fire, and water remains at a rudimentary level, far from being able to wield them deftly and intricately merge them with other properties. His ability to combine wind and earth stems from his comprehension of the wind attribute forcing control over the relatively unfamiliar earth attribute. Moreover, wind counters lightning and lightning counters earth. His chakra control is insufficient to resolve the issues of elemental countering. The path of fusion is far more arduous than imagined. It is not impossible, but requires time and a deepening of understanding towards the other elemental changes to the same level as that of wind. This is no task for a day or two. Qianshi temporarily set aside the thought of forcibly merging more attributes. For now, the enhancement of the dual wind and earth thread is sufficient. The other single attribute threads also have their own uses: lightning for penetration, fire for explosion, water for impact, earth for weight, and wind for cutting. In everyday combat, one can flexibly choose according to the actual situation, enriching tactical combinations. His strength has taken a small step forward, but it is still not enough, far from it. He recalls that ambush, the hidden traitor possibly lurking within Sunagakure, who could harm him. A surge of unnamed fury rises within Qianshi. Now he needs to rest. He needs to recover his strength. Such matters must be approached with caution. Rising, he carefully stored all the scrolls and extinguished the oil lamp. The tent plunged into darkness, and Qianshi fell into a deep sleep at an extraordinary speed. The next day in the morning, he had a simple meal of the food he carried with him before lifting the tent flap, the cold rain air rushing in. Without hesitation, he walked straight toward the largest command tent at the center of the stronghold. Inside, the sandfox was listening to a subordinate's report. Upon seeing Qianshi enter, his gaze swept over. Qianshi, what is it? Sandfox Jonin. Qianshi's voice was calm, revealing no emotion. The 7th reconnaissance team has completed their rest and is now applying to execute the next mission. At the moment his words fell, calm breathing activated instantly, his perception expanding rapidly outward like ripples in a lake after a stone is thrown and centered around himself. His perception became exceedingly sharp, sensing the damp canvas, the scent of sweat, and the faint traces of blood and tobacco on the sandfox. His vision captured every subtle movement of the muscles on the sandfox's face, the fleeting fatigue in the eyes of the nearby Chunin, and the variations in the ink on the map scroll. With perception heightened to its limit, it enveloped the entire tent like an invisible web. The sandfox's gaze swept over, carrying a hint of fatigue. Perfect. Patrol mission for Area B7, the route map, is here. Routine reconnaissance, eliminate any suspicious traces along the way. Duration 2 days. The tone of Sha, who remained unchanged, his heartbeat steady. The Chunin beside him showed no signs of anomalies. Qianshi's perception did not capture any suspicious signals. Either Sha, who was unrelated to this matter, or the opponent's disguise ability exceeded his recognition range. Yes, Qianshi replied without further words, taking the simple map indicating the route before turning and leaving the tent. Even after walking more than 10 meters, his calm state was still maintained, his perception scanning like a radar over every ninja encountered along the way. Fatigue, numbness, vigilance, and the occasional low murmur of complaints. All the emotions were in line with those of frontline ninjas, with no trace of malice or abnormalities directed at him. Reaching the team tent, the 4 subordinates, Jinshi, Yezhao Shang, and the somewhat timid Lu Sha, immediately stood up and looked silently at him. Their eyes were mixed with fear and awe, yet there was no sense of intimacy. Prepare patrol the B7 area for 2 days, he issued the command succinctly. The 4 quickly organized their gear, no one raised any questions. He scanned them with his gaze while his perception enveloped them simultaneously. Heartbeat, breathing, chakra. Everything was normal. They were merely lower ninjas obeying orders. But this did not rule out suspicion. A traitor might not necessarily reveal themselves during a routine mission. Once the team was ready, they set off, directly disappearing into the gray rain curtain and woods of the Land of Rain. The execution process was extremely dull, advancing slowly along the established route, scouting, removing simple traps, and recording changes in terrain. Throughout the process, Qianshi heightened his perception to the limits of a regular state, not missing any rustle or movement. However, apart from a few startled venomous insects and a sudden downpour, there was no abnormality. There was no ambush, no skirmishes, and not even a trace of ninja activity was discovered. 2 days later, the team returned to base on time, submitting a patrol report of no value. Sha, who simply nodded in routine acknowledgement, showing no further expression. Qianshi returned to his tent, the fatigue from 2 days of mental tension gradually emerging as he reached a safe location. He sat on the bed silently, wiping his ninja tools. Who was the traitor? Sha who? A regular Chunin? Or one of those 4 timid subordinates? Absolutely clueless. Qianshi knew he excelled in development, research, cultivation, and combat, yet felt a deep fatigue towards the spy games hidden behind the scenes. This was not a field he was skilled in. He could no longer passively wait. Qianshi made up his mind to adjust the action plan for the mission in 2 days. Before that, he needed to rest well for 2 days. Only by restoring his spirit could he face the upcoming battles rather than wasting energy on this damned conspiracy. Inside the tent 2 days later, after sufficient rest, Qianshi's spirit had fully recovered. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze clear. The action plan for the upcoming mission had been thoroughly contemplated. His hands stabilized and swiftly formed seals in front of his chest. Shadow Clone Jutsu. As white smoke dispersed, a clone identical to his original self appeared. Qianshi took out 5 thunderclap stealth devices from a specially made scroll at his lower back. The original once again formed seals, the transformation techniques, white smoke enveloping his entire body. As the smoke dissipated, Qianshi, disguised as a human-shaped explosive, appeared in place. The shadow clone carried the transformed Qianshi on its back. The shadow clone tidied up the daily supplies in the tent and lifted the curtain to exit. From this moment on, it would be this shadow clone sharing regular chakra executing the mission. Meanwhile, the original, disguised as a human-shaped puppet, hid behind the shadow clone. This was the most secure countermeasure Qianshi could think of at the moment. Regardless of who the traitor was, they would first have to get past the shadow clone to launch a precise ambush. The original, concealed in the shadows, would turn the tide of battle at a critical moment. In the following days, patrol missions became increasingly frequent. The shadow clone led 4 unsuspecting lower ninjas, repeating the monotonous patrol. The transformed human-shaped puppet Qianshi was carried on the back like a true inanimate object, silently observing the changes. The tasks of these few days remained uneventful. Ninjas from the Rain Hidden and Konoha seemed to have suddenly vanished from this area. Until a month later, Shahu once again summoned Qianshi the shadow clone who had just completed the patrol mission. Inside the tent were 3 unfamiliar Chunin, their forehead protectors indicating they belonged to the sand-hidden, likely other team leaders. The mission has changed. Shahu's voice carried a hint of fatigue as he pointed to a larger map spread across the table. Frontline reconnaissance has discovered a temporary lapse in defenses at a village stronghold previously controlled by the Rain Hidden. U4 teams are ordered to act in coordination under the unified command of Jonin Arakawa to seize and secure the stronghold while awaiting subsequent reinforcements. Shahu pointed to the marked village icon on the map. Qianshi noticed a familiar, yet unfamiliar sand-hidden Jonin standing beside his sharp gaze indicating he was indeed Arakawa. Qianshi took the mission scroll, quickly scanning it. The mission level was marked as a rank. A strong intuition continuously warned him. This mission felt unusual, but an order was an order. Especially during wartime, the consequences of disobeying orders were extremely serious. Understood. The shadow clone replied in a low voice. Holding the mission scroll, he turned and left the command tent. After meeting with the 4 subordinates waiting outside, he glanced over at the other 3 unfamiliar team leaders, who also looked grave as they reviewed the mission briefing. The Jonin named Arakawa coldly scanned the 4 assembled Chunin leaders and their teams. Without any superfluous words, he decisively issued the order. The mission objectives are clear. Depart on time in 1 hour. Take advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness to swiftly seize and establish a defense line, completing the deployment before the enemy can react. Yes. Qianshi and the 4 Chunin leaders responded in unison. The shadow clone returned to the team's position. The 4 lower ninjas seemed to sense an unusual atmosphere appearing increasingly tense. The 4 sand-hidden squads under the leadership of the silent shinobi of the ruined walls moved like shadows through the muddy stone forests and wild grass of the rain country. The sound of rain concealed most of their movements, but the oppressive atmosphere lingered. The shadow clone, bearing the disguise of a self-destructing human bomb, led his 4 subordinates swiftly. As they approached the target village base approximately 3 kilometers away, the team made a brief stop in a relatively dense grove of dead trees to conduct final tactical confirmations. An opportunity. Qianshi, who was concealed behind the shadow clone, felt a surge of awareness. In the moment when everyone's attention was focused on the shinobi of the ruined walls quietly detailing the mission, the shadow clone casually detached the puppet and placed it in the shadows of a dense thicket, making it appear as if it were simply a temporarily set-aside piece of equipment. The movement was natural and fluid. A nearby subordinate from another squad seemed to catch a glimpse of the motion, looking over curiously, but only saw the shadow clone organizing equipment, casting a calm glance in return. The subordinate quickly turned away, not daring to ask further. The shadow clone remained expressionless, continuing to execute the mission according to the plan set by the original before their separation. The brief pause ended and the team set off again, stealthily heading toward their ultimate target. In the thicket, that special puppet waited quietly until the team completely vanished into the rain and terrain. A faint fluctuation of chakra arose as the transformation technique's effect dissipated, revealing Qianshi's true form. Without any hesitation, he swiftly summoned 50 devices known as thunderous stealthers from a specially made scroll at his lower back. 50 fist-sized thunderous stealthers appeared in an instant. In the next moment, magnetic chakra surged forth, controlling the 50 floating cannons to levitate as Qianshi leapt above them. Magnetic chakra output intensified. The 50 floating cannons simultaneously generated upward thrust, swiftly lifting Qianshi off the ground and ascending rapidly into the air. Raindrops hit the metallic shells, splashing fine droplets. Once they reached a sufficient height, the floating cannon cluster stabilized and swiftly flew toward the direction of the village base. From this elevated position, the view through the rain became clear. Below, the shinobi of the ruined walls commanded the 4 squads like sharp blades, beginning to surround and infiltrate the quiet little village from different directions. The battle soon commenced. The hidden rain ninja forces within the village clearly did not anticipate a surprise attack from the sand hidden. Shortly after, the piercing alarm sounded, the roar of exploding ninjutsu and the clash of weapons instantly shattered the oppressive silence of the rainy day. The shadow clone, accompanied by 4 subordinates, was responsible for the eastern assault. As they entered the village's outskirts, 2 rain-hidden Chunin lunged from behind a crumbling low wall, launching shuriken directly at them. Qianshi's gaze was icy, showing no intention of forming seals. Just as the shuriken were about to reach him, his figure suddenly slid out in a slightly abrupt and eerie manner. Puppet instant technique. When he reappeared, he was already at the side of a rain-hidden Chunin. The opponent didn't even have time to turn around before a simple, unadorned knife hand struck precisely at the side of his neck. A sound of bones cracking echoed as the rain-hidden Chunin collapsed silently to the ground. The other Chunin, horrified, attempted to retreat. However, Qianshi utilized the speed granted by the instant technique to close in again, sidestepping the thrusting shuriken. His right hand extended, and with a precise flick of his fingertip he struck at a point on the opponent's wrist. The rain-hidden Chunin felt his entire arm go numb and weak in an instant, causing the shuriken to slip from his grasp. In the next moment, the falling shuriken was skillfully redirected by Qianqi's toe, shooting upward with a whoosh and embedding itself directly into the lower jaw of that Chunin. The battle concluded in the blink of an eye. The four subordinates had yet to fully catch up, only witnessing their captain employing an extraordinarily eerie movement style and precise strikes, leading to the instant demise of two enemy Chunin. Observe the surroundings. The shadow clone commanded coldly, his voice devoid of any inflection, continuing to push forward. The subsequent battles nearly replicated this pattern. The encountered enemies were mostly Genin with the occasional Chunin. The shadow clone never utilized any ninjutsu or activated any active states, relying solely on his honed physical techniques and puppet instant technique. The movements were efficient, concise, and lethal. Each maneuver was as eerie as a puppet, effortlessly evading all attacks, while each strike aimed for vital points. Shuriken and kunai seemed to possess a life of their own in his hands, always shooting from the most cunning angles, sealing off enemy retreats or interrupting their hand seals. When hard clashes were necessary, a few strands of wind chakra surrounding him were sufficient to neutral. The four subordinates followed closely behind, nearly becoming mere spectators and cleanup crew, only needing to deal with those enemies severely injured by Qianshi, who had not yet perished. In the air, the original form gazed down through the rain curtain, surveying the entire battlefield below. The carnage unfolded before his eyes. However, Qianqi's brow furrowed slightly. It was going too smoothly. The command of the shinobi of the ruined walls appeared flawless, dividing, surrounding, and eliminating. Other sand-hidden squads were also fighting fiercely, with rain ninja continuously falling. Although the resistance within the base was not weak, there were no signs of any ambush. This was just a normal base capture battle, bloody but within expectations. Could it be that the previous ambush was merely an unfortunate stroke of bad luck, coincidentally running into enemy ninjas who knew their intelligence? Or had the traitor within temporarily gone silent? Various doubts swirled in his mind, yet he found no clues. The battle below was gradually nearing its conclusion. The resistance of the rain hidden quickly crumbled under the prepared assault of the sand hidden. The last few rain ninja were encircled and annihilated by a squad personally led by the shinobi of the ruined walls. The outpost has temporarily fallen into the hands of Sunagakure. The shinobi on the ruins began issuing orders to clear the battlefield and set up a simple defensive barrier. The shadow clone joined its subordinates to regroup with other squads. The gaze of the shinobi of the ruins swept over them, particularly lingering for a moment on Qianshi and the four nearly unscathed members behind him. This squad had suffered almost no casualties, not even any significant injuries, yet their accomplishments were by no means lacking. Qianshi, well done. The tone of the shinobi from the ruins betrayed little praise, sounding more like a routine matter. You and your squad, along with the third squad, will temporarily remain here with my squad. Establish defenses and clean up thoroughly. Once the subsequent units arrive to take over, you may return to the outpost to report back. The shadow clone nodded in acknowledgement, making no further expression. The rain showed no signs of stopping, washing away the bloodstains in the outpost. The remaining squads silently maneuvered among the ruins, executing the orders to clear the battlefield and set up basic defenses. The shadow clone stood indifferently beneath a partially collapsed eaves, raindrops dripping down from its hair. For lower shinobi rested nearby, speaking not a word, the atmosphere heavy. In the air, the main body, supported by 50 thunderstorm stalkers, concealed itself above the dense forest surrounding the outpost, surveying the scene below. Every movement of the Sunagakure shinobi, every newly established lookout point, and even the brief exchanges between the shinobi of the ruins and the captains of other squads were meticulously observed. However, as darkness descended and the rain eased slightly, the anticipated ambush or internal turmoil had yet to occur. Everything was calm to the point of becoming increasingly worrisome. Finally, in the evening, a team of Sunagakure reinforcements arrived at the village. After a quick handover between the leading Chunin and the shinobi of the ruins, the latter ordered the previously stationed squad to assemble and prepare to return to the frontline outpost. Mission accomplished. Retreat. The shinobi of the ruins stated succinctly, turning first to disappear into the curtain of rain. The shadow clone silently waved its hand, leading the four subordinates to follow the main force. The hidden main body, observing this, controlled the floating artillery to swiftly advance, ensuring a safe distance was established. Once the team below completely vanished from sight, it slowly descended to the spot where the shadow clone had placed the puppet. Quickly forming seals, it retrieved all 50 thunderstorm stalkers back into the special scroll at its waist. Then it formed seals once more. As the smoke from the transformation technique dissipated, the main body returned to its human form, the self-detonator quietly sitting in the previous position, waiting for the arrival of the shadow clone. After a while, when the shadow clone arrived, it swiftly hoisted the disguised puppet of Qianshi. The shinobi of the ruins showed no reaction, merely glancing at the puppet before continuing to lead the way back. Upon returning to the frontline outpost, the handover of tasks and reporting of conditions proceeded in a monotonous and standardized manner. The Sand Fox shinobi, after listening to the briefing from the shinobi of the ruins, merely nodded in routine acknowledgement. The mission concluded, the process uneventful. The shadow clone dismissed the 4 visibly fatigued subordinates and returned to its designated single-person tent. Confirming that there were no others in the tent, the shadow clone dispelled its technique. As the white smoke flashed, all memories and feelings of fatigue related to the stay, retreat, and return instantly flowed back into Qianshi's mind. After briefly closing his eyes to digest the shadow clone's experiences over the past few hours, he sensed nothing amiss. It was a standard ambush, a successful occupation, a calm handover, and a return. Deep within his heart, the string of vigilance tightened further. The calmer things were, the more they indicated the tranquility before the storm. After having a simple meal and resting for a while, he sat cross-legged on the bed and began his daily chakra refining. Having completed today's share of refining, he infused the excess chakra into the sealing technique. Rising, he carefully checked the sealing status of the scrolls he carried, counted the number of kunai and explosive tags in his ninja tool pouch, and maintained the previously used thunderstorm stalkers to ensure each floating artillery was in optimal condition. After completing all of this, the light in the outpost began to dim, the sound of rain lessened, and he started to rest, only to be awakened in the middle of the night by his subordinates outside the tent. As the war intensified, the frequency of patrols surged. What used to allow 1 to 2 days of rest after completing a mission had now turned into near non-stop duty. Rising, he formed seals. Shadow clone technique. The white smoke flashed, and the clone appeared. No words were exchanged. The main body formed seals again, transforming into a human-shaped self-detonator. The shadow clone hoisted Qianshi onto its back, packed the necessary patrol gear, pushed open the tent flap, and blended into the night to carry out the routine nighttime guard duty. The patrol mission remained dull. The shadow clone moved forward silently, with 4 lower shinobi trailing behind, the atmosphere oppressive. Until dawn broke, the mission concluded, as usual, with no unexpected incidents. Weeks swiftly passed in the heightened vigilance of the sand-hidden frontline outpost rotations. Team Qianshi received a new mission, to seize the Shirchi outpost. This was not a small-scale outpost capture or assassination. The outpost was a medium-sized base of Konoha. Its strategic importance was self-evident. The atmosphere in the command tent was tense, with over a dozen Shunin captains standing solemnly. The leader, Jonin Liesha, stated, "Konoha has deployed heavy troops at that location. Our 10 teams are tasked with breaching from the flanks to create opportunities for the main force. Stay alert." The command was concise, yet appeared exceedingly cruel. The shadow clone Qianshi stood in the ranks, his expression calm. Behind him, the real body of the transformed self-destructor was fully concealing its presence. At dawn, the team set out. As they approached the target, the air was already filled with the smell of burnt flesh and the agitation of chakra, as the main force's onslaught had commenced. "Break through the flanks with me." As Jonin Liza's command fell, the team plunged their sharp blades directly into the southern defense line. The battle erupted in an instant. Leading the way, the shadow clone charged into a dilapidated courtyard, colliding head-on with the Konoha team attempting to establish a defensive node. The dark-backed fans of the 3 members' short jackets indicated their identity. Uchiha. The leading Chunin's eyes spun, with double tomo filled with arrogance. Sand-hidden scum. He formed hand seals quickly, leaving afterimages. Fire release, great fireball technique. The scorching fireball roared, filling the entrance of the courtyard. Scatter. The shadow clone decisively commanded, retreating swiftly while throwing several shuriken toward the shapes potentially obscured by the smoke. The 4 lower ninjas rapidly evaded. Boom. The fireball struck the stone wall, sending debris and sparks flying. Before the smoke cleared, the Uchiha Chunin had already rushed in, striking with a kunai aimed at the throat. The shadow clone twisted to evade the blade, grazing past its neck. The opponent's other hand shadowed, closely gripping the wrist joint. The predictive ability of the Sharingan granted him a significant close combat advantage. Bang, bang, bang. The exchanges of physical techniques flashed like lightning. The shadow clone had a slight edge in strength and speed, but the Sharingan consistently countered the fatal moves with more cunning retaliation. "Is that all you've got?" The Uchiha Chunin sneered, the double tomo rapidly spinning to see through a feigned attack, dodging a kick while thrusting the kunai downward. Swish. The fabric at his waist was sliced open by the blade. The shadow clone leaped back, hands poised to form seals to create distance. Too slow. The Uchiha Chunin, like a parasite, pursued, hand signs forming at high-speed. Fire release, dragonfire technique. A straight line of blazing flames shot forth like a spear, closing in an instant. At such a distance, evasion was impossible. The shadow clone's pupils constricted, and before the dragon fire could hit it, directly tossed the puppet behind it aside. Boom. The raging flames completely engulfed the shadow clone's figure, the exploding white smoke mingling with the scorching air. On the other side of the courtyard, the battle was equally intense. For sand-hidden lower ninjas were entangled with two Uchiha lower ninjas, one of whom had a single tomo in his eyes. A trap. As Yezhao threw out a kunai, he was detected by the Uchiha lower ninja, with superior dynamic vision, a cleverly aimed shuriken, forcing him to roll away awkwardly. Another Konoha lower ninja yelled and swung his blade at the timid Liu Sha. Get back. The sturdy stone warrior charged forward, blocking the blade with his shoulder skin splitting and blood pouring out, yet he endured the pain and retaliated with a heavy punch that landed solidly on the opponent's face, the sound of the nasal bone shattering piercing. To the left, Cheyenne cried urgently. She was being pressured by the Uchiha lower ninja, who had activated his single tomo. The insight from the Sharingan made each of her blocks feel immensely burdensome, causing her arms to tremble from the impact. The Uchiha lower ninja's eyes with the tomo spun slightly, precisely capturing the slight stiffness in Cheyenne's block, and with a sinister smile his kunai lunged for her throat. Watch out! Liu Sha shouted in shock, but it was too late for rescue. Stab! The sharp blade pierced through flesh and blood. The injured was not Cheyenne. At the critical moment, Jianshi stepped forward fiercely, using his arm to block this fatal blow. The kunai's sharp tip pierced his arm, going through completely. Ugh! Jianshi's suppressed roar of pain accompanied his body, shaking violently, yet with sheer willpower, he did not fall, reaching back toward his attacker. Jianshi. In the center of the courtyard, the flames and smoke gradually dissipated. The Uchiha Chunin panted lightly, his Sharingan locking onto the front. Had he succeeded? However, the expected broken corpse did not appear. In the smoke, a figure slowly straightened. Black hair and cold eyes, the gaze icy and piercing. His ninja tool pouch was already open. What? The Uchiha Chunin was taken aback, the Sharingan clearly capturing the starkly different chakra fluctuations from the opponent. Deeper, colder, not the same person. Was that just a shadow clone? When? Qianshi's gaze swept across the battlefield. Jianshi had a kunai embedded in his arm, blood soaking his clothes, his form staggering. Cheyenne was trying to support him, her expression frantic. Liu Sha was cowering behind cover, trembling. Yezhao was cornered by the single tomo Uchiha lower ninja. The situation was clear. Without hesitation, and without even casting a glance at the perplexed Uchiha Chunin, he raised his hands swiftly like a ghost. This was not forming seals, but directly throwing shuriken. Swish, swish, swish. 7 shuriken tore through the air, not aimed at the Chunin, but precisely targeting all escape routes of the Uchiha lower ninja pursuing Yezhao. A cold command simultaneously suppressed the battlefield's clamor. Cheyenne, stop the bleeding. Yezhao, disrupt the enemy. Before the voice fell, the 7 shuriken had already reached the young Uchiha lower ninja. The young ninja's eyes with the single tomo spun wildly, desperately twisting to evade, but 2 shuriken still sunk deeply into his shoulder and thigh, spraying blood and eliciting a scream. Almost simultaneously, Qianshi moved slightly, charging toward the Uchiha Chunin he had just fought with the shadow clone. The Chunin, momentarily distracted by Qianshi's arrival, felt a fierce wind rushing at him. As Qianshi dashed toward the Uchiha Chunin, he instantly activated his breathing technique. Cells awakened, thoughts accelerated, and perception heightened. With power in his steps, the ground cracked slightly, and his figure closed in like a specter. The Uchiha Chunin was alarmed. The Sharingan capturing the opponent's speed surged, the double tomo spinning rapidly, and he thrust the kunai to fend off. Qianshi did not dodge nor evade. His left hand shot out like lightning, precisely locking onto the wrist of the hand holding the blade, and with a forceful squeeze. Crack! The sound of breaking bones was unmistakable, and the kunai fell. Simultaneously, his right fist slammed directly into the Chunin's chest and abdomen without any flourish. Crimson Lotus. A technique with monstrous strength. The force exploded once more. Before the fist reached, the terrifying pressure made the Uchiha Chunin gasp. Puff. A heavy sound accompanied by the horrifying sound of broken ribs. The Uchiha Chunin's eyes bulged, blood mixed with fragments of internal organs spewed from his mouth, and his body flew backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily against the ruins and collapsing dead in an instant. In an instant, one was severely injured and another was killed. Qianshi did not pause for a moment. After eliminating the greatest threat, he leaped onto a giant rock, scanning the battlefield in the distance, only to find that the sand hidden began to show signs of defeat. Qianshi frowned tightly just as he was about to prepare to clean up the battlefield. A chilling, killing intent pierced into Qianshi's mind like a needle. Feeling an unprecedented frequency of frantic warnings, the intensity far exceeded the previous encounter with the Uchiha Jonin, and the shadow of death instantly enveloped him. Puppet instant technique. Almost instinctively, chakra and legs erupted almost instantaneously, leaving his previous position. In the next moment, whoosh. A glimmer of cold light flashed by and the giant rock where Qianshi had just been was instantly sliced open, the cut surface smooth as a mirror. A figure appeared, as if emerging from the shadows. The newcomer appeared to be in his 30s with a stern face, dressed in the dark short coat characteristic of the Uchiha clan, his gaze disdainful, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. He glanced at the Chunin slumped against the wall, already dead, and snorted coldly. Waste. He casually raised his hand, the hand seals moving so fast they left afterimages, and facing Qianshi not far away, he opened his mouth to spit out. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. The blazing fire dragon instantly coalesced, roaring as it tore through the air, charging towards Qianshi's pupils shrank sharply, and the perception in the calm state allowed him to catch the chakra fluctuations ahead of time, barely using the puppet instant technique, again clumsily retreating backwards. Boom. The fire dragon almost grazed his side and crashed into the ground, creating a charred pit. The explosive aftermath of the fire release directly sent Qianshi flying, landing heavily, his throat sweet. But what made him more anxious was that after landing within the range of his fully maintained calm perception, he had completely lost track of the Uchiha Jonin. As if he had never existed, only the terrifying killing intent wrapped around him like a parasite. Qianshi dared not be the slightest bit careless, raising his hands slightly. Dozens of tough wind and earth-cutting threads intertwined around him, forming a sparse, yet sensitive defensive network. His mind was tense to the extreme. Left side. A piercing warning suddenly surged through his perception. Without thinking, his body leaned back to its limits. Hiss. A cold blade almost grazed the tip of his nose, the wind pressure stinging his cheek. It was that Uchiha. He had silently approached to such a distance, wielding a gleaming katana. Magnet release, 1,000 threads, execution. The cutting threads surrounding Qianshi instantly surged like living beings, dozens of wind threads madly attacking towards the source of the assault. However, it was a swing and a miss. All the wind threads fell into empty space, only cutting the ruins and debris in that area to pieces. The Uchiha Jonin disappeared like a ghost, vanishing without a trace, and within Qianshi's perception, he couldn't even detect a trace of chakra fluctuation. The gap was too great. Qianshi's heart sank. He fully understood the chasm that lay between him and such a top Jonin. The opponent didn't even bother to use the Sharingan, forcing him into a desperate situation solely with absolute speed and combat experience. All his means probably seemed like child's play to the opponent, making it difficult even to touch the hem of their clothing. This cannot continue. I must be faster. His consciousness sank into his body, no longer attempting to use his eyes or perception to capture the elusive enemy. Instantly activating the Yin sealing nodes, the immense chakra surged into the fourth active node within him in an unprecedented manner. Meteor. In his imagination, it would bring about a qualitative change in speed. At this moment, there was no need to hesitate about whether his body could withstand it. Meanwhile, the magnet release controlled a multitude of wind threads like a raging whip, wildly striking and cutting in all directions, attempting to delay the arrival of the fatal attack, buying himself crucial time. Futile. A cold sneer echoed in the air, carrying unabashed disdain. Uchiha Taixin's figure flashed like instant transmission, effortlessly dodging all the erratic strikes of the threads, as if enjoying the struggle of a beast trapped in a cage. He remained at ease now, only wanting to slowly wear down Qianshi in the most economical manner, like a cat playing with a mouse. Qianshi sensed the impending danger again. Uchiha Taixin's figure perfectly evaded all the trajectories of the cutting threads, the terrifying blade light rushing towards Qianshi. Now's the time. The chakra torrent instantly opened the fourth active node. Meteor. Qianshi's speed surged to a whole new level. His body seemed to have unlocked some limitation. Although he still couldn't clearly capture the opponent's figure, relying on the extreme speed brought by Meteor and the barely perceptible killing intent directed at him during each attack, Qianshi made a prediction at the last possible moment. Dozens of cutting threads wrapped around his right fist. The highly condensed wind and earth attribute chakra emitted a heart-stopping glow. Using the momentum from the explosion of Meteor, he threw a full-force straight punch towards the direction where the danger felt most intense. The speed of this punch far surpassed the previous one. A brief sound of surprise came through the air. The fist seemed to brush against something, lifting a small piece of torn fabric. But the next moment, Uchiha Taixin's figure suddenly appeared several meters away, looking down at a cut in his sleeve. Although it did not injure his flesh, this predicament clearly exceeded his expectations. It was supposed to be a cat playing with a mouse, but he almost got bitten to death by the mouse. Uchiha Taixin's emotions shifted from mockery to rage in an instant. Die. He slowly raised his head, the three black tomos suddenly appearing in his eyes, slowly rotating the icy Sharingan, instantly locking onto Qianshi. Now's the time. Taking advantage of the brief moment when the opponent revealed himself out of anger, Qianshi abruptly raised both hands, and the vast chakra from the Ean's ceiling surged out wildly. Countless threads of wind shimmering with a faint azure light surged madly between his hands. The numerous wind threads cutting through the air emitted sharp, whirring sounds. Around him, a blue whirlwind even began to appear. Qianshi knew that this might still not truly threaten the opponent, but this was all the power he could currently muster preparing for a desperate fight. Uchiha Taixen's three-demo Sharingan slowly rotated his cold gaze, seemingly capable of piercing through the soul. Qianshi did not meet his gaze, keeping his focus locked onto the position of his opponent, fully channeling the extreme speed brought by Meteor. What is this? Uchiha Taixen's pupils constricted as he clearly saw the azure torrent composed of countless strands of wind surrounding Qianshi. He rapidly formed hand seals with both hands. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A sea of flames roared forth, rushing towards Qianshi. Surrounded by nearly 10,000 strands of wind, Qianshi's body resembled a massive and rapidly spinning vortex of death, completely enveloping him. The wind strands tore through the air with a spine-chilling shriek, transforming him into a roaring azure storm, actively charging towards Uchiha Taixen and the fire release, great fire annihilation he had just unleashed. Foolish. A glint of disdain flashed in Uchiha Taixen's eyes. Rather than dodging the ninjutsu, his opponent chose to charge directly into it, thinking that such a large-scale fire release could be countered by these trivial strands. However, in the next moment, his Sharingan clearly saw. At the instant the roaring azure storm collided with the blazing sea of fire, the outermost wind strands rapidly broke and dissipated under the high temperature, emitting a mournful hiss. Yet the overall rotation speed and quantity of the storm far exceeded Uchiha Taixen's expectations. The broken strands were immediately replaced by new ones, rushing and continuously cutting and shredding the flames. The storm acted like a drill, forcefully carving a path through the sea of fire. Although its size visibly shrank during the passage, costing several hundred wind strands, the core Qianshi emerged unscathed, charging towards him with undiminished momentum. Humph! Uchiha Taixen snorted coldly, his figure vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a flicker of an afterimage. Qianshi's azure storm charged through empty air, crashing violently into a nearby rock wall and instantly shredding it to dust. He quickly stabilized his stance, fully channeling his chakra, causing the storm's rotation speed to increase again, cautiously sensing his surroundings. The combination of the insight granted by his Sharingan and the body flicker technique made Uchiha Taixen's speed astonishing. He appeared like a wraith behind Qianshi, his great sword enveloped in blazing chakra, attempting to discern the patterns and gaps in the movement of the strands. However, the defensive network formed by the thousands of strands was too dense, leaving virtually no weak points. His blade's probing thrusts were violently deflected by the wildly spinning strands. Had it not been for the unique material of the sword and its chakra coating, it would have surely been damaged. The battle fell into a brief stalemate. Qianshi controlled the storm to continuously pursue and attack, but was always evaded by Uchiha Taixen's superior speed. Yet Uchiha Taixen was also struggling to break through this all-encompassing flawless defense. Even the hardest turtle shell has its limits. Uchiha Taixen, losing patience, formed hand seals once more. Fire release, dragon flame song technique. The several condensed fire dragons did not directly attack the storm, but instead shot towards the ground and air around Qianshi, the resulting explosions and shockwaves attempting to disrupt the stability of the wind strands and Qianshi's control. Qianshi felt a chill in his heart, realizing that his opponent was seeking flaws in his control. Maintaining Meteor in such a large-scale storm was a tremendous burden on his chakra and energy. He could not afford to sustain this any longer. He subtly shifted his thoughts, deliberately allowing a hint of a flaw to appear. The movements controlling the storm seemed to momentarily slow, and the storm's rotation vaguely projected a sense of waning energy. This change was magnified infinitely in the three-demo Sharingan. Can you not hold on any longer? A flash of brilliance lit up in Uchiha Taixen's eyes as he seized this fleeting opportunity, concentrating a massive amount of chakra onto his great sword. The blade instantly enveloped in blazing flames, crackling with explosive sounds. Like lightning, he used the body flicker technique again, this time not to engage in a battle of attrition, but transforming into a streak of white light piercing straight into the heart of the storm. Believing that due to the prior pursuits and consumption, Qianshi's defensive capabilities had reached their lowest point. Now is the moment. A glint of cold light flashed in Qianshi's eyes. That supposed fatigue and stagnation was merely a trap he had deliberately exposed. At the instant Uchiha Taixen charged in with overwhelming force, the previously sluggishly operating storm underwent a sudden transformation from within. The vast majority of the swirling, cutting strands crazily retracted and condensed inward with unprecedented speed, and precision compressing to an extreme in front of Qianshi, forming an intensely compact, nearly tangible azure black drill-like tip aimed directly at the stabbing great sword. Meanwhile, the other parts of the storm exploded outward in an instant, transforming into a small number of earth and water attribute cutting strands dispersed around the battlefield almost undetectable. This meant that in an instant the tip of the great sword collided violently with the drill formed by the highly condensed rotating strands. Bang! The ear-piercing sound of metal grinding and shattering echoed. Uchiha Taijutsu's expression changed drastically as his Sharingan clearly saw that the massive chakra-concentrated tip of his great sword upon contact with the drill was brutally shredded and shattered by the strands. A terrifying backlash surged along the blade, causing his hands to tingle. Qianshi was similarly affected. Although the strand drill successfully shattered the sword's tip, the explosion from their clash caused a wave of blood to surge in his chest, leaving him tasting iron at the back of his throat, but he forcefully suppressed the blood. Due to the shattering of his weapon and the setback from the counterattack, Uchiha Taijutsu inevitably experienced a momentary shock and stiffness. This was the true killing blow that Qianshi had been waiting for. In the shadow to the side and behind his path, several cutting strands that had been lying in ambush since the condensation of the drill were suddenly infused with Qianshi's last chakra, instantly tightening, silently slicing through. Uchiha Taijutsu's Sharingan still focused on Qianshi and the shattered sword tip, but under the shock to his mind, he completely failed to notice this lethal strike coming from his visual blind spot, an environmental interference. Swish! Several extremely faint cutting sounds rang out. Uchiha Taijutsu's body suddenly stiffened, the shock and disbelief on his face freezing instantly. Several fine lines of blood slowly appeared on his body. He struggled to turn his eyes, seemingly trying to look at the shadows behind him as the brilliance of his 3-demo Sharingan rapidly dimmed. The lines when he managed to squeeze out a few indistinct syllables from his throat. In the next moment, his body split into several segments, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Qianshi looked at the fallen corpse, dispersing the surrounding wind strands, panting with a pale face. He covered his blood-soaked chest, not rushing forward immediately. Only after confirming that the opponent was completely dead and not a shadow clone did he relax his tense mind, feeling the tide of injuries and fatigue wash over him. A Pyrrhic victory. Using himself as bait and nearly exhausting all the chakra sealed within, he barely managed to win this battle of overwhelming disparity through a surprise attack. Qianshi coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. The excruciating pain in his chest nearly caused him to faint, and the wounds all over his body burned fiercely. His chakra reserves were almost depleted after the final strike. His gaze quickly scanned the courtyard. Jianshi, Yizhua Sha Yin, and Lu Sha huddled in a corner, trembling in fear. The cries of defeat from the hidden sand outside the courtyard and the approaching footsteps of other Konoha ninjas left no room for hesitation. Retreat! Qianshi croaked, forcing himself to stand despite the agony. Keep up! Before his words faded, he charged toward the gap on the other side of the courtyard. His speed was severely hampered by his injuries, but the will to survive propelled each of his steps. The four heard the command and instinctively struggled to follow in his footsteps. The team's pace showed no signs of slowing, not even a glance back to check on the situation of the other teams. The agony and depletion of chakra felt like chains binding him. Qianshi did not pause for a moment, relying solely on his will to squeeze out the last ounce of strength from his body as he stumbled and fled. Each breath drew in the searing pain from his chest. Several wounds on his body bled continuously. The four subordinates struggled to keep up behind him, breathing heavily and irregularly. The sounds of shouting and the piercing sounds of pursuit grew closer. Qianshi rummaged through his ninja tool pouch and pulled out a soldier pill, shoving it into his mouth, without a second glance, chewing it clumsily before swallowing hard. A faint yet timely warmth rapidly spread from his stomach, barely replenishing his nearly exhausted stamina, but it was merely a drop in the bucket against the massive consumption of chakra. This way, he rasped, changing direction and plunging into a denser and more complex terrain of dead trees and rocky slopes. The pursuit did not cease. Several Konoha ninjas, seemingly including members of the Uchiha clan, closely followed their trail. Shuriken and kunai occasionally shot from behind at tricky angles, forcing the group to make frantic evasive maneuvers, further slowing their speed. A deadly chase unfolded beneath the rain of the land of rain. With the chakra restored by the soldier pill, Qianshi forcefully activated the calm breathing technique again, using his perceptive abilities and terrain to narrowly evade encirclement and deadly attacks. He no longer attempted to counterattack. All his energy was devoted to running, hiding, and determining the route. The four subordinates also played their part. Yizhua and Lu Sha occasionally sensed danger and warned him in advance, while Sha Yin and Jianshi with their remaining chakra set up a few rudimentary, yet effective auditory traps, slightly slowing the pursuers. After an unknown period of fleeing, the sky gradually darkened. The sounds of pursuit seemed to fade, perhaps losing their trail or being diverted by other scattered hidden sand ninjas. Qianshi finally could not hold on any longer, sliding down against a steep stone wall, gasping violently each breath, bringing forth blood. Jianshi, Yizhua Sha Yin, and Lu Sha also collapsed to the ground, nearly exhausted, their faces devoid of color. They were temporarily safe. His gaze swept over the four shaken subordinates, but no words were exchanged. Now any unnecessary emotions were a luxury. He struggled to raise his hand, fingertips glowing with a faint yet precise green light, palm sage technique. He prioritized treating the most severe laceration on his chest. After a simple treatment, he tossed supplies to the fours, signaling them to tend to their own wounds. Then he continued to concentrate, using the little chakra he had just recovered to persistently employ the palm sage technique to treat the deep knife wound visible to the bone on his body. The cave fell silent, filled only with heavy gasps and extremely faint fluctuations of chakra. As time slowly passed, Qianshi's chakra finally recovered a small portion. Though far from its peak, it was enough for the next course of action. He no longer hesitated. The mission had failed. The situation at the front line was unknown, and they could be pushed back by Konoha at any moment. Staying here was tantamount to waiting for death. Qianshi stood up in the relatively spacious part of the cave, retrieving a specially made 1 meter-long scroll from behind his waist. He placed both hands on it. Unseal. Buzz. 80 units of the Thunder Roar Infiltrator instantly appeared in the cave, their metallic shells gleaming coldly in the dim light, and the embedded grell stone flickered slightly. The four stared blankly at the hovering metallic spheres. Qianshi uttered no words. Chakra surged, precisely controlling the floating artillery. They quickly spread out, lifting Qianshi and the four subordinates' bodies. Hold on tight. He managed to utter 2 words, his voice hoarse, yet carrying an undeniable command. The next moment, 80 floating artillery simultaneously generated lift, propelling the group out of the cave like arrows shot from a bow straight toward the overcast sky. The intense sensation of weightlessness and the wind pressure from the rapid ascent made them instinctively grip anything they could hold on to. The ground beneath them shrank rapidly, the cold air rushing past their cheeks. When they realized they were flying away from the battlefield, the shock of surviving felt like a landslide crashing upon them. Yizhua bit his lip hard, unable to suppress the trembling of his shoulders. Sha Yan's sobs mingled with the wind. Jianshi buried his face in his arm. Lu Sha tilted his head back, letting the tears be torn apart by the air. They had truly survived. Qianshi showed no reaction, emotionlessly controlling the flotilla of floating artillery, maintaining a stable high speed, flying toward the general direction of the frontline base in his memory. From his elevated position, he scanned the chaotic landscape below, occasionally spotting small-scale skirmishes and scattered hidden sand ninjas. As he flew over the frontline base, Qianshi lowered his altitude to observe closely. The base did not appear to have been breached, the sand-hidden banner still fluttering, yet the tense atmosphere and stringent defenses hinted that they had just repelled an assault. However, considering the complete failure of this mission and the collapse of the flanks, along with the possible presence of an unidentified traitor, Qianshi immediately dismissed the thought of landing. There was no turning back. The risks were too great. Qianshi maneuvered the floating artillery group to ascend again, bypassing the frontline base and racing towards the rear logistics command base of the Sand-Hidden. After a while of flying, a larger logistics base came into view. The atmosphere here was relatively relaxed, yet equally vigilant. Qianshi chose to land in the outer region of the base. He recalled all the floating artillery, and with his remaining composure staggered towards the base entrance, with the 4 shaken comrades identifying himself and directly requesting to see the second-generation Wind Shadow. Soon they met Shaman in the command tent. This typically stern Wind Shadow furrowed his brow tightly upon seeing Qianshi and his companions covered in blood and in disarray, especially the horrifying blackened wound on Qianshi's chest. What happened? Shaman asked in a deep voice, gesturing for an Umbu ninja skilled in medical ninjutsu to step forward for a preliminary examination. The mission at the Shurchi base has failed. The flank has collapsed. Qianshi replied succinctly, his voice heavy with pain and exhaustion. We encountered the elite of the Uchiha. Intelligence was leaked, and our main force fell into an ambush. There was a traitor within the forward base. Upon hearing this, Shaman's face darkened ominously. He glanced at the 4 who could barely stand and cast a deep look at Qianshi's dreadful wound. I see. Go tend to your wounds first. He eventually waved his hand, his tone laced with severity, as he stated, I will handle this matter personally. Shaman instructed the Umbu to take them to the resting area and turned to walk toward the central tent. The Umbu pointed to several empty bunks nearby. You will stay here for now. If you need any medical supplies, go over there to collect them. The Umbu instructed a helper briefly before swiftly leaving, clearly to report back to Shaman. Qianshi silently sat down beside a bunk, beginning to inspect the remaining medical scrolls. The four subordinates leaned on each other as they sat on the adjacent bunk, still shaken, yet their tense nerves finally began to relax, exhaustion flooding over them like a tide. Inside the temporary tent, Qianshi opened his eyes, the chakra flowing within him gradually calming. After 7 days of uninterrupted activation of the second vitality Red Lotus, stimulating cellular regeneration supplemented by precise mastery of healing techniques, the deep knife wounds and burn marks on his body had completely disappeared. In the following days, Qianshi devoted himself to refining chakra, compressing and infusing it into the 3 already established sealing nodes, and successfully constructed a sealing technique at the newly grasped meteor node. At this moment, the total reserve of chakra within him reached 80 times the normal limit, but he had no idea how long it would take to fill this amount of chakra. The tent flap was lifted, and an umbu entered. He glanced at Qianshi, his gaze lingering on the now healed. The intelligence you reported has yielded results. The voice of the umbu was calm. The traitor is Shahu. He leaked information about the Shurchi base and the frontline base. How did you catch him? Qianshi asked. The umbu unfurled a scroll, which contained coded records. Lord Wind Shadow set a bait. He was caught after taking the bait, and a sensing ninja probed his memories. He was executed yesterday. He rolled up the scroll. Lord Wind Shadow said that this matter ends here. Qianshi nodded. Furthermore, the situation at the front line has ceased. The umbu continued. The losses at the Shurchi base were too great. We were defeated by Konoha. Senju Tobarama has already departed for the Land of Thunder to negotiate with Kumobikure. The war is coming to an end. Lord Wind Shadow wants you to go to Konoha and participate in this negotiation. You are one of the members. The war is over. Qianshi was acutely aware of what would happen next. Senju Tobarama would not succeed in signing a treaty. He would encounter the rebellion of the brothers Kin and Jin at Kumobikure, and both the second Lightning Shadow and Senju Tobarama would perish there, causing a brief peace to collapse instantly. This would be followed by even more chaotic slaughter. The second Tsuchikage and second Mizukage would also perish in succession. The so-called negotiation was doomed from the very start to be a death march, leading to a resurgence of war. And now Shaman specifically wanted him to join this sand-hidden negotiation team heading to Konoha. What kind of turmoil would Konoha descend into when news of Tobarama's death returned? What would they as envoys face? This mission was far more dangerous than it appeared. When does the negotiation? Qianshi asked, his voice steady. A week later. Departing from the village, you need to return to the village immediately to report to Lord Wind Shadow. The umbu stood up. Your 4 subordinates are not yet in a good state. They will remain here to continue recuperating. You should return alone. Understood. Qianshi nodded. It was a feat that these 4 subordinates survived. It was unnecessary for them to wade through the forthcoming chaos. The umbu finished speaking and lifted the flap as he exited. The tent fell silent once more. Qianshi stood alone, his gaze calm. Heading to Konoha, finding himself at the center of a village poised to be thrown into turmoil by the leader's sudden death. This truly felt like an old man tired of living. Qianshi no longer delayed and quickly organized his belongings. He counted the number of ninja tools and confirmed the scrolls were intact. After packing, he lifted the tent flap and released a dozen floating artillery to fly towards the direction of the sand-hidden village. 2 days later, Qianshi landed outside the village, traversing familiar paths, first heading to the supply depot to replenish some essentials. Although the traces of the failed war had been diligently concealed, an intangible despair lingered in the air. The on-duty ninja at the supply depot recognized him at a glance, a flicker of reverence flashing in his eyes. Qianshi took the list, and Silver, observing the awe in his expression with a hint of confusion, he vaguely recalled being mocked by this ninja every time he came to exchange supplies, especially regarding ninjutsu. Had he changed? With this doubt in mind, Qianshi quickly organized the supplies, carefully stowing the newly replenished military rations, bandages, and several blank scrolls into his ninja tool pouch, ensuring everything was properly secured. Having completed these tasks, he turned and walked towards the office of the Wind Shadow. Inside the office, Shaman was engrossed in reviewing documents. Upon hearing the door open, he looked up, his gaze slicing through Qianshi like a knife. Master. Shaman set down his pen, offering no pleasantries. You're recovering well. The negotiation team will gather at the village entrance 5 days from now at dawn. You are one of the members, don't be late. His tone was flat. Remember to observe and learn more. Understood. Qianshi's response was equally succinct, without a hint of doubt. Shaman waved his hand. Go prepare. He turned to leave, the door gently closing behind him, sealing off the 2 worlds. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the eve of departure, Qianshi conducted his final pre-departure checks in the humble stone house. All scrolls were intact, ninja tools complete, and his physical condition had been adjusted to its optimal state. Setting off for Konoha was akin to delving into a dragon's lair. Within Konoha, danger lurked at every turn, with the shadow of impending doom looming over. Placing his true self in peril was foolish. Qianshi's hands quickly formed seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Chakra flowed evenly, and the shadow clone nodded, turning to blend into the night, heading towards the gathering point at the village entrance, officially joining the delegation as Qianshi. In the early morning, as dawn barely broke, a small team of around 10 had already gathered at the village entrance. Besides Qianshi's shadow clone, the team included 2 experienced jonin, leading along with several chunin. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. "Is everyone here?" A stern-faced jonin scanned the crowd. "Let's go." The team set off silently, leaving Sunagakure behind, stepping into the boundless sea of sand. Meanwhile, high in the sky, a small black dot hovered silently. Qianshi's true self stood steadily on a floating cannon platform powered by magnetic release, clearly observing the team below as they moved slowly on the sandy ground like ants. Maintaining a distance at the edge of visual perception at this height, even the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan would find it difficult to detect this faint chakra response from the ground. The faint waves emanating from the grell stone within the floating cannon formed a natural layer of concealment. Like a cold, indifferent eye, it hung high in the sky, silently watching everything below. The team below progressed in silence for most of the day, and only then did the atmosphere begin to ease slightly. At last, it's coming to an end. A middle-aged chunin wiped his sweat, the tone of his voice revealing neither relief nor reluctance. "And we still don't know how harsh the compensation terms will be," a young ninja murmured. "The most important thing is to return alive," the leading jonin interjected sternly. "Let Lord Wind Shadow worry about these major issues." After a moment of silence, another jonin sighed, seemingly talking to himself. "In the land of rivers, there are countless unkillable monsters. That inherently evil Senju old ghost managed to create such a blasphemous ninjutsu for the dead." As his words fell, a brief silence ensued, a shadow passing over everyone's faces. Qianshi, a chunin, seemed to want to shift the heavy topic, glancing at the silent Qianshi and the team. "I heard you were active on the front lines in the Land of Rain. How was the situation there?" "Most of the ninjas there are from the Uchiha clan. If it weren't for my good fortune, I would have almost died at their hands earlier." Qianshi turned his head and replied, "Humph. If it weren't for traitors appearing in the frontline troops, we definitely wouldn't have lost to Konoha so easily," the previously speaking chunin said with a hint of resentment. "Enough with the chatter," one of the leading jonin interrupted. "Remember your identities and tasks. Speak less, ask less, and return as soon as the mission is completed." The team fell into silence once more, with only the sound of feet crunching on the sand and the occasional whisper of the wind. The shadow clone ceased to participate in the conversation, merely following the team silently, listening to the suppressed conversations of his companions filled with complaints and worries. The team traveled by day and rested by night. Several days later, they crossed the border of the Land of Rivers and entered the Land of Fire. The scenery around them gradually transformed from endless yellow sand to sparse vegetation, then to dry riverbeds, and finally to dense forests. The air became more humid. The sand ninja from the Land of Wind visibly showed signs of discomfort, their expressions becoming even more vigilant. In the high sky, adjustments were made to height and distance, further elevating the floating altitude. The azure sky at this moment became the best cover. Finally, in the evening of a day, a massive outline appeared on the distant horizon. The towering rock walls, the barely visible clusters of buildings, and the iconic Hokage rock sculpted with the likenesses of 2 individuals. Konoha Hidden Village was right before them. The team was stopped at the enormous village gates. After a brief inspection by the Konoha guard ninja, the heavy door slowly creaked open. The leading jonin signaled for everyone to follow. The shadow clone walked within the team, stepping through the gates of Konoha. Qianshi's true self stood high above on a puppet, his black cloak billowing in the fierce wind. His sharp gaze swept over Konoha in the distance. The village entrance was heavily fortified, and the densely packed buildings inside displayed its prosperity. He waited silently in the air for the outcome of the negotiations. The air within Konoha was heavy enough to suffocate. The shadow clone Qianshi silently followed the Sand Village delegation, listening impassively as Konoha's higher-ups laid out one harsh term after another. After 7 days of prolonged tug-of war, the expression on the face of Konoha's envoy bore the typical arrogance of a victor masked as politeness. After several heated arguments, the Sand Ninjas could only nod reluctantly under the cold stares of their opponents, struggling against some absurd conditions, such as Konoha's attempt to monopolize the mineral resources of the Wind Country, among other outrageous demands. Qianshi calmly observed everything, taking in every detail, the subtle expressions of Konoha's representatives, the humiliation and powerlessness of his own team, all etched in his memory. Finally, all the overt terms were agreed upon. The delegation was arranged to rest at the reception center, informed that a simple signing ceremony would be held the next day, after which they could leave. An inexplicable calm descended. However, just before the scheduled departure, a sudden change occurred. A Sand Village spy disguised as a Konoha ninja risked his life to deliver critical intelligence. The message was brief, yet thunderous. Senju Tobarama was ambushed by the Golden Horn and Silver Horn forces outside of Yun Hidden Village. The second Raikage was killed on the spot, and Senju Tobarama had died in battle to protect his subordinates. Inside the reception center, the faces of the Sand delegation turned pale. The chief negotiator's teacup fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. The Sand delegation was instantly thrown into chaos filled with uncertainty. Shortly after receiving the intelligence, a sharp alarm pierced the air above Konoha, and the village's barrier was instantly raised to the highest level. Teams of Umbu ninjas wearing animal masks silently appeared on the rooftops, their sharp gazes scanning below. More Konoha ninjas began to patrol, and the atmosphere turned tense. A command quickly reached the reception center. Effective immediately, the entire village was under martial law, prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving, disarming all outsiders, and concentrating on monitoring. It's over. The leading Sand Jonin muttered to himself. With the death of Senju Tobarama, Konoha was left leaderless, inevitably plunging into turmoil over the power transition. Those ninjas from other villages who were now aware of such news were likely to be completely eliminated by the enraged Konoha ninjas, leaving no future threat. Their fate was undoubtedly sealed. We can't just sit here and wait. Another Sand Jonin shouted. We must take advantage of the fact that most Konoha ninjas are outside or busy covering up the news and break out immediately. In the depths of despair, the remaining rationality was crushed. After a brief discussion, the Sand ninjas decided to take a risk, create chaos, and force their way out. Chinchur watched this doomed breakout from the sidelines. The delegation's strength was insufficient to confront Konoha Hiden, especially under the circumstances where the enemy was already on guard. Chaos quickly erupted. The Sand ninjas detonated explosive tags, and wind and toxic smoke spread around the reception center, attempting to carve out a path. However, what awaited them was not the ordinary Konoha patrol they had anticipated. Shadows sped by the streets at incredible speeds, all adorned with the Fan Clan emblem on their backs. Their gazes were in different movements, swift and precise, working seamlessly together. The Uchiha police force. Kunai and shuriken clashed in the air, producing a piercing sound. The fire release swiftly evaporated the toxic smoke. The Sharingan easily pierced through the Sand ninjas' puppets. This was not an escape, it was a one-sided death march. At the onset of the chaos, Chinchur quietly detached from the main group. Taking advantage of everyone's attention being drawn to the escaping comrades, this body, made of chakra, slipped towards the shadows like a ghost, heading straight for the Hokage's office building. One of the things Chinchur desired most was the Book of Seals. However, the closer he got to that iconic building, the tighter the defenses became. Not only were there Umbu, but several stoic Uchiha Jonin were also guarding outside, their crimson Sharingan slowly rotating, vigilantly scanning every inch of space. There was no gap for infiltration. After several failed attempts to approach from the sides, any slight fluctuation of chakra could be instantaneously detected. This is where it ends. The Shadow Clone calmly assessed. Continuing was futile and would only increase the risk of exposure. The mission was complete. He had witnessed the entire negotiation process, obtained the news of Tobarama's death, and witnessed the fate of the Sand delegation and the combat power of the Uchiha police force. It was time to send all this back to the main body. The hand seals were released. With a soft sound, the Shadow Clone dissipated into white smoke. What he saw, heard, and felt surged into the consciousness of his main body like a flood breaking a dam. High above in the biting cold wind, Qianshi's main body stood atop a cluster of thunder roaming combat drones, his black robe billowing. Below, the vast Konoha village appeared to him like a miniature sand table. The impact of the returning memories from the Shadow Clone made his brain hum slightly as a torrent of information was rapidly absorbed, sorted, and analyzed. The humiliating terms of the negotiation, the death of Senju Tobarama, the Sand delegation's desperate death march, the slaughter by the Uchiha police force, and the current state of being unable to approach the Book of Seals. Everything was within expectation. Overlooking below at the edge of Konoha village, the faint flashes of chakra and the sounds of explosions had already subsided. The Sand negotiation team was completely wiped out. Even if Chinchur wanted to save them, it seemed futile. He no longer focused on Konoha's turmoil. With a slight mental command, the cluster of combat drones instantly turned and sped towards the border of the Fire Country. The target was a small exchange house located on the border of the Fire Country. Hours later, deep within a desolate valley, Chinchur retracted the drones and descended to the valley floor. Casually using a transformation technique to disguise his identity, he found a narrow passageway between the rock walls. The interior was dimly lit, filled with a musty odor and a faint hint of blood. A hooded figure sat behind the counter, seemingly having merged with the shadows long ago. The latest situation of the 5 great nations, Chinchur stated succinctly, placing a small pouch of silver on the table. The figure behind the counter weighed the pouch, producing a dull thud, then tossed out a small scroll. This is information from a few days ago. That's the price. Unfolding the scroll, the information contained within corroborated with the memories returned by the Shadow clone, adding more details. All the Edo Tensei ninjas deployed around Konoha have dissipated, and Senju Tobarama has been confirmed dead in battle, while his Shadow Guard successfully returned, as remembered from a past life. In the same occurrence, the second Raikage was assassinated by the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, and the third Raikage quickly ascended to power. Kumogakure did not fall into internal strife, and the Golden Horn and Silver Horn have been captured and sealed by the third Raikage in an unknown ninja tool. The second Tsuchikage of Awagakure and the second Mizukage of Kirigakure, their longtime rivals, announced their full intervention in the war upon learning of the significant upheaval caused by the simultaneous deaths of the leaders of Konoha and Kumogakure. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they declared war not only on the leaderless Konoha and Kumogakure, but also reignited fierce conflicts between themselves along the borders, aiming to seize the greatest benefits amid the chaos. The situation in the ninja world has completely spiraled out of control. It is no longer mere skirmishes, but has devolved into a bloody quagmire of a multi-faction melee. The 5 great nations of Earth, Water, Fire, Wind, and Lightning, along with their affiliated forces, are fully embroiled in the conflict, with the brutality and chaos far exceeding that of the early stages of the first great ninja war. The scroll disintegrates into fine paper shreds at his fingertips, scattering in the wind. The memories of the past life have been confirmed. The deaths of Senju Tobarama and the second Raikage were like removing 2 main pillars supporting a structure, causing the entire balance of the ninja world to collapse. A greater storm has already arrived. The so-called peace talks have become a brief, laughable intermission. The first great ninja war has not ended. It has merely rapidly transformed into a more brutal slaughterhouse with a wider scope. Ninja villages from various countries will desperately claw at each other in this chaos, fighting for interests and survival space. Sunagakure, at this moment, is likely engulfed in panic and hesitation. Should they continue to cower or take the opportunity to strike? The higher-ups will undoubtedly be in heated debate. They must return to Sunagakure as soon as possible. Not only is there a need to replenish various supplies, but perhaps they could also exchange military achievements for more necessary knowledge scrolls, especially after experiencing the Uchiha Sharingan firsthand. A countermeasure must be found. The development of new techniques cannot wait. Leaving the exchange site, he ascends once more, adjusting his direction towards the land of wind, fully activating the flying cannon. His figure became a black dot in the sky, swiftly cutting through the clouds, while the earth below brewed a new round of bloody storms. The desert at the border of the land of wind. A dark shadow swiftly approached from the sky and quietly landed behind a massive wind-eroded rock pillar. The thunderclap stalker was sealed back into the scroll. Senshi quickly checked his condition. His clothes were slightly disheveled from the high-speed flight, and dust had clung to them. He stored most of his chakra into the Een seal, disguising his chakra as depleted. He took out a kunai, stealing his heart, avoiding major arteries, and stabbed himself hard, faking an injury, before sprinting towards Sunagakure. Deliberately making heavy footsteps, he kicked up sand, relying solely on the strength of his body to ensure the traces left behind matched those of a person fleeing in panic. After a long run, the entrance to Sunagakure finally came into view. The ninja on the watchtower noticed this lone, disheveled figure from afar. "Halt! Identify yourself!" A cold voice called from above, the glint of the kunai flashing in the Senshi stopped breathing heavily, his voice hoarse as he said, "Chunin Senshi. Under the orders of Lord Kazekage. Heading to Konoha for peace talks." The guard ninja carefully examined his credentials, then looked at his disheveled appearance with a serious expression, waving his hand to signal him to enter. "You may go in. Lord Kazekage is already waiting for news." Passing through the familiar village path filled with wind and dust, he headed straight for the Kazekage's office. The gazes of Sunagakure villagers and ninjas he encountered along the way were mostly filled with sympathy or indifference. No one was particularly surprised by a ninja returning so disheveled. Such sights were too common during wartime. After the report, Senshi was ushered into the Kazekage's office. As he pushed open the door, a heavy smell of smoke and the dust of scrolls greeted him. The Kazekage was not sitting behind the desk, but was turned away from him, gazing out at the village shrouded in wind and sand. "Teacher." Senshi's voice was hoarse and he swayed slightly. "I have returned." The Kazekage slowly turned around, his sharp gaze sweeping over Senshi's entire body, finally resting on the several wounds on him, falling silent for a moment. "Where are the others?" He finally spoke, his voice chillingly calm. "They were all wiped out." Senshi lowered his head, allowing the pain and exhaustion to show. "Wiped out," the Kazekage repeated, slowly walking in front of him, looking down from above. "So you are the only one who escaped from the core of Konoha." An invisible pressure descended. Senshi knew that the real test had begun. He raised his head, a glint of fear flashing in his eyes. "It wasn't entirely luck. We broke out at night and ran into Konoha's guard team. He paused appropriately, starting to recall the memories seen by the shadow clone, the captain, and the others. We're almost detained by the Uchiha ninja the moment we made contact. I used a large number of explosive tags and puppets to create chaos, and in the end I used shadow clones to bait the enemy, barely escaping by controlling the puppets with magnet release. The Kazekage's gaze remained cold, but there seemed to be an additional weight in the depths. He returned to his seat, staring at an urgent report from the front lines. In the office, one could hear a pin drop, with only the faint sound of wind and sand battering against the window. After Qianshi finished his carefully prepared explanation, he fell silent, allowing the stillness to spread and ferment in the air. The monk did not respond immediately. His gaze was like a tangible weight pressing heavily upon Qianshi, seemingly attempting to penetrate his disheveled exterior and reach deep into his soul to verify the truth of his words. This scrutiny lasted for a while. Finally, he slowly leaned back against the chair. Chaos. Technique. Luck. The monk repeated the key terms from Qianshi's words in a nearly flat tone, neither expressing agreement nor showing doubt. Then he subtly shifted the topic, his tone devoid of emotion. To have preserved the intelligence and returned alive under the pursuit of the Uchiha. You did well. Qianshi let his voice carry the exhaustion of surviving a disaster, and just the right amount of shame. It was the captain and the seniors who risked their lives to create opportunities for me. I was merely fortunate to master the magnetic escape and puppet technique you taught me, just barely managing to survive. The monk's gaze lingered on him for a moment before the invisible pressure abruptly dissipated. What about the intelligence? He asked directly. Qianshi immediately presented the intelligence scroll obtained from the exchange. The monk took it, unfurled it. His reading speed was astonishing. His eyes merely skimmed from top to bottom, as if he were not receiving shocking news, but merely verifying a response he had already anticipated. Then he loosened his fingers, and the scroll snapped shut with a sound, casually tossed to the corner of the table, mingling with a pile of ordinary documents. This intelligence concerning the major shifts in the ninja world seemed trivial to him. He looked back at Qianshi, and the earlier scrutiny in his gaze had vanished, replaced by a pure commanding tone of an authority figure. You did very well. Return and rest. In 2 days at the central square gather. Yes, Qianshi replied, lowering his head without any further words, turning to exit decisively. As the office door gently closed behind him, the last trace of fatigue in Qianshi's eyes instantly vanished, returning to his usual calm. He was acutely aware that the monk's tranquility was a testament to the imminent arrival of a storm. That intelligence was merely a catalyst for his final determination. 2 days swiftly passed. Qianshi made full use of this time, completely restoring his optimal state, checking and replenishing all the scrolls. During this period, he kept a low profile, silently cultivating. On the morning of the 3rd day, a large number of Sunagakure ninjas and some village residents had already gathered in the central square. The atmosphere was heavy, tense, yet subtly infused with a deliberately guided restlessness. Qianshi silently blended into the edge of the crowd, watching quietly. The tall figure of the second Kazekage, the monk, appeared on the hastily erected podium. He wore the Kazekage robe, his gaze sweeping over the crowd below. Silence persisted for several seconds, capturing everyone's attention. Suddenly, he spoke, his voice amplified through some sound device, clearly reaching everyone's ears, tinged with a painful yet passionate tone. People of Sunagakure. The team we sent to Sunagakure for peace has returned. He deliberately paused, allowing the faint hope this statement brought to rise, only to swiftly crush it with the next sentence. Only one person returned. Just one. Crawled back from the traps and blades of Sunagakure. Told us that the peace talks were a ruse. A delaying tactic by Sunagakure. The crowd erupted in uproar, shock swiftly replaced by anger. The monk's voice suddenly rose, filled with the anger of humiliation. Sunagakure. They go too far. They have torn up the treaty and murdered our envoy. This is the greatest insult to Sunagakure. Then he shifted his tone, dropping another heavy bombshell. And now the opportunity has come. That inherently evil old man Senju Tobarama is dead. Sunagakure is in complete chaos. His arm pointed sharply to the east. Do you see it? Sunagakure's weakness cannot be concealed. Their strength is a facade. Now is the time for us to wash away the humiliation and reclaim victory. His inciting words fell like sparks into dry tinder, igniting the smoldering resentment and longing below. Heavy breaths and suppressed roars rose from the crowd. He no longer spoke of humiliation, but pointed towards blatant interests and opportunities. In this chaotic world, tolerance will only bury us in the yellow sand. Only through strength can we reclaim the soil for survival. Follow me into the land of fire. With the blood of our enemies, we shall cultivate a future belonging to Sunagakure. I, the second Kazekage, the monk, will personally lead you to the battlefield. With Sunagakure's puppets, with the will of Sunagakure, we shall utterly crush Sunagakure. Avenge our fallen envoys. Bring victory to Sunagakure. For Sunagakure. For Kazakh, the fervent shouts rose like a tsunami. Qianshi coldly watched it all, observing the eyes easily ignited by words, watching the monk's gestures on the podium, as if he were manipulating puppets. The monk looked down at the ignited crowd with satisfaction, suddenly waving his hand. Move out with me. The massive war machine began to operate once more. The monk looked down at the ignited crowd with satisfaction, suddenly waving his hand. Move out with me. The massive war machine began to operate once more, heading towards the battlefield in the Qianshi silently followed in the middle of the procession, watching the back of the monk ahead, then glancing back at the ninjas swept up by emotion. His heart was utterly calm. His figure moved with the crowd, stepping out of the village entrance, merging into the wind and sand as war erupted in full force. Raindrops beat against the tents of the sand-hidden frontline camp, producing a dull sound. Qianshi stepped out of the command tent. The Sandmen's orders were straightforward. What was most lacking on the front line was personnel capable of executing high-risk tasks independently. Qianshi, who could manipulate puppets to fly using magnetic escape, naturally became the best candidate. No fixed teams were assigned. He would either act alone or form temporary teams. This was just right. Teammates meant distractions for protection and the potential for betrayal, just like the already executed Shihou. The first mission was simple. There was a reconnaissance team from the Leaf Village operating near a village 15 kilometers to the southeast. Leading the team was a Chunin, but the exact number of personnel was unknown. The mission required complete. After confirming the coordinates and the map, Qianshi sensed the chakra stored in the 4 sealing nodes within his body. It was less than half the total amount, while his conventional chakra was at full capacity. Qianshi's figure faded into the rain curtain, leaving the frontline camp. He directly manipulated the floating cannon cluster to soar into the sky. As he rushed along, he assessed his own condition. The speed burst brought by the 4th activation was enough to rival that of a Jonin of the Uchiha clan. His current offensive capabilities were sufficient. However, his perception ability remained a weakness. Although the first activation could enhance perception, its essence was to increase thinking speed and activate the cells of the entire body, thus the enhanced perception range was limited. Especially on such rainy days, the effectiveness of traditional sensing methods was greatly diminished. The raindrops continuously struck Qianshi's face, the cold sensation keeping him alert. He recalled the rain tiger blizzard technique from his past life, which allowed him to infuse chakra into the raindrops, making each drop an extension of his perception. This idea was very fitting for the current environment and needs. More importantly, the technique required a vast amount of chakra and precise chakra control, both of which were his strengths. They'll try to develop similar ninjutsu when I get back, Qianshi silently decided. This would effectively compensate for his perceptual shortcomings. Gathering his thoughts, the target location was already near. The outline of the village slowly emerged through the rain and mist. The designated area for the mission was at the edge of the forest surrounding the village. He gently descended, stowing away his puppet and hiding behind a cluster of dense bushes. The rain perfectly concealed his traces. Qianshi's consciousness sank within, activating the 9 lines extreme art. First activation, calm breath. Activate. His senses instantly sharpened. Focusing his mind, he extended his enhanced perception forward. For chakra, fluctuations were detected. 3 were relatively weak, likely Genin. The other was stronger, surpassing an ordinary Chunin, but not reaching Jonin level. A special Jonin Ha. Qianshi quickly made a judgment. He could not be careless. With the intelligence confirmed, he locked onto the target. Taking a deep breath of the humid air, chakra surged within him. Crimson Lotus. Mighty Arm. Meteor. Activate. He activated the 4 types of activations again. Power, speed, and recovery were instantly enhanced. Qianshi's figure vanished from the spot. Purely relying on explosive speed, he transformed into a phantom through the rain, maneuvering into the forest and circling to the target's flank. The rain served as the perfect cover. The sound of wind was completely masked by the rain. He approached within 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. 3 leaf genin were hiding under some boulders, chatting to avoid the rain. The special Jonin stood by a tree, vigilantly scanning the rain curtain, appearing more cautious. Qianshi's fingers moved silently, controlling the cutting lines. 10-20. A full 50 water attribute cutting lines exceptionally concealed in the pouring rain quietly extended from his fingertips, silent and invisible. Magnetic escape chakra flowed slightly, meticulously controlling these invisible death lines, adjusting their angles and directions to ensure a simultaneous lethal strike. Seizing an opportunity when the special Jonin was momentarily dazed, the 50 cutting lines tightened suddenly. Like living venomous snakes, they pierced through the rain curtain, wrapping around the vital points of the 4 ninjas from all angles. A slight sound of blades piercing flesh. The 3 genin had no time to react, their bodies stiffening suddenly, the shock in their eyes just beginning to surface before they lost consciousness. Blood gushed forth, quickly diluted by the rain. Almost simultaneously as the lines were deployed, the special Jonin, standing by the tree, tensed all over. Rich combat experience made him instinctively roll to the side. Slish! The invisible blade cut through his arm and under his ribs, drawing forth a spray of blood. Though painful, he avoided the vital points. Enemy attack! He shouted sharply, rolling and leaping in pain, his hands forming seals quickly. His gaze fixed on the figure that had suddenly appeared in the rain curtain. Wind release, great breakthrough. A violent gust of air accompanied by rain surged forth like a heavy hammer crashing down. But Qianqi's movements were even swifter. At the moment his opponent completed the seals, the puppet instant body technique was already activated. Only a remnant shadow was left at the spot torn apart by the howling wind, while Qianqi's real body, utilizing the extreme speed of meteor, appeared like a specter 3 meters to the left of the special Jonin. Qianqi's cold eyes held no emotion. His hands formed seals rapidly, wind attribute chakra gathering and compressing swiftly. Wind release, wind cutter. A finely honed pale blue wind blade tore through the rain curtain. The special Jonin only saw a shadow approaching, his pupils constricted, realizing he had no time to evade or defend. The wind blade precisely sliced across his neck. All sound ceased abruptly. He froze in place, his face still displaying shock and unwillingness. Blood gushed from the fine cut in his neck, painting a shocking red against the dim rain curtain. His body swayed and fell heavily into the muddy water. The battle from beginning to end lasted only a few breaths. He stood in place as the state of 4 activations gradually faded, the turbulent chakra slowly calming down. The rain washed away the blood from his body. Qianqi's gaze coldly swept over the 4 rapidly cooling corpses, moving forward to conduct a routine search for possible intelligence scrolls or valuable items. The result was meager. Only some conventional ninja tools and basic supplies were found with no mission intelligence. He could only confirm that they were leaf ninjas with a special Jonin leading them. He took out a blank sealing scroll from his tool pouch and spread it on the ground. With both hands forming seals, he sealed the 4 corpses inside. Faint runes appeared on the surface of the scroll, which then returned to normal. Qianshi tucked the scroll away and controlled the puppet to fly towards the frontline camp. Upon returning to the camp, he entered the command tent to report. The middle ninja responsible for registration looked fatigued and was slightly surprised to see him return so quickly. He reported the completion of the mission, having killed a special Jonin from Konoha and 3 Chunin. There were no extra words. The other party inspected the corpses in the sealing scroll, confirmed their identities, recorded the accomplishments, and gestured for him to leave. The entire process was swift. Qianshi returned to the damp single tent. He took off his soaked clothes and sat cross-legged on the simple bedding. It was time. He attempted to develop a technique based on rainwater perception, but a more fundamental question arose: why must he rely on rainwater? Was it merely because the environment was like this, similar to the prototype of that technique in his memory? His thoughts were invisibly bound. Clearly, he possessed magnet release. This power's essence was to manipulate magnetic fields and influence matter. Then the bioelectric activity of living beings, the subtle electromagnetic disturbances produced during chakra's energy flow. Shouldn't all of this be completely detectable at the level of magnet release? Why not utilize this advantage? Magnetic Tiger's free technique. Qianshi whispered to himself as a completely new idea rapidly formed in his mind. The principle had entirely changed, no longer relying on any external medium, but instead allowing his own magnet release chakra to diffuse outward at a very low power and specific frequency, creating an invisible perception field. This field was like a stone thrown into the water, producing ripples that would uniquely distort and respond upon contacting any object, especially targets with chakra or a life magnetic field. This was applicable in any environment, silent and more direct. His thoughts became clear. He immediately began to experiment. With both hands forming seals and his consciousness highly focused, he no longer attempted to attach chakra to external objects, but instead guided a subtle and stable magnet release chakra to ripple outward around him, as gentle as breathing. The first attempt failed. The diffusion of chakra was too scattered to form an effective field, and the feedback was nothing but chaotic noise. Qianshi did not feel discouraged. He adjusted his strategy, pushing the transformation of chakra to the extreme, imagining them not as a flow of energy, but as an increasingly expansive, extremely thin net. His control was pushed to its limit, sweat oozing from his temples. The second attempt, the third. Time passed unnoticed, and after a delicate adjustment, the diffusing chakra finally reached a critical point. No longer was it dissipating, but instead it maintained a stable spherical field with a radius of about 5 meters. In an instant, an unprecedented sensation emerged. The framework of the tent, the bedding on the ground, and even the flow of air were reflected in his heart. This was not visual perception, but a sense of reflection based on spatial and material feedback. Even more astonishing was that he could clearly perceive the gentle and stable chakra fluctuations from a patrolling ninja not far outside the tent, like a faint firefly in the night. He succeeded. Qianshi suppressed the excitement in his heart and continued to maintain and explore. He discovered that the difficulty of this technique remained extremely high. First, maintaining the stability of the field required continuous and precise chakra output, which undoubtedly consumed a large amount of chakra and his own mental energy. Secondly, there was the capacity for information processing. He needed to quickly sift through a large amount of ineffective information to find genuinely useful information, such as signs of life or chakra sources. Moreover, the precision and range were inversely proportional. The larger the range, the more blurred the perception of the target's outline and chakra intensity became. As the sky outside the tent lightened and the rain ceased, Qianshi finally retracted his chakra, exhaling deeply, feeling a wave of mental fatigue, yet his eyes sparkled with sharp light. The prototype of the magnetic tiger's free technique was established. This technique had immense potential, and what remained was to enhance its range, precision, and resistance to interference through countless practices. In the next mission, he would be able to test the effectiveness of this new technique. The next day, Qianshi headed straight to the command tent. The initial form of the magnetic tiger's free technique had taken shape, urgently requiring the tempering of a real combat environment. He needed a task that would allow this ability to showcase its value. A moment later, he stepped out of the tent, receiving orders to eliminate a reconnaissance team from the rock-hidden village operating at the rain-grass border. The target was highly mobile, and the environment was complex, which suited him perfectly. Having made the necessary preparations, he left the camp, his figure disappearing into the dense forest of the border. On the way, Qianshi's consciousness stirred, and the magnetic chakra spread slowly like invisible ripples. A weak perception field with a radius of about 5 meters quietly formed around him. However, the effect was less than ideal. The sensing range was too small, and the feedback received was vague and intermittent. He could barely sense the general outline and movement, which was even less clear than directly observing with his eyes. Maintaining this small-range perception field required a continuous and considerable consumption of mental energy and chakra for precise control and information processing, making it an absurdly low-cost performance. The range is too small. Qianshi furrowed his brow. In open areas, such a level of perception was almost worthless. While on the move, he quickly pondered improvement plans. Pursuing excessively high precision led to limited overall range and an overwhelming burden. Perhaps he should change his approach, sacrifice unnecessary precision to prioritize expanding the range. For Qianshi, who excelled in mid-range ninja techniques, it was unnecessary to sense details such as the enemy's hairs standing on end. He only needed to detect the enemy in a sufficiently large area in advance, judging their numbers, general positions, and movement trends to seize the initiative. As the distance closed to a certain extent, the sensing accuracy would naturally improve as the range narrowed. With clarity in his thoughts, he immediately began to adjust. He would no longer insist on ultimate control and high-precision information feedback. Instead, he reduced the chakra input and information resolution within the area, redirecting more energy towards expanding the coverage of the perception field, capturing only the most critical movements and chakra fluctuations. The output mode of the magnetic chakra and the construction method of the perception network changed accordingly. The originally tight and intricate web structure became sparser, yet more expansive. The effect was immediate. The sensing range began to expand outward at a visible speed. 15 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. Finally stabilizing at around a radius of 50 meters. The burden was significantly lighter. Although he could not sense the texture of leaves or the flutter of insects, any object over a certain size moving within the range or any obvious chakra fluctuations could not escape his perception. It was like throwing a stone into a pond. The ripples were subtle, yet they could be clearly captured. More importantly, when he focused his attention on a specific area within the perception field, the accuracy of that area would improve accordingly. A radius of 50 meters was sufficient for explosive cutting techniques. Qianshi maintained the status of this magnetic perception field with satisfaction, stealthily proceeding towards the target area of the mission. Several hours later, he had delved deep into the complex terrain of the rain-grass border. Just as he passed through an especially dense woodland, a sudden, intense, and unfamiliar disturbance surged at the edge of the magnetic tiger's free technique field. It was not the heavy and steady chakra fluctuations of the rock-hidden village, but 5 cold, turbulent signals like dark currents that rushed into his perception range from the flank. Not rock-hidden. It's mist-hidden. A team of 5 moving quickly. Qianshi's heart tightened, immediately retracting all his energy while focusing his perception on those 5 fast-moving targets. The moment their magnetic field signals touched his range, Qianshi distinctly sensed the trajectory of the leading jonin suddenly change. Hand seals, water flow condensing. Locked on. This thought had barely formed when the enemy's attack arrived. Water release water chaos wave. The turbulent water surged forward with a roar. Qianqi's figure blurred and vanished an instant before the water collided, reappearing on a nearby treetop. Using the perception field, he had even predicted the coverage area of the water flow before moving. The 5 mist-hidden ninjas had already fanned out in a fan shape, their eyes bloodthirsty. There was no small talk. Slaughter was the only language in this area. Qianqi's gaze turned cold. Since he could not avoid it, he would resolve it swiftly. Magnetic release 1,000 threads of death. Without any probing, he directly unleashed his killing move. Nearly 100 threads of wind erupted in an instant, rapidly spreading and cutting around Qianshi. The mist-hidden Chunin had no time to react. They merely felt the air in front of them slightly distort, and their bodies were entangled and cut by countless razor-sharp threads, instantly being torn to pieces. Blood splattered, staining the surrounding trees and ground red. Only that Jonin of mist hidden at the moment the 1,000 threads were unleashed changed countenance dramatically, abruptly utilizing the water body technique, transforming into a puddle of water that was cut apart in place, his true body appearing over 10 meters away, horrified at the 4 subordinates who had been instantly killed and the invisible threads that were slowly retracting as if in a domain. What kind of ninjutsu is this? He exclaimed in shocked disbelief, filling his eyes. But the instincts honed on the battlefield forced him to defend immediately. Water release water barrier. A wall of water quickly rose, attempting to defend. Qianshi remained expressionless, his fingers slightly moving. The threads of wind erupted again, this time even more concentrated, like dozens of invisible blades that easily pierced through the defenses of the water barrier. The mist-hidden Jonin's body was pierced by multiple threads, abruptly stiffening, the light in his eyes rapidly dimming as he collapsed to the ground. The battle began and ended in an instant. Qianshi stepped forward, confirming his complete demise. The appearance of these mist-hidden ninjas was quite unusual. He crouched down to carefully search their ninja tool pouch. Aside from the usual supplies, his fingertips touched a scroll made of special material. Upon unfolding it, he found it inscribed with several instructions and diagrams in encrypted runes. After quickly deciphering it, Qianqi's brow furrowed. The intelligence indicated that the second-generation Water Shadow Ghost Lantern Manue and the second-generation Earth Shadow Mu were about to lead their elite forces to confront each other at a location in the northern land of the water due to old grievances. This mist-hidden team was not on the offensive, but had infiltrated behind enemy lines to execute harassment and sabotage, attempting to tie up any potential reinforcements, but inadvertently met their end at Qianqi's hands. So it is. It seemed that those 2 shadow-level powerhouses had perished together in this battle. He swiftly dealt with all traces of combat and the corpses. The originally targeted rock-hidden team might have been startled away by the earlier commotion. Without lingering, he immediately turned back. Returning to the sand-hidden frontline camp, he headed straight to the command tent, presenting the seized encrypted scroll to the responsible officer, a middle-ranked ninja with a weathered face, and briefly explaining his encounter with the mist-hidden team and the intelligence indicated by the scroll. He stored the encrypted tube in his inner pocket and said, "I will upload the intelligence immediately. Your task record will be marked for priority verification. Now return and await orders." Qianshi nodded and left. As he passed through the camp, he could feel the atmosphere was tenser than when he had left, a sense of impending storm thickening in the air. Some ninjas looked at him with a hint of reverence. Someone who could frequently enter and exit frontline strongholds and quickly accomplish tasks was certainly no ordinary ninja. Qianshi returned to that familiar single-person tent. He carefully checked and maintained his ninja tools, reinforcing the sealing of the scroll. After completing all this, he extinguished the oil lamp and sat cross-legged amidst the pattering rain and the distant faint sounds of commotion. As the winds and rains approached from the outside, he needed to use every moment to refine the magnetic tiger's free technique, which had been tested in actual combat, to make it even more perfect. In the muddy clearing of the forest, the last rock-hidden ninja fell, clutching his throat, hot blood oozing between his fingers, his eyes frozen in disbelief and horror. Qianshi slowly lowered his finger, the 5 colored cutting threads that coiled around his fingertip quietly dissipating. The threads retained faint vibrations of lightning attribute chakra, causing the air to emit a barely audible crackle. The 5th type, lightning and wind. It's done. Qianshi silently thought, his expression remaining stoic. He walked over to begin processing the corpses. This had become the norm over the past 6 months. High-intensity missions and frequent skirmishes blurred the line between life and death to mere moments of reaction. Now the use of magnetic escape, 1,000 threads entanglement, had become rare, though it could annihilate enemies in an instant. Each use consumed a large amount of chakra. This technique should be a trump card, either a decisive kill at the start or a reversal in dire situations, not to be used as a regular method. Thus the previous concepts were revisited and refined. Based on the 5 elemental transformations already mastered, the chakra threads were fused with dual attributes shooting out from the tips of his fingers, forming 5 distinct types of threads. Named 5-finger threads. Earth and wind. The threads are tough with high concealment, adept at entangling and cutting and setting traps. Fire and lightning. The threads are searing hot, possessing both burning and piercing effects suitable for frontal feints. Water and wind. The threads are flexible, especially effective in rainy weather. Lightning and wind. The threads are ferocious with sharp and penetrating effects, moving at incredible speed, difficult to catch. Wind and fire. The threads are sharp, pursuing ultimate cutting and explosive effects used for the quickest assaults. The 5 types of cutting threads can cut, entangle, slice, pierce, or set traps, with versatile changes that can handle most close to mid-range battles. They are fast, powerful enough to instantly injure or even kill ordinary chunin, and can effectively restrain and threaten jonin. More importantly, the chakra consumption is much lower than that of 1,000 threads entanglement, allowing it to be sustained for long periods, becoming the most relied upon conventional attack method over the past 6 months. After half a year of relentless battles, and witnessing the lengths ninjas would go to for release, the scent of blood seemed to have seeped into his very bones, his demeanor growing increasingly cold and severe. The magnetic tiger's free technique had evolved beyond recognition. Now a spherical perception field with a radius of 100 meters had nearly become a passive skill, requiring no deliberate maintenance, to clearly capture every movement and chakra fluctuation of creatures within. Birds, beasts, insects, and even underground creatures appeared like ripples on the water's surface, clearly visible in his perception. The specially made scrolls at his lower back had never left his side, containing 180 thunder-muffled stealth units. His ultimate means, at the very least, if he couldn't win, he could summon puppets to flee into the sky, serving as his escape route. With the mission complete, he needed to return to the nearest supply point for a brief rest, and to replenish some food, and the so-called supply point was merely a makeshift camp built around a semi-abandoned village, housing a small team of Sunagakure ninjas and a few logistics personnel. The atmosphere was oppressive, every face marked by fatigue and vigilance. He entered a relatively intact house, found a corner to sit down, and slowly drank from his water pouch. The low murmurs of other ninjas reached his ears. "Have you heard? Up north in the land of waterfalls, something big has happened," said a raspy-voiced ninja. "What could be so big?" "It's just fighting back and forth every day," another voice replied, sounding numb. "It's different. The second Tsuchikage of Awagakure and the second Mizukage of Kirigakure Kaigetsu faced off. After days and nights of fighting, I heard. They ended up taking each other out." As this statement fell, Qianshi's drinking motion paused slightly, then returned to normal. Indeed, it matched perfectly with the fragments from his past life memories and the intelligence obtained from that Kirigakure team 6 months ago. Those two powerful figures standing atop the ninja world had ultimately met their fates. His heart was unperturbed, even somewhat indifferent. The death of the Kage would only mean greater chaos. The news quietly spread through the supply point, causing a slight stir and murmur, but soon quieted down. For these lower-ranked ninjas, the death of a Kage was too distant, far less important than what to eat next or whether they could survive the next mission. Having rested enough, he was about to rise and leave for the next mission location when sudden urgent footsteps and chakra fluctuations echoed from the entrance of the supply point. A haggard ninja marked with the distinct insignia of Sunagakure's reconnaissance unit rushed in, his sharp gaze scanning the hall, his voice filled with undeniable urgency, ringing in the somewhat empty space. "Emergency order. From Lord Kazakage's orders." All the Sunagakure ninjas present, including Chinshur, immediately stood at attention, their eyes focused. The messenger ninja took a deep breath, raising his voice. "The second Tsuchikage of Awagakure and the second Mizukage of Kirigakure have confirmed their mutual destruction on the battlefield in the land of waterfalls." The messenger ninja ignored the crowd's reaction, continuing to shout, his voice filled with an uncontrollable fervor. "Lord Kazakage has determined that the time has come. The 4 great ninja villages are leaderless and chaos must ensue within. This is our Sunagakure's divine opportunity to seize profits and expand our power. All combat personnel receiving orders immediately gather at frontline main supply point now. 7. No mistakes. Repeat, immediately gather at main supply point now. 7. The great battle is about to begin." After delivering the command, the messenger ninja said no more, turning swiftly to leave, clearly hurrying to the next supply point. The hall fell into a dead silence for a few seconds, then erupted into even greater noise. Some were excited, some were fearful, and some were bewildered. Chinshur stood in the corner, shadows obscuring much of his face. His cold, piercing gaze flickered slightly. The simultaneous fall of the Mizukage and Tsuchikage. The situation had indeed slipped into the most chaotic abyss. Sunagakure was finally showing its fangs, preparing to take advantage of the chaos. The so-called seizing of profits was merely plundering resources and occupying land, expanding Sunagakure's influence from the barren desert. This signified that a far larger, far bloodier battle was imminent, danger levels surging exponentially. Qianshir's mind raced with swift calculation. Half a year of relentless slaughter had steadily bred in Qianshir a profound aversion toward the hidden sand village. His own research remained impossible. Each day unfolded along the razor's edge between life and death. Yet for now shaman's orders must be obeyed without question. Without pause he lowered his forehead protector and slipped away from the clamorous outpost, his figure dissolving silently into the ashen sky and labyrinthine terrain beyond. Destination Frontline Base 7. Qianshir's thoughts had already begun mapping the approach. Large-scale battalion warfare would dilute individual prowess, but it also offered an unparalleled crucible to test the limits of his abilities, especially the newly mastered five-finger thread technique and magnet tiger freeform art under complex battlefield conditions. Above all, survival remained paramount. His 100-meter sensory field remained unwavering, absorbing every tremor and whisper of the surrounding world. His form darted swiftly among trees and boulders, racing toward the assembly point. Base 7 was less a mere outpost than a war fortress hastily erected upon the earth. Built into the jagged mountain slopes, colossal rocks had been forcibly reshaped by Earth-released ninjutsu into towering ramparts. Sentinels moved restlessly atop watchtowers, while the air hung thick with dust, the shrill screech of metal grinding against metal, and an uncontainable undercurrent of agitation. Thousands of hidden sand shinobi gathered there, their faces etched with equal parts dread of war and hunger for the plunder soon to come. Qianshir melted noiselessly into that seething throng. The magnet tiger freeform art sustained his 100-meter sensory field, rendering vividly before him the feverish tension around him. Crowds surged like rivers. Puppeteer, shinobi, stood ready on open ground, their mechanical constructs emitting low resonant clanks. Scout shinobi flitted like phantoms through the ranks, units bearing distinct insignia assembled with disciplined urgency. The atmosphere tightened like a bowstring drawn to its breaking point. Qianshir's gaze swept across the crowd and swiftly locked onto a familiar figure, shaman, the second cousin. He stood atop a high rocky platform, broad-shouldered still, yet his brow now bore an unmistakable sharpness, an unvarnished ambition sharpened by 6 months of ruthless command. He conferred quietly with several elite jonin whose auras radiated palpable power. Final strategic adjustments underway. Qianshir's eyes shifted, only to freeze at a figure who should never have appeared at the very heart of the front line. Clad in civilian attire, utterly alien amid the hardened combat, shinobi, the logistics and medical director, frowned deeply as he tallied crates of medical supplies. Exhaustion and deep-seated anxiety etched plainly upon his face. A flicker of doubt stirred within Qianshir. Nishino was no fighter, even amid Sand Village's dire manpower shortages. Dispatching such a vital logistical and medical authority to the most perilous front lines defied all reason. For this mentor, who had imparted knowledge freely and never withheld favor, Qianshir maintained unwavering respect. Weaving through the dense crowd, he approached Nishino and bowed slightly. Voice, Reverend Director Nishino. Nishino looked up, and upon recognizing Qianshir, the stern lines of his face softened faintly. Ah, it's you, Qianshir. You've received the order too. His eyes swept over the youth, registering the almost tangible aura of cold severity clinging to him and the piercing intensity buried deep within his gaze. A quiet sigh rose in his chest. 6 months. This boy has endured battles beyond imagining. Yes, I've just arrived. Qianshir nodded, then voiced his uncertainty directly. Sir, why are you here at the front line? It's far too dangerous. Nishino sighed, lowering his voice with weary resignation. The Kazakage's direct command. This time, his resolve is absolute. He believes victory over Konoha's defenses is certain, even penetration deep into the land of fire. Our entire main force advances together. Logistics and supply must keep pace with the forward base. But personnel are stretched impossibly thin. As specialists like myself, versed in both administration and medicine, have been forcibly assigned to the vanguard echelon. The command center, the core puppet forces, elite reconnaissance units, even the Kazakage's personal ombu, all advance with the first wave. He gestured vaguely at their surroundings. Here will soon cease to be the rear. Qianshir understood instantly. Shaman was staking everything, launching an all-or-nothing gamble. Pushing logistics and command forward might boost short-term efficiency, but it also magnified risk exponentially. Should the offensive falter, catastrophe would follow. Even technical experts like Director Nishino were now drawn irrevocably into the maelstrom's eye. I see. Please, sir, take utmost care. Qianshir spoke with sincere gravity, not out of loyalty to the hidden sand, but in repayment of personal debt to Nishino. You as well, replied Nishino, placing a firm hand on Qianshir's shoulder, his gaze layered with unspoken complexity. Survive. At that moment, Shaman moved atop the platform. He stepped forward, his gaze sharp as a raptor's sweeping down upon the vast dark sea of assembled shinobi. The previously raucous outpost fell instantly silent, every eye fixed upon that solitary figure embodying the hidden sand's supreme authority. Shaman's voice, though not raised, carried with unwavering resonance, clear, commanding, laced with hypnotic fervor. Sand Village's warriors, the long wait is over. Cowardly compromise belongs to the past. Konoha stole our water, strangled our throat. Cloud, stone, mist, the so-called great villages, now stand leaderless, their unity shattered. The scales of fate have finally tipped in favor of the land of wind. The age of the hidden sand has dawned. He swept his arm forward, pointing toward the land of fire. Lie fertile fields, rivers flowing without end, resources to sustain our village for a century. No longer barren winds and desolation. Victory shall be ours. Wealth and glory await each one of you present today. Wield your ninjutsu, your puppets, for your village and for yourselves. Forge a new future. For the hidden sand. A breathless hush lingered, then erupted into thunderous, delirious roars for the hidden sand. Long live the Kazekage. Qianshi observed the spectacle with detached, icy calm. Shaman's vision was seductive, but its price would be measured in countless shinobi lives. Yet this fervent tide undeniably bolstered morale, a tangible advantage for the battle ahead. When the rally concluded, squads dispersed under their captain's guidance, commencing final preparations. A masked Umbu shinobi materialized soundlessly before Qianshi, voice low and gravelly. Chunin Qianshi, you are summoned by Lord Sisha. Following the Umbu through layers of vigilant guards, Qianshi entered a heavily fortified tent at the outpost's heart. Their Lord Sisha stood alone before a vast military map, his back turned to the entrance. Sisha Shangren. Qianshi calmly saluted. Sisha turned around, his sharp gaze landing on Qianshi, filled with an indescribable scrutiny. I've never seen you before. The teacher mentioned that your magnetic escape and puppet mastery talents are impressive. I hope you live up to your potential. I'm acting on the teacher's behalf to assign you a task. Qianshi silently watched him. Sisha approached the map, pointing at a perilous mountain pass along the border marked in red. The main force will launch a full-scale assault at dawn tomorrow. However, Konoha has set up strong defenses and sealing barriers here at the Taiyin Pass, making a direct attack too costly. His finger moved, indicating a seemingly impassable steep mountain range to the side of the pass. Your task is to lead an elite assault team to infiltrate from here. Utilize your magnetic escape and puppet mastery. Before the full-scale attack begins, at any cost tear through the defensive nodes on the flank of the pass, create chaos, and draw the attention of the guards. He looked at Qianshi, his tone stiff. The team formation is optimal for you: 2 special jonin, a wind escape ninja named Heiqiao, and a puppet master named Liangma, for experienced Chunin. You will be the captain and hold the highest command authority. If the mission succeeds, the main army will be able to charge straight in. You will be credited for this battle. Qianshi's gaze fell on the steep area on the map. The so-called optimal formation. Does having special jonin count as optimal? In such terrain, their effectiveness is limited. Magnetic escape to pave the way. The advantages of puppet mastery in mountainous infiltration are not obvious either. This is clearly a death squad sent for probing with the purpose laid bare, merely to eliminate dissenters. Are they already planning to use him up before the war has ended? To use a common ninja like him in the most fitting place, it's no wonder Sunagakure is seeing such a depletion of talent. Qianshi coldly scoffed inside, though his face showed no signs of it. He had long anticipated that the higher-ups of Sunagakure would not truly value him, yet he didn't expect it would happen so soon. Without hesitation, he responded directly. Understood. I'll ensure the mission is completed. Sisha looked deeply at Qianshi as if trying to discern something from those calm, unruffled eyes, but ultimately just waved his hand. Go prepare. The team members are on standby in Area 3. Remember, the operation is absolutely confidential. Do not tell anyone. The timing is crucial. Yes. He decisively turned and left the tent. The clamor outside rushed in, starkly contrasting the oppressive atmosphere inside the tent. A vanguard death squad, just perfect. Chaos is indeed the best stage for fishing in troubled waters. As for the success or failure of the mission, that depends on how it's defined. His gaze turned toward the distant towering mountains. The side range of Taiyin Pass resembled the jagged back of a beast, exuding an aura of death under the gloomy sky. Qianshi chose not to use puppets to lift himself for flight, instead packing 10 floating cannons into his backpack for emergencies. His 6-man team clung to the nearly vertical rock face like geckos slowly climbing upward. Beneath them lay a bottomless abyss with only the howling wind in their ears. The magnetic tiger freedom technique expanded to its limits, detecting any subtle chakra fluctuations within a 100-meter radius. Not far ahead, the traps embedded within the rock wall connected to alarm bells by thin threads, as well as 2 Konoha ninjas hiding in a natural cave, all clearly emerged in his perception. Stop. Qianshi gestured, and the team immediately froze, blending into the shadows of the rocks. They could not approach any closer. Konoha's defenses were tighter than anticipated. Any reckless intrusion would trigger the alarm, causing the mission to fail instantly. Prepare for a strong attack. Qianshi's voice reached each team member's ears through the wind, calm and without a trace of turmoil. I will break through directly. Heiqiao and Liangma will provide support from the sides, while the others handle cleaning up the remaining enemies and rearguard duties. There was no time to hesitate nor better options. The task assigned by Zixia was already dead, and the only difference lay in whether the death had any value. Qianshi's consciousness sank into his body, touching those for hidden sealing nodes. Unseal. A massive surge of chakra instantly gushed forth. His hands formed seals, moving so fast they left only afterimages. Wind escape, great breakthrough. This time the scale far exceeded the usual. The violent hurricane did not surge forward, but exploded violently upwards and outwards in a fan shape from Qianshi. In an instant, sand and stones flew, and the sharp howls of the wind drowned out everything. Loose stones on the rock wall were swept up, smashing forward like cannonballs. The embedded traps were brutally triggered, detonating in succession, yet the flames and smoke were overwhelmed and blown back by even stronger winds. The threads of the alarm bells snapped, and the sentinel hiding in the cave barely peeked out before being forced back by the violent winds and flying debris, terrified and trying to send out a signal. Almost at the same time, the great breakthrough was launched. Qianshi waved his hands, and dozens of shurikens attached to thin spider silk shot out amidst the sandstorm. Wind escape, chaotic dance. The shurikens did not aim at the enemies, but were precisely shot at the trap trigger points that had yet to be damaged by the wind escape, as well as the weak connections in the defensive structures. Simultaneously, the dozens of explosive tags that had long been prepared were pulled by the spider silk, as if they were alive, attaching themselves to critical support points of the rock fortifications and behind the cover. Explosion. Boom. The continuous sounds of explosions shook the earth and mountains. A massive breach was blown open in the outer wall of the rock fortifications, and the meticulously arranged defenses were instantly crippled by more than half. Smoke billowed into the sky. Enemy attack. The shouts and roars of Konoha ninjas came from the dust. 5-finger line slash. 5 extremely sharp, pure wind chakra lines flicked from his fingertips, and Qianshi's figure darted into the dust like a ghost. The magnetic tiger freedom technique locked onto every frantic chakra source within the dust. Sizzle, sizzle. The muffled sounds of blades slicing through flesh rang out. In the dust, the Konoha guards didn't even catch a glimpse of their assailant before being slashed at the throat and pierced through the heart by the invisible blades. Blood instantly stained the swirling dust. Wind escape, wind slice. Special Jonin Heiqiao burst forth from the left, the condensed wind blades finishing off the fish that slipped through the net. Puppet technique, poison needle spray. Another special Jonin Liangma controlled a monkey puppet, spraying a dense barrage of poison needles from the right, suppressing the Konoha ninjas attempting to organize a counterattack. The 4 Chunin followed closely behind, accurately using kunai and shurikens to finish off the injured soldiers struggling out of the rubble. The battle was brutal and efficient. The Konoha guards were caught off guard, their defense nodes collapsing rapidly. However, Konoha ninjas were incredibly resilient. The survivors desperately resisted behind the crumbling fortifications, showering various ninjutsu and tools as if they cost nothing. Be careful. Earth escape, earth flow wall. A Chunin shouted as he pushed away a companion beside him, only to be pierced in the thigh by rising stone spikes from below, collapsing to the ground with a scream. No. Another Chunin attempted to rescue, but was forced back by several shuriken. Qianshi's gaze was icy, his 5 fingers weaving a line as the dual elemental water and earth lines coiled around a Konoha Chunin, attempting to form a seal. The chakra flow abruptly stagnating, and was then shredded through the chest by the claw of Liangma's puppet. However, Liangma himself was struck by a lightning release shot suddenly from the shadows, causing the puppet to go out of control, and he collapsed charred. Liangma. Haiku's eyes were bloodshot, unleashing wind release, great breakthrough towards the source of the lightning release, launching a Konoha lightning ninja along with his cover. Casualties were unavoidable. Qianshi had no time for sorrow. The battle was not yet over. Ahead, a small fortress built against the mountains blocked the way, heavy stone doors tightly shut, continuously shooting crossbows and ninja tools from the firing holes. Cover me. Qianshi shouted softly, forming seals once more. Several ordinary self-exploding puppets controlled by magnetic release sped through the air, charging straight towards the fortress doors. Explode. Boom. The deafening sound of an explosion erupted, shattering the stone door, and the surrounding rock walls. Screams echoed from within the fortress. As the smoke had yet to clear, Qianshi was the first to charge, and his fingers weaving like the scythe of death, reaping the surviving ninjas. When the magnetic tiger technique could no longer sense any chakra fluctuations from hostile ninjas, this crucial node at the flank fell completely silent. Only the crackling of burning flames and the groans of the injured remained. The team had paid a heavy price. Liangma was dead, Haikua gravely injured with 2 Chunin dead and 2 wounded. Qianshi approached the 3 severely injured teammates, his hands glowing with a gentle green light. A rank medical ninjutsu, palm healing technique. With exquisite chakra control, the ruptured organs and severed blood vessels of the injured were swiftly repaired, stabilizing their vital signs. After completing all this, a bit of chakra from the Yin seal was consumed. Standing atop the highest point of the ruins, he ignited a signal flare, sending red smoke straight into the sky. Soon after, the valley below echoed with thunderous shouts of battle. The main force of Sunagakure surged like a flood that had burst its banks, pouring into the borders of the land of fire through the torn breach. The initial progress was astonishingly smooth. Having lost the natural barrier of the pass, the Konoha defenders were taken by surprise and were retreating in disarray. The Sunagakure ninjas pursued fiercely, seizing everything in sight. Qianshi coldly observed the Sunagakure forces surging beneath him like an ant swarm, watching them plunder supplies, feeling no stir in his heart, silently recovering chakra and checking his ninja tools. The Sunagakure ninja army advanced several dozen kilometers, the flames of war penetrating deeper into the land of fire. But soon the situation began to change. Konoha's resistance was no longer a chaotic retreat, it had become exceptionally tenacious and organized. Accurate ambushes, fearless counterattacks, and clever tactical coordination began to repeatedly delay and even severely damage the vanguard of Sunagakure. Qianshi's team, having suffered heavy casualties, was temporarily integrated into a mixed squad to carry out a flank-clearing mission. During a battle to clear out suspected Konoha communication nodes, Qianshi, using the magnetic tiger technique, discovered a Konoha communication ninja attempting to retreat concealed by the terrain. Qianshi approached silently, binding him with the water thunder cutting line and quickly searching. From the opponent's close-fitting clothing, he retrieved a sealed communication scroll. After cracking it, the contents made Qianshi's gaze sharpen. The information revealed that Konoha's new leadership had stabilized in a very short time. Led by Sarutobi Hizashi, with Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami Mido Kazan, and others forming the core of the command system, they were operating efficiently, coordinating the resisting forces. The orders were clear. The dispatch was orderly, no longer a scattered mass. More critically, one piece of information indicated that the second Kazekage, Sabaka no Mon, had become intoxicated by a series of early victories, believing that Konoha had lost effective command and was on the verge of collapse. He personally led the most elite puppet forces and the direct umbu, detaching from the main forces and logistical support lines, advancing alone, attempting to penetrate straight into the heart of the land of fire. Intending to execute a high-risk, high-reward decapitation tactic relying on the striking power of elite troops, or at least to create irreparable chaos in the central area, thus determining the outcome. Qianshi exerted force with his fingertips, the encrypted scroll turning to fine shreds, scattering with the wind. His gaze was cold. Sabaka was too hasty and underestimated Konoha's foundation and the capabilities of the young generation about to take the stage. Such a solitary advance relying on lightning speed, while the enemy had already stabilized their position and lay in wait, was simply a path to self-destruction. In the distance, the roar of the advancing main force of Sunagakure had become sparse, replaced by increasingly dense and intense explosions and cries of battle, with signs of clear local turmoil and retreat appearing along the front lines. And the small team, personally led by Kazekage Sabaku, had long vanished within the swirling smoke, and beneath the distant horizon their news gradually fading. That solitary force had become a trapped beast surrounded by enemies. Their destruction was merely a matter of time. Qianshi withdrew his gaze from the distance and began to silently check the scrolls and ninja tools he carried. The command came swiftly, carrying an ominous urgency. The mixed unit where Qianshi was located was ordered to abandon the flank-clearing mission and quickly advance, converging towards the direction where Fengying Shaman's lone force was penetrating, providing cover for its side. Clearly, the situation ahead had surpassed Shaman's estimations. The troops had just force-marched into a valley, not even fully forming their ranks, when a long-planned ambush struck like a hammer. From the dense forests on both sides of the valley, and beneath the murky river waters, a large number of Konoha ninjas surged forth. These ninjas were starkly different from the scattered and disorganized fighters previously encountered. Their movements were synchronized, their cooperation seamless, and their offensive was incredibly fierce. Especially some of the robust ninjas with immense chakra who unleashed water-based jutsu on a grand scale, easily altering the local terrain, and the surging waters battered the Suna defense line. The solid earth-style barriers repeatedly thwarted Suna's counterattacks. Their physical techniques were also overwhelmingly powerful, often allowing them to fight multiple opponents in close combat. "It's the people of the Senju clan," shouted an experienced Suna ninja, his voice filled with despair. The combat power of Konoha's top clan had finally appeared on the battlefield. The battle instantly escalated to a fever pitch. Shurikens and kunai flew like a torrential rain. The brilliance of jutsu illuminated the night, and the sounds of explosions, cries of pain, and blades piercing flesh intertwined. The Suna troops responded hastily, their formation quickly cut and scattered. Every inch gained came at a heavy price. Chinchur weaved through the chaos, his fingers dancing like a deadly ballet. At times striking like a whip to deflect incoming weapons, at other times thrusting like a spear, accurately penetrating the throats or hearts of Konoha ninjas who dared to close in. The Magnetic Tiger's freestyle observed the chaos within 100 meters, narrowly avoiding the most lethal coordinated attacks. Yet individual valor felt so insignificant amidst such a large-scale clash. Ninja from Suna fell like wheat before the scythe, their blood staining the valley. In this grinding conflict of flesh and blood, a terrifying wave of indescribable horror suddenly emanated from the direction Shaman was advancing. It was not an ordinary explosion, but a pure and colossal chakra eruption that produced a shockwave. Even at such a distance, they could feel the air trembling slightly, a heart-stopping oppressive force permeating the atmosphere. All Suna ninjas with sensing capabilities, including Chinchur, turned pale in an instant. The level of chakra collision far exceeded that of typical Kage levels, radiating a sense of destruction. "Lord Fengying," murmured a sensing ninja, his voice trembling. An ominous premonition like icy river water instantly engulfed the hearts of every Suna ninja. Soon the premonition turned into a brutal reality. A group of disheveled, armorless puppeteers and Umbu ninjas retreated from the front, their bodies covered in wounds, their faces etched with fear and disbelief. The news they brought was like a thunderclap exploding in the ears of all remaining resisting Suna ninjas. "Lord Fengying has been ambushed." It was the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with Shimura Danzo Uchiha Kagami. They have all come. Lord Shaman fought valiantly and perished with the village. Perished with the village. Those two words struck like a hammer, shattering the last flicker of fighting spirit in the Suna troops. In wartime, the commander had fallen. The highest combat strength was annihilated by the enemy. Panic spread like a plague at an astonishing speed. The Suna defense line, which had just been barely holding, crumbled in an instant. Gasps, cries, and desperate roars replaced the shouts of battle. The surviving Suna ninjas could no longer care about command's formations or even their comrades beside them. A single thought consumed their minds: escape. To flee from this meat grinder, to escape from the land of fire. The defeat was like a mountain collapsing. The entire Suna front line completely shattered, transforming into countless panicked ninjas fleeing in terror back the way they came. The Konoha ninjas would not let such a golden opportunity slip. By the cries of battle thundered, surging from the rear and flanks like a tidal wave. The retreat turned into a one-sided massacre as the lagging Suna ninjas were continually caught and cut down, turning the valley into a hell on earth. Qianchi's unit had long since been scattered. Caught in the torrent of this frantic retreat, Chinchur coldly witnessed everything. The once fierce ninjas now resembled frightened rabbits, even pushing aside their comrades in a bid to escape. Konoha ninjas ruthlessly reaped lives as if laboring in the fields. The brutality of war was vividly displayed at this moment. There was no time to waste here any longer. In an instant of thought, Qianchi's consciousness sank within. Sealing activate. The massive amount of stored chakra burst forth like a flood, instantly filling his entire being. Following that, the 4 active techniques of the 9 threads technique were unleashed without reservation. Calm Breath, Crimson Lotus, Mighty Arm, Meteor. Strength, Speed, Perception, and Recovery surged to their peak state in an instant. Magnet Release, 1,000 Threads of Death. Nearly 1,000 cutting lines infused with wind chakra erupted wildly from Qianchi's center, exploding in all directions. Like a death lotus blooming in an instant. Within a radius of several hundred meters, whether it was the Konoha pursuers trying to get close or the surrounding trees and rocks, all were shredded and torn apart in an instant by countless razor-sharp threads, clearing a momentary bloody vacuum. This terrifying scene temporarily stunned the nearby pursuers. Taking advantage of this brief respite, Chinchur quickly formed hand signs, summoning several self-destructors who were then thrown into the fleeing crowd rushing towards the pursuers. Boom, boom, boom. Several intense explosions erupted within the ranks of pursuers, and although the damage was limited, it successfully created chaos, delaying their pursuit. Chinchur immediately took down 2 specially sealed scrolls he had been carrying at his lower back. Infusing chakra into them, white smoke flashed, and 180 thunderous stealth floating cannons appeared in midair before him. Magnet released chakra output at full capacity. An invisible force field precisely lifted these floating cannons and quickly divided them, wrapping up and elevating a few Suna ninjas who had miraculously survived the chase and were barely maintaining their composure. "Go!" he shouted lowly, controlling the floating cannon cluster, carrying himself and several teammates off the ground, transforming into a blurred shadow as they fled at a speed far surpassing that of the ground, soaring low along the valley towards the direction of the land of wind. The sound of howling wind filled Qianshi's ears. Beneath him were the panicked masses fleeing for their lives and the merciless Konoha ninjas pursuing. Expanding the range of the magnetic tiger's freestyle to its limits, the sensing radius broke through to nearly 1,000 meters, like a giant radar scanning the chaotic battlefield behind. Not to search for enemies, but to urgently seek out a familiar chakra fluctuation among the countless fleeing and pursuing soldiers. Xia, within his sensing range, chaotic chakra surged like boiling water. He swept through various areas, identifying countless unfamiliar fluctuations, yet he could not find Zai's chakra signature. Was it due to the distance being too far? Or because? Qianshi's heart sank. In such chaos of a complete route, survival chances for someone like Xia, who was not skilled in combat, were almost zero. He gritted his teeth, no longer looking back, concentrating all his energy on controlling the floating cannons and maintaining his senses. As he flew over a ridge, he couldn't help but take one last glance back. The once invincible Suna ninja army had now completely vanished, replaced by countless disarmed and armorless fleeing soldiers, like sheep driven by a pack of wolves hurriedly fleeing toward the horizon of death under the merciless pursuit of Konoha ninjas. Smoke, firelight, and blood formed a doomsday-like scene. Suna's ambition and Shaman's gamble were utterly shattered at this moment. The swarm of floating cannons whistled low, carrying thousands of stones and dozens of terrified survivors, like fleeing birds skimming over scorched earth, and corpses finally landing before a dilapidated fortress on the border of the land of rain. What was once a fortress now resembled a vast refugee camp. The damaged walls were riddled with traces of ninjutsu bombardments, and the entrance was crowded with retreating sand-hidden soldiers from the land of fire, all wounded in tattered clothing and armor, their faces etched with fatigue, fear, and deep-seated despair. The air was heavy with the stench of blood, sweat, and the rot of festering wounds, oppressive enough to suffocate. The sounds of wailing, cursing, and the cries of those who had lost their comrades blended together with order completely shattered. Some lightly wounded ninjas tried to maintain basic order, but to little effect. The entire fortress felt like a powder keg on the verge of explosion. Upon landing, Qianshi immediately expanded the range of the magnetic tiger's free technique to its limit, sensing as if an invisible web swept across the whole fortress and its surrounding areas. He meticulously filtered through every chakra fluctuation, searching for Xia. He swept past piles of curled-up wounded soldiers, scanned the arguing chunin, and even probed into the makeshift tents packed with critically injured patients. But found nothing nowhere. That chakra fluctuation vanished like a stone sinking into the sea, leaving no trace. A weight settled in Qianshi's heart, as if filled with cold stones. In the wake of such a large-scale defeat, the fate of a logistics personnel unskilled in combat was all too predictable. The rare and altruistic guidance he had received may never be repaid. Qianshi silently withdrew his perception, his face still bearing its customary indifference, but a shadow of gloom flickered deep in his eyes. The chaos within the fortress was escalating. The news of the death of the Sand Gate's leader and the near-total annihilation of the elite Sand-Hidden forces had been confirmed, and the headless situation was pushing the last remnants of discipline to the brink of collapse. Several ninjas, clearly from prominent clans, began to incite a rush for the dwindling medical supplies and food, even reaching towards the provisions meant for the injured. Conflict was imminent, and despair was transforming into destructive madness. Just as the chaos reached its peak, a sudden oppressive commotion arose at the entrance of the fortress. A group of ninjas dressed in the uniform of the Sand-Hidden's direct umbu, their masks stained with blood, escorted a young ninja, forcing their way through the crowded throng. The young ninja at the center of their formation appeared no older than 17 or 18, with a slightly youthful face, yet his gaze was sharp as a blade, emanating an air of calm and power that belied his age. Instantly, he drew the attention of everyone present. Without unnecessary words, Qisha walked straight to a higher crumbling wall within the fortress. His icy gaze swept over the chaotic crowd below, slowly raising his right hand. The next moment, a massive and pure wave of magnetic chakra surged skyward. The metallic fragments in the air, the scattered shuriken pieces, and even the iron components of the wall itself were forcibly drawn together by this power. The black sand iron swirled as if alive, rapidly disintegrating in the air, condensing and reshaping, ultimately forming a gigantic, detailed symbol of the Sand-Hidden village suspended above the fortress, emanating a heavy pressure. The clamorous fortress fell into instant silence. Everyone was stunned by the display of such exquisite and powerful magnetic techniques, gazing incredulously at the iron creation in the sky. This was a power that only the most elite magnetic ninjas could wield. Shisha stood on the broken wall, his figure appearing exceptionally upright against the backdrop of the massive sand iron symbol. His voice resonated clearly throughout the fortress, carrying an air of authority. The teacher of the Sand Gate has tragically perished for the village, marking an unprecedented loss for the Sand Hidden. According to the emergency resolution passed by the Elder Council and the Upper Ninja Class I, Shisha, the most outstanding disciple of the second-generation Wind Shadow and the successor of magnetic techniques, shall assume the position of the third-generation Wind Shadow, leading the entire village through this trying time. The third-generation Wind Shadow. Shisha. This news detonated like another heavy bomb in the silent fortress. Shock, doubt, bewilderment. Various emotions intertwined on the faces of the battered soldiers. Yet the enormous sand iron symbol in the air, along with the powerful chakra and calm demeanor emanating from Shisha, proclaimed the transition of power. Shisha did not allow much time for digestion. His gaze, sharp as lightning, instantly locked onto the few ninjas who had previously tried to incite a riot. In times of crisis, inciting chaos and plundering resources from fellow comrades is unforgivable. Before his words faded, a portion of the sand iron in the air suddenly split apart, transforming into several pitch-black spikes that shot down at incredible speeds nearly impossible to track. Thud! Thud! The muffled sounds of blades piercing flesh rang out in succession. The leading troublemakers among the ninjas didn't even have time to scream before being pierced through vital points by the sand iron spikes, dying on the spot. Blood splattered onto the faces of the surrounding soldiers, eliciting terrified gasps. The iron-fisted method had an immediate effect. The remaining commotion instantly quieted, and all the defeated soldiers fell silent, fearfully gazing at the young, yet decisively ruthless figure on the broken wall. From now on, reorganize the ranks. All ninjas who can still move form up according to original numbers or temporary teams and follow orders. Injured personnel will be gathered for treatment, and supplies will be distributed uniformly. Those who disobey will face death. Kisha's orders were issued one after another, clear and brutal. The accompanying Umbu and ordinary ninjas who had finally found their backbone immediately sprang into action, forcibly restoring order. Though chaos still reigned, the uncontrollable momentum was forcibly suppressed. Qianshi watched this newly appointed third-generation Wind Shadow with indifference amidst the crowd. Kisha's gaze swept across the scene like a scanner, pausing slightly when it reached Qianshi's position, seemingly puzzled as to why Qianshi hadn't perished during the mission. But Shisha did not say anything further, quickly shifting his gaze away to continue overseeing the overall restoration efforts. New orders were quickly relayed down. Though Konoha had won, they still needed to rest after the great battle, and the possibility of a large-scale counterattack in the short term was low, but the threat remained. All remaining forces were to immediately abandon the outpost at the border of the Land of Rain. They were to withdraw to the mainland of the Land of Wind, relying on familiar terrain to build a deep defensive line, preparing for the potential retaliatory invasion from Konoha. The war was not over, merely entering a more challenging defensive phase. Qianshi received his new assignment, being assigned to a mixed defensive team responsible for guarding a forward outpost named Bone Canyon at the border of the Land of Wind. It was a harsh environment with difficult supplies, yet it held strategic importance. Qianshi showed no reaction, merely noting the assembly point and task details before turning to leave the still noisy and chaotic fortress square. The Dry Bone Gorge, a name that exudes an aura of desolation. Here it is less a gorge and more a twisted scar torn into the earth after a millennium of erosion by wind and sand. On both sides are jagged, sun-bleached rock walls, with the valley floor covered in a barren expanse of thick quicksand and rubble. The outpost is pitifully crude, merely relying on a natural cave that has been slightly modified. The cave entrance is barricaded by a half-height wall of stone, serving as the sole line of defense. Inside, apart from a small supply of fresh water and some rusted tools that crumble at a touch, there is nothing else. The mixed defense team, where Qianshi is located, consists of 5 members. Besides him, there are 2 lower ninjas who have experienced defeat, their faces filled with panic, an old middle ninja who is taciturn and has lost 2 fingers, and a special upper ninja in charge whose gaze is cloudy and whose body bears unhealed wounds. This team is a microcosm of the current broken state of Sunagakure. The guarding mission is exceedingly dull. The leading special upper ninja spends most of his time healing and sending monotonous safety signals to the village. The old middle ninja is responsible for teaching the 2 lower ninjas how to survive in such an environment as best as possible, while the majority of the patrolling and alert duties fall on Qianshi, whose efficiency is the highest. He has no objections to this, if acting alone suits his habits better. Every day, the magnetic tiger's technique spans a kilometer around him, like an invisible web enveloping the area around the outpost. Within his sensing range aside from the faint chakra of the team members, only the howling wind and sand persist. Each day, Qianshi continuously refines his chakra, slowly replenishing the consumption of the Yin seal and maintaining the puppet which constitutes all of his tasks. Communication with team members is limited to essential mission handovers. On the 7th day of guarding at noon, the blazing sun scorched the gorge. Maintaining his perception, Qianshi's silhouette shifted slightly from his seated position. To the southeast, 3 unfamiliar chakra fluctuations cautiously approached. The leader sharp and solid with a fiery intensity followed by 2 well-trained middle ninjas. Southeast, 3 individuals a ninja team. His voice echoed within the cave, breaking the oppressive silence. The 2 lower ninjas tensed up instantly, looking towards the leading upper ninja. The injured special upper ninja struggled to rise, his face pale. Distance, he hoarsely inquired. About 1,200 meters, moving directly towards the outpost. Qianshi replied, his gaze sweeping over the few inside the cave. They come prepared, strength unknown. I recommend a proactive strike to ambush them outside the gorge to prevent the outpost from being exposed. The leading upper ninja glanced at his injuries, then at the 2 obviously ineffectual lower ninjas, ultimately fixing his gaze on Qianshi and the old middle ninja. You and Jingu go. Be discreet, we cannot let a single one escape. The so-called mixed team in the moment of an encounter seems to rely on this limited combat strength. Jingu silently picked up a kunai and nodded. Qianshi spared no words, his figure blending into the shadows outside the cave. Jingu followed closely behind, but his speed was noticeably slower. The howling winds and swirling sands provided excellent cover. Qianshi gestured for Jingu to ambush behind a rocky ridge, tasked with intercepting any enemies who might slip through or attempt to send a signal. He then silently slid down the sand dune, his magnetic chakra seeping into the sand layers, 5 earth attribute cutting lines quietly sneaking beneath the feet of the 2 middle ninjas. Puff, puff. The threads erupted from beneath the sand, instantly killing 1 middle ninja, while the other fell to the ground gravely injured. The scream barely escaped when Jingu, lying in ambush, promptly threw a kunai to deliver the finishing blow. At that moment, the special upper ninja from Konoha sensed something was off and abruptly turned around just in time to see Qianshi appearing from the sand dune. The opponent reacted swiftly, forming seals to unleash the great fireball technique. A searing fireball hurtled towards him. Qianshi sidestepped to avoid it, the fireball crashing into the sandy ground, erupting in a cloud of dust. Die! The Konoha upper ninja shouted, furiously charging in with his sword, his techniques fierce, and aimed straight for the vital spots. Instead of retreating, Qianshi advanced, the 4 active states within him stacking and activating in an instant. His fingers danced as the earth attribute cutting lines clashed violently with the ninja sword. The Konoha upper ninja became increasingly astonished in battle. Not only were the boy's methods elusive and troublesome, but his movement techniques were also unprecedented, completely restraining the upper ninja's swordsmanship. After a prolonged stalemate, he feigned a weakness, luring his opponent in before abruptly changing his attack, attempting to break through with brute force. Qianshi was precisely waiting for this moment. The moving figure suddenly halted, the combined might of his powerful arm coiling around his right fist, entangled with high-density earth attribute cutting lines, fiercely smashing towards the descending blade. Clang! The jarring sound of metal clashing. The Konoha upper ninja's hands broke apart, his ninja sword snapping in response. An expression of disbelief flashed across his eyes. Qianshi's 5 fingers spread wide, 5 deadly lines shot out, instantly piercing through the upper ninja's body before he could raise a defense. The last thread grazed his throat, abruptly ending the battle. From the initiation of the ambush to the kill of the leader, the entire process took less than a minute. Jingu, from behind the rocky ridge, besides delivering the finishing blow, found no opportunity to intervene, watching in shock as his young teammate ended the fight with overwhelming efficiency. Qianshi breathed slightly heavier, quickly calming the fluctuations of his activity and chakra. He glanced at Jingu in the distance and signaled. Jingu silently nodded and began assisting in handling the scene. They dragged the 3 corpses to a rock crevice to bury them, erasing any traces. Valuable spoils were swiftly collected. The entire process was silent and efficient. On the way back to the outpost, Jingu several times wanted to speak, but looking at Qianshi's indifferent back and front, he ultimately swallowed his words. Inside the outpost, the leading upper ninja sighed in relief upon seeing the 2 return safely, yet asked no further details. Qianshi headed straight to his usual corner, seated cross-legged, and consumed a soldier's ration pill, closing his eyes. As if the previous slaughter had never occurred, he began to focus on refining chakra, replenishing the energy expended in the earlier battle. At the same time, he maintained the sensing field of the magnetic tiger's technique. Within a radius of a kilometer, the flow of wind and sand, the temperature of the rock walls, and even the subtle vibrations deep within the earth once again faintly fed back into his mind. The winds of the dry bone gorge continued to howl. The guarding mission persisted, however within this small mixed defense team a certain invisible boundary became increasingly clear. Time flowed endlessly amidst the wind and sand of the bone-dry canyon. The last day of the shinobi world's 14th year quietly arrived. For the remaining forces stationed here from Sunagakure this day was no different from any other, filled with constant vigilance and unending monotony. Only Qianshi keenly sensed a familiar stirring arising from the depths of his soul. Without any hesitation, his intent had already locked onto the target. The single point of agility was instantly allocated to agility. Strength 2 agility, 2 intelligence, 2 allocatable points 0. In that moment change occurred. As the balance of attributes was achieved, a surge of change erupted from within him. The chakra, which had previously flowed like a stream in an orderly manner, seemed to suddenly widen, its channel flowing freely and smoothly. Instinctively, he clapped his hands together, completing the seal for the most basic shadow clone technique in an instant, so quickly that even he was taken aback. The seal time had been reduced by nearly a third. He focused his gaze across the canyon, and more subtle changes appeared before him. The rock wall patterns, which had seemed slightly blurred in the wind and sand, were now as clear as fingerprints in the soft morning light, and he could even catch the faint trace of a sand scorpion crawling between the crevices. The sound of the wind had also become layered and distinct, no longer a monotonous wail, but instead revealing the slight differences of sand particles rolling over variously shaped rocks. The effect after balancing the 3 attributes is surprisingly significant. Qianshi slowly clenched his fist, feeling the increasingly controllable power within his body until the odd sensation completely subsided and his breath returned to its usual calm. He silently sat back in his original position, continuing the daily routine of vigilance and refinement as if nothing had ever happened. The guard duty continued for another month. Dull, tedious, and cut off from information. Besides the occasional probing ninja reconnaissance teams that were quickly eliminated, Qianshi had no access to any external information. What was the situation inside Sunagakure? Did Sunagakure have any new movements? Was Director Xie alive or dead? Was the war still ongoing? Everything was isolated by this damned desert and the mission. A thought naturally surfaced to use a shadow clone to scout outside. But the next moment he dismissed it himself. A clone that shatters upon contact holds no meaning on this perilous battlefield and cannot bring back any valuable intelligence. I need a sturdier clone. His gaze swept over his fingers entwined with chakra. Threads of bold concept flashed through his mind like lightning. Since his expertise lay in the precise manipulation of chakra threads, why not create a true physical clone? Just like the wooden clone technique. The goal was clear: a clone that was resilient enough to fight, think, and assist, capable of returning memories even upon destruction, and ideally leaving a memento for the enemy upon demise. In the days that followed, during the intervals of basic vigilance, Qianshi devoted all his energy to the development of this new technique, a process far from smooth sailing. The initial attempts were nothing short of disastrous. He clumsily wove a humanoid figure from chakra threads, only to end up with a rigid marionette that disintegrated the moment it attempted to take a step. On the night of the 7th day, he managed to get a thread clone to stand. It awkwardly took 3 steps forward when the core thread supporting its right leg suddenly snapped, causing the entire structure to collapse like a pile of blocks. Qianshi gasped for breath, watching as the chakra he had painstakingly gathered dissipated into the air, and he struck a nearby rock wall with a fist, leaving a shallow imprint. The setbacks did not defeat him, instead they ignited the stubbornness within him. He abandoned the complex idea of perfectly mimicking the human body and instead sought inspiration from a more familiar field: puppet techniques. This shift in thought led to breakthroughs. He no longer pursued a perfect simulation of flesh and blood, but referenced the core structure of puppets, using highly refined chakra threads with earth attributes as the skeleton to construct the most basic sturdy framework, then employing more resilient and load-bearing water attribute chakra threads as muscles intricately wound and filled in between. 1 month later, on a deep night, when this structurally complex clone under his command struck the test rock with a powerful punch, creating spiderweb-like cracks, Qianshi knew he had succeeded halfway. The rest was endless fine-tuning: how to make the clone carry out more complex commands instead of mechanical responses, how to stabilize its core and ensure that the memories could smoothly return upon destruction. He applied his understanding of chakra attribute changes to the utmost, using the explosive force of fire for instantaneous acceleration, the swiftness of lightning for transmitting commands, and the enduring nature of wind for structural cushioning. Finally, on the night of the 2nd full moon invested in this research, Qianshi stood deep within the cave, with 5 highly refined chakra threads pouring from his fingertips, intertwining, layering, and weaving in the air, emitting a faint humming sound. The threads formed the textures of bones, fascia, and muscles, ultimately covered by a layer of chakra simulating skin. The entire process lasted about 15 minutes. When the last node was completed, a thread clone that bore an indistinguishable appearance from Qianshi stood silently before him. Its gaze was no longer dull, but mirrored the cold sharpness of the original. Qianshi wasted no time celebrating. He needed to immediately assess the results. Attack that massive rock. He issued the command. The thread clone moved instantly, its speed far exceeding that of ordinary clones, delivering a fierce kick that struck the rock, causing debris to fly. Qianshi raised his hand, launching a shuriken. The clone deftly blocked with its forearm. Clang! The shuriken was deflected and the thread structure on the clone's arm merely rippled slightly, without sustaining any damage. Its physical defense far surpassed that of a shadow clone. Dissolve. With a thought, Qianshi made the clone instantly transform into pure chakra and countless light points, smoothly returning to his body, while carrying all the memories from the recent test and a significant amount of energy. The normal dissolution resulted in the complete recovery of memories with some chakra loss during the process, but this minor loss was completely negligible. Final test. Qianshi's gaze sharpened as he formed seals to create another thread clone and commanded it to move into the distance. Thread explosion. The moment the command was issued, the distant thread clone suddenly halted, and the countless chakra threads comprising its body lost their binding, unleashing a violent explosion of energy in all directions. Sizzling. The 5 types of completely different threads cut the surrounding rock walls into 1,000 holes, filling the air with dust. Qianshi frowned slightly. After the explosion, only a faint and extremely weak memory returned, proving that the clone had been completely destroyed. Indeed, when forcibly destroyed, the chakra recovery rate is extremely low, only able to support memory transmission. Moreover, the structure of the thread clone was developed based on the energy structure of shadow clones, fundamentally conflicting with shadow clones, making coexistence impossible, unless the multiple shadow clone technique could be acquired to resolve this issue. He gazed at the wreckage of the rock wall before him, slowly exhaling a breath of foul air. Despite still having flaws, it was entirely sufficient for gathering intelligence or handling other affairs. He named it based on its structure, the thread clone. Qianshi assessed the value of this new technique and the risks involved in the upcoming reconnaissance mission. The situation in the Land of Rain was uncertain, potentially harboring unforeseen dangers. A glint of determination flashed in Qianshi's eyes. One must be willing to risk something to gain something. His consciousness sank into the dark sealing nodes within his body. The seals of the Qingxi and Honglian nodes were instantly lifted. A torrent of chakra surged into his meridians, continuously injected into the process of forming the thread clone under his exquisite control. The already solidified clone, now supported by such an abundance of chakra, visibly became denser and more robust, with chakra fluctuations emanating from it multiplying several times. The chakra contained within this thread clone had already surpassed the level of an ordinary shadow clone. The formation was complete. The thread clone moved its limbs, feeling the unique quality of this body and exchanging glances with its original. No words were needed, the goal was already clear. Head to the Land of Rain to gather as much information as possible related to Sunagakure and the war. The thread clone slightly nodded, indicating understanding. Without further delay, it quickly turned and seamlessly blended into the night of the Gobi Desert, racing toward the Land of Rain. Within the cave, Qianshi's original slowly closed his eyes, feeling a slight emptiness from consuming chakra from 2 nodes at once. Yet his heart felt somewhat settled. At least he was no longer completely blind and deaf. The perception field of the magnetic tiger's free technique once again enveloped a kilometer radius, bringing his attention back to the desolate canyon before him. The surveillance continued. The thread clone simply disguised itself with a transformation technique, traversing the cold and muddy land of the Land of Rain, eventually stepping into a black market for currency exchange hidden beneath the massive ruins of war. The air was thick with the smells of rust, blood, and decay under dim lights, where various illicit transactions were conducted in silence or whispers. Ignoring the prying eyes around, the thread clone walked straight toward a rough counter made of heavy iron sheets and raw wood deep within the outpost. Seated behind it was a one-eyed old man, slowly wiping a kunai with a dirty cloth, his aura darkened. Without unnecessary words, the thread clone placed a small bag of money scavenged from a fallen ninja on the counter, producing a dull thud. Opening his mouth, the clone directly stated his demand: "I wish to purchase information on the current situation of the ninja world and the state of the 5 great ninja villages." The one-eyed old man did not pause his actions, merely glancing at the weight of the money bag with his remaining eye before scrutinizing the peculiar ninja before him. After a moment, he set down the kunai and pulled out a slightly aged piece of parchment from beneath the counter, sliding it over. The thread clone picked up the parchment and moved to a relatively secluded corner to unfold it. The information on it was listed in concise and objective text, evidently compiled and summarized. Sunagakure, the second Kazakage, Sabaku no Hoki, was killed in battle, the third Kazekage succeeded him. The strategy seemed to have fully shifted to defense. Sunagakure, the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, perished in battle. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took over. Despite achieving strategic victories facing the encirclement of the other four great nations, and the loss of the Edo Tensei ninja had led to extremely heavy frontline losses, severely depleting their elite forces. The Wagakure, the second Tsuchikage, had not fallen. His disciple Inoki succeeded as the third Tsuchikage. After a brief period of turmoil among the village's faction, stability was initially restored following Inoki's ascension. Kirigakure, the second Mizukage Terumi, Mei, was killed in battle, and the new Mizukage Mangetsu succeeded him. Conflicts between the bloodline clans and civilian ninjas within the village had intensified due to the power shift, creating a delicate internal situation. Kumogakure, the second Reikage A, was killed in battle. The third Reikage A succeeded him. External activities had significantly decreased. The initial order established by the first 5 Kage summit collapsed with the collective fall of the second-generation Kage. The high-end combat power and core forces of each village had experienced significant gaps, and the potential for sustained large-scale war had been nearly depleted. Multiple channels indicated that the high-ranking officials of the 5 great nations had begun secret contacts, with expectations for ceasefire negotiations likely not far off. The intelligence content largely aligned with the thread clone speculation, but was more detailed and definitive. The war had indeed entered its final stages, and a new phase marked by peace talks was about to begin, signaling the imminent end of the war. The primary objective was accomplished. The thread clone then began the search for Nishiyama. Based on the last known areas of defeat, it carefully examined all possible points for injured personnel shelters, and even villages and small towns, inquiring with a few villagers. However, the land of rain had consumed too many lives and traces. Nishiyama's whereabouts were like a stone sinking into the sea with no concrete clues. The ongoing search activities continually drained the chakra stored within the thread clone, creating a faint sense of stagnation within the chakra threads that comprised its body. The thread clone realized that continuing to linger was not only futile, but could also lead to unforeseen situations due to energy depletion. In a dilapidated village ruined far from civilization, the thread clone halted its actions. Confirming that no one was around, it focused its consciousness and activated the core technique that maintained its existence. Countless chakra threads that formed its body began to gradually disintegrate from the ends, dissipating into pure energy light points in the air. Confirming that no one was around, it focused its consciousness and activated the core technique that maintained its existence. Countless chakra threads that formed its body began to gradually disintegrate from the ends, dissipating into pure. Qianshi slowly stood up, walked to the cave entrance, and his indifferent gaze swept over the wind and sand outside as he began to contemplate his future actions. The patrol route of the bone-dry valley was as familiar as the lines on one's palm. Qianshi's figure darted through the desert and between the bizarre rocks under the scorching sun, while the sensing field of the magnetic tiger's free-spirited technique spread like invisible tentacles, enveloping the surroundings. Today's patrol was no different from the past. The air was thick with an unusual calmness, a silence that felt like the stillness after a storm. After completing his daily patrol, Qianshi returned to the makeshift base, and before entering a meditative state, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from afar. A middle-ranked ninja dressed in the standard garb of Sunagakure and wearing a weary expression appeared at the cave entrance and hoarsely announced the orders from the village. The formal ceasefire order had been issued. The 4 great nations and Sunagakure signed a peace treaty in the Land of Iron, officially ending the First Ninja World War a few days ago. Effective immediately, a complete ceasefire is mandated. All ninjas on missions outside must return to Sunagakure. After delivering the orders, the middle-ranked ninja did not even spare a glance at the reactions of those in the base before turning and hurrying to the next outpost. The cave fell into a silence deeper than during wartime. There were no cheers as expected, no joyous relief from surviving the ordeal. 2 lower-ranked ninjas exchanged bewildered glances, seemingly unable to comprehend the meaning of the words "the war is over." Jingu silently put away the kunai he had been sharpening, his weathered face betraying no emotion, only his body trembled slightly. The leading special Jonin exhaled a long-held sigh, looking more aged as he slumped to the ground, his gaze hollowly staring at the blinding sunlight outside the base. After the silence, a suppressed, intermittent sobbing could be heard from the corner. It was the 2 lower-ranked ninjas who had broken down emotionally. But more prevalent was the numbness. They began to mechanically organize their pitifully few belongings like marionettes. The war was over, yet it seemed a part of those who had survived had completely died in some past moment. Qianshi coldly observed all of this. His heart stirred little. He had already foreseen this outcome when his shadow clone transmitted the information back. Silently putting away his sealing scroll, he checked the items in his ninja tool pouch. The evacuation process was orderly yet permeated with an indescribable heaviness. Along the way, he joined other retreating teams from various outposts, and each face was marked with similar exhaustion and bewilderment. Behind the relief of surviving lay a profound confusion about the future. The journey back to Sunagakure felt exceptionally long. When the familiar yet strange village entrance finally came into view, the atmosphere did not lighten. The village still stood amid the wind and sand, but the once taut and sharp atmosphere of war had vanished, replaced by a deep sorrow that could be seen to the bone and an undeniable desolation. The number of pedestrians on the streets had significantly decreased, and most hurried their steps with sorrowful expressions. In front of the village center's notice board, a dense crowd had gathered, yet it was eerily quiet. The board was plastered with lengthy lists of the deceased, the ink still fresh. Qianshi paused briefly before walking over, his gaze swiftly scanning the cold names. There were simply too many casualties, from the lofty shadows to the lowest-ranked ninjas. Then in an inconspicuous spot he saw the name he had anticipated, Nishia. Next to the list was a brief note: killed in action at the battlefield near the borders of Sunagakure during the war. Remains have been collected and buried in the northern cemetery of the village. The last flicker of hope was completely extinguished. The one who had introduced him to medical ninjutsu, provided a laboratory, and showed genuine concern, had ultimately become just another cold name on the list buried beneath the yellow earth. He died in a war that was already over and utterly meaningless. A strange anger lingered in Qianshi's heart, refusing to dissipate. Soon after, all returning ninjas were summoned to the central square. The third Kazakage, Chisuna, stood high above, his figure steadfast amidst the wind and sand. His speech resonated clearly throughout the square. The content primarily aimed to soothe the hearts of the people mourning the ninjas who had perished in the war, emphasizing how difficult it was for Sunagakure to survive amidst such tremendous losses, and expressing the determination to rejuvenate and accumulate strength during the upcoming peace. His tone was steady, trying to unite the hearts of the people, but beneath his words lay an undeniable sense of the village's current plight of resource depletion and talent decline. Qianshi silently observed the Kazakage from the crowd. Chizuna's gaze occasionally swept over the crowd, sharp as an eagle, yet it did not linger on Qianshi for long, seemingly viewing him as just another ordinary returning ninja. This neglect instead confirmed a certain judgment within Qianshi. Am I to be completely marginalized? Qianshi thought to himself. As the speech concluded, the crowd slowly dispersed in a heavy atmosphere. Qianshi did not linger and headed straight back to the simple stone house located at the edge of the village. Upon pushing open the door, a wave of stale dust rushed towards him. Having remained uninhabited for a long time, everything inside the house was covered in a thick layer of dust. He quickly used wind release to reduce the chakra output, efficiently removing the dust. The hospital laboratory, once authorized for his use by Director Nishia, had been reclaimed by the village following the owner's death in battle. It was where he had studied medical ninjutsu and developed the 9 channels ultimate technique. Without Nishia's recognition and support, those studies would have never proceeded smoothly. Nishia and Shaman were both his guiding lights. Although Shaman imparted knowledge with a clear purpose, what he taught were genuine skills. Nishia's instruction, however, was purer, simply cherishing talent. Unfortunately, they both perished in the war. The wind release ceased, and the stone house regained basic tidiness, yet it felt even more empty and desolate. Qianshi sat on the hard bed, beginning to contemplate the future. The end of the war meant temporary safety, but it also implied new constraints. His sense of belonging to Sunagakure had always been thin, after enduring the baptism of war and witnessing the high-level power struggles and countless meaningless deaths. That already meager sense of belonging had dropped to freezing point. But there was no intense hatred either. Chizuna's attitude today and the previous mission he had sent him on had clearly indicated one thing: in the eyes of this new Kazakage, he might not even count as a noteworthy piece on the chessboard. Remaining in Sunagakure would either lead to complete marginalization due to his lack of strength and status as a disciple of Shaman, living a life of mediocrity, or he might be consumed as a tool in some conflict or dangerous mission. This was not the future he desired. The thought of leaving Sunagakure had never been so clear and urgent. However, it was not a decision that could be made impulsively. Defection is a grave crime. If it fails, the consequences would be unimaginable. A plan is required when to leave, where to choose as a new foothold: the land of rain, the land of rivers, or perhaps further overseas. There were still plenty of military achievements accumulated. He could go to the supply office tomorrow for exchanges. The allure of ninjutsu scrolls was minimal, as his own technique system had already begun to take shape. Instead, knowledge of higher level and more obscure puppet techniques might bring new insights, whether for combat or other aspects. The first goal, to survive the First Shinobi World War, was achieved. However, it was replaced by a profound sense of emptiness. Although the war had ended, the desolation of Sunagakure was more suffocating than the war itself. The extreme scarcity of resources was evident on every weary face. Mere survival was far from enough. One must possess a more powerful and completely self-controlled force to truly grasp their own destiny. This thought was crystal clear, replacing the previously simple desire to survive. Qianshi's gaze involuntarily fell upon several scrolls leaning against the wall. Among them were the basic knowledge of puppet techniques and the design blueprint of the failed attempt, the Iron Tortoise. That envisioned battle armor puppet ultimately became a clump of mass. It was not that the technology could not be realized, but rather limited by the concepts and extremely scarce resources available at the time. The pure variety of metal materials could not support more complex structures and stronger energy conduction. A brand new blueprint began to gradually take shape in Qianshi's mind. It would no longer be the cumbersome Iron Tortoise, but a true battle armor that could integrate seamlessly with its wielder. It needed to provide exceptional defense while incorporating offensive capabilities and even assist in movement and reconnaissance. The next morning before dawn, Qianshi left the stone house. The War Merit Exchange Center was located in a relatively central area of the village's stone building that appeared more orderly than the surrounding structures. Inside, the lighting was dim, and the person in charge behind the counter was a middle-aged ninja with murky eyes, seemingly uninterested in everything. He presented his identity certificate and War Merit record scroll. The person in charge lazily checked it, lifting his eyelids to glance at Qianshi, whose form was now close to that of a young boy. Chunin Qianshi, the war merits are confirmed to be accurate. What do you want to exchange for? Puppet techniques. I want all the scrolls related to puppet techniques that can be exchanged. Qianshi's voice was calm, devoid of emotion. The administrator searched through the shelves behind him and pulled out a few bundles of scrolls. These are all that can be exchanged. Qianshi took them without even looking and stuffed them into the empty scroll bag he had brought. Then he pointed to another area marked with miscellaneous studies, geology, and mineral resources. Also those over there, the basics of geology, mineral catalogs, and introductory exploration books. What do you need those for? The administrator's murky eyes revealed a hint of surprise. It's understandable for a ninja, especially a young one just out of the battlefield, to be interested in puppet techniques, but geology and minerals. It's necessary for missions. Sometimes you need to survey the terrain. Learning more is never a bad thing. Qianshi casually deflected the question. The person in charge glanced at Qianshi but did not pursue it further, retrieving several books of varying thickness and handing them over. Qianshi returned to the stone house with the exchanged scrolls, and the small space immediately felt even more cramped. He placed the items on the floor, first unfolding the puppet technique scroll. The knowledge within was overly profound, involving the minute applications of chakra metal, the effects of different materials on chakra conductivity, and the design of complex interlinked structures. These were exactly what Qianshi needed most at that moment. Then he opened the thick catalog of minerals in the land of wind and surroundings. The pages were yellowed and emitted a musty odor. It detailed the shapes, distribution areas, identification methods, and basic extraction points of various ores. Qianshi's gaze scanned the lines of text and rough illustrations, his brain rapidly memorizing and understanding this new knowledge. Finding suitable materials was the first step to create the envisioned battle armor. Without theoretical support, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. However, his research was soon interrupted. The wind outside blew incessantly, swirling sand and gravel against the window, producing an annoying rustling sound. The room was too small, the environment too terrible. Standing upright and gently jumping could touch the ceiling. More importantly, an elusive feeling of being watched lingered. Although he knew this might be an illusion brought on by excessive caution, any oversight could be fatal. Engaging in deep thought and puppet research within the stone house was too risky. The noise, the oppressive space, and the psychological unease severely disrupted his thinking. With a snap, he closed the heavy catalog. Qianshi raised his head, his gaze swiftly scanning the stone house. The walls were rough rocks, the ground was packed sandy soil. Apart from shielding from the wind and rain, it was nothing more. His gaze finally settled on the ground beneath him. A thought broke through the surface, quickly becoming clear. If the ground wouldn't work, then he would develop underground. He needed a space that was absolutely confidential, absolutely quiet, where he could conduct all experiments and manufacturing without disturbance. A laboratory hidden underground. He squatted down, extending his hand to gently touch the ground. Then he activated the magnetic tiger's free technique, receiving feedback that brought a heavy sensation of earth element. He sensed the geological structure beneath the sandy soil, the depth of the rocks, the thickness of the sandy layer, and whether there were natural cracks or caverns. All information needed to be thoroughly investigated before beginning any work. Qianshi stood up, stretching his legs that had stiffened from prolonged squatting. The concept of the underground laboratory was now clear, but it was accompanied by a more pressing dilemma: resources. Precision instruments, whether for processing puppet parts or various experiments that might take place in the future, were simply unavailable for purchase within Suna village. The list of rewards for achievements was filled with ninjutsu scrolls and standard equipment, far removed from anything precision-related. To acquire these required a substantial amount of funds and necessitated seeking external channels. Qianqi's current savings were barely sufficient for basic daily training, but they fell far short of supporting the construction and operation of a laboratory. The first step was to obtain more money. Qianshi headed directly to the mission center. Even before he approached, the sounds of a bustling crowd reached his ears. As he pushed open the heavy stone door, a mixed scent of sweat and dust enveloped him. The hall was more crowded than he remembered, with ninjas in various outfits and headbands coming and going, most displaying expressions of fatigue and anxiety. Scrolls of missions hung densely on the walls, but the speed of their replacement seemed unable to keep up with demand, with several chunin responsible for registration sweating profusely and speaking in hoarse voices. This scene silently confirmed the severe shortage of manpower following the war. Qianqi's gaze swept over the noisy crowd as he walked directly toward the area where blank mission scrolls were displayed. As he raised his head to browse the mission descriptions, his eyes unexpectedly met those of a few others. It was Araki Ryo, Yang Lan, and Chisha Yumi. Once classmates, they now wore the headbands of Suna, having graduated early to enter the crucible of war. Yet there was no trace of their former selves left on them. Araki Ryo appeared somewhat more robust, but his gaze was as still as a stagnant pool, a gruesome new scar crossing his nose, marring an otherwise decent visage. Yang Lan was no longer the cheerful boy who set traps. At this moment his lips were tightly pressed, and his vigilant eyes scanned everything around him, while his fingers unconsciously stroked his ninja tool pouch, as if ready to draw a weapon at any moment. The one who had changed the most was Chisha Yumi, the once shy puppet master girl, who now bore no expression, her eyes hollow, unresponsive to Qianqi's gaze, resembling a lifeless puppet. Their gazes met for just an instant before each turned away. Araki Ryo slightly tilted his head. Yang Lan's sight swept past Qianshi to look elsewhere, while Chisha Yumi completely ignored him. There were no greetings, no small talk, not even a ripple of reunion stirred. It was a silent encounter, brief as an illusion, yet profoundly etched the cruelty of war upon this young generation. They had experienced different lives and deaths on different battlefields, but the outcomes seemed no different, spirits worn down to nothing, leaving only numb shells. Qianshi withdrew his gaze, feeling no ripples within. The changes and circumstances of others were irrelevant to him. His attention returned to the mission board. He quickly sifted through the tasks. Soon a mission description caught his eye: Brank extermination mission in the Land of Wind in the arid regions of the southwest. A group of renegade ninjas has recently appeared, estimated to number 3 to 5 individuals, assessed strength as chunin and below. They have repeatedly attacked passing merchant caravans and small patrols, causing casualties and material losses. Requirements: completely eliminate them. Mission deadline: 30 days. Compensation paid according to standard Brank mission rates. The time required was considerable, the reward acceptable, the target clear, and the location remote. It was precisely what he wanted. Without hesitation, Qianshi stepped forward to take the mission scroll and completed the acceptance procedure at the registration desk. The chunin in charge of registration merely glanced at the scroll and Qianqi's information before stamping it for confirmation. He left the mission center, exiting the gates of Suna village, and deployed several floating cannons. With a subtle thought, magnetic chakra silently spread, forming an invisible force field to control these puppets. In the next moment, he was surrounded by a cluster of puppets as they lifted off the ground, adjusted their direction, and transformed into a blurred shadow, speeding toward the mission location. The wind howled past his ears as the sand dunes swiftly retreated beneath him. In just half a day's work, Qianshi was nearing the area marked on the mission scroll. It was an even more desolate expanse, dotted with wind-eroded rock pillars. He controlled the cluster of floating cannons to hover behind a relatively high rock pillar, concealing his form. He closed his eyes, concentrating. The magnetic tiger's free technique quietly unfolded, with invisible sensory waves emanating from him, spreading outward. The scene within a radius of 1 kilometer blurred into his mind. The rolling of sand grains, the movements of small creatures in the rock crevices, and several concentrated chakra reactions. 5 individuals. Scattered in 3 different locations. 1 chakra reaction was slightly stronger, likely at the chunin level, while the other 4 were considerably weaker. Positions and strengths were all clearly visible within his perception. Intelligence confirmed. Qianqi's thoughts shifted as the chakra within his body began to flow along specific pathways. Beside him, cutting lines rapidly gathered and wove together, forming a shadow clone that was almost identical to his original self. Without the need for verbal communication, the original and the clone exchanged glances, each understanding the other's intentions. The shadow clone glided down the rock pillar like a ghost, merging into the darkness. Approaching the first target, a wandering ninja was dozing in a crevice. The clone's fingers twitched slightly, and 5 nearly transparent chakra threads quietly shot out. The threads cut through the air like invisible blades, instantly slicing through their throats, severing vocal cords and blood vessels without a single whimper. The entire process was so swift it was suffocating. There were no fierce battles or explosive jutsu exchanges. In just a moment, the 5 targets had silently collapsed. The clone quickly surveyed the battlefield, gathering a small amount of valuable loot, some ninja tools, explosive tags, and a few coins. It then dissipated with memories, and the remaining chakra instantly returning to the main body. From accepting the mission to completing the extermination, it took less than an hour in total. The efficiency was absurdly high. Qianshi cleared the battlefield, erasing any tracks that could lead to him. He did not immediately set off on his return journey. Standing atop a tall sand dune, he looked down at the vast and merciless sea of sand. He took out the guide to minerals of the Wind Country and surrounding areas, and a somewhat old map from his scroll pouch, spreading them out. His gaze shifted back and forth between the map and the real landscape, recalling the descriptions in the book about the environment for mineral formation, stratigraphic structure, and surface features. Beneath this seemingly desolate desert lay the resources he needed. Qianshi took a deep breath of the dry, scorching air and closed his eyes. The Magnet Tiger's free technique quietly spread once more, this time focusing not on the chakra of living beings, but on the density, unusual structures, and potentially existing faint mineral energy reactions deep within the earth. On the dune, Qianshi stood motionless, his entire mind immersed in the perception of the depths below. The Magnet Tiger's free technique was pushed to its current limit, and invisible ripples penetrated through layers of sand and rock, continuously relaying fine feedback about the underground structure. Finally, about 300 meters deep from the surface, a narrow and elongated anomalous structure was locked onto. The return feedback indicated a relatively concentrated iron element reaction. It was not large, just a deeply buried micro-iron ore vein, but it was sufficient for his needs. This was the spot. Qianshi selected a relatively concealed location as the entrance. With hands forming seals, magnet release chakra surged forth. Under his precise control, the sand below flowed to the sides like water, revealing a circular passage about 2 meters in diameter leading downwards. The inner walls of the passage were forcefully compacted by the magnet release chakra, appearing very solid. His figure leaped into the passage, continuing downwards. The magnet release chakra paved the way ahead, going deeper and deeper. The surrounding light quickly disappeared, entirely consumed by darkness, leaving only the perception of the Magnet Tiger to determine direction and depth. The air became thin and oppressive, yet still within tolerable limits. Qianshi descended nearly 400 meters before finally reaching the layer where the ore vein was located. Surrounding him were hard rocks, and the iron-rich stratum displayed a dark red hue. He did not use any tools, placing his hands directly against the rock wall. The magnet release chakra penetrated deep into the rock, precisely targeting the mineral-rich areas. A low rumble resonated as the hard ore was detached and crushed by an invisible force, turning into fine dark sand. More ingeniously, during the process of detachment and crushing, the magnet release power simultaneously completed the sorting and purification. Useless rock debris was expelled, leaving only high-purity iron sand, which gathered in front of his palm, forming an ever-growing sphere of iron sand. This process consumed a tremendous amount of chakra and mental energy. He needed to maintain the stability of the underground structure, precisely control the force and range of detachment, and achieve high-precision purification. Whenever his chakra was nearly depleted, Qianshi would pause to silently recover. This cycle repeated like an indefatigable miner. For over 10 days of life underground, he was almost isolated from the world. In the darkness, there was only the faint glow of circulating chakra and the sound of iron sand gathering. When the last valuable ore was extracted, the micro ore vein was already exhausted. Before Qianshi lay a sphere of high-purity iron sand with an astonishing density estimated to weigh over 10 tons. Qianshi gazed at the pile of iron sand he had painstakingly refined from the depths of the earth. Such a quantity of iron sand, if used in conventional ninja battles, could create a sweeping storm of sand and iron. However, for him, whether it was the precise kill of the 5-finger line or the devastating strike of the 1,000-thread strangulation, both far surpassed this attack method that relied on sheer quantity in terms of efficiency and lethality. The value of this iron sand lay more in its use as raw material. Qianshi took out a specially made oversized sealing scroll measuring 2 meters in width and over 10 meters in length when unfurled. This was specifically prepared for this operation. He slowly guided the massive ball of iron sand above the scroll, and the unsealing runes lit up, drawing the enormous flow of iron sand into the scroll's space. The surface of the scroll revealed complex sealing patterns, then fell silent. He strapped the scroll to his back and retraced his steps upward. When Qianshi again felt the scorching sunlight and dry air of the desert, It was as if he had returned from another world. He did not return to the sand-hidden village, but instead turned towards an oasis within the land of wind. There lay a hidden exchange shop. Days later, a small oasis appeared on the horizon. Compared to the vast yellow sands of the outside world, this patch of green seemed exceptionally precious. The entrance to the exchange shop was disguised as a dilapidated post station. Qianshi donned a black cloak, completely concealing his face and figure, his aura suppressed to a minimum. Upon entering the post station, the interior was dimly lit, filled with the mixed odor of low-quality liquor and sweat. A few individuals who looked untrustworthy sat scattered in the corners, their vigilant eyes scanning Qianshi. He ignored their gazes, glancing at the bounty notices hanging on the wall without examining them closely, and headed straight for the person in charge here. In a hushed, hoarse voice, he asked, "Are you buying things?" The old man looked up, his murky eyes sizing up Qianshi, especially lingering for a moment on the oversized black cloak and the large scroll on his back. "Show me the goods." The response was succinct. "Iron sand. High purity." The old man paused as he wiped his cup. "How much?" "Not a small amount. Afraid you won't have enough space here." The old man narrowed his eyes as if sensing something, and after a moment said, "Follow me." He turned and pushed open a hidden door, revealing a descending stone staircase. At the bottom of the stairs was a much larger underground chamber with a giant weighing scale placed in the center. The environment remained rudimentary, but spacious enough. "Right here will do." The person in charge of the exchange shop pointed to the large scale. Qianshi's eyes swept over the dark corners around them, and suddenly, he spoke, his voice tinged with a hint of coldness. "You won't wait for me to bring out the goods, then try to pull some black eat black stunt, right?" The person's face twitched slightly. It was hard to tell whether it was a smile or another expression. "Just kidding. We have managed to conduct business this long because we adhere to rules. We won't cut off our own path." Qianshi said no more, removed the massive scroll from his back and spread it out on the empty ground beside the scale. He unsealed it and activated it. Thick smoke billowed up, and in the next moment a torrent of shimmering metallic iron sand cascaded forth like a black waterfall, quickly filling the scale's basin. The scale's readings fluctuated wildly before finally stabilizing at a number, 10 tons. The person in charge stepped forward, grabbed a handful of iron sand, inspected it closely, then let the sand trickle through his fingers, listening to the unique friction sound. "The purity is very high. The market price is 50,000 taels per ton, so here. They'll count it as 10 full tons, 500,000 taels." Saying this, he retrieved a heavy money box from under the counter and opened it, revealing neatly stacked bills inside. "That works." Qianshi agreed decisively, accepted the money box, waited a bit, and casually sealed it into an empty scroll. "If you have more of this kind of goods in the future, we will gladly take them." The person in charge added with a smile. "Pleasure doing business." Qianshi's tone was flat, then he changed the subject. "Do you have any precision experimental instruments here? For example, those used for delicate surgeries?" The person in charge showed a hint of surprise in his eyes, but quickly regained his composure. "We do have some imported from those small northern countries, but a set isn't cheap, costing 200,000 taels." "I want 2 sets." Qianshi said without hesitation, simultaneously pointing to a fist-sized piece of metal with a faint blue glow displayed in the counter. "And that piece of chakra-conducting metal, as well as those large lighting devices over there, including batteries and lamps, I want them all." The person in charge quickly calculated 2 sets of instruments cost 400,000 taels, chakra metal 50,000 taels, lighting devices 30,000 taels. A total of 480,000 taels. "You just got 500,000 taels, and now you'll only have 20,000 left." "No problem." Qianshi took out the money box he had just received from the scroll, pointed out the corresponding amount, and pushed it forward. The recently inflated funds were instantly exhausted, exchanged for several specially designed boxes containing precision instruments and materials, as well as that precious chakra metal. He carefully sealed the newly acquired items, did not linger, and turned to leave the underground exchange shop. The moment he stepped back into the sunlight of the oasis, the scorching winds and sands rushed at him once more. Qianshi quickly moved away, his figure swiftly melding into the swirling sands of the desert, heading rapidly towards the direction of the sand-hidden village. The door of the stone house gently closed behind him. After Qianshi completed the mission to eliminate the rebellious ninjas, he took the great reward of 100 taels and returned directly to the stone house without stopping anywhere. The air still retained the faint scent of dust that had accumulated during his absence. He did not light a lamp, nor did he rest. Qianshi's gaze fell directly on the ground in the center of the room. The construction of the underground laboratory could not be delayed. He crouched down, placing his palm flat on the ground. With a slight focus of his mind, pure magnetic chakra flowed from his palm, silently infiltrating the ground below. "This is the place." The chakra suddenly became more aggressive, no longer gentle, like separating the sand and soil, but like an invisible drill forcibly shattering and decomposing the rock beneath. The shattered stone blocks were precisely controlled by the magnetic power to support the passage. The entire process was almost silent, only the subtle sounds of rock friction and cracking echoed in the quiet stone house. The passage was controlled to a diameter of about 1 meter, just enough for one person to pass through. As the depth reached nearly 100 meters, the space began to expand sideways. First, a base space of about 60 square meters was opened up to serve as the main experimental area. Then about 5 meters below, another space of approximately 40 square meters was opened up, intended for storing books and placing precision instruments. A staircase of compressed rock connected the two spaces. After the preliminary spatial structure was completed, the next step was to continue to reinforce and furnish it. Qianshi took out the scroll that was still sealing a small amount of iron sand. Upon unsealing, the black iron sand floated in the air. The magnetic chakra meticulously controlled these iron sands, making them flow to form and fit together as if they were alive. Around the walls and ceiling of the upper laboratory, the iron sand was compacted into smooth iron plates tightly embedded into the inner walls of the rock, forming a sturdy lining. The load-bearing columns and beams were also made of condensed iron sand to ensure structural safety. The lower space was treated the same way. The remaining iron sand was condensed into a solid experimental table, a few simple stools, and several shelves for placing items. Everything was made of iron sand, giving it a cold and monotonous style. Qianshi took out the large lighting equipment he had purchased. The battery was placed in the corner, and the wires were drawn along the walls with several bright lights fixed to the ceiling and above the experimental table. The moment the power was turned on, the blinding white light instantly dispelled the darkness 100 meters underground, illuminating the entire two-level space as bright as day. This formed a stark contrast with the dim light from the oil lamps in the stone house above. The two sets of precision instruments were carefully taken out, with one set temporarily sealed. The other set was placed on the experimental table, available for microscopic inspection of some precision parts or structural analysis of materials. He returned to the stone house above to begin organizing the items. Most of the useful items, knowledge scrolls, ninjutsu materials, sealing techniques gifted by the sand sect, remaining explosive tags, food pills, and most importantly the thunderclap stealth scroll and the chakra medal, were all packed and brought into the underground laboratory. They were placed in an organized manner on the iron sand shelves. The stone house above was suddenly left empty, with only the most basic bed and some inconspicuous clutter remaining. In the future, this would merely be a shell for sleeping, with the true core fully positioned underground. Qianshi settled everything, and under the bright lights of the underground laboratory spread out the puppet technique scrolls he had previously exchanged for. He immersed himself in the content, quickly reading, understanding, and digesting the knowledge recorded about core energy conduction, joint linkage, and the application of compound mechanisms. This knowledge was indeed profound, with many ideas coinciding with his previous explorations, even providing more systematic and optimized solutions. After several days, he completely absorbed the content of the scrolls, cross-verifying and integrating it with his existing understanding of puppet techniques and magnetic manipulation. Feeling that he had accumulated enough, Qianshi unsealed the MKI iron tortoise from the sealing scroll. The cold iron gray shell, heavy and lacking aesthetic appeal, had rough designs at the joints. Under the scrutiny of his new perspective, having absorbed new knowledge, this creation, which had once consumed much effort and resources, now appeared incredibly foolish. Its defense might still be acceptable, but the weighty cost and the terrifying burden on mobility rendered it a complete failure and a burden. Qianshi's fingers brushed over the cold armor surface, his lips slightly curling in an almost imperceptible smirk tinged with a hint of cold self-mockery. Fortunately, past battles had never truly put this thing into use, otherwise it would not have been fighting the enemy, but rather seeking its own demise. He then directly covered it with magnetic chakra. Accompanied by the sound of metal distorting, the iron tortoise was forcibly decomposed and stripped by an invisible force, ultimately turning into a small pile of relatively pure metal particles, blending with the nearby iron sand, indistinguishable from one another. With this, he completely bid farewell to his immature past. Qianshi sat in front of the experimental table, spreading out a blank scroll, and began to conceive a truly practical design for a battle armor. In terms of attack, there were the thunderclap stealth and five-finger line, providing sufficient ranged firepower. Defense, mobility, and the energy system were the core challenges. How to significantly reduce weight while ensuring sufficient defense. How to design efficient joints and transmission structures that do not hinder, but even enhance flexibility. The most critical issue was energy. Chakra consumption was continuous, and although the storage of Ein sealing was abundant as a backup, it could not serve as a sustainable energy source for the battle armor. There must be a core capable of providing continuous energy. Qianshi pondered deeply for a long time, pushing the knowledge of puppet techniques he had exchanged to the extreme, even combining some characteristics of magnetic manipulation, yet the bottleneck remained solid. The existing puppet technology of the sand-hidden village seemed to have reached its limit, unable to provide breakthrough solutions. The materials available, whether metal or wood, struggled to balance strength and lightweight. He frowned tightly, wondering if he really had to abandon the idea of developing battle armor and focus on enhancing his own body and existing techniques. He was reluctant. The comprehensive enhancement brought by a powerful exterior equipment was undeniably evident. At that moment, a nearly forgotten memory from his past life quietly surfaced in his mind. It was a remote small country called the Land of Ghosts and a terrifying existence known as the Wraith. The memory was hazy, but several keywords stood out distinctly: the undying puppet army, unknown energy drives, and otherworldly monsters. How did the Wraith's puppet army operate? What kind of materials could withstand that seemingly eternal motion? What was the principle behind the energy core that drove them? This system, completely different from conventional ninjutsu and puppet techniques, involved the existence of mysterious energies and unknown materials cutting through the fog of thought like a lightning strike. Structure. Core drive. Qianshi murmured to himself. His thoughts instantly opened up. The Land of Ghosts Wraiths. There might be keys to breaking the current technological bottleneck there. Going to investigate, although the risks were unknown, was undoubtedly a path worth trying compared to wasting time in the sand-hidden village. He quickly picked up a pen and wrote down several keywords in the blank space of the experimental log scroll: Land of Ghosts Wraiths, energy, core, exotic materials. The silence of the underground laboratory was broken by the soft sound of the scroll being closed. After 2 months of digestion, the open treatise on puppet techniques had transformed into the clearest blueprint in Qianshi's mind. The functional zones of the laboratory were complete with an array of tools at hand, yet the perfection of theory only highlighted the sharpness of practical bottlenecks. The core of the battle armor, the energy circuit, and the materials remained stuck on the fundamental issues. The Wraiths of the Ghost Country were like the only light in the darkness, drawing Qianshi closer. The task center remained as noisy as ever. Qianshi's gaze swept over the long lists of B and C level missions, escorting merchant caravans, eliminating bandit threats. For him, this was no longer a trial but a pure waste of time. A thought quietly emerged in Qianshi's mind. Since he had mastered the technique of line clones and the old version of spirit summoning, why should he bind himself to these trivial matters? After returning to the underground laboratory, this idea became concrete. He assessed a typical level long-distance escort mission, which would take 2 months with rewards that were negligible and a threat level at most that of a mid-level ninja. A slightly stronger line clone would suffice. But the cost was it required a large amount of chakra to maintain the long-term activity and combat power of the line clone. Without hesitation, he sank his mind into his body, as if opening the gate of a vault, sequentially activating the 2 sealing nodes in the Yin sealing Calm Breath and Crimson Lotus. Boom! A surge of chakra burst forth from the Yin sealing like a dam, breaking instantly, filling every meridian in his body. Qianshi's 10 fingers blurred into afterimages as 5 cutting lines surged from his fingertips, wildly intertwining, wrapping, and weaving in the air. It wasn't until the reserves in the 2 nodes were completely exhausted that a physical entity indistinguishable from his original self finally solidified. The line clone opened its eyes. It exuded an inhuman cold indifference. It slightly moved its fingers, adapting to this body intricately composed of chakra lines. Go execute the task. Remember to choose missions that take a long time and have low difficulty. Qianshi's original body reminded again. The line clone nodded without a word, directly turning and walking along the passage toward the surface, heading straight for the task center. As the line clone disappeared at the end of the passage, Qianshi's gaze shifted to the shadows of the laboratory. It was time to act. The night became the best cover, and Sunagakure gradually quieted down. Qianshi's figure silently glided over the rooftops, avoiding the sparse patrols, easily slipping out of the village. Confirming safety, he swiftly unsealed the Thunderwalker from the scroll. The magnetic chakra lifted the puppet cluster, merging its figure with the night sky, rapidly flying toward the oasis exchange within the Land of Wind. Perspective of the line clone inside the task center. The line clone submitted the task certificate. The registering mid-level ninja performed their routine and stamped it, unaware of the true nature of this ninja from the same village. The meeting with the merchant caravan was equally straightforward. The wealthy merchant, a somewhat timid middle-aged man, glanced at Qianshi's the clone's youthful appearance with a hint of doubt, but dared not ask further. The convoy set out slowly, heading toward the Land of Frost along the established trade route. The journey was as dull and lengthy as anticipated, but not without its ripples. On the 7th day, a group of desperate commoners surged from behind the sand dunes, their rusted blades reflecting a chilling light under the blazing sun. The merchant caravan stirred. The line clone didn't even change its stance, it simply raised a hand, flicking its fingertips. Swoosh! Several nearly transparent strands of wind flashed by. The foremost desperate thieves suddenly froze, and then their necks sprayed blood mist as they fell silent. The remaining bandits stopped in terror, watching the lion clones in different gaze, and fled in panic, not getting far before they were severed in two. On the 23rd day, a few starving sand wolves pounced on the pack animals. The lion clone's gaze shifted slightly, and its fingertips flicked again. The wolves, still in midair, instantly turned into bloody remnants with blood splattering on the sand like blooming blood plum blossoms. Throughout the journey, the lion clone remained silent. After neutralizing the threats, it returned silently to the side of the caravan, as if it were a machine with a predetermined program. The eyes of the caravan members shifted from initial doubt to an indescribable fear. A month later, the convoy safely arrived at the border town of the Land of Frost, the town on the border of the Land of Frost in sight. Mission accomplished. The lion clone did not return to Sunagakure to submit the task certificate. It took the document and walked into the forest outside the town devoid of people. With both hands quickly forming seals, it left a complex binding technique of the summoning art on the certificate. Subsequently, it buried it deep beneath a large tree. Having completed all this, the lion clone stood in place as its body began to blur. The cutting lines that made up its body began to emit faint sounds of disintegration, and the light gradually dimmed. Bang! With a soft sound, it transformed into the purest chakra, and a complete segment of memory information completely dissipating into the air. As Qianshi flew in the unfamiliar mountain range, his figure suddenly halted. In his mind, the experiences of the lion clone over the past month surged in like a tide: the monotonous journey, sporadic battles, the scene of burying the certificate at the border of the Land of Frost. Information received, he immediately dove downward, landing on a desolate mountaintop. Qianshi sat cross-legged, sinking his mind into the ceiling, preparing to summon the certificate that lay thousands of miles away. He focused his thoughts on the nodes of overbearing and meteor, drawing upon a vast amount of chakra operating along a complex trajectory and concentrating on that distant coordinate. Summoning technique. At the moment his hand pressed to the ground, Qianshi's face suddenly turned pale. It felt as if his body had been instantly drained, with nearly half of the chakra reserves in the two seals vanishing in an instant. The emptiness brought by the terrifying consumption made his meridians faintly ache, and a strong sense of dizziness nearly caused him to topple over. The technique's smoke billowed. In the clearing ahead, the space twisted, and the curled certificate, along with some of the cold soil from the Land of Frost, appeared out of thin air. Qianshi gasped as he picked up the certificate, feeling the sudden drop in his chakra reserves. The old version of the summoning technique disregarded distance, and the cost was indeed staggering. Just summoning a piece of paper consumed a quarter of the reserves from the ceiling. He forcibly suppressed the slight dizziness caused by the violent chakra depletion, stowed away the certificate, and looked northward. According to the map purchased from the exchange, the ghost country was already not far away. Qianshi took a deep breath of the humid air and once again used magnetic release to control the floating cannon cluster. His figure instantly soared into the air, crossing several ridges and disappearing into the territory of the ghost country. The damp, cold air of the Land of Spirits seemed to seep into the very marrow. Qianshi had been hiding in a cave at the border, spending several days in quiet meditation. He had fully recovered from the minor injuries caused by the use of the old spirit summoning technique. His condition was back to its peak. He stepped out of the cave, standing atop a mountain shrouded in mist. With his eyes closed, he focused his mind, channeling the perception of the magnetic tiger's free technique to its utmost limit. His awareness spread outwards from his center like an invisible radar, sweeping through mountains, canyons, and the scattered villages. The focus of his perception was not on life chakras, but instead on searching for those abnormal, densely concentrated chakra points that were filled with negative energy or clashed with the natural environment. After days of sleepless selection and exclusion, his perception finally locked onto a hidden valley deep within the mountains. The chakra response there was unusually heavy and immense, carrying a blend of decay and brutality. More crucially, the guarding forces were relatively sparse, consisting only of ordinary presences resembling local warriors or low-level ninjas patrolling at the valley's entrance and periphery without sensing the powerful chakra source. This was as expected. The body of the wraith was sealed in the swamp country, and the soul seals in this place were primarily maintained by the priestess seals, so the conventional guarding strength wouldn't be too strong. The time had come. Qianshi quietly approached the valley, stopping beneath a sheer cliff just outside the entrance. Confirming that no one was around, Qianshi placed his hands on the cold, damp rock wall, allowing the magnetic tiger's free technique to slowly emanate, precisely sensing every crack and structure within the rock layers. Then the rocks in front of him seemed to transform into a viscous liquid, silently parting under the control of magnetic escape, revealing a narrow passageway leading straight down. Qianshi jumped into it, and the rocks above slowly closed, erasing all traces of the entrance. Deep underground, dozens of meters down, he proceeded straight towards the source of the unusual chakra in the valley's center. He perfectly bypassed all visible and hidden sentries on the surface. Ultimately, he broke through a thin layer of rock and glided into an unimaginably vast underground space. Before him opened a breathtaking scene. This was a forgotten underground palace, its domes soaring into the darkness large enough to accommodate a small town. The entire space was filled with a sinister blue glow emanating from the depths of the soul. The source of the glow was 5 massive stone pillars in the center of the cave, engraved with ancient runes surrounding a battered stone door that seemed to connect to the abyss. The air was thick with palpable negative energy, oppressive enough to make one gasp for breath, and faintly one could hear countless chaotic and tempting whispers. In a broader area, countless large oval stone pods were densely arranged, resembling the enormous eggs of some ancient creature, silent, yet maintaining a bizarre energy connection to the central seal. Qianshi held his breath, drawing his own presence to an extreme low. His target was not the dangerous seal at the center, but these peripheral stone eggs. He quietly moved to the edge, selecting several isolated stone pots. With a light press of his hands, a powerful force of magnetic escape erupted. Crack, rumble. The hard stone shell shattered, revealing the puppets inside. He quickly retrieved the sealing scroll, his hands turning into fleeting shadows as he swiftly sealed dozens of puppets within. The entire process was clean and efficient, without a hint of hesitation. With the collection complete and all traces quickly cleared, Qianshi felt no attachment and turned to prepare for his exit along the original path. Just then, the scent of magnetic escape. Kid, you are a ninja from Sunagakure, aren't you? A voice that did not enter through the ears, but rather crashed directly into his mental space. It was ancient, hoarse, and carried a primal echo, arrogant and malicious, as if looking down on all beings. Qianshi did not stop his steps, seemingly not hearing, and continued towards the cave entrance. Stop. The voice grew slightly angry. Go to the swamp country, find my sealed body, and bring it here. Once I am restored, I will grant you the power to dominate this realm. Isn't that better than being a pitiful ant digging around? Qianshi could not be bothered with its nonsense, continuing towards the entrance he had used to infiltrate. However, the voice sounded again, rage suddenly vanishing, replaced by a cold, all-seeing calm weight. The wraith's voice carried an unprecedented suspicion and greed. Why is your soul so clean? No, not clean, but hollow. Beings of the ninja world all have their source marks like drops of water originating from the ocean. But you, where is your source? I cannot sense your connection to this realm. The voice shifted from doubt to a joy of discovering a kindred spirit. Could it be? You also come from beyond, a soulless wanderer. Don't you want to go home? We are both visitors from another realm, natural allies. Cooperate with me. In this world, there are few who know how to cross the barriers between realms. And they? The voice was filled with disdain and a hint of caution. Those lofty beings view all life as mere sustenance and will never help you. Only I can truly take you away from this world to other realms, you understand. The myriad realms are dazzlingly brilliant. As long as you cooperate with me, countless opportunities await you. Why confine yourself to this small farm? Qianshi's footsteps paused. In that moment, the air in the cave felt as though it had solidified. Even the eerie blue light of the seal flickered. The cold touch of the deepest secret brushed along his spine, rapidly spreading through his body. But the next second, this chill was forcibly suppressed by his stronger rationality. He did not turn around, merely tilting his head, a cold curve forming at the corner of his mouth in the shadows. Go home. Which home? Sunagakure. A lonely soul sealed for countless years now only spouts nonsense. Myriad realms. Farm. What the hell? I've never even heard of it. Have you been sealed too long, gone completely mad? Truly pathetic. I might come back someday to personally escort you out. You just continue to rant here. He threw the pressure back, his words laced with skepticism and mockery. After speaking, the cave fell into silence. Only the ubiquitous negative energy continued to whisper. Qianshi's mind operated at an unprecedented speed, analyzing the information contained in the wraith's previous words. Go home. That blue star destroyed by the annihilation cannon. This temptation is utterly meaningless, but the idea of venturing into the myriad realms for opportunities indeed piqued Qianshi's interest. But to cooperate with a malicious, otherworldly creature sealed for who knows how long. After a moment of now was absolutely not the time to confront the wraith. Rather than engage in so-called cooperation with such an otherworldly creature, he preferred to take it directly, as there were plenty of secret techniques in the ninja world capable of reading memories, whether from the spiritual perception techniques of various villages or ocular techniques like the Sharingan. Once he obtained those, the wraith's knowledge and memories would merely be his spoils. Having made up his mind, Qianshi ignored the wraith's words, turned around, and decisively used magnetic escape to part the passage, leaving without a second thought. Behind him, the wraith's voice, filled with temptation, and threat continued to echo in Qianqi's mind. You will return. When you see reality, when you have no way out, when you are discovered by the deities in the Pure Land, you will need my power. Haha. Qianshi rapidly ascended along the original route, returning to the surface rock wall. He carefully controlled the magnetic escape, thoroughly smoothing and compressing the entrance he had used to erase all traces of his visit. Having completed all of this, he summoned the thunder-roaring stealth puppet swarm. Qianqi's figure soared into the sky, racing towards the direction of Shine. On the way back to Shine Village, the words of the Wraith echoed in Qianqi's mind like a cold, venomous snake. Not of this world. Even such an ancient, sealed, otherworldly creature could perceive the anomaly in his soul. Then what about those truly standing at the pinnacle of this world? The Six Paths Immortal, the Grim Reaper, or those beings from the outer realm, the Otsutsuki clan? Could they also see through his essence with just a glance? Originally, Qianshi just wanted to survive in this cruel world, to grow stronger and master his own fate. But now the level of threat had suddenly escalated, directly touching upon the very foundation of Qianqi's existence. If the identity of the traveler were to be exposed, what awaited him would not be mere death, but an unimaginable ending. Acquiring methods from the Wraith on how to traverse the barriers between worlds had now become an absolute necessity. But collaborating with such an otherworldly creature, it would be far more practical to crush the opponent with absolute strength. Otherwise, negotiating without a solid foundation of strength would be like seeking to skin a tiger, a path to self-destruction in Qianqi's eyes. However, he could no longer rely on the perception secret technique within Shine Village. If the second-generation Wind Shadow Shaman were still alive, there might be a chance to obtain assistance. Now, with the third-generation Wind Shadow Shikasa's attitude towards him being completely cold, he could only seek help from outside. Nevertheless, the current focus must first be on the battle armor. The development of the battle armor must be expedited. Landing in front of the gates of Shine Village, Qianshi quickly stowed the floating artillery back into the scroll. Upon arriving at the task center, he submitted his report just before the deadline. The Chunin responsible for registration glanced at the weary and indifferent Qianshi, said nothing more, and completed the formalities as a matter of routine. Qianshi took his reward and left, directly returning to the stone house. The stone house remained empty as it was when he left. Locking the door behind him, he immediately formed a hand seal to create a shadow clone. The shadow clone sat on the bed feigning rest, while Qianqi's main body swiftly entered the laboratory 100 meters below. The bright lights dispelled the darkness of the underground. Qianshi, neglecting rest, immediately took out the greatest gain from this trip to the land of ghosts, a puppet from the dozens of sealed wraith puppets, placing it on the experimental table. These puppets appeared crude, primarily constructed from a certain hard stone, and their joints seemed rather clunky. Physically, they were even inferior to the iron tortoise he crafted himself. However, when he probed deeper into their interiors, the peculiarities began to reveal themselves. These stone puppets did not possess traditional structures, but rather a special energy circuit deeply etched within the stone. This energy circuit seemed capable of absorbing, solidifying, and operating some form of energy, thus granting these inanimate objects the ability to move and fight. Their power did not stem from the materials themselves, but from this unique application of energy, transforming ordinary stones into formidable weapons of war. Qianqi's fingers traced over the faintly glowing peculiar patterns inside one of the puppets, and a flash of inspiration struck his mind. If this principle could be applied to the battle armor, would it mean a significant reduction in dependence on metal materials? Could he instead use lighter materials as a base, bestowing them with properties through the energy circuit? This idea spread through Qianqi's mind like a wildfire. In the following months, the underground laboratory became Qianqi's permanent base. His main body hardly stepped outside, fully immersed in the analysis, reproduction, and improvement of the energy circuits of the wraith puppets. Time and again he disassembled, mapped, and simulated, iterating countless sketches, corroborating and merging this peculiar energy circuit with the puppet techniques and sealing techniques he had mastered. Meanwhile, the shadow clone efficiently shuttled back and forth between the task center, accepting and completing those time-consuming yet low-risk sea or level missions. Escort missions, exterminations, reconnaissance. The actions of the shadow clone were efficient and swift, perfectly maintaining Qianqi's ninja identity, procuring a wealth of precious time and resources for the research of the main body deep underground. Months flew by in the frenzied research. As the winds of the ninja world began to carry a hint of chill marking the arrival of September, the research on the energy circuits of the wraith puppets finally reached a critical juncture. Under the lights of the underground laboratory, Qianshi gazed at the last piece of disassembled wraith puppet remains on the experimental table. Months of research had allowed him to fundamentally grasp the principle of utilizing energy circuits to drive ordinary materials. Qianqi's gaze shifted to the design plans nearby. The blueprint for the new battle armor had completely overturned past concepts. The framework would utilize lightweight alloys and a minimal amount of chakra metal, with the key focus no longer on physical thickness, but on covering the entire armor with energy circuits improved based on Wraith technology. This layer of energy circuit would connect to the Greer stone embedded in the chest, converting the energy within the Greer stone into stable power. On the ground, the Shadow clone returned from the task center, once more handing back a simple level patrol task receipt. Maintaining a minimal level of activity, it functioned like an inconspicuous cog, silently rotating within the machinery of Shine Village. Collecting all the remains of the Wraith puppets, Qianshi picked up the piece of chakra-conducting metal that shimmered faintly and unfurled a data scroll marked with the energy output parameters of the Greer stone. The next step was to begin the actual production of the core components of the battle armor and test their compatibility with the Greer stone. A Shadow clone silently dissipated, bringing back the last batch of Greer ores. Meanwhile, the funds accumulated from several level missions had nearly run out, alongside a large amount of chakra metal purchased from the exchange. Everything is in place. It's time to begin manufacturing. Qianshi stood before the assembly table. The design was already ingrained in his mind, and the new armor had undergone significant optimization and redesign. The manufacturing process required ultimate control over magnetic chakra. Qianshi pressed his hands forward, guiding the formless magnetic force to manipulate the molten metal, which flowed, filled, and cooled into shape according to the complex structure outlined in the blueprint. Every curve, every seam, and the intricately woven energy network were flawlessly executed. The chakra metal was crushed into fine particles by the magnetic force embedded into predetermined nodes, becoming the cornerstone of the energy circuit. The entire process lasted several days, with only the faint sounds of the metal being crushed and the subtle hum of chakra flowing in the laboratory. When the last component was assembled, a suit of armor embodying streamlined mechanical aesthetics stood silently on a custom stand. The metal body appeared in an unpainted gray-white hue, slightly cold to the touch, yet every curve in its structure exuded an artistic aura. At the center of the chest, a circular energy constrainer was already in place, embedded with a Greer crystal that had been repeatedly refined and cut into multiple facets. Though not yet activated, it faintly emanated a subdued blue-green glow, which was the core of the armor's power. This armor, named MKI, had its specific configurations clearly established in Qianshi's mind. Base performance enhancement: once the energy circuits within the armor connected with the wearer's primary chakra points, they could effectively amplify chakra output efficiency, significantly enhancing the user's muscular strength and neural reaction speed. Based on the peak state after activating the first 4 tiers of the 9 connections extreme method, the enhancement limit is estimated to be around 40%. This would directly translate to more ferocious physical striking power and swifter speed. Comprehensive defensive capability: the lightweight alloy used in the main body has been specially treated, balancing hardness and toughness. Combined with the internal energy circuit that instantaneously consumes the user's chakra to absorb impacts, it is sufficient to disregard ordinary shuriken and kunai slashes, and can effectively resist conventional clevel fire and wind techniques. However, it cannot withstand cutting line damage and must rely on mobility to avoid high-level techniques. Integrated close combat weaponry: hidden within the forearm armor are 2 retractable arm blades forged from chakra metal fragments. Activated by a chakra trigger, the blades can instantly spring forth, gleaming with a chilling light. The blades themselves are extraordinarily sharp and can perfectly conduct wind attribute chakra, causing the edges to vibrate at high frequencies, far exceeding the cutting capabilities of ordinary ninja swords. Long-range energy weapon system: this is the core of the MKI's offensive capability. The energy from the Greer crystal is directed through energy circuits to the launch ports in the palms. It can release 2 modes: one is a shockwave formed from highly compressed air, and the other is a beam of lightning. The base power is approximately equivalent to that of a wind blade. When the user infuses their chakra to enhance it, the power can stably rise to the level of a non-attribute cutting line. If they expend energy for maximum output, the peak power can temporarily reach the level of a spiraling sphere. The advantage of this system lies in its extremely low chakra consumption from the user, primarily relying on the Greer crystal itself. However, after firing continuously 5 to 6 times, the energy circuit would accumulate a significant amount of heat, requiring intermittent cooling. Forcibly exceeding limits for continuous firing risks damaging the crystal itself and the internal energy circuit. Modular wear and magnetic maneuverability: the armor adopts a modular design, allowing each component to function independently. With its own magnetic force, all components can be donned in a very short time. Similarly, utilizing magnetic chakra, the armor can achieve stable flight and high-speed maneuvers, completely eliminating the disadvantage of needing to rely on floating cannons for every flight. Qianshi examined this crystallization of all current technology knowledge and resources. However, the parameters and theoretical deductions on the blueprint are ultimately abstract. Hitting fixed targets in the training ground is meaningless. The true performance data must be obtained in combat environments that closely resemble reality, facing real enemies. Leaving the underground laboratory, Qianshi's figure merged into the deepening twilight of Sunagakure. The mission center was about to close, but personnel were still on duty inside. Qianshi quickly scanned the mission board and soon locked onto a suitable target-level extermination mission. The target is a former Sunagakure Jonin, formerly codenamed Scorpion, and his 3 renegade Chunin. During the First Shinobi World War, he betrayed his comrades, and while leading a team on a mission to seize a stronghold, abandoned the mission and fled the battlefield after losing an arm in combat, resulting in the deaths of several companions. Since the war, he has been on the run and has recently shown signs of activity within the Land of Rivers. Mission nature: special approval, level high risk, recommended for squad acquisition. A rogue ninja possessing the strength and combat experience of a Jonin is certainly no ordinary foe. His companions are likely no less formidable. The mission site is in the Land of Rivers with complex terrain suitable for testing the armor's adaptability in different environments. The mission objective is extermination, thorough enough to serve as a test for the MKI's performance. Qianshi did not hesitate and directly accepted the task. He quickly completed the acceptance procedures, ignoring the routine inquiry of whether a partner was needed, and turned to leave. Back in the underground laboratory, he began the final preparations. He applied a special pure black coating to every component of the MKI, minimizing reflections and enhancing its concealment in nighttime and complex environments. Then he sealed all the components into a specially made scroll, taking the scroll containing the MKI armor along with the necessary supplies. His gaze fell once again on the task scroll, the image of the Sand Scorpion, and a rough map of the river country etched in his mind. Everything was ready. Qianshi swiftly left the sand-hidden village, heading with clear direction towards the river country. After leaving the confines of the sand-hidden village and entering the desolate Gobi, he sought a concealed spot behind a sand dune. He unrolled the scroll and laid it flat on the ground. With hands forming seals, chakra surged forth. Release. A light puff of smoke dispersed, revealing the complete set of black MKI armor components arranged neatly on the ground. He quickly donned the armor, using magnetic ninjutsu. The components flew accurately to their corresponding positions on his body. An unprecedented sensation enveloped Qianshi. With a slight movement of thought, boom, Qianshi's figure burst forth, breaking through the sand dune's cover and shooting straight into the sky. The airflow rushed past the surface of the armor, producing a whistling sound as it turned, climbed, and dove. Each movement was executed with precision, as if the armor had become an extension of his body. A near absolute sense of freedom and control surged from Qianshi's heart. This flying experience was far beyond the feeling of using a puppet as a means of transportation. He adjusted his direction towards the river country, pushing the thrust to its limit. The armor transformed into a black meteor streaking across the sky at full speed. In just a day and a half, the lush landscape of the river country replaced the yellow sands of the Gobi below. According to the last intelligence on the task scroll, the target was hiding in a village near the border of the fire country. Qianshi lowered his altitude, hovering above the village at a sufficient height in the clouds, the magnetic tiger technique silently enveloping downwards. In his perception, most of the villagers in the village had weak life forces and ordinary chakra responses. However, at the edge of the village, in a more luxurious courtyard, gathered several distinctly different chakra sources, for in total, one chakra source was significantly stronger than the other 3, matching the description of a Jonin. The other 3 were more chaotic, likely the result of rogue Chunin. There were no ordinary people's auras in the courtyard. Qianshi suppressed the urge to act immediately and continued to hover at high altitude. He took out the sealing scroll, and with a fluctuation in the space beside him, 50 floating cannons were unsealed and summoned, spreading out in the surrounding airspace, entering standby mode. Time passed while waiting. As the sun set in the west, the night completely enveloped the earth, and the village's lights gradually extinguished, leaving only a few light sources still glowing in the target's courtyard. In Qianshi's perception, the 4 chakra responses in the courtyard had not moved. It was time. He formed seals with his hands in front of him, quickly weaving chakra, and a shadow clone that looked exactly like his original form appeared beside the floating cannon. No need for communication. The intentions were already clear. The shadow clone was responsible for dealing with the 3 rogue Chunin, while the original tested the armor's performance. Qianshi's figure swiftly dove down, silently landing in the center of the courtyard. At the moment of landing, the shadow clone had already transformed into a black shadow, pouncing towards the positions of the 3 rogue Chunin, while Qianshi approached the main house. The sound of the armor's metal boots striking the bluestone slabs was particularly resonant in the silent night. The door to the main house was suddenly yanked open, and a middle-aged man with a grim expression dressed in a kimono rushed out, It was the target Sand Scorpion. He first glanced suspiciously at the sounds of fighting and screams coming from the side, then his gaze locked onto the black armor in the center of the courtyard, which was completely out of place with the current style of puppets in the ninja world. A puppet? A hint of disdain flashed in Sand Scorpion's eyes. Playing tricks. He clearly mistook the shadow clone for the original and misjudged Qianshi, who was wearing the MKII, as a puppet under control. With his hands quickly forming seals, he shouted, "Wind release wind cutter." Several wind blades shot swiftly towards the armor. Qianshi did not dodge or evade, stepping forward against the wind blades. The wind blades struck against the chest and arm armor, all being blocked by the armor without leaving a single scratch, dissipating completely. Sand Scorpion's pupils contracted, clearly not expecting the defense of this puppet to be so formidable. Immediately changing tactics, he drew out a kunai, attempting to directly confront Qianshi's original. However, the moment he lifted his leg to move, the MKI's speed suddenly surged, launching a straightforward punch. Bang! Sand Scorpion did not have time to use the body flicker technique to evade and could only block with his kunai, but an overwhelming force surged through his arm, causing his blood to surge and forcing him to stagger back. What immense strength! What kind of puppet is this? The initial testing showed that the fundamental strength, speed, and defense all met expectations. Qianshi began the next phase of the long-range test. He raised his right arm palm, facing the menacing Sand Scorpion. The core of Greel in his chest flickered with a ghostly light. A hum resonated. An invisible shockwave tore through the air, striking the Sand Scorpion almost instantly. The Sand Scorpion instinctively rolled aside, narrowly avoiding the air cannon that exploded into a large hole in the courtyard wall behind him, the flying debris causing him pain. So fast. Sweat poured down the Sand Scorpion's forehead. This speed far exceeded that of traditional ninja techniques. Before the thought could settle, Qianshi's left palm was already there, this time emitting blinding lightning. Boom. The lightning erupted into a charred pit on the ground, with a scorching wave of air filled with dust rushing towards him. The Sand Scorpion could only roll and jump, barely managing to evade thanks to his familiarity with the courtyard's terrain, but he had completely fallen into a passive position. The data collection for long-range attacks has reached the standard. Then overload mode. A thought flickered in Qianshi's mind as a node of the Dark Seal quietly activated. A large amount of chakra surged into the core's energy circuit. The lightning in his palm suddenly blazed fiercely. A destructive lightning spear as thick as a child's arm roared forth, followed closely by the second and third. In an instant, the courtyard transformed into a hell of thunderstorms. The rockery and pillars shattered amid the thunderous roars, and the ground was littered with charred pits. The Sand Scorpion, filled with dread, activated his body flicker technique to its maximum speed, his figure flashing wildly in the gaps of the lightning. The 10th bolt of lightning nearly licked at his back, and the shadow of death completely enveloped him. Qianshi sensed that the Greel core had reached its current limit, and continuing further could risk damage, so he halted the long-range test. He thrust his arms outward, and with a clang the chakra metal arm blade snapped out. Wind attribute chakra rapidly adhered, forming a high-frequency, vibrating energy blade. At the same time, the fourfold activation of the 9 threads extreme law ignited within him. Calm breath, Scarlet Lotus, mighty arm meteor. The energy of the Dark Seal simultaneously infused into the armor amplification system, stacking with the activation effects. Boom. It seemed to break the sound barrier. The figure of MKII blurred and vanished from its original position. In the Sand Scorpion's vision, he only saw a deadly black line rushing toward him. He instinctively raised a kunai to block. Clang. The arm blade, enhanced with wind blades, sliced through the kunai as if it were butter. The momentum of the blade continued unabated, tearing a deep wound visible to the bone across his chest, blood splattering. How is this possible? The Sand Scorpion's horror froze on his face as the opponent's speed and strength completely exceeded his understanding. He fumbled to perform hand signs, but the second and third slashes descended like a tempest. It was a battle mode of absolute speed, one he could not contend with at all. In just 3 or 4 exchanges, all of the Sand Scorpion's struggles were ruthlessly crushed. A sharp flash of blade light passed by, freezing his movements. A thin line of blood appeared at his neck, and then his head tilted, his heavy body collapsing to the ground. The battle was over. The shadow clone had already quieted down, and the 3 rogue ninjas lay in a pool of blood. Qianshi deactivated the activation, feeling the slightly dim glow of the Greel core and the depletion of chakra in his body. The shadow clone began skillfully cleaning the battlefield, collecting valuable items and handling the corpses. Qianshi stood in place, quickly recording every piece of data from the recent battle. Enhancements in strength and speed, energy, weapon consumption, and overload losses, defense tolerance. Clearly noted down. All clearly recorded in the scroll in his hand. In the night, the courtyard lay in ruins, with only a faint scent of blood lingering. After finishing the battlefield, the shadow clone sealed away the corpses of the rogue ninjas in the scroll. Qianshi deactivated the clone, and after the memories returned, he confirmed that no valuable items had been overlooked. With magnetic release fully activated, he instantly vanished from the spot, rapidly heading toward the land of wind. However, due to completing the mission too swiftly, far below the estimated duration, and revealing the armor provided no benefit to him, Qianshi landed in a gully about 10 kilometers from Sunagakure. He removed his armor and resealed each component after a thorough inspection. Then he found a wind-sheltered cave, quietly waiting for several days, while estimating the approximate time required to complete such tasks normally. A few days later, he returned to Sunagakure. He went to the mission center to submit the mission certificate. The chunin responsible for registration showed a flicker of surprise, but did not ask further, simply processing the payment as per procedure. Upon returning to the stone house, he created a shadow clone. Qianshi walked straight into the underground laboratory and slowly unfolded the scroll containing the MKI battle data. The underground laboratory was brightly lit. The MKI battle armor was secured on a stand resembling a slumbering black statue. The traces of battle were minimal, several white scars cut by the wind on the chest plate and dried sand in the joint crevices of the feet. A faint chakra gathered at Qianshi's fingertips, gently brushing over every inch of the armor. His perception seeped into the internal energy circuits, checking the stable pulsations of the Greer core after the battle. A specialized tool emitted faint clicking sounds at the joints, eliminating invisible wear. This was a necessary task. As maintenance continued, the wear of the battle armor flowed into his mind like a stream, the perfect transmission of power during arm blade swings, the slight tremors of the core in overload mode. All data pointed to one conclusion: MKI, this labor of love, was a success. However, the joy of success was like a stone thrown into a deep pool, stirring only a ripple before sinking rapidly. Yet the whispers of the specter and the chilling sensation of being seen through lingered like a sword suspended above his head. The advancements in technology did not bring much sense of security. In his memories, the specter's corporeal form, containing even greater power, was sealed within a volcano in the land of Marsh. To obtain leverage against, or even utilize the specter, probing the seal of its corporeal form was an inevitable step. There may lie hidden information about the mysteries of the soul and energies from other realms. But the continuous research, creation, and battles kept his mind in a state of high tension. This was not the best time to immediately set off for the unknown perilous land. To obtain leverage against, or even utilize the specter, probing the seal of its corporeal form was an inevitable step. There may lie hidden information about the mysteries. The training ground became the main activity area. Extreme physical training repeatedly hammered at the body, squeezing out every ounce of potential, while the glow of medical ninjutsu that followed repaired and enhanced it. For Qianshi, the so-called rest was much easier than creating battle armor. One afternoon, after completing a round of high-intensity resistance training, Qianshi felt sore all over, but his spirit was clear, as if it had been purged. He did not immediately engage in the next training session, but rather unusually left the underground laboratory, walking through the stone house to the street outside. The village of Sunagakure was still shrouded in a grayish-yellow tone, but as the year drew to a close, the Wind City was bustling with more noise than usual. Qianshi wrapped himself in a plain gray cloak, blending into the sparse crowd. He had no clear destination, simply wandering aimlessly, his gaze sweeping across the makeshift stalls on either side. Most of the wares for sale were storable provisions, rough pottery, materials for repairing ninja tools, and various small trinkets scavenged from the desert or ruins, difficult to discern their authenticity. The villagers mostly bore expressions of fatigue and numbness, and the occasional haggling sounded weak and lifeless. The scars of war had not healed swiftly with the signing of a peace treaty. He stopped in front of a small stall wafting with the aroma of food. The stall owner was a silent old man roasting a type of pancake that Qianshi had eaten before. Qianshi ordered 2 pieces of pancake and a bowl of mildly salty broth made from desert plant roots. He sat on a low wooden bench in the corner, slowly eating. The pancake was fragrant and the broth was rather bland, but the hot food did indeed dispel some of the fatigue. The sounds of conversations around him, the cries of children, and the calls of vendors reached his ears, as if separated by an invisible membrane, making him feel out of place. After finishing, he dropped a few coins and got up to leave. His interest in wandering quickly waned, and the commotion of the market made Qianshi, accustomed to solitude, somewhat uncomfortable. Rather than wasting time here, it would be better to return and continue training or researching. This so-called relaxation felt more like a brief observation and detachment from normal life for him, rather than true enjoyment. As the hour hand pointed to the last second of the year, a tremor originating from the world's essence precisely struck his soul. Intelligence 2-3 available points 0 boom. As the hour hand pointed to the last second of the year, a tremor originating from the world's essence precisely struck his soul. Intelligence 2-3 available points 0 boom. In his perception, Qianshi opened his eyes. The increase in intelligence would directly assist in the upcoming actions in the Land of Marsh. The plan became instantly clear. He casually chose a clever patrol mission that took longer and deviated from the main conflict area. He created a shadow clone carrying a suitable amount of chakra, instructing it to head to the mission center to accept and execute the task, maintaining the activity of his ninja identity. Meanwhile, his main body unfolded the terrain map, marked with the location of the Land of Marsh. His gaze locked onto an area dense with marshes and thick forests. After confirming the readiness of MKII and the thunderous stalker, the supply check was complete. The shadow sliced through the heavy mist above the marsh country like a sharp sword, with the MKII armor blending seamlessly into the night. Qianshi, relying on memories from his past life, lowered his flight altitude repeatedly, his keen senses sweeping over the ominous land reeking of sulfur below, where the flesh of the wraith lay sealed beneath a certain volcano. Which volcano exactly? The memories could provide no further details. He could only resort to the most rudimentary and clumsy method, a carpet search. Magnetic Tiger's free technique. The perception spread like invisible ripples, scanning every inch of land within a kilometer radius with him as the center. The structure of the mountain scattered life responses, and especially any abnormal energy fluctuations, transformed into clear data streams, flooding his mind. Days of searching passed in repetition. Just as his patience was about to be worn thin by the monotonous scanning, a sensation emerged. It was exceedingly faint, cleverly concealed by thick rock layers and some sophisticated barrier, like a subtle undercurrent in the deep sea. It was a cold, obscure energy fluctuation, starkly different from the active geothermal energy surrounding it. Near the energy source, dozens of chakra responses were quietly lurking around the target. Found it. Qianshi descended silently like a ghost into the shadow of the cliff on the leeward side of the palm covered by the armor, gently pressed against the cold rock wall. Magnetic chakra, swiftly infiltrating, silently parting a narrow tunnel just wide enough for one person to pass. He quickly vanished into the darkness, the rock wall behind him slowly sealing up, leaving no trace. He navigated through the absolute darkness and silence, relying on the perception from the Magnetic Tiger's free technique. Eventually, the rock wall ahead became thin. Qianshi carefully peeled away the last layer of rock, and an enormous underground space suddenly appeared before him. In the center of the space was an immensely large circular stone disc carved with complex and unfamiliar runes, radiating a heart-stopping sealing power. The stone disc was tightly embedded in the ground, firmly sealing the cold and overwhelming energy source beneath it. Qianshi's perception scanned inch by inch over the massive stone disc and the entire cave. After confirming that no guards would enter this place in the short term, he fully concentrated his attention on the seal itself. The following half-month turned into a silent struggle against a millennium of wisdom. The Magnetic Tiger's free technique was compressed to its limit, meticulously scanning every scratch on the stone disc, analyzing the paths and nodes of energy flowing within. Thoughts raced with the aid of clarity, combining the sealing techniques learned before and his own understanding of energy forms, gradually dissecting and comprehending this immensely complex ancient seal. When the operation method of the last energy circuit became clear in his mind, the secret of the stone disc was no longer a mystery. He raised his hands, forming several complex hand seals. Chakra lines precisely probed several key nodes on the stone disc. It was not a forceful impact, but rather a subtle interference and guidance. Boom! A deep rumble emanated as if from the depths of the earth, and the massive stone disc slowly slid to one side, revealing the profound darkness below and the true form of that cold energy, a colossal purple-black monster. The twisted form, resembling a mountain of flesh, had dozens of tentacles covered in bizarre patterns, each ending in a fierce, tightly shut purple-black dragon's head. Its mere existence exuded a suffocating pressure and an eerie aura that did not belong to this world. Under the mask, Qianshi's brow furrowed tightly. Its size was far too great, exceeding the limits of any sealing scroll. The thought of attempting to divide it flashed briefly before being completely abandoned. Not to mention whether it could be easily destroyed, such an action would undoubtedly provoke the wraith's spirit far away in the land of ghosts. Should he conduct long-term research here? The shadow clones from Sunagakure couldn't sustain for too long. He needed to find something more central. He activated the Magnetic Tiger's free technique again, but this time the range of perception was drastically compressed, entirely focused on the wraith's flesh, yet with precision elevated to a microscopic level. The invisible perception field laboriously penetrated the purple-black skin, exploring the vast energy networks within like a sea of stars. A week passed in intense concentration. The internal structure of this flesh was far more complex than the previous wraith puppet. Just as he was about to give up and prepare to withdraw temporarily, the highly concentrated perception field captured an extremely discordant point while scanning the core of the flesh. The energy density there was astonishingly high, almost forming a substantial barrier, yet at the very center of this barrier was an exotic object with properties entirely different from the surrounding energy. Its mode of existence was peculiar, as if it were forcibly embedded into the critical node of the energy network. If not for compressing perception to the limit, it would have been utterly imperceptible. Qianshi held his breath, controlling a thread of magnetic chakra thinner than a strand of hair, like the most dexterous surgical scalpel, carefully navigating around the turbulent energy flows, gently wrapping the exotic object, and then extremely slowly peeling it away from the tightly woven energy structure. When that exotic object finally detached from the flesh and fell into his palm covered by armor, he finally saw its true form. A ring. The body of the ring was a warm green color of unknown material, with an ancient and mysterious serpent pattern carved on the face. It felt icy to the touch, yet strangely carried a hint of warmth entirely different from the pure cold and sinister aura of the wraith's flesh. What was this? The gaze beneath the mask was filled with scrutiny and confusion. The style of this object was completely out of place in the ninja world, and being so secretly hidden at the core of the wraith's power must be linked to a great secret. Time was pressing. He no longer hesitated and carefully stored the serpent ring. He swept his gaze one last time over the massive wraith flesh, rapidly forming hand seals, and according to the fully analyzed principle guided the chakra to slowly reposition the sliding stone disc. Boom. Ancient runes lit up one after another, and the powerful seal closed once more, completely locking that suffocating aura back into darkness. As the last rune's glow faded beneath the stone disc, Qianshi clenched the ring in his palm, his figure silently merging into the rock passage he had come from. The cave returned to dead silence once more, as if no one had ever set foot there. After several days of relentless flight, the familiar silhouette of Sunagakure finally emerged on the horizon, shrouded in swirling sands, while dusk had already stained the sky. Qianshi chose not to return to Sunagakure under the daylight, but instead descended behind a distant sand dune, patiently awaiting the cloak of night. With the keen perception granted by the Sihu's eye technique and the augmentation of his battle armor, his figure became an invisible gust in the darkness, deftly bypassing all sentries and patrol routes to silently return to the stone house. The entrance to the underground laboratory opened and swiftly closed again. Once in relative safety, he remotely dispelled the jutsu, sustaining the thread clone. In an instant, a flood of monotonous and trivial memory fragments surged into his mind. The tedious patrol routes, ritualized handovers, the coarse food at border outposts, and the endless vistas of wind and sand. These memories were rapidly filtered and archived by Qianshi. Aside from confirming the disguise's effectiveness, they held no significance. He formed seals, once more expending chakra to create a new thread clone. The clone received the supply scroll without expression and silently slipped away, merging back into the daily operations of Sunagakure. Only then did Qianshi truly relax. Yet he did not rest, solemnly retrieving the jade-green Ouroboros ring from his ninja tool pouch and placing it upon the cold metal surface of the experimental table. A steady stream of light flowed down, clearly illuminating every intricate detail of the ring. The ring's smooth jade-green band and the ancient mysterious serpent motif coiled in eternal embrace shimmered with a subtle halo under the light, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding instruments and scrolls, exuding an unmistakable aura of anomaly. He first conducted the previously unfinished spatial compatibility test. Extracting two sealing scrolls of differing quality, he attempted to forcibly insert the structurally stable superior scroll into the worn inferior scroll's spatial chamber. His fingertips distinctly sensed an intensifying invisible repulsive force. As he increased his strength, striving to surpass a critical threshold, bang! With a muffled crash, the two scrolls simultaneously twisted and deformed, their internal stable spatial structures collapsing instantly into a pile of scorched fragments, emitting a faint, burnt odor. The result confirmed spatial artifacts possess inherently incompatible properties. Could it be that this ring, which cannot be stored within a sealing scroll, inherently contains spatial attributes itself? Next came a series of systematic examinations. Qianshi's fingertips condensed a strand of pure chakra, cautiously attempting to infuse it into the ring. The chakra vanished like a drop into the ocean without stirring any response. The ring itself showed no change in energy reaction. Increasing the chakra output yielded the same result. Setting aside the chakra test, he proceeded to assess the ring's physical properties. Picking up a kunai, he exerted full force to scratch the ring, but failed to leave even the faintest white mark. Then, channeling wind nature chakra, he formed a cutting thread at his fingertips sharp enough to effortlessly sever steel and wrapped it around the ring. The thread instantly tensed, yet the chakra line slid aside, as if encountering some barrier, unable to apply any effective cutting force. He even attempted the popular method from his past life, known as blood recognition. A drop of fresh blood fell onto the ring's surface, pooling like raindrops on a lotus leaf, slowly sliding off, without leaving any trace. All conventional methods proved futile. Qianshi leaned against the laboratory bench, fingers tracing. A possibility surfaced in his mind. If this truly was a spatial ring or a higher-grade storage artifact, it was likely protected by the original owner's soul imprint or powerful energy. Until the original owner's death or soul dispersal, unless one possessed strength far surpassing the original to forcibly erase the imprint, it was utterly impossible to unlock. Thinking of the suffocatingly massive body sealed underneath and the ancient otherworldly demon soul behind it capable of piercing his deepest secrets, the chasm in power was as vast as an insurmountable abyss. The current disparity in strength was far from sufficient to forcibly open the ring, let alone venture into the ghost realm to engage in any form of negotiation or transaction with the specters. Such an act would be nothing less than courting death. The risk was too great and the reward unknown. He decisively categorized the ring as an unusable item for the time being. He directly wrapped the ring perfectly with iron sand, then solidified it with magnetic escape technique. Using summoning jutsu's binding formula, he etched a unique mark bound to his own chakra onto the iron sand layer before carefully placing the ring into his ninja tool pouch. Thus, even if it were lost inadvertently, as long as within a certain range, it could be summoned back through the matters related to the wraiths have been temporarily set aside as the risks do not justify the benefits. The priorities need to be readjusted. Qianshi's gaze shifted from the ninja tools pouch to the mountain of scroll racks piled up on one side of the laboratory. Ultimately, his eyes fell upon the scrolls documenting the principles of sealing techniques and his own notes on shadow sealing research. This attempt to decipher the ancient seals was not without its gains. Although he did not directly gain power, his understanding of sealing techniques and the energy circuits within wraiths indeed reached a new level. The intricate arrangements of energy nodes and the design of circulation paths might serve as references to optimize and enhance his shadow sealing, which was still in its initial stage. He approached the scroll rack, pulled out the scroll detailing the incomplete principles of the four-symbol seal, and spread it out on the experimental table. His fingertips traced the complex runes above as his mind began to compare and simulate. He contemplated how to transform the gains from this analysis of ancient sealing techniques into tangible enhancements in strength. The previous shadow seal resembled four isolated water reservoirs, ample in capacity yet inefficient in transportation. In contrast, the ancient seal showcased a complete and efficient energy circulation network. In the days that followed, the underground laboratory became a secluded research institute. Aside from the essential eating and extremely brief meditative breaks needed to sustain life, Qianshi devoted all his focus to the simulation and reconstruction of sealing techniques. His fingertips often shimmered with faint light, sketching complex and ephemeral models of techniques in the air for simulated construction. Failure was commonplace, and the occasional backlash of energy would send sharp needle-like pain through his meridians. 3 months slipped away quietly amidst countless frameworks, tests, collapses, and corrections. When time pointed to May of the 16th year in the ninja realm, the upgrade of the shadow seal was finally completed. He quietly sensed the 4 nodes within his body that had been thoroughly reconstructed. No longer isolated, they were now interconnected through newly built, more efficient energy pathways, forming an organic whole, the shadow seal network. The results were astonishing. The capacity limit of a single node had been forcibly increased from 20 times to 40 times its regular chakra amount. With 4 nodes combined, the total capacity reached a shocking 160 times. However, the joy was fleeting, quickly overshadowed by the heavy reality that followed. With a slight thought, he attempted to channel the surplus chakra he refined daily into the new nodes. The speed at which chakra flowed in was indeed faster than before. The nodes greedily absorbed energy like bottomless pits. However, their massive capacity also starkly reflected a terrifying reality. Should this total capacity of 160 times be completely drained, relying solely on his own tireless refining would require an entire month to replenish, not considering physical fatigue and recovery time. If calculated at a normal training pace, this time would likely stretch to over 2 months. And this was merely for the first 4 nodes. Thinking of the unopened 5th active node and subsequent nodes, which theoretically could hold up to 360 times, a strong sense of suffocation washed over him. The strategic value of the shadow seal was indisputable, but its slow-filling efficiency had become the greatest bottleneck, limiting his strength. I must seek an external source of chakra, he murmured to himself, his voice particularly clear in the silent laboratory. Relying entirely on his own refining was too inefficient and would waste a significant amount of time. Tailed beast chakra. The thought arose but was swiftly extinguished. The risk of such a force deeply intertwined with violent negative emotions that could even erode one's will and probe memories was too great to bear. Of course, if an opportunity arises in the future to siphon or filter its dissipated energy without direct contact, it could be considered, but not now. Qianshi sat before the experimental table pondering slowly. In the ninja realm, there were indeed several methods to absorb others' chakra. The Rinnegan was too advanced out of reach. Hozuki was a precious treasure of the Mist Village difficult to scheme for. Meitun seemed to have become a relatively realistic target. This bloodline limit could absorb opponents' ninjutsu and chakra for one's own use, perfectly aligning with the current needs. He seemed to recall seeing a related bounty notice on the reward board at the Oasis trading post. A rogue ninja from the Mist Village whose name seemed to be Kagyuki Mizukichi. Yes, that was the name. At the time, his attention was focused on selling iron sand and procuring supplies, so he merely glanced and did not commit it to memory. Looking back now, that bounty seemed quite substantial. After lying dormant in the underground laboratory for several months, although the memories brought back by his shadow clones every time they dissipated were there, they still felt distant. He did not rush into action. Instead, he first spent time mobilizing part of the chakra reserves within the nodes to create a shadow clone of significantly greater strength than usual, sending it to continue executing long-term low-risk tasks. His main body remained in the laboratory conducting final adjustments. He thoroughly checked the status of the MKI battle armor, replenished ninja tools, and took stock of supply scrolls. After completing all this, he quietly awaited the arrival of nightfall. The silence of the underground laboratory was shattered by faint sounds. Hours of deep meditation had dispelled the mental fatigue, and the outside world had been completely drenched in ink-like darkness. Qianshi stood up, stretching his limbs that had become slightly stiff from prolonged sitting. The components of the MKI armor levitated one by one under the magnetic chakra's pull, precisely adhering to the critical areas of his body, the streamlined black armor gleaming with a cold luster under the laboratory lights. Finally, he donned a large black cloak to slightly conceal the overly conspicuous outline of the armor. His figure merged into the thick night silently, leaving the village like a ghost, leaving the silhouette of the sand hidden behind as he plunged into the vast Gobi. In the following days, he maintained low-altitude flight, with the magnetic tiger's free-spirited technique continuously scanning the underground, sensing the mineral reactions deep below. Searching for mineral veins required patience. This process was significantly more efficient than the average ninja's mining. Ultimately, deep within a long-forgotten abandoned copper mine, he finally locked onto a target worth pursuing. The mineral vein was not buried deep and of decent quality. He pressed his hands against the mine wall. The magnetic chakra, like invisible tendrils, penetrated the rock layers, accurately locking onto the copper ore. Large chunks of rock were stripped away and crushed by an unseen force. The copper ore rapidly refined and condensed into relatively pure metallic dust. The entire process was accompanied only by the dull sounds of rock fracturing echoing in the mine. After spending most of the day, he estimated that around 20 tons of copper ore had been collected. 19 tons were pressed into a large scroll, while the remaining ton was stored separately for future needs. After completing the collection, he chose not to head to the Oasis to exchange for gold, but instead flew straight towards another underground gold exchange he remembered located near the border. Days later, the rudimentary outpost hidden in a valley appeared within Qianshi's perception. As he entered the hall clad in his black cloak, the previously noisy atmosphere instantly chilled. Numerous gazes swept over but quickly diverted upon encountering his cold demeanor and extraordinary attire. No one dared to approach, nor could anyone gaze for too long. He walked straight to the trading counter, placing the scroll on the table, his voice metallic through the faceplate delivery. Copper or 20 tons. The person in charge dared not delay, checked, and quoted the quality is good. The market price is 40,000 taels per ton, totaling 800,000 taels. Qianshi nodded slightly. The settlement was swift. A large bag of cash was pushed over. He accepted the money but did not leave, continuing in a flat tone, procure a batch of experimental equipment and chakra metal. He handed over a pre-prepared list. The person in charge of this gold exchange was a shrewd-looking middle-aged man. After glancing at the list, he put on a smile. The items you requested are quite rare regarding the price. After some haggling, this batch of supplies cost over 600,000 taels, instantly cutting the large sum he had just received by more than half. After completing the transaction, he finally mentioned the recent bounty orders. The person in charge hastily brought out a thick stack of bounty books. Qianshi flipped through them, his gaze quickly scanning the fierce or vague portraits. Most were C and B level low-tier targets with bounties ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. After browsing for a long time, his fingertip paused on a bounty notice with slightly different paper quality. A-class wanted notice, target Ghost Lantern Remnant Moon. Affiliation Kirigakure Defector. Gender male. Age 16. Features genius of the Ghost Lantern clan, white short hair, sharp teeth, dead fish eyes, proficient in water release, fire release, wind release, mastering secret techniques such as water transformation technique and bloodline limit nether release, carrying one of the 7 mist blades, the decapitation blade. Reason for defection: after the second generation Mizukage Ghost Lantern Jinjutsu died in battle for unknown reasons, he stole the decapitation blade and defected. Last known location within the borders of the Land of Waterfalls about a month ago. Bounty amount 25 million taels regardless of life or death. The decapitation blade is required as proof of task. His gaze lingered for a moment on nether release and that astonishing bounty amount. 25 million taels. The 20 tons of copper or he painstakingly collected only netted him 800,000, not even a fraction of this bounty. Although mining with magnetic escape was indeed labor-saving, the efficiency and profit were completely incomparable to hunting targets of this caliber. He suppressed his emotions and casually flipped through a few more pages, pulling out several other A-class bounty notices for rogue ninjas from the 4 major ninja villages, with bounties ranging from 10 million to 30 million. He collected these wanted notices as a simple cover. Without lingering, he turned and left the gold exchange. Upon reaching an open area outside, he confirmed that no one was around before removing and storing his black cloak. The MKI armor was fully exposed to the air. His form suddenly shot up, breaking through the clouds, transforming into an almost invisible black streak of light, heading towards the Land of Waterfalls. The ground rushed away beneath his feet. First, he swiftly passed over the eternally rainy Land of Rain, where thick clouds and heavy rain provided excellent cover. Then he flew over the gently rolling Land of Grass. He did not pause for a moment, maintaining maximum speed, crossing the borders and heading straight for the Land of Waterfalls, known for its steep mountains. After several days of high-speed flight, traversing the gloom of the rain country and the plains of the grass country, Qianshi finally arrived at the Land of Waterfalls, surrounded by towering waterfalls and steep mountains. The temperature at high altitudes noticeably dropped, and the air currents became increasingly chaotic. A thin layer of frost formed on the surface of the MKI armor, quickly melting away with the flow of chakra. During the flight, his mind kept replaying the intelligence regarding Akatsuki's remnant moon. A 16-year-old, a rank rogue ninja, a genius of the Hozuki clan, proficient in the 3 elemental ninjutsu of wind, fire, and water, with the most troublesome being the hydration technique and the underworld technique. The hydration technique is almost immune to conventional physical attacks, although lightning release is its nemesis. Ordinary lightning release can be devoured by his underworld technique, meaning conventional ninjutsu would have limited effects and might even become a source of replenishment for him. As for whether the second Tsuchikage's steam danger technique is within his grasp, it is unknown, otherwise the trouble would increase exponentially. If he successfully captures the target, then the subsequent handling would also pose a problem. He definitely cannot bring it back to the underground laboratory of Sunagakure. Perhaps a new laboratory can be established outside using magnet release. As for the choice of location, it is better to consider it after the capture. Next comes how to deal with Akatsuki. The key lies in speed and a decisive blow. I cannot give him the opportunity to continuously absorb with his underworld technique, and I must avoid being dragged into a war of attrition by the hydration technique. Qianshi calmly analyzed, unsure whether his underworld technique could absorb the energy of the Grail. Once Qianshi entered the Land of Waterfall, he immediately expanded the sensing range of the Magnet Tiger's free technique to the current limit, 3,000 meters in radius. A massive flow of information surged into his mind: the contours of mountains and rivers, the life force of animals in the forest, the faint chakra responses of civilians in scattered villages, and the stirring of underground rivers. Qianshi swiftly filtered through this chaotic information, searching only for targets with Jhana-level chakra fluctuations and special metallic reactions. He moved rapidly beneath the clouds, his sensing network sweeping across vast areas like a giant radar. Days passed, and the trace of Akatsuki's remnant moon remained elusive. However, during a routine scan over a hidden valley surrounded by a massive waterfall, the edge of his perception suddenly brushed against an indescribably vast source of energy. The chakra resembled a dormant volcano, vast and mighty. Just a slight touch at the edge of perception made him feel minuscule in an instant. 7 tails. A thought flashed through his mind. The tailed beast of Takigakure. Almost instinctively, the Magnet Tiger's free technique was abruptly retracted at the fastest speed, compressing all external sensing power to the extreme, tightly enveloping himself. At the same time, the energy fluctuations of the battle armor were reduced to a minimum, and the flight trajectory changed rapidly. Just as the Magnet Tiger's free technique retreated deep within the valley concealed by the waterfall, a massive consciousness composed of chakras stirred slightly. The 7-tailed Shomei opened its Rinnegan within its Jinchuriki's body, flashing a hint of confusion. It seemed that an extremely faint gaze had swept by, but it disappeared too quickly as if it were merely an illusion. It stirred restlessly, carefully sensing the surroundings, yet found nothing else, ultimately falling silent and returning to sleep. Though it was just a fleeting glimpse, the terrifying pressure and the near discovery were enough to make one's heart race. Qianshi flew several tens of kilometers at high speed. After confirming safety, he slightly slowed down. It seems that Takigakure is indeed behind that giant waterfall. I must avoid this area. Qianshi quickly adjusted the search route, marking that valley as a current forbidden zone. 2 more days passed, and as the search range gradually approached the desolate and rocky border of the land of Earth, the Magnet Tiger's free technique finally captured a hint of special chakra metallic fluctuations. Another cold, violent chakra response also appeared within Qianshi's sensing range. This chakra's quality and quantity far exceeded that of an ordinary jonin. Qianshi's perception locked onto a leeward rocky canyon below. A boy wearing a Mist Village jonin vest was resting against a giant rock. He had a head of white hair, his gaze vacant like a dead fish, and when he inadvertently grinned, a set of distinctive sharp shark teeth was revealed. That oversized beheading sword, taller than a person, was casually thrust into the ground beside him. It was indeed the target on the bounty list, Akatsuki's remnant moon. Target confirmed. Qianshi took a deep breath. 2 specially made scrolls appeared in his hands, and he formed hand seals accompanied by a slight puff of smoke. Release. In an instant, numerous floating cannons were unleashed, hovering around the MKI. They silently spread out, swiftly forming an attack formation that could cover all escape routes underground. All the floating cannons adjusted their firing ports, slightly locking onto the unsuspecting Akatsuki's remnant moon in the canyon. Qianshi hovered high in the sky, his gaze penetrating through the visor, looking down at the unprepared prey. The wind in the canyon stirred up dust, blowing the white strands of hair on Akatsuki's remnant moon's forehead. He yawned, revealing a mouthful of shark teeth, as if he were merely taking an ordinary rest. The battle would erupt in the next instant. Gale force winds howled past his ears at high altitude. In the next instant, MKI's jet-black silhouette plunged like a raptor, tearing through cloud layers, diving headlong toward the spectral crescent moon. Kikuchiyo nestled deep within the canyon below. Almost simultaneously with the dive, dozens of lightning beams lanced forth from the floating artillery array, blanketing Kikuchiyo's position in a torrential downpour of searing energy. Humph! Kikuchiyo slouched against a boulder, snapped, his dull, lifeless eyes wide open, the lethargy in his gaze instantly replaced by razor-sharp intensity. His figure blurred backward like a wraith, the executioner blade already gripped in hand spinning into an impenetrable curtain of steel. Boom, boom, boom. Most lightning bolts struck the surrounding rock face, detonating into showers of shrapnel and billowing dust clouds. Only a few were deflected with pinpoint precision by the executioner blade, erupting into blinding arcs of electric sparks. Kikuchiyo moved with astonishing speed. His reflexes and elite taijutsu allowed him to barely withstand this sudden assault, though he was relentlessly pressured by the sheer density of fire, forced into a desperate, ragged defense. MKI's descent never faltered. A deep, resonant hum emanated from the energy conduits flanking its armored back, as all 4 active systems surged to full capacity. Amplified by MKI's integrated chassis, raw strength and velocity skyrocketed to terrifying. From the outer edges of its forearm armor, 2 chakra-infused blades, forged from chakra metal, snapped outward. Their icy edges crackled with violent, blinding lightning. Lightning release chakra fully enveloped the blades, precisely calibrated to counter water release techniques. Like a bolt of living thunder, MKI closed the distance in an eye blink, its arm blades shrieking as they rent the air, aimed straight for Kikuchiyo's vital points. Clang! A deafening clash erupted as the executioner blade met the arm blades. Cracks spiderwebbed across the stone beneath Kikuchiyo's feet. A flicker of shock crossed his eyes. This puppet's power and speed far exceeded his expectations. Who are you? We have no grudge against one another. Kikuchiyo parried the blow, his shark-like teeth clenched tight as he roared, I don't recall ever offending a shinobi from Sunagakure. Instinctively, he assumed the armored construct was an advanced puppet, and its unseen controller must be hiding nearby. In reply came Chishiro's even more ferocious assault, arm blades flashing like stormlit serpents, while overhead the floating artillery barrage continued relentless suppression fire, attack and counterattack merging into a tempest of unrelenting fury. Kikuchiyo let out a guttural roar. His arms swelled, visibly, skin rippling like agitated water. Water release, great water arm technique. Leveraging both his elite Jonin-level taijutsu and the brute force of the great water arm, he withstood the onslaught. Each swing of the executioner blade unleashing heavy, thunderous torrents of churning water. TCH, cowardly vermin hiding behind shadows. Frustration boiling within him, Kikuchiyo drove his opponent half a step back with a devastating downward slash, then used the recoil to vault backward. Hands flew through seals in rapid succession. A cold, predatory smile curled his lips. Once I find you, I'll tear you limb from limb. Hidden mist technique. Thick, suffocating mist exploded outward from his center, swallowing the entire canyon in seconds. Visibility plummeting to less than a meter. The fog carried chilling, disruptive chakra, obscuring sight, sound, and ordinary sensory perception. Yet for Chishiro, whose magnet release freeform technique was fully active, it held no veil at all. Within his perception network, Kikuchiyo's chakra signature burned with crystalline clarity. Not only his physical form, but even the subtle act of leaving behind a water clone, while his true body slipped like a phantom around MKI's blind flank. Silent killing technique. Chishiro sneered inwardly, then deliberately feigned vulnerability, glancing warily at the water clone as if blinded by the mist. Kikuchiyo's true form closed in without a whisper. The executioner blade rose high above his head, eyes gleaming with cruel triumph, slashing down with lethal intent toward MKI's vulnerable nape. Now, magnet release chakra erupted with explosive force. Countless chakra threads, imbued with both wind and lightning natures, shot from MKI's palms, interweaving midair into a lethal 100-meter-wide web of cutting filaments. Magnet released 1,000-thread strangulation. Its sole target Kikuchiyo's true body. Simultaneously, the airborne artillery cluster received its command. Dozens of lightning beams converged, obliterating the motionless water clone into a spray of shimmering droplets. What? Impossible. Kikuchiyo's cruel smirk shattered into raw horror. Desperately, he threw the executioner blade across his chest and liquefied his body as much as possible. SSSS. Despite his evasive effort, countless razor-edged chakra threads pierced the portions of his body that failed to fully waterize, carving deep, bone-exposing gashes. Crimson blood instantly stained his vest. Staggering backward, he screamed in disbelief, "You're not from Kirigakure. How could you possibly see through both the hidden mist and silent killing techniques?" Chishiro offered no reply, only a renewed, merciless barrage. More wind and lightning-infused cutting threads followed in swift, brutal succession. Gritting his teeth against searing pain, Kikuchiyo fully liquefied, transforming into a flowing pool of water, barely slipping past the follow-up strikes. As the currents churned, his wounds sealed themselves, albeit at the steep cost of massive chakra expenditure. Forcing me to use water release for regeneration, chakra drain is too severe. Kikuchiyo seethed inwardly, his gaze hardening into pure feral malice. He noticed the core on MKI's chest blazing with intense light, a colossal chakra buildup, clearly preparing a ninjutsu attack. Finally resorting to ninjutsu. A twisted grin tugged at Kikuchiyo's lips. He charged forward, arms flung wide. Dark release absorption hole. The Grail lightning energy cannon, amplified by In Seal chakra, blasted from MKI's palm emitter, colliding directly with the swirling vortex of dark release. Yet the anticipated total absorption never occurred. The intrinsic energy nature of Grail crystal lay beyond dark release's comprehension. Only the outer layer of guiding and amplifying chakra was successfully absorbed by Kikuchiyo. Boom. The majority of the lightning blast detonated regardless, engulfing Kikuchiyo in scorching fury, hurling him backward, charred and reeling. Though he'd replenished some chakra, the physical damage remained severe. But instead of being surprised, he laughed maniacally, saying, "Ha ha. So you've been hiding in that turtle shell all along. Once I dismantle this puppet, I will slice your flesh piece by piece." He absorbed 1,000 stones of chakra and instantly pinpointed the location of Qianshi. Beneath the mask, Qianshi's gaze remained cold. The second node's shadow seal quietly opened, and an even greater surge of chakra flooded into the battle armor system. "I want to see how much you can absorb. So you're not mute after all." Gue Dang Kinyu licked his charred lips, revealing shark-like teeth. "Your screams will surely be delightful." Ha ha ha. The battle fell into a stalemate again, with the floating cannons creating disturbances, while Qianshi's main body engaged in close combat, continuously draining Gue Deng Kinyu's stamina and chakra. However, the existence of the underworld escape severely diminished the effectiveness of conventional ninja techniques. It was time. Qianshi focused his thoughts, slowly raising his right palm as the highly compressed chakra began to spin rapidly and change shape. A piercing sound like air being torn apart erupted as an extremely unstable chakra sphere filled with countless tiny chakra needles rapidly took form in his palm. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. "Haven't you learned yet? Ninja techniques are useless against me." Gue Dang Kinyu observed the situation. Despite sensing unprecedented danger from that technique, his confidence in the underworld escape compelled him to fully unleash the absorption vortex once more. In an instant, Qianshi appeared before Gue Dang Kinyu, forcefully launching the spiraling shuriken toward him. The moment it touched the underworld escape vortex, an unexpected change occurred. The countless micrometer-sized rapidly spinning chakra needles within the spiraling shuriken had a density and instability that far exceeded the absorption limit of the underworld escape. Unable to absorb. This is impossible. The mad laughter on Gue Deng Kenyu's face instantly transformed into sheer terror, his pupils constricting. Boom! The destructive power erupted completely. Countless tiny wind blades tore through everything like a storm. Gue Deng Kenyu's body was severely injured amidst his screams, with large chunks of flesh and bones stripped away and shattered. In the final moments, his survival instinct prompted him to activate water transformation, once more avoiding total annihilation, but his entire body became severely damaged and his breath weakened to the extreme. The backlash from the spiraling shuriken also caused fine cracks to appear in Qianqi's right arm armor, but he had no time to attend to it. Instantly releasing the ninja technique, the left foot of the battle armor slammed down onto the ground, unleashing the energy of the Grail stone from beneath, channeling powerful lightning into the damp ground and the puddle below. A scream erupted from the remaining water flow as Gue Deng Kenyu was forced to reveal his charred, broken form on the brink of death. He stepped forward, quickly forming hand seals, utilizing a binding technique simplified from the demonic sealing technique, pressing it firmly against Gue Deng Kenyu's abdomen. The technique wrapped around him like chains, instantly sealing off all of Gue Deng Kenyu's chakra channels, rendering him unable to use any ninja techniques or water transformation. Qianshi casually sealed the decapitating sword he had placed aside into a scroll. Just after finishing this, the edge of the magnetic tiger's free technique sensed multiple chakra signatures rapidly approaching. Rock-hidden ninjas. Activating magnetic release to its fullest, Qianqi's figure soared into the sky. Holding the sealed Gue Deng Kenyu in one hand, he stepped onto the gathered Thunder Roar stealth group, transforming into a streak of light, speeding towards Sunagakure, disappearing beyond the horizon, only leaving behind a devastated battlefield in the canyon and the rock-hidden ninjas who arrived later, exchanging glances. Flying above the clouds, the sharp pain radiating from his right arm reminded him of the backlash from the wind release spiraling shuriken. Looking down at the unconscious Gue Deng Kenyu bound by the demonic sealing technique, he was charred and broken, his breath faint. He did not immediately return to Sunagakure, but instead found a desolate mountaintop to land. Qianshi first removed the MKI battle armor, carefully inspecting his right arm, which suffered extensive damage to its channels and slight tearing of muscles due to the strain of the violent chakra. The emerald green light of the healing technique glowed at his fingertips, meticulously repairing the damaged tissues. The healing process lasted about half an hour until his arm returned to its original state, moving freely. Subsequently, the healing technique was applied to Gue Deng Kenyu, not for deep treatment, but merely to maintain his most basic life signs, ensuring that this precious research material would not perish during transport. An opponent of Jonin level is truly troublesome, he murmured to himself after treating his injuries, redonning his battle armor, lifting the unconscious Gue Deng Kenyu and descending once more. Qianshi reflected on the battle just fought. Had he not gained the advantage at the outset, and the underworld escape perfectly countered by the spiraling shuriken and the Grail stones lightning, the outcome would have been uncertain. With such a combination of water transformation and underworld escape, 99 of ordinary ninjas would not stand a chance against Gue Deng Kenyu, as water transformation immunized against conventional physical attacks, only being countered by lightning release. Yet the underworld escape flawlessly avoided this point, capable of absorbing nearly all ninja techniques. For the first time, Qianshi witnessed how two different bloodlines could produce such an effect. While controlling the floating cannons, he pondered where to establish a new laboratory. Right within the borders of the Land of Water. The risk is too great, as this is not a place he is familiar with, and it is too far from the Land of Wind. The return of the Shadow Clone would also pose a problem. If exposed, the consequences would be dire. He contemplated, deciding that the new laboratory should be established within the borders of the Land of Wind. A location near Sunagakure would be ideal. Qianshi recalled the memories of the Shadow Clone executing patrol tasks, flying towards a desolate Gobi area far from the main trade routes, devoid of human presence. There the rocks were jagged and the sandstorms ravaged the land, making it almost impossible for outsiders to tread. 7 days later, he finally arrived at the selected location. The magnetic tiger's free technique carefully scanned the area within a few kilometers, confirming there were no chakra fluctuations from humans or large creatures before landing in an unremarkable sandstone area. He selected a solid rock face as the entrance. Qianshi pressed both hands against the stone and channeled Siduin chakra into it. The hard sandstone collapsed and parted like quicksand, forming a sloping passage that led downward. The excavation continued, delving ever deeper underground. Upon reaching a depth of 100 meters, Qianshi began to expand the cavity, using Siduin to tamp and reinforce the surrounding rock, fashioning a spacious underground hall. He then took out the stored copper or sand and used Siduen to make it adhere evenly to the cave walls and ceiling, creating a dense metallic lining that perfectly reinforced the structure. He quickly assembled a lighting system with batteries and lamps. When the switch was closed, a soft light illuminated the entire space, reflecting off the copper sand walls with a warm golden glow. Compared to the half-metal, half-stone laboratory in Shine Village, it had a different character, though its function and layout were largely the same. The entrance was handled more bluntly. He simply used Siduen to manipulate the surrounding sand and half-buried the sloping passage from the outside. It was indistinguishable from the surrounding gobi. With Siduen at his command, he could reopen the entrance at any time. From excavation to preliminary completion, the entire construction took barely more than an hour. Remarkably efficient. During this time, Guidang Kanyu had long since awakened. He discovered his chakra sealed by some binding, utterly unable to summon even an iota for waterization. His body was locked to a copper pillar supporting the laboratory by heavy copper manacles. Although his wounds had been roughly treated and were no longer fatal, the pain remained excruciating. He struggled, but found he had no strength to break free. "Hey, you bastard! Who are you? What do you want?" Guidang Kanyu shouted hoarsely, his dead eyes blazing with rage and panic. "If you're going to kill me, do it quickly. I am a proud ninja of the Guidang clan, not someone you can humiliate at will." Qianshi paid no heed to his shouting. He focused on arranging the laboratory, organizing instruments and scrolls into place. Seeing Qianshi's indifference, Guidang Kanyu shifted tactics, his tone taking on a note of entreaty. "Listen, whoever you belong, to let me go. I can give you money, lots of it, or classified intelligence from Wuyin. I still have connections in Wuyin. If you want ninjutsu, I can give it to you." Qianshi remained silent, merely testing the sharpness of a brand new scalpel. This utter disregard chilled him more than any torture. Guidang Kanyu's heart sank bit by bit. The other's purpose seemed brutally clear and utterly indifferent to his identity or bargaining chips, and despair began to creep in. When the laboratory was finally arranged and all the lights focused on the central area, Qianshi slowly turned and walked toward the shackled Guidang Kanyu. Under the lamps, the face, made to seem older than its years by added strength, yet now blank of expression, was sharply reflected in Guidang Kanyu's eyes. Guidang Kanyu regarded this young ninja, whom he assumed to be 16 or 17, whose outward age matched his own, but who wielded such terrifying power and uncanny methods that a deeper chill took hold of him. He forced calm, baring his teeth like a shark. "Kid, I'm warning you, you'd better." Before he could finish, he saw a faint, almost imperceptible smile cross the other's face. There was no warmth in that smile, only the clinical appraisal one gives to a specimen. What exactly are you going to do?" Tremor crept into Guidang Kanyu's voice. All his earlier ferocity and bluster vanished, leaving only primal, unadorned fear. Qianshi picked up a scalpel that flashed with cold light, an especially made container for specimens. His tone was eerily calm. "You will know very soon." The cold metal reflected the lights with a blinding glint as Qianshi stepped closer. Watching the blade draw nearer, in the other's untroubled eyes, Guidang Kanyu shuddered uncontrollably, as if witnessing a fate more dreadful than death. The laboratory echoed only with his screams and the faint sound of instruments cutting flesh. Time slipped swiftly beneath the steady lamps of the underground lab. 5 months. From May to October in the 16th year of the ninja world, Qianshi's original body scarcely left the golden cage he had built for Guidang Kanyu. Chained to the copper pillar, Guidang Kanyu had long since lost his initial anger and defiance. More than 150 days and nights of research had left him utterly exhausted, his gaze numb. When Qianshi approached again with scrolls of records and several tools, he merely lifted his eyelids and croaked in a dry voice, "Today, what do you want to do now?" Qianshi stopped and fixed him with a calm, unreadable gaze. "I have completely studied Mingdun and your waterization technique." A flash of disbelief flickered in Guidang Kanyu's dead fish-like eyes before a deeper gloom swallowed it. He forced a smile uglier than death. "So I'm useless now. Are you here to kill me?" "That depends on you," Qianshi said flatly as he raised his right hand. Chakra began to gather and spin in his palm, not a mere shift of form, but a consummate fusion of wind and fire natures, its inner structure hinting at a spiral, the embodiment of Mingdun's principle of energy absorption and decomposition. Though small in scale, that distinctive chakra fluctuation was unmistakably familiar to Guidang Kanyu. Suddenly, Qianshi's left arm blurred, his skin took on a rippling, aqueous quality as the entire limb became clear flowing water for an instant before swiftly reconstituting. This was precisely the Guidang clan's secret waterization technique. The pupils of Guidang Kanyu shrank suddenly, his shark-like teeth gripping his lower lip tightly, nearly drawing blood. Not only had the opponent deciphered his secret techniques and bloodline abilities, but they could also wield them with such skill. This was more despairing than any torture. The family's proud secret techniques seemed to the opponent merely like toys that could be dismantled and replicated at will. You now have two choices. Qianqi's voice pulled him back from his shock into the cold reality. 1. I can eliminate you right now and transform your body into a puppet, perhaps retaining some of your combat instincts. He paused, looking at the suddenly pale face of Gue Deng Qinyue, and continued. 2. I can leave a little insurance inside you, and you can attempt to break free to resist. When you feel capable of escaping, feel free to try. The result of failure will be the same as option 1. Gue Deng Qinyue fell silent. If it were 5 months ago, he would have chosen to die rather than submit, dying with the pride of the Gue Deng clan. But these 5 months of inhumane experiences had long since dulled his sharpness. His desire for freedom and the instinct for survival overwhelmed everything. He just wanted to leave this dark golden cage and breathe the air outside again, even if it was just for one more day. I choose the second option. Gue Deng Qinyue's voice was low, tinged with humiliation and a flicker of weak hope. A very wise choice. Qianshi stepped forward, his fingers striking like lightning at the calm breath node on his forehead. Pure and immense chakra mixed with a minuscule trait embodying the principles of spiral shuriken and cutting lines was highly compressed and implanted into his forehead like a seed. This process was accompanied by intense soreness and stabbing pain. Gue Deng Qinyue let out a muffled groan, cold sweat beading on his forehead. This is a creation based on the principles of sealing and summoning techniques. Qianshi explained, his tone as if introducing a product. The amount of lightning chakra stored inside is sufficient to sustain an explosion for more than several minutes. Once detonated, they will explode inside you in an instant. Qianshi picked up a piece of ordinary metal inscribed with sealing techniques prepared in advance. Let you feel it. As the seal was lifted, the metal block was instantly enveloped and sliced by countless frenzied lightning chakra lines, and the piercing screech filled the laboratory, lasting several minutes before gradually subsiding. The metal block had turned to powder. Gue Deng Qinyue felt the terrifying residual chakra emanating from that stone, and sensed the node on his forehead akin to a ticking time bomb. His face turned as pale as paper. Under such intensity of lightning chakra explosions originating from within, let alone maintaining a water form, or using death chakra to absorb it, he would probably instantly revert to his original form and die. Tell me, what must I do to survive? He completely gave up on resistance, his voice carrying a sense of resigned fatigue. The reason for your survival lies not with me, but within yourself. Qianshi retracted his hand. Continue to operate around the land of wind, whether lurking or wandering. Do not expose your identity. With your strength, surviving is not difficult. When needed, I will notify you. He tossed 2 inconspicuous metal spheres inscribed with the old summoning technique to him. Carry them with you. If both of these spheres disappear and do not reappear in this laboratory within 7 days, you know the consequence. This meant that Gue Deng Qinyue had to report back at all times, otherwise the lightning seal within him would be triggered. As for that beheading blade, Qianshi pointed to the giant ninja sword placed in the corner. I have other uses for it. Gue Deng Qinyue silently picked up the 2 cold metal spheres, feeling they were heavier than 1,000 pounds. He glanced at the golden hell that had imprisoned him for 5 months, and then looked at Qianshi, ultimately saying nothing, dragging his weak and exhausted body toward the laboratory's exit. Using the remnants of his physical abilities, he struggled to clear the sandy entrance and return to the surface of the Gobi Desert. The long-lost sunlight pierced his eyes painfully, and the dry, free air rushed into his lungs, nearly bringing him to tears. The sense of relief after surviving the ordeal engulfed him. He turned back to glance at the seemingly unremarkable Gobi, determined his direction, and staggered toward the land of rain. At least there perhaps he could find a temporary hiding place. In the underground laboratory, Qianshi stood alone under the light, his gaze fixed on the beheading blade. This time not only had he successfully acquired 2 crucial bloodline limits, but he had also obtained a nice piece of ninja equipment. He certainly would not use this blade for direct combat, but its ability to self-repair by absorbing iron from blood might be useful in other ways. Qianqi's fingertips brushed over the cold blade surface of the beheading knife, its mottled bloodstains glinting darkly in the dim light. Retracting his hand, his gaze fell upon his empty palm. Death chakra required a chakra-absorbing hole to be opened in the palm. Yet feeling the flowing chakra within him, along with the controls stemming from countless days and nights of hard training, this inefficient form of mimicry seemed unnecessary. With a flicker of thought, chakra began to coalesce in his palm. It was not a simple change in nature, but a fusion of the killing concept of wind-style spiral shuriken, the inherent attraction of magnet release chakra, and the essence of death release absorption. He blended the 3, using death release as the foundation, the spiral shuriken as the form, and adding a trace of magnet release as a guide. Theoretically, the ability to decompose and absorb chakra had exceeded ordinary death release by several times, but the actual effect remained unknown. A small spiral wind blade sphere appeared above his palm, quietly rotating. Unlike the turbulent air currents when Gue Deng Kinyu executed it, there was only a sense of unsettling stability. Rather than being a ninja technique, it resembled a meticulously crafted work of art. Qianshi named it Death-Released Devouring God. Then his gaze swept towards a testing piece of griel stone in the corner of the laboratory. He began testing the light sphere in his palm, tilting slightly, as an invisible suction locked onto the target. The griel stone was instantly drawn over, and at the moment of contact with the spiral, it was like a hot knife cutting through butter, instantly turning into indistinguishable fragments, which were then completely decomposed. A pure energy stripped of all attributes was absorbed into the interior of the light sphere, and then flowed along the constructed path into a node within his body's hidden seal. The entire process was clean and swift with an extremely high energy utilization rate. Since it can absorb, it can naturally also release. The thought of Qianshi turned again, and the small amount of chakra just introduced into the Yin seal was redirected and injected into the luminous sphere in his palm. The spherical shape suddenly changed, expanding into a chakra sphere containing destructive energy, emitting a faint white glow. Its form bore some resemblance to a shuriken, yet its color was more subdued. Qianshi named it Ming Dun Jimmy. He flicked his wrist lightly, and the newly born sphere of annihilation shot out, hitting another target in the distance. There was no deafening explosion, only a continuous sound of cutting. The target was tightly bound and strangled by the wildly spinning sphere of annihilation. Before any fragments could scatter, they were absorbed into the sphere itself, causing it to expand until the target completely disappeared. Only then did the sphere begin to fade as it lost its target. If it were to hit a living being, the sphere of annihilation would continuously extract its chakra until the target was utterly obliterated. Moreover, through the magnetic seal within its structure, as long as the distance wasn't too far, Qianshi could summon it back and reabsorb its energy. Additionally, the problem that had troubled Qianshi for a long time regarding the wind-release spiral shuriken throwing technique was also resolved at this moment. He held his left hand in a loose grip, rapidly forming an unstable wind-release chakra sphere that emitted a dangerous humming. At the moment of throwing it with force, Qianshi's entire left arm along with his shoulder instantly transformed into clear flowing water. The rapidly spinning chakra sphere flew out, slicing through the laboratory with a piercing shriek, instantly shredding a pile of test puppets in the distance, while the water-formed arm returned to its original state the moment the spiral shuriken left unharmed. He felt the convenience brought by the water transformation technique, the healing power that allowed for rapid recovery of wounds at the cost of chakra, as well as the water arm technique that could enhance the strength of his arm to another level. If this secret technique was combined with super strength techniques, and the third activation of the Ju Luo Extreme Method water arm, the explosive power at close range would reach a terrifying level. Qianshi's strength had undergone a qualitative leap in just 5 months. The sense of power filling his body brought a restless itch to his hands, urgently needing a real battle to test whether these newly learned ninjutsu secret techniques and bloodline abilities were sufficient. He directly unfolded the specially made scroll-forming hand seals with both hands. Release. Boom. White smoke dissipated, and the repaired MKII armor components floated in the air. The magnetic chakra flowed naturally, quickly attaching the components to his body, fitting seamlessly. The streamlined armor covered his body with the core of the griel, emitting a stable, soft glow from his chest. After doing all this once outside the laboratory, Qianshi's gaze swept over the desolate area he had stayed in for several months. He raised his hand and pressed down. The ground trembled, and a massive amount of sand controlled by magnetic manipulation surged like living creatures, rumbling to completely bury and compact the entrance of the laboratory, leaving no trace. In the next moment, he transformed into a stream of black light, soaring into the sky, tearing through the dry and scorching air of the land of wind, rushing towards the distant outline of a distinctive oasis. While maintaining high-speed flight, Qianshi's consciousness sank into his body, examining his current power system. The amount of chakra had the Yin seal as a reserve, and his offensive capabilities were now complete. However, facing the kind of existence that involved the soul level, he still lacked the most crucial element, a secret technique for reading memories and directly interfering at the mental level. Such techniques are usually possessed only by a few secretive families in each village. The name of a clan from the mountains of Konoha flashed through his mind. Their secret technique was the pinnacle of this art aside from the Sharingan. Below the outline of the oasis, exchange gradually became clear. Qianshi lowered his altitude and quickly descended. The interior remained chaotic and mixed, the smell of sweat, alcohol, and a faint hint of blood filling the air. He walked directly towards the bounty board, quickly scanning through the dense array of bounty notices. Most were inconsequential targets like rogue ninjas or enemy forces, until his gaze landed on a bounty notice made of evidently superior material with an amount that had an eye-catching number of zeros behind it. Target Sunagakure Ino Shikacho Team. 3 members Yamanaka Ino Chunin 16 years old, characteristic blonde. Nara Shikamaru Jonin 18 years old, characteristic black hair, in a high ponytail. Akimichi Choji Jonin 17 years old. Characteristic red hair. Requirement: capture a live bounty, 100 million Rio. Release location: Land of Fire. Last confirmed location: Land of Bears. Target is currently escorting a merchant convoy. A team of 3 female ninjas. The Ino Shikacho team is indeed rare in the ninja world. Qianshi's gaze lingered for a moment on the astronomical bounty, then swept over the demands of released by the Land of Fire and capture alive. Combining the target's bounty, clan, hidden conspiracies, and those unscrupulous intentions became almost self-evident. He felt a fleeting indifference towards such actions in his heart, yet there was little moral turmoil. Moreover, the value of the secret techniques represented by the target, whether it was the Yamanaka clan's mental techniques, memory reading, the Nara clan shadow techniques in release, or the Akimichi clan's expansion techniques yang release, were all precisely what he currently needed. Qianshi reached out and tore down this bounty notice along with several other task scrolls marked with high bounties or special locations. Turning towards the supply counter, he tossed a bag of silver coins, his voice muffled through the mask. Basic supplies worth 200,000 Rio. The burly man behind the counter quickly counted the coins and soon pushed over several packaged supply scrolls. Qianshi stored the scrolls and walked straight out of the noisy doors of the exchange. The core of the Grial armor glowed softly once more, and his form ascended again, transforming into a stream of light that disappeared from the spot. While flying at high speed, he reflected on the bounty notice worth 100 million and carefully contemplated the accompanying information. The Land of Bears. If memory serves, the star hidden village seems to also be located within that country, worshipping a star that contains unique energy. Perhaps he could take it along as well to see if it could serve as a higher tier energy option for the future MK series armor. Capturing the Ino Shikacho team would be far more difficult than killing. The forced mental invasion of the heart-turn technique and the bizarre control of the shadow mimic technique were both huge troubles. The Akimichi clan's expansion technique is powerful if the opponents recklessly use that kind of forbidden drug or even enter a butterfly state. Even with his current strength, the difficulty of subduing them without causing fatal injuries is unimaginable. Risk and reward coexist. Qianshi adjusted his direction, no longer wasting time meandering along the national border, but instead choosing a more direct route. The black stream of light suddenly intensified, tearing through the clouds, first sweeping past the sparse forests of the country of Chuan, directly traversing the vast woods of the country of Fire, and finally heading straight for the peninsula surrounded by the ocean, the country of Bear. With the full power of magnetic escape, the speed of crossing the national border far exceeded the imagination of ordinary ninjas. After several days of full-speed flight, even with the support of the chakra from the Shadow Seal and the assistance of his battle armor, Qianshi felt a mental fatigue. The terrain of the country of Bear unfolded below. The technique of the magnetic tiger expanded to its maximum radius, like a sensing field covering a 5-kilometer area, roughly scanning the chakra sources within. His perception focused on the general area indicated by the exchange gold office. The tracks left a few days ago, the neatly severed thorns, and the remnants of a temporary extinguished campfire all pointed in one direction. Qianshi followed these clues, gradually narrowing his perception range and increasing accuracy. When the range shrank to 2 kilometers, a relatively open area at the edge of a cliff clearly appeared in his mind. A merchant convoy of about 20 people was resting, and 3 conspicuous clusters of chakra stood out prominently. These were his targets. One of the chakras was hot and massive, radiating a vigorous life force, undoubtedly a member of the other 2 were one deep as a shadow, exuding a chilling sense of restraint, while the other was nimble and vibrant, containing fluctuations on a mental level. Qianshi remotely dispelled the shadow clone left in Sunagakure for daily maintenance. Memories and residual chakra flowed back in an instant. At the same time, he took out the scroll from his back, unleashing 180 Thunderroar Stealthers. The cutting lines swiftly wove together, forming a new shadow clone beside him, identical in appearance to Qianshi with a cold gaze. The target was clear. The primary threat to be resolved was Chiodao, May, the one best at frontal breakthroughs. The shadow clone would distract the other 2, preventing them from interfering with his battle, while the merchant convoy could be ignored as long as they did not initiate disturbance. Perhaps this time he could attempt to start the 5th active Dragon Jaw. With a thought, the floating cannon cluster split off, most of its numbers accompanying the shadow clone darting towards Nara Shikamaru and Yamanaka Ino like an arrow released from a bow. Meanwhile, Qianshi's main body suddenly dove from the sky, the propulsion system emitting a brief burst of bright light. The air was torn apart with a piercing screech, like a true meteor plummeting downward. Chiodao Mei reacted extremely quickly. The moment the sound of breaking air reached her, she spun around sharply, her red hair whipping. Multiplication technique. Her right arm instantly swelled, accompanied by a howling wind meeting the black iron fist that was descending from the sky. Boom. The large and small fists collided violently. The shockwave exploded from the point of collision, and the pressure wave directly overturned the nearby merchant. However, the scene of Qiu Dao Mei crushing her opponent did not unfold as expected. The terrifying power from her enlarged arm sent her crashing away, heavily smashing against the rock wall, cracks spreading out. Mei! Nara Shikamaru's exclamation barely escaped her lips when shadows beneath her feet twisted and extended, attempting to interfere with Qianshi. But the waiting shadow clone opened its arms, weaving several earth attribute cutting lines into a net, not for direct attack, but to interfere, rushing towards Nara Shikamaru along the path of her shadow, forcing her to defend. At the same time, dozens of thunder roar stealthers swirled around the piercing sound waves, and jumping electric arcs forced her to continuously evade, unable to concentrate on casting her secret technique. On the other side, Yamanaka Ino was also receiving special attention, tightly entangled by nearly 100 floating cannons, needing a brief moment to focus for her mind's eye technique, but under such dense harassment, she found no opportunity to execute it. Qianshi's main body landed the foot of his battle armor, striking the ground with a dull metallic clash. Without any pause, his figure blurred again, charging towards Qiu Dao Mei, who had just struggled out from the debris of the rock wall. Qiu Dao Mei had blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, a flash of determination in her eyes. She quickly swallowed a green pill, spinach pill. The medicinal power erupted in an instant. Her chakra fluctuations suddenly surged, her multiplied forms muscles further expanding. She let out a roar and swung her fist again. The power and speed of this punch were indeed significantly stronger than before. However, it was still not enough. The black battle armor remained unmoved, delivering a punch in kind. This time he did not even utilize any active techniques, relying solely on the amplification of the armor and his natural strength. Bang! Qiu Dao Mei was once again forced back, her multiplied arm slightly trembling. The gap was too great. Blood vessels spread across Qiu Dao Mei's eyes as she realized that conventional methods were hopeless. She made up her mind, unhesitatingly stuffing the remaining yellow curry pill and red chili pill into her mouth. Boom! A chakra far beyond before raging and terrifying erupted from her body. Her chakra soared like flames, vaguely forming a pair of butterfly wings behind her. Her skin even showed an abnormal flush, her breath becoming chaotic and dangerous, yet her power and speed reached astonishing heights. Butterfly transformation. Danger. Sensing the qualitative change in her chakra, Qianshi instantly withdrew, all probing. First active calm breath. Second active red lotus. Third active mighty arm. Fourth active meteor. Super strength. Mighty water arm. Open. The nodes of the shadow seal opened. A large amount of chakra surged into the 4 active nodes, simultaneously fully activating the energy amplification system of the battle armor. The surface of MKI lit up with numerous energy circuits glowing with a green light, the Grial core on his chest shining brilliantly. Almost at the same moment the enhancement completed, the butterfly transformed. Qiu Dao Mei moved. Only a residual shadow and a burst of sonic boom clouds were left in place. Qianshi similarly vanished from the spot. In the next moment, all that could be heard on the cliff's edge was the continuous sound of terrifying collisions. 2 figures, one black and one red, clashed at speeds that ordinary Chunin eyes could not capture, wildly intertwining and battling. Each collision created visible shockwaves, cracking the ground and sending debris soaring into the sky. Nearby merchant convoys scattered in fear. This was the purest competition of violence and speed, with almost no technique involved. However, even with the activation of the 4 great powers, super strength, mighty water arm, and the comprehensive enhancements from the battle armor and shadow seal, Qianshi was still suppressed in pure strength by the butterfly transformed Qiu Dao Mei. Her reckless and frenzied attacks bore an aura of mutual destruction, each hard collision causing the structure of the armor to emit faint sounds. If this continued, the battle armor would surely be totaled. Qianshi's consciousness sank within, guiding the chakra in his body, boldly charging towards the qualitative transformation represented by. The shackles on his body were instantly shattered, as if every cell within him had been reactivated in an instant. A surge of power far more ferocious and profound than any previous state erupted from the deepest part of his being. 5th activation, Dragon's Jaw. In this moment, all of Qianshi's meridians were completely connected, forming a seemingly flawless cycle. Power, speed, neural response, perception. All fundamental qualities underwent a qualitative leap at this moment. Originally, Qiu Dao Mei could barely catch a glimpse of the trajectory, but in her current perception, everything seemed to slow down. The powerful punch that could shatter mountains came at him, appearing riddled with flaws in his eyes. Finding a flaw with ease, his right fist, covered in battle armor, struck first, simple and direct, yet imbued with a new terrifying power under the dragon's jaw state, accurately colliding with Qiu Dao Mei's body. Crack! The clear sound of bones breaking echoed. The fury and determination on Chio Daomiya's face were instantly replaced by disbelief and excruciating pain. Her fist containing a massive amount of chakra along with her entire arm twisted and fractured at a bit. Her body was sent flying backward like it had been struck by a speeding train more tragically than ever before, with blood spraying from her mouth, tracing a blinding arc in the air. Qianshi's movements did not pause for a moment. As he sent his opponent flying, he had already gathered a terrifyingly charged sphere of light in his left palm. Dark escape, devouring god. His figure blurred once more, surpassing the speed at which his opponent was sent flying, and he instantly appeared behind Chio Daomiya's landing point. With his left hand raised, the white spiral wind blade sphere gently pressed against the center of her butterfly-like wings. Qianshi did not use the devouring god sphere to slice. He merely absorbed at the most fundamental level, and a chilling sound echoed. Chio Daomiya's body convulsed violently, and the shadowy wings of chakra behind her collapsed like a burst bubble as her overwhelming aura rapidly diminished and vanished like a receding tide. Her face turned as pale as paper, her breath weakened to the extreme. Dark escape, devouring god had nearly drained her of all chakra and stored it in the Ein sealing node. He casually tossed aside the unconscious Chio Daomei, swiftly pressing several key acupoints on her body with his fingertips, using the wraith sealing technique to block her chakra meridians. A precise palm technique of green light flashed, preserving her last breath, ensuring she would not die immediately. After doing all this, the figure clad in black armor slowly turned. Beneath the mask, his cold gaze swept across the battlefield, landing on Nara Shikame and Yamanaka Ino, who were still struggling against the line clones and the floating cannon clusters. Nara Shikame and Yamanaka Ino felt a chill run up their spines as Qianshi's gaze locked onto them. If even the butterfly-activated Chio Daomei had been taken down, they had no chance of victory. Wait. Nara Shikame suppressed the fear within, speaking rapidly as her black high ponytail appeared somewhat disheveled from the earlier battle. We are an officially registered Jonin team from Konoha Hidden Village. Surely you understand the consequences of attacking us. No matter what price Sunagakure offers, we can double it and promise not to hold past grievances against you. We can even provide resources and protection that Sunagakure cannot offer, and even our clan's secret techniques. Yamanaka Ino followed up, her golden hair dusted with dirt, her voice trembling slightly. That's right. The Inazuka Nara and Yamanaka clans hold significant influence in Konoha. As long as you are willing to negotiate, any terms can be discussed. Qianshi showed no reaction to their negotiation, as if he had only heard the wind. In his palms, the heart-stopping devouring god sphere reappeared. In the next moment, the extreme enhancement brought by the fifth activation dragon's jaw erupted forth. Leaving behind an almost solid residual shadow, Qianshi's true form appeared like a ghost behind Nara Shikame and Yamanaka Ino. The two didn't even have time to make any evasive or defensive moves, only feeling an irresistible pull from their backs as their chakras surged uncontrollably outward like a burst dam nearly drained dry. The surface of the devouring god sphere flickered slightly, channeling the pure chakra energy into Qianshi's Ein sealing technique. He then quickly pressed his fingertips on their backs again, using the wraith sealing technique to block their chakra meridians once more. The two's bodies turned soft, collapsing to the ground, their faces reflecting only weakness and despair. The magnetic tiger's free technique scanned the surroundings for several kilometers, revealing no other ninja-level chakra fluctuations. The state of fifth activation was instantly lifted. A wave of intense weakness and muscle-tearing pain swept through Qianshi's entire body, and the breathing within his armor became noticeably heavier. Qianshi rested for a moment on the spot, barely suppressing the intense discomfort in his body. The line clones began to clean the battlefield, using magnetic release to wipe away bloodstains covering obvious pits and cracks while scavenging some goods. After completing all this, he used magnetic release chakra to control the Thunderwalker, lifting his true body along with the unconscious Chio Daomei and the powerless Nara Shikame and Yamanaka Ino into the air, their figures swiftly disappearing into the clouds. High in the sky, Qianshi removed the already deformed and damaged MKI armor, sealing it back into a specially crafted scroll. The green light of the palm technique lit up at his fingertips, beginning to meticulously heal the overexertion caused by Chio Daomiya's butterfly transformation and heavy blows. The line clones hovered nearby, their cold eyes watching the other two. The treatment lasted half an hour. During this time, Nara Shikame and Yamanaka Ino observed Qianshi's face, which appeared remarkably youthful, yet bore an unsettling calm and fatigue that belied his age, and couldn't help but speak up again. Are you a ninja from Sunagakure? Nara Shikame scrutinized his movements and the magnetic release he had previously used the puppet. So young. Which clan do you belong to? Was that puppet you just used newly developed by your village? Why could it fly? Is it also using magnetic release? Qianshi couldn't even be bothered to look at them, and the line clones merely cast a cold glance at them, providing no answers as Qianshi continued to focus on his healing and self-regulating. These ninjas from the great clans of Konoha, even when reduced to captives, still instinctively gather intact. It was only until Chiyo Daomiya's injuries were completely stabilized, successfully healing her previously injured arm, and the internal exhaustion caused by her butterfly transformation, that her breathing gradually became steady, her life was preserved, and she only required a period of rest. Her condition would naturally return to normal. After Qianshi had nearly recovered, he formed hand seals, and the nearby thread clone dissipated into white smoke, returning with a significant amount of chakra and the memories of the recent battle. Nara Aingjin and Yamashita Mai's pupils suddenly constricted upon witnessing this scene. It turned out that what had been toying with them was not a real person, but a type of clone jutsu they had never seen before. This clone not only had a physical form, but also did not dissipate when injured. However, its nature as an energy clone jutsu remained unknown. Immediately, Qianshi formed seals again. This time he utilized a large amount of chakra stored in the sealing technique. Countless cutting threads surged forth, quickly weaving together to form a new thread clone. The amount of chakra contained in this clone reached approximately 40 times that of his normal state, directly using all the chakra within a node. After all, Qianshi did not care. This chakra was absorbed from the chakra of the trio during the recent battle, mostly contributed by the transformed Yamashita Mei. Returned to Sunagakure and maintained daily routines. After clearly instructing the clone again, it nodded and split into 10 thunderous stealth units, turning to fly towards the land of wind. Having arranged the clone, Qianshi's gaze returned to the three captives. At this moment, Yamashita Mei had just awakened, weakly opening her eyes, seeing the scene before her, and the state of her companions, her eyes filled with confusion and pain. "I need to study you all," Qianshi stated directly, his voice calm and devoid of emotion. "I hope you will cooperate. Otherwise, there are consequences you wouldn't want to experience." Without waiting for their response, he unleashed magnet release with full force, engulfing the three in floating cannons, and flew towards the remote coastline at the border of the Bear Country and Whirlwind Country. Finally, they stopped at a cliff facing the sea, rarely visited by people. Qianshi pressed his hands against the rock face, and the magnet release spread, causing the hard rock to part, like flowing water, revealing a deep passage leading downwards. He manipulated the surrounding soil, sand, and rock using magnet release to reinforce the passage and create ventilation holes. In just half an hour, a rudimentary laboratory about 100 meters deep and roughly square in shape began to take form underground. The internal walls were a mix of rock, iron, sand, and copper filings, appearing exceptionally wild. Qianshi took out the supplies he had procured earlier. With a few bangs, electric lights, batteries, a simple experimental platform, various containers, and recording tools appeared in the corners of the laboratory, illuminating the dim space with light. The three female ninjas watched in disbelief as the excavation, construction speed, and the vast array of complete equipment shattered their last hopes, filling them with an unknown fear for the future. "Who wants to go first?" Qianshi looked at them. Nara Aingjin struggled to stand up, her chakra sealed, yet she straightened her back and gritted her teeth, saying, "Come at me. I am the leader. Please let them go, they are still young." Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. "It seems you all have yet to fully grasp the situation," Qianshi replied in a still calm tone. "Rest assured, I won't do anything to you like that. Whether you survive after this depends on your own value and the degree of your cooperation. Research is not dissection, but rather practical combat." Qianshi stepped forward, gathering chakra at his fingertips, and implanted thin seals at several key active nodes within the three of them. These seals would not be immediately fatal, but once triggered they could cause extremely intense pain, while sealing the chakra within them, ensuring they could not mount any effective resistance. He first unsealed the wraith sealing technique on Nara Aingjin, but kept the thread shackles within her body. At the same time, he compressed the perception range of the Magnet Tiger's free technique to cover only the entire laboratory, enhancing the precision of his perception to the utmost, allowing him to discern the most subtle flows and changes in chakra. "Begin." Before Qianshi's words had faded, Nara Aingjin felt a wave of pressure hit her. She had to use her family's secret technique. A black shadow raced across the ground, like a living creature attempting to bind her opponent. Qianshi's figure darted around the limited space of the laboratory, suppressing his own strength. He did not rush to subdue her instantly, but deliberately maintained a pressure that forced her to continuously use and change her shadow secret technique's attack and defense patterns. The Magnet Tiger's free technique firmly locked onto Nara Aingjin, observing how her chakra converged within her body, how it infused into the shadow through specific meridians, and how it maintained its form and control. This research lasted quite a while, until Nara Aingjin's physical strength was exhausted and her chakra was on the verge of depletion from repeated use of secret techniques. Qianshi resealed her chakra meridians. His gaze shifted to the pale-faced Yamashita Mei, and Qiu Dao Mei. Next, time quietly passed during the continued research and battles, and soon it was the last day of the 16th year of the shinobi world. In the underground laboratory, only the faint hum of operating instruments and the distant sound of waves crashing against the shore could be heard. Qianshi did not begin research or conduct jutsu data analysis as usual. Instead, he quietly sat in front of the experimental table, maintaining the thunderous stealth units, perusing various knowledge scrolls to pass the time. Maintaining high-precision perception and combat for an extended period was also a considerable strain on his mind, making timely rest necessary. Hey, how long do you intend to keep us here? Ultimately, it was Qiu Dao Mei who broke the silence first. Her injuries had long healed, but she bore a suppressed annoyance on her brow. Prolonged captivity and high-density battles wore down one's will. Nara Angjian and Yamashita Mei also raised their heads looking at him with complex expressions. Qianshi's action of wiping the puppet came to a halt. What? Letting you go? His calm voice echoed in the laboratory. And then what? Return to Konoha. Of course we will return to Konoha. Where else could we go? Qiu Dao Mei's tone was agitated. What will happen after you return? Qianshi set down the puppet looking at them. After being missing for months, failing the mission, and your team members appearing almost unscathed, how would you be characterized in the village? Casualties? Or defectors? Nara Yingjian's pupils slightly constricted, yet she continued to stare at Qianshi. The Konoha interrogation unit, the core members seemed to belong to the Yamashita clan, right? His gaze shifted to Yamashita Mei. Even if you belong to an elder family facing such a puzzling return, do you think the higher-ups would easily trust your words? Especially since the person who betrayed your whereabouts was originally from within your Konoha. You're talking nonsense. Qiu Dao Mei suddenly stood up. Qianshi casually tossed a well-made bounty notice covered in dense information onto the experimental target Konoha Hidden Village Ino Shikacho team. Requirements: capture alive. Reward 100 million Ryo. Issued by Land of Fire. Specific mission information: Bear Country Escort. Do you understand? The exposure of your escort mission route down to the precise arrival time. This is not the work of foreign spies. The leak originates within your ninja village. Who else could so precisely trace your movements if not someone inside my... Qianshi's voice was icy and blunt. Now, do you still intend to return? To walk into a web you have woven yourself, or to await being paraded before an internal tribunal? Or become gilded canaries in some cage? The three stared at the wanted notice, their faces paling bit by bit. The doubts they had refused to ponder were now wrenched open by Qianshi with brutal clarity. The mission route, the approximate arrival time. If not an internal leak, how could the enemy have deployed with such precision? As for you, Qianshi's gaze swept over the three youthful, yet already poised faces. Your looks, those words made them tense at once. A fear flickered in their eyes. But let me be clear, I have little interest in that. Qianshi's next sentence stunned them further. What I crave from start to finish is the knowledge of your family's secret arts. The sooner you cooperate, the greater the chance I will release you once I obtain what I desire. Whether you then return to Mai to avenge the betrayer or probe the mastermind behind this matter is none of my concern. The laboratory fell into a long, deathly silence, broken only by heavy breathing. Doubt, anger, fear, and the faintest glimmer of a desperate possibility interwove in their eyes. I've said what needed saying. Today is the year's, and I rest for one day. Qianshi resumed, handling the puppet without looking at them. We continue tomorrow. Consider your choice yourselves. I disdain inventing such tedious lies for captives. Time quietly turned its page. The first day of the 17th year in the shinobi world arrived. Qianshi aged another year, stepping into 13. At the same time, new attribute points arrived as expected. His attributes read Strength 2, Agility 2, Intelligence 3, unassigned points 1. He ignored agility, and with a subtle motion of thought directed the lone free point straight into Strength. Strength 3, Agility 2, Intelligence 3, unassigned points 0. A more surging sense of power welled up from deep within his body. Qianshi could clearly feel his bodily development accelerating again. His current physique approached that of a 17-year-old. In roughly 3 months, he would fully assimilate the attribute bonuses, and his body was expected to reach the equivalent of about 19 years old. Swiftly adapting to his newfound strength, Qianshi continued to sort through and verify the research notes on the 3 secret arts he had recorded during this period. The next day, when he unsealed Nara Angjian again to commence a new round of research, circumstances shifted. Nara Angjian did not behave as before. No passive defense, no mere token resistance. Her gaze grew intensely focused. Look closely. The essence of the Shadow secret art is an extension of Yin release. The crux lies in the instantaneous eruption of chakra within the meridians and the maintenance of form. She spoke as she executed the technique, articulating pivotal points. The Black Shadow ceased to be a simple attack and instead demonstrated a variety of exquisite transformations. Shanzhongya and Shoudao Mei watched closely at her flank, saying nothing to stop her. Qianshi understood the CI whose eye technique ran at full capacity, sharpening his perceptual acuity to its limit, coupled with the opponent's active demonstrations and commentary. Many details that had required repeated scrutiny crystallized, as if clouds had parted. Research accelerated dramatically. After Naoyang Yingjian came Shanzhongya. The heart-turning technique's projection of mental force must bypass conventional chakra defenses. Its emphasis is resonance of frequency and the coalescence of will. She closed her eyes and described in detail the inner sensations of its execution. Though chakra restrictions prevented her from actually using it on Qianshi, this candid dissection proved immensely valuable. Lastly came Shoudao Mei. The multiplication technique is yang-release chakra's ultimate catalysis upon the body. Butterfly transformation is the burning of life force. She demonstrated the chakra flow of the multiplication technique, and even detailed how after ingesting the tricolored pill the chakra goes berserk and ultimately forms the illusory wings of a butterfly. Her voice carried a bone-deep hatred, as if she meant to wield this power as an instrument of vengeance. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, it was March of the 17th year in the shinobi world. At the center of the laboratory, Qianshi slowly opened his eyes. After months of high-intensity research, verification, and synthesis, combined with the trio's active cooperation and his terrifying capacity for learning, he had thoroughly analyzed and mastered the Shanzhong clan's mental arts, the Naoyang clan's shadow arts, and the Shoudao clan's multiplication technique and butterfly transformation principles. Although reaching the generational mastery of their families would require practice, the core mysteries were already in his grasp. His gaze fell upon the three, their expressions tangled and complex. Now I give you two choices. His voice remained calm. One, I kill you now and turn your bodies into puppets to be driven for eternity. Their faces drained of color, Shoudao Mei clenched her fists. Two, I leave a stronger seal within you. Afterwards you may attempt to break free, seek someone to remove it, or try to resist me. Fail, and the outcome is the same. Without much hesitation we choose two. Naoyang Yingjian said resolutely. Shoudao Mei and Shanzhongya nodded. A wise choice. Qianshi stepped forward, chakra coalescing at his fingertips, and implanted a tighter seal upon the trio's Qingxi nodes. When he finished, he casually demonstrated the effect of triggering the seal. Naoyang Yingjian let out a muffled groan, staggered, half a step, cold sweat beaded at her temple, and it felt as if countless fine needles pierced her from within. This is something to notify you with. He handed them 6 small metal spheres engraved with summoning formulas, 2 apiece. If these 3 pairs of spheres disappear together, and within 7 days you have not voluntarily returned to this laboratory. He left the rest unsaid, but the implication was unmistakable. The exit is above, you may go. Qianshi pointed to the passage sealed by rock overhead. The 3 exchanged a glance, took the metal spheres, and without hesitation turned and left. Naoyang Yingjian used earth release to carefully shift the camouflaging rock at the exit. The 3 slipped out in sequence, and their figures quickly vanished into the coastal undergrowth, heading straight toward Huijigua. Qianshi did not concern himself with whether they would betray him or find someone to undo the seal. That seal combined his self-developed sealing technique, cutting line mechanisms, elements of the Wanliang seal, and an older version of the summoning formulas. Unless one possessed profound mastery of all these areas, any forced attempt to break it would only trigger a line detonation. The laboratory returned to silence. He sat again, unfurled a fresh scroll, dipped his brush, and continued to organize and record the principles of the 3 clans' secret arts, their cultivation essentials, and the possibilities for integrating them with his existing system. He began anew, methodically tracing lines between discoveries, weaving the stolen secrets into the lattice of his own knowledge with a cool, inexorable hand. Qianshi has initially organized the thoughts on merging the principles of the 3 clans' secret techniques with his own system, having recorded a wealth of information on the scroll. The mental secret technique of the clan in the mountains is undoubtedly a powerful tool for gathering intelligence and probing memories, and it will be an important method against the monstrous beings in the future. The doubling technique and butterfly transformation of the Shoudao clan, combined with his extraordinarily abundant chakra and sealing reserves, may eventually lead to the development of a more suitable yang escape technique. The shadow secret technique of the Nara clan, with its approach to escape through shadow manipulation, seems to be combinable with the cutting lines, making them more concealed and adding more control and variation. After pondering for a while, Qianshi temporarily reined in these thoughts. His gaze shifted to the scroll sealing the MKI armor. From the last fierce battle with the butterfly transformation at Shoudao Mei, the armor had sustained considerable damage. After simple repairs it could be used again, but when activating the 5th activity, Dragon Jaw, the enhancement provided by the MKI armor was almost negligible. The materials need upgrading and the energy core must be reconsidered. The mere Grial stone can no longer keep up with the surge in his strength. The self-repairing feature of the decapitation sword is an excellent source of materials, while the new energy core. The target clearly points to Qianshi's second objective in the Bear Country, the celestial meteorite in Xingyin Village known as Star. His memory holds little information about Xingyin Village, knowing only that they cultivate a secret technique called Peacock Marvel using Star, which has an unusual form of energy. The village is small, yet seems to have a strong individual capable of cultivating this technique to the shadow level. Although uncertain about the current timing whether there are shadow-level beings in Xingyin Village, it is worth a try. Qianshi collected all the scrolls recording the secret techniques into the sealing scroll. Dressed in the MKII armor, he emerged from the cave entrance. Under the control of magnetic escape, the overhead rock layers collapsed loudly, burying the entrance. Qianshi's figure quickly ascended, surrounded by over 100 thunderclap stealth units like a loyal guard. The Magnet Tiger's free will technique was fully deployed, sensing like an invisible net covering the mountainous and forested terrain of the Bear Country below, focusing on searching for abnormal energy gathering points, especially those with unusual energy responses. After several days of searching, the range gradually narrowed. Ultimately, in a hidden valley surrounded by steep peaks in the heart of the Bear Country, Qianshi's perception caught the target, a source emitting stable and continuous waves of distorted corrosive energy. The nature of the energy was quite different from chakra, possessing a characteristic that was both cold and hot, like a group of stars. Inside the valley, there were rudimentary village structures with little life energy present, and the chakra responses were generally weak, with no particularly powerful individuals detected. As night fell, Qianshi gathered the floating cannons and hid them around the valley, donning a black robe without any markings to conceal the armor inside. He suppressed his entire aura using principles of the shadow secret technique to cloak himself in shadows, silently infiltrating the valley, heading towards the center of that energy source, a simple sacrificial temple. The temple was built from heavy wood with an ancient style. The closer he got, the clearer the sensing of the twisted energy became. Qianshi avoided the sporadic patrolling guards slipping into the temple like a ghost. In the center of the grand hall, on a stone platform, lay a fist-sized gray-black stone covered with irregular holes. It emanated a faint purple light, and the twisted energy originated from it. Just as Qianshi reached out to touch, a chill ran down his spine. A fierce, destructive wave of twisted energy erupted from behind him without warning. The puppetry instant technique. Qianshi's figure swiftly shifted in an eerily strange manner several meters to the right, while the wooden board he had just occupied exploded upon contact with that energy. He turned sharply only to see an elderly man in traditional Xingyin village attire with graying hair had appeared at the temple entrance without him noticing. There was no sign of chakra fluctuations typical of a ninja within him, instead a more refined and active twisted energy originating from star flowed around his body. "Who are you? Why have you infiltrated the forbidden area of my Xingyin village?" The elder's voice was deep, laced with anger. At this moment, Qianshi could not gauge the other's strength, merely looking calmly at him. "I wish to borrow your village's star for research." His voice sounded muffled through the mask. "Afterwards, I can offer other items as compensation." "Arrogant little brat. How dare you covet our village's sacred object?" The elder was furious, clearly viewing Star as the key to the village's survival, and was unwilling to waste words. The surrounding twisted energy suddenly surged, coalescing behind him into a vague energy phantom, radiating a glow, shooting towards Qianshi with a piercing sound. Negotiations broke down. Prepared, Qianshi's figure once again blurred, disappearing from the spot. First activity, Calm Breath. Second activity, Crimson Lotus. Third activity, Mighty Arm. Fourth activity, Meteor. The four major activities activated in succession. A massive amount of chakra surged throughout his body. His speed reached its peak, swiftly dodging one energy attack after another as the ground where Qianshi had been standing was blasted open, creating several deep pits. Qianshi exerted force once more beneath him. The rocky ground cracked, and his figure launched towards the elder like a cannonball, throwing a fist layered with several cutting lines directly at the elder's face, attempting to end the fight quickly. The elder snorted coldly, not taking it heed. Eye energy wings rapidly flapped, retreating while forming. The energy phantom, resembling peacock tail feathers, deftly turned in the air, splitting into three, encircling and attacking Qianshi from different angles, causing the air to sizzle as it passed through. Puppetry instant technique. Qianshi again evaded these energy attacks with his strange movement technique. He quickly made up his mind, no more time could be wasted, he must use stronger methods. The other nodes of Yin's ceiling opened further, and an even larger amount of chakra gushed out. Magnetic escape, thousand threads entanglement. Thousands of cutting lines instantly descended like a raging tsunami, enveloping the space within hundreds of meters around Qianshi for indiscriminate cutting and piercing. However, most of the threads slowed drastically as they approached the dense, twisted energy field surrounding the elder, as if sinking into a quagmire, even being gradually eroded and dissolved by that energy. Only a few of the most penetrating lightning fire lines could barely break through, but they were swiftly severed by the energy layer condensed in the elder's hand, producing a sharp, grinding sound. Qianqi's left hand formed a virtual grip, rapidly shaping a high-speed spinning chakra sphere that emitted a piercing whine. Wind escape, spiraling shuriken. At the moment of throwing it out, his arm transformed into water to avoid the backlash of the ninjutsu. The spiraling shuriken, radiating a destructive aura, shot directly at the elder, who was temporarily restrained by the threads. The elder's expression changed slightly, clearly sensing the danger of this unfinished technique. He shouted, and the surrounding twisted energy gathered with unprecedented strength, forming a thick peacock-like energy shield in front of him. Boom! The spiraling shuriken violently collided with the energy shield, resulting in a violent explosion. The energy storm and numerous dispersing cutting lines instantly swept through the surroundings, the shockwave tearing the wooden structure to shreds, engulfing everything in dust. Qianshi cast a glance at the aftermath of the explosion, and in the next moment, after launching the spiral shuriken, swiftly gathered the energy of the Ming-dun oblivion in his right hand and tossed it into the recently exploded area. His gaze quickly shifted to the star on the stone platform. His figure darted through the smoke and shattered wood, swiftly darting past the ruins of buildings, and grasped the stone, emitting a pinkish-purple glow in his hand. The touch was icy, but immediately a scorching and corrosive energy surged along his arm, attempting to invade Qianqi's body. He promptly activated his chakra to block it out. Qianshi once again condensed dozens of cutting wires, slicing through the crumbling walls and charging out of the Naruto temple. Outside, the terrified shouts and chaotic footsteps of the villagers of Shingin could be heard. Stop him! He stole the star. The old man's furious roar echoed from the ruins, carrying a hint of desperation, seemingly unscathed by the recent explosion. But Qianshi was faster. In the moment he burst out of the village, the thunderclap stealth hidden nearby swiftly appeared, surrounding him. The thrusters around him lit up, and the magnetic escape was fully activated. His figure transformed into a streak of black light, shooting into the sky, quickly distancing himself from the direction of Shingin village, leaving the commotion and shouts far behind. During his flight, Qianshi spread his palm, gazing at the star quietly, lying in his hand, emanating a peculiar glow. Its energy was exceedingly strange. It indeed contained potential far exceeding the Grial stone, yet the corrosive aspect needed to be addressed. Unfortunately, this trip did not yield the peacock mystical method of Shingin village. In the ruins of Shingin village, the old man stood up with a face covered in dirt, staring at the pitch-black sky, which had long lost any trace of the enemy, with a pallid expression. The village's sacred artifact had been snatched away before his eyes, a true humiliation that thoroughly undermined the village's foundation. Send someone immediately to Konoha and Kirigakure. Issue and rank mission, and additionally offer a bounty of 30 million ryo. No, 50 million ryo. Track down the whereabouts of the star and reclaim the sacred artifact. He nearly ground his teeth while giving the order, his voice filled with rage. At this moment, Qianshi, holding the star, had transformed into a tiny black dot in the sky, speeding towards the coastline laboratory. Upon returning to the concealed laboratory by the coast, Qianshi completely sealed the entrance. The stone-named star in his palm still emitted a faint glow, and the distorted energy fluctuations flowed through his fingers like a living creature. Qianshi immediately immersed himself in researching it. The magnetic tiger's freedom technique was compressed to its utmost limit as he repeatedly scanned this extraterrestrial meteorite with his perception. But the results were disheartening. Apart from clearly perceiving the stable corrosive energy emanating from it, its internal structure appeared like a tangled mess, utterly incomprehensible with his existing knowledge and perceptual abilities. He attempted to inject a trace of chakra into it. Buzz! The purple light on the surface of the star suddenly brightened, and an energy with wildly different properties from the injected chakra was unleashed, characterized by a violently distorted energy wave that spread outwards. On the laboratory table where this wave came into contact, slight and irregular distortions appeared on the surface, as if the structure had been forcibly warped. However, the energy emitted by the star had no effect on the structure of the Grial stone. Qianshi immediately cut off the chakra supply while operating the mastery technique, precisely smoothing out the minor discomfort his cells experienced due to the close contact. This energy was indeed dangerous. It could not only erode matter, but also directly affect human cells. Yet this phenomenon also revealed that the star was not merely a storage medium for energy, it resembled an alternative energy converter. The energy it contained might be limited, yet it could undergo a special qualitative change when energy was injected in a specific manner, accompanied by that unique distortion characteristic. Although its internal structure remained beyond comprehension, this functional discovery was sufficient. The outside world stirred once again due to the theft of the star. Ninjas from Konoha and Kirigakure began to frequently appear in the Bear Country, searching high and low for Qianshi. His bounty was shockingly high, yet no one knew Qianshi's identity, only that he was a black humanoid puppet who forcibly took their sacred artifact from Shingin village. All these disturbances were isolated by 100 meters of rock and the remote geographical location. Inside the laboratory, only focused exploration of the unknown creation continued. Time flew by rapidly in research, testing, and recording, and before long, it was June of the 17th year of the ninja world. After numerous attempts, Qianshi finally grasped the basic operating mechanism of the star. It was indeed an extremely efficient and versatile energy conversion core capable of significantly amplifying injected chakra regardless of its properties or natural energy, similar to the Grial crystal outputting a more concentrated destructive energy form imbued with corrosive characteristics. The sophistication of its energy structure far surpassed Qianshi's existing understanding of energy. It was time to forge a new battle armor. Qianshi's gaze fell upon the beheading sword nearby. This ninja blade was made of a special material entirely composed of chakra metal, and its regenerative ability was particularly remarkable. Upon careful observation, he found that the hilt was inscribed with extremely tiny formulas. As long as the hilt was not completely destroyed, it could be repaired by absorbing the metals within the blood. The broken part of the blade still had excellent chakra conductivity, though it had lost its regenerative property. This was an excellent material for crafting battle armor. Qianshi immediately got to work. Using the broken beheading sword as the main body, he remolded it into the primary structure and armor plates of the battle armor through high-temperature melting and magnetic shaping. He retained the design of the built-in arm blades for the arms to ensure close combat ambush capability. The core part was crucial. He placed the star at the center of the chest armor as the energy conversion hub for the entire battle armor. Surrounding the star, he embedded 5 Grial crystals taken from the Thunderclap stealth arranged in a pentagonal distribution. These would limit the energy of the star to prevent it from affecting him, and they would also serve as auxiliary energy sources responsible for daily low-intensity operations while being able to trigger specific energy attacks through the energy conversion of the star. The internal energy circuit of the battle armor was upgraded based on the energy circuit within the flesh of the wraith, mixed with refined chakra metal powder and Grial crystal powder spread throughout the battle armor to ensure internal energy could be efficiently transmitted from the core to every required location, be it the palm cannon, the whole body thrusters, or the amplification nodes of the armor. The entire manufacturing process took nearly a month. When the last armor plate of the final battle armor was installed, a brand new battle armor displaying a silver-white metallic sheen with smooth lines full of power stood quietly in the center of the laboratory. The star inside the chest and the 5 Grial crystals emitted a faint glow with energy slowly flowing within. Qianshi named it the Starry Battle Armor. He stepped forward, the components of his battle armor swiftly adhering to his body under magnetic manipulation, fitting seamlessly. The weight was evenly distributed, allowing for effortless movement. The first test was flight. Qianshi did not utilize magnetic manipulation, but instead attempted to guide the energy of the Grial crystal into the star in his chest using chakra. A humming sound resonated, and the star shone brightly as a powerful stream of energy surged through the conduction lines to the specific nozzles on the back legs and palms of the battle armor. In the next moment, his form steadily floated in the air, propelled by the energy, more agile and swift than before, able to change direction and accelerate at will with a mere thought. Next was the attack test. He raised his right palm, aiming at a specially reinforced target on one side of the laboratory. Mobilizing his chakra, approximately the amount needed for a spiral shuriken, he injected it into the star. The energy emitter in his palm instantly radiated a blinding purple-white light as a highly condensed beam of energy edged with a strong aggressiveness shot forth. Boom! The reinforced target and a large section of the rock wall behind it were blasted away, creating a smooth-edged massive hole, the destructive power far exceeding that of simply using the Grial crystal. He then attempted to launch without injecting his own chakra, directly guiding the energy of 5 Grial crystals through the star for conversion and release. A thick torrent of energy crackling with violet-blue arcs roared forth, equally formidable and imbued with a strong lightning attribute. Finally, he tested the amplification feature. The previous MKI had nearly lost its amplification effect when activating the 5th functionality. Taking a deep breath, he infused chakra into the specially optimized energy amplification nodes within the battle armor while activating all 5 functionalities. Power erupted in layers. Unlike the MKI, the energy conduction structure of the MKI Star Battle Armor perfectly kept pace with this explosion, a clear sense of amplification spreading throughout his body, enhancing both power and speed further with the armor's assistance. After shutting down the functionalities, a wave of exhaustion hit him, but gradually subsided a few minutes later. Qianshi felt extremely satisfied with the performance of this new battle armor. He took off the armor and began the final painting. The main color was the previous black, but at the joint connections, energy conduction patterns, and armor edges, he retained the bright silver sheen of the beheading sword material itself. The combination of black and silver patterns exuded an inexplicable sharpness. The Mki Star battle armor was fully shaped. Qianshi gently stroked the cold surface of the armor, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he felt the far greater power contained within. With a thought, he used magnetic manipulation to don the armor once more. It was time to return to Sunagakure. He chose to fly across the land of fire once again. The Mki Star battle armor swiftly navigated through the clouds, relying on the energy of the Grail crystals after conversion by the star, moving at a speed far surpassing before. Qianshi habitually activated the magnetic tiger freedom technique with a radius of 5,000 meters, sensing as if an invisible net swept over the vast forests and hills below. Suddenly, the edge of his perception caught several familiar chakra fluctuations, exactly those of the previous trio, Inuzuka Nara and Akimichi. Their state seemed quite dire, with chaotic chakra constantly moving, followed closely by a few chakra signatures filled with murderous intent, trained but extremely rigid, typical of the Umbu style. Qianshi thought it was a perfect opportunity to test the attack capabilities of his new armor, slightly adjusting the direction of the thrusters, his form diving down through the clouds, the scene of the clearing below the trees instantly coming into focus. Nara Shikamura Yamanaka Ino and Akimichi Choji were desperately dodging the assault of several Konoha Umbu dressed in gray sleeveless tops and wearing animal masks. Qianshi locked onto an Umbu who was forming hand seals to release ninjutsu. Raising his right palm, the star in his chest and the surrounding Grail crystals lit up simultaneously as a powerful energy rapidly gathered. Without using his own chakra, he purely guided the reserve energy of the Grail crystals, converting and amplifying it through the star. A beam of violet-blue energy edged with subtle distortions erupted from his palm at an astonishing. The Umbu didn't even have time to react, as the energy impact instantly eroded his upper body, annihilating it and leaving only blackened earth. The sudden attack silenced the battlefield. The trio of Inuzuka Nara and Akimichi relaxed visibly upon seeing the familiar silhouette of the black battle armor. The remaining Umbu immediately withdrew, forming a defensive formation. One of them coldly shouted, "Konoha Umbu on duty. Stand down." Suddenly recalling something, he continued, "You are the puppet ninja who seized the sacred artifact of the star hidden village before. Are you from Sunagakure, trying to instigate war in the ninja world again?" Under the mask, Qianshi's gaze coldly swept over these Konoha Umbu. In his perception, these Umbu had no special bloodline or notable clan secret techniques, and his mind quickly assessed them as useless trash. A sphere of wind blade rapidly materialized in his left palm. Demon release, Devour God. Upon seeing this bizarre technique, they showed no signs of negligence, quickly retreating while forming hand seals. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. Wind release, Great Breakthrough. The massive fireball, enhanced by the wind, howled toward him. However, the Devour God sphere in Qianshi's left hand merely rotated slightly, an invisible suction force generated, and the violent fire and wind chakra were drawn in like rivers, converging into the sea, completely shredded and devoured, merging into the sphere, intensifying its brilliance. In the next moment, the Devour God sphere in his left hand rapidly morphed, transforming into the Demon Release Annihilation, exuding a powerful aura of destruction. He then lightly flicked his wrist, sending the Annihilation sphere shooting out, with a piercing, cutting sound, directly pursuing the Umbu, who had spoken first. The Umbu attempted to evade using body flicker technique, but the Annihilation sphere seemed to possess life, locking onto his position relentlessly. No matter how he changed his direction, the sphere followed closely. Seeing he could not escape, he abruptly turned, drawing a short blade he carried to attempt to block. Upon contact, the blade was severed as if made of paper, shredded into iron filings, consumed by the Annihilation sphere. The Annihilation sphere penetrated his body without obstruction, a frantic shriek erupting. The powers of cutting and absorption exploded within him. The Umbu let out a short pained cry as chakra was rapidly drained, his body swiftly disassembled and absorbed into the Annihilation sphere. Qianshi raised his hand, gesturing. The Annihilation sphere quickly flew back, and upon contact with his palm, the technique's interior began to reverse, refining the absorbed chakra, mixed with the Umbu's own and the previous fire and wind chakra, storing it in the sealing node within his body, while the body tissues were casually discarded by Qianshi. His gaze swept over the remaining two Umbu, who were terrified and attempting to flee towards Konoha. He had no interest in wasting more time testing the armor's capabilities. Two beams of purple energy shot forth from his palms, instantly ending their lives. The battle began and ended in a flash. Qianshi turned his gaze towards the terrified trio of Zudidi and bluntly asked, "Have you uncovered the truth?" Does your family not care about you? Nara Ying's face showed a hint of shame and anger as she took a deep breath and explained, "We are no longer ninjas of Konoha." She quickly outlined the investigation results. The one who issued the bounty was indeed a minister from the Land of Fire with peculiar tastes who had previously hired the Zudity team for a mission, and it was during that time that he developed ulterior motives. However, the true mastermind behind this was actually the Konoha elder Shimura Danzo. The objective was not only to capture the three of them, but also to control the three major families behind them, the Yamashiro Nara and Akimichi clans. They had just killed that minister in the capital of the Land of Fire, and before they could infiltrate the surroundings of Konoha Hidden Village or even contact their respective families, they were already confronted with their own rogue ninja wanted posters. Shortly after leaving the capital, they were immediately pursued by Konoha's Umbu like mad dogs. Now there is nowhere left to go. Akimichi Mice's voice was low, tinged with despair, but more so with calmness. I originally wanted to go to the laboratory in the Land of Bears to find you. I didn't expect to run into you here. Follow me. Qianshi's voice came through his mask, sounding deep and indifferent as he directly stated, "I am busy and have no interest in taking on baggage." The three's expressions dimmed. "However, given your previous cooperation, I can find you a place to stay." Qianshi shifted his tone. With a wave of his hand, dozens of Thunderbolt stealth units flew out of the scrolls, lifting the three of them. "Don't move around." Guided by his memory and Magnet Tiger's free technique, they sped towards the Land of Rain. Upon re-entering this eternally rainy country, the damp chill and faint smell of blood in the air remained unsettling. They stopped at the foot of a desolate, heavily layered mountain. The magnetic escape technique was fully activated and a silent opening appeared at the foot of the mountain. After descending hundreds of meters underground, a medium-sized laboratory and several small spaces were established, reinforced with the iron sand he carried. Qianshi took out the stored supplies scroll, unsealing lighting equipment, batteries, utensils, and some durable. This is the Land of Rain, currently relatively chaotic, but good for hiding. The batteries are out, but you can recharge them with a slight stimulation of lightning technique. Try not to expose yourselves. After briefly explaining, he turned and left the mountain's fissure, slowly closing behind him, leaving a hidden passage. Qianshi controlled the battle armor to soar into the sky, leaving the gloomy Land of Rain behind, and sped towards the Land of Wind. Days later, under the cover of night, he quietly returned to the familiar stone house in Sunagakure. Inside, a thin layer of dust had accumulated, and the daily traces left by the shadow clone remained. After dispelling the shadow clone, a flood of memories rushed into Qianshi's mind, mostly tedious patrol tasks or dull memories of wandering through Sunagakure to disguise his identity. Qianshi, uninterested in these, quickly reconjured a shadow clone and headed straight for the underground laboratory. In the underground laboratory, Qianshi removed the Starlight battle armor, carefully inspected, and maintained it, confirming that the energy of Star was stable and the consumption of Grail's crystal was within an acceptable range, sealing it into a specially made scroll. Then he sat at the table and spread out several knowledge scrolls. His gaze swept over the recorded contents, monstrous strength techniques for using chakra. Water arm, the basic application of water transformation techniques. Doubling technique, a giant catalyst for yang release on the body. Butterfly transformation technique, burning life force to erupt chakra. Shadow technique, the binding and control of yin release. These techniques from different schools and of varied nature had been analyzed by Qianshi. Next, it was about gradually integrating their essence into his own system. This was another systematic project requiring a significant amount of time and effort for deduction and practice. The mind-turning technique was temporarily set aside as mental techniques required a more cautious approach. Currently, the knowledge of spiritual techniques was too singular to allow for further development. Qianshi quickly immersed himself in the vast ocean of research. In the 4 months since returning to Sunagakure, he had spent almost all his time in this laboratory. A wealth of knowledge about human anatomy and techniques collided, decomposed, and reassembled in Qianshi. The goal was clear: create a true 9-lattice ultimate method, especially a killing move tailored for the Dragon Jaw state. Simply stacking enhancements and relying on bodily instinct for combat was too inefficient and filled with flaws. His thoughts raced rapidly under the enhancement of calmness, deducing countless possibilities and systematically rejecting them. What was needed now was an explosive killing move, not merely a physical technique, but a technique that could blend all forces into one. The first exposed shortcoming was insight. The range of Magnet Tiger's free technique is extensive when spread out, and its precision is high when compressed, but in ultra-high-speed close combat, especially with this newly developed technique, Magnet Tiger's free technique still experienced some delay in capturing the surrounding environment. In true extreme combat, that difference could mean life or death. Qianshi's consciousness sank into his body, activating the 5 major activations, especially sensing the violent power that surged through him when the Dragon Jaw was activated. At that moment, his thought speed, neural reactions, and dynamic vision were pushed to their current limits. He pondered whether he could stabilize this extreme state. Could he integrate the principles of Magnet Tiger's free technique into it, forming an observation mode with minimal delay? As the thought arose, chakra within his body began to converge towards his left eye. It was not merely chakra attachment, but based on a preliminary understanding of released mental energy and his own guidance, constructing a complex chakra circuit. The process was accompanied by waves of burning and throbbing pain in his eye, as if something were trying to tear through his eye socket and grow out. Countless failures and extensive adjustments. Qianqi's left eye was filled with blood vessels, his vision had briefly blurred or even gone blind due to excessive modification. But for Qianshi, who was adept at mastering celestial techniques, it merely required some time to complete the healing. Each failure allowed him to grasp the next subtle adjustment with greater precision. Finally, after injecting the unique sharpness of the dragon jaw state and the magnetic field perception of Magnet Tiger's free technique into his left eye, his vision abruptly changed. The Grail's crystal revealed subtle energy flow traces in his eyes, and the dust trails floating in the air became clear and distinguishable. After closing the pupil technique, his left eye felt sore, and it took a while for it to return to normal after treatment with celestial techniques. Qianshi took out a mirror and activated the pupil technique again. He looked at his left eye in the mirror, first sensing a strange feeling. Under the infusion of chakra, it began to operate along the specific energy circuit. The pupil of his left eye started to contract and deform due to the influence of Magnet Tiger's free technique, and the sclera turned golden under the influence of the fifth active state, dragon jaw. In an instant, his left eye transformed into a cold, golden vertical pupil. Qianshi retracted the pupil technique from his left eye and then began to modify his right eye based on the previous method. Since there was already a successful case, the internal energy circuit of his right eye was modified in just a few days. Although he did not understand why his eyes had taken this form, functionality was all that mattered. Qianshi christened them Long Tong, based solely on the shape of their pupils. His gaze then fixed on a puppet in the corner of the laboratory used for testing physical combat. Under Long Tong's scrutiny, details that once required the compression of the CI, whose eye technique to discern, the abrasion of the puppet's outer shell, the seams where its joints met, the faint chakra reactions of its internal drive gears, were laid bare. He could even in a blur of perception trace the chakra lines at the puppet's core and predict the nodes where its next motion would exert force. These eyes could not replicate ninjutsu, nor see through solid barriers, yet under their gaze no subtle movement escaped notice. When augmented by the CI whose eye technique, and without invoking the Jiu Luo Ji Fa's Long E, Long Tong granted observational acuity equivalent to long a-level vision. The only cost was a burning soreness in the eyes, a trivial price to Qianshi. Long-range reconnaissance would be entrusted to the CI whose eye technique. Close-quarters insight would henceforth be borne by Long Tong. With the problem of seeing solved, the next question was striking. The all-encompassing amplification bestowed by Long E was overwhelming, but how to channel that power with maximal efficiency? Scattered assaults would squander it. The technique Qianshi envisioned demanded extreme velocity and concentrated force. Each blow had to be lethal. This would be his final life-or-death gambit. It was no longer mere physical combat. It fused an understanding of corporeal differentiation of shadow clones with the borrowings of instantaneous movement techniques. In the underground laboratory's testing arena, Qianqi's figure vanished and reappeared again and again, each appearance accompanied by a piercing sonic crack. At first, he could only leave behind a faint afterimage that endured only moments, and the strikes it produced were weak and ineffectual. His body bore tremendous strain during the hyperspeed movement, and the coalescing of clones' muscle fibers screamed, as if torn, and his meridians throbbed with stabbing pain. Adjust. Continually adjust. He forced the full might of Long E into the instant of eruption, compressing it, concentrating it into a burst that surpassed limits. Simultaneously, he partitioned a portion of chakra and, drawing upon principles of line clones and shadow clones, briefly conferred fleeting tangibility and offensive capability upon the afterimages. These echoes differed from true corporeal clones. They were one-time manifestations with no independent consciousness, lasting only an instant after their strike. They dissipated, unable to return memory or chakra. In the process of developing this physical art, injury was inevitable. Whenever his body was damaged by training, Qianshi had to stop and enter a recovery period. During those rare interludes, he would pore over scrolls or with chakra threads and cutting lines fashion small puppets he had once made simply to pass the time. He endured countless failures. Even the chakra stored in the Yin seal within his body was nearly half spent entirely on Zhang Xianshu's healing and on consolidating the ephemeral afterimages. Until this moment. At the center of the testing ground, Qianshi stood in silence. He inhaled deeply to steady himself, sank his awareness inward, and in an instant broke open the 5 great activations. A violent sense of power detonated, filling every corner of his being. Thought accelerated, dynamic vision heightened by Long Tong, made the world seem to slow. He tightened every muscle and compressed chakra to the utmost, then unleashed it in a thunderous surge that propelled his body. Bang! Only a ring of expanding sonic vapor and a lingering afterimage remained. His figure seemed to vanish into thin air. The next moment 9 silhouettes appeared simultaneously around the testing field. In an instant they manifested from 9 different directions, 9 assaults converging upon the specially forged alloy target at the center. Each strike embodied the craft of monstrous strength, wind and thunder, cutting lines densely compressed upon the knuckles, piercing forward the instant before contact. Qianshi's most devastating manifestation of his ninja body art. A deafening detonation and shockwave swept outward, threatening to upend everything in the laboratory. The alloy target was pulverized without even bending. The cutting lines on his fists blasted it into countless fragments, unleashing a furious gust that scarred the reinforced walls with deep dents. The 8 other afterimages dissipated in an instant after their strikes, revealing Qianshi's true body. His face drained of color, the surging power around him vanished along with Long Tong after that blow, and an intense weakness engulfed him. His legs went limp and he nearly sank to his knees. The backlash of drawing upon every ounce of physical strength and copious chakra in a single instant. One strike had emptied him. Qianshi sat panting amid the strewn fragments, the result exceeding even his expectations. This would be his final desperate gambit. He named it Shunsha, instant kill. After a further rest, he could no longer contain his eagerness to begin research into mental mystic arts. At that moment, a faint chakra fluctuation came from the stone dwelling above, the sign that a long-deployed thread clone was autonomously dissolving. A memory flowed rapidly into his mind. In the dim stone house, the thread clone watched impassively as a masked member of the Shayin Umbu stood before it. The Umbu spoke bluntly. Qianshi Chunin, Lord Fengying urgently summons you. Proceed immediately to the Fengying office. The thread clone nodded to acknowledge. After the Umbu left, it released the Xian Finshin technique on its own. Memory received. Qianshi slowly straightened in the laboratory. The pallor of his face was hastily mended by chakra, his mind too settled, as he prepared mentally to commence the next line of inquiry. Hadn't Fengying already decided to distance himself? Why summon me now? Qianshi did not send his true body. He dispatched another thread clone to go in his stead, and turned toward the passage leading to the surface. Stepping out, the stone door closed behind him. The thread clone walked the street, glanced at the sparse crowd, and then made its way toward the building at the village center, the Fengying Hall. Back in the laboratory, Qianshi began to sift through the thread clone's memories from recent months. Cleaning debris, escorting caravans, bordering patrols, helping repair the village outer wall. All the most basic lowly crank tasks. It was almost as if the clone had been sent to fetch cats and dogs. The thread clone had behaved with extreme discretion. Qianshi confirmed it had shown no aberrant conduct, no display of abilities. The prestige he had amassed during wartime had long since exhausted itself, because the clone persisted in menial duties. In principle, it should not have attracted any special attention. Then why did the third Fengying summon him? Qianshi recalled the few encounters with C.I. Sha. Those eyes had always conveyed indifference, a patronizing disdain from on high. An urgent summons at a time like this was difficult to interpret benevolently. Qianshi's heart sank. Could his journey to Xiongji country have been exposed? After all, puppet ninjas and practitioners of linear cutting techniques were likely unique to him in the entire shinobi world. While Qianshi pondered why C.I. Sha would call him, the thread clone had already arrived at the doors of the Fengying office and pushed them open. C.I. Sha sat behind a broad desk. His face was unreadable, but his gaze swept over the clone with an arrogance etched in his bones. Qianshi's voice was consistently cold, firm, and direct, as he said, with your abilities, long-term execution of clever missions is a waste. After the deliberation of the upper ninja class, your ninja rank has now been promoted to special jonin. There were no congratulations, no preamble, just the announcement of the result. The shadow clone said nothing, merely staring coldly at Qianshi. Qianshi paid no heed to his reaction, and continued, now, there is an S-level mission assigned to you. Recently, an unknown identity puppet ninja infiltrated Shingin village and stole their sacred object star. Currently, Shingin village has entrusted both Konoha and Kirigakure to retrieve the star, but neither side has yet achieved results. A mission scroll was pushed to the edge of the table. Your task is to go to the land of bears, investigate the whereabouts of the star, find it, and bring it back to Sunagakure to me. If you can accomplish this, the village may exceptionally elevate your ninja rank from special jonin back to jonin. Note, you must not reveal your identity at any time. The shadow clone reached out to take the light scroll, fingertips touching the cold surface of the scroll, but internally, he felt absurd. The star which had sparked the conflict was currently lying safely within the sealing scroll in the underground lab. This mission was doomed to be impossible from the start. Furthermore, his tone was no longer suggestive, but rather directly indicated that he was to hand over the star. Perhaps by relinquishing the star, the higher-ups in Sunagakure would truly accept him. However, the star, being the energy core of his current battle armor, was fundamentally tied to his puppet system, making it absolutely impossible to give up. The shadow clone calmly posed the question, "What if I cannot find the star?" Qianshi's gaze did not waver, but focused intently on him, his tone suddenly turning colder as he replied, "If you cannot find it, you will disguise yourself as a ninja from Konoha or Kirigakure within the land of bears and attack personnel from the other side. The aim is to provoke conflict between them, create chaos, and instigate war between Konoha and Kirigakure. This task is unsuited for team action. You will execute it alone. Depart immediately. Disguising identity, infiltrating enemy territory, actively attacking the ninjas of the two great villages, and ensuring the blame falls successfully." This was not merely a mission, it was a blatant death warrant. It seemed he had underestimated the deeply rooted rejection from these high-ranking ninjas towards someone of commoner origin who refused to obey orders to hand over the star. The shadow clone straightforwardly stated understood. His voice was steady, betraying no emotion as he turned and left the office of the Wind Shadow. The heavy door closed behind him, shutting off Qianshi's cold gaze. The shadow clone did not leave the Wind Shadow building immediately, as he was aware of Qianshi's proficiency in magnet release. Instead, he activated the dragon eye, rapidly extending his perception towards the office behind him. Just as the door closed, Qianshi's indifferent voice echoed, addressing the empty corner, "Wait until he leaves the village, then send 3 people to follow him. Do not let him return alive. He can use magnet release, and his body must not fall into the hands of other ninja villages. Bring back the star on him. This is key to our diplomatic relations with the land of bears." After a brief pause, a barely audible cold snort followed. "Humph, just a commoner daring to defy my will. Thinking a bit of talent can elevate him." Closing the dragon eye, he retracted his perception. The shadow clone dispelled the clone technique with the chakra and memories returning to the main body. In the laboratory, Qianshu, who was resting, was taken aback, never expecting that the reason for the impending threat to his life was not due to his identity as a disciple of the second Wind Shadow, nor his mastery of magnet release and puppet techniques, but merely because of the star. It was simply because Qianshu wanted his possession to achieve his goals, and since he was unwilling to part with it, he had brought this peril upon himself. This reason was truly absurd. No wonder Sunagakure would fall to such a state in the future. Qianshu quickly formed hand seals, and a shadow clone with only half the chakra appeared beside him. He threw 4 specially made scrolls which contained the dozens of self-detonating puppets he had created during his recuperation from developing physical techniques, along with a reserve of nearly 100 exploding tags. Since Qianshu had completely torn off the mask, he shouldn't blame him for flipping the table. This was his farewell gift to Qianshu. Qianshu directly instructed the shadow clone, "Keep a close watch on the Wind Shadow building. Do not concern yourself with other places. The Wind Shadow building must be sent to the heavens." The shadow clone nodded to indicate understanding, took the scroll, used transformation techniques to disguise his identity, turned, and left the laboratory, his figure instantly blending into the swirling sandstorm. After Qianshu departed, in a few days the time would come for these farewell gifts to arrive. The entire Sunagakure would dance amidst flames and explosions. Subsequently, Qianshu acted swiftly, sealing all important knowledge scrolls into sealing scrolls one by one, placing them into specially made scroll bags. He also confirmed that the green Ouroboros ring in his ninja tool bag was intact. He took out several special scrolls filled with large amounts of sand. After unsealing them, the sand surged forth, and under the influence of magnet release, the sand seemed to come alive, rushing to fill every corner of the laboratory, thoroughly burying and compressing all traces. Qianshu exited the stone house and headed towards the village entrance. When processing his exit procedures, he appeared natural with a sufficient reason, executing the newly accepted S-level investigation mission. Upon stepping into the vast Gobi, Qianshu turned back for one last look at Sunagakure before resolutely continuing onward. The Magnet Tiger technique maintained its maximum range, with all chakra fluctuations within a radius of 5,000 meters firmly under control. Soon 3 chakra fluctuations at the Jonin level appeared on the edges of his perception, like a bone-deep affliction firmly grasping his position. 3 Umbu Jonin. They truly regarded him highly. Qianshu assessed his current strength in silence. Normally his combat power was at the elite Jonin level. If he donned the stellar battle armor and activated the first 5 activations of the 9 Threads ultimate technique, he could temporarily contend with, or even eliminate shadow-level opponents. However, he had just developed and used an instant kill technique in the laboratory. His stamina had not yet recovered, and the dragon jaw could not be activated at this moment. Forcing it would only harm himself, and in the current situation of traveling, he had no time to recover his stamina. In his current state, to face 3 well-coordinated Umbu Jonin, without revealing his own information preventing any from escaping and completely annihilating them, the success rate was extremely low. If he was even momentarily held up, as soon as any one of them used a summoning technique to call forth a summoning beast, his information would undoubtedly be exposed, leading to endless pursuits targeting him. His gaze shifted towards the direction of the Land of Rain. There lay the previously left trio of Ino, Shika, and Cho. His idea quickly solidified and his direction abruptly changed, no longer wandering aimlessly. He quietly took out several thunderclap stealth devices to elevate himself, recovering stamina, while channeling chakra for magnet release. His figure instantly transformed into a blurred shadow rushing towards the Land of Rain. His speed was controlled to create enough distance while ensuring the 3 behind did not fall too far behind. Behind him, the 3 Umbu from Sunagakure noticed Qianshi's sudden change of direction and acceleration. He noticed us. One of the Umbu wearing a sand wolf mask spoke coldly. The direction is the Land of Rain. Trying to use the complex environment to shake off our pursuit. Another female Umbu scoffed naive. The Umbu carrying 2 puppets said nothing, merely watching coldly in the direction of Qianshi. 3 dark shadows suddenly accelerated, carrying a chilling intent to kill as they pursued the figure ahead, vanishing beneath the perpetually gloomy sky at the border of the Rain Country. Qianshi's figure halted at the foot of a desolate rocky mountain range. This was directly above the underground sanctuary previously established for the Bordeer butterfly. The magnetic tiger's free maneuvering technique was maintained, clearly sensing the 3 murderous chakras rapidly approaching from behind. With a flicker of thought, he subtly manipulated specific metallic objects within the underground base using magnetic chakra. Minute vibrations traveled along specific paths enough to awaken those inside. After completing all this, Qianshi stood silently in place, as if exhausted or resigned to his fate, awaiting the arrival of his hunters. In just a moment, the 3 dark shadows appeared silently like phantoms, forming a triangular formation that completely sealed off any escape route. They were the 3 elite Jounin from Sunagakure's Umbu. The puppet master, carrying a bandage-wrapped humanoid object on his back, spoke first. His voice sounded muffled and hoarse through the mask, tinged with a hint of mockery. "Why aren't you running? Knowing you can't escape, are you preparing to surrender?" His cold gaze swept over the 3, his tone calm and unruffled. "When did the Umbu of Sunagakure start targeting special Jounin within the village?" "Humph." The female Umbu let out a cold snort, expressing unabashed disdain. "Kid, you have no one to blame but yourself. Having a bit of talent isn't a crime. The mistake lies in your origins being just a commoner. You took something you shouldn't have and dared to defy Lord Kazakage's orders." In that moment, the intent to kill enveloped the surroundings without concealment. The 3 Umbu moved almost simultaneously, gathering their chakras. However, just as they moved, a clear female voice echoed from the shadows not far away. Shadow mimicry tech. The pitch-black shadows surged from the ground like live serpents, accurately charging toward the shadows of the 3 Umbu. The experienced female Umbu was already alert at the moment the fluctuations of the in-release chakra occurred. With a burst of chakra beneath her feet, she swiftly retreated using body flicker technique, narrowly escaping the entanglement of the shadow. The fire release Umbu and the puppet master were also thrown off rhythm by this sudden attack, their offensive stalling. The Bordeer butterfly from Sunagakure. The female Umbu stabilized her stance, her sharp gaze sweeping over Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino as they emerged from hiding. Her tone carried a hint of surprise which quickly morphed into deeper malice. "It seems you have indeed betrayed the village, kid. You won't die unjustly." Qianshi paid no heed to her words. The opportunity was fleeting. With a rapid hand seal, he pressed down on the special scroll at his lower back, releasing it. Accompanied by a puff of white smoke, the components of the MKI star armor appeared in an instant, quickly enveloping his body under the precise guidance of magnetic chakra. "Understood." Nara Shikamaru responded without hesitation. Akimichi Choji stood firmly in front of the 2, while Yamanaka Ino understood. Nara Shikamaru responded without hesitation. Akimichi Choji stood firmly in front of the 2, while Yamanaka Ino already assumed the starting position for the mind transfer jutsu. The 3 immediately charged towards the fire release and wind release Umbu, and the battle erupted. The puppet master Umbu looked at Qianshi, who was instantly enveloped in armor, his eyes flashing with surprise, but more so with disdain. "With that broken metal you dare to emulate a puppet? Let this fool witness what a true puppet is in his fun." He gathered chakra threads with both hands, and the object wrapped in bandages fell to the ground with a thud, the bandages tearing apart to reveal 2 menacing half-human, half-beast puppets. One was a humanoid puppet modeled after a scorpion, its tail equipped with a greenish hook blade. The other had the head of a tiger and a human body, its sharp teeth and claws gleaming with a cold light. "Sand scorpion, sand tiger, tear him apart." The two puppets emitted eerie mechanical sounds simultaneously, one to the left and one to the right, rushing toward Qianshi. Under the cold gaze of Qianshi, whose golden vertical pupils were reminiscent of a dragon's, every movement and burst of the puppets, along with the fluctuations of the chakra threads behind them, became quite apparent, revealing numerous flaws in his eyes. Whether it was the slightly delayed attack trajectory of the puppets, or the almost unguarded real body of the puppet master, everything was exposed under his gaze. Qianshi did not activate the 9 threads extreme technique, nor did he utilize any ninjutsu. He merely relied on the basic enhancement provided by the mechs star armor. His right arm blade instantly shot out with a crisp metallic scraping sound. Wind-type chakra rapidly condensed, extending a nearly half-meter-long buzzing chakra blade from the sharp edge. Let me show you the greatest weakness of traditional puppet masters. Before his words fell, the armored figure blurred, charging forward at a speed far beyond that of a typical jounin. The puppet master, seeing that his opponent was not attacking his real body, but instead rushing straight for the puppets, felt even more contempt. This commoner doesn't even know how to fight against a puppet master and dares to boast. He then controlled the sand scorpion's tail stinger to strike fiercely at the neck junction of Qianshi's armor, while the sand tiger opened its massive jaws, biting toward Qianshi's leg. However, the arm blade merely traced 2 faint blue arcs in the air. Sizzle! Sizzle! 2 barely audible sounds rang out as the chakra threads connecting the sand scorpion and sand tiger snapped. The originally formidable puppets instantly resembled being stripped of their bones, their movements freezing in midair before crashing to the ground, with a thud splashing mud everywhere. How is this possible? The puppet master Umbu's pupils suddenly contracted, exclaiming in disbelief, "How could you cut off the chakra threads? Your exceptionally swift movements dealt him a fatal blow. Now it's your turn." His cold voice was like a grim reaper's decree. The thrusters of the star armor erupted with a brief glow, and his figure instantly crossed several meters, the arm blade shimmering with wind-released chakra as it thrust directly at the puppet master's heart. In the face of death, the puppet master exhibited the reflexes of a seasoned jounin. Coming to his senses, he barely completed the body flicker technique seal just before the blade connected. His body swiftly retreated a section of tree where he had been standing, pierced and shredded by the arm blade. The puppet master's real body appeared 10 meters away, pale-faced and shaken. But just as he landed, preparing to continue using body flicker technique to escape, he hadn't even had the chance to see Qianshi's position clearly when a surge of violent energy slammed toward him. Qianshi had long anticipated his landing point through Longtong's terrifying dynamic vision. With his left palm extended, the star at the center of his chest armor and the 5 surrounding glare spirit stones simultaneously ignited. A vast surge of energy converged, instantly transforming into a beam that blasted forth with an aura of utter destruction. No! The puppet master barely managed a brief, desperate cry before being completely engulfed by the energy beam. After the dazzling white light faded, only a charred crater and scattered carbonized tissue fragments remained. A seasoned Umbu senior ninja was dispatched in less than a heartbeat from the moment of engagement. Qianshi slowly turned around, his gaze behind the faceplate, shifting toward the fierce battle raging elsewhere. His cold eyes pierced through the armor, firmly locking onto the remaining 2 sand-hidden Umbu members. The 2 remaining Umbu, having witnessed the puppet master's swift and decisive execution in under a minute, felt a chilling dread overwhelm the sense of duty the mission once instilled. They attempted to break through, but Nara Kajikin's shadow secret technique clung to them like phantoms. Economiki's body art blocked their charging path, and Yamanakami's heart-turning technique straightforwardly restrained one, though the opponent later broke free due to insufficient spiritual power. Qianshi, how dare you collude with the Konoha ninjas to ambush our own village's Umbu? The female Umbu's eyes were bloodshot as she dodged a low-flying shadow, shouting furiously, "The Sand Hidden will never spare a traitor like you. You are undoubtedly doomed." Another Umbu sternly echoed, attempting to intimidate with the village's authority. Qianshi cast him a cold glance, but offered no verbal response. He merely raised his right hand, slowly, palm facing upward, as a sphere of energy rapidly gathered and spun, emanating a pulse that stirred unease. Ming Dunjaimi, darkness, escape, silence, annihilation. With a subtle flick of his wrist, Qianshi launched the wind-bladed Jaimi sphere as if it possessed life of its own. It traced an eerie arc in the air before splitting into 2 smaller spheres, each locking onto one of the Umbu. The 2 sensed the terrifying aura within the energy spheres, their faces paling as they tried to deploy ninjutsu defenses or use body flicker technique to evade. Yet the Jaimi spheres moved far faster than they could, arriving beside them in an instant. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a strange sound as if all things were shredded and dissolved by the sphere's annihilation. Their ninjutsu was torn apart by the spheres, a chakra was drained from their bodies. The The moment their flesh touched the spheres, they were reduced to the most minute tissue fragments drawn inside. After the strangulation was complete, the spheres slightly swelled but remained stable. Qianshi made a hand gesture, causing the two annihilation spheres to return directly to his palm. Residual flesh and blood were extracted and sealed within a scroll with chakra guided into a sealing node for storage. Apart from some residual traces of ninjutsu and the two intact puppets left behind from the battle, no evidence of the two Umbu's existence remained at the scene. Having dealt with the pursuers, the trouble was far from over. What should be the next course of action? Though eliminating these three Umbu was effortless, the thought of facing the entire ninja world's manhunt and endless pursuit stirred an indescribable frustration in Qianshi's heart. Exposing his strength meant attracting more attention and danger, which contradicted his personal code of conduct. At that moment, Naruto approached, her cold face tinged with barely concealed suspicion as she asked, Aren't you from one of the great families of the Sand Hidden? Why would your own village's Umbu hunt you?" Qianshi removed his faceplate, revealing a somewhat puzzled expression as he looked at her peculiarly. "When have I ever said I was a noble clan ninja? But your strength." Economiki also stepped closer, disbelief written across the young girl's face. "At your level, how could you be a commoner ninja? I am merely an ordinary person," Qianshi said calmly, as if stating the most mundane fact. "Only that I have devoted more effort in cultivation than others, possessing just a few modest talents." A few modest talents? Naruto and the others stared at this boy, seemingly younger than themselves, yet capable of instantly annihilating a seasoned senior Umbu and mastering various strange ninjutsu and peculiar puppets. Hearing him claim to be a non-noble ninja with mere modest talents, their expressions instantly froze, filled with shock and disbelief. "You? How could you be a commoner ninja?" Yamanaka-mi repeated in a stunned voice, her worldview shaken. In this world where bloodlines and family heritage reigned supreme, it was almost unimaginable for someone of common birth to reach such heights. Yet recalling the factional strife within Konoha and their own experiences, they gained a deeper understanding of the harsh realities within the ninja villages. Qianshi had no interest in further debating the world's twisted class system with them. Such matters could not be changed overnight. He said directly, "Clean up the battlefield thoroughly and dispose of anything that might reveal our identities." The three suppressed their inner turmoil and began swiftly clearing the puppets' scattered ninja tools and any traces that might expose information. Qianshi then walked alone into the underground laboratory and sat beside the stone table at its center. His mind began to race, contemplating his future path and the next safe haven. Quitting the Sand Hidden this time was tantamount to tearing the mask off. Returning was now impossible. What awaited him would be no reward, but either imprisonment or death. If these three Umbu delayed their return, or information leaked through other channels, his name would almost certainly appear immediately on the Rogue Ninja Wanted list. He had to find a new, sufficiently concealed long-term base. The small laboratory in the Land of Rain, situated at the border of the three great nations, was too complex a place to linger. The Land of Bears had grown even more chaotic due to his prior actions. Now he needed a more remote, inconspicuous location with relatively accessible resources. By the time the three finished clearing the battlefield traces and returned underground, Qianshi had made his decision. "Pack your belongings. We must leave. We cannot stay here." Without questioning, the three quickly packed their items. The group then exited the underground shelter. Qianshi raised his hand, manipulating magnetic chakra to control the surrounding earth and rocks, completely burying and compressing the entrance, erasing the last trace of their presence. "Move out." Without delay, he commanded the Thunder Stealther Swarm to fly toward the second laboratory in the Gobi Desert of the Land of Wind, leading the three along. A group of people quickly arrived at the No. 2 underground laboratory in the desolate Gobi Desert. Through the previously set spirit summoning technique, they summoned the two metallic spheres beside Gue Deng Kinyu. Before long, a somewhat disheveled figure arrived, revealing a fatigued Gue Deng Kinyu. He glanced at the unfamiliar trio of Zhu Lu Dai, not asking much, and directly addressed Qianshi, saying, "What are your orders?" "We need to move," Qianshi stated succinctly. "Prepare to depart immediately." Gue Deng Kinyu nodded in agreement. Qianshi led the four out of the laboratory, using magnetic evasion to trigger quicksand, completely burying it. He stood on the Gobi and once again controlled the Thunder Roamer Swarm. Up we go. With a thought, the floating cannon swarm emitted a low hum, carrying the five swiftly into the air, then adjusting direction and accelerating, abruptly transforming into streaks of light, racing toward the southeastern country of bears. The primary objective was to fabricate a scene of his own death in the bear country to disrupt the investigation by the Sand Hidden village. The fierce wind whistled past his ears while beneath him mountains and rivers raced by. Qianshi stood at the forefront of the floating cannon swarm, his gaze penetrating the faceplate, looking towards the distant horizon. Everything from the Sand Hidden village, the shackles of the past, was left completely behind. The Thunder Roamer swarm carried the five, arriving at the desolate coastline laboratory of the Bear Country by evening several days later. Upon entering, the slightly damp air was filled with faint traces left by prior research. The core question lay before them: how to fabricate a death. Qianshir's thoughts raced quickly, locking onto a key point. In the early days of the mission, especially before mastering magnetic evasion, the most commonly used tools were those simple low-cost structures that could produce miraculous effects in specific situations. Pursuers. In the files of the sand-hidden village there must be relevant records, and they might even have collected fragments of the puppet. A plan quickly took shape. He needed a sufficiently grand explosion that matched his own style to put an end to this chapter of his life in the sand-hidden village. At this thought, a sudden tightness gripped his heart. What about the shadow clones in the village? At that moment things had unfolded too suddenly. He had only focused on issuing the command to his clone to launch the wind shadow building into the sky before leaving, with no time to consider the best timing. The original intent was merely to retaliate against the sand-hidden village, but now the explosion had to occur before news of his faked death reached them. Otherwise, all disguises would lose their meaning. However, upon reconsideration, the shadow clones had been hastily created due to physical and chakra deficiencies at the time. They likely wouldn't last long, and might have already detonated the explosive seals and self-destructive puppets subsequently, forgetting the matter of the clones. Qianshi directly took out the reserve material scroll. Upon unsealing, a large amount of cheap iron sand, copper sand, and explosive seals filled one corner of the laboratory. He sat cross-legged in the center of the materials, closing his eyes. In the next moment, hundreds of fine chakra threads, as if alive, spread from his hands, accurately wrapping around the iron sheets and components on the ground. At the same time, dozens of more solid, sharp wind attribute cutting lines flickered in the air, performing precise cutting and shaping. The entire underground laboratory seemed to transform into an indescribable factory. The chakra threads danced, and intertwined metallic components automatically combined and assembled in midair, while explosive seals were precisely inserted into the formed hollow iron balls, their interfaces instantaneously fused by magnetic evasion. One after another, simple pursuer puppets, each carrying a single explosive seal, were rapidly manufactured like products on an assembly line, clattering beside Qianshi, piling up higher and higher. The four spectators, whether they were Zhu Lu Dai, who had witnessed Qianshi's methods, or Gue Deng, Qin, all held their breath at that moment. Watching the swirling chakra threads, as if possessing self-awareness, witnessing the puppets being woven out of thin air at an astonishing speed, an inexplicable chill mixed with an indescribable shock surged from deep within. This ultimate level of chakra control had completely surpassed their conventional understanding of chakra. When the last explosive seal from Qianshi's reserves was inserted into an iron ball, hundreds of round simple pursuer puppets nearly filled a small portion of the laboratory. The manufacturing process consumed a significant amount of Qianshi's chakra and mental energy. After a moment of rest, he restored his state to a stable one. Let's go prepare a grand funeral for them. Leaving the laboratory with the four, they arrived at a lowlying, relatively dense wooded area near the border between the Bear Country and the Fire Country. By this time the sky was nearing dusk, and the afterglow of the sunset cast a dark red hue over the forest. The magnetic evasion chakra silently spread, precisely controlling the hundreds of pursuers. They silently scattered into the woods, hiding behind tree trunks and bushes and under piles of fallen leaves distributed in a chaotic manner. Then he took out the remnants left by the three sand-hidden umbu and two puppets, casually tossing them in different locations within the woods. With the preparations complete, they stepped back onto the platform formed by the Thunder Roamer and quickly ascended to a height from which they could oversee the entire forest. Hovering in midair, Qianshi looked down at the dense forest that was about to become a fire scene. Concentrating his thoughts, he sent a remote command for simultaneous detonation through the magnetic evasion chakra. Without warning, in the next instant, boom! The area below seemed to be torn apart, resembling a sudden volcanic eruption. The shockwaves generated by the simultaneous explosions of hundreds of explosive seals merged into a devastating torrent, expanding outward in a circular pattern. Wherever it passed, trees were uprooted, shredded, and tossed like fragile straw. The deafening roar arrived late, rolling through the sky like thunder, causing even those suspended in midair to feel the floating cannon platform tremble slightly beneath their feet. Intense flames soared into the sky, instantly illuminating the dim twilight into daylight, while thick smoke rapidly ascended. In the core area of the explosion, the ground was forcibly stripped away, leaving a shocking blackened pit. Flames raged upon the remaining trees, and debris crackling loudly. The remnants of the umbu, the puppets, had long since turned to dust amidst such a violent release of energy, merging with the scorched earth. Only some twisted, melted, and shockwave-thrown fragments of the pursuer puppets lay scattered on the scorched ground, silently narrating the creator of this explosion. The intelligence department of the sand-hidden village would surely recognize the origin of these fragments. Qianshi gazed down at the devastated scene below, reminiscent of a land ravaged by natural disasters, as an indescribable complex emotion surged within his heart. The shackles named ninja, which had long restrained him, seemed to shatter completely with this explosion. An unprecedented sensation of freedom surged within Qianshi's chest like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. However, this newfound sense of relief was immediately suppressed by a looming sense of crisis. Freedom was merely temporary. In this perilous world, it was far deadlier than just a single ninja village. Now was not the time to relax. Qianshi's gaze sharpened once more. It's time to go. Without lingering, he did not even glance back at the burning ruins. A cluster of thunderclap stealthers carried 5 individuals, tracing an arc through the sky as they adjusted their direction, accelerating towards the vast desert of the Land of Wind. The objective was clear. An ancient place almost brimming with infinite chakra, the Longyuan Dragon Vein. The fierce winds howled as days later the terrain beneath began to shift from coastlines and jungles to rolling sand, dunes ultimately transforming into an endless golden sea of sand. Qianshi stood at the forefront of the floating artillery cluster, aimlessly searching for traces of Longyuan using the magnetic tiger's free technique. Within Sunagakure, that line of shadow clone, which had been lurking for days, maintained its existence with minimal. Its mission was nearing completion, currently hiding at the bottom of the Kazekage, building the supply warehouse Sunagakure prison. Aside from the hospital and ninja school, several self-destructors and explosive tags had been quietly planted at key locations throughout Sunagakure. But the real main event was the Kazekage building. Following the command to focus on key points every time the night deepened and Shira left the Kazekage building, the clone would use magnetic escape to infiltrate, perfectly embedding most of the self-destructors and explosive tags entrusted by the main body into the building's load-bearing structure and beneath the Kazekage's office. However, the main body had not issued an explosion timing. The shadow clone could only make autonomous judgments, in its thinking the later the better, as this would minimize the time the main body was exposed. It chose to time the detonation right before it was about to dissipate, leaving enough chakra to cover the entire village in magnetic escape for the explosion. The atmosphere in the Kazekage's office was tense. Shira looked at the investigation report presented in his hands, his brows furrowing tightly. The report detailed the explosion site discovered within the Land of Bears, vast areas of destroyed forest, a charred deep pit in the center, and scattered fragments of the pursuer puppet, known to be Qianshi's trademark. The conclusion was that Qianshi and 3 tracking Umbu for unknown reasons perished in the dense forest at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Bears, leaving no remains. Perished together. Shira murmured this phrase softly, his brow tightening further. Qianshi's death was within his plans, but the lack of survivors among the 3 seasoned Umbu was highly unusual. An explosion of that magnitude with the reaction and body flicker technique skills of an Umbu Jonin should have allowed at least someone to escape with severe injuries. It should not have resulted in total annihilation. Have his residence been searched? Shira looked up at the standing captain of the Sunagakure Umbu beside him. It has been thoroughly searched. The surface stone house was almost empty, as if it had not been inhabited for a long time. However, about 100 meters below, we discovered an underground space filled with sand. From the remnants of the structure and the items left behind, it appeared to have once been a fully equipped small laboratory and training ground with traces of iron sand casting and magnetic escape operations found on the internal walls. The Umbu captain reported steadily. Laboratory, 100 meters deep. Magnetic escape structure. Shira's gaze turned icy. He leaned back in his chair. His junior brother was hidden far deeper than he had imagined. The explosion in the Land of Bears was likely not a simple mutual destruction, but a meticulously planned feigned death. Issuance rank wanted order. Shira's voice was resolute. He instinctively began to think about the bounty amount. Sunagakure had just gone through war and was financially strained. Perhaps starting with 10 million Ryo symbolically would suffice, as the real pursuit would still rely on the village's Umbu. Just as he was pondering, the shadow clone hidden at the bottom of the building finally reached its chakra limit. In the final moment before dissipating, it directly used magnetic escape to cover the entire village, triggering the previously buried self-destructors, and the explosion command was transmitted instantly. What is this? Magnetic escape. Years of combat experience gave Shira an almost instinctive deadly warning that pierced his mind in an instant. Run! He roared as sand and iron enveloped himself, and the Umbu beside him bursting through the window and shooting out. Almost at the same moment, a deafening explosion erupted behind them. Shira turned back sharply in the air, his pupils suddenly constricting. The supply warehouse and prison erupted into towering fireballs, and the Kazekage's office from which he had just escaped was completely engulfed by an even larger explosion, countless secret documents of the village turning to ash in that instant, as the entire Kazakage building was violently torn apart and overturned. Countless fragments of stone and beams flew while Shira attempted to forcibly control them with magnetic escape, only to watch helplessly as the structures symbolizing Sunagakure's core of power shattered into pieces. This precise utilization of explosive tags and the magnetic escape fluctuations at the moment of detonation. Chinchur, he truly hadn't died. This was no simple defection, it was a fatal blow aimed at his throat, a provocation against him, a blatant trampling upon the dignity of the entire Sunagakure. How dare he do this? Issue the wanted order. Spread it throughout the village. Send all known information about him to the other 4 nations. The bounty is 50 million Ryo. Shira's low growl nearly tore his throat, each word soaked in cold, killing intent. Inform Hoshigakure of the stolen star news. I want him dead. The order was swiftly executed. When the Shrank wanted notice with Qianshi's image was posted next to the still-smoking ruins. It wasn't long before a crowd gathered in front of the announcement board. The cold face on the wanted notice set against the backdrop of the ruins stirred up more than mere shock. The students who had entered the academy with Chinchur had mostly graduated early due to the war, now mostly low-ranking ninjas, with a few having become mid-ranking. Staring at the wanted notice and the distant explosion marks, horror replaced confusion. The explosion. Was he behind it? Chinchur. That Chinchur who graduated early. Araki Ryo, now just an ordinary mid-ranking ninja, looked at the cold face on the wanted notice, then glanced at the completely collapsed Kazakage, building his voice trembling, murdering Umbu. Even attacking the village. How is this possible? Nighthawk Lawn and Akashayumi were still low-ranking ninjas standing beside Araki Ryo, staring blankly at the wanted notice, and everything around them, their expressions once numb from the ravages of war, were once again torn open by shock and fear. The elite Jonin Menzamon, the white-haired puppeteer who once offered guidance to Chinchur, stood before the bulletin board, his gaze sweeping over the wanted posters and explosion photographs, a complex understanding flickering in his deep eyes. He knew all too well that the explosion was not an impulsive act, but a precise act of revenge. This deepened his concerns about the internal strife within the village. At that very moment, as Sunagakure was engulfed in discussions about the sudden explosion, in the vast deserts of the Land of Wind, the scorching air distorted the distant scenery. The Thunderclap stealth squadron had been flying for more than 10 days, surrounded by monotonous golden sand. Chinchur stood at the forefront of the floating cannon squadron, the magnetic tiger's free technique deployed over the widest area, resembling an invisible radar, meticulously scanning every inch of the sand below, searching for features related to Lulon and Dragon Vein, buildings with a tower structure. The massive chakra consumption was steadily replenished by the sealing nodes, maintaining this high-intensity perception. Kisame leaned against several floating cannon platforms, closing his eyes to rest, showing no concern for their destination. The trio of Inazuka, Kibashino, and Hinata appeared somewhat weary. The long duration of flying had tested their mental and physical stamina, but they silently persevered. Compared to their previous experiences in the laboratory, this was nothing. Suddenly Qianshi's focused gaze sharpened. In the sensory landscape reflected by the magnetic tiger's technique, a chakra response that was distinctly different from the surrounding environment appeared far off on the desert horizon. It was not the aura emitted by living beings or ninjas, but a profound ancient energy source that seemed connected to the very veins of the earth, vast and boundless. Its magnitude far exceeded any existence he had sensed before. Even the Seven-Tails Juroi appeared insignificant in comparison. Above this enormous energy source, the outline of a small settlement was clearly outlined in his perception. It was not large, with a population of about 1,000, and the chakra response was weak and sparse, with almost no ninja-level chakra signatures. A giant tower stood, seemingly a facility for some kind of ritual or sealing. Found it. With a slight adjustment of direction, the Thunderclap stealth squadron slowed down a bit, quickly approaching the small oasis. As they drew nearer, the miracle in the desert became visible to the naked eye. Lush vegetation surrounded a clear water source, and simple earth and stone houses were scattered about, with some people in plain clothing moving around the oasis. In the center stood an ancient tower, relatively well maintained, its body engraved with strange patterns that had endured the ravages of wind and sand. The majestic chakra response of the Dragon Vein was subtly emanating from the deepest space beneath the tower. The floating cannon squadron slowly descended behind a sand dune at a distance from the edge of the oasis, avoiding unnecessary panic and attention. Qianshi's figure stood atop the sand dune, gazing at the tranquil and ancient oasis nation, Lulon. The Dragon Vein beneath that tower was the ultimate goal of this journey. Chinchur removed his MKI star armor, sealing it into a scroll, donning a black robe, pulling the hood down, and squinting towards the distant patch of greenery. After flying for over 10 days across the vast and endless sea of sand, even with his will he felt a hint of fatigue. The four following him were similarly wrapped in oversized black robes, walking silently, leaving only faint footprints in the sand quickly smoothed over by the wind. Lulan was much smaller than he had imagined. The oasis was limited in size, with low earthen houses on the outskirts, few residents, and simple clothing. Upon seeing these oddly dressed outsiders, most directed curious yet cautious glances at them. The core of the entire settlement was the towering structure in the center, which appeared imposing from a distance, standing tall and silent beneath the thin clouds. Few people, simple structure. Nara Shikamaru's voice came from beneath the hood, calm, as ever, suitable for concealment, but it also means unfamiliar faces stand out. Get rid of the conspicuous ones. Kisame lazily interjected, his dead fish eyes devoid of emotion, as if discussing crushing a few ants. Shinshir did not turn around. The magnetic tiger's technique had already silently spread. A perception field with a radius of 5 kilometers enveloped the entirety of Lulan, clearly reflecting every ripple of chakra. The chakra of the residents was generally weak. However, beneath the tower, a vast energy source, serene as a mountain, slowly pulsed, connected to the veins of the earth deep enough to make one's heart race. Meanwhile, a clearer energy fluctuation with a strange resonance from within the tower caught his attention. This fluctuation subtly echoed with the energy source beneath the earth. Though not powerful, its nature was special. Remember, Qianshur said coldly, his voice steady with no fluctuations. Put away your forehead protectors, hide your family insignia. We are now wandering performers passing through this place to make a living. Look more, speak less, and don't cause trouble. He paused and added, especially you, Kisame. Kisame pursed his lips, offering no rebuttal. The group passed through the sparse houses and headed straight towards the core area, where the tower stood, its body constructed of massive rocks with a rustic style. At the entrance stood 2 guards, simply dressed, wielding ordinary swords, their eyes somewhat vigilant. Before the guards could speak, a figure emerged from within the tower. It was a young woman around 17 or 18 years old, dressed in a light purple, traditional Lulan long dress, her red-brown hair cascading down to her waist, fluttering gently in the breeze. Her features were gentle and beautiful, her light purple eyes clear and calm. As she scanned Qianshur and his group, curiosity and scrutiny mingled with the unpracticed authority of one newly in power. Outsiders. She spoke, her voice soft, yet carrying an undeniable presence. I am Sa Nai, the current queen of Lulan. What brings you to Lulan? At the moment her figure appeared, the energy fluctuation that resonated with the underground energy became clearer in Qianshur's perception. The source lay within her body. Though weak, its nature was the same as the vast dragon vein energy beneath the tower. He quickly pondered in his heart, yet his expression remained unchanged. Qianshur stepped forward, slightly nodding his head as a form of greeting, his voice still steady. Esteemed Queen, we are a group of wandering performers traveling across the desert, seeking to make a living with small tricks. We hope to temporarily stay here to replenish some food and water. As the words fell, he could feel 4 pairs of eyes instantly fixated on his back. Naliang Yingjian's hood twitched almost imperceptibly, as if raising an unheard eyebrow. Zhou Dao Mei emitted a soft hum. Shanzhong Ye shook his head slightly. Guidang Kanyue was the most forthright. From beneath his hood came a faint mocking snort that he quickly suppressed. Entertainers? The excuse was so poor that even they found it absurd. Born to renowned houses of Mai and the great clans of Wuyin, had they ever considered disguising themselves by performing? After desertion, they were used to either revealing their scarred headbands to cow others with force or vanishing entirely. This middling petty street disguise felt wholly unfamiliar. Queen Sanai's pale violet eyes flashed with a hint of surprise as she scrutinized the 5 figures wrapped in black robes, their presences heavy despite their efforts to restrain them. Entertainers, she repeated with some doubt. Luolan seldom receives performers from the outside. Do you have any talent to display? Perhaps you could perform now for my guards and me to see. The air grew momentarily taut. Qianshi's expression did not change. He turned toward Guidang Kanyue and with a voice devoid of emotion said, You show us. The named man stiffened at once. Beneath the hood, the sharp-toothed face sagged, his dead eyes conveyed a tangled mix of "Are you kidding me?" and "I refuse." He hesitated, then under Qianshi's immovable gaze and Queen Sanai's clear scrutiny, reluctantly stepped forward 2 paces. He raised a hand and freed it from the black sleeve, revealing a slightly pale palm. Then under the curious stares of the guards and Queen Sanai's watchful eyes, fine droplets pricked the skin of that hand. The contours of the palm blurred and liquefied. Within moments the hand had become a crystal-clear sphere of water, gently undulating, the shapes of fingers faintly visible within the mass. The Shuihua technique, water transformation art. The guards emitted low exclamations, instinctively gripping their weapons before realizing this was no assault, and found themselves momentarily at a loss. Queen Sanai's eyes widened, surprise deepened, but more than anything there was a keen curiosity at witnessing something novel. Luolan was not entirely cut off from the world, though she had heard of outsiders wielding strange powers, especially those from the neighboring Wind country's Shine Village. Yet to see at such close range and presented as a performance a portion of a body liquefy was a first. Is this a technique from the outside? Sanai asked softly, her tone much gentler. Caravans have mentioned such things, but I have never seen one with my own eyes. It is marvelous. Guadang Canuet curled his lip, the liquid hand snapped back into flesh. He retreated behind Qianshi and drew the hand back into his robe, as if nothing had happened. Qianshi spoke at the right moment, his voice steady. Just some trifling tricks to earn a meal. Queen Sanai's gaze swept across the five once more. The initial vigilance seemed to ebb. After a moment's thought she nodded, a distinctive skill. Luolan welcomes travelers who bring goodwill and joy. I will have lodgings prepared for you. Goose houses on the tower's west side. You may stay and replenish your needs. She summoned an attendant and whispered a few instructions. The attendant bowed and made a polite gesture to usher Qianshi and the others forward. Qianshi inclined his head in acknowledgement. They followed the attendant away from the tower entrance toward a compact cluster of low buildings to the west. The attendant led them to a spacious mud-brick room, told them where to fetch water and meals, then bowed and left. The room was simply furnished, but clean and tidy. One by one they removed the black cloaks that hid their identities. Xiao Daomei rolled his shoulders and breathed a long, relieved sigh. Shan Zhongya examined the room with curious eyes. Naoyang Ingjian went straight to a shadowed corner, sat against the wall, and closed his eyes to rest. Guadang Canuet lounged sullenly by the door. Qianshi did not join their chatter. He walked to the room's single window. The window faced Lulin's central tower. The setting sun gilded the stone spire with a muted golden sheen. He stood quietly, his gaze fixed deep at the tower's base. The perception of the Sihu's eye technique was pushed to its extreme. Not a wide scan, but a concentrated, invisible spear of awareness that pierced soil and rock, clearly sensing a sleeping vast energy like a coiled beast, the Longmai the dragon vein. The energy was immense and boundless, flowing and coiling in silent majesty. The faint fluctuation previously detected, which shared a source with Queen Sanai's inner resonance, emanated from the core of that dragon vein, weaving like a web to the tower and subtly linking to the land of Luolan itself. Time in the desert moved with peculiar speed. Days rose and fell, a wind and sand scoured Lulin's low earthen walls, and a month slipped quietly away. At first the ribbon of green around the oasis could barely sustain over 1,000 lives, but now the water visibly receded. The central lake that was their lifeline fell steadily, its edges revealed cracked, desiccated bed, and the hardy plants that had encircled it began to yellow and wilt. An intangible anxiety spread through the small settlement. Qianshi stood at the guesthouse window, his eyes skimming the shrinking lake before settling on the distant tower entrance. Young Queen Sanai appeared there nearly every day. Her pale violet eyes watched the withering oasis, worry carved between her brows. The special energy fluctuation that faintly resonated with the dragon vein seemed to dim along with the dwindling water. One day, seeing Sanai alone before the tower sighing softly at the lake, Qianshi pushed the door and stepped outside. Your Majesty. He stopped a few paces behind her, his voice steady. Sanai turned, fatigue plainly written on her. It's you, she said, forcing a smile. Sorry, I've been preoccupied with the water issue and somewhat negligent. Is it because the lake is nearly dry? Sanai nodded lightly and sighed. The oasis is dying. Luolan is too small, too remote. If this continues. She did not finish the sentence, yet the outcome was clear. Perhaps I can help a little, Qianshi offered. We travel far and have learned some tricks. For instance, conjuring water. Conjure water. Water release ninjutsu. No, the water produced by water release ninjutsu dissipates with chakra and cannot be drunk. Sanai blinked, a flicker of hope crossing her eyes before reason smothered it. To create water from nothing? In this desert? How could that be possible? Take me to the lakeshore, Qianshi said without elaboration, his tone calm and unwavering. With a mixture of skepticism and quiet hope, Sanai led him toward the nearly desiccated oasis lake. Several nearby sentinels turned curiously toward them. Word spread quickly. Onakagami Zangetsu Nara Kajikan Yamanakami and Akimichi Yumi soon arrived at the lakeshore, standing silently at a respectful distance. Qianshi stepped to the water's edge and gazed down at the parched, cracked earth. Without hand seals or flamboyant gestures, he simply raised his hand slowly. His magnet release drew forth dozens of specially crafted sealing scrolls which unfurled and hovered before him, each containing vast reserves of water drawn from the land of rivers. In the next instant, an overwhelming torrent erupted violently before him. Water surged forth in torrents from the scrolls, cascading with astonishing speed. The air instantly grew thick and humid, so saturated it seemed one could wring moisture from it. From him radiated a colossal flood, not illusion, not chakra-manifested water, but real tangible water, the very same, carried back across countless journeys by Onigakure Zangetsu and his comrades from the land of rivers, utterly genuine and unadulterated. Boom! Like the celestial river spilling from heaven, immense water columns surged continuously from the scrolls, roaring with deafening thunder as they crashed into the near-dry lake bed. Waves roared and slammed against the shore, sending plumes of spray high into the air. The fissured earth vanished beneath the deluge, the water level rose at a visible frenetic pace. Within moments the shrunken lake not only refilled completely, but swelled beyond its former breadth, its crystal-clear surface shimmering with rippling light beneath the setting sun. A profound silence fell over the lakeshore. Every onlooker stood frozen mouths agape, as if witnessing divine intervention. Sanai covered her mouth with trembling fingers, her lavender eyes wide with disbelief. Farther away, Onigakure Zangetsu clicked his tongue softly and muttered, "Shuttling back and forth to the land of rivers has exhausted me. Such volume won't last long." Naruto murmured, his gaze distant and thoughtful. "Most of our future missions will likely involve repeated water retrieval." Akimichi Yumi and Yamanaka Mi exchanged glances. Both saw exhaustion mirrored in the other's eyes. Such monotonous, repetitive tasks were profoundly tedious. Qianshi lowered his hands, resealed the scrolls, and turned toward Sanai, still dazed. This should alleviate the crisis, for a time. Sanai stared wordlessly at him, then at the newly vibrant azure lake. Her earlier fantasy of him as a wandering performer shattered beyond repair. One who could conjure such magnitude of water in the heart of the desert was no mere itinerant artist, and certainly no ordinary shinobi. After a simple hush thanks, Sanai hurried away. That night moonlight bathed the replenished lake, casting a cool silvery radiance across its tranquil surface. A soft knock sounded at the door of Qianshi's guest chamber. He opened it to find Sanai standing there. Dressed in plain civilian attire, her russet brown hair flowing freely, her expression complex, tense, wary, yet edged with desperate resolve. "May I come in?" she asked softly. Qianshi stepped aside to let her enter. Only he remained inside. The other four, per prior arrangement, had departed separately at dusk for the outside world, gathering intelligence, monitoring Sunagakure's movements regarding their group, assessing the latest developments across the shinobi world, and retrieving more water from the land of rivers. Sanai stood motionless in the center of the room, cutting straight to the point as she lifted her gaze to meet Qianshi's eyes. "You're not performers, are you?" "We are shinobi," Qianshi replied, direct, unhesitant, with no trace of evasion. Her candid admission startled her momentarily. She drew a slow breath and pressed forward. "Then why did you conceal your identities and come to Lulan? What is your true purpose?" For that, she left the phrase deliberately vague. Qianshi walked to the table, picked up a clay cup, and turned it idly in his palms. "Purpose?" He lifted his eyes to hers, a faint, almost imperceptible curve touching his lips. "What if I told you we came to save Lulan? Would you believe me?" "Save?" Sanai furrowed her delicate brows, clearly skeptical. "Lulan lives in peaceful seclusion. Our only affliction is drought. I can resolve your most fundamental survival crisis." Qianshi set the cup down and raised his palms upward, open and empty. "Not merely water. I can reinforce your dwellings, shielding them from wind and sand." A dense earthen ochre glow bloomed above his left palm, a sharp verdant current danced above his right. Then came searing crimson flames, crackling sapphire lightning, and a serene, translucent sphere of water. 5 distinct natures of chakra, alternating and flowing seamlessly across his hands, their luminous radiance transforming the dim room into a shifting kaleidoscope of light. Sanai watched the pulsing lights, sensing the vastly different, yet perfectly mastered forces they embodied, her gentle features once again settling into awe. She felt it, the terrifying power coiled within those strange, radiant energies. This man truly held the capacity to reshape, or eradicate, Lulan entirely. "I believe you possess these abilities," she said slowly, her voice dry and hushed. "But I do not believe your motives are so purely benevolent. To my knowledge, shinobi do not bestow such extraordinary grace upon a minor nation without cause. Tell me plainly, what is your true purpose in coming to Lulan?" Qianshi extinguished the chakra lights in his palms, plunging the room back into shadow. He moved to the window, gazing outward, his silhouette sharp and austere beneath the moonlight. "My purpose," he said, his voice flat and detached, his back still turned. "Everything I do is simply to survive, nothing more." Sanai remained rooted where she stood, studying Qianshi's moonlit figure, her heart heavy with doubt and unease, yet paralyzed by the day's miracle and the raw, undeniable power just displayed. She paused in silence, then, without another word, turned and left quietly. The door closed behind her with a soft final click. Qianshi confirmed through his sensory perception that Sanai had distanced herself fully, and that the dragon vein energy beneath the tower remained stable, neither actively triggered nor sealed. Forcibly seizing the dragon vein carries excessive risk. She could sever it at any moment, or unleash uncontrollable consequences. I need a safer method, one that compels her to surrender it willingly. Intelligence must remain uninterrupted. I must track developments across the shinobi world and verify Sunagakure's response after our departure. The memory returned from my thread clone's dissolution confirms its dissolution occurred significantly later than the famed death staged earlier in the land of bears. With a subtle shift of intent, rapid thread constructs wove themselves anew, and beside him materialized a thread clone. Tsukiyomi should have already made contact with the Inazukura Kimichi Yamanaka trio. As previously arranged, you will team up with Tsukiyomi while the trio operates separately to investigate intelligence and procure water from different regional exchange offices. Return regularly, Chishiki reiterated the plan once more. The thread clone nodded to his original self, then departed carrying numerous sealing scrolls, his figure dissolving into the night beyond the window, as he silently left Lulan to rendezvous with Kirabi Tsukiyomi beyond its borders. Having finalized these arrangements, Chishiki seated himself at the table and retrieved the secret techniques of the Yamashiro clan, studying them with meticulous care. In the days that followed, he began fulfilling his promise through action. When the people of Lulan once again faced water shortages, they walked to the lakeshore, unrolled their scrolls, and water flowed forth. Though far less abundant than the first deluge, it was sufficient to maintain the lake's surface level. Crisp, clear water poured in, quenching parched earth and gradually softening Sanai's guarded heart. Yet his attention extended beyond mere water. He turned his gaze toward the flimsy dwellings trembling in the desert wind. His hands pressed against crumbling walls, magnetic chakra seeped inward, forcibly compacting loose structures, sealing fissures, and even reshaping the architecture into sturdier, more harmonious forms. One house, then two. More and more dwellings grew stronger beneath his hands, their lifespans dramatically extended. At first, Lolan's residents watched him from afar, eyes mingling awe with apprehension. Gradually, some began approaching cautiously during his rest periods, offering drought-resistant melons grown in their own gardens or distinctive local delicacies. Though they spoke little, their slight bows conveyed a profound shift, no longer distant suspicion, but quiet, deferential acknowledgement. Sanai observed it all, her pale violet eyes still clouded with doubt, yet the taut vigilance she had maintained for so long softened ever so slightly under Chishiki's unwavering daily devotion. Meanwhile, the 5-member reconnaissance team returned several times. On their first return, the Inazukura Kimichi Yamanaka team brought back numerous water-sealing scrolls and scattered intelligence from the shinobi world beneath the veneer of post-war peace. Among the great villages, undercurrents churned fiercely. Though large-scale conflict had ceased, skirmishes flared constantly between villages. True peace had never taken root. On the second return, Kirabi Tsukiyomi arrived alongside the thread clone, delivering additional water scrolls and more precise intelligence. That rumors of a young rogue shinobi from Sunagakure had begun circulating in exchange offices, reputedly wielding magnetic release and puppetry, employing ruthless methods, and rated as an extreme threat. On the third return, the Inazukura Kimichi Yamanaka team presented an official bounty notice copied from an exchange office. It bore Chishiki's portrait, clearly labeled S-Class Rogue Ninja of Sunagakure, with a solitary reward of 100 million ryo. The charges enumerated included desertion, assassination of Sunagakure's Anbiyu, murder of the third Kazekage, destruction of the Kazekage Tower and numerous vital village facilities, theft of Sunagakure's secret magnetic release techniques, abduction of Konoha's Inazukura Kimichi Yamanaka team, theft of the Star Village's sacred relic, and attempted instigation of a full-scale shinobi world war. That single sheet of paper, light as air yet heavy as mountains, lay upon the table. All 4 pairs of eyes turned toward Chishiki. He picked up the warrant, scanning its figures and accusations with swift, detached precision, his expression utterly impassive, as though reading a mundane grocery list. With a casual flicker of fire nature chakra, the document crumbled into ash, sifting like gray snow between his fingers. They certainly spared no expense, he remarked idly, his tone as placid as if discussing dinner plans. Continue following our prior schedule. Accept only tasks within the exchange office's capacity to build supplies. Maintain strict operational concealment. This near-absolute calm, so starkly at odds with expectation, settled Kirabi Tsukiyomi's rising agitation, while the Inazukura Kimichi Yamanaka trio exchanged glances and breathed easier. The thread clone and the 4 others departed Lulan one by one, vanishing into the wider world. 3 months passed swiftly across the desert's endless cycle of sunrise and sunset. Lolan's lake remained consistently replenished, its houses stood firm, and in public spaces Chishiki even erected shaded windshield pavilions using magnetic release for communal use. Children began playing freely near him, villagers' smiles grew warmer, more genuine. The sorrow etched on Queen Sanai's face, the grief born of Lolan's slow decline, gradually receded, replaced by a deeper, more intricate emotion. Her scouts confirmed concrete reports from beyond Lulan about Shishiki, the S-class rogue ninja of Sunagakure. Both the official warrant itself and its depiction of the Inuzuka Kimichi Yamanaka team verified its authenticity beyond doubt. Yet she chose silence, suppressing the intelligence, entirely revealing nothing to the outside world. She knew full well any leak would shatter Lulan's fragile tranquility beyond repair, and what Shishiki might do in response, she dared not imagine. One evening Shishiki ascended the central tower to meet Sanai. The queen received him in a simple chamber atop the spire. Beyond the window lay Lulan bathed in the afterglow of sunset, a small serene oasis breathtakingly beautiful and devastatingly fragile. "You've come." Sanai's voice was soft-edged with exhaustion. Shishiki said nothing, merely stepping beside her to gaze downward in shared silence. "Lulan looks far better now, truly thanks to you." Sanai turned, her pale violet eyes locking onto his. "Everything you've done for us these past days, I've seen it all. But we both know kindness never arrives without purpose." He did not deny it. Drawing his gaze from the horizon, he met hers directly. "So you've guessed. I suspected it the moment you first summoned such vast quantities of water," she replied. "Later your extraordinary abilities, and your companions." She paused, lowering her voice further. "Shishiki, the S-class rogue ninja of Sunagakure. Your objective is Lulan's ancestral dragon vein, isn't it?" "Indeed," Shishiki answered without hesitation. Silence descended upon the chamber. The sun's final light vanished behind the horizon, plunging the tower into twilight. Sanai did not summon attendants to light lamps. She simply stood motionless, merging with the deepening shadows. After a long suspended stillness, she spoke at last, her voice trembling faintly. If I refuse you access to the dragon vein, what then? Will you destroy Lulan?" Her intelligence reports painted him as formidable, merciless, a man who pursued his goals without restraint, even turning his blade upon his own village. What then were the lives of 1,000 souls in this tiny oasis worth to him? Shishiki shook his head slowly. "I will not destroy Lulan. I am not yet as brutal as the warrant described. Should you refuse, I shall simply breach the seal by force, not out of vengeance against innocent civilians. As for whether such forced breach might trigger unforeseen consequences, that lies beyond my concern." He paused for a moment, gazing directly into Sanai's eyes, and continued, "Moreover, I do not intend to completely seize the dragon vein. I merely wish to study it. If harnessed properly, this power could not only resolve the water source issue, but also help Lulan grow strong. It could bring about genuine change for Lulan, improve your lives, and free you from being confined to this shrinking oasis dependent on the skies for sustenance. Mastering the dragon vein. How is that even possible?" she murmured, more to herself than to him. "Without trying, without research, how could one know it is impossible?" Qianshi's voice carried a sense of determination. "I need this opportunity. And Lulan also needs change." There was another long silence. Sanai's fingers unconsciously curled up. She recalled the events of the past few months. The flourishing lake's sturdy houses, the smiles returning to the faces of the residents, and also the heavy bounty notice and the power held by the person before her capable of obliterating Lulan entirely. To refuse could invite unpredictable conflicts. To agree might be a grand adventure, but it could also truly bring Lulan a glimmer of hope. In the end, she finally made up her mind, took a deep breath, and her voice regained the calm and authority of a queen, though there was still a tremor in her tone. "I only hope that you truly keep your promise." She turned away, no longer looking at Qianshi, and walked straight towards the wall on one side of the hall. It appeared smooth, but when she pressed her hand against a specific spot, applying a slight force and infusing a trace of energy akin to that of the dragon vein, the wall silently slid open, revealing a spiraling deep stone staircase leading downward. "Follow me," Sanai said, turning to Qianshi, her light purple eyes appearing particularly deep in the dim light. "I won't regret today's decision." Qianshi said nothing more and stepped forward to follow. The two of them descended the spiraling stone steps one after the other. The deeper they went, the more concentrated and vast the energy in the air became. The magnetic tiger's art of freedom clearly sensed the vast dragon vein chakra below, boundless and overwhelming, as if the very space was being distorted by its powerful energy. At the end of the staircase was a relatively spacious underground chamber. The center of this space was not solid ground, but rather a profound energy pool that emitted a soft glow composed entirely of pure dragon vein energy. There was only a narrow stone bridge leading straight from the entrance to a circular stone platform at the center of the energy pool. Upon that platform, an extremely complex sealing technique shimmered with faint light, forming the key to binding and controlling this vast energy. The entire structure, apart from this stone bridge, hung above the dragon vein energy, as if it could be swallowed by that light at any moment. Qianshi reached the end of the stone bridge, standing before the circular stone platform, feeling the nearly limitless energy fluctuations of the dragon vein up close. His face finally displayed unabashed focus and fervor as he extended his hand, his fingertips gently brushing over the cold sealing runes, carefully feeling the texture of the surface. "You won't regret the choice you've made," Qianshi said without turning back, his voice low, his thoughts and gaze completely captivated by the sealing techniques before him and the dragon vein energy beneath. Sanai stood at the entrance of the stone bridge, watching Qianshi's silhouette as he immersed himself in a state of research, silent for a moment. In the end, she said nothing, merely turning away quietly and ascending the stone steps she had come down. In the dim underground, only Qianshi remained facing the slumbering dragon vein, beginning his tireless research. Time seemed to lose all meaning. Only the dragon vein energy continuously radiated its glow, illuminating Qianshi's figure on the stage. There were occasional minor failures. After opening the dragon vein with his self-developed sealing technique, he was unable to close it, requiring Sanai to use her bloodline-derived abilities to seal it. As time passed, 4 months slipped away in the blink of an eye. When the second month of the 18th year of the ninja world arrived, the ongoing research, analysis, and deduction led to a gradual clarity and integration of Qianshi's knowledge regarding the dragon vein sealing technique and the structure of the dragon vein itself. Finally, at a certain moment, all the complex nodes connected seamlessly, and every detail of the dragon vein sealing, whether its internal structure, energy circuits, or its opening, closing, and adjusting, was fully mastered. The enhancements for sensitivity had been completed at the beginning of the year, the entire process flowing smoothly. However, Qianshi had not cared about the changes brought by the attribute points. At this moment, he had completely devoted himself to the transformation of his own shadow sealing system. Drawing inspiration from the intricate concepts of energy convergence and stabilization in the dragon vein sealing technique, Qianshi began to reconstruct the shadow sealing nodes within himself. The original 4 nodes were readjusted and reinforced steadily, elevating their capacity to store an amount equivalent to 60 times his usual chakra per single node. This was far from the end. His gaze turned towards 5th activation, Dragon Jaw. Carefully guiding the chakra, he successfully constructed the 5th shadow sealing node here. Thus, the number of nodes within him capable of stably bearing the shadow sealing reached 5, with a total reserve amounting to an astonishing 300 times his body's chakra. The remaining 4 nodes, having not activated the corresponding abilities, were not attempted for shadow sealing by Qianshi. For now, this 300 times reserve was already an unprecedented breakthrough. Preparations were complete. Next, it was truly time to validate the results of these months of research. Qianshi stood quietly at the center of the circular stone platform, forming several complex hand seals with his hands, the movements smooth, rapid, and precise, resonating subtly with the dragon vein sealing. The circular sealing technique enveloping the central stone platform dimmed slightly at one corner, as if a minute valve had been opened. In an instant, the energy of the dragon vein, which had been docile, became violent. A pure and vast dragon vein energy surged forth like a torrent breaching a dam from that tiny gap, shooting up into the sky, its brilliance blinding, the energy surging as if it would tear apart anything obstructing its path. Almost simultaneously with the energy's eruption, a sphere of light had formed in the palm of his right hand. Ming Dun, devouring god. The sphere spun rapidly, generating a powerful suction aimed at the torrent of dragon vein energy. The violent energy was like encountering a bottomless pit, forcibly pulled, decomposed, and devoured, drawn into the devouring god sphere, and then continuously guided, injected into the 5 shadow sealing nodes. The process appeared smooth, yet it was extremely perilous. Even opening a corner of the ceiling was far beyond expectations, filled with uncertainty. Qianshi had to focus entirely with utmost control, manipulating the Ming Dun to ensure the stability of absorption and transformation. Any slip could provoke an energy backlash, with consequences unimaginable. Time passed, minute by minute, beads of sweat trickling down Qianshi's forehead, yet the structure of the devouring god sphere in his hands remained stable. The sealing nodes were filled one after another, an unprecedented sense of fullness gradually enveloping his entire body. Uncertain how long it had been when the 5th node was filled with chakra, Qianshi finally halted the absorption of the devouring god sphere. He formed seals with his hands, once more sealing the open corner of the dragon vein. The violent energy fluctuations in the underground space gradually calmed down, returning to the usual tranquility, though the air still carried an unsettling tremor. Qianshi felt an unprecedented surge of satisfaction within his body and contemplated, now let's test the current limits. After leaving the underground space of the dragon vein sealing, he found Sanai and briefly explained that he needed to be away for a few days. If Gue Deng Qinyue and the others came looking for him, just have them wait at his residence. He then donned his stardust armor and headed toward the top of the central tower. Sanai watched his retreating figure, connecting it with the recent turmoil of the dragon vein, a glimmer of understanding flashing in her light purple eyes as she softly indicated her comprehension. Qianqi's figure shot into the sky, the propulsion devices of his armor expelling streams of energy as he soared across the boundless sea of sand toward the desolate coastline of the Wind Country. Below were rolling sand dunes, above was a cloudless blue sky accompanied only by the howling winds. Days later, a desolate coastline came into view at the edge of Qianqi's sight. Jagged rocks and crashing waves formed the only scenery in this marginal area. Lowering his altitude, he ultimately landed steadily on the highest rock, the sea breeze carrying a salty and damp essence brushing against the surface of his armor. The test officially began. Qianshi focused his mind, awakening the 5 sealing nodes within him one after another. As he opened the seals, a vast torrent of chakra surged forth, coursing through his meridians, bringing an unprecedented sense of fullness, with the enormous chakra continuously flowing and circulating within him. His right hand rose in front of his chest, a vast amount of chakra converging into a luminous sphere on his palm. The color of the sphere shifted from its initial white to an increasingly deep black, the very air trembling from the ferocious energy. Dark release, annihilation. As an overwhelming amount of chakra surged into it, the annihilation sphere began to expand dramatically, the swirling wind blades on its surface emitting a more dangerous buzzing sound. Chakra continued to pour in the reserves of the sealing nodes, depleting rapidly until more than half was consumed, equivalent to 150 times his usual chakra capacity. A distinct, throbbing pain radiated through his meridians, signaling that this was the current limit of his output capability. Although the annihilation sphere in Qianqi's hand had increased in power, its internal structure remained stable, with its capacity far exceeding the current limits. He raised his hand and hurled the increasingly ferocious annihilation sphere into the distance. The pitch-black sphere silently streaked across the sky, plunging into the ocean thousands of meters away. In an instant, the surface of the sea suddenly caved in, forming a massive vortex, with an endless amount of seawater being violently sucked into the sphere. The annihilation sphere rapidly expanded, as if inflated, from several meters to tens of meters, then hundreds of meters. The originally stable structure of the sphere began to twist and deform as a massive influx of matter surged in, the wind blades on its surface moving wildly. Qianshi sensed something was amiss and quickly maneuvered his armor away from the test point. When the diameter of the sphere approached 500 meters, the critical point finally arrived. An extreme radiance first consumed all visual perception, followed by a deafening roar that shook the heavens and the earth. The sea surface was violently pressed down, forming a massive pit, which then rebounded with an even more ferocious force, generating towering waves that seemed capable of submerging everything. The shockwave, carrying obliterating energy and salty seawater, surged forth. Even though Qianshi had already flown away from the test point, the armor began to instinctively absorb energy to resist the shockwave, with the surface of the mechs shimmering with dense energy ripples. Qianshi gazed at the ocean in the distance, which resembled the onset of an apocalypse, the waves that refused to settle, gaining a clear understanding of the destructive range of this attack. If unleashed on the battlefield or in any ninja village, it could instantly annihilate everyone within range, directly determining the outcome. However, that was only an ideal scenario. In a real battlefield, there wouldn't be so much seawater available for the annihilation sphere to absorb. He then concentrated chakra into a healing technique in his palm to treat the meridians that had been damaged due to excessive chakra output, awaiting the injuries to heal. Next, he began to test the output limits of the armor itself. Once more, he guided the chakra from the sealing nodes toward the star at the center of the chest armor. The energy core instantly radiated a brilliant light, 5 grell crystals, stabilizing the furious energy flow. The glow of chakra flowed rapidly within the armor, emitting a dangerous humming sound. Energy continued to pour in until the reserves of the sealing nodes were sharply reduced once more, with the internal energy circuits of the armor emitting sounds of cracking reaching the current limit. He ceased the chakra input, raised both hands, palms directed toward the empty sea surface. A beam of energy condensed to the extreme and exceeding 1 meter in diameter instantly crossed the 1,000-meter distance. At the moment the beam made contact with the sea surface, there was no explosion, only an ever-expanding absolute void that seemed capable of eroding everything. Seconds later, a deafening secondary roar and a towering water column accompanied by a shockwave finally arrived. The pure penetration and obliteration characteristics of this strike demonstrated even more extreme After completely exhausting the chakra from this charge, he removed the armor and examined the internal damage. Having rushed out without bringing any materials, he could only return to Lulan for repairs, carefully sealing the armor into a scroll. Qianshi stood on the coast, gazing at the gradually calming sea surface, evaluating the destructive power displayed by the armor. He felt confident about dealing with the forthcoming wraith. Currently, he only needed to thoroughly understand the secret techniques of the clan within the mountain, and he could head to the land of demons to send the wraith on its way. Due to the damage sustained by the armor in the recent test, he had no choice but to take out several Thunder Phantom devices, using them to carry himself back toward Lulan. After several dozen days of long and tedious travel, Qianshi finally returned to Lulan, directly entering the space of the dragon vein ceiling beneath the central tower. He quickly unsealed a corner, condensing the energy of dark release, devouring God. The pure dragon vein energy, continuously decomposed by the dark release, was absorbed into his internal nodes, as the purest chakra, rapidly filling the 5 sealing nodes that had been depleted during the test. Feeling the majestic power refilling within him, Qianshi turned his thoughts toward plans for the future. He had previously promised to help Lulan grow strong, and he had always been a man of his word. Of course, to save his own time, since he now had nearly limitless chakra, such trivial matters would naturally be entrusted to others. He quickly created a shadow clone, assigning all these tasks to it, while also tossing the scroll containing the armor to the clone for repairs. Qianshi's main body then returned to his residence to rest. The shadow clone silently watched the direction in which the main body departed, taking a deep breath to calm its emotions, planning to first construct a puppet factory to alleviate its burden before attending to other matters. For the next 2 months, aside from continuously researching the secret techniques of the clan in the mountains, Qianshi would occasionally check on the progress of his line avatar's work, assigning it an additional task to construct a small laboratory beside the factory before turning to leave. In a pre-planned area near the central tower, the line avatar began constructing the factory, using magnetic teleportation to grind the newly grown blade of the decapitating knife, mixing it with some special metals, and relying on the dragon vein seal. It first laid down several stable energy transmission pipelines. Subsequently, a compact, semi-automated factory, mainly constructed from rock and metal, rapidly rose from the ground under the influence of magnetic teleportation. The core energy of the factory was directly connected to the dragon vein energy transmission pipelines. With dozens of humanoid puppets he crafted himself inside, responsible for operating more precise machinery and handling various materials mined from the outside or purchased through the exchange channels by the Ghost Lantern Remnant Moon and the Zhu Lu Dai team. As the factory began to operate, humanoid puppets with uniform shapes and specific functions gradually emerged on the assembly line. They were primarily humanoid in structure, designed to be simple yet sturdy, with the core embedded with a modified Greer stone. This modification enabled the crystal to stably store chakra instead of directly activating its internal energy. A Greer core filled with dragon vein energy was sufficient to keep the puppets operational for over a month. When the energy was depleted, they would autonomously head to the charging station established beside the factory under the influence of preset techniques to replenish the dragon vein energy in their crystals. To allow ordinary people to operate them, the line avatar designed an extremely simplified instruction panel for these puppets and personally wrote a detailed operation manual. The types of puppets included those for transportation, construction assistance, basic farmland care, and basic equipment maintenance, significantly improving the production efficiency and living quality of the settlement with over 1,000 inhabitants. During this time, the line avatar also brought back a sufficient amount of Greer stone from the distant Greer stone vein ruins, meeting the needs of these puppet cores. Once all the puppets were manufactured, the line avatar found Sanai and took her to visit this factory capable of completely transforming Lulan, along with the neatly arranged civil puppets waiting for commands. These puppets can handle most of the heavy physical labor. He pointed to a puppet demonstrating the transportation of heavy objects, from construction to farming, and then to the transportation and basic maintenance of daily supplies. The energy comes from the dragon vein, replenished through the charging station over there. The operation methods are all written here. The line avatar handed the operation manual he had personally written to Sanai. Sanai took the manual, her gaze sweeping over the puppets, then looking back at the expressionless line avatar beside her. A complex expression appeared on her gentle face, encompassing shock, gratitude, and a hint of indescribable bewilderment. She had never imagined that Qianshi would keep his promise, but when she truly saw these puppets, she found it hard to control her emotions. You really did it. My promises will naturally be fulfilled. The line avatar's tone remained steady. I will add more functions to the puppets when I have time later. After saying this, without waiting for Sanai's response, he dispelled the avatar technique, and the chakra, along with memories, quickly returned to his main body in the small laboratory beside the factory. Qianshi's main body did not closely examine the memories of the line avatar, but was focused on studying the secret techniques of the clan in the mountains. The interior of the laboratory was simply furnished with the MKI star armor placed on the central platform's armor rack. During previous tests, the energy circuits and some structures inside the armor had suffered significant damage under the impact of overload energy. When the line avatar built the laboratory, he had already repaired the damaged energy circuits using dragon vein energy and the materials at hand, replacing the deformed components. The core star, of the armor remained unfathomable even in the face of such immense energy before, but the materials that bore it, even the chakra metal remade from the decapitating knife, were showing signs of strain when dealing with such colossal chakra. The material bottleneck could not be addressed in the research of the spirit, so he could only set the repaired armor aside for now. He continued to study the scroll detailing the principles and key knowledge of the heart-turning technique of the clan in the mountains. However, even for Qianshi, who had thoroughly understood the secret techniques of the clan in the mountains, developing an effective spiritual technique based on this still felt overwhelming, and his thoughts temporarily fell into a deadlock. The soul, according to the introduction of the secret technique, is also a conglomerate of chakra. The essence of the soul is indeed inescape. Since the soul of the wraith can be bound by that ancient witch sealing technique in the land of spirits, it may not be necessary to directly confront its spiritual power. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. It is entirely possible to use more powerful forces for a secondary sealing of the soul, or even annihilation. Inescape possesses the characteristics of absorbing and decomposing chakra, and the ancient technique of sealing the wraith soul has its core principles inscribed on the shattered stone door of the altar in the land of spirits. As long as he can decode the sealing technique inscribed there, he can directly develop an inescape targeting the wraith's soul. His thoughts suddenly cleared up. He closed the scroll and stood up to leave the laboratory, finding Sanai and briefly informing her that he needed to go out to handle some matters. Then he separated a line avatar to notify the Zhu Lu Dai team and the Ghost Lantern Remnant Moon, who were active throughout Lulan, commanding them to temporarily stay in Lulan to ensure the safety of the area. Wearing the armor, Qianshi's figure soared into the air, transforming into a streak of light racing towards the direction of the land of spirits, swiftly disappearing into the horizon. Days later, he landed in the desolate valley of the land of spirits. Under magnetic teleportation control, the mountain was torn open to reveal a deep downward passage. He once again stepped into the massive stone hall that sealed the soul of the wraith. The air was thick with a cold and overwhelming negative energy, and the torches on the stone walls flickered unsteadily. Kid, you finally figured it out. Come join me. Let the world submit. The deep, arrogant, and enticing voice echoed in Qianshi's mind once more. It was the wraith. He did not respond to this mental communication, but quietly gazed at the central stone wall engraved with complex sealing techniques. Then, unfolding the magnetic tiger's carefree technique, Qianshi's thoughts were fully immersed in the analysis of the witch sealing technique. The wraith's consciousness paused momentarily due to his actions, then it locked tightly onto him, filled with scrutiny and agitation, seemingly pondering what this magnetic teleportation trickster returning would like to do. Qianshi's perception was entirely focused on analyzing the witch sealing technique, sensing the energy flowing through each rune and the energy circuits embedded within. The principle is not difficult. It has poor resistance to pure physical impact. Even a simple force can shatter the stone door before him unlocking the seal. However, the internal sealing techniques differ from any sealing arts Qianshi has encountered. They almost contradict the current principles of sealing arts in the ninja world, which primarily rely on curse seal techniques, while the seal before Qianshi resembles a form of barrier technique. Time passed in silent analysis. After several days, Qianshi's understanding of the soul targeting sealing technique deepened. Through Qianshi's analysis, the technique was remarkably clever, using the 5 outer stone pillars as a foundation to manifest a blue sealing array in the air, forcibly restraining the central stone door and leaving the soul of the wraith nowhere to escape. Yet the overflowing blue light and the cracks on the surrounding stone pillars indicated that the seal had long been damaged, with internal energy slowly leaking out. For some unknown reason, it had not been completely repaired. However, a subtle discovery caused him to pause momentarily. The overall structure of the stone pillars was extremely ancient, made from unknown materials that far exceeded the sealing strength required to bind the wraith's physical form. Yet on certain cracks of the pillars and at the door, the maintenance marks appeared. Somewhat too new. Moreover, the newly patched materials seemed out of place, simply being crude stones that contrasted sharply with the pillars, akin to the difference between gold and brass. Compared to these ancient foundations, it felt as though they had been meticulously maintained and reinforced in recent days. During his last hurried visit, Qianshi had not paid much attention to the details. Just as he was carefully sensing these fresh marks, a faint sound of footsteps came from the entrance of the stone hall, followed by a cautious and somewhat immature female voice saying, "Who are you?" He looked toward the sound and saw a young girl standing at the door. She had soft light golden hair tied at the ends with a light blue butterfly clip. Her features were gentle, her skin fair, and her pale pink lips slightly pursed, exuding an Eastern beauty that was both gentle and elegant, though her light purple eyes were filled with wariness. The technique of the magnetic tiger silently swept through, and Qianshi immediately sensed a force within her that shared the same origin as the seal on the stone wall, not ordinary chakra, but a special energy. Her identity was self-evident. She was the current priestess of the country of ghosts. I am here to help you eliminate the wraith, Qianshi stated directly, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. The priestess was momentarily taken aback, then shook her head with a firm tone. Impossible. The wraith cannot be destroyed, it can only be sealed. Even if temporarily resolved, it will be reborn in the future. I never said I would kill it, Qianshi calmly interrupted her, just dealing with it differently. His gaze returned to the sealing stone wall. This seal has signs of recent reinforcement left by the previous priestess, right? Once I deal with it, your priestess clan will be free in the future. Before Qianshi finished his sentence, a wild laugh from the wraith echoed through the stone hall. Ha ha. It was filled with heavy sarcasm and disdain. Kid, I thought you were a clever person, but with just you. Qianshi ignored the wraith's howling, completely unbothered by the mixed expressions of surprise and disbelief on the priestess' face as he immersed himself in the analysis of the priestess' sealing technique, gradually forming a plan. A cage with chakra metal as the framework, ensuring good energy conduction and confinement. Using 5 refined grail stones to simulate the stone pillars as energy nodes, providing a stable energy source, and employing thoroughly analyzed soul-targeting priestess sealing techniques as the sealing art to construct the core of the seal. Finally, when returning to Lolan, the cage would connect to the dragon vein's nearly infinite energy, serving as the power to maintain the long-term operation of the seal. It would only require periodic replacement of materials worn down by energy erosion to achieve indefinite sealing. The plan was thoroughly clear in his mind. Qianshi took out a large amount of chakra metal particles and 5 refined grail stones from his sealing scroll. With his hands hovering, the magnetic manipulation precisely controlled these materials to float in the air. Chakra surged from the Yin seal, transforming into scorching flames, and the metal particles quickly melted. Under the precise control of the magnetic technique, they stretched and molded, weaving into a complex cage-like framework filled with intricate runes. The grail stones were embedded in the key nodes within, with streams of light beginning to flow along the preset energy circuits. Then Qianshi formed seals with both hands, using his chakra as ink and spiritual energy as a brush, slowly inscribing the sealing technique into the forming metal framework. With each rune that lit up, the cold, dark atmosphere in the stone hall seemed to dissipate a bit, and the wraith's taunting voice gradually quieted, revealing its growing panic. The priestess watched Qianshi's actions, sensing the power contained within the forming metal cage. It was a sealing technique entirely different from her understanding, yet far more robust, along with an ocean of chakra. When the last rune was inscribed, a specially crafted soul cage about half a person high and gleaming with a dark metallic sheen and subtle energy runes floated before him, slowly rotating, emanating a stable and powerful sealing aura. Qianshi raised his hand to grasp the soul cage, his gaze piercing through the void, landing on the wraith's sealed soul behind the stone door, coldly stating, "Your home is ready. Do you want to take a look inside?" After saying this, Qianshi ignored the priestess' attempts to step forward and stop him, completely shutting out the wraith's roar in his mind, which was mixed with threats and temptations. He raised his left hand, fingers spread towards the stone wall. The 5 Yin sealing nodes within him began to stir. Chakra surged forth, not for the purpose of casting specific ninjutsu, but transforming into the purest, wildest magnetic impact, crashing violently toward the most critical energy nodes of the seal. Boom! The stone door shook violently, the runes inscribed upon it flashed furiously, flickering. The seal, reinforced and maintained by generations of priestesses, could barely withstand the overwhelming force, emitting a mournful cry of being overburdened as a massive gap suddenly exploded in the central area. Ha! A thick, almost tangible wave of negative energy surged forth, accompanied by ecstatic mental fluctuations flooding out from the breach, like a burst dam, instantly filling the entire stone hall. The cold, evil aura filled with chaos and destruction caused the temperature in the stone hall to plummet, nearly extinguishing the torches on the stone walls. A massive shadow, distorted and unstable, formed in the air, composed of pure malice and soul, letting out a deafening roar. "Boy, you're blissfully ignorant. How utterly charming. You've delivered to me with your own hands a flawless vessel. This gift, I accept it." Wang Liang locked onto the shamanist position below and lunged downward. Shishiki's expression did not waver. Not a trace of change, as if he had anticipated the assault. Even before the seal shattered, his right hand had already risen, and a pitch-black sphere of chakra coalesced above his palm. A far more terrifying surge of chakra erupted. The Yin seal's reservoir, containing 50 times his normal chakra capacity, was rapidly drawn forth and forcibly infused. Necro release, soul severance. This technique merged the Yamanaka clan's spiritual arts with the shamanist's sealing rites, uniquely forged to subdue soul-based entities. Countless minuscule sealing glyphs spiraled within the sphere's core. Its surface no longer whirled with razor-edged wind blades. It had condensed into an almost perfect, seamless orb. The light radiating from it was not blinding, yet it warped the very space of the stone chamber. Its pure ravenous force seemed poised to tear apart light itself, and even spiritual perception, before devouring them whole. Wang Liang's soul hurtling toward the shamaness froze mid-plunge, its maniacal laughter severed abruptly. Its colossal shadow convulsed violently under the sphere's pull, its psychic resonance shifting instantaneously, from arrogant exultation to absolute terror. Wait, stop! Wang Liang's voice pierced Chishiki's mind, shrill and uncharacteristically frantic. I concede defeat this time. Halt now! I'll surrender all my knowledge to you, forbidden arts from other realms, ancient secrets long buried, and even the means to escape this world. I will guide you myself. Spare me. We can forge an alliance. Don't you yearn to return home? Home. To that cerulean planet, long since vaporized by stellar annihilation cannons. A faint ripple flickered across Chishiki's eyes, but his hands never faltered, never hesitated. Such knowledge and secrets could be extracted methodically once the soul was fully sealed and subdued. Now this soul, dangerous beyond measure, capable of piercing his deepest secrets at a glance, utterly uncontrollable, had to be sealed irrevocably. Only then could Chishiki truly breathe easy. Too many words. His voice cold and final rang out, and the obsidian sphere above his palm blazed with sudden, overwhelming radiance. The vortex of suction exploded in full force. No! Wang Liang shrieked in utter despair. Its vast soul recoiled like prey before a predator, powerless, unraveled, stretched thin by irresistible force, transformed into a writhing torrent of black energy, screaming as it was dragged, contorted, and broken into the spiraling void of the obsidian sphere. Within the sphere, light pulsed furiously. Countless sealing glyphs flared like binding chains, tightening relentlessly around Wang Liang's essence, locking it down, crushing it into immobility at the sphere's heart. Within mere breaths, the suffocating aura of malevolence and psychic oppression vanished from the stone chamber. All that remained was the slowly rotating sphere, its core holding a faint, struggling silhouette of darkness, hovering serenely above Chishiki's palm. Chishiki cradled the necro-release sphere, now containing Wang Liang's soul, and placed it carefully inside the floating metallic soul cage beside him. With swift, precise hand seals, he activated the sealing arrays inscribed upon the cage. Grellium stones embedded in the cage frame and chakra-infused metal glyphs simultaneously ignited, weaving intersecting beams of azure light into a luminous net that clamped down upon the sphere with unyielding grip. The soft click of the cage door sealing shut marked the temporary end of threat. Chishiki's taut nerves finally eased. For the first time since Wang Liang had exposed his true identity, that invisible pressure had clung to him like a second skin. Now, with the sealing complete, it felt as though a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. Even the chamber's dim, gloomy light seemed sharper, clearer, more vivid within his gaze. He lifted the sealed soul cage without ceremony and turned, ready to depart this place of turmoil, and the shamaness, who had watched in silence all along, stood frozen where she was. Her pale gold hair stirring faintly, her rose-pink lips parted unconsciously, her eyes wide with awe and bewilderment. Her clan had waged generations-long war against Wang Liang, offering their lives merely to bind it, to hold it at bay. And yet, it had just been swallowed, brutally, directly, almost arrogantly, into a single sphere, then caged like some common beast. That entity capable of toppling the entire shinobi world, reduced to such abject fragility before him. Her clan's centuries of sacrifice and vigilance suddenly felt like nothing more than a cruel, hollow jest. As Chishiki strode past her, a faint smile playing on his lips, carrying the metallic cage, the shamaness, sewn, jolted back to awareness. A storm of emotions surged within her, shattered conviction, disorienting relief, and above all, an urgent, burning need for answers. Wait! She rushed forward, stepping squarely into his path, her voice trembling with intensity. Where are you taking it? Wherever Wang Liang goes, I go too. My clan must guard it. Chishiki halted, his smile gone. His gaze swept over her, resolute, still reeling from shock, eyes clouded with unresolved confusion. He sensed the resonance between her chakra and Wang Liang's, a subtle, dangerous kinship, and his brow, recalling Wang Liang's desperate lunge toward her body, he understood the demon sought rebirth, using her as a ready-made vessel perfectly attuned to its own energy signature. An inconvenience. He loathed enemies that defied total annihilation by conventional means. Instinctively, the crudest solution flashed through his mind: kill her, and it cleanly, decisively. Yet the thought evaporated almost instantly. Wang Liang's resurrection mechanics could not possibly be so simplistic. This entity had existed for unfathomable eons. Its mastery over souls and energy surpassed mortal comprehension. The shamaness herself might be intrinsically woven into Wang Liang's revival protocol, her existence possibly essential to its cycle. Killing her outright carried unknown, potentially catastrophic risks. Worst case, rather than halting Wang Liang, it might trigger a pre-programmed failsafe, releasing its soul in a form infinitely more volatile and unrestrained. Or worse, induce unforeseen mutations, birthing entirely new and unpredictable threats. Moreover, his research into Wang Liang's soul had only just begun. Future experiments held inevitable uncertainties. Should he now eliminate the shamaness, only for Wang Liang's soul to resurface elsewhere leveraging some hidden mechanism, he would face a mortal enemy who knew fragments of his true nature, lurking unseen in the shadows of the shinobi world. To slay her was not eradication, it was inviting chaos. She must not die. On the contrary, she must remain under absolute, unwavering control. To eliminate all future peril, Chishiki made his decision without delay. Take her. Like the soul cage, she was now a critical variable, subject to strict containment and oversight. Without further speech, he answered directly. A scroll unfurled under magnetic chakra traction, and dozens of thunderclap infiltrators emerged in swift succession. They hovered beneath Son, lifting her steadily into the air. Then Chishiki raised his gaze toward the chamber's ceiling, no longer concealing his intent. Torrents of magnetic chakra surged forth, manifesting as invisible razor-sharp talons. Crash! With thunderous detonation and cascading rubble, the stone vault above tore open, a jagged maw spilling daylight into the chamber. Chishiki shot upward first. The airborne drone swarm followed, bearing Son aloft as they pierced through bedrock and soared into the boundless sky. They raced toward the marsh country, the site where Wang Liang's physical body lay sealed. Arriving swiftly, Chishiki dispatched a thread clone to maintain the drone formation, carrying Son, while he himself ascended directly to the volcanic peak housing Wang Liang's corporeal form. With magnetic chakra, he rent the mountainside open, effortlessly shattered the old seal. And since Wang Liang's body was too immense for standard sealing scrolls, he affixed an archaic summoning binding formula directly onto the corpse before departing. Then, with the drone swarm in tow, he set course for Lulan. Several days later, in the land of spirits, the Valley of Seals, several attendants clad in priestly robes stood uneasily at the entrance to the stone chamber. By tradition, the shamanist's inspections or repairs of the ceiling pillars rarely exceeded a single day. Yet now several days had passed. Only faint sounds echoed from within during the first few days, after which silence descended thick and unnerving. The eldest attendant, unable to bear the tension any longer, signaled the others and cautiously pushed aside the massive stone door, stepping into the deep-shadowed passageway. What met their eyes froze them instantly, blood turning to ice in their veins. The central stone gate, once etched with ancient seals and emitting a faint blue light, now gaped with a monstrous rupture. Its edges were blackened by the scorch of furious energy. The stone hall lay in disarray, the floor strewn with rubble of varying sizes. Most horrifying of all, the dome that had once been impervious had been torn open by an unfathomable force. A blinding shaft of daylight poured through the vast breach, illuminating the empty interior. Priestess Tsang Yuan was nowhere to be found. The seal had been utterly broken. The Wang Liang had vanished. Where is the priestess? The Wang Liang seal has been broken. Horrified screams and cries of despair echoed through the cavernous stone hall. A great panic spread among the attendants like a plague. They scrambled out of the valley and raced to deliver the news to the capital of the Guizhi country with all possible haste. The capital immediately descended into chaos. The current priestess Tsang Yuan had only recently ascended, young, and without offspring. She could not instantly designate a successor by bloodline. Without the priestess' protection and faced with the freed Wang Liang, the entire Guizhi country was shrouded by the shadow of the creature's possible return at any moment. At the emergency council, ministers and clerics sat pale and embroiled in argument, yet could produce no effective strategy. In the end, under great fear and pressure, one decision was made quickly to seek aid from beyond. Soon an urgent strank notice promising an astonishing bounty was dispatched through Guizhi channels across Renjia and conveyed to the leadership of the 5 great ninja villages. Guizhi country highest emergency commission priestess Tsang Yuan is missing. The ancient otherworldly beast Wang Liang has had its seal broken and its whereabouts are unknown. Whoever recovers the priestess or confirms the Wang Liang's location will receive a bounty of 100 million taels. Those who provide critical actionable intelligence will be rewarded according to its value, no less than 10 million taels. The enormous bounty and the very news of the Wang Liang's unsealing were like a great stone cast into a still lake, stirring significant ripples in the undercurrents of Renjia. The great ninja villages began to move quietly, some driven by the reward, some by concern for the situation, some with ulterior motives. And countless gazes turned toward the Guizhi country, the missing priestess, and the Wang Liang. Yet the priestess, whose beliefs had been shattered and who had made hasty decisions under duress, knew nothing of this. Qianshi maintained a high-speed skimming over the boundless sea of sand beneath the clouds. Behind him, the priestess Tsungyuan was borne aloft by a cluster of laming stealth carriers. Her pale golden hair streamed in the gale, her hands were clasped tightly before her as she watched the silent figure ahead, bewilderment still lingering in her eyes. Days later, the familiar silhouette of an oasis appeared on the horizon. Lulon at last. Qianshi descended near the central tower, removed his battle armor, and retracted the scroll. The floating turrets gently set Sunyan down before returning into the scroll. He carried the soul cage, the priestess trailing behind with a complex expression, and went straight to Sanai, who was attending to affairs within the central tower. Sanai showed a flicker of relief at Qianshi's safe return, then her gaze fell upon the exceptional metal cage in his hands, and the unfamiliar girl of distinctive bearing behind him, curiosity and puzzlement in her eyes. "The matter is settled," he said, gesturing to the soul cage. "This is the Wangliang." His tone was flat, as if he were introducing an ordinary object. Sanai was momentarily stunned, then her pupils tightened. Although she had prepared herself to hear that the legendary beast was confined within such a cage, still sent a tremor through her. Her gaze turned to Tsungyuan. "She is the priestess of the Guizhi country, Tsungyuan," Qianshi said simply. "She will remain here going forward." He gave no explanation and did not ask Sanai's opinion. Sanai looked at Tsungyuan. The girl's gentle, handsome face bore the fatigue of a long journey and the complex emotions hidden beneath her eyes, and Sanai inclined her head slightly in greeting. Sanai understood and did not press further, she only nodded kindly. "Lulon welcomes you, honored priestess." Qianshi spoke no more, hoisted the soul cage, and turned toward the small laboratory beside the semi-automated factory. After he left, Sanai finally fixed her gaze on Sunyan and said softly, "The Guizhi country is very far from here. It must have been a difficult journey." Sungyun looked at the young queen, whose manner was gentle and whose eyes were clear. The taut string of her heart relaxed a little. She shook her head faintly, her voice drifting, "I'm all right. It is only that it was so sudden." She paused, a flash of confusion crossing her eyes. "I never imagined I would leave the Guizhi country in this way, never that the duty our line guarded for generations would end like this." Sanai felt the weight, the loss, and the dawning realization in the other's words. She recalled Qianshi's arrival in Lolon, the disruptive force he had been, and the changes the city had since undergone. She stepped closer, her tone softening. "This place may be small and humble, but it is safe. At least you will no longer have to bear such a heavy burden alone. He, though his methods are hard to accept, will keep the promises he made," she added, glancing toward the laboratory with pointed meaning. Sungyuan followed her gaze and could faintly sense the Wangliang sealed utterly within the soul cage. She was silent for a moment, then asked softly, "Has he always been like this? So uncompromising?" Sanai smiled wryly. "To me, he is nothing like the traditional idea of a ninja. He acts only according to his own logic and ends." Sanai paused, recalling scenes of Qianshi and Lolon, then continued, "Since he brought you here, and you have chosen to remain, consider this a place where you can take shelter for the time being. I am Sanai, the current queen of Lulon." "Welcome again," she said. Sungyun, the priestess, replied, giving her name. Sensing Sanai's kindness, some of her unease eased. Sungyun looked across the vibrant oasis where curious automatons worked quietly in the distance, a scene wholly unlike any place she had seen in books or scrolls. "This place is special," she murmured. Sanai answered softly, "You will understand in time. I'll first arrange lodgings for you." Sanai personally led Sungyun toward a floor within the central tower. Meanwhile, Qianshi had placed the soul cage upon the charging station of a dragon vein energy node. A low hum arose as the Gelier crystals embedded in the interior of the soul cage immediately linked with the dragon vein energy. Streams of light ran steadily along the rune lines, replenishing the energy spent during the journey and forming an invisible field that securely sealed the soul capture orb within the cage. Through the gaps of the cage, one could see the dark soul capturing sphere, slowly rotating, its core's struggling shadow appearing increasingly subdued under the vast pressure of the dragon vein energy. Qianshi watched the stable, glowing runes, sensing the solid energy cycle established between the soul cage and the dragon vein, as the tension in his nerves finally eased slightly. At the very least, this potential threat that could penetrate his deepest secrets was now in his hands. After setting up the soul cage, Qianshi walked straight toward the storeroom, piled with various supplies. Standing beside the dragon vein energy pipeline in the storeroom, he activated the hidden seal, one hand gathering the nether escape technique to extract the dragon vein energy, while the other hand formed seals to forcibly summon the body of the wraith from the distant marsh nation. Instantly outputting a vast amount of chakra, Qianshi's face turned pale. After releasing the nether escape, he began to heal himself using the immortal palm technique. Once his injuries stabilized, he placed the wraith's body in the corner of the storeroom and turned back to the laboratory. In the laboratory, Qianshi quickly devised the next step of the plan. The soul of the wraith had already been contained, and it was time to create the next phase of armor, starting with addressing the material issue. Days later, Qianshi was staring at a mass of metallic liquid suspended in the air. The chakra metal was ground into extremely fine powder by magnetic escape, mixed evenly with the processed grail stone powder and several rare metallic ores obtained from the black market, slowly rotating and merging under the continuous wash of dragon vein energy. The entire process had lasted nearly several days, maintaining precise control of the magnetic escape while guiding the violent dragon vein energy for penetration and fusion. This tested his control over chakra immensely and served as a form of training. He subtly adjusted the intensity and flow rate of the dragon vein energy input, with his fingertips perceiving every minute change within the liquid. A slight deviation in energy input directly caused the internal structure of the liquid to instantly become imbalanced, twisting into a strange material. A blinding light flashed as the entire mass of materials suddenly expanded and deformed in a violent energy reaction. He took out a portion of the fragments and attempted to inject some chakra for testing, checking if it had good chakra conductivity. The moment chakra was injected, the metal began to expand again, and seconds later, with a bang, it exploded, forming a splendid flow of fire in various colors. Qianshi casually blocked several fragments flying towards him, his expression showing no change. He silently recorded the parameters from moments ago, finally perceiving and documenting them on a scroll. The explosive power is extremely low. The flow of fire produced by the explosion is merely splendid, utterly useless. Even without any obstruction, it would completely dissipate in the air. Its chakra conductivity is worse than a random stone picked up off the ground, simply pure trash. Such failures have repeated countless times over the past 4 months. There have been instances of producing individuals with exceptional chakra conductivity, but the metal itself is extremely fragile. Even the slightest collision can damage it, with its only function being to emit a high brightness when infused with chakra or dragon vein energy, the duration depending on the energy injected. Qianshi quickly cleared away the traces of failure, sealing the failed products in a sealing scroll and tossing it into the corner. He took out new spare materials, starting another round of attempts. Time swiftly passed, and 4 months later, outside the laboratory, the daily life in Lulan remained calm. Sani was handling affairs, and the newly arrived priestess Song Yuan, after initial adaptation, began to help Sani manage some clerical tasks. That day, the team of Akatsuki Lantern, who had gone out for regular water collection and intelligence gathering, returned to Lulan. They headed straight to the entrance of the small laboratory. "We are back," Nara Ingjian spoke to the air. Upon hearing their voices, Qianshi in the laboratory furrowed his brow slightly. With a thought, he opened the laboratory door without turning back, continuing his work, and directly asked, "What is it?" "The wind outside has changed," Nara Ingjian replied succinctly. "Regarding your bounty, the amount has skyrocketed significantly." Qianshi listened silently. Akatsuki Lantern took over and spoke in a tense tone. "People from Sunagakure went to the Marsh Nation and the Land of Demons for investigation. They confirmed that the mountain was torn apart due to magnetic escape. Combined with your time of defection and capability, they concluded that you unsealed the Wraith to incite a war in the ninja world and forcibly abducted the priestess. The final report from the mountain mentioned that the Land of Demons has offered a bounty of 100 million Ryo for the return of the priestess or information on the Wraith's whereabouts. Additionally, besides Sunagakure, the other 4 major ninja villages have also issued bounties targeting you, which have been combined with the previous rewards. The latest price at the exchange is 500 million Ryo. She paused. Now many ninjas are frantically searching for our whereabouts for this money. Qianshi still did not put down his work, simply stating, "Understood. Go take a rest." The group exchanged glances, seeing that Qianshi was indifferent, and after bowing, they turned to leave the laboratory. At the workstation, Qianshi's control over the magnetic escape remained undisturbed, as if the enormous bounty outside enough to drive anyone mad was less important than the mass of metal liquid yet to solidify before him. This level of threat, after obtaining almost unlimited chakra, felt like a gentle breeze on his face. Qianshi completely ignored the so-called wanted status. The bounty amount was merely a change in numbers. The true power was what he held in his hands. After several days of tireless adjustments, when the dragon vein energy once again evenly penetrated every inch of the metallic liquid and perfectly integrated with the grail stone powder, without any rejection or resilience unlike any material before emanated from it. The magnetic escape chakra slowly guided the liquid to cool shape and ultimately solidify into a palm-sized thin sheet gleaming with a dark metallic luster, with energy flowing faintly within. He flicked the sheet lightly with his fingertip, producing a crisp sound. Attempting to inject a strand of chakra into it, the conduction speed far exceeded any chakra-conducting metal he knew, almost comparable to that previous fragile failure, with chakra reaching the other end almost with a mere thought. Bending it forcefully, the metal displayed astonishing ductility, returning to its original state, without leaving a trace once released. Next, he began testing its hardness, picking up a nearby fine steel kunai and striking it against the edge of the thin sheet. With a crisp sound of ding, the kunai instantly split in two, while the edge of the thin sheet left only an almost invisible white mark. Qianshi held the first successful sample in his hand, feeling the potential contained within. This new alloy, which combines the excellent conductivity of chakra metal with the energy affinity of Greer stone and is shaped through the baptism of dragon vein energy, far surpasses any known material in performance. This brand new alloy is a success. Qianshi simply named it Dragon Vein Alloy based on the manufacture. The successful synthesis of the new chakra alloy did not bring much emotional fluctuation. It still needed to be made into battle armor and puppets, and its true performance could only be known after testing. Otherwise, it would just be something that looked feasible. He stored the finished product in a scroll and began planning the next application. The defense forces of Lulan need to be upgraded as a priority, which is both a promise to Sanai and a test of the new material's stability, and the importance of dragon veins is self-evident. The first to be manufactured was a humanoid guardian puppet. The design was input into the control core of the semi-automated factory, and the assembly line composed of numerous small engineering puppets was activated. Dragon vein alloy was used for the core skeleton and key transmission components, while ordinary steel covered the exterior. A fist-sized Greer crystal was embedded inside the chest cavity as the energy core, connecting the entire body through pre-engraved energy circuits. The puppet's arms were equipped with standard arm blades made of dragon vein alloy with energy launch ports hidden in the palms that could trigger shockwaves of lightning from the Greer crystal. Following this were various bionic reconnaissance puppets. The Eagle type had gliding and high-altitude surveillance capabilities. The Wolf and Tiger types focused on ambush and assault in desert terrain. The Scorpion type excelled in underground stealth. These puppets were smaller with more intricate internal structures, a higher proportion of dragon vein alloy, and a more realistic appearance, also powered by Greer crystals. The entire design process was extremely rapid. Qianshi only did the design and concept, while everything else was executed by the shadow clone and the puppets in the semi-automated factory, gradually transforming ideas into finished products. After completing the manufacture of all the puppets and inputting the basic programs, the shadow clone handed a detailed operating instructions and maintenance manual to Sanai. The energy cores of these puppets can be replenished at the Dragon Vein charging station, and a full charge can sustain a month of regular activity. The control commands are all written inside. Sanai took the manual, looking at the neatly arranged puppet array before him, finally expressing his gratitude with a simple "thank you." The shadow clone was too lazy to chat and turned back to the factory to continue making various puppets. Meanwhile, Qianshi in the laboratory was engaged in the truly core work, upgrading the battle armor based on the results of Dragon Vein alloy and the energy circuit of the Wraith's body. He unfolded the design for the MKI star armor, glanced at it a few times, then rolled it up and put it away. The new materials and understanding of energy had made the old framework seem cramped. A completely new design quickly took shape in his mind, and he took out a blank scroll, rapidly sketching it out. The new armor was named MKIV Star Dragon Armor. The core energy still used star, but the surrounding Greer crystals were all replaced with refined versions, presenting a deeper luster. Following the principles of the Miko sealing technique, they were arranged in a 9-pointed star formation, greatly enhancing the energy conduction efficiency and the ability to limit star radiation. The main structure of the armor would be entirely cast from Dragon Vein alloy, abandoning the previous splicing assembly mode in favor of an integral construction, with a vertical crack on the chest being the only opening. Once entered, the armor would automatically close, greatly shortening the time needed to wear it. The head armor was designed referencing the dragon head of the Wraith's body, featuring two forms of fully closed type and a semi-open dragon crown type, completely covering the face when closed. The armor on the back of the hands reinforced the claw structure, enhancing physical lethality, allowing for efficient grasping or releasing of ninjutsu. Most uniquely, the design of the armor's clothing was not made of fabric, but rather constituted of numerous tiny ultra-small dragon vein alloy particles linked through magnetic escape. Normally attached to the entire armor, simulating a robe, it could instantly disperse when needed, and due to its excellent chakra conductivity, it could change shape freely under magnetic escape control for defense or functional use. The internal energy circuits were completely restructured, with the new circuits being more complex and efficient, able to withstand and guide more violent energy impacts. The armor was predominantly black from Dragon Vein alloy, with golden energy circuits as embellishments, glowing with a deep purple gold light when filled with energy. Once the design was completed, the manufacturing process flowed smoothly. With Qianshi's current mastery of magnetic escape, the transformation of the blueprints into physical objects encountered almost no obstacles. Dragon Vein alloy was melted and shaped under precise control, with intricate energy circuits engraved inside perfectly integrating with Star and the 9 refined Greer crystals. When the last component was completed, a nearly 2-meter tall and menacingly designed black battle armor stood silently in the center of the laboratory. The golden energy circuits had yet to light up, and the robes simulated by the Dragon Vein alloy particles flowed gracefully. Qianqi's perception swept over the Star Dragon armor, the cold metallic surface feeling the stability of the internal energy circuits. He approached the front of the armor. Under the control of magnetic escape, the armor quickly split open in the middle, revealing the space for wearing. After Qianshi stepped inside, the armor swiftly closed. He moved casually, but felt no weight, as if this battle armor was truly just a piece of oddly shaped clothing. Then with a slight thought, the hidden alloy particles on his back quickly formed into dragon wings. After activating the armor's thrusters, an overwhelming thrust more than twice as powerful as the mchi surged forth as the dragon wings spread, lifting him swiftly into the air. Under the stable output of the 9 Greer crystals inside, Qianshi did not expend much of his own chakra. He needed a suitable opponent to test the actual performance of the armor, otherwise he could not proceed with the next plan. With this thought, a shadow clone quickly condensed beside him. "Notify the others that I need to go out for a while." The shadow clone nodded and turned to leave. Qianshi exited the laboratory, looking up at the clear blue sky. The dragon wings unfurled behind him, and then the thrusters all over his body roared to release a dazzling stream of light. He transformed into a black lightning bolt, instantly breaking the sound barrier, leaving behind a slowly expanding shockwave cloud in the air, vanishing within Lulan's borders in mere moments. It took only 3 days. Qianshi crossed the vast distance from Lulan to arrive above the hidden star village in the Bear Country, with the light of the 9-pointed star energy core showing no signs of dimming. According to his simple estimates, maintaining this full-speed flight state, the 9 crystals could last for at least half a month. The technique of the magnetic tiger unfolded swiftly, its perception enveloping the entire village in an instant. It directly located the decayed, yet exceptionally powerful elder who was within the building behind the village. Qianshi dove straight down, landing in the courtyard before the building. Where he landed, the stone floor cracked slightly, and the faint energy field surrounding his battle armor disturbed the air. The main gate of the building burst open, and an elder with white hair and a gaunt face hurried out, his eyes filled with shock and anger. His gaze immediately locked onto the energy fluctuation emanating from the object hidden within the battle armor, Star. The elder's expression changed drastically. "Who are you?" the elder demanded sharply, a faint purple energy beginning to rise around him. The dragon-shaped faceplate of the armor silently split along the center line, sliding to the sides and transforming into a semi-open dragon crown, revealing a youthful face beneath. Qianshi said nothing, merely gazing quietly at the elder. The elder's pupils suddenly constricted as he stared at that face, memories flooding back rapidly. Combining that unmistakable energy characteristic of Star and name exploded in his mind. "It's you, this glass-robed ninja from Sunagakure, the thief who stole the sacred artifact of my village." His roar was filled with overwhelming fury. Without a moment's hesitation, the elder clasped his hands together, and the faint purple energy of the peacock technique erupted like a tangible force, transforming into a giant hand that struck down. Qianshi spread his dragon wings, shooting up towards the sky, leaving behind a single phrase echoing in the courtyard: "This place is too small to unleash my power." The elder laughed in rage. The peacock technique transformed into wings behind him, following closely after Qianshi's figure as they soared into the sky. Outside the village, miles away, 2 figures hovered in a confrontation above a relatively open valley. Without any unnecessary exchange of words, the battle erupted in an instant. The elder enveloped himself in the peacock technique as if cloaked in a layer of purple, charging forward and delivering a punch that cracked the air. Qianshi chose not to dodge, meeting the punch with one of his own. Boom! The collision of their fists created a visible shockwave that radiated outward, instantly flattening and uprooting the trees in the valley below, creating a cloud of dust. He felt the feedback from the force of the punch. The battle armor perfectly absorbed the majority of the recoil. "Is that all you've got?" A voice tinged with disappointment emerged, plain, yet extremely grating. The elder's eyes turned red with anger at Qianshi's simple words. His hair stood on end as he roared, the peacock technique around him deepening and turning violent, almost solidifying, swirling like a tailed beast's aura, the energy fluctuations rising once again. He transformed into a streak of purple light, launching attacks like raindrops towards Qianshi. This time the sounds of fists and feet colliding were continuous, each exchange stirring up waves of air. The pressure on the battle armor significantly increased, and a faint humming sound emanated from its internal structure. Qianshi thought, as expected of a shadow-level fighter. Even in old age and in a weakened state, he can still unleash such power. Unfortunately, he is ultimately aging. With a slight movement of his mind, 9 grail crystal stones suddenly lit up their immense dragon vein energy, surging into the enhancement circuits of the battle armor. A powerful sense of strength instantly enveloped Qianshi, and the internal components of the battle armor emitted a deep sound. His counterpunch became heavier and faster, successfully absorbing the elder's assault, and even beginning to push back. Above the valley, the black and purple figures collided in the most primal and barbaric fashion, a pure aesthetic of violence unfolding amidst the dense forest. The elder became increasingly alarmed as he fought his opponent, seemed tireless strength never diminishing in the slightest, with an elusive feeling of even increasing, while his own body, under the intense pressure, began to rapidly deplete, in stamina, his breath growing erratic. The elder unleashed a punch with all his might, but could only force Qianshi back half a step, while he himself stood gasping heavily. He could no longer engage in close combat like this. He hurriedly formed seals with both hands. The peacock technique enveloping him began to gather behind him, spreading out like a peacock fanning its tail, then rapidly condensing and transforming into a ferocious, roaring purple energy dragon. The dragon roared towards the sky, carrying a destructive aura, pouncing fiercely at Qianshi. Having been testing the battle armor, Qianshi instantly retreated to gain distance, gathering a desolation sphere in his hand as massive amounts of dragon vein energy from the 9-pointed star array crazily converged. He hurled it directly, the desolation sphere meeting head-on with the incoming energy dragon. The two terrifying energy constructs collided explosively in midair. The outcome was evident. The desolation sphere completely devoured the energy dragon. Due to the absorption of foreign energy, the interior of the desolation sphere became extremely unstable, rapidly expanding, followed by a thunderous explosion. The violent shockwave expanded outward in a spherical motion, leveling the valley floor, reducing rocks to powder, and instantly turning vegetation to ash. A massive charred pit with a diameter of over 100 meters appeared beneath the point of impact. As the light dissipated, the elder knelt at the edge of the pit, his clothes tattered, his complexion pale, as paper, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, the fluctuations of foreign energy around him having weakened to their lowest point. He struggled to rise, his eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. Qianshi descended before him, his battle armor unscathed. "I can spare your life," Qianshi said flatly, causing the elder to suddenly raise his head, his eyes filled with disbelief and deep suspicion. In this survival-off-defeatist world of ninjas, he had long grown accustomed to the whims of life and death, unable to comprehend why the other would show mercy. "Moreover, I can also resolve the fatal flaw in your cultivation of the peacock technique. Its fatality rate is too high, even a large ninja village cannot bear it. Now I offer you 2 options. First, I will take action to significantly reduce the risks of cultivating the peacock technique. Second, I can teach you other ninjutsu or puppet techniques, leading you towards the orthodox path of ninjas." Qianshi's tone suddenly became indisputable, "But there is only one prerequisite. Shingyin village must submit to me. Choose death or submission." The elder panted heavily, his mind racing. Should he choose the puppet technique, that would be akin to inviting disaster. Yet improving the secret technique of his own village seemed to be the only viable route. He stared intently at Qianshi, and after a long while, as if all his strength had been drained, he dejectedly said, "We choose the first option." Qianshi nodded, "A wise choice. Take me to retrieve the scroll for the cultivation of the peacock technique." Returning to the devastated Shingyin village under the fearful gazes of numerous Xing ninjas, the elder staggered as he led Qianshi into the secret chamber, retrieving a scroll and solemnly handing it to Qianshi. The old man's eyes were filled with complexity, mostly humiliation and helplessness. After taking the scroll, Qianshi tucked it into his robe without a glance and released a multitude of cutting lines. These cutting lines swiftly extended, ensnaring every star ninja present, weaving a simple seal at the meditation point on their foreheads, which contained several cutting lines, serving as a simplified version of the seal placed on the likes of Ghost Lantern and the others. He ignored the piercing gazes of the star ninjas around him and turned to walk away. "I will return after a while." With this remark, Qianshi unfurled his dragon wings and sped towards the coastal laboratory within. Upon returning above the laboratory, Qianshi quickly sensed the surrounding environment, confirming the absence of any ninja-level chakra fluctuations before opening the entrance to enter inside. The interior of the laboratory remained as it was when he left, though a thin layer of dust had settled. Without delay, he went directly to the central experimental area. A shadow clone rapidly formed, and upon receiving the commands from the main body, it moved to the upper entrance to stand guard. Qianshi approached the experiment table, removed the star dragon armor, and after a meticulous inspection stored it away. He then took out the scroll containing the peacock mystic technique and slowly unrolled it on the table. The content of the scroll was not merely text, it encompassed intricate chakra meridian diagrams and energy manifestation blueprints embodying the unique understanding and application of Star by the ancestors of Star Hidden Village. Ordinary ninjas might require years or even longer to barely grasp it, but for Qianshi, understanding the energy circuits and their effects was sufficient. In the following days, he hardly moved, his gaze repeatedly scanning every detail of the scroll. Qianshi casually took the star out from within the armor to begin validating his hypotheses. The chakra, after passing through the star, mimicked the paths recorded on the scroll as he sensed every nuance and potential peril. The overly aggressive methods that forcibly squeezed life potential, those structures that caused the chakra's nature to become violent and unstable, were marked and analyzed one by one. 7 days later, the scroll was rolled up again. Qianshi had completely grasped the core principles of the peacock mystic technique. What followed was several days of modification work. The experiment table was covered with new sketch papers depicting more complex, yet stable energy circuits. The goal was clear: to strip away the absolute dependence on the corrosive special energy of Star and to pivot towards utilizing the more gentle and stable energy of the Grail crystal. The key lay in constructing an energy transfer and buffering system. The core idea was to utilize ninjas who had mastered the peacock mystic technique, whose chakra contained some characteristics of Star. Through Qianshi's testing, it became evident that Star also produced different types of foreign chakra based on the injected chakra properties. Although both were foreign chakra, Star surprisingly mirrored the properties of ordinary chakra, dividing into 7 types. By having 7 ninjas with different attributes inject energy into the Grail crystal, the initial empowerment could be achieved. The energy stored within these empowered crystals, although originating from the peacock mystic technique, had its violent properties significantly reduced due to the stability and purification of the Grail crystal. Though the secret technique had not been modified, it absorbed energy from the crystals that were homogeneous with it. This not only greatly reduced the risks of cultivation, but also established a sustainable energy source. Once the crystal's energy was depleted, it could be recharged by those who had mastered it, enabling cyclical reuse. The simplified modification plan was fully formed. Qianshi took out 7 fist-sized Grail crystals. After donning the armor, he flew towards Star Hidden Village. When Qianshi's figure reappeared in Star Hidden Village, the commotion was far greater than the last time. Many ninjas showed fear, yet none dared to approach, for it was clear that someone had triggered the seals in their minds. The old man soon appeared, looking even more aged and haggard than a month ago, gazing at Qianshi with a complex expression. Without wasting words, he directly tossed the 7 Grail crystals over while briefly introducing their functions. The usage is quite simple, Qianshi calmly explained. Find someone who has mastered the peacock mystic technique, inject the 7 different properties of energy into the crystals, and let the new practitioners absorb the energy within as per the original method. The energy in the crystals can be recharged. It's enough for all of you. The old man hastily caught the crystals, and as he listened to Qianshi's words, his expression shifted from doubt to shock, and then to incredulous excitement. He trembled as he picked up one of the Grail crystals, injecting energy into it, keenly sensing the energy fluctuations that were many times gentler compared to Star. The old man lifted his head, his lips trembling as if he wanted to say something. Was it gratitude, doubt, or humiliation? In the end, he could not voice anything. Qianshi paid no mind to the other's reaction and continued, from now on, you will be responsible for gathering intelligence from all over the ninja world. I will send people to collect it irregularly, and these crystals will serve as proof. With this parting remark, he unfurled his dragon wings, and his figure shot up into the sky, breaking through the clouds, while ignoring the gazes of everyone racing towards the location of Sunagakure in the Land of Fire. 1 day later, Qianshi's figure hovered in the high sky outside Konoha village, peering down through the gaps in the clouds at the lush and prosperous village enveloped in a vast perception barrier. Fast-moving information about Konoha's spiritual secret arts flashed through his mind. The techniques of the clan in the mountains had been acquired and mastered, while Kata's spirit transformation technique had yet to appear. The remaining ones were merely some useless illusions, 2 types of bloodline, Sharingan and Byakugan. These 2 ocular techniques not only involved the realm of spirit, but their structure and principles also held great reference value for the developing and perfecting Dragon Eye. The target was already clear. However, Konoha's barrier was formidable. If he were to forcefully intrude or linger too long, he would surely be detected by Konoha's perception team. At that time, he might face the elite forces of Konoha, including the young and vigorous 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with his Umbu and advisory team. Shaman had perished at their siege. He must act swiftly, infiltrate, acquire, and depart. The entire process must be completed before Konoha fully reacts. Qianshi's mind raced, and a preliminary action plan gradually formed. The optimal time was at night, taking advantage of the cover of darkness. The priority targets were solitary members of the Uchiha or Hyuga clan, and after obtaining their eyes, he would leave immediately. He controlled the armor to slowly descend, landing deep within the death forest. Patiently waiting for night to fall, he further contemplated how to minimize risks after infiltrating. As dusk deepened, the death forest appeared even more eerie and silent. Qianshi stood on a branch of a tree, his gaze penetrating the thickening night, resting upon the outline of a village shrouded by a massive perception barrier in the distance. With a subtle shift in thought, two hidden sealing nodes deep within his body quietly activated, releasing a surge of chakra that burst forth like a rushing river. This immense chakra, far beyond what an ordinary ninja could fathom, swiftly transformed into cutting lines under his control, weaving, converging, and taking shape. Moments later, a shadow clone identical to his original form coalesced, containing a chakra amount that was a staggering 100 times that of Qianshi's regular state. The internal structure of the shadow clone had reached its current limit, teetering on the brink of collapse at any moment. After the shadow clone appeared, Qianshi directly retrieved several self-destructing devices from a scroll and handed them to the clone, instructing it to create a commotion later. The shadow clone holding the self-destructors transformed into a blurred afterimage and swiftly headed toward the opposite side of Konoha. Qianshi's original body remained in place. It wasn't until the shadow clone disappeared from view that he activated his battle armor and flew into the skies above Konoha. The streets were brightly lit, bustling with people exuding a rare peace and noise after the great battle. Yet none of this concerned Qianshi. The magnetic tiger's freedom technique was deployed with full force, his perception expanding like an invisible spider web, rapidly spreading outwards from his center, sweeping over numerous chakra points, both strong and weak. Deliberately avoiding the central area, he focused on scanning the edges of the village. Soon two distinctly characterized chakra gathering zones were locked onto. One was located at the outskirts of the village with a chakra aura, generally carrying a sense of gloom and agitation, belonging to the Uchiha clan. The other, although closer to the center, still resided in a relatively marginal area, its chakra quite balanced, likely belonging to the Hyuga clan. No vibrant chakra fluctuations akin to the Senju clan were detected this time. After a moment of thought, he prioritized the Hyuga clan as his target. The Byakugan and Dragon Eye were more compatible, and within the Hyuga clan's territory, Qianshi did not sense many high-level chakra fluctuations, in stark contrast to the dozens of high-level chakra signals within the Uchiha clan's territory. Furthermore, the Hyuga clan's methods were overly singular, relying solely on taijutsu and the Byakugan. Once the shadow clone created sufficient chaos, it would be easier to succeed here. Qianshi quickly estimated the time needed for the shadow clone to reach its predetermined position and unleash its momentum. He had to acquire the Byakugan within the brief window when Konoha's main forces were distracted, then swiftly turned towards the Uchiha clan's territory to replicate the action. Finally, he planned to make a quick escape using the mobility of the stellar dragon armor. As for the forbidden technique scrolls stored within the Hokage building, that would have to be considered later. The current risks did not justify the potential rewards. If he found himself surrounded, even a moment of being caught in ninjutsu during battle would lead to catastrophic consequences. Qianshi arrived above the Hyuga clan's ancestral home, his battle armor hovering silently in the air. The range of the magnetic tiger's freedom technique was tightly compressed, only enveloping the core area of the Hyuga territory below. Time trickled by in silent anticipation. The lights in the village gradually dimmed, the clamor receded, and most areas fell into darkness with only a few patrolling ninjas on the streets. It was time. The shadow clone erupted with chakra on the other side of Konoha, a massive surge of chakra, so overwhelming that it jolted awake the ninjas who had just entered slumber. The chakra's fluctuations were extremely violent, radiating an unhidden malice, followed by the sound of a violent explosion. That was the noise of the self-destructors being detonated. In Qianshi's perception, an instant later, a large number of chakra reactions within Konoha swiftly rushed toward the shadow clone's direction. Qianshi, suspended in the air, opened his eyes. He directly locked onto a target below, a chakra source deep within a traditional residence. Its magnitude was approximately at the level of a jounin, with no signs of sealing techniques emanating from its forehead, exuding a faintly decayed aura reminiscent of ancient wood. This was the one. Qianshi's figure plummeted from the sky, like a shooting star, piercing through the perception barrier and crashing directly into the target's courtyard. Without a hint of warning, the courtyard stone exploded. The elder inside the house shot out like an arrow, smashing through the paper door and lunging at Qianshi. Clearly the elder had been on guard, perhaps sensing him, when the magnetic tiger's freedom technique swept past. Facing the descending Qianshi, the elder's hands instantly enveloped in condensed chakra, assuming the starting pose for the gentle step twin lion fist to commence his attack. Bang! At the moment their fists collided, a muffled impact echoed. The elder felt an unstoppable immense force surge towards him, a mournful sound resonated through his arms. The next moment, he was sent flying as if struck by a boulder, crashing through several walls before coming to a halt against the main beam of the rear house, causing the entire structure to show signs of impending collapse. A mouthful of blood spewed from the elder's mouth, but his gaze remained fierce, veins bulging at his temples. He activated the Byakugan with all his might, attempting to penetrate the battle armor and discern Qianshi's chakra pathways. Yet all he could see were the intense interference auras emitted by the complex energy circuits of the battle armor the interior obscured. In Qianshi's perception, he sensed several chakra fluctuations that had previously headed towards the shadow clone, now redirecting towards him. There was no time to waste, for active energies within him instantly activated. Simultaneously, he fully activated the amplification function of the battle armor. His strength surged to its peak. The ground beneath him cracked, his figure nearly vanished from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was directly in front of the elder, delivering a punch straight to the heart. As his fist sliced through the air, it produced a sharp, explosive sound. The elder's pupils contracted sharply as the shadow of death loomed overhead. Knowing he could not withstand this strike, a glint of determination flashed in the elder's eyes, and all the chakra within him began to release and swirl at unprecedented speed. Heavenly return. The intense chakra whirlwind formed instantly, and a pale blue barrier began. This move was not only for defense, but also to buy a sliver of time for him to blind himself and attract the village's attention. However, just as the heavenly return barrier unfolded, a god-eating sphere coalesced in Qianshi's hand, directly piercing through the barrier and striking the elder, emitting a terrifying sucking sound. The rotation of the heavenly return abruptly ceased, rapidly dissipating. The elder's body froze in place due to the sudden depletion of a large amount of chakra, and a cutting line emerged from Qianshi's hand, a fine line of blood extending from the elder's neck to his shoulder before his upper body slowly slid down. Qianshi quickly retracted the god-eating sphere, materializing a chakra scalpel that precisely probed into the elder's hollow eye socket, gently sweeping to extract a complete pair of Byakugan. He unsealed a specially crafted small sealing jar from the scroll, filled with a light green nutrient solution. Placing the eyeballs inside, he sealed it tightly and re-embedded it in the storage scroll. The entire process was fluid and seamless. Qianshi swiftly soared upwards, crashing through the roof. Several waves of chakra fluctuations had already approached the vicinity. Ignoring the gathered ninjas below, Qianshi casually hurled several self-exploders, creating some chaos, and then flew at full speed towards the Uchiha clan. As Qianshi flew over a relatively secluded street and was about to reach the edge of the Uchiha clan's territory, he sensed three chilling sources of chakra intruding into his awareness. Distinctive features wearing the Konoha guard uniform bearing the Uchiha clan's emblem. 1 Jonin and 2 Chunin. They were clearly drawn by the commotion Qianshi had just caused in the Hyuga clan. In the narrow encounter, without any hesitation, Qianshi, flying at high speed, gathered a multitude of cutting lines with both hands. Magnetic release, 1,000 threads of death. A large number of cutting lines erupted instantly around Qianshi like a death net with a life of its own, covering a vast area below. The 2 Uchiha Chunin who had activated their Tsutomu Sharingan didn't even manage to react effectively. Their pupils had just begun to turn when they barely sensed something flying towards them, and their bodies were pierced and sliced by countless fine lines, instantly turning into shattered fragments on the ground, with only their eyes preserved under Qianshi's deliberate control. The leading 3 Jonin reacted extremely quickly, capturing a fleeting trajectory with the dynamic vision of his Sharingan the moment the cutting lines appeared. Before he could even shout a warning, the 2 Chunin had turned to fragments. He narrowly retreated with body flicker technique, using Uchiha swordsmanship to block the cutting lines, avoiding the deadly range, but still suffered significant injuries. Seizing the opportunity, Qianshi pursued. Almost instantaneously as he landed from his body flicker technique, a figure clad in the stellar dragon armor appeared before him like a shadow. In the palm of his right hand, a sphere once again coalesced. Demonic release, devouring god. The 3 Jonin's Sharingan spun wildly, attempting to capture his opponent's movements and cast Genjutsu to buy some time. However, Qianshi's speed was too fast. He had no time to activate his Sharingan. He could only instinctively wield his katana enveloped in fire-released chakra towards Qianshi while trying to use body flicker technique to create distance. But it was too slow. His katana was shattered by Qianshi's punch, and the devouring god sphere directly imprinted on his chest. A chilling sound echoed. The Uchiha Jonin's body trembled violently as he attempted to form the seals for body flicker technique, but his hands fell weakly. The crimson glare of his Sharingan quickly faded as it lost chakra support, returning to pitch black. The overwhelming chakra fluctuations around him vanished abruptly like a punctured balloon. With the extraction of the devouring god sphere, his entire being collapsed to the ground, already devoid of life. Demonic release devouring god drained all his chakra in mere seconds. Qianshi swiftly removed the Sharingan from the 3 Uchiha ninjas and placed them into prepared containers. The whole process was clean and efficient. From the encounter to the conclusion, it took no more than a breath. At this moment, alarms blared throughout Konoha. Countless chakra responses were converging from all directions towards Qianshi's main body and his shadow clone, with dozens of Jonin-level chakra sources rapidly approaching his location. Having secured what he came for, Qianshi no longer wasted time. With a thought, dragon wings unfurled, and he soared into the night, propelling himself away from Konoha. Only chaos and fury remained in Konoha behind him. Time rewinds to earlier on the other side of the village where the night wind was cool. The shadow clone, without any disguise, stood on the rooftop of an abandoned warehouse, holding several self-exploders, calculating the time. When the designated time arrived, he directly threw the self-exploders into the distance and detonated them, unleashing a chakra 100 times that of his main body, exploding with unmasked malice. The explosion and the terrifying chakra fluctuations spread simultaneously, instantly engulfing most of Konoha. The piercing alarm sounded mournfully from all corners of the village, waking countless ninjas from their sleep. Sensing such a terrifying chakra fluctuation, they thought it was the tailed beast invading, their faces filled with horror. Several figures arrived, first the nearby patrolling Uchiha guard and Konoha Anbu. They looked at the shadow clone on the rooftop, exuding a suffocating pressure, and shouted sternly, trying to close in. The shadow clone's gaze was indifferent, not even glancing at them. With fingers slightly spread, 5 chakra lines of different natures shot out, like living venomous snakes. The air screamed as it was sliced. Several ninjas didn't even have time to release their jutsu before being pierced by the cutting lines, dying instantly as their bodies shattered on the spot. This ruthless, unpredictable strike, along with the continuously erupting chakra fluctuations, intimidated the ninjas arriving afterward. They surrounded the outskirts, but no one dared to advance easily, only anxiously waiting for the higher-ups of Konoha to arrive. This exceptionally vast and malicious chakra fluctuation even disturbed the existence within a barrier deep in the village. Within the sealed space, the Crimson Ninetales roared restlessly, attempting to break free from the seal, but was firmly restrained by a more powerful golden chain filled with sealing power. Kushina Uzumaki sat cross-legged on her bed, her brow furrowed, her gaze seemingly piercing through space towards the direction of the chakra eruption, but she did not move. Containing the Ninetales was her top priority. The stalemate did not last long. Several powerful presences rapidly approached, arriving at the scene at high speed, spreading out in a fan shape, firmly surrounding the shadow clone atop the warehouse. The newcomers were none other than the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with his advisory team, Kohyutatane, Hamura Midokado Danzo, Shimura Akimichi Torafu, and Uchiha Kagami. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze was sharp as he focused tightly on the shadow clone's young yet unusually calm face, rapidly sifting through the images in the intelligence scroll in his mind, and a name instantly surfaced. "Is it you? The Shrank Rogue Ninja from Sunagakure Qianshi?" Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice was steady. "Why did you attack Konoha? Is it to avenge your teacher, the 2nd Kazekage, Sabaku no Shaman?" His tone intensified. "Where have you taken the priestess of the land of demons and the monster wraith? Do you seek to bring calamity upon the entire ninja world?" A series of probing and pressuring questions came forth. But the shadow clone merely listened in silence, his gaze showing no fluctuation. The objective of attracting attention had essentially been achieved. There was no need to waste chakra further. The terrifying chakra aura suddenly retracted, yet the oppressive feelings surrounding the shadow clone did not diminish in the slightest. His gaze remained cold as he locked on his Sarutobi, his Ashi instantly activating the 1st active Calm Breath, the 2nd active Red Lotus, the 3rd active Mighty Arm, and the 4th active Meteor. Fingertips gathered a cutting line, rapidly poised for action. Seeing that the opponent remained silent, Sarutobi, his Ashi's expression hardened, realizing that words were futile. Only force could subdue them, he said in a deep voice. "Attack." The battle erupted in an instant. The line clone faced many opponents, its figure flickering rapidly atop the warehouse. Its 5-fingered lines danced like deadly performers, weaving a net of death that forced Nara, Shikamaru, and Mitomon in to retreat, continuously barely able to defend themselves. Shin Uchiha attempted to cut in using wind release, but was disrupted by the cutting lines controlled by the line clone's faster magnetic release. The heavy fist of Nara Shikaku's wind multiplication technique came crashing down, but the line clone dodged it with incredible speed, only striking the air. Sarutobi Hizashi seized an opening, forming hand seals, with both hands fire dragon bullet. A searing flame roared forth. A cold light suddenly appeared behind him, blocking the line clone's retreat path, while the line clone lightly stepped, its form drifting like a ghost to the right, leaving a lingering shadow consumed by flames and blade light. The true body had already appeared on the other side, swiftly unleashing dozens of sharp, cutting lines, forcing several to hastily evade. Nara Shikamaru and Mito Mon were caught off guard, sustaining several minor injuries. The battle situation grew tense. Seeing that they had been unable to score a hit and were starting to suffer injuries, Saratobi Hizashi felt anxious, finally deciding to stop holding back and prepare to use his full strength. Spread out. Saratobi Hizashi quickly commanded, simultaneously forming hand seals shadow clone technique. Four clones appeared accompanied by white smoke. Saratobi Hizashi's true body and the four clones formed a pentagon chakra, surging violently. 5 releases great multi-strike technique. Fire, lightning, water, earth, and wind erupted simultaneously from 5 directions, transforming into 5 torrents of destructive energy, covering all angles of evasion as they rained down upon the line clone. Faced with this combination ninjutsu capable of flattening an area, the line clone remained expressionless, merely raising its right hand. In the palm of its hand, a spiraling wind blade sphere rapidly formed, radiating a powerful suction. Dark release, devouring god. The 5 torrents of energy crashed into the small spherical body, not exploding or impacting, but rather dissolving and devouring it, as if a cow had sunk into the sea. The massive chakra torrent was instantly decomposed and absorbed by the spiraling wind blade, disappearing without a trace. What is this? Saratobi Hizashi's pupils constricted, disbelief written across his face for the first time. He had heard of dark release, but it was absolutely impossible for it to casually absorb a composite ninjutsu of such scale. To his knowledge, dark release could only absorb ordinary ninjutsu. Any complex ninjutsu was beyond its capacity to devour. The line clone did not allow them time to be astonished. The vast chakra within began to surge wildly into the sphere, simultaneously altering its properties. The devouring god sphere became deeper and more aggressive, emitting destructive waves. Dark release. With a wave of its arm, the dark sphere, containing terrifying energy like a gaze from the abyss, sped towards Saratobi Hizashi and the others, moving so quickly that ordinary ninjas could not evade. Spread out. Saratobi Hizashi shouted loudly. The others reacted swiftly, scattering instantly to evade. The dark annihilation sphere passed by their original positions without stopping, instead turning towards the closest ninja. The ANBU member attempted to escape using body flicker technique, but the annihilation sphere seemed to possess life, suddenly accelerating and completely engulfing him. Without even a scream, the ANBU member was drawn into the sphere, utterly obliterated. After devouring one ninja, the annihilation sphere seemed to swell slightly and continued to pursue the next target, absorbing a large number of ninjas from Konoha along the way, as well as the dirt, rubble, and broken wood on the ground, causing the sphere to grow rapidly. Saratobi Hizashi's expression turned grim. He realized that if the caster was not dealt with, this bizarre black sphere could continue to grow uncontrollably, ultimately causing unimaginable destruction. No more ninjutsu. Attack with physical techniques with all your might. Capture him. The advisors understood and abandoned ninjutsu, leveraging their rich combat experience to launch a fierce close-quarters assault on the line clone from different directions. Although the line clone had activated 4 major abilities, it found itself at a disadvantage against several seasoned elite jonin and even shadow-level powers attacking with pure physical techniques. It could only barely block and evade, unable to launch any effective counterattacks. The 5-fingered lines moved like venomous snakes, seeking an opportunity, but under the concentrated assault, the line clone's momentum weakened further. This couldn't continue. The line clone quickly considered that a considerable amount of time had passed since it attracted these Konoha ninjas, and its true body should have succeeded by now, deciding to go all out. The 5th active, Dragon Jaw, roared to life. A surge of violent power, far surpassing before, enveloped its entire body. Its frame emitted a burdensome hum as speed and strength increased exponentially. Bang, 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 bang. 5 muffled thuds sounded in rapid succession. Nara Shikamaru, Mito Mon, and Shin Uchiha and Nara Shikaku, who were besieging the line clone, were sent flying faster than they had come, as if struck by a speeding truck, blood spewing from their mouths, unable to rise for a moment. The line clone's figure almost turned into an afterimage, preparing to seize Shin Uchiha's Sharingan before dealing with the others in the area. With its fist wrapped in cutting lines, it unleashed a piercing strike towards Shin Uchiha's chest. A glint of horror flashed in Saratobi Hizashi's eyes. He never expected that after all this time the opponent's strength could still erupt to such an extent. There was no time for him to provide aid. At that critical moment, a green skeletal figure suddenly rose. Susanoo. The light green chakra skeleton instantly formed a massive rib cage, shielding Shin Uchiha in front of it. Boom. The line clone's full-force strike crashed against the rib, producing a deafening sound. The skeleton trembled violently, cracks spreading across it, yet it did not shatter, withstanding this fatal blow. Saratobi Hizashi and a barely standing Shin Uchiha quickly approached Shin Uchiha. Gazing at the strangely familiar chakra skeleton in astonishment, they looked at each other mirror. Is this Susanoo? When did you? Shin Uchiha remained in a half-crouched position, his crimson eyes spinning with three tomo merging into a shuriken-like pattern. He was reluctant to say much, simply stating they could discuss it after it was over, his Sharingan fixated on the line clone's position. Shizune Danzo gazed intently at the skeletal structure of the Susanoo, his eyes filled with shock and an inexplicable yearning as he beheld the powerful green framework. Saratobi Hiruzen quickly suppressed his inner turmoil, pointing towards the distant, slowly expanding black sphere that had already consumed dozens of ninjas nearing the size of a house. Kagami, this is not the time for such talk. We must deal with him immediately. Otherwise that thing will destroy the village. Uchiha Kagami's gaze sharpened as he nodded solemnly. The light green Susanoo underwent a dramatic transformation. Veins and flesh rapidly covered its bones, and it was soon adorned with ancient Tengu armor, wielding a massive bow and arrow. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Yata mirror towards the shadow clone, but it was easily evaded. Uchiha Kagami quickly altered his strategy, attempting to control his opponent with the Jinjutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, the speed of the shadow clone after activating the dragon's jaw was simply too fast. Especially after he activated Susanoo, the shadow clone consistently avoided his line of sight, never making contact with his gaze. While dodging the fierce attacks of Susanoo, the shadow clone thought rapidly. He hadn't expected that Konoha still had a Mangekyo in play, nor did he know the nature of its abilities. However, the task was already accomplished. He just needed to test his taijutsu a bit more before dispelling the shadow clone. Uchiha Kagami looked at the black sphere in the distance, which was still expanding. If they delayed any longer, Konoha would surely face ruin. He fully activated his ocular power, and 2 tears of blood streamed from the Mangekyo Sharingan, while the size of Susanoo began to swell uncontrollably. Ultimately, it transformed into a towering Susanoo of nearly 100 meters. Uchiha Kagami drew Saratobi Hiruzen and Shizune Danzo into the diamond crystal situated at the head of Susanoo. The shadow clone maintained the magnet tiger technique throughout, clearly perceiving every detail of Susanoo's form changes and energy flow. From the few meters tall skeletal structure to the 20-meter tall half-armored form, and finally, to this nearly 100-meter earth-shattering fourth form. The 5 kinds of active powers within him were compressed to the extreme, infused throughout his entire being. Instant kill. The shadow clone vanished from its original position, morphing into 9 indistinguishable afterimages that struck simultaneously from 9 different angles against the torso, legs, and arms of the light green Susanoo. Boom, 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 boom. The 8 dull thuds echoed like the beating of a colossal drum, merging into a single prolonged sound. The massive Susanoo was jolted violently by the concentrated attacks, its surface chakra rippling with fierce waves, but that was all. The body of Susanoo remained unscathed. The 8 afterimages dissipated, and the shadow clone's true form appeared directly in front of Susanoo, gasping heavily, surrounded by white steam, having forcibly exited the 5 active states, his complexion as pale as a sheet. One strike had drained the vast majority of his power. From the head of Susanoo, Uchiha Kagami's voice rang out, carrying a hint of condescension. Dispel that jutsu, and hand over the wraith, and I will spare your life. The shadow clone slowly lifted its head, its cold gaze locking with Uchiha Kagami's, offering no response, only a profound silence of indifference. Unaware of your own mortality. Uchiha Kagami's eyes turned cold as Susanoo raised the enormous chakra blade in its hand and ruthlessly swung it down at the exhausted shadow clone. The blade tore through the earth, leaving a chasm that seemed bottomless. In the moment the shadow clone's form was about to be struck by the blade, it activated its core, transforming instantly into countless cutting lines that scattered in all directions. Line burst. Countless lines erupted from the shadow clone's center, like unrestrained venomous snakes, frantically piercing, slicing, and dancing violently within a radius of 100 meters. In an instant the area was transformed into a hell constructed of cutting lines. The ground was torn apart, and nearby buildings were reduced to splinters. Even Susanoo was pierced by the frenzied cutting lines, the chaotic scene sending a jolt of shock through the hearts of the 3 within the crystal at Susanoo's head. They had battled fiercely for a long time, even forcing Uchiha Kagami to reveal his hidden Mangekyo Sharingan, only to find out it was merely a clone. Suddenly they realized that the other 3 who had been knocked away by the shadow clone were still lying amid the rubble. Just as they were preparing to go to their rescue, a greater disaster struck. Without the guidance and restraint of the shadow clone, the black sphere in the distance, now swollen to the size of a small building and filled with chaotic, violent energy, the hell release annihilation, completely lost its stability. Buzz. After a deep, resonant hum that seemed to come from the depths of the earth, there was a blinding light. The black sphere suddenly contracted inward, transforming into true artistry. It erupted with a thunderous explosion. The blinding white light swallowed all sound, and a terrifying shockwave rapidly expanded outward in a spherical form. The first to bear the brunt were the nearby Konoha ninjas who were unable to retreat in time. They instantly vaporized in the light of the artistry. Subsequently, the Hokage rock, symbolizing Konoha's power and spirit, collapsed under the explosion's shockwave. The rock faces shattered, creating a horrifyingly deep, blackened crater. The aftershock of the explosion violently struck the 100-meter-tall Susanoo, causing the chakra giant to sway violently, its surface light flickering. As the obliterating light gradually faded, the three found the remains of Haruno Sakura, Akimichi Choji, and Mito Mecha in the midst of the wreckage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazing blankly at the three corpses and the devastation around him, his face devoid of color, as the deafening roar echoed in his ears. Across all of Konoha, both ninjas and civilians were awakened by the sudden disaster-like explosion, rushing out of their homes to gaze at the horrifying scene in the direction of Hokage Rock, their faces filled with confusion and fear. Under the night sky, only the burning ruins' fallen comrades collapsed Hokage Rock, and the remaining three high-ranking members of Konoha were left, their hearts filled with an indelible anger and humiliation. In the distant sky, a black figure tore through the clouds, racing toward the direction of Lulan. Qianshi was fully focused on maneuvering the Star Dragon armor in flight, when suddenly a mixed flood of memories surged into his mind, accompanied by an overwhelming fatigue, causing his figure to momentarily hesitate in the air. It was the final memories transmitted back when the shadow clone dissipated. The fierce battle on the other side of Konoha, the might of the five natures, great bomb, the ferocity of the hell release, God Devourer, and the terrifying nature of annihilation that seemed almost unstoppable. And, finally, that towering, suffocating green giant, Susanoo. The Shadow Clone's last full-powered instant kill strike landed upon it, leaving not even a single crack, while it itself was forced to exit the 5 active states due to exhaustion. The absolute defensive power akin to facing an insurmountable chasm, and the subsequent strike carried a weight that felt heavy even when transmitted through memories. Qianshi forcibly suppressed the sense of exhaustion that arose from the synchrony of memories, akin to the fatigue felt after a fierce battle, a typical state of exhaustion following an instant kill attack. He maintained his flying posture, his speed unwavering, yet his brows were deeply furrowed. His mind replayed every detail of the Susanoo repeatedly. That pure absolute defense constructed from an immense chakra was a barrier that most current attacks, the cutting lines, the in release, and even the combination of armor enhancement and the 5 major physical techniques appeared pale and powerless before such a level of defense. And this was merely the 4th form. According to memories from his past life, there existed an even more terrifying power in an unknown location of the ninja world, that being Uchiha Madara's complete Susanoo. A sense of pressure quietly enveloped his heart. The current strength he possessed was far from sufficient to face such an existence that exceeded specifications. Qianshi forcibly suppressed the gloomy emotion that arose from the disparity in strength. One must walk the path step by step and eat the rice grain by grain. The urgent task at hand was to return to Lulan as quickly as possible to digest the gains from this operation, those Byakugan and 3 pairs of Sharingan, and to seek further optimization and transformation methods for the Dragon Eye based on this foundation. The next morning in Konoha Hidden Village, the rays of the rising sun illuminated a scene of devastation. The completely collapsed Hokage Rock resembled a massive scar, silently narrating the brutality of the previous night. Ninjas moved through the ruins, carrying out simple cleaning and repair work, while the air was thick with oppression and sorrow. Inside the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was so heavy it felt as though it could drip with water. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face bore an unmistakable fatigue, his eyes bloodshot. He had just presided over an initial aftermath meeting comforting the families of the fallen ninjas, but the real challenge now lay before him. We must notify all ninja villages and neutral forces to increase the manhunt for the shrank rogue ninja Qianshi at all costs. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was hoarse, yet authoritative. Utilize all intelligence networks to quickly discover his hiding place. He turned to the Jonin in charge of external affairs. Immediately contact the various countries' bounty exchanges and raise Qianshi's total bounty to 800 million Ryo. 800 million Ryo, a figure capable of causing any nation's treasury to ache and driving the entire underground world into madness. Previously, due to Qianshi placing seals on all the ninjas of Shinin Village, they had retracted their 5,000 Ryo bounty, causing Qianshi's bounty to slightly drop at the bounty exchanges. But now Konoha, or rather the Land of Fire behind it, would continue to add to the bounty. At the same time, update the wanted notice information. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to issue orders in a chilling tone, confirmed that he possesses a special IN release capable of absorbing high-level ninjutsu, and releasing a devastating technique, magnetic release, various elemental chakra line cutting techniques, wind release, and an exceptionally large amount of chakra within his body, mastering a type of physical clone technique that is extremely hard to distinguish from his true body. Evaluate his character as extremely dangerous and his methods as cruel. Last night, he launched an unprovoked attack on Konoha, resulting in the death of the Hyuga clan elder, loss of Byakugan, severe damage to Hokage Rock, and over 70 confirmed deaths of Konoha ninjas, with hundreds more injured to varying degrees, including the deaths of 3 elders from Konoha. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the grim faces of every jonin present. Spread this new wanted notice to every corner of the ninja world. We must root him out. Days later, a brand new wanted notice emblazoned with an astonishing bounty figure and an image of the cold young man flew towards every corner of the ninja world through various channels plastered on every task bulletin board and every wall of underground bounty exchanges. On the wanted notice, Qianshi's image with black hair and black eyes and a stern expression seemed to silently gaze down upon the entire world with those emotionless eyes. However, contrary to Sarutobi Hiruzen's expectations, most of the underground world's ninjas, upon seeing Qianshi's deeds on the wanted notice, directly abandoned the task. This level of mission was beyond their reach. In the Wind Country at Sunagakure, the atmosphere in the Kazakage's office was terrifyingly tense. The third Kazakage, Chiyo, tightly gripped the latest wanted notice and Qianshi's latest underground bounty order, delivered by a Konoha messenger, his fingers turning white from the excessive force and veins bulging on the back of his hand. The icy paper bore the words 800 million Ryo like a branding iron, searing into his retina. How could he be this strong? A low voice squeezed through clenched teeth, filled with disbelief and a barely perceptible tremor, as memories of that taciturn Shinsher whom he had personally ordered to silence surfaced in his mind. In his understanding, how could a ninja of common origins possibly grow to a point where he could devastate nearly half of Konoha and escape unscathed, prompting Konoha to issue such a costly bounty? A profound regret gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake. Driving away a top-tier powerhouse with such potential not only inflicted great losses on Sunagakure, but also unwittingly created a terrifying enemy for the village. What a foolish and fatal strategic misjudgment this was. Combining the intelligence revealed in the Konoha wanted notice. Although Konoha concealed the specifics of how they defeated that clone, Chiyo speculated that some costly sealing technique or forbidden art was used. The strength Shinsher displayed was enough to alarm any ninja village. Given the currently resource-poor and battle-damaged Sunagakure, what dire price would need to be paid to withstand a future retaliation from Shinsher? Could they even withstand it? A chill surged from his spine to the top of his head. After a long while, he took a deep breath, as if exhausting all his strength, handing the wanted notice to a waiting Umbu. Beside him, his voice tinged with fatigue and gravity. Pass it down, update all task boards. When this new wanted notice bearing Qianshi's cold image replaced the old version and appeared in every task hall and bulletin board of Sunagakure, the tremor it caused far exceeded any before. In front of the notice board beside the task issuing section, a crowd of ninjas had already gathered, blocking any passage. A dead silence persisted for several seconds before being shattered by an uncontrollable uproar. The first to notice the update on the notice board was a young genin who had just submitted a task. His previously weary eyes widened in shock, and the reward pouch in his hand nearly fell to the ground. His exclamation was like a stone dropped into still water, instantly capturing the attention of the entire hall. The crowd surged towards the bulletin board as if drawn by a magnet. At this moment, the cold gaze from the portrait seemed to penetrate the paper, directly nailing itself into the souls of everyone present, causing them to shiver and nearly collapse to the ground. Someone beside him was about to inquire about the dark department, but his companions suddenly grasped his arm, nearly digging their nails into his flesh, voice trembling with a sob. He will come back for revenge. He certainly will. We originally. Shut up. Even if he returns, Lord Fengying will take care of him, the dark department sternly rebuked, yet his own voice trembled slightly, as he did not even believe his own words. Panic spread through the crowd like a silent plague. They cast their gazes back at the wanted notice, where the black-haired youth in the portrait seemed to be coldly observing each person, with his soulless eyes penetrating through the paper. Regardless of whether they had previously known Shinsher, be they Genin Chunin or Jonin, all the Suna ninjas who saw this wanted notice felt as if a heavy stone pressed down on their hearts. The indifferent gaze in the portrait seemed to pierce through the paper, crossing the desert, silently gazing at the entire Suna. An invisible sense of crisis hung over every Suna ninja's head, like the sword of Damocles poised to fall at any moment. Inside the small laboratory in Lulan, dragon vein energy flowed through the internally installed pipes, the white light casting a cold hue throughout the laboratory. 4 sealed containers were neatly arranged on the countertop with the suspended eyeballs within maintaining their vitality in the energy field. In the left container, a pair of pure white eyes appeared pale like ice crystals. In the right, 3 pairs were all the same shade of black. Qianshi's fingertips reached towards the left container where the white eyes were placed in the observation area on the experimental table. He took a deep breath and instantly activated his dragon eye, his pupils rapidly transforming into golden vertical slits. The magnetic tiger's free technique contracted around himself as the perception radius shrank from a 5,000-meter limit to only encompass the experimental table. The world transformed into countless interwoven streams of energy in his perception. Even the tiniest dust particles in the air were distinctly discernible. Meanwhile, the first active technique, calm breathing, circulated vigorously within him, every cell in a heightened state of awakening. In the vision of the dragon eye, the white eyes were no longer mere biological organs, but rather a multitude of tiny chakra pathways resembling a glowing neural network distributed according to some peculiar pattern. The tissues constituting the eyeball exhibited a precise layered structure, with the outer layer being reinforced sclera and the interior filled with special crystals that had a strong chakra conductivity. Qianshi took out a set of specially crafted microscopic observation tools, including chakra-conducting lenses and extremely fine probes, all made from dragon vein alloy. He held the probe in his right hand, directing a stream of pure chakra into the surface layer of the white eye. The moment the chakra touched the surface of the eyeball, the entire internal structure illuminated abruptly. The originally still chakra pathways ignited like torches, the azure light flowing along the established paths. The dragon eye clearly captured every subtle change, while the magnetic tiger's free technique monitored the flow rate and intensity of the chakra. Qianshi quickly relayed this analyzed information to his shadow clone, who held a blank scroll. The shadow clone unfurled the blank scroll with its left hand and held a pen with its right, quickly recording the data. Qianshi's main body sketched a structural diagram of the white eye ink, tracing precise shapes on the paper. Day after day, the work in the laboratory repeated in cycles. The scrolls piled on the workbench grew increasingly numerous, with ink depicting complex meridian systems and data analyses. Occasionally, Qianshi would pause his pen, staring at a particular structure in prolonged stillness, with only his golden vertical pupils remaining open, carefully observing the chakra trajectories within the white eyes. On the 7th day, when chakra was input at a specific frequency, the white eye exhibited some subtle changes. Qianshi immediately adjusted his posture, maintaining chakra output with his left hand, while swiftly unfurling a new scroll with his right. Most sensitive to specific chakra volumes. The input intensity is roughly 1/4 of a wind's cutting force. The pen tip rustled against the paper, documenting the observational results. The prolonged maintenance of 3 different states caused fine beads of sweat to form on Qianshi's forehead, yet he persisted through the high-intensity analytical work. This high-precision task could only be recorded by the shadow clone, which was unable to assist in the research. On the 15th day, Qianshi began experimenting with different types of chakra input. Lightning attributes caused the white eye to temporarily overload, water attributes induced structural contraction, and fire attributes accelerated chakra flow. These different chakra types injected into the white eye did not actually produce different functions. For the white eye, the best chakra remained the most ordinary formless chakra. On the 22nd day, Qianshi discovered a commonality in the portions of the white eye connected to the brain. This discovery caused his pen to hesitate, slightly suddenly recalling the reincarnation eye on the moon, and he promptly added detailed notes to the scroll. The white eye possesses a natural commonality. It seems different white eyes can merge together after being infused with specific chakra. But unfortunately, he only had this pair of white eyes for testing. Qianshi took out a specially made soldier food pill and swallowed it, his gaze never leaving the observation tower. On the 28th day, the workbench was covered with 36 detailed diagrams. After these days of research, he had completely analyzed the internal energy circuits of the white eye and some of its special abilities, simulating the chakra flow patterns within the white eye solely with the dragon eye and magnetic tiger's free technique. The last 2 days of research focused on verification and documentation, repeatedly testing various energy circuits' responses to chakra, confirming the accuracy of the diagram data. As the 30th day arrived, hazy dawn light seeped through the window, and the final set of verification data was recorded. Various research tools on the workbench were gently placed down by chakra threads, making faint sounds as they clashed with the surface. Qianshi rubbed his brow. The dragon eye, which had been operating continuously for a month, gradually returned to normal. He immediately felt a wave of soreness, closing his eyes as the light of the medical ninjutsu gathered over them. After a long while, the soreness began to fade. He opened his eyes, sweeping his gaze over the 36 scrolls spread across the table, the ink-traced white eye analysis diagrams glimmering coldly under the light. Qianshi stored away the scrolls and took out a mirror to gaze into his own eyes, a flash of enlightenment. But before proceeding, he must first take a good rest. Continuous high-intensity work and the simultaneous maintenance of 3 abilities had pushed his spirit to the limit. Otherwise, in the upcoming critical modifications, any mistake could lead to unimaginable consequences. In the laboratory at the top of the Lulan Tower, he entrusted the task of sealing these Byakugan blueprints to his shadow clone. Qianshi collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. He did not know how long had passed when he awoke, stretching lazily as the sound of cracking bones echoed, instantly refreshing him. Glancing quickly at the bounty notice handed to him by his shadow clone, he noticed the figure of 800 million and what his clone had done in Sunagakure. His heart remained unperturbed as he casually burned the notice to ashes. Turning to ask the shadow clone maintaining the puppet, he learned that today was the last day of the 18th year in the shinobi world. He decided to wait until tonight's points allocation was completed before proceeding with further research. As he stepped out of the laboratory, the afternoon sun shone beautifully on the streets outside the tower. Qianshi's footsteps paused slightly on the tower steps. Having delved deeply into the study of Byakugan, these days the scene before him was vastly different from the Lulan he remembered. The once sparsely scattered mud brick houses had been replaced by neatly arranged small buildings shimmering with a silvery gray sheen in the sunlight. The streets were also much wider, paved with a hardened surface mixed with stone powder. Pedestrians wore clearly improved traditional clothing, the fabric and cut infused with contemporary fashion elements. Using the magnetic tiger's free technique for a rough estimate, he observed that the population density on the streets of Lulan was now several times that of when he first arrived. Qianshi strolled slowly along the main street, his gaze falling upon a glowing device at the roadside. That several-meter-high metallic pillar was made from a certain failed product developed during the creation of the dragon vein alloy. Highly conductive of chakra, but as fragile as paper in terms of physical strength. Now these fragile failures had been repurposed into streetlights with the internal trace amounts of dragon vein energy penetrating the metal to emit a stable white light. The shadow clone certainly understood how to make use of waste. Continuing forward, the once natural oasis lake had been transformed into a well-regulated reservoir. Embedded in the embankment were several filtration pipes laid by the shadow clones, while several Lulan workers were adjusting the water level controllers. A remote bionic puppet silently patrolled the surroundings, its metallic feet echoing a rhythmic sound on the cobblestone path. Observing these changes, Qianshi felt no ripples in his heart. These alterations were like reflections in water, seemingly real, but shattering upon touch, without the support of power. Just as he was about to wander elsewhere, 2 figures turned the corner of the street. "What a coincidence to run into you," said Sanai, who today wore a deep blue gown adorned with silver threads, a delicate metallic hairpin tucked into her hair. Sanai paused briefly, lowering her voice, "If you have time." Qianshi glanced at them and interrupted directly, "The bounty on the notice has risen to 800 million. Or top tonight." Sanai paused briefly, lowering her voice, "If you have time." Qianshi glanced at them and interrupted directly, "The bounty on the notice has risen to 800 million. They described me as a madman who massacres villages." His gaze swept over the children playing in the distance. "Aren't you afraid of attracting disaster?" Sanai's fingertips unconsciously brushed the gems embedded in her sleeve, her eyes fixed on Qianshi's as her voice remained calm. "The villagers will not be involved in ninja affairs." Moreover, she met Qianshi's gaze directly. "Since Lulan has accepted your protection, it naturally bears the corresponding risks." After a brief silence, Qianshi lost interest in continuing to wander and walked towards the central tower. "Let's go." The tower's rooftop terrace was already prepared. Nara Shinjin was seen quietly discussing something with Yamashita, while Akimichi Uemi was focused on flipping the meat on the grill. Kagetsu Tamamo, however, was not present, and after expanding his perception with the magnetic tiger's free technique, Qianshi discovered Kagetsu Tamamo training silently in a newly constructed training ground in Lulan. Upon seeing Qianshi's arrival, everyone momentarily froze. "Relax," Qianshi said as he sat at the end of the long table, closing his eyes to rest while contemplating optimization plans for the Dragon Eye. The atmosphere gradually became lively. Akimichi Uemi pushed the first batch of grilled meat skewers to the center of the dining table, while Nara Shinjin began recounting his experiences while on missions. Yamashita May occasionally added details, her fingers gently tracing the rim of her cup. When the night completely fell, Sanai gestured to the maids standing nearby. "We've prepared a special entertainment program." Several metal tubes were placed in the center of the square, propelled skyward as traditional gunpowder was ignited. These tubes were filled with another type of failed product from Qianshi's development of the dragon vein alloy. An alloy with poor chakra conductivity, but would expand and explode unstably when chakra was infused. When they exploded in the night sky, the light emitted was more splendid than any fireworks he had ever seen, with colors shifting according to the amount of chakra infused, painting the entire sky like an illusion. In the distance, Kagetsu Tamamo, just finishing training, gazed at the flowing flames in the sky, momentarily lost in some memories. Everyone in Lulan stared at the fleeting brilliance. Qianshi also opened his eyes to gaze at the dreamlike flowing flames across the sky, and in a daze it seemed he could see another sky. That was the blue planet. Deep in his memories, a bustling city, family, friends, recalling the past that had vanished along with that earth-shattering light. The once ordinary self, a personality completely different from his current life, had entirely dissipated with the obliteration of the world. His fingertips unconsciously tightened, causing the juice in his cup to ripple slightly. Those warm, soft feelings belonging to another world had long vanished along with that destructive light. In this cruel world, everything without power is an illusion. He recalled the exaggerated adjectives he had seen on the bounty notice this morning, which reminded him of the harshness of reality. When an irresistible force descends, there won't even be a chance for defense. As more fireworks ascended into the sky, the performance reached its climax, illuminating the night sky, as if it were another world. The last trace of nostalgia in Qianshi's eyes also faded away. When the clock struck midnight, the 19th year of the shinobi world officially arrived. That little bit of freedom that came every year was as usual prioritized for intelligence this time. Strength, 3 agility, 3 intelligence, 3 distributable points, 1 strength, 3 agility, 3 intelligence, 4 distributable points, 0. The changes brought by the attribute enhancement became immediately apparent. Thought speed increased, and the precision and quality of chakra control improved once again. The world in his perception became clearer, even the dust floating in the air seemed more distinct. But Qianshi understood that this was merely an illusion brought about by a sudden enhancement in perception. After a while of adaptation, the world in his eyes returned to normal. As he stood up to leave, his robe was gently stirred by the night wind. "You all continue." With that parting remark, his figure instantly vanished from the top of the Lulan Tower. The onlookers, after witnessing Qianshi's departure, exchanged glances and chatted for a while before returning to their respective lodgings. Inside the laboratory, Qianshi spread out the 36 scrolls that had previously been collected by the shadow clone back onto the workbench. The Byakugan was taken out again, and under Qianshi's enhanced perception from attribute points, the structure revealed new details. He concentrated purified dragon vein energy at his fingertips and began a new round of experiments. Time quickly passed during Qianshi's immersive research. With enhanced perception, the shadow clone was now capable of simple analysis and drawing tasks. Thus, Qianshi entrusted the structural diagram of the Sharingan to the clone while he focused on optimizing the dragon eye. He stood quietly in front of the platform with a faint golden sheen swirling deep within his pupils. He then conducted a deep analysis of the Byakugan. The principle of the ocular technique penetrating objects had already been thoroughly researched before. After a quick review of previous tests, no errors were found. Currently, Qianshi had only a vague speculation about the evolution of the Byakugan, believing it required a large number of Byakugan to merge, devour, and complement each other to truly complete its evolution. After a simple record, Qianshi now had a new optimization direction for his dragon eye, particularly regarding the internal energy circuit. To be on the safe side, Qianshi decided to start the modification with his left eye. His fingertip lightly touched the left eye, and the internal structure of the dragon eye began to quietly reorganize. After 2 months of simulations and numerous attempts, he finally succeeded in replicating part of the Byakugan's abilities within the dragon eye. Now, once the dragon eye was activated, vision could blur and penetrate objects. Although the effect was only 1/10 of the original version, it was indeed a power that belonged entirely to him. The modification of the right eye was completed in just a few days. In the next 3 months, Qianshi's attention shifted to the Sharingan. He retrieved the charts already analyzed by the shadow clone, and upon deactivating the clone, a flood of memories surged into his mind. Qianshi closed his eyes and quickly browsed through the clone's analysis of the Sharingan from the past few months. 3 pairs of blood-red eyeballs displayed entirely different chakra flows under the observation of the shadow clone, with the enhancement of dynamic vision stemming from a particular type of neural reflex enhancement. Through the shadow clone's analysis, Qianshi also discovered a certain deep commonality between the Sharingan and the Byakugan. The Sharingan similarly possessed some abilities of the Byakugan, especially the characteristic of observing chakra flow. Moreover, the Byakugan also had a certain dynamic vision, but both exhibited far inferior performance in these non-core abilities compared to each other. Additionally, the Byakugan could not perform ninjutsu, while the Sharingan's so-called copying ninjutsu was less an independent ability and more an application technique, combining the Sharingan's outstanding dynamic vision and microscopic insight into chakra. The Genjutsu ability of the Sharingan was quite unique. It only required specific chakra fluctuations to forcibly pull the opponent into the illusion. Making eye contact was simply the most convenient method of applying the Genjutsu for the Sharingan. Chincher accessed the memories of the shadow clone and thoroughly examined the analysis diagram it had drawn. Aside from some details that were not observed carefully enough, the overall analysis was largely correct. He then began targeted optimizations for the dragon eye. During the optimization process, the golden sheen in his eyes flickered restlessly. After multiple adjustments, he finally succeeded in replicating the characteristic of the heart's rotation, invading the spiritual space into the dragon eye. At this moment, the internal energy circuits of the dragon eye became densely packed, branching into 3 different modes. The first mode is the most basic dragon eye form. It possesses only 3 basic abilities: partial object penetration, chakra fluctuation vision, and superior dynamic vision. Aside from that, there are no other special features. The second mode is Dragon Might. This ability transforms pure chakra pressure through the unique energy circuits of the dragon eye, projecting it directly onto the spiritual level of targets within its range. It completely relies on the dragon eye to achieve. If released without the dragon eye, it is merely a standard chakra explosion, lacking this direct mental suppression effect. Its essence is not traditional ninjutsu, but rather a suppression that transmits into the target's spiritual space through specific chakra fluctuations enabled by an absolute chakra disparity. Tests indicated that ordinary civilians found it extremely difficult even to stand under this dragon might. The third mode is Dragon Trace, combining the heart's rotation technique from a mountain tribe with the essence of Sharingan Jinjutsu. By directly gazing, it forcibly brings one's spiritual power laden with vast amounts of chakra into the target's spiritual space, crushing their mental defenses with absolute chakra quantity and directly reading the target's memories. This technique demands extremely high levels of both spiritual power and chakra from the user. As for the evolution of the Sharingan, Chincher also had some speculations. In truth, it is not much different from the Byakugan. The difference lies in the need for strong emotional stimuli to secrete special substances in the brain to unlock a higher stage, and merging with another pair of eyes of the same grade can complete true evolution. The 3 pairs of eyes that had lost their hosts were meaningless. What was more concerning were the bizarre abilities derived from the Sharingan. Whether it was Izanagi's ability to alter the death of the host, or Izanami's Jinjutsu loop, and the kaleidoscope's numerous peculiar abilities, especially Susanoo. Chincher recalled the moment when the shadow clone faced the massive Susanoo of Uchiha Kagami during the battle, in Konoha unconsciously tightening his grip on the pen in his hand. In the face of such an extraordinary being, unless employing the underworld release annihilation with a 100-fold chakra infusion for a direct hit, or using underworld release God Devour at close range to drain its chakra, there seemed to be no other viable methods. However, both methods were impractical. One was too slow against the agile behemoth that was Susanoo, and the other required close-range execution, which was too dangerous and essentially unusable against Susanoo. Currently, no effective methods to break through Susanoo's defenses could be found. Chincher pondered for a moment. It seemed that something like Susanoo required substantial ocular power support. Uchiha Kagami's eyes should not be eternal kaleidoscope. He could not access Hashirama cells or the white Zetsu body. In fact, it would suffice to occasionally send a shadow clone to Konoha for some disturbance. His Sharingan would likely be rendered useless in no time, and there was no need to put himself in danger. After coming to this conclusion, Chincher set aside these chaotic thoughts. He took out the emerald Ouroboros ring and quietly examined it under the laboratory lights. The soul of the wraith was still sealed within the soul cage. This ring from deep within its flesh remained a mystery. Now that he had successfully developed Dragon Trace, it was time to explore these secrets. However, before starting, he needed to test the actual effect of the new ocular technique, using those small animals to test Dragon Trace, as Dragon Might was not particularly meaningful due to their weak mental power. Chincher arrived at the platform where the MKIV Star Dragon armor was displayed. The integrated armor unfolded like a living creature under the influence of magnetic repulsion, splitting in two along a vertical seam in the chest. He stepped forward, and the armor components accurately wrapped around his body, closing the seam. The star in the center of the chest armor and the 9 grail crystals illuminated simultaneously, golden energy patterns flowing along the contours of the armor. As the faceplate closed, dragon wings spread out, and the armor's thrusters began to activate, emitting a low hum. Chincher stood in place, waiting for the laboratory's dome to open, contemplating where to conduct the test. Sand Hidden Village was the first to be eliminated from consideration. With Sishi mastering magnetic repulsion, a moment's inattention could lead to his armor being directly disintegrated into dust. At this stage, Konoha had just been assaulted by himself, which was too dangerous, especially with the completely unknown Susanoo and Uchiha Kagami's Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Just for testing the newly developed ocular power, it wasn't worth the risk. Other small nations were too weak to consider, while the Cloud Hidden and Mist Hidden were too far away. The Land of Earth was a decent choice. Iwagakure was famous for its Jinchuriki and Dust Release, hosting the Four Tails and Five Tails Jinchuriki, making for excellent opponents to test his strength and a chance for revenge against those who had hunted him during the war. The 9-pointed star array on his chest shone brighter, the dragon vein energy surging through the armor's circuitry. The dragon wings flapped fiercely and his form transformed into a streak of black light shooting into the sky, instantly breaking the sound barrier. The border between the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth gradually came into focus. Adjusting his flight posture, he continued to ascend until the clouds spread beneath him like a white velvet blanket. Qianshi calculated his flight route, heading swiftly toward Iwagakure. During the flight, he planned his tactics. First, he aimed to test whether dragon might could affect ninjas on a large scale. Afterward, he would capture a few individuals to see if dragon recall could extract memories from their minds for intelligence. Speed increased once more, the surface of the star dragon armor shimmering with energy ripples to resist the strong winds. At this rate, he would reach the borders of the Land of Earth in 3 days. His gaze passed through the faceplate, looking down at the desert, occasionally sensing the faint chakra fluctuations of some civilians. 3 days later, after a long flight, Qianshi finally crossed the nearly boundless golden desert and entered the Land of Earth. Iwagakure was nestled among those rugged rock mountains. Days later, Qianshi captured a team of Iwagakure ninjas on a mission within the Land of Earth. A Chunin led 3 genin for testing dragon recall. However, the violent chakra carried by dragon recall shattered their fragile mental space upon intrusion, leaving no time to extract memories. The targets were already dead, and only fragmented memories could be captured. Qianshi couldn't help but frown. It seemed that ninjas of Chunin rank and below could not withstand the impact of dragon recall, rendering them useless as experimental materials. Future testing targets must focus on the Jounin level. However, from the crushed memory fragments, he successfully extracted clear coordinates of Iwagakure, saving him the trouble of searching. After confirming the direction, he immediately set off towards Iwagakure. Above Iwagakure, the black armor tore through the clouds, reflecting a cold light under the midday sun. The magnetic tiger's freedom technique unfolded, centered around Qianshi, perceiving all chakra fluctuations within a 5-kilometer radius flickering in his consciousness like star sparks. Suddenly, a hot chakra source like lava caught his attention. Its unique volatility and heat were characteristic of the Four Tails Jinchuriki. Is this magnetic repulsion? Shikaku. No. The taste of this chakra belongs to a ninja. Almost simultaneously on the ground, Aji's body trembled, his thick brows furrowing as he looked up at the rapidly diving black figure. Qianshi controlled the armor to dive like a meteor, crashing into the central square in front of the Tsuchikage building in Iwagakure, instantly shattering the stone slabs beneath him. The Yin seal erupted violently, unleashing a vast chakra that far exceeded the pressure of chakra unleashed during the line clone incident in Konoha, resembling a tangible chakra presence that seemed to stir the clouds in the sky. This sudden, terrifying aura instantly alarmed the entire Iwagakure. Birds fled panic-stricken from the trees, and livestock in the village whinnied uneasily. Enemy attack. Everyone be on alert. Urgent shouts echoed through the streets. Well-trained Iwagakure ninjas swiftly surged in from all directions, forming an encirclement. In less than a few breaths, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki and Aji, had already formed a pincer attack, firmly locking Qianshi in the center. Inoki hovered in midair, scrutinizing the menacing armor before him. You are Qianshi. His voice carried suppressed anger, his hands unconsciously clenched. Iwagakure has never wronged you. Why come to invade? Is the bounty of 800 million ryo not high enough for you? A cold response came from beneath the faceplate. How forgetful you are. With a casual hand sign, a line clone containing 60 times the chakra instantly took shape. Qianshi casually unsealed the scroll containing the thunderclap stalker, which swarmed out like a hive, forming a dense battle formation in the air, the core of the grail crystals flashing a dangerous blue light. The internal grail crystals and energy circuitry of these thunderclap stalkers had previously undergone upgrades by line clones, their power far exceeding what they once were. It's you. Inoki's pupils suddenly constricted, recognizing these spherical puppets he had encountered during the Second Shinobi World War at the frontline base in the Land of Rain. During that chase battle, these self-destructing puppets left a deep impression on him, and he never expected to see them again in this manner today. Qianshi stopped continuing the banter and waited for the Iwagakure ninjas to gather as the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. The dragon eye suddenly opened. Dragon might. An invisible chakra wave mixed with Qianshi's tremendously oppressive aura silently swept outward from him, then exploded with a roar. Within a few hundred meters, those genin who had been staring at Qianshi were shaken to the core, their eyes rolling back as they fell unconscious. The Chunin, barely standing, staggered back, their legs weak, almost unable to hold onto their kunai. Even the Jounin-level ninjas felt their breath stutter in that instant, the flow of chakra within them momentarily stagnating. Civilians a kilometer away fell unconscious in droves unresponsive. Farther away, crowds 2 kilometers out scattered in panic like a frightened tide, fear spreading rapidly. In the entire Yin village, all beings were engulfed by a terrifying aura that sent shivers down their spines, as if an invisible giant hand was gripping their throats. Goods from the street vendors lay scattered all over, with the still smoldering cooking stoves emitting wisps of blue smoke, while the entire village fell into an eerie silence and stagnation. De Yi Mu and Lao Zi's expressions changed drastically as they simultaneously activated their chakra, exerting all their strength to resist the sudden terrifying pressure. Even so, they were too close to Qianshi. Despite using chakra for defense, they still found it difficult to breathe, as if submerged deep in the ocean. The four tails within Lao Zi helped shield him from the dragon's might. After testing the effect of the dragon's might, Qianshi's gaze turned toward Lao Zi. The tailed beasts, as a unique existence, possessed a spiritual structure entirely different from that of humans. These energy life forms, composed purely of chakra, were among the best subjects for testing Long Su. However, they needed to overcome the opponent first to conduct the test. The line clone launched the first attack, activating all 4 abilities and forming several slicing lines in hand. The 5 finger lines, accompanied by a sharp sound of cutting through the air, aimed directly at the Yi Mu, with each strand containing deadly cutting power, weaving a net of death that rained down upon everyone present. Earth-style rock fist technique. The speed of the line clone was too fast. Given de Yi Mu's current mastery of dust release, he dared not unleash it fully in the village. His hands swiftly formed seals, creating a massive rock fist to counter. While the line clone skillfully dodged various ninjutsu, it also controlled several thunder stealth users to launch harassing attacks against the surrounding Yanni ninjas. Meanwhile, over 100 floating cannons adjusted their barrels simultaneously, and blinding bolts of lightning interwove in the air, forming a devastating net of firepower that descended upon de Yi Mu. Earth-style earth flow wall technique. De Yi Mu quickly raised a rock wall for defense, but the lightning beams pierced through the rock wall, exploding into countless fragments that flew in all directions. The line clone seized the opportunity to advance, its 5 finger lines coiling like venomous snakes, forcing de Yi Mu to retreat continuously. Qianshi's main body shot towards Lao Zi like a shooting star, the jetpack of his battle armor erupting with dazzling light, tearing through the air to create a shockwave that approached the opponent in an instant. Facing the sudden approach of Qianshi, Lao Zi quickly formed seals with both hands, his chest puffing up violently. Melt-release scorching river lava technique. Accompanied by a low shout, a massive ball of scorching viscous lava, emitting a pungent sulfur smell, erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards Qianshi's face with the heat to melt everything. However, Qianshi's dragon eye had already detected the abnormal flow of chakra within Lao Zi. At the moment he formed seals, the alloy dragon wings behind him rapidly disassembled and reconfigured, transforming into a thick metal shield that barely stood before him. Boom! The scorching lava ball slammed violently against the shield, splattering red-hot liquid in all directions, yet it failed to budge the giant shield in the slightest. Melt-release chakra mode. Seeing that ordinary melt-release was ineffective, Lao Zi dared not hold back any longer. The dark red melt-release chakra instantly enveloped his body like boiling lava, radiating an overwhelming heat. With a stomp, the ground cracked, and he shot towards Qianshi like a cannonball. As Qianshi saw Lao Zi charging towards him, he activated all 4 abilities, feeling chakra surging within him like a tide, with the amplification runes inside the starry dragon armor lighting up, sequentially bursting forth with unprecedented radiant energy. Faced with Lao Zi, who was rushing in with molten lava, he chose not to take it heeded. Instead, he controlled the battle armor to take off, raising his right hand as rapidly rotating chakra condensed swiftly. Wind-style spiral shuriken. An energy sphere that hummed sharply and contained destructive power shot out, aimed directly at the charging Lao Zi. Lao Zi's pupils constricted. The energy contained within this technique made him feel a fatal threat. In a critical moment, he utilized the explosive power of the melt-release mode to forcibly twist his body to the side. Boom! The wind-style spiral shuriken grazed past him, failing to hit its target, yet its momentum did not diminish as it slammed violently into the earth shadow building behind. The blinding white light instantly devoured the symbol of power in Yan'an. Amidst the violent explosion, the earth shadow building crumbled, as if crushed by an invisible giant hand, its upper structure collapsing into dust. At the same moment, the explosion's roar echoed through the sky. Bang! 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 Qianshi and Lao Zi's figures collided fiercely like 2 shooting stars. With all amplifications activated, Qianshi was not at all inferior to Lao Zi in terms of direct power, who was entailed beast chakra mode. The terrifying airwaves generated by the continuous heavy punches mixed with the lingering shockwaves from the explosion swept through the surroundings like a tsunami. The ground shattered inch by inch, and the nearest buildings could no longer withstand the force beginning to collapse one after another. Nearby Yanin Jonin who attempted to help were forced to retreat repeatedly by the terrifying aftermath of the battle, unable to approach the center of the fight. Lao Zi dared not use the tailed beast ball. Using such a technique at the village center would be tantamount to self-destruction. He could only rely on melt-release chakra mode, engaging Qianshi with martial arts, each move carrying the heat of lava, leaving behind melting craters on the ground. After a brief exchange and testing, Qianshi quickly sensed his battle armor, discovering that the energy circuits in the fist area had been melted away by the high temperatures of melt release. He waved his left hand, causing hundreds of sharp cutting lines made of water attribute chakra to surge toward Lao Zi like a rushing river. A mere trick. Lao Zi growled, undeterred, fully unleashing the melt-release chakra, the temperature around him skyrocketing as he intended to evaporate the water lines containing restraining properties with extreme heat. Sizzle. A large amount of white steam erupted instantly, enveloping the battlefield and temporarily obscuring the line of sight. In that moment of steam filling the air, Qianshi's right hand had already gathered the Ming Dun Shikshin and to form the ominous sphere, silently rotating in his palm, warping the very light around it with faint tearing sounds echoing in the air. Lao Zi's heart raced. That strange pulling force made his soul tremble. He roared madly, unhesitatingly releasing more power. Half-tailed beast transformation. The dark red-tailed beast chakra erupted from his body like flames, intertwining with the melt-release chakra mode, transforming him into a true lava monster. The high-temperature lava and scorching steam caused the surrounding air to distort violently, while the ground beneath turned into a rolling pool of magma. However, just as Lao Zi completed his half-tailed beast transformation and his power peaked, Qianshi's figure had already penetrated through the lingering steam like a ghost, rapidly closing in on him. That sphere, wrapped in a strange pulling force, disregarded the temperature capable of melting steel, aiming precisely at the melt-release armor. The dark red-tailed beast chakra and the lava-release chakra were violently agitated under the extraction of the nether release, uncontrollably rushing towards the god-eating light sphere. Old Z could clearly feel that the chakra within him was being rapidly siphoned away. Damn it! The overwhelming sensation of weakness from the frantically drawn chakra weighed heavily on his heart. He exerted a sudden burst of force, and the lava-release chakra erupted explosively, temporarily pushing Qianshi back with pure impact. Gaining a moment to breathe, Old Z knelt on one knee, having lost a significant amount of chakra, and gasped heavily. His eyes scanned the surroundings. In the distance, the roaring battle between Damo and the strange clone raged on, while nearby crumbling buildings and fleeing ninjas were in disarray. The once abundant chakra within him had been depleted by more than half due to the continuous fierce battles and the recent devouring. This cannot continue. He took a deep breath and once again entered the half-tailed beast transformation as the dark red-tailed beast chakra surged forth. With his hands forming seals rapidly, he shouted, "Lava release, hot river flow technique." Several scorching magma balls shot towards Qianshi, attempting to seal off his movements. At the same time, a black energy sphere containing a destructive aura began to rapidly coalesce in his mouth. Tailed beast ball. Qianshi reacted swiftly to the double attack. He swiftly reversed the nether release god-eating. Nether release annihilation. The light sphere was released and shot directly at Old Z. Simultaneously, a large number of dragon vein metal particles rapidly coalesced into a shield before him, blocking the several incoming magma balls. High in the sky, Qianshi merely adjusted his position, and the tailed beast ball, accompanied by a heart-stopping wave of energy, slowly passed just a few dozen meters below him, ultimately detonating into a massive mushroom cloud on the distant mountaintop, obliterating the entire peak with a thunderous roar. Witnessing this futile attack and the nearly exhausted chakra within him, along with the ominous light sphere approaching, a glimmer of resolve flashed in Old Z's eyes. Accompanied by a roar that shook the battlefield, Old Z completely released the seal. The massive crimson chakra surged skyward, his form rapidly expanding in the light, his skin transforming into deep red lava armor, and multiple tails formed from chakra danced in the air. The complete tailed beast, four-tailed Sun Wukong, had descended. The 50-meter-tall crimson body resembled a moving mountain, exuding a suffocating aura. It gazed at the tiny Qianshi in the sky, letting out a roar that shook the earth. The nether release annihilation light sphere was shattered upon contact with the four tails, obliterated by the violent force without even causing a ripple. His massive figure leapt suddenly, and a colossal fist bearing destructive wind pressure smashed down towards Qianshi, creating sharp explosive sounds in the air. Qianshi's pupils constricted, and he transformed into a black afterimage retreating rapidly. The ground was smashed into a deep pit with a diameter of several dozen meters by the foretails with magma flowing inside as spiderweb-like cracks spread outward, causing the entire central plaza of Awagakure to collapse under this strike. Qianshi floated 100 meters in the air, his expression grave. The defensive power of complete tailed beast transformation exceeded expectations. Just now Old Z shattered the annihilation sphere with pure strength. Even if he activated the 5th enhancement Dragon's Maw, now it would be difficult to breach such a level of defense in a short time. In the distance the line clone was still entangled with Damo and others, but was showing signs of fatigue. If the battle continued once caught by dust release, the situation would turn dire. Moreover, the Dragon's Trace required an absolute amount of chakra to suppress the target's mental space, but the chakra of the foretails before him resembled an ocean forcibly attempting to read. It would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Qianshi's gaze swept across the chaotic edges of the battlefield. Dozens of Awagakure Jonin were organizing the evacuation of the injured, most of whom were in their 20s to 30s, with chakra fluctuations clearly indicating that they had all reached the Jonin level. They were the ones. He moved like a phantom, appearing before the group, unleashing a targeted dragon's might that erupted like a tide. The dozen Jonin had yet to react before collectively falling into a brief mental paralysis. In the brief moment of opportunity, Qianshi waved his left hand, and countless invisible cutting lines shot forth, precisely instantly planting a simple chakra seal within them. Ugh! They could only emit a short muffled groan before collapsing to the ground one after another. The subsequent chakra lines coiled around them like ethereal serpents, binding them tightly. These precious, experimental materials must remain secure during transport. The entire process took but a breath. As the fully tailed beast Old Z began to coalesce the tailed beast ball in his massive mouth, again the propulsion system of Qianshi's battle armor erupted with brilliant light. He summoned all the thunderclap stealthers near the line clone, and the floating cannon cluster transformed into countless points of light racing towards the land of rain, like meteors alongside Qianshi. Stop right there. The giant beast that Old Z had transformed into let out an enraged roar, followed by several scorching lava balls ripping through the air, howling in pursuit. However, in the face of the full-speed Star Dragon armor, these attacks appeared slow and futile. Even the pursuing thunderclap stealthers were unable to reach him, let alone hit Qianshi himself. The battle armor left a trail of continuous sonic boom clouds in the sky, easily dodging all interceptions, and in the blink of an eye it vanished at the horizon's end. Meanwhile, the line clone, engaged in battle with Damo, suddenly ceased its movements upon seeing the main body depart. The preset line explosion technique within activated instantaneously, with countless chakra lines bursting forth like blooming death lotuses. The fine yet razor-sharp cutting lines covered 100-meter radius, slicing everything in their path into fragments. Earth Release Rock Technique. Earth Release Earth Flow Wall. Damo promptly summoned rock giants and several earth flow walls, attempting to protect the nearby Awagakure ninjas, but unfortunately these walls constructed from earth release crumbled like paper before the raging cutting lines, a pitiful sight. Damo could only hurriedly pull several nearby ninjas to fly up to avoid the cutting lines, and when the line explosion finally subsided, only deep cutting scars several hundred meters long remained in place. Meanwhile, the line clone had already dissipated into points of chakra light, and almost all the ninjas that had besieged the line clone were dead, but the line explosion had caused instantaneous kills to exceed 100. Damn it! Damo flew down from the air, ignoring the retreating black figure staring at the central plaza that resembled a hellish landscape. His fists smashed heavily against the nearby broken wall, causing the entire wall to collapse. At this point, Awagakure was in ruins. The central plaza and nearby Awagakure buildings had completely vanished due to the line explosion, and Old Z's lava release replaced by a massive pit filled with solidified magma. The surrounding streets had turned into ruins, with the groans of the injured occasionally emanating from beneath the collapsed buildings. A multitude of ninjas were weaving through the debris to conduct rescues, yet many civilians remained in the stupor caused by Long Wei. 3 hours later, inside the hastily erected command center, Inoki sat at the head of the table, his face ashen, surrounded by elite ninjas from Awagakure. Through the makeshift windows, the ongoing rescue efforts could be seen, and everyone's expression was grim. The casualty report has been compiled. A captain from the Umbu spoke in a low voice. There were 147 direct fatalities, 328 severely injured, and countless minor injuries. All buildings in the central area have been destroyed, and the economic losses are incalculable. Another elder clenched his fist. That Shishi is simply a madman. How long has it been since he attacked Konoha? And yet he dares to come to Awagakure. What's even more terrifying is his motive. Another elder slowly raised his head, fury burning in his eyes. He is not after wealth nor revenge, and not even for the bloodline limit of our village. His actions are utterly illogical. He is nothing but a pure madman. The conference room fell into silence. Everyone understood that if it weren't for Inoki fully transforming into a tailed beast in time, the losses would have been even more catastrophic. Yet even with the tailed beast deployed, they still failed to capture him, and instead lost several elite ninjas. Relay my orders. Listening to the discussions around him, Inoki's forehead twitched with veins as he suddenly stood up, saying, "Increase the bounty at the exchange of gold, raising Chishi's total bounty to 14 billion ryo. Deploy all the umbu and ninjas in the village to find him. I cannot rest easy until he is dead." Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. An advisor couldn't help but speak up. "This amount has exceeded reasonable limits, Lord Sunagakure. We cannot deploy all ninjas to track his whereabouts. The village's resources cannot sustain this for long. If Iwagakure halts its missions, the daimyo will withdraw their support, and the village's economy will collapse rapidly. And even if we find his location, what then? Given the flying speed of that puppet before, who can intercept him? Even if a barrier were set up and advanced, the dark escape technique he wields can easily shatter the barrier and allow him to escape. Moreover, he is just one person. If he is completely fixated on us and continues to harass us without pause, what can we do?" Inoki stood listening to the rising tide of opposition, remaining silent for a long while. The air in the room grew increasingly heavy as he sighed, and then weakly stated, "First, halt all ninjas' external missions. Recall those on assignments and prepare to respond to Chishi's next strike. Additionally, send someone to Sunagakure to demand an explanation. They must compensate for the losses caused by their rogue ninjas." The next day, an updated bounty notice spread throughout the ninja world via special channels. Rank Rogue Ninja, Chishi bounty amount 14 billion ryo. The bounty notice detailed the appearance of the puppet armor and noted, "Extremely dangerous attacks on ninja villages occur without warning and behavioral patterns are unpredictable. Possessing multiple bloodline limits, it is advised that all ninjas retreat immediately upon encountering him and do not attempt to engage in battle." This exorbitant bounty stirred up a storm in the ninja world. Those ninjas who had previously harbored fantasies of the 8 billion ryo bounty, upon witnessing the fates of the two major ninja villages, quickly halted their pursuits, muttering curses at the madman, completely discarding the bounty notice. The higher-ups at the exchange of gold also began reassessing whether to continue the pursuit of this rogue ninja. The envoy from Iwagakure stood in the freshly completed office of the Kazekage, covered in dust, vehemently demanding that Sunagakure take responsibility for the destruction caused by Chishi. Kazekage Shira rubbed his aching temples, his gaze sweeping across the desolate Sunagakure. Chishi has already been classified as an rank rogue ninja. His actions are unrelated to Sunagakure. Though his rejection was straightforward, watching the Iwagakure envoy storm out in rage left Shira feeling a wave of powerlessness wash over him. Konoha possesses long-standing bloodline clans. Iwagakure has many ninjas and perfect Jinchuriki, while Kumogakure and Kirigakure also have tailed beasts and are situated in remote geographic locations. And Sunagakure, aside from its increasingly depleted resources, only has those puppets that are utterly powerless before true strength, along with his magnetic escape technique that feels so pale and weak in the face of absolute power. Perhaps next time it will be Sunagakure's turn. He muttered to himself, the words echoing in the empty office, laced with an unmistakable weariness. Meanwhile, the lights in the underground laboratory of the Land of Rain flickered slightly. Chishi placed the unconscious elite ninjas of Iwagakure on the examination table, checking the seals that confined them, and using his dark escape technique to almost drain their chakra. Once everything was confirmed to be in order, he split off a shadow clone for monitoring, while Chishi sat cross-legged nearby, closing his eyes to rest. Continuous high-intensity battles had left him somewhat fatigued, but the more troublesome issue was the chakra depletion from the dark seal. Sensing the remaining reserve of chakra dwindle to just a few dozen times, he frowned slightly. Although this chakra was insufficient to support another major battle, it should be more than enough to use the dragon's retrace technique on several elite ninjas who had been completely drained of chakra. After adjusting his state, the dragon's eye lit up in the laboratory. His consciousness, infused with chakra extracted from the dark seal, pierced into the other party's spiritual space like a sword. The spiritual spaces of these Iwagakure elite ninjas were far more fragile than expected. Chishi's chakra surged forth like a tide, easily overwhelming the unsuspecting souls of the opponents and forcibly prying open the gates of memory. Countless images and fragments of information surged forth, confidential documents from the Tsuchikage building the organizational structure of Iwagakure's Umbu, the secret earth release techniques of various clans, and the hidden construction layouts within the village. He rapidly sifted through the valuable content, focusing on the memories related to earth release ninjutsu. From the most basic earth flow wall to the advanced earth-style grasping technique, the myriad of ninjutsu, hand seal patterns, and chakra flow routes vividly appeared in his consciousness. Just as he was preparing to delve deeper, signs of collapse suddenly appeared in the spiritual space of this elite ninja. Chishi immediately withdrew his spiritual power only to see the other party foam at the mouth, convulsing violently, and after a moment they completely lost all signs of life. Chishi frowned slightly. It seemed that the chakra carried by his outwardly projected spiritual power was too overwhelming, and coupled with the fact that the opponent's chakra had been nearly drained by him, the fragile spiritual space could not withstand the dual assault, ultimately leading to the target's death. Although he had acquired a wealth of earth release techniques and various materials, the dragon's retrace technique was still not perfected, being too crude and direct. He gestured for the shadow clone to dispose of the corpse, then simply adjusted the output intensity of his chakra and continued to use the dragon's retrace technique on the next subject. However, the tolerance of this upper ninja was even lower than that of the former. After a brief moment, he had merely accessed a few scattered memories before his mental space collapsed. Chinshur, expressionless, instructed his clone to clear the area and turned towards the next rock ninja. He decided to change the direction of the experiment to avoid wasting resources meaninglessly. Chinshur first laid multiple seals within their bodies, then concentrated a ball of light from the Reaper technique, devouring God, in his palm. But this time he reversed the flow of the technique. The ball of light did not dissolve into nothingness. Instead, under the completely reversed effect of the Reaper technique, it switched from extracting chakra to outputting chakra. Chinshur chose a relatively young rock-hidden ninja nearby and slowly injected a gentle non-attribute chakra. As chakra flowed rapidly into him, the pale face of the ninja gradually regained color. Chinshur carefully controlled the output of the dragon's trace to only twice the basic level required for maintaining life, allowing his clone to observe the physical changes of the external rock ninja. His mental power entered the inner mental space of the rock-hidden upper ninja, carrying this seemingly weak chakra that easily suppressed his soul, followed by a rapid reading of memories. After the preset time, the mental power, along with the chakra, quickly exited the target's mental space. The body of the external rock ninja showed no obvious changes. After a while, Chinshur prepared to sink his consciousness back into the ninja's mental space for a second round of reading. However, upon entering this time, he immediately sensed something was wrong. The mental space, which should have been filled with memories, was now completely blank. As if it had been formatted, even the most basic traces of memory had vanished. Only the core of the soul flickered weakly, proving that he was still alive. Chinshur exited the mental space and carefully observed the rock ninja on the experimental platform. The rock ninja's gaze was hollow and devoid of spirit, breathing steadily, yet showing no signs of consciousness. Chinshur waved his fingers in front of the ninja's eyes, but there was no reaction in the pupils. Even when he slightly stimulated the nerves with chakra, he only elicited instinctive muscle twitches. The performance of the rock-hidden ninja indeed appeared as if he had lost all memories. Chinshur frowned in contemplation. The root of the problem likely lay in the excessive amount of chakra injected during the first application of the dragon's trace, coupled with the chakra suppressing the soul. The rough approach of forcibly reading memories triggered the deep-seated self-protection mechanism of the soul, leading to the permanent erasure of all memories. To verify this hypothesis, he promptly adjusted the chakra output and sequentially applied the dragon's trace on the remaining dozen rock ninjas. As time passed, the result was without exception. Everyone had completely lost their memories after the technique. Although Chinshur obtained a wealth of confidential information about the rock-hidden ninjas, none of it was of any concern to him. What he truly cared about was continuously optimizing the accuracy of memory reading through repeated applications of the dragon's trace. However, the current situation had suddenly become somewhat precarious. How to deal with these upper ninjas who were now memoryless? If they still posed a threat, it would be easy to handle them. But now, having completely lost all memories and retaining only the physical instincts and chakra responses of upper ninjas, directly erasing them would be too wasteful. Moreover, this phenomenon of memory clearance triggered by the dragon's trace was in itself an excellent material for studying the relationship between the soul and memory. Chinshur pondered for a moment before quickly making a decision. He laid down a more complex sealing technique within these rock-hidden ninjas' bodies, feeling the seals perfectly interlock with their chakra meridians. From now on, with just a thought, he could instantly detonate the seals to ensure absolute safety. After finishing everything in the laboratory, Chinshur left the underground lab with the rock ninjas. The sky over the land of rain remained dark, the continuous drizzle silently soaking the earth. Chinshur raised his hand to form seals, taking some ordinary iron sand from the supply scroll he carried. As he focused his mind, the iron sand quickly reassembled, soon constructing a simple platform. He carefully secured the still unconscious rock-hidden upper ninjas in place. Standing on the iron sand platform, he used magnet release to lift it soaring towards the direction of Lulan. The outline of the land of rain gradually blurred beneath him, eventually disappearing into the thick clouds. During the flight flashes of the earth release techniques, he had acquired flickered in Qianshi's mind, greatly compensating for his deficiencies in ninjutsu. As for the subsequent arrangement of these memoryless upper ninjas, Qianshi found himself somewhat troubled. Handling such matters was not his strong suit. A few days later, at the top of the central tower of Lulan, a black stream of light appeared. Qianshi controlled the simple transportation platform, slowly landing with a dozen dazed rock-hidden upper ninjas. Just as Qianshi landed, the guards responsible for Lulan quickly gathered from various positions. Not long after Qianshi's arrival, his gaze immediately met several complex looks. Sana and Sun Yuan stood not far away, their faces filled with surprise. Nara Kage saw and exchanged glances with Akita Yumi, while Yama Zhongya observed the dazed ninjas on the platform thoughtfully. The trio of boar, deer, and butterfly speculated about the origins and bloodlines of these rock-hidden ninjas. Qianshi frowned slightly, then quickly understood the reason for everyone's surprise. He glanced at the upper ninjas who had lost their memories and immediately understood. He had no intention of elaborating further, simply stating calmly, there were some unexpected developments in the experiment. Saying this, Qianshi pointed at the dazed rock ninjas and turned his gaze to Yama Zhongya. If your clan's secret technique forcibly reads memories, would it lead to the permanent disappearance of the target's memories? If that were to happen, is there a possibility of recovery? Yama Zhongya paused slightly, then began to carefully examine the state of these upper ninjas. She noticed their vacant eyes and blank expressions, which indeed closely matched the symptoms described by her clan elders of soul injury. After a brief thought, Yama Zhongya quickly organized her words. This is memory clearance caused by the soul being impacted by excessive chakra. The probability of restoring original memories is extremely low. As long as the essence of the soul is not severely damaged, with appropriate guidance, their consciousness can gradually return to normal levels. She approached one of the upper ninjas, formed seals with her hands, and said, mind-turning technique. Moments later, Yama Zhongya released the technique and nodded affirmatively. The soul is intact, but the memories are completely blank. Just like a scroll that has been entirely erased. As long as they are patiently taught, they can relearn everything, but their previous memories are unlikely to return. Is that so? Qianshi replied calmly after hearing this, already having thought out the subsequent resolution for these rock ninjas. He turned towards the sealing chamber of the dragon vein on the lower level of the tower, leaving only one sentence, then I will leave them to you. Yama Zhongya stood frozen in place, looking at the memoryless upper ninjas before her, momentarily at a loss. Sana gently patted her shoulder. Let's arrange accommodations first, everything else can come later. Inside the dragon vein sealing chamber, a ghostly blue energy flowed between the runes. Qianshi walked to the center and sat cross-legged, beginning to extract the dragon vein energy with the technique of Yin escape to infuse it into the Yin sealing. Previously, after battling the Four Tails Jinchuriki and conducting a series of experiments along with long-distance flights, several Yin sealing nodes had nearly exhausted their reserves. Now was the perfect time to replenish them. The dragon vein energy, refined through Yin escape, transformed into pure chakra and flowed into the Yin sealing. Qianshi felt the nodes gradually filling up, mentally calculating the replenishment progress. At this rate, assuming no damage to the meridians, it would take about 10 minutes for a node to fully recover, but for the purity of the chakra, the actual recovery time for a node would be around 1 hour. During the intervals of energy circulation, his thoughts turned to the amnesiac Jonin. The technique of Dragon Trace still needed improvement, otherwise every use could destroy a precious material. Perhaps he could try to acquire more mental secret arts to optimize Dragon Trace. However, the common mental secret arts among the villages were quite similar, with the best examples being Konoha's Sharingan and the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan, which he had already obtained. Unless he could obtain eyes of the Mangekyo Sharingan level, further optimization of Dragon Trace would be difficult, but thinking of Susanu's massive form and its world-destroying slashes made Qianshi hesitate. He could only use shadow clones to continuously exhaust its ocular power, otherwise the likelihood of defeating it directly in a frontal battle was extremely low, and would a Mangekyo Sharingan, with exhausted ocular power, still hold any research value? Time quietly flowed during the charging of the Yin sealing. When the last node was filled with chakra, the stars outside were already twinkling in the night sky. Qianshi slowly opened his eyes, his dragon pupils glimmering faintly in the darkness. Today was not suitable for conducting further research. The continuous research battles, memory retrievals, optimization of Dragon Trace long-distance flights, and charging of the Yin sealing had left him feeling somewhat fatigued, even with his current physique. More importantly, he had to face the soul of the Wraith tomorrow, a creature from another world, and he needed to remain in optimal condition. Leaving the dragon vein sealing chamber, Qianshi ascended the spiral staircase, heading toward the laboratory after exiting the central tower. As he passed by the medical room adjacent to the laboratory, he faintly heard Inuzuka Kiba Narashikamaru and Yamanaka Ino patiently teaching the basic life skills to the amnesiac Jonin. Their voices were gentle, yet serious, as if instructing newborn children. Qianshi did not stop, heading straight to the rest area inside the laboratory. The night in Lulan was quiet, with only the rhythmic footsteps of distant puppet patrols occasionally echoing. Qianshi lay on a simple bed, closing his eyes to rest. The next morning at dawn, inside the Dragon Vein charging station, the Dragon Vein energy flowed slowly along the runes on the surface of the specially designed soul cage, illuminating the entire space in a dreamy manner. Qianshi stood still before the soul cage, his dragon pupils shining with sharp golden light in the dim environment. The 5 yin sealing nodes within him opened sequentially, the full chakra surging through his meridians, ready to burst forth, controlling the amount of chakra carried. He did not choose to hold back. After all, the priestess was also in Lulan, and if he killed it, he could just wait for the wraith to be resurrected and capture it again, perfectly observing whether the wraith soul could still achieve so-called rebirth after sustaining damage. Qianshi then split off a shadow clone, preparing to use the soul capture technique to detain the wraith's soul at any moment. His hands formed the hand seals to release the seal. The runes on the surface of the soul cage gradually dimmed as the technique progressed, eventually extinguished. Qianshi took out the soul capture orb, sealing the wraith's soul. The orb pulsated restlessly in his palm, with the wraith's distorted and writhing soul faintly visible inside, resembling the final struggles of a trapped beast. He directly crushed the soul capture orb, and the wraith's soul was instantly unsealed, its roar echoing throughout the laboratory. Dragon Trace. Qianshi's consciousness instantly detached from his body, forcefully rushing into the wraith's mental space, accompanied by a torrent of overwhelming chakra. The fierce resistance he had anticipated did not occur. This otherworldly creature, which had once revealed its secrets, now appeared so fragile in the face of the absolute power disparity. The vast chakra surged like a tidal wave, completely suppressing the wraith's soul. Qianshi wasted no time and began rapidly reading the sealed memories of this otherworldly creature. Time lost its meaning in the exploration of the mental realm. Qianshi's consciousness was fully immersed in the fragmented memories of the wraith. The vast majority of memories were chaotic fragments, distorted space-time rifts, shattered stars, incomprehensible ancient whispers. This disordered information surged like a tide. Yet amidst this chaotic torrent, Qianshi finally grasped those precious fragments of knowledge. When Qianshi's consciousness returned to his body, the wraith's soul had already dimmed. Its mental space resembled a stone slab that had been thoroughly cleansed, with only the most basic survival instincts faintly trembling. The shadow clone quickly condensed the soul capture technique to once again seal the wraith inside the soul cage. Qianshi's steps back to the laboratory felt slightly unsteady, though forcefully reading the wraith's memories had consumed a significant amount of his mental energy. However, his eyes were exceptionally bright, filled with the otherworldly knowledge he had just acquired, and he needed to record it immediately. He quickly unrolled several blank scrolls. He first recorded information about traveling to the otherworld. The world-crossing grand array was far more crude and direct than Qianshi had imagined. Essentially, it concentrated the chakra equivalent to a tailed beast at any location through the formation and forcibly transported the caster, tearing apart the barriers between worlds. The Dragon Vein, as a nearly infinite sustainable energy source, could fully support multiple attempts at crossing, but the issue of returning remained. Perhaps carrying a large number of fully charged Grial crystals would help. The records regarding world coordinates were equally explicit. Any object from the target world could be used as a positioning beacon, or one could choose to randomly cross without a medium, though this method meant entering a world with completely unknown energy levels. If one entered a high-energy world, it could lead to a situation like that of the wraith. Moreover, even souls could be used as mediums. This medium would not consume itself, only serve as a locator. As Qianshi sifted through the memory fragments, he clearly saw the connection between the wraith and the priestess. Before crossing into this world, the wraith had already been severely injured, with its soul damaged and a significant amount of memory lost. It had forcibly crossed using the world-crossing grand array inscribed on its flesh, and during the crossing it encountered a temporal turbulence, resulting in further damage to its soul. What was most critical was that shortly after its arrival, the wraith had a direct confrontation with the Otsutsuki clan, suffering 3 significant injuries in succession. The continuous injuries led to irreversible damage to its soul, causing it to lose control over the part associated with the shaman. A fundamental conflict arose between two beings that should have shared the same origin, ultimately resulting in the wraith being overpowered by the shaman and forcefully separated from its body and soul, each sealed in different locations. After completing the sealing, the shaman exhausted her life force to leave behind offspring and part of her legacy, soon passing away. The legacy she left continuously faded in the flow of time, and her bloodline was gradually diluted. From once being able to forcefully separate and seal the wraith's body and soul, now the shaman's lineage could only barely seal the wraith's soul at the cost of exhausting its life force. What concerned Qianshi the most was the Ouroboros ring. The wraith had hidden it deep within the core of its body. Due to the damage to its soul and loss of memory, even it did not know the true purpose of this ring, only sensing its extreme importance instinctively. Based on the previous tests that all proved ineffective and the fact that it could not be sealed within any sealing scrolls, this was likely a spatial storage ring from another world. During occasional free time, Qianshi would inject chakra or directly infuse dragon vein energy into it. Yet no matter how much energy he poured in, it vanished like a cow sinking into the sea, and the conditions for activation remained a mystery. Qianshi paused his writing, carefully organizing these valuable pieces of information. The technical threshold for traversing worlds was indeed much lower than expected. With the dragon vein energy he currently possessed, he certainly had the capacity to attempt it. However, considering the continuous misfortunes faced by the wraith along the way, it was simply the height of bad luck. Qianshi immediately dismissed the reckless notion of venturing into an unknown world. Moreover, there were still numerous threats in the ninja world that had not been resolved, whether it be the 5 major ninja villages in the open or the hidden dangers posed by Uchiha Madara Kurizetsu or the Otsutsuki clan from beyond. In the wraith's memories, due to differences in layers and distance, there existed significant disparities in the flow of time. Qianshi did not wish to simply leave for a while only to return and find that the forces and efforts he painstakingly cultivated had turned to dust. He carefully rolled up the completed scroll and stored it in the sealing scroll he carried with him. It was better to temporarily seal away this knowledge from another world until he was strong enough to consider it. Qianshi turned and left the laboratory, heading to the adjacent semi-automated puppet factory. Over 100 flying cannons were neatly arranged on specially designed racks. Although many flying cannons had been damaged during the battle at Iwagakure, this basic model did not substantially enhance combat power, and he had no desire to waste time creating more. He initially intended to dive straight into the next project, but a wave of deep fatigue gripped his thoughts. Qianshi rubbed his temples and decided to take a proper break today. He left the underground laboratory and casually bought some fruits from the vendor area, eating while aimlessly wandering the streets of Lulan. The afternoon sun was somewhat blinding, and he raised his hand to shield his eyes. A few children ran past, chasing a ball, their laughter ringing out cheerfully. In the distance, patrolling puppets emitted rhythmic low hums. After walking for a while, Qianshi stopped on a sand dune that overlooked a small part of Lulan. He quietly watched the busy figures below, listening to the voices carried by the wind and the noise of machinery. The previous anxiety of being pursued by plans and eager for results gradually settled in this ordinary atmosphere. With his mind somewhat calmed, he took a reclining chair and a sunshade out of the scroll and lay down on the dune, enjoying this rare tranquility. Before sleeping, he sent out a shadow clone to keep watch nearby. He did not know how long had passed when the shadow clone woke him. Qianshi stretched his body, cracking with popping sounds. This nap had completely restored him to his peak condition. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Kageyama Kurenai standing at the foot of the dune and directly asked, "What is it?" "Finally found you." Kageyama Kurenai raised the paper in his hand. "This is your latest wanted and bounty notice." Qianshi casually took the 2 pieces of paper, glanced at them, and waved his hand to signal him to leave. Seeing that Qianshi was indifferent, Kageyama Kurenai shrugged and turned to walk toward the training ground to continue practicing. Qianshi watched his retreating figure, not placing any importance on the matter. However, his gaze swept over the amounts and evaluations on the bounty notice, and any interest in resting vanished. Qianshi stood up, instructing the shadow clone to pack up the reclining chair and sunshade, and turned toward the semi-automated puppet factory. He stood before a large design table that had been unfurled, surrounded by numerous scrolls filled with data, and his gaze fell on a recently completed sketch, which presented a preliminary outline of a colossal being, the lines sharp and full of power. However, as he stared at the freshly completed sketch, his brow furrowed. Uncontrollably, images of past battles surged in his mind. In Sunagakure, the towering Susanoo. Even the form sensed through the memories brought back by the shadow clone carried a suffocating sense of oppression. In his memories, the instant kill by the shadow clone, although not executed by his main body, had failed to inflict much damage even when striking the Susanoo. And in Iwagakure, the fully transformed Jinchuriki Otsutsuki. That giant beast composed of lava and chakra roared as it swung its arms, each strike shaking the earth and emanating an utterly destructive aura. Had it not been for the mobility provided by the battle armor allowing for a forced escape, it would be incredibly difficult to deal any substantial damage to such a level of existence with current means. Conventional attacks on the massive body of the tailed beast had limited effects. If it were not for being in the center of the enemy's village where Inoki had reservations about unleashing full power, the situation would likely have been drastically different. Chinchur stood in front of the design table deep in thought. Unconsciously, he raised his hand, his fingertips brushing against the cold metal surface of the MKIV Star Dragon armor. This battle armor boasted exceptional performance, allowing him to maintain an absolute advantage even against any conventional shadow-level powerhouse, even overwhelming them. Whether it be the elder from Saigai Village or those long-established shadows, they found it difficult to contend with the combination of the armor and his own strength. But that was all it could do. Once faced with a complete Susanoo or a fully transformed tailed beast of such specification, the 2-meter tall armor seemed as small as an ant before a 100-meter giant or beast. All existing attacking methods, aside from exhausting the reserves of the Ean's ceiling and triggering uncontrollable consequences with demonic escape annihilation, could hardly pose a lethal threat to these tailed beast-level existences. At that time, Qianqi's only choice would probably be to utilize the mobility of the battle armor and escape in a panic. Escape? But how many times can one escape? And where can one escape to? Only with the limitless chakra from the dragon vein can he traverse the ninja world so unrestrainedly. Once he loses this dragon vein in Lolon, everything will take a turn for the worse. With the minimal amount of chakra he usually extracts, even maintaining his own experiments would be difficult. Moreover, deep within his soul, there lies an insatiable thirst for absolute power. The waters of the ninja world run deeper than the surface appearances of these few ninja villages. Which of those existences isn't capable of devastating destruction? One cannot place the hope of survival on the mercy or luck of enemies. It is essential to possess the strength to confront and even crush these monsters. His gaze returned to the design blueprint. Beside the sketch, a series of shocking numbers were annotated. Height 200 meters, estimated base weight 8.0 tons, core energy 1 real crystal core arrays, main power transmission, giant mech energy circuits. A blueprint for a giant mech unprecedented in the ninja world. His thoughts were clear. Since the enemy's size was despairingly large, he would create a war machine of equal or even surpassing size. With harder armor, more powerful energy weapons, he would confront them head-on. The properties of dragon vein alloy had been repeatedly tested. Both its physical hardness and chakra conductivity far surpassed ordinary chakra metals, making it entirely suitable as the main material for a 100-meter class mech. In terms of energy, the dragon vein beneath Lulon is nearly infinite, and there is no need to worry about the reserves of the Grial stone mine. It merely requires the shadow clone to run a few more errands. As long as the internal energy circuit transmission and conversion efficiency can be optimized, it can power this giant mech. However, the problem returned to the most primitive and realistic point: money, or rather materials. 8,000 tons is just the weight of the basic framework. Adding armor, weapon systems, internal transmission structures, energy circuits. The total amount of dragon vein alloy needed would be astronomical. How many ores need to be mined, refined, and smelted? How much time and manpower would be consumed? Relying solely on himself. Even with an additional shadow clone tirelessly processing ores day and night with magnetism and melting techniques, the efficiency would be outrageously low. The rewards earned by the four of them, Kisame Narakagamashiro Mei and Akimichi Uemi, by undertaking missions are akin to a drop in the bucket for such a colossal plan. Shall they all be sent to mine? Not to mention the mismatch in expertise, their inefficiency would make it impossible to gather even a fraction of the basic materials for a giant battle armor's arm. A massive plan requires matching productivity. Qianqi's gaze shifted from the design blueprint to the corner of the laboratory. There, a shadow clone that had just returned from the sand dunes was crouched in a dark corner, maintaining a puppet. He instantly activated his dragon eye, penetrating the chakra-line structure of the shadow clone to reach its core technique principle. The shadow clone technique is a physical clone developed based on the principle of the shadow clone. It inherits the core mechanisms of the shadow clone: independent action, shared memory, and memory transmission. The only limitation lies in quantity. Chinchur has long had an idea on how to break this limitation. That is the forbidden technique of Konoha, the multi-shadow clone technique. This technique can create hundreds or thousands of clones at once. If he can obtain it and use it as a foundation, it would be entirely possible to develop the multi-line clone technique. At that time, hundreds or thousands of clones, each with independent thought, combat capability, and the ability to self-destruct, combined with the dragon vein, could easily realize a one-person army. Moreover, deploying these clones for resource extraction, mineral smelting, and parts processing, the productivity boost from their strength would be exponential. There is no need to slowly develop a power. At that point, collecting the vast resources needed to build a 100-meter mech will no longer be an unattainable distance. Chinchur vaguely remembers that the multi-shadow clone technique and other forbidden techniques of Konoha are all sealed within the Book of Seals. As for the exact location of the Book of Seals in the Hokage building, it's better to consider that after arriving at the location, he quickly donned the starry dragon armor and checked the chakra storage within the seal. Everything is ready. The dome of the laboratory quickly slid open. Qianshi spread his dragon wings, flapping vigorously, tearing through the clouds and rapidly flying towards Konoha. The battle armor tore through the airflow, continuously producing a whistling sound. After several days of full-speed flight, the village once again came into Qianshi's view. Hidden Leaf Village. The golden light of the dragon eye flickered slightly, gazing down at the scene below. The traces left by the last battle had been completely smoothed over. The collapsed wall areas were reinforced with new and stronger defensive works. The Hokage rock, damaged by the demonic release silence explosion, was now restored to its former glory, and the three Hokage's faces gazed down at the village with authority, as if the previous battle had never occurred. Qianshi hovered above the clouds high enough for the village below to appear like a sand table model. He contemplated swiftly. Should he directly storm the Hokage building to seize the Book of Seals? That would be too direct, especially since he has no idea where the Book of Seals is, which would undoubtedly waste a lot of time. Last time a strengthened shadow clone had already forced Uchiha Kagami to use Susanoo. This time he would use the previous plan. However, the plan needs to be reversed. Last time, until the shadow clone dissipated, Uchiha Kagami did not use the Mangekyo Sharingan technique to strike the shadow clone from a distance, indicating that Uchiha Kagami's Mangekyo abilities should not be related to illusion techniques. This time, he would wear armor as bait, becoming the most conspicuous target, drawing all attention and high-level combat power from Konoha. Meanwhile, the shadow clone would take advantage of the chaos to infiltrate the Hokage building, locate the Book of Seals, bind it to the old version of the summoning technique, and finally forcibly summon it away with the dragon vein's limitless energy. With a thought, Qianshi used chakra from an seal node within his body to condense the shadow clone. Once the shadow clone took shape, it stood quietly on a floating cannon. This shadow clone contains an amount of chakra equivalent to 60 times that of Qianshi's usual state, sufficient to sustain a high-intensity battle. The shadow clone glanced at the body and nodded, turning to fly away with several thunderous stalkers, not saying another word. It flew towards a direction of the village that was entirely different from the Bodis, an area with relatively weak defenses and more complex terrain. Its speed was incredibly fast, its movements elusive, perfectly utilizing the shadows of the clouds, mountains, and forests to conceal its tracks. Qianshi watched as the shadow clone vanished into the horizon, refocusing his gaze on the ground below, where a massive amount of chakra erupted like a volcano from the four remaining seal nodes within him. With one hand held out, a sphere of Ming-Dun oblivion instantly formed. At the same moment, he flicked his wrist to launch the oblivion sphere towards Hokage rock. Another special technique mixed with the raging chakra erupted explosively around him. Dragon might. Boom. Boom. The deafening explosion from Hokage rock coincided with an invisible dragon might that enveloped the entire village. The boulders shattered and dust soared into the sky. In an instant, within the village of Konoha, both ninjas and civilians alike felt their hearts constrict as a primal fear gripped their entire beings. This utterly arrogant proclamation required no report from the sensory unit. In the chaos created by the explosion and dragon might, the indistinct shadow clone silently merged into the shadows of Konoha like a ghost. Inside the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was abruptly jolted by Qianshi's chakra as he reviewed documents, and he then witnessed the freshly repaired Hokage rock explode into fragments, his pen leaving a long ink mark across the scroll. He suddenly looked up, gazing through the window at the sky. Although he couldn't see the figure clearly, the familiar chakra fluctuation caused his heart to sink instantly. It's him again. How long has it been since? Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart nearly roared. The news of Iwagakure's attack had just spread, and this harbinger of doom had come to Konoha once more. Anger and an indescribable sense of helplessness surged within him as he stood up abruptly. Umbu, quickly evacuate the civilians. Notify the Jonin teams. The orders were urgent. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly grabbed the Hokage hat and combat attire beside him, his figure flashing as he vanished from the office. Hardly had Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Umbu team left the Hokage building and reached the open area in the village to prepare for battle when a blurred figure shrouded in shadows through the shadow secret technique silently infiltrated the interior of the Hokage building like a ghost. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no time to spare. He looked up at the figure of Qianshi in the sky, feeling the chakra pressing down on everyone's hearts as though it were tangible. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Qianshi, what do you want?" His voice echoed over the silent village. However, Qianshi in the sky showed no reaction, not even glancing at the third Hokage. Instead, he focused his perception firmly on the figure that had just arrived beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Kagami. Being so thoroughly ignored, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned ashen and his clenched fists turned white. He suppressed his rage and abruptly turned to his comrade beside him, his tone carrying an unprecedented gravity and plea, Kagami. Please, we cannot let him take action here. The village cannot withstand a second loss. Uchiha Kagami looked up at the sky, his kaleidoscope Sharingan, with its swirling shuriken patterns already activated, the crimson hue revealing a cold, killing intent. Kagami said little, merely nodding. Understood. No sooner had he spoken than an overwhelming surge of chakra erupted. A pale green light shot skyward and bones, meridians, and muscles rapidly formed, creating a towering pale green chakra giant that soared into the air, standing 100 meters tall. The fourth form of Susanoo descended upon Konoha once again, casting a massive shadow over the streets below, momentarily confronting Chinchur in the sky. The power of this Susanoo stemmed from Uchiha Kagami's right eye technique, Divine Birth, from his kaleidoscope Sharingan. Unlike the usual tremendous chakra consumption required to forcibly enhance the Susanoo's form, Divine Birth could advance Susanoo from the third form to the fourth stage at the cost of extra ocular power. Within the massive Susanoo chakra wildly gathered, transforming into a gigantic blade. Uchiha Kagami commanded Susanoo to swing its arms, the enormous blade tearing through the air, bearing the might to crush everything as it slashed horizontally towards Chinchur in the sky. Before the blade could reach him, the violent wind pressure it generated had already lifted the tiles of the houses below. Faced with this blow capable of cleaving mountains, Chinchur chose not to meet it head-on. The golden light flowed within his dragon pupils, clearly capturing the speed, trajectory, and even the subtle changes in energy flow of the Susanoo's blade. Before the blade could strike, the thrusters behind his star dragon armor erupted with blinding light. Boom! His figure quickly dodged the edge of the blade. In the memories of the shadow clone, the Susanoo had exuded an immense sense of oppression. Now facing this cumbersome Susanoo in person, while wearing the star dragon armor, he found its movements heavy yet clear, posing no threat whatsoever. Having effortlessly evaded the attack, Qianshi's dragon wings behind him vigorously flapped, transforming into a streak of light as he sped towards the direction outside Konoha. His intentions were clear. Trying to lure us out. Shimura Danzo immediately perceived the issue. We can't let him escape. We must uncover his motives for continuously attacking major ninja villages. The Umbu captain urged. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze remained fixed on the rapidly departing black in the sky, then glanced at the towering pale green Susanoo beside him. He knew this could very well be a ploy to draw the tiger out of its mountain lair, but allowing an enemy capable of destroying villages to escape would have unimaginable consequences. Chase. Sarutobi Hiruzen grit his teeth and made a quick decision. Kagami, stay close to him and do not let him out of sight. Koji, lead the Umbu to support Kagami. His words were rapid, yet the orders were crystal clear. He then turned sharply to Danzo behind him. Danzo, you and I will lead the Jonin team to stay back and guard against his shadow clone. Boom, boom. Boom. The moment the command was given, Uchiha Kagami had already commanded the 100 turtle Susanoo to stride forward, each step causing the ground to tremble as he closely pursued Chinchur in the sky. Maruhoshi Koji and the other Umbu members transformed into shadows, some employing body flicker technique, while others summoned their summoning beasts, closely following Susanoo. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo remained in place, with the Konoha Jonin quickly issuing search order. They swiftly dispersed, searching for suspicious chakra fluctuations throughout Konoha, with everyone's nerves taut alert for possible attacks from any direction. The group following Susanoo out of Konoha was haunted by a sense of unease, but faced with Qianshi's blatant provocation and threat, they had no choice but to be led by the nose. Inside the Hokage building, the light was dim, the corridor empty, as most of the guarding forces had been drawn out by the terrifying chakra fluctuations in the sky. A figure wearing an Umbu mask from Konoha silently traversed within, revealing itself as Qianshi's shadow clone. The magnetic tiger's art of freedom extends from the user as a line, sensing the flow of chakra and the fluctuations of seals throughout the entire building. The vast majority of the area is deserted except for a small cottage in a secluded corner where a strong reaction to a sealing technique is sensed. This is the place. The line clone continues forward, heading straight for the cottage. Just as the fingers are about to touch the door, a gentle female voice sounds from behind. Stop. What are you doing? The clone halts, slowly turning around. Before its eyes stands a red-haired woman, seemingly in her 40s, with a dignified appearance and calm eyes, yet possessing a depth that sees through everything. She exudes no hostility or powerful chakra fluctuations, but simply standing there creates an invisible pressure. By the order of Lord Hokage, I am checking the sealing of the forbidden technique scrolls. The line clone lowers its voice, mimicking the usual cold tone of the Umbu. The red-haired woman, Uzumaki Mito, slightly shakes her head, her gaze seemingly penetrating the mask. I have not seen you before. Moreover, the amount of chakra within you is extraordinarily vast. Even the Senju clan does not possess such scale. You are not a leaf ninja. The disguise was instantly seen through. The line clone's pupils constrict, immediately realizing the identity of the person before it. Kyubi Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mido. The line clone instantly reveals its murderous intent upon exposure of its identity. Boom. The 4 great activations are unleashed almost simultaneously. The line clone's right hand spreads open 5 strands of cutting lines, each with different properties shoot out, like venomous snakes piercing towards the vital points of Uzumaki Mido. However, just as the line clone's attack intent erupts and its murderous aura leaks, Uzumaki Mido's figure blurs and retreats in a manner akin to precognition, perfectly dodging all attacks. Rich combat experience and the unique keen perception of the Uzumaki clan allow her to react before the crisis strikes. With a missed strike, the line clone follows closely, rapidly closing the distance, its combat style shifting from the cunning of cutting lines to the fierce ferocity of close combat techniques. Fists, elbows, knees, and legs. Every part of the body transforms into a weapon of slaughter, the onslaught, like a tempest completely enveloping Uzumaki Mido. Though Uzumaki Mido skillfully blocks with her superb martial arts, she is pushed back step by step under the line clone's violent force. Bang! A heavy side kick finally breaks through her defense, landing solidly on her blocking arm. The tremendous force sends her flying backwards, carving a long trench in the ground. You shall not. Uzumaki Mido steadies herself, a glint of fierceness flashing in her eyes, and suddenly a crimson cloak of tailed beast chakra surges around her, several chakra tails wildly thrashing. She aims to skip borrowing the tailed beast chakra and directly enter a half-tailed beast transformation. Magnetic release, 1,000 threads of death. The line clone does not give her this opportunity. With a wave of its hands, a massive amount of cutting lines surge forth like a tidal wave, converging on Uzumaki Mido to tear her apart completely. Diamond lock. Just in the nick of time, several thick golden chains shoot out from behind Uzumaki Mido, crashing and intertwining with the myriad of cutting lines. The powerful sealing force of the chains blocks all the cutting lines, controlled by the magnetic release, producing a series of piercing clinks of metal. With consecutive strong attacks neutralized, the line clone realizes that conventional means will not suffice to subdue her. Time is of the essence, a swift resolution is imperative. He maneuvers several thunderclap stealthers he carries to fly towards Uzumaki Mido, directly detonating the rear crystals filled with dragon vein energy inside. The exploding fireball instantly engulfs Uzumaki Mido. In the palm of the line clone's left-hand chakra begins to furiously compress and rotate. An unsettling energy fluctuation begins to spread. This is indeed the nether release annihilation. Go. In a low voice, this sphere containing destructive energy is released, not flying in a straight line, but tracing an extremely bizarre trajectory, rapidly heading towards the retreating Uzumaki Mido. Uzumaki Mido's expression changes, slightly sensing a great threat from this sphere. She quickly forms seals, attempting to use body flicker technique to create distance, but the sphere's tracking speed exceeds imagination, and it is about to stick to her. In this critical moment, she employs the same trick again. Diamond lock. Several golden chains formed from chakra coil around her, like spirit snakes, forming a solid sealing barrier. At that moment, the annihilation sphere crashes violently onto the golden chains. A strange sound erupts, as if space itself is being torn apart and devoured. The annihilation sphere spins wildly, the spiral wind blades on its surface slicing through the golden chains, greedily devouring all chakra it touches, including Uzumaki Mido's own chakra, as well as the layer of tailed beast chakra enveloping her. The golden chains dim visibly. Uzumaki Mido lets out a muffled groan, her face turning pale. After absorbing a massive amount of chakra, the annihilation sphere is detonated remotely by the line clone, exploding with a thunderous roar. Boom. The violent shockwave of energy sweeps through the entire corridor, the sturdy walls of the Hokage building shredded, like paper, half of the structure collapsing under this strike. Amidst the swirling dust, Uzumaki Mido is thrown by the shockwave, crashing into the distant ruins. Although she suffers no fatal injury thanks to the protection of the diamond lock and the tailed beast chakra, the rapid consumption of chakra leaves her in a state of unconsciousness. As the line clone throws the annihilation sphere with its left hand, a smaller nether-release devouring god is already crashing onto the seal of the small cottage. Against this technique, specifically designed to counter chakra structures, it melts away like snow under the sun. The door of the cottage shatters, revealing the interior. A huge scroll lies quietly on the central altar alongside several ancient-looking scrolls that exude an extraordinary aura. The line clone shows no hesitation, darting into the room. Chakra condenses at his fingertips, inscribing the binding technique of the old summoning method on the largest sealing tome, and several seemingly important scrolls at a speed barely perceptible to the naked eye, completing the entire process in an instant. After finishing this, he quickly scans the surroundings, casually grabbing several scrolls marked confidential from a nearby shelf and stuffing them into his robe, followed by shouldering the largest sealing tome. All this is to create chaos and conceal the true objective. Of course, if he can escape successfully, that would be even better. His figure flashes again, leaping out through the massive gap created by the explosion, swiftly rushing towards the direction outside of the Leaf Village. However, the earth-shattering explosion and the terrifying chakra fluctuations from moments ago had already fully alerted the ninjas stationed in Mai. Countless figures surged from all directions, roaring as jutsu and ninja tools poured down on the Line clone like rain. Stop him. Don't let him escape. The Line clone did not look back, sensing the dense barrage behind him. He raised his left hand once more, and a Mingdun Jaime orb materialized in an instant, hurled backward. Incoming fireballs, water bullets, wind blades, and earthen spears the moment they struck the Jaime orb were swallowed and swiftly dissipated as if cast into a sea. Thrown kunai and shuriken were swallowed as well. Then with a motion of his will, the Jaime orb detonated with a thunderous roar. Boom. Another sector was cleared. Several ninjas who failed to evade along with nearby buildings were up. Taking advantage of the brief chaos and the pause in assaults, the Line clone accelerated, almost breaching Mui's perimeter of awareness. At that moment, a powerful presence rose before him, blocking his path. It was none other than Yuanfei Risen and Zamura Tuanzang, the two who had stayed behind in Mai. Not long after issuing his orders, he had sensed the violent battle rippling through the village, and then received an urgent transmission from the sensing squad. He immediately grasped Qianshi's intent and sped toward the Hokage Tower at full speed. The two circled the Line clone. Yuanfei Risen's eyes fell at once on the conspicuous sealed book scroll strapped to the clone's back, his face darkening instantly. The smoke and ruins toward the Hokage Tower stung his eyes. You bastard. What on earth are you doing this? Yuanfei Risen's voice trembled with searing rage as his staff pointed at the Line clone. For these things alone, is it worth launching another assault on my, causing such casualties? The Line clone halted, sweeping his gaze across the two before him and the growing throng of my ninjas closing in. His voice came through the mask. Will you come at me together? Or one by one? His arrogant words enraged them all. But in the next instant, an even more chilling change occurred. The Line clone's eyes flared with a blinding golden light. Dragon Eye. Immediately, a surge of chakra far clearer than the one they had felt in the sky erupted. Centered on the Line clone, it spread outward like a tangible shockwave. Hum. The surrounding genin did not even utter a sound. Like stalks of wheat cut down, they toppled in waves, instantly losing consciousness. The Chunin could barely remain standing, limbs numb, chakra circulation sluggish, shock written across their faces. Even ordinary Jounin felt breathless, and their movements stiffened at the instant the dragons might burst forth. At the forefront, Yuanfei Risen and Zamura Tuanzang were hit hardest. That pressure did not merely assail their bodies, it struck their spirits directly. Yuanfei Risen felt as if his chakra had plunged into a mire. A primal fear battered his nerves, his sixth sense screaming for him to flee. What is this? Yuanfei Risen bit his teeth, forcing down the tremor in his chest as he gripped his staff. Taijutsu attack. Do not use ninjutsu. Zamura Tuanzang snarled. He had witnessed the strangeness of Mingdun before. Should that horrid black sphere detonate in the village's heart, the consequences would be unthinkable. Multiplication technique. The Chiodao clan Jonin roared instantly, becoming a giant that smashed down toward the Line clone with crushing force. Faced with that ponderous crushing assault, the Line clone lightly tapped the ground and slipped clear of the Chiodao Jonin's strike. The instant the giant struck the earth, he spread his right-hand fingers and unleashed 5 cutting lines laced with wind nature chakra. They screamed and coiled precisely around the Chiodao Jonin's body. The Line clone used the momentum to vault backward and closed his fingers. With a series of tearing sounds, no cry escaped. The massive form was shredded into fragments that crashed to the ground and raised a cloud of dust. At the same time, his left leg whipped out like a scourge, forcibly kicking aside Yuanfei Risen's Jingang Rui staff. Bang! A heavy clash exploded. At that moment, Zamura Tuanzang slid in like a phantom from the clone's blind spot, driving a kunai straight for the clone's back. Within the Line clone's perception, it was all in vain. Using the reaction from the collision with the Rui staff, he hurled himself backward. The retracting 5 filament lines swept through the air like a web of death, shrouding Tuanzang and forcing him to roll back in haste. But he was a step too slow. Zamura Tuanzang cried out as one of his arms was severed on the spot by the invisible wind threads. For a time, the Line clone wove through the My Ninja's assault with ghostly footwork and razor-sharp cutting lines. His fingers fluttered as he commanded the lethal filaments weaving a net of death across the battlefield. At times the keen threads condensed into a shield that met Yunfei Risen's elusive Jingang Rui staff, sending up blinding sparks. At others they struck like vipers leaping from a hole, becoming cold shafts of light aimed at vital points, forcing the Hokage to retreat to defend. And in his left palm the condensed Mingdun light orb deterred everyone present from unleashing jutsu. They could only contend with taijutsu and tools. For a while the line clone barely maintained the situation by virtue of his uncanny filaments and the Mingdun's menace. Yet under continuous harassment and attrition 2 fists could not match 4 hands, and his strength began to wane. More crucially, in his perception, he sensed the distant true body entangled with the colossal Susanoo that made him utterly unwilling to activate Lunge Dragon Jaw. Once opened, when the clone dispersed, the fatigue would return to the true body along with the memories. This sudden overdraft could bring lethal danger. The clone's chakra was being consumed at high speed, though vast in total, it could not endure such wasteful expenditure. Wounds multiplied across his form, and his movements lost their initial nimbleness. The line clone knew continuing the skirmish was pointless. The true objective had already been achieved. Moreover, the enemy was clearly ever on guard against that thread burst. With the sealed book strapped to his back, such an indiscriminate detonation might directly damage the scroll. If that occurred, this incursion into Mai would be for nothing. The line clone was once again knocked back by Yunfei Risen's staff. Crashing through a wall, he steadied himself and cast a look over the arrayed waiting enemies. Without warning, the chakra threads that composed his body began to destabilize, light flickering. "Careful," someone cried. Yunfei Risen and the others immediately fell back, erecting earth flow walls and water barriers in full defense. However, the expected explosion never came. Under all eyes, the line clone silently dissolved into countless points of chakra light and swiftly dispersed into the air. Only a few scrolls remained dropping from the place where he had vanished. No self-detonation. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback, yet the ominous premonition in his heart surged to its peak. With no time to collect the scattered scrolls, he transformed into a streak of light, rushing with all his might towards the partially ruined Hokage building. Navigating through the broken walls and ruins, he found Uzumaki Naruto unconscious at the center of the explosion near the small house. After a quick examination, he sighed slightly in relief. She had merely exhausted her chakra and sustained minor injuries, while the seal within her remained secure. A deafening explosion echoed from afar, and Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly looked up to see a massive energy sphere rising from the direction of the battle between Kagami and Chisaki. A chill gripped his heart. Kagami. He could no longer afford to linger at the ruins. Handing the unconscious Uzumaki Naruto to the nearby Ambu, he flashed away at top speed towards the center of the explosion. Outside of Konoha village, above the vast forest, Chisaki, clad in the Star Dragon armor, moved like a specter, constantly circling Kagami's Susanoo from sharp angles, using his palm cannon to harass. Uchiha Kagami stood firm within the crystal of his Susanoo's forehead, his Mangekyo Sharingan having bled from excessive use, yet his gaze remained tightly locked onto the extraordinarily agile figure in the air. The opponent's tactical intent was clear. He would not confront Kagami Hiden, but instead leverage his speed advantage to continuously evade and delay. This rendered Kagami powerless as he controlled the 100-meter Susanoo, each attack landing in empty space, leaving massive slashes in the forest or carving chunks from mountains, yet he could never truly touch his foe. Below, Murahoshi Kokai and others fixated on the battlefield, their expressions grave. Yet amid this tense standoff, boom! A deep, penetrating explosion echoed from the direction of Konoha village's center. Even at this distance, the sound was still clear. Murahoshi Kokai's face changed dramatically. Not good. It's a trap. His target is inside the village. In an instant, he understood. The menacing Chisaki in the sky was merely a decoy aimed at drawing Konoha's core combat power out of the village. You all return to support the village immediately. He quickly ordered the nearby Ambu, leaving only a few to assist Uchiha Kagami. Hurry! Before his words faded, the nearby Ambu transformed into several swift shadows racing at top speed towards Konoha village. Chisaki in the sky also heard the explosion. In the dragon's eye, a flicker of golden light appeared. Within his perception, the shadow clone had just clashed with someone inside the Hokage building, using the oblivion to shatter half of it. At this moment, the shadow clone was bursting from the ruins with a massive scroll on its back, while a large number of Konoha ninjas were surrounding it from all directions, ready for battle. The objective had been achieved. There was no need to linger any longer. With a powerful flap of its wings, the dragon's propulsion system emitted an even more fervent stream of light as the armor ascended like a meteoric streak, instantly reaching a height inaccessible to ordinary ninjutsu. Chisaki hovered high in the sky, his gaze sweeping over the tense Kagami below and the chaotic Konoha beneath him. A thought flashed through his mind. Since he was here, he should leave something behind. It was the perfect opportunity to use the Susanoo below to test the limits of the armor's energy output. If all went well, he might even manage to extract that Mangekyo Sharingan and bring it back to the lab for research. His consciousness sank within, and the three Yin seal nodes erupted open. A massive torrent of chakra surged forth, pouring unreservedly into the chest armor and the 9 Grial crystals. Buzz! The 9 crystals exploded with brilliant radiance, transforming from a stable energy source into 9 miniature suns that seemed ready to ignite. The vast amounts of dragon vein energy stored within the crystals were also forcibly stimulated by this chakra flood. But that was not enough. All energy, whether from the Yin seal output or from within the Grial crystals, was forcibly directed into the meteorite located at the center of the chest armor, Star. Star was currently bearing an unprecedented load. It greedily devoured the incoming chakra, emanating an unstable, eerie glow that distorted the surrounding light. Boom! Centered around Chisaki, the sky seemed to collapse. The violently chaotic energy waves distorted the sky, forming a visible expanding vortex of energy. The armor was enveloped in a bizarrely dazzling light, as if it had transformed into a supernova on the verge of explosion. He crossed his arms before him sharply, and the energy circuits throughout the armor instantaneously reached maximum overload, erupting in a devastating brilliance. All energy injected into Star was compressed and focused at that moment. Below, Uchiha Kagami's Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly, the energy wave descending from above, locking onto him and the many comrades behind him, triggering the sharpest alarm his sixth sense had ever felt. We will die. If we can't stop this, everyone will die. Konoha will be obliterated in an instant. Kagami let out a near-mad roar, pouring all his chakra and the power of his eyes into the Susanoo, pushing his right eye's shin production to its limit. His eye corners split, blood flowing like tears. The pale green Susanoo emitted a thunderous roar, its bones, muscles, and armor rapidly proliferating and solidifying at an unprecedented speed. In an instant, Susanoo's form swelled again, leaping from 100 meters to a terrifying height of 200. The once somewhat ethereal body solidified, completely covered in the heavy armor of the Yata mirror, and in his other hand a massive Susanoo sword materialized. Fifth form. The complete Susanoo has descended. Uchiha Kagami roared, controlling this towering green war god, crossing and merging the two enormous swords before him into an even larger great sword. Die! Kagami concentrated all his strength into this great sword, aiming towards the sky at Chisaki, and then fiercely swung this earth-shattering blow. A colossal blade of energy, condensed and tangible, cut across the horizon, tearing through the clouds, soaring upwards. At that very moment, Chisaki's gathered energy erupted. A torrent of energy with a diameter exceeding 10 meters cascaded down from the heavens like a twisted galaxy. It collided violently with the giant blade of energy, slicing upwards in midair. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Immediately after, there was an extreme light, a distorted radiance that devoured all colors. It was as if the sun had exploded before their eyes, blinding all who looked up in an instant. Then came the sound, a terrifying roar that transcended the limits of hearing, as if the entire world were fracturing. The standoff between the energy beam and the blade aura lasted only a fleeting moment. The twisted tricolored beam contained an overwhelming amount of energy, eroding and obliterating the massive blade aura at a visibly rapid pace. The weakened energy beam, still carrying the might to annihilate everything, struck violently against the giant blade, which was blocking with the 200-meter-tall Susanoo. Zzz. A strange sound of energy corrosion echoed. The complete Susanoo emitted a groan of unbearable strain as the Tengu armor on its surface shattered inch by inch under the impact of the beam, while the colossal blade was covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Finally, under the strained control of Uchiha Kyo, the head of Susanoo narrowly avoided the direct hit from the other parts of Susanoo braced firmly against this world-destroying strike, restraining the core of the explosion within Susanoo's body. Everything except the head was completely obliterated by this horrifying strike, using Susanoo's incomplete head to construct the last barrier for the ancient Marahoshi and several members of the Umbu behind. Boom! The ultimate explosion arrived late. A hemispherical energy field with a diameter of 1 kilometer rapidly expanded outward from the point of collision, reducing everything in its path, forests, hills, and rocks, into powder. The ground at the core explosion site was gouged away by dozens of meters, leaving behind a shocking mirror-like giant pit. The shockwave from the explosion sent the shattered head of Susanoo flying away. Susanoo's radiance dimmed, nearly unable to maintain its form. In the sky, the armor surrounding Senkishi emitted a mournful cry of unbearable strain, the 9 grial crystals on his chest flickering rapidly a few times before falling into complete silence, covered in spiderweb-like cracks, as if they would turn to dust with the slightest touch. Cough. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth beneath the mask. Forcing himself to channel chakra hundreds of times beyond his capacity caused a tearing pain in his veins. Immediately after, the energy of Star, which carried a strong sense of repulsion, surged within him, intertwining with the dull pain caused by the explosion. Senkishi forcibly suppressed the turbulent energy and blood within him. His gaze fell downward. The damaged Susanoo was left with only a head, its radiance dim, yet the area below its neck was rapidly regenerating. Uchiha Kyo stood within the crystal of Susanoo's forehead, his right eye tightly shut and bleeding profusely, while his left eye's Sharingan had lost its brilliance. His body swayed, yet he did not fall. Senkishi merely glanced at him. The shadow clone had already dispelled itself, and the memories had returned. He was aware that his shadow clone had previously used the Reaper Death Seal to drive back the Whirlpool Shinobi, but he could not ascertain the exact outcome. At this moment, surrounded by formidable enemies and in poor condition, if the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki were hidden among this batch of reinforcements, the consequences would be dire. He cast one last glance at the regenerating Susanoo below. The objective of this operation had been achieved. He would save the paired Sharingan for next time. With a thought, he immediately activated magnet release, and the armor transformed into flowing light, darting straight towards the land of bears, his figure quickly disappearing into the horizon. Uchiha Kyo barely held on to the last vestiges of consciousness, maintaining Susanoo as he fixed his gaze on the black gold streak of light until it completely vanished from view. Only after confirming that the enemy had truly departed did Kyo's taut nerves finally relax. The Susanoo, which had barely repaired its upper body, emitted a reluctant hum before completely collapsing into countless light particles. Uchiha Kyo himself, like a marionette with severed strings, fell from the sky, with blood tears streaming from his eyes. Kyo, having just rushed back from the ruins of the Hokage building Sarutobi, Hiruzen witnessed the cataclysmic explosion. His eyes widened in horror as he shot forth, catching the severely injured Kyo steadily in midair. The area where he touched was icy cold. Kyo's face was as pale as paper, his breathing weak, and he had completely lost consciousness. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly examined him, discovering that he was primarily exhausted of chakra and had suffered injuries from the explosion's shockwave, but there were no fatal wounds. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Holding the unconscious Uchiha Kyo, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the edge of the newly formed giant pit, which was over 1 kilometer in diameter. As far as the eye could see, the ground appeared as if a certain unknown entity had erased a portion of it, with smooth pit walls and a terrifying explosion radius. The original forest had completely vanished, and even half of Konoha had suffered from the explosion's aftermath. A pungent burnt smell and the lingering strange energy permeated the air, making it suffocating. Surviving Konoha ninjas stood in scattered groups at a distance, most injured, their faces mixed with fear, confusion, and the relief of having survived. No one spoke. Silence enveloped this scarred land. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sank like the deep pit beneath his feet. He cradled Uchiha Kyo and hurriedly moved towards the Konoha hospital with swift motions. In the land of bears, in a concealed underground laboratory by the coast, the Star Dragon armor was swiftly removed and carelessly set aside. Senkishi sat cross-legged on the ground, bare-chested, with both hands glowing with soft green medical chakra precisely pressing against his chest and abdomen. His complexion was somewhat pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Forcing an overload of chakra output from 3 nodes had caused some damage to his meridians. Subsequently, due to the overload from Star, his body was partially corroded by its energy, with the light of his sage techniques continuously nourishing and repairing the damaged meridians. After several hours of continuous treatment, his injuries stabilized. Though not completely healed, they no longer affected basic movement. He exhaled a long breath of turbid air, stood up again, and completed donning the Star Dragon armor. After a slight perception, he found that the energy circuits within the armor were severely damaged, and the 9 crystals were completely destroyed, unable to contain the star's corrosion. The armor had lost its ability to fly. Using magnet release to levitate the armor, he rushed out through the exit, flying at full speed towards Lulan. Days later, he directly landed on the rooftop of Lulan's laboratory. First, he arrived at the semi-automatic puppet factory, removed the armor, and placed it on a specially designed repair rack. Senkishi then quickly approached the Dragon Vein pipeline and began to extract Dragon Vein energy by condensing a Reaper Death Seal energy ball. Vast amounts of energy were continuously decomposed and refined by the Reaper Death Seal, flowing into his body in an unending stream, replenishing the nearly depleted reserves of the Ein Seal. After hours of work, the Ein Seal was finally refilled. Senkishi stood up and walked over to the repair rack where the armor was placed, carefully sensing every area of damage within the armor. The main structure, crafted from dragon vein alloy, remains intact, not even a hint of deformation. The core at the center of the chest armor, the star, is also unscathed, its functionality preserved. The issues are concentrated in the energy supply system and the internal energy circuits. The 9 refined grail crystals that form the 9-pointed star formation have completely lost their former luster, turned dull and lifeless, their surfaces riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, and their internal structures evidently shattered. The connections between the crystals and the star, as well as the energy circuits leading to various parts of the battle armor, show signs of melting and overload due to their inability to withstand the erosion from the star. The battle armor must be repaired as soon as possible without any hesitation. Qianshi immediately set to work, first creating a shadow clone, then handing over all tasks to him before turning to leave. The shadow clone silently watched the main body disappear before beginning the repairs on the battle armor. He took out a spare grail crystal, dismantled the 9 damaged ones, and embedded the crystals filled with dragon vein energy into the 9-pointed star base. Afterward, he picked up a specially made tool and began to meticulously repair the damaged energy circuits. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Leaf Village, inside the temporarily established Hokage's office, the 3rd building is under construction. The atmosphere was so heavy it felt like it could drip with water. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo sat facing each other. The flickering candlelight danced between them, casting distorted shadows of Danzo's empty sleeve as silence spread through the air. Having just completed the initial treatment of the injured and the clearing of the ruins, the impact suffered by the village and the pervasive pessimism in the air were far more exhausting than the physical destruction. After a long silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his bloodshot eyes and hoarsely asked, "What should we do next?" In response, there was an even deeper silence. Shimura Danzo slammed his hand on the table, shattering the stillness, his voice filled with suppressed anger. "What else can we do? That guy is nothing but a dark-hearted war maniac. A madman with destructive power at the level of a tailed beast, yet more cunning and elusive than the beasts themselves. What was his purpose this time? Just because we placed a bounty on him?" Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded gloomily. "That possibility cannot be ruled out. His logic cannot be understood by common sense. But if we withdraw the bounty now, what will the other ninja villages think? Will they see us as weak and take the opportunity to reignite war? Now it's a matter of whether we can survive." Danzo's voice trembled with rage as he pointed out the window. "Look outside. See how Kakashi and Waterlord are faring. That's Susanoo and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Didn't you hear what Kogai said? Even Susanoo was nearly shattered in one blow. If it weren't for Kakashi dodging in time, he might have already perished." He took a deep breath, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen. "When he comes again, if Kakashi hasn't recovered, who will stand against him? Rely on you. Rely on me. Or rely on the ninja forces to sacrifice themselves against his damned underworld techniques." His chest heaved violently, his voice a hoarse roar. "Now, in the entire ninja world, who can match the speed of that puppet? We can't even catch a glimpse of his shadow. Even if we miraculously find his lair, we can't defeat him, or won't he just escape? He comes and goes as he pleases while we can only be trapped here waiting for his next butcher's knife to fall. How many lives does the leaf have left to fill this bottomless pit?" His barrage of questions left Sarutobi Hiruzen speechless. Though Danzo's words were harsh, they tore open the bloody reality. What Qianshi displayed was a capability that surpassed traditional ninja confrontations. With extremely high flight maneuverability, formidable single-target destructive power, unpredictable techniques, and an entirely untraceable mode of action, any conventional defense and counterattack strategies seemed utterly powerless, seemingly with multiple landing points. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, looking up at the patterns on the makeshift ceiling as if he had aged significantly in an instant. Flashes of the village's ruins, images of the hospital filled with injured, and Uchiha Kakashi's pale face in a coma ran through his mind. Continuing to confront alone, the leaf could very well be worn down and exhausted bit by bit. Withdrawing the bounty would signify weakness, potentially inviting new wars. In the room, the oppressive silence was almost suffocating. Danzo suddenly slammed his remaining arm on the table, leaning forward, his gaze burning into Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Give me Kakashi's eyes." His voice was low and hoarse, laced with urgency. "Kakashi is in a terrible state. He cannot control this power. Only my way can unlock its true value, creating the strength needed to combat that monster. And also immediately restart the research on Senju Hashirama's cells. The first Hokage's would release can suppress even-tailed beasts. It is the only force that can restrain his underworld techniques. This is our last hope." Sarutobi Hiruzen met his gaze and shook his head, his voice filled with exhaustion, yet firm. "Kakashi is a hero of the leaf who just saved the village. As for the first Hokage's cells, Restarting such a dangerous study now is too late. You. Danzo, in a fit of rage, slammed his remaining arm on the table. Hiruzen, your indecision will ruin the leaf. Sarutobi Hiruzen stated resolutely, these two matters are absolutely impossible. Danzo squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth, you will regret this, Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, stood straight, and looked into Danzo's eyes, saying each word firmly, I am the Hokage. Danzo's body stiffened at once, his gaze fixed on his former friend, eyes swirling with anger, resentment, and profound disappointment. He suddenly turned and stormed out, heading straight back to his root base. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Danzo leave, sitting back, down, seemingly left with only one path. Perhaps it could bring a glimmer of hope, or even a route that diverts the impending disaster. After a long silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen straightened his back, every trace of hesitation and struggle on his face replaced by determination. He looked at a member of the Umbu standing in the corner and said directly, send a messenger with utmost speed to the 4 great nations of wind, earth, lightning, and water, to personally deliver my letter to their Kage. I want to hold a 5 Kage summit in the land of iron. In Lolan, inside a small laboratory, Chinshir stood quietly in front of the dragon vein pipeline. After delegating the task of repairing the battle armor to the shadow clone, he returned to the laboratory dressed simply in black. He raised his left hand, a god-devouring sphere coalescing into existence. As he brought the glowing orb closer to the conduit, his right hand's fingers spread wide, swiftly performing a single-handed seal, the old version of the summoning technique taking shape at his fingertips. Qianqi's consciousness, guided by the technique, traversed vast distances, striving to sense the binding marks left on specific scrolls in Konoha by his shadow clone. The process of sensing was far from easy. The barriers of Konoha village and the distance created significant interference and obstruction. Yet as the dark escape technique continuously drew energy into the technique in his hand, the perception was magnified, searching for its target. Found it. Qianqi's consciousness clearly captured the faint signals of the binding marks, their locations still residing within the core area of Konoha. The gates of the 5 dark sealing nodes within him crashed open. Instead of channeling the stored chakra into the summoning technique in his right hand, he focused entirely on maintaining the stability of the dark escape technique in his left. Buzz. The summoning technique erupted with blinding light, and the space began to warp violently, emitting a lament under the unbearable strain. To forcibly cross such distance to locate and seize an object under tight guard required an astronomical amount of chakra. The dark escape technique immediately injected the recently devoured dragon vein energy into the summoning technique, sustaining its operation. Emptying, filling, then emptying again, and filling once more. This process repeated in cycles. Fortunately, the extraction and output of the dark escape did not require conversion through his own meridians, only the maintenance of the technique in his hand. Otherwise, his own circulatory system would not withstand such a terrifying flow of chakra. Time passed second by second. Even Chinshir himself was unsure how much chakra he had consumed. Finally, puff, puff, puff. A few soft sounds accompanied by clouds of white smoke erupted before Chinshir. As the white smoke dissipated, several scrolls appeared out of thin air, falling to the ground. The largest scroll had an ancient appearance, boldly inscribed with Book of Seals. The summoning was forcibly successful. Almost the moment the scroll appeared in the recently repaired secret archives of Konoha, the Umbu guarding it watched in disbelief as the Book of Seals and several scrolls marked with top secrets and powerful barrier techniques vanished in a sudden puff of white smoke. The Umbu's face turned pale as he scrambled out of the archives, rushing towards the temporary Hokage office, where Sarutobi Hiruzen was located. In the temporary Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to the Umbu's incoherent report. He paused for a moment, his face reflecting only exhaustion and understanding. With a bitter smile, he waved his hand wearily. Understood. You may leave. Who else but him could achieve such a feat? The opponent not only possessed destructive power, but also mastered this bizarre method of remote acquisition. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen knew of the existence of the old version of the summoning technique, he subconsciously overlooked the terrifying chakra consumption. Before him, Konoha seemed like an unguarded treasure trove. The 5 Kage summit. It must be expedited, he muttered to himself. In the Lulan laboratory, Chinshir continued to guide the dragon vein chakra, replenishing the dark seal that had just been consumed to maintain the god-devouring sphere. He carefully sensed and noticed that his meridians were slightly aching from the earlier violent energy cycle, but it was nothing serious. He sat cross-legged, regulating his breath for about the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Once his breathing had completely calmed, he stood up, picked up the scrolls on the ground, and returned to sit at the experiment table. Setting the other scrolls aside for the time being, Chinshir first held the largest Book of Seals. After extracting the chakra from the sealing technique, within he unfolded it. What first caught his eye was the technique name written in bold ink, a rank forbidden technique, multiple shadow clone technique. His gaze quickly scanned the explanations of the principles and cultivation methods below. The core lies in evenly distributing chakra to each clone and the mental endurance required to handle the massive flow of information feedback to the main body. This posed a significant test of chakra control and mental strength. He continued flipping through the pages. Forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation. Developed by the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, this summoning technique. It summons the souls of the deceased back to the present world through a medium, using a living person as a sacrifice, granting them a body made of dust. The version recorded on the scroll was extremely crude, with annotations clearly stating that this technique could only unleash less than half of the target's power in life, and it carried the risk of unstable control, emphasizing the cruelty of using a human sacrifice. A rank taijutsu 8 gates. No creator was noted, and the principle involved unlocking the 8 portals that bind the human Bodhis limits, gaining dozens of times more power in a short time, but at a great cost to the practitioner's body. The 8th gate, the death gate, guarantees death. For Chincher, who had once developed the 9-locked extreme method, the importance of this technique is only second to the multiple shadow clone technique. The subsequent 4 activations of the 9-locked extreme method had been impossible to unlock. Now, with 8 gates available, he could attempt to develop the subsequent activations using its principles. Rank ninjutsu, flying thunder god. By sensing the marked location, the user or any object in contact with their chakra can instantaneously teleport to the marked point, ignoring distance. The marking possesses a permanent nature. The further the teleportation distance, the more items carried on the person, and correspondingly the more chakra consumed. Essentially, it is a combination of reverse summoning techniques and the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Mastery of sealing techniques and space-time ninjutsu talent is required to learn this ninjutsu. A rank forbidden technique, explosive tag multiplication technique. Using one explosive tag as a trigger, it instantaneously summons countless explosive tags, forming a continuous series of pinpoint detonations. The edge of the scroll also notably states in red, practitioners must exercise caution and maintain a safe distance. This technique is highly likely to affect oneself. Rank sealing technique, Shiki Fujin. It summons the Shinigami at the cost of the user's soul being eternally imprisoned, dragging the target's soul into the belly of the Shinigami. A typical technique of mutual destruction. This is likely the sealing technique brought by Uzumaki Mido from the land of whirlpools. Chincher thought silently this technique can only be used for observation. He does not possess the kind of cheat-like abilities of Orochimaru to avoid the guaranteed death after use, but its principles can serve as a reference for research. For symbols sealing. Previously, he only received a fragment from the monk, but now he finally saw the complete version. This is crucial for further improving and optimizing his dark sealing system. Chincher closed the book of seals and picked up the other several scrolls that came through the summoning for inspection. Among them, 2 scrolls were marked with a line of small text stating barrier. Upon unfolding, indeed, the detailed arrangement methods and principles of the 4 red yang formation and 6 red yang formation were evident. Both of these barriers require at least 4 shadow-level ninjas to activate the barrier technique. As for the remaining scrolls, they merely recorded some confidential intelligence task records and core secrets of certain families from Konoha village. In the face of these forbidden techniques and barrier arts containing true knowledge, such so-called secrets are as worthless as scrap paper. Chincher casually tossed these few rolls of garbage into the designated area for discarded items in the laboratory, his gaze returning to the open sealing book, focusing on the multi-shadow clone technique. By utilizing the dragon vein to create a large amount of free labor, accelerating resource collection, and crafting blueprints for a 100-meter mech, the most critical component was finally within reach. Without any hesitation, he immediately immersed himself in the study of the multi-shadow clone technique. Understanding the principle of this technique was not difficult. The challenge lay solely in how to combine it with his own line clone technique to create a multi-line clone technique that possessed a physical form, could perform precise operations, and exist in vast numbers. For the following week, the laboratory was almost isolated from the outside world. Except for necessary energy replenishments and brief rests, Chincher spent all his time on experimentation and optimization. After grasping the principle of the multi-shadow clone, there were almost no failures. Chincher meticulously analyzed the chakra flow and structural strength of each clone. He merely adjusted the construction technique of the line clones slightly. On the morning after 7 days, in the center of the laboratory, Chincher formed a new complex hand seal with both hands. The surging chakra within him branched out in a peculiar manner, simultaneously drawing out hundreds of cutting lines that interwove and solidified wildly in midair. Bang, 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 bang. A series of dense yet faint explosive sounds erupted as 10 line clones indistinguishable from the original simultaneously solidified in the laboratory. Their eyes sparkled with vitality and their movements were coordinated and fluid. After conducting basic physical tests, they displayed superior entity strength and stability far beyond ordinary shadow clones. It was a success. The multi-line clone technique was complete. Chinchur did not pause in his actions, continuing with extreme tests. The number of clones gradually increased from 10 to 20 then 50, ultimately stabilizing at 200 line clones. Exceeding this number, if all 200 clones were to dispel simultaneously, the torrent of memories surging back could potentially overwhelm Qianqi's mental space, causing irreversible damage. His gaze swept over the line clones before him, 200 pairs of identical eyes fixated on Qianqi. Qianqi's original form directly spoke, "Each of you take a sealing scroll and head to various locations in the ninja world to search for minerals rich in dragon vein alloy. Gather them in return." The line clones did not speak. After hearing the command from the original, they turned and walked out of the laboratory, transforming into blurred figures that rapidly dispersed to every corner of the ninja world. The Inuzuka team, who had just completed a reconnaissance mission outside Lolon, happened to witness this hair raid. 200 identical Chinchur rushed out of the laboratory, then scattered and vanished from sight, like droplets merging into the ocean. The oppressive feeling brought by that scene was far stronger than facing a regular ninja army during wartime. How could there be so many? Akiyama May gasped, dropping the snack in her hand without noticing. Nara Yagami's pupils contracted, cold sweat beading on his forehead. This quantity. What is this? Multi-shadow clone. Yamashita Mai's face turned pale, instinctively taking a step back. The group exchanged glances, seeing disbelief and a hint of fear in each other's eyes. After a brief moment of daze, they suddenly reacted, almost simultaneously charging towards Qianqi's laboratory in the central tower. With a loud bang, Nara Yagami pushed open the laboratory door, slightly unsteady in his breath, urgently saying, "Lord Chinchur, I just received information from the outside. The 5 great nations are preparing to hold a 5-Kage summit in the Land of Iron. The time is soon. The main agenda is regarding all your recent activities." Chinchur, who was at the workbench sketching the design of the giant mech, did not even pause his pen, merely lifting his head slightly to glance at the 4 tense figures at the door. The 5-Kage summit. His tone was flat, betraying no ripples, as if he was hearing something trivial. Gathering a group of power-hungry leaders who only engage in backstabbing, what can they possibly discuss besides mutual blame and empty threats? Chinchur set down his pen, his gaze returning to the complex design, his fingers tracing the areas marked for energy core and structural strength as he pondered how to optimize the internal energy circuits, saying, "If they truly had a way, they wouldn't wait until I repeatedly succeeded before deciding to sit together." His tone carried a hint of sarcasm. This so-called summit is merely a ritual for the weak to huddle together for warmth, attempting to use momentum to cover their own powerlessness and fear. Nara Yagami opened his mouth as if to say something, but was interrupted by Chinchur raising his hand. "No need to concern yourself." His voice remained calm. "They will discuss their matters, and we will do ours. Loland's defense system has been perfected, and the dragon vein is of utmost importance. You 4 just guard this place and go rest." After saying this, Chinchur ignored the still-standing figures at the door, picked up his pen again, and immersed himself in the design of the giant mech. His focused demeanor suggested that what he had just heard was merely an insignificant interlude. The group exchanged glances, seeing the same complex emotions reflected in each other's eyes. Confusion at Qianqi's almost indifferent attitude, they silently exited the laboratory. The laboratory returned to silence, with only the sound of the pen scratching across the paper. In the conference hall of the Land of Iron, the air seemed to solidify. The 5 Kage sat together, their mutual suspicions palpable. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, broke the silence, first laying a scroll on the table. With a heavy voice, "The situation is worse than expected. The rogue ninja Chinchur has attacked Konoha again, clashing directly with Susanoo. The aftermath of their battle has permanently altered the geography of the southern part of Konoha." His fingertip heavily pressed on a point on the scroll, that kind of meton that can absorb high-level ninjutsu combined with clones that are indistinguishable from the original. This has already surpassed the scope of ordinary rogue ninjas. He is an unpredictable madman, and now he threatens the entire ninja world. The 3rd Tsuchika Jinoki, who was floating in midair, stated, "Awagakure has a deep understanding of Konoha's plight. The 4 Tails lava release has no effect on him." But tracing back to the roots, he shifted his gaze to the 4th Kazekage Gaara. "This madman ultimately hails from Sunagakure. Sunagakure must bear the primary responsibility for this and compensate Awagakure for all losses incurred." Sija spoke coldly. When Chinchur defected and became ensrank rogue ninja, Sunagakure had already issued a warrant for him. If we are to hold him accountable simply because of his origins, how shall we reckon the losses caused by rogue ninjas and bandits of various countries? He is now a common enemy of the ninja world, and Sunagakure is equally a victim suffering heavy losses. That's a weak argument. Inoki's voice rose a few notches. Had it not been for Sunagakure's negligence in control, would he have attacked all the villages? As far as I know, a few years ago, when he was still a ninja of Sunagakure, he attacked the star-hidden village in the Land of Bears, plundering sacred artifacts from within the village, and later defected for inexplicable reasons. Inoki continued with unabashed anger. I have reasonable suspicion that all his actions were instructed by you, Sunagakure, and you must be held accountable for this. Compensate for the losses he caused in Iwagakure. Sija was about to retort when the third Mizukage Tsongming gently set down his teacup, interrupting the argument between the two and letting out a laugh that sounded like mockery. That sounds truly frightening. A rogue ninja can manipulate tailed beasts and Susanoo at will. It seems the strength of certain villages is indeed a misrepresentation. His gaze swept over everyone present. That's enough. Let the bickering stop here. The third Reikage Ace fist slammed onto the heavy round table with a thud. He had had enough of this market-like bickering. Since he is so dangerous, then the most direct solution is to unite the 5 great nations to eliminate him. Yugakure can dispatch elite troops, but AI looked around. All military supplies of Yugakure during the operation must be borne by the other countries collectively. This harsh condition caused the brows of those present to furrow tightly. Songming stood up, directly brushing off his sleeves. It seems the focus of the meeting has shifted from eradicating the rogue ninja to the distribution of power and resources. It's just a rogue ninja, you can handle it yourselves. Farewell. AI also stood up abruptly, snorting coldly as he turned to leave. Saratobi Hisashi's lips moved slightly, wanting to emphasize once more the unconventional threat posed by Qianshi, but seeing the already broken negotiation atmosphere, he could only swallow his words. Sija shook his head expressionlessly, glancing at Inoki as he said, "Excuse me." With that he left as well. Only 2 people remained at the round table. Inoki heavily fell back into his seat, his arm pounding on the table as he suppressed his anger and growled, "That damned Qianshi. And that bunch of damned bastards." Saratobi Hisashi gently touched the cracks on the table, thinking to himself, "We must accelerate the development of the Jinchuriki. Jing's body is still in recovery. Next time, he might not be able to withstand such an assault." While the 5 Kage summit was taking place at the border of the Land of Iron, several reconnaissance teams were exchanging intelligence among the snow pine forest. Multiple sighting reports have surfaced in the northern part of the Land of Rivers at the same time, said a ninja wearing a Konoha forehead protector in a low voice. At different locations, people are claiming to have seen the figure of the Shrank rogue ninja Qianshi. The reconnaissance captain frowned tightly. Similar situations have appeared at the border, but every time the organization pursues, they come up empty-handed. The Umbu swiftly recorded multiple shadow clones. It seems to be even more troublesome than the intel indicated. Suddenly, everyone turned their heads towards the southeast direction. In the distant sky, several dark shadows streaked across the horizon, like meteors quickly disappearing into the thick clouds. On the journey back to Sunagakure, Tsija stood atop a sand dune gazing into the distance. He had just finished hearing the latest intelligence about Qianshi at the 5 Kage summit, and suddenly recalled the Jinchuriki of the One Tail imprisoned deep within the prison by the second Kazekage. Perhaps it is time to go check on Shinfuku, although he has never managed to fully control the power of the One Tail. But the current situation leaves no choice but to try. In the Iwagakure conference room, Inoki was lost in thought as he stared at the strategic sand table. Looking at the movements of Qianshi collected from various parts of the ninja world, he placed a new marker at the border between the Land of Rivers and the Land of Rain. He instructed the Umbu beside him, send additional reconnaissance teams to closely monitor all rare metals. In the deepest part of the hospital in Konoha, Uzumaki Mido slowly opened her eyes. The backlash from her forced attempt at complete tailed beast transformation still lingered painfully in her meridians. She found it hard to reconcile with the Nine Tails sealed within her. Despite being able to draw some of the Nine Tails chakra into a half-tailed beast state, due to the Uzumaki clan's powerful physique, every time she tried to delve deep into the spiritual realm to communicate with the Nine Tails, all she was met with was overwhelming rage and chaotic backlash. The adamantine sealing technique tightly bound the violent Nine Tails within her, yet it had never quelled the resentment that grew day by day. Outside the hospital room, Saratobi Hisashi saw the red-haired woman shaking her head wearily through the observation window. When he entered, he brought along the intelligence exchanged from Inoki. Based on Iwagakure's experience, complete tailed beast transformation requires the Jinchuriki to achieve some form of reconciliation with the tailed beast. He paused, looking at Uzumaki Mido. It simply does not wish to communicate. Mito gently brushed her abdomen where the seal was located. Every time my spiritual power just enters the spiritual realm, the Nine Tails goes berserk immediately. It seems it pours all its resentment towards Hashirama onto me. In the office of the Raikage of Yugakure, the third Raikage Ace fingertips pressed heavily on the latest reconnaissance report. Months ago, the patrol team of Yugakure discovered a giant sea turtle bearing a peculiar ecosystem in the open seas. Even more unexpectedly, the elite team that boarded its back found a unique waterfall. They referred to it as the Waterfall of Truth. Its flow could reflect the dark side deep within a person's heart and manifest it as the dark self. According to preliminary analysis, defeating this negative embodiment would enhance one's spiritual power to a certain degree. Considering that the Jinchuriki's control over the tailed beast's power is closely linked to their mental strength, the value of this intelligence immediately drew the Raikage's high attention. The third Raikage AI turned to the Jinchuriki of the eight tails behind him, his voice steady. Prepare to accompany me to Turtle Island for special training. The trials on this island are the key to truly mastering the power of the tailed beast. The third Raikage AI had always been hesitant about sending Bai to Turtle Island, finding it hard to make a decision. However, during the recent 5 Kage summit, Qianshi's illogical attacks on various ninja villages made him clearly aware of the imminent threat. To prevent such incidents from happening again, Yugakure must enhance its strength at all costs. He ultimately made up his mind, not only approving Bi's special training on Turtle Island, but also deciding to accompany him in person to prevent the tailed beast's power from going out of control. At the top of the Mizukage building in Kirigakure, Songming sat in the Mizukage's office. Umbu appeared silently, presenting a secret report on the movements of the Jinchuriki of Yugakure. After reading, Songming said, "Continue monitoring, do not act rashly." At the same moment, in the dense forest on the border of the rain country, several leaf ninjas executing a mission suddenly halted. Through the heavy rain curtain, they vaguely saw a figure standing on the opposite cliff identical to the one on the wanted poster. Just as they were preparing to give chase, the figure had already vanished into the air. Numerous eyewitness reports from all over the ninja world were ultimately compiled in the archives of various villages, but they could never grasp the true whereabouts of Qianshi. At this moment, Qianshi was seated in the Lulan laboratory, gazing at the design blueprint in his hands, while his shadow clones were refining dragon vein alloy and purifying grail crystals in the nearby factory. The unfolded design blueprint nearly covered the entire table, outlining a silhouette towering 200 meters tall, with energy circuit paths and structural parameters densely annotated beside it. This giant mech, named Geibogia by Qianshi, currently only existed on paper. His fingertips gently traced the arms section of the mech on the blueprint, where the 9-meter-long structure required special support designs. Qianshi's gaze fell upon the energy core area, where an array composed of 300 grail crystals was planned to be installed to power Geibogia, but the specific arrangement still needed further optimization. He stood up and walked towards the desert at the edge of Lulan. Such a massive body naturally required matching construction space. Qianshi chose a rock wall far enough from the dragon vein. Its geological structure was stable, with a rock layer thickness exceeding 100 meters, making it suitable for excavating a super-large underground laboratory. After returning to the small laboratory, he quickly hand-sealed and produced 10 shadow clones. The clones took the design blueprint and material scrolls, immediately heading to the selected site, with Lulan's construction puppets, to begin construction. The rocks slowly parted under the effect of magnetic escape, revealing a dark cave behind. The shadow clones and a large number of puppets streamed in, beginning to expand the internal space. The collection team that had been out also returned just in time. Over 100 shadow clones each bore a large number of storage scrolls, some of which had dissipated in the outside world due to some unforeseen circumstances. As the sealing technique was completed, the scrolls cascaded onto the ground, and a torrent of memories surged into Qianshi's mind. Countless tedious memories of exploration, mining, travel, and battle made his vision darken. 100 experiences simultaneously surged forth, akin to watching over 100 different scrolls at once. Qianshi had to close his eyes and meditate for a long while before he could regain his composure. Among these chaotic fragments of memory, a brief encounter from the desert of the Wind Country stood out slightly. It was a shadow clone responsible for exploration that unexpectedly encountered 2 sand-hidden ninjas in the dune-laden hills. Despite the shadow clone having used transformation techniques for basic disguise, the 2 sand ninjas, one tall and thin, with an air of swagger, the other somewhat sullen, were immediately drawn to the shadow clone's cold and unique aura. Though the shadow clone's face was unfamiliar, that gaze, that aura was almost identical to someone from his memories. Just as they were intently scrutinizing the shadow clone completely ignored their presence, walking straight past them. That indifferent attitude made Matsutake and Kakata almost convinced in an instant that this person was indeed Qianshi. A surge of courage seemingly from nowhere. They had already seen that horrifying wanted poster and knew all the things Qianshi had done caused them to suddenly block the shadow clone's path. Matsutake stared intently at the shadow clone's face, trembling as he asked, "You are Qianshi?" Kakuta, noticing the lack of immediate response, pressed in a slightly suppressed voice, "Why did you do this? Isn't the sand hidden our homeland? Why did you become a rogue ninja?" The shadow clone, having had its identity revealed, turned its head indifferently, its cold gaze sweeping over the two. After years of defection, those familiar yet strange faces slowly overlapped with a corner of Qianshi's memories. It was during ninja school that he had met these sparring partners, while provocatively training against higher grades to practice the puppet body flicker technique. They were not friends, just two unfortunate souls forced to accompany him in high-intensity training. The shadow clone spoke directly, its voice devoid of any fluctuation. "So it's you two, Matsutake and Kakuta." Such words were no different from an acknowledgement of his identity. The shadow clone continued, speaking in a flat tone, "People have always lived for themselves. I am no different from you. You live for the so-called village bonds and family, while I live only for myself. As for being a rogue ninja," the shadow clone seemed to reminisce about something. "If I hadn't defected from the sand, I might still be just a little chunin within the sand-hidden village." Matsutake and Kakuta were stunned. "What do you mean by that?" The shadow clone had already lost interest in continuing the conversation, coldly stating, "I have no interest in explaining these things. Move aside." Although Matsutake and Kakuta were well aware of Qianshi's power and danger, an inexplicable obsession compelled them to stand their ground and attempt to block his departure. The shadow clone did not care about this trivial old friendship and was too lazy to take their lives. With just a thought, a trivial chakra explosion technique surged out in an instant. The two didn't even have time to react before feeling their consciousness fade to black, and they collapsed to the ground. The shadow clone didn't even glance at the two lying on the ground, its steps unpausing as it continued onward, as if everything that had just occurred was merely an inconsequential interlude. Qianshi's true self swiftly skimmed through this segment of memory, which was no different from others related to exploration. His heart, not even stirring a ripple, simply categorizing it as useless like other boring memories. This level of memory impact had not exceeded expectations. Everything was within the bearable range. Once his state recovered, Qianshi resealed and produced shadow clones again. 100 shadow clones stood quietly awaiting orders. 50 will go to expand the underground laboratory, 20 will smelt, or 20 will refine grail crystals, and 10 will handle raw materials. After Qianshi quickly issued orders, the shadow clones immediately dispersed and began to act. Qianshi, left in the laboratory, returned to the design table to finalize the last details of Geibogia. With the final stroke completed, the overall design was declared finished. However, all current data remained at the theoretical level. True performance parameters would have to wait until the mech's construction was completed for verification. Meanwhile, the development of the new type of floating puppet was also on the agenda. The existing Thunder Strider, even with upgraded grail crystals, had reached its performance limits, barely managing to serve as a combat auxiliary, and could only be used as a transport platform. A comprehensive upgrade was essential. Qianshi unfurled the blank scroll, the tip of his brush flowing, as he swiftly sketched a brand new design. This is a composite floating puppet capable of transforming into 3 distinct forms. The initial form focuses on long-range strikes, optimized, with an internal energy circuit serving as a fully enhanced version of the Thunderwalker. The second form shifts to pure energy defense, effectively resisting various ninjutsu and impacts. The third form excels in tracking, capable of executing pinpoint eliminations or initiating self-destruct mode when necessary. Each form requires a redesign of the corresponding energy circuits and weapon systems. Qianshi closed his eyes, concentrating on the structural design of the 3-form puppet. As his thoughts gradually crystallized, another issue emerged. The existing Lulon semi-automated puppet factory was indeed limited in scale, hardly meeting daily demand. His consciousness extended outward through the magnetic tiger's free technique, revealing the image of a supersized laboratory beneath the sandstone mountains. The main space had initially taken shape, a vast area rising 300 meters high and over 1,000 meters wide, sufficient to accommodate the assembly of the Geibogia and capable of easily laying out dozens of semi-automated production lines, only requiring some expansion of the area. As night fell, various tasks in the laboratory continued to progress efficiently, with the installation of the ventilation system and the dragon vein energy pipelines proceeding in tandem within the supersized laboratory. Qianshi sent out a shadow clone to relay the latest concept to the underground construction team before redirecting his full attention back to the research and development of the 3-form floating cannon. The outline of the giant laboratory gradually took shape under the efforts of the shadow clones, and after discussions among them, the design of the main structure had been finalized. Should there be a need to expand production lines or other facilities in the future, it could be constructed outward, something not difficult for the shadow clones, each possessing shadow-level strength. When hundreds of shadow-level powerhouses worked in unison, efficiency experienced a qualitative leap. What originally required months or even years of work was completed in just a few days under the relentless efforts of the shadow clones. In front of the experimental table, Qianshi slowly unfolded the design blueprint for the new floating cannon, the intricate spherical structure gradually revealing itself under the light. He was entirely immersed in the design, his brush tip gliding across the central spherical core of the drawing, continuously refining every detail in his mind. The corona as the base form needs to incorporate 12 grail crystals as its energy core. Qianshi took out a thunderwalker, carefully scanning its structure. With the iteration of technology, there was indeed room for optimization in the internal energy circuit, but what troubled him most was the necessity of using magnetic escape to levitate it before each use. This step was overly cumbersome. He gazed at the puppet core, a concept gradually taking shape. Perhaps a built-in magnetic escape core could be. Grail crystals possess excellent energy retention. If magnetic escape chakra were first injected into them, and specific energy circuits etched on the surface, as long as the internal energy did not deplete, it should achieve permanent levitation. With this thought, he immediately took out a grail crystal to begin verification. Using the void escape technique, he precisely drained the dragon vein energy stored within, not harming the crystal in the slightest. He then began injecting his synthesized magnetic escape chakra, tracing simple energy circuits on the surface of the crystal. At the moment the circuit was activated, the crystal floated steadily in the air. Qianshi was quite satisfied with this result. The magnetic escape technique touched the surface of the crystal, closing the circuit, and the crystal slowly descended back to the table. Confirming the basic principle was feasible, he spread out his blueprints and began designing the specific structure of the second form, the Spiral Thunderer. In Qianshi's design philosophy, the Spiral Thunderer was assigned purely defensive duties, its structure entirely devoid of offensive capabilities. It was reconfigured from the base form, the corona. The spherical outer shell would separate into 3 streamlined arc-shaped armor pieces. Each piece of armor had independent energy conduction circuits etched inside, and its edges were specially treated to ensure balance even during high-speed rotation. When these armor units encircled a target for protection, the built-in grail crystals would activate a chakra shield through resonance effects. The most notable feature of this defense system is its layering mechanism. The shields activated by each Spiral Thunderer can form energy resonance at specific frequencies. Theoretically, the strength and coverage of the shield would increase geometrically with the number of Spiral Thunderers, provided that energy supply was sufficient. The upper limit of defense depended solely on the number of Spiral Thunderers deployed simultaneously. The attacking form of the Predator is the most complex in design. The Corona would disassemble into 6 B-shaped combat units, each equipped with a miniature adsorption device modified based on the void escape annihilation principle, capable of tracking targets with simple calibration. Although the instantaneous explosive power of a single unit is slightly inferior to that of the traditional Thunderwalker, its unique energy circulation system provides overwhelming sustained combat capability. When the swarm launched an unending saturation attack, the surging energy torrent would completely overwhelm conventional defense systems. After more than half a month of repeated deliberation, the design blueprint was finally perfected. Qianshi set down his pen, gently pressing on his swollen temples. The continuous high-intensity focus left him somewhat fatigued, but looking at the complete 3-form transformation plan on the scroll made the effort feel particularly worthwhile. He handed the design of the Corona to the nearby shadow clone, saying, "First, prioritize the production of 10 prototype machines for basic testing." The shadow clone nodded as it received the blueprint and walked towards the semi-automated puppet factory, where a large quantity of dragon vein alloys and grail crystals had already been prepared. Qianshi rubbed his forehead. The fatigue brought on by continuous high-intensity research could not be dissipated merely by closing his eyes or sleeping. He decided to temporarily set aside the blueprints and personally check on the construction progress of the supersized laboratory, while also taking a moment to relax his mind. As he walked through the bustling streets of Lolan heading towards the giant laboratory, suddenly within the perception of the magnetic tiger's free technique, Qianshi sharply sensed something unusual. A strand of malicious and greedy chakra fluctuations mixed among the calm flow of people. Qianshi's footsteps halted, and he suddenly turned around. His gaze instantly locked onto a figure in the crowd that stood out. An expressionless, sinister-looking wandering ninja. The 5th activation, Dragon Jaw, instantly activated. Qianshi's figure blurred momentarily in place, like an illusion blown away by the wind. The nearby civilians only felt a flash before their eyes, not even seeing what had happened, as the wandering ninja, radiating malice and greed, had vanished from where he stood. Inside the small laboratory, Qianshi revealed the subdued ninja, casually tossing him to the ground. His eyes instantly transformed into cold, golden vertical pupils, and Long Su directly pierced into the other's spiritual space. Fragments of the rogue ninja's memories surged forth. He was merely a wandering ninja accepting a mission at the exchange for gold, passing through Lulan to replenish supplies while planning a heist. In his memories, this rogue ninja had indeed seen the bounty notice for Qianshi, yet he never anticipated that his insignificant malice and greed would be instantly perceived by Qianshi, nor did he expect to be captured without even a chance to resist. Qianshi exited Long Su and closed the dragon jaw, gently exhaling a breath. Fortunately, it was merely a false alarm and not a ninja from any ninja village. He casually sealed this wandering ninja as material and summoned a shadow clone to store it. Qianshi turned and walked towards the massive laboratory, as if he had merely cleared away a piece of trash. On the rock wall stood a structure towering 50 meters high, brightly lit, within faint mechanical humming echoing from it. He stepped into the tunnel, and the full view of the construction area gradually unfolded before him. The 300-meter-high dome was adorned with failed products accidentally created during the manufacture of dragon vein alloys. At this moment, they became perfect sources of illumination, lighting the entire space as bright as day. The rock wall, reinforced by magnetic repulsion, was as smooth as a mirror. The ventilation system operated continuously, maintaining a fresh and flowing air. The neatly arranged production line area was filled with various precision equipment, and the dragon vein energy pipelines connected each device like blood vessels, injecting a continuous flow of power. Qianshi's gaze ultimately fell upon the assembly area at the deepest part. This spacious area had interwoven tracks laid on the ground, with a heavy lifting system suspended overhead and dragon vein energy interfaces densely packed on the walls. A shadow clone, seeing the arrival of its main body, quickly approached and handed over a progress report. The main facilities have been completed and are undergoing final adjustments. Qianshi took the report and quickly scanned the key data before stepping out to inspect. He traversed through the energy area, raw materials area, and assembly area, confirming that all systems were operating in stable coordination. As he examined this large-scale laboratory that was beginning to take shape, Qianshi suddenly realized that several key, functional areas needed to be added. Expand 3 areas around the existing structure. He instructed the accompanying shadow clone a large underground training ground and a medium-sized residential area equipped with comprehensive containment facilities for living materials, along with another core laboratory. The shadow clone took its leave. Qianshi watched the figure of the clone depart, recalling the wandering ninja who had just infiltrated Lulan and couldn't help but frown slightly. This security risk must be eliminated. He turned and walked towards the ground laboratory, dispatching a shadow clone to summon Zhu Dai and Gue Deng Qinyue, who were in Lulan. After receiving the command, the shadow clone closed its eyes to sense and rapidly headed towards the positions of the 4. Upon returning to the ground laboratory, Corona's test report lay quietly on the workbench. The data showed that the Corona prototype had not only completed assembly, but all testing parameters also met design expectations. Qianshi set down the report. It was time to start preparing for the manufacturing of Geipogia. Now that there was a complete facility and sufficient manpower, the conditions for implementation had matured. He gazed at the design blueprint of Geipogia, having calculated all component data and resource lists. Qianshi initiated the manufacturing program, assigning specific construction tasks to the shadow clones for independent distribution, just as Nara Ingjin Yamanaka, Kimichi Mei, and Gue Deng Kinyu arrived at the laboratory. Qianshi then adjusted the roles of the 4. Now the efficiency of shadow clones gathering resources and intelligence outside far exceeded theirs, and they should no longer waste time on basic border patrols. He ordered the 4 to infiltrate among the residents of Lulan, responsible for monitoring and screening outsiders, capture intruders alive, and if encountering a formidable enemy, immediately seek assistance from any shadow clone within Lulan. The 4 bowed in acceptance and quickly exited the laboratory, swiftly blending into the streets of Lulan. Qianshi opened the book of seals before the experimental table, his gaze sinking into the knowledge within. Time quietly passed amidst the soft sounds of the pen tip rubbing against the scroll as the brightness outside the window alternated. The only sound in the laboratory was that of scrolls turning. Whenever a shadow clone returned with memories from the outside world, detailed intelligence on resources from various places was also reported. Qianshi merely glanced over and piled these scrolls aside. At this moment, all his focus was immersed in the internal sealing techniques. Qianshi compared the principles of the 8 gates Duanjia and the 9 channels extreme technique. The former's method of unlocking potential was akin to fishing in a dried-up pond, trading off potential for strength. However, the techniques for forcibly breaking through meridian limitations, combined with the solid structure of the 4-symbol seal, could be used to perfect the Yin seal. According to Qianshi's conjecture, the perfected Yin seal could significantly enhance its own power and recovery when activated, and could even transform the chakra that dissipated daily within the Yin seal into energy to nourish cells, achieving true eternal youth. Just as he was immersed in the simulation of new ideas, Sanai and Song Yuan came together, inviting him to the Lulan Tower to celebrate the new year. Only then did Qianshi lift his head from the scroll, realizing that 19 years in the ninja world had unknowingly reached its conclusion. He set down his research notes filled with dense annotations. The explosive mechanism of the 8 gates Duanjia, the exquisite structure of the 4-symbol seal, and the secrets of the corpse ghost sealing technique had all been completely deciphered. Rubbing his swollen temples, the fatigue from continuous high-intensity research prompted him to decide to take a break. In the banquet hall at the top of Lulan Tower, Sanai and Song Yuan had already prepared a sumptuous festive meal. Zhu Lu Dai and the others were busy decorating, while Gue Deng, Kinyu leaned alone by the window, gazing at the ever-changing streets below, lost in thought. Ever since their mission was adjusted to guard within the city, they no longer had to endure the hardships of the outside world, enjoying a rare tranquility. As everyone gathered around the warm stove, the lights of Lulan flickered in the night outside. In the course of casual conversation, the topic inadvertently turned to the improvements of the Yin seal. When Qianshi mentioned the terrifying amount of chakra in the new version along with its potential for eternal youth, the hall fell silent. Sanai gently placed her teacup on the table, the usually composed queen instinctively leaning forward. Did you just say eternal youth? Song Yuan stood up abruptly, the sleeves of her priestess robe knocking over a chair. How is that even possible? Her light golden hair trembled slightly under the light. Yamanaka Ya and Akimichi Mei simultaneously grasped Qianshi's arm, eyes shining with eager light. Nara Angjian maintained a calm seated posture, but the tightly clenched knuckles revealed the turbulence within. It's merely a theoretical possibility. Qianshi attempted to withdraw his arm, but found it gripped even tighter. You must teach us this technique. Sanai's voice carried an unusual urgency. Song Yuan immediately echoed, please, we implore you. Even Gue Deng, can you cast an interested glance, though her focus was evidently different. That theoretical amount of chakra, if mastered, could allow her to rename her water release as sea release. As for eternal youth, what is that? Can it be eaten? The sound of the new year bell rings, heralding the arrival of 20 years in the ninja world. Qianshi allocated a small point of attribute to strength, feeling the warm flow and subtle changes surging from deep within his body. He then turned and returned to the laboratory, immersing himself once again in the profound transformation of the Yin sealing structure. The perfect seal that confines tailed beasts within the 4-symbol seal, along with the principle of the 8 gates of Duanjia that awakens human potential, was gradually dismantled by Qianshi. Ultimately, he completely absorbed the internal knowledge, merging it into the structure of his own Yin seal. The storage capacity of a single node surged from 60 times to 100 times. The most significant change occurred in the activated state. Due to the integration of the principles for developing human hidden treasures from the 8 gates of Duanjia, when chakra flowed through the newly constructed sealing network, the Bodhi's recovery speed noticeably increased. More subtly, this improved Yin seal indeed optimized cellular activity slowly during daily maintenance, achieving the theoretical effect of eternal youth. Furthermore, as long as the chakra within the Yin seal was stored above a normal value, every punch and kick unleashed after opening the Yin seal would automatically possess extraordinary strength techniques. He created a shadow clone to teach the construction method of the new Yin seal to the long-waiting crowd. What puzzled the shadow clone was that others could not independently condense the Yin seal at active nodes. Even the most adept with sealing techniques, Zhang Yuan, could not lay down the Yin seal developed by Qianshi. They could only successfully condense it with the assistance of the shadow clone. Go to the energy station to replenish your chakra. Besides the waning moon, none of you can perform the Yin escape, so the replenishment time may take a bit longer. Remember not to exceed the limits of the Yin seal. After finishing the final instructions, the shadow clone vanished from the spot. Qianshi stood in front of the laboratory window, contemplating the next course of action. He turned back to the experimental table, unfolded a new scroll, realizing that the optimization of the Yin seal had only completed the first stage. Next, he needed to attempt to integrate the core principles of the 8 gates of Duanjia into the 9 channels extreme technique. The construction of the Geibojia still required some time, and for now he could only study these techniques to pass the time. Qianshi opened a scroll from years ago that recorded the 9 channels extreme technique, his gaze briefly passing over the 5 types of activity before settling on the segment documenting Huangyan. The concept of internal cellular energy fission, initially envisioned, now appeared fundamentally flawed. After years of knowledge accumulation, especially after acquiring the 8 gates of Duanjia, he finally found the correct direction. He crossed out the term cellular fission and replaced it with chakra combustion, a correction that made the entire theory suddenly coherent. as a carrier of energy chakra could be controlled within the meridian system, avoiding direct damage to cells, while also achieving the concept of a chakra cloak. To ensure safety, Qianshi deliberately created 5 shadow clones to guard the surroundings, ready to respond to any unforeseen events. He then sequentially activated the activities. The first 4 activities could now be activated for prolonged periods without strain. When the 5th activity, Dragon Jaw, was activated, a sense of power filled his entire body once again. With the enhancement of the Dragon Jaw state, his overall condition reached its peak. Qianshi carefully guided the chakra towards the node representing Huang Yin. 6th activity, Huang Yin activate. The roaring explosion of chakra coalesced into a blue-white chakra cloak around his body, and the fiercely burning energy caused the surrounding air to begin distorting and boiling. With the support of this violent energy, both power and speed surged once more, every cell in his body emitting excited cries. Qianshi bent down and exerted force, delivering a straight punch towards the test dummy, forged from dragon vein alloy. Where his fist struck, the indestructible alloy surface surprisingly left behind a clear dent with edges showing signs of being corroded by high temperature. Subsequent kicks and high-speed charge tests showcased destructive power far exceeding the norm. However, the most remarkable aspect was that chakra cloak. It not only significantly enhanced offensive and defensive capabilities, but also incinerated incoming ninjutsu and cutting lines upon contact. Yet even so, it was still restrained by the 2 types of escape he had mastered. However, the consumption of physical strength and chakra from Huang Yin was excessively high. Chakra was burning at an astonishing rate, while physical strength was rapidly depleting. A simple calculation indicated that this form could only be maintained for 10 minutes, and in intense combat, it would be even shorter. The moment Qianshi voluntarily released the Huang Yin state, an unprecedented wave of exhaustion swept over him like a tsunami. He could barely stand with the support of his shadow clones, and this sense of exhaustion far surpassed the burden brought by the 5th activity. Every cell in his body seemed to be wailing with sharp pains radiating from the chakra meridians. The 5 shadow clones immediately stepped forward, simultaneously executing healing techniques. Gentle healing chakra flowed throughout Qianshi's body, alleviating the damage caused by excessive overexertion. After a while, his body gradually regained basic mobility. Qianshi carefully examined his entire condition. Although the after-effects of the 6th activity were strong, they were still within controllable limits. He signaled the shadow clones to stop the treatment and unfolded a new scroll in front of the experimental table. After thoroughly documenting his feelings during the activation process, the rate of chakra combustion, physical strength consumption, and recovery time after deactivation, he temporarily sealed the scroll of the 9 channels extreme technique, as the subsequent activities were not something that could be activated at this stage. Qianshi continued to flip through the sealing book, studying other techniques recorded within, optimizing his own combat system. 6 months quickly passed in research. During this time, Qianshi occasionally left the laboratory, strolling through the streets of Lulan to ease his weary mind from excessive research. However, this brief comfort was always interrupted by memories returned by the shadow clones. According to their explorations, the external search efforts for him had not diminished, but rather intensified. Since the incident with the wandering ninja, Qianshi had replaced most of the conventional puppets within Lulan with bionic models. They appeared no different from ordinary people, only revealing their inhuman nature upon direct contact or sensing chakra fluctuations. However, the situation continued to worsen. Initially, only Sunagakure, Wagakure, and Sunagakure were tracking his whereabouts. After the 5 Kage summit, Kumogakure and Kirigakure seemed to have reached some form of cooperation, with the former beginning to deploy search efforts throughout the ninja world. Although no allied forces had been formed, yet they were not far from it, and the bounty from the exchange center had already been withdrawn. Although Lulan was located deep within the desert and had not been discovered for the time being, it was only a matter of time before it was exposed, especially as smaller ninja villages like Kusagakure and Uzumikigakure joined the search due to pressure and incentives from the 5 major ninja villages. This news darkened Qianshi's expression. It seemed that Konoha, Wagakure, and Sunagakure were all investing significant resources this time. Fortunately, the Gebogia had been completed a few days ago and was undergoing basic tests, which allowed Qianshi's slightly tense mind to relax. As long as the final stage of testing is completed, Gebogia will be ready for actual combat, and no matter the situation faced, he will have sufficient confidence. Inside the ultra-large laboratory beneath Lulan, a 200-meter-tall mech stood silently. Gebogia's silver-gray armor shimmered with a cold light under the illumination crystal, with 1,000 small puppet chambers densely arranged on its surface, each housing a corona. Qianshi sat in the control room of Gebogia with countless chakra threads extending from his fingertips, connecting to the energy circuits within the mech. Attempting to raise the mech's right arm, such a simple action consumed a considerable amount of chakra, but it was nothing compared to the total amount Geibogia possessed. Magnetism struggled to control such a scale and could only use chakra threads for fine manipulation. His desire to test the mech's performance grew stronger. If a mech of this level had not undergone basic and practical testing, it would be no better than a pile of scrap metal, but Qianqi's rationality forcibly suppressed this impulse. Once such a massive body appeared in the desert, it would undoubtedly not escape the intelligence network of the 5 great ninja villages. If Lulan's location were exposed, the ensuing troubles would be endless. Qianshi considered using the summoning technique. The old version of the summoning technique allowed for ultra-long distance summoning, but chakra consumption was directly related to the strength and size of the summoned item. When he previously summoned several sealed scrolls, he did not know how much chakra was consumed. To forcibly summon Geibogia would require an astronomical amount of chakra. A new technique must be developed. He took out the scroll containing the old version of the summoning technique, its complex techniques, making him frown. Qianshi opened the notes recording the great array for traversing the world of wraiths, and carefully studied the spatial theories within. The principle of this technique was quite crude. First, it locates the target world through a specific medium, then forcibly tears a rift in the world using the technique, maintaining the interdimensional passage with massive amounts of energy, and finally hurls the user like a cannonball. Rather than a delicate spatial tunnel, Qianshi viewed it more as some sort of cannon. The scroll for the Flying Thunder God technique was also spread out beside him, its brilliance lying in the precise positioning of coordinates. 3 different spatial techniques lay before him, each with its unique advantages and disadvantages. Over the past 6 months, Qianshi had learned all the techniques recorded in that scroll of seals. Even the relatively difficult Flying Thunder God technique had its principles and structure mastered. However, Qianshi had been studying the Yin seal and had never truly condensed his own Flying Thunder God mark. At this moment, he calmed his mind, casually took out a kunai, and focused intently. Under his control, chakra slowly gathered and compressed into the kunai in his palm, eventually solidifying into a unique mark that quietly emerged, resembling neither a dragon nor a snake, showcasing a profound dark hue. He casually tossed this mark away, and with a slight thought activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, the sensation of weightlessness hit him, and the surrounding scenery reformed like a shattered mirror. Once the momentary discomfort faded, Qianqi's figure stood firmly beside the kunai. However, the material of that kunai could only be considered ordinary. After using the Flying Thunder God technique for the first time, a short-distance teleport would wear down its technique slightly. The first attempt was successful. He felt the convenience brought by the Flying Thunder God, and began to plan by placing this mark in the core area of Lulan, he could return to it with just a thought no matter where he was in the ninja world. However, condensing the Flying Thunder God technique required some special materials to ensure its stability. After completing the tests, Qianshi postponed the optimization of the Flying Thunder God technique and devoted most of his energy to studying the great array for traversing the world of wraiths. Essentially, aside from world positioning and tearing rifts, it was merely a spatial tunnel opened by brute. Currently, Qianshi had no cross-world needs. He was interested in the tunnel itself. If the horrifying energy consumption could be significantly reduced, this technique could be fully applied to ultra-long distance movement within a single world. However, its current theory was too crude and the energy efficiency was extremely low, still requiring a lot of time for detailed refinement and optimization. As days and nights passed, experimental scrolls piled up and 3 months slipped away amidst countless adjustments of energy circuits and calibrations of spatial coordinates. When Qianshi finally lifted his head from the mountain of scrolls, the 21st year of the ninja world had arrived. A small celebration was held in the center of Lulan. The streets were adorned with lights and the residents' faces radiated hope. Nara, Ingjian Yamanakaya, and Shodao Mei walked through the crowd in the Lulan market. Surrounding them were conversations in various languages. Since the incident of wandering ninjas infiltrating Lulan, Qianshi had adjusted the security arrangements, canceling outside missions and instead letting them blend into the crowd to maintain a secret vigilance. Shodao Mei was attracted by the aroma of grilled meat from a roadside vendor and bought an entire desert lizard covered in spices. She savored it carefully, and after finishing wiped her mouth objectively, remarking that although the meat had a unique flavor, it was too tough and difficult to eat. Yamanaka closed her eyes, her keen perception spreading like a web, capturing the mixed chakra fluctuations in the crowd, mostly ordinary people's responses, without detecting any chakra fluctuations akin to those of ninja levels. This allowed her tightly wound nerves due to Qianshi being hunted throughout the ninja world to relax for a moment. Nara Ingjian appeared to casually follow the two, yet her gaze had already thoroughly observed the layout of the street, high points, and potential shadowy areas, silently evaluating responses to sudden attacks. As the situation grew increasingly urgent, Qianshi was not inclined to gather with others in the banquet hall of Lulan as in previous years. Instead, he devoted all his time to developing space-time ninjutsu. When new points arrived, Qianshi casually allocated the new attribute points to agility, feeling the enhancement. Strength 4, agility 4, intellect 4 available points 0. He then continued to develop the space-time ninjutsu at hand. With the current knowledge reserve, he could only transform the instantaneous summon into a spatial tunnel mode, establishing the Flying Thunder God mark as a perception node at the target location, building a spatial passage connecting the two locations centered around the spatial tunnel of the Wraith's crossing array. The initial development was filled with risks. During the first attempt to connect Lulan and the Land of Rain's laboratory, the spatial tunnel had just formed when it began to fluctuate violently.